Gao Yuan's startup had failed. It took only 2 weeks to go from being worth tens of millions to having nothing. 2 weeks ago he was still a hot startup star, but a single rumor could instantly render his company worthless. Investors pulled out, banks recalled loans, suppliers demanded early payment. It seemed that overnight the whole world had turned against him. Gao Yuan, utterly disheartened, declared bankruptcy. Naked he came, naked he leaves. In 3 years, apart from a mess of troubles, he had gained nothing. After Gao Yuan's bankruptcy, those so-called friends kept their distance. His formerly clingy girlfriend became a different, harsh person. Gao Yuan decided to go back to his hometown, the place that gave him birth and raised him. Dragging a suitcase after 8 hours of high-speed rail, 2 hours of bus and another half hour in a 3-wheeled cart, Gao Yuan finally arrived at the village nestled at the foot of Duqing Mountain in southeastern Xia country, Muza. In ancient Chinese, Muza means wood chip. The village was named so because decades ago it was a timber yard with wood chips flying everywhere. The closer Gao Yuan got to the village, the more anxious he became. The old family home, long abandoned, was now his only refuge. He didn't know what his life would be like from now on. Gao Yuan had imagined a life raising a dog, growing some vegetables, leaving the hustle of the big city behind forever. Only rural village days ahead. Soon he entered the village. At the entrance, elderly people sat in the sun watching him curiously. "Young man, who are you looking for?" "Uncle, and back home." "Whose child are you?" "All young ones look unfamiliar." Gao Yuan smiled. "Old Gao's grandson." The old men looked at each other. "Old Gao." Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Ah, old Gao. I remember. Are you the boss from Long? I heard old Gao's grandson is very rich." Gao Yuan smiled bitterly. "That's me." The elders, hearing he was the legendary wealthy grandson, suddenly became interested. "Are you back to invest this time?" Gao Yuan shook his head. "I'm back to stay for a while. I'm bankrupt now." "How did you go bankrupt?" "We were waiting for you to come invest." "Yes, only come back when you're bankrupt." The elders' tone cooled noticeably. But one old man coughed and immediately the others fell silent. The old man looked at Gao Yuan. "Oh, coming back is good. But your old house might be uninhabitable." "Yes, I passed by your old house the other day. The weeds inside are taller than a man. And the windows are broken. These days young people seldom come back. Only us old folks remain in the village." Gao Yuan walked on, his heart filled with desolation. Soon he saw his own old house. After graduating high school, Gao Yuan hadn't been back nearly 10 years. He stared at the rusty padlock, found a stone, smashed it. Click, the lock broke. The door opened with a screech and the grating sound of metal scraping against the ground. He stepped in and immediately stepped back. Indeed, weeds were taller than a man, with small trees in between, likely from seeds blown in by the wind. Dense vegetation, like entering a primeval forest, completely hid the house. Gao Yuan sighed, put down his things. He went to the tool shed hoping to find a hoe or sickle. He found some, but they were rusty. He tried to cut some grass, but they were completely dull. After hesitating, he gritted his teeth and went to a neighbor's house, knocked. A young woman opened the door. "You? Do you have a sickle or hoe? Could I borrow one?" The woman hesitated, then suddenly pointed. "You are Gao Yuan. You came back from Longjing." "Yes, you are. You forgot. We were middle school classmates. I married into Muza." Gao Yuan was a bit embarrassed. He really couldn't remember. After a brief exchange, he borrowed the tools and began clearing the yard. He worked for several hours, his clothes soaked with sweat. He barely managed to clear the front yard, revealing the dilapidated old house. The red brick surface had started to weather, several panes were broken. When he opened the door, a musty smell hit him. Indeed, it was uninhabitable. Fortunately, the weather was warm. He decided to sleep in the yard tonight and go buy necessities tomorrow. After clearing the front yard, Gao Yuan was exhausted like a dog. He had no courage to open the backyard. If the front was like this, the back would be worse. After resting a while, he pumped water from the old well in the yard, washed his face. The cold well water revived him. So he pushed open the backyard door. He stepped through, and was stunned. It was clean and tidy, exactly as he remembered from childhood. Not even a single fallen leaf on the ground. No, wait. Not exactly the same. In the middle of the backyard stood a 3-meter box with a door. Gao Yuan opened it curiously and saw an unimaginable world. Where is this? A parallel world. Gao Yuan was amazed. Before his eyes were skyscrapers, crowded streets, and countless flying vehicles above. He noticed that people wore strange clothes, mostly jumpsuits with unusual materials. Gao Yuan stepped through the door, looked back. The door was still there. He sighed in relief. As long as he could go back. The streets of this world were all pedestrians, no ground cars, only low-altitude flying vehicles. Though varied in shape, each was sleek and high-tech. Gao Yuan noticed many shops lining the streets, more varied than in the modern world. Passing a few restaurants, his stomach growled. Since yesterday Gao Yuan had been traveling and today had worked half the day in the yard. He was starving. The sight of food stopped him. Just then he saw a stunningly beautiful woman selling food. Synthetic roast chicken, taste highly restored, special price of 100. Synthetic chicken. 100. Gao Yuan was famished. The aroma was irresistible. He walked over. Give me one. He took out his phone to pay but couldn't find a QR code. A beautiful woman packed a roasted chicken and said, "Sir, our store supports any payment method. You can pay with iris, fingerprint or brainwave." Gao Yuan was stunned. No matter what world this was, he certainly did not have any money here. He searched his pockets to see if he had anything to use as payment. A red banknote, half a pack of chocolate, half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter. Gao Yuan was a little embarrassed. None of these items were worth much. "I'm sorry, I've changed my mind." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Then he heard someone behind him exclaim, "Is that an ancient banknote? I wonder if it's real." Ancient banknote. Gao Yuan instantly understood that this should be the future world, though he didn't know which year. Gao Yuan turned around and saw it was a middle-aged man. "Brother, are you selling that banknote?" The middle-aged man looked at the bill in Gao Yuan's hand and asked. Gao Yuan remained expressionless, calmly looking at the man. "You want to buy?" "Yes, brother, judging by your clothes you must be rich. The poor wear thermal suits, only the rich wear pure plant fiber clothes. Your outfit is valuable. Although what rich people bring out shouldn't be fake, I still need to check it." The middle-aged man observed Gao Yuan and said, "Oh. How do you check?" Gao Yuan asked. "Hee, this kind of banknote you're holding is an ancient coin, extremely valuable for collection and in perfect condition. But nowadays many people forge them, so I have my own detection methods." As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out a small banknote detector. "This is my treasure. Ancient banknotes are very popular in the collection world, provided they are genuine." Gao Yuan was a little stunned to see the banknote detector, but only for a moment. He then returned to normal. "What era do you think this ancient banknote is from?" The middle-aged man became interested upon hearing this. Hee, you've come to the right person. There are so many types of ancient banknotes. In ancient times there were many countries, each with its own currency, but each type has different values and authentication methods. The one in your hand has Chinese characters and there's a year at the bottom, 2018. Obviously it's the banknote of Xia Kingdom from 1006 years ago. Gao Yuan was secretly astonished. 1006 years ago. Then by deduction the current year should be 3024. Isn't this 1000 years later? Why hasn't the world achieved true harmony after 1000 years? Gao Yuan wanted to find a place to learn about this world. "Big brother, how much is this banknote worth?" The middle-aged man did a test and soon smiled happily. He had been right, it was genuine. "Brother, I won't cheat you. This note can fetch the highest price in Dragon Capital only through me. I won't beat around the bush. One price 10 million. 10 million. Gao Yuan calculated inwardly. The roasted chicken just now cost 100, so this note is worth 10,000 chickens. Adjusting for inflation, in his time a chicken cost about 50, so 10,000 chickens would be 500,000. Equivalent to winning the lottery jackpot. Alright, deal. Do you accept other things? Gao Yuan asked. Other things? Brother, do you have something good? Let's go somewhere else to talk. Soon the two were sitting in a restaurant. A full table of dishes had already been set before them. The middle-aged man looked proud. Brother, today I really splurged. I ordered a real roasted chicken for you, not synthetic or nutrition paste. This chicken cost me 50,000. And this plate of greens is real vegetables priced at 20,000. How much? Is a meal this expensive? Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. A roasted chicken cost 50,000. A plate of greens 20,000. It really is expensive. I wouldn't eat it myself, I'd only order it for you. I usually eat nutrition paste that costs a few dozen and synthetic dishes too, but I can't bring myself to eat natural food. Brother, how should I address you? Gao Yuan. Brother Gao, my name is Chimu Gudian, just call me Brother Tian. I was right, Brother Huang. You're definitely rich. 2 character names TSK. Distinguished, unlike me, a laborer. But I'm okay with a 4 character name. Those with 8 character names have at worst eating free nutrition paste all year, wearing free thermal suits, and only being able to play free junk helmet games. Brother Tian, does name length relate to wealth?
Gao Yuan asked. Chimu Gutian raised an eyebrow. Of course, brother. Have you never gone out alone?
You should know there are 50 billion people in the world, all using Chinese character names.
There are fewer than 2,000 surnames and only about 3,000 common characters. Even including rare characters, it's only 10,000 or so.
If everyone had 2 character names, it would be impossible, and duplicates aren't allowed. The whole world uses Chinese characters.
Gao Yuan was confused.
This world seemed different from what he imagined. Had Xia Kingdom conquered the world 1,000 years later? So names are based on social status. The highest get 2 characters, then 3, then 4. The lowest get 8 characters.
Gao Yuan looked astonished.
In modern eyes, a world 1,000 years later should be a global utopia, communist and need-based. But from what he heard, the stratification seemed even worse. From names to food to clothing, everything represents class division.
Brother Tian, don't the people at the bottom feel dissatisfied?
Chimu Gutian revealed a sarcastic smile. Dissatisfied? What do they have to be dissatisfied about? They're not hungry, not cold, have food and shelter, free games, free transport. Why should they be dissatisfied?
Gao Yuan nodded.
If that were the case, perhaps there really wasn't reason for discontent.
Brother Tian, then why are you doing business? Isn't it comfortable to stay at home? Isn't it more comfortable to just stay at home? Chimu Gutian waved his hand. Brother Gao, that's not right.
I also want to wear natural fiber clothes, eat real roasted chicken every day instead of synthetic and paste, and give my son a 2 or 3 character name.
Gao Yuan understood.
In this world 1,000 years later, even the lowest could live comfortably provided they had no ambition and were content with the status quo.
But human hearts have never been satisfied.
During the Great Famine hundreds of years ago, having something to eat other than dirt was happiness. In the modern age, having a home without mortgage, a wife and children was happiness. In the world 1,000 years later, having a 2 character name, eating a real chicken, wearing a cotton shirt is happiness.
Alright, Brother Gao, no more talking. Let's eat, let's eat. Gao Yuan was also very hungry, having waited a long time.
Upon hearing this, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. He temporarily avoided the expensive chicken and vegetables, instead eating synthetic chicken and synthetic fish. He took a bite and his brow furrowed. The taste was indeed similar, but the texture was like wax mixed with many threads. After chewing a few times, he couldn't swallow it all, it stuck in his throat.
Gao Yuan was very embarrassed.
On the other side, Chimu Gutian was also secretly observing Gao Yuan. Seeing his expression, he said, "Brother, it seems you've not only never eaten nutrient paste but also never tried synthetic food." Gao Yuan decided to drop the pretense and spat out the food in his mouth. "Brother Tan, you must forgive me. I truly haven't tried it before. The taste is actually acceptable, but I just can't swallow it."
Indeed, a man of wealth and nobility. For ordinary people, eating synthetic food is already a luxury that improves their lives.
Chimu Gutian became even more intrigued by Gao Yuan's identity, feeling as though he had hit the jackpot. To encounter a wealthy young man who had just left home on the street, if he seized this opportunity, he might just soar to the skies. "Brother Tan, why is natural food so scarce these days?" asked Gao Yuan.
"Scarce? Hasn't it always been this way?" "Oh right. Actually, it started 800 years ago. Back then the world's population was almost entirely concentrated in cities, with the outskirts filled with factories. As the population expanded dramatically, land resources became scarce. It is said that from that time natural meat sharply declined and people began to eat synthetic meat. At first synthetic meat was expensive and tasted good. Later, as natural food became scarce, large-scale production of synthetic food began. To control costs, the taste deteriorated year by year. Although natural food was in short supply before, it was never as scarce as it is now. Then a nuclear war broke out, turning much of the land into wasteland, making land even more scarce. Now it's like this. Brother Gao, you could try nutrient paste. There are 2 types, one is free, the other is self-paid. The self-paid ones taste a bit better, the free ones. Forget about taste, just close your eyes and swallow them." During that meal, Gao Yuan learned a lot about the future world. He didn't eat much synthetic meat, he had a bit of roasted chicken, some greens and a bowl of synthetic rice. At least his stomach was settled. Even the exorbitantly priced roasted chicken and greens were only barely edible in Gao Yuan's eyes. The taste was mediocre at best, far inferior to modern fast food fried chicken. Chimu Gutian, on the other hand, ate heartily and was completely satisfied. Gao Yuan then took out a few small trinkets he had brought with him and placed them together with the banknotes. "Brother Tan, take a look at these." Chimu Gutian's eyes first fell on the membership card, but he glanced at it and quickly looked away. Then he saw the chocolate, his face lighting up with surprise. Chocolate. Pure chocolate. Gao Yuan nodded. What a treasure. Qin Magutan cupped the chocolate in both hands, opened the wrapper, inhaled its aroma, and wore a look of pure ecstasy. If it's unopened, the whole bar could sell for 200,000. Only 200,000. Gao Yuan felt a twinge of regret. But then Qin Magutan's gaze fell upon the cigarettes. He looked extremely excited, wanting to scream but afraid of being overheard. His fingers trembled slightly as he said, "Real cigarettes." Yes. Qin Magutan held the cigarettes, brought them to his nose and took a deep breath. So fragrant. This is a great treasure. Natural tobacco. So rare. There are still real cigarettes. Brother Gao, I dare not even guess where you came from now. You see, cigarettes are something we've only seen in ancient texts. The existing ones are extremely scarce, reserved exclusively for the upper echelons. And yet you managed to get your hands on some. Pity they're opened, but no matter, this half-pack is worth 10 million. Then Qin Magutan turned his gaze to the last small item, a lighter. A puzzled look crossed his face. What is this? Gao Yuan casually picked it up and flicked it in his hand, producing a flame. An orange-yellow flame immediately flared up, startling Qin Magutan. Let me think. I've seen this in ancient texts. Yes, I'm sure I've seen it. Flame. Flame. Fire. A lighter. Gao Yuan said. Right, it's a lighter, said Qin Magutan. Brother Gao, I've never dealt with a lighter before. I'm not sure of its value. But it must not be cheap. Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised. Why is a lighter so expensive? I can understand cigarettes being rare. Qin Magutan was taken aback. This item is mainly rare. Since 800 years ago, open flames have been forbidden in the city. Many people have never seen an open flame in their entire lives. Well, Gao Yuan didn't understand this world. He never expected that a lighter could be sold. He directly pushed the lighter toward Qin Magutan. This. What are you doing? Brother Tan, it's a gift for you. Gao Yuan said casually. A 1 yuan lighter. He had never bought one. He would just ask for 2 when dining at a restaurant or 2 when buying alcohol or cigarettes. He would even swipe 2 when eating with friends. Gao Yuan had already decided to stay in this world. Someone like Qin Magutan with wide connections and capable hands was exactly what he needed. To obtain a legal identity, he had to find a reliable local, and Qin Magutan was the most suitable. This. It's not appropriate. This little item might be worth over 100 million. To give it to me directly. It's not right. Though he murmured protests, Qin Magutan clutched the lighter tightly, his eyes full of greed. Brother Tan, we hit it off right away. A little gift for you, and I also have a favor to ask of you. What is it? As long as it's not illegal, I can handle it in Longjing. Qin Magutan puffed out his chest and said. It's nothing major. You know about me, this is my first time in Longjing, but my identity is special and not suitable for public disclosure. So I want to get a new set of identification documents. That's easy to arrange. However, 2-character and 3-character names draw too much attention. Those are reserved for the top elite. And my abilities are limited. Since you're hiding your identity anyway, Brother Gao, why not get a 4-character name identity instead? Gao Yuan nodded. A name with a few characters was fine. The key was to have a legal identity in this world. Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Tan. Easy. Brother Gao, what about these banknotes and cigarettes? And the chocolate? Gao Yuan casually handed everything over to Qin Magutan. Brother Tan has agreed. I'm selling them to you. I definitely won't give them to anyone else. The chocolate is a gift for you to try. This is too generous. You already gave me the lighter. Don't be so distant. As you said, since I've given you the lighter, why would I care about half a chocolate bar? Gao Yuan said. In that case, let me add you on BrainChat and we can stay in touch. BrainChat. Gao Yuan frowned. Oh, I forgot. BrainChat requires real names. Since you don't want to reveal your identity, we can't add each other. So let's meet tomorrow, same place. I'll wait for you. By then I'll have your identification ready. I'll take a picture of you with BrainChat and you can log into BrainChat with your new identity and link a bank account. I'll transfer the money for the banknotes and cigarettes directly to your account. Gao Yuan nodded. I'll count on you, Brother Tan. After parting with Qin Magutan, Gao Yuan made several detours before returning to the spot where he had emerged. Seeing the door still there, he reached out and pushed it open. Indeed, it yielded. Stepping inside, he found himself once again in the backyard of his old family home.
Sitting on the sofa in the old house, Gao Yuan's heart could not calm for a long time. His own backyard could lead to a world 1,000 years in the future. This was an opportunity sent by heaven. If he could not see such a chance, he deserved to remain poor for life. Some small items from modern society held immense value in the future, especially food, clothing, all things natural and organic, and even certain handicrafts that would be considered antiques in the world to come. There must also be many things in the future world that would hold great value in modern society. Gao Yuan's heart burned with excitement. Though bankrupt, he still had a few tens of thousands in savings. He stepped out. Moza was only 5 kilometers from Linhai County town. He planned to acquire a means of transport to haul goods from the county supermarket back home. At the doorstep, Gao Yuan saw a girl riding an electric scooter. She stared at him fixedly. "Hello." Gao Yuan greeted. "Yuan, good, don't you recognize me?" "Ha." Gao Yuan felt awkward. He studied her carefully, finding her face familiar but unable to recall who she was. The girl noticed his embarrassment and covered her mouth with a laugh. "I'm Lin Mei. Nickname Little Meatball. I used to follow you around when we were kids." "Oh, it's you. Haven't seen you in years, hardly recognized you. You've grown so much," Gao Yuan said. He remembered now. As children, Lin Mei always tagged along behind him, climbing mountains for birds and wading in rivers for fish. He never expected that the snot-nosed little girl with a perpetual runny nose would blossom into such a graceful young woman. "Come on, I'm only 3 years younger than you," Lin Mei said. "In my eyes you'll always be that little girl. By the way, why are you at home? I don't see many young people in the village." "My mother is sick, so I came back to take care of her," Lin Mei said, then looked at Gao Yuan. "So where are you headed?" "To the county town." "And you?" "I'm going there too," Gao Yuan replied. "Want to go together?" "How are you getting there?" Gao Yuan felt awkward. His car had been liquidated when he went bankrupt, and having just returned to his hometown, he didn't even own a bicycle. "I'll call a ride," Gao Yuan said to cover his embarrassment. Lin Mei chuckled. "There are no taxis around here. Ride-hailing cars don't come to pick up passengers either. Come on, I'll take you." "You'll take me." Hop on." Gao Yuan looked at Lin Mei's tiny electric scooter full of hesitation. "Isn't this awkward? What are you afraid of?" Lin Mei saw his hesitation and continued, "A grown man like you shy about what? Weren't you a big boss in Xinjiang? I even saw you on the news before." My company went bankrupt." "I saw the news too." "Your bankruptcy was bad luck. If you're really uncomfortable, I'll just push the scooter and walk with you." Lin Mei had said so much. If Gao Yuan refused further, he would seem overly effeminate. "It's fine, no need. Let's go." Gao Yuan sat on the back seat of Lin Mei's electric scooter. The fragrance of her hair filled his nostrils. Memories stirred at that moment, and many childhood joys surfaced. Along the way, Lin Mei recounted many amusing childhood stories. But Gao Yuan felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Everyone they passed seemed to look at him oddly. A mere 10+ minutes felt like half a day to Gao Yuan. Finally they reached the county town. Relieved, Gao Yuan got off Lin Mei's scooter. "Little Meatball, go ahead. I need to buy some things. When will you head back?" "I can pick you up," Lin Mei said. "No need, it's fine. You go on. I'll just buy some stuff." "Oh. Alright then. I'm off." Lin Mei had a fine figure and her walk carried a spirited air. Truly, girls change dramatically as they grow up. He never would have imagined as a child that the little sniveler would blossom into such beauty. Gao Yuan bought an electric tricycle, useful for hauling goods and convenient for trips to the county. Then he went to the supermarket to buy daily necessities. Of course, he also stocked up on many items he thought might be needed in the future world. For example, packaged roast chicken, beef, donkey meat, several boxes of instant noodles, some fresh vegetables, small handicrafts, lighters and cigarettes. After a moment's hesitation, he loaded 2 cases of Fungio liquor. Cigarettes are valuable, so why wouldn't liquor be? After 2 trips, the tricycle's cargo bed was full. Gao Yuan had also spent nearly 10,000 from his card. Dusk was approaching, so he prepared to head home. Then he saw Lin Mei not far away, smiling at him from her electric scooter. "Yuan Gu, heading back?" "Yes." "Why haven't you left?" "Waiting for me." "How did you know I was here?" "Yuan Gu, you must be silly. Linhai County is tiny, did you think it was Xinjiang?" Gao Yuan smiled. Indeed, the county was small, making it easy to find someone. "Let's go then." Lin Mei looked at Gao Yuan's newly purchased electric tricycle.
Yuan Gu, why did you buy this?
For hauling things.
Gao Yuan said casually. After returning, he didn't bother tidying the front yard at all.
He stayed directly in the backyard, replaced his bedding with new purchases and tidied up enough to make it look lived in. As he was organizing, Lin Mei's voice came from outside.
Yuan Gu, are you there? Gao Yuan's heart skipped a beat.
Lin Mei had entered the backyard.
Would she notice the door in the middle of the yard? What if she did? Gao Yuan walked out and saw Lin Mei already inside the backyard. Yuan Gu, your backyard is very tidy. Gao Yuan was tense. Yeah. Why are you here? I came to see if you need anything. You just returned, you must be missing a lot of things. I have some vegetables at home, I picked some for you. Thanks. I don't need anything.
Gao Yuan kept watching Lin Mei's expression, but she seemed not to notice the square block and its door at the center of the yard.
Still uneasy, Gao Yuan asked Lin Mei, do you see anything in the middle of the yard?
Lin Mei looked puzzled.
What? There's nothing there. Really nothing. Yuan Gu, are you asking me to look at the paving stones? Never mind. Alright, I'll go then. My mother is waiting for me to cook. Lin Mei left.
Gao Yuan walked to the square box in the center of the yard, reached out and touched it.
Could it be that Lin Mei really can't see it? Maybe outsiders can't see it at all.
Thinking this, Gao Yuan took out his phone and snapped a photo of the block. To his astonishment, the photo showed nothing at all.
Too magical.
Having confirmed the box's mysterious nature, Gao Yuan felt relieved, at least safe from discovery and covetous eyes.
After a tiring day, Gao Yuan felt exhausted. He casually made some food and went to sleep.
The next morning he locked the courtyard gate and once again entered the future world.
This time he brought some trinkets.
Although Qin Mu Gyutan had promised to handle matters on his behalf, Gao Yuan did not place all his trust in him.
What if Qin Mu Gyutan took his belongings and disappeared? Gao Yuan had a backup plan.
This time he did not rush to buy anything. Instead, he walked along the street, carefully observing this world. The air here was even worse than in the modern world.
The sky was a murky gray devoid of any hint of blue. Gao Yuan wanted to understand this world as quickly as possible. The best way was to watch news about it.
Fortunately, there were large screens broadcasting news on the streets. To be precise, there were no screens.
Instead, a square projection emanated from a device. Unlike the modern world, this projection was a three-dimensional area and the images within were also 3D. Gao Yuan sat on the roadside and began watching the news. Today, good news came from Lunar Base 1.
A rich deposit of rare metal niobium was discovered at a depth of 30,000 meters beneath the moon's surface, with reserves sufficient for 3,000 years of human use.
Employees at an asteroid mine have gone on strike today.
The head of the Asteroid Miners Union demanded the repeal of restrictions on air and water in the asteroid belt. The Supreme Earth Federation has announced that starting today 12 domains will be open to all personnel, aiming to improve the living standards of all humanity. The Earth Food Committee declared that the supply of natural food has decreased, once again recommending that the public consume synthetic food while urging synthetic food manufacturers to improve texture and taste.
Gao Yuan watched for 2 full hours.
Only when the news ended did he stand up, his mind filled with astonishment. In the future world, humanity's footprints had spread across the solar system. People traveled to the moon for tourism, mined metals on asteroids and Mars, and harvested energy from Jupiter. Earth was now merely a settlement devoid of factories, only cities remained. Factories were scattered across Mars, the asteroid belt, Ganymede and Titan, churning out colossal machinery that ventured into the vast cosmos. The hope of humanity's elite was to leave the solar system. Gao Yuan cared little for such grand visions, his only concern was what benefits he could extract from all this. This time he brought several bottles of Fingio, some modern craft porcelain and some food.
He intended to find another collaborator besides Qin Mu Gyutan.
He set his sights on an antique shop and strode in. Immediately a beautiful woman wearing a collar approached him. "Sir, how may I help you?"
As he walked through the streets, Gao Yuan noticed that many service staff in stores wore collars. He found it odd but did not dwell on it. "Is your boss here? Do you accept items for purchase?" Gao Yuan spoke while glancing around the shop. What he saw left him in awe.
The shop contained everything imaginable: antique vases, calligraphy and paintings, even black and white televisions from the 1980s of the modern era, bamboo-woven thermos bottles, stamps, banknotes, and even a primary school Chinese textbook published in 1993. What made Gao Yuan's eyes burn with desire was that the textbook was priced at 660000. Based on information gleaned from his conversation with Qin Mu Gyutan the day before, ordinary people in the future world spent dozens of units on nutritional paste per meal. The middle class ate slightly better synthetic food, and only the true elite could afford natural food. In the modern world, a common person also spent about the same amount per meal. From this perspective, consumption levels were roughly comparable. Thus a 660000 price tag for a primary school textbook seemed nothing short of robbery.
Sir, we do accept items?
Please follow me to our specialized purchasing department.
Gao Yuan followed the beautiful guide to the second floor, where he was received by a man without a collar. Sir, you wish to sell something?
Yes.
Please show me what you have.
The man placed a tray before Gao Yuan.
Gao Yuan took several items from his pocket: banknotes, cigarettes, an exquisite metal lighter, and a plate.
He had chosen these specific items to verify whether Qin Mu Gyutan had deceived him the previous day.
After placing the items on the tray, a glass cover rose and enveloped them.
The man fetched an instrument and began examining the contents. 10 minutes later, his face flushed with excitement. Sir, these banknotes are in pristine condition, of high quality, and confirmed to be genuine paper currency printed in Xia country in 2018. The cigarettes were produced in 2020 by the Nantian cigarette factory in Xia country, well preserved with no damage or oxidation. The lighter's production year is uncertain, but it is estimated to be around 1,000 years old, also in excellent condition. The plate is intact and the craftsmanship dates back about 1,000 years.
Gao Yuan was well aware that his items were authentic. I know. Give me your offer.
If you choose an outright sale, the banknotes are valued at 10 million, the cigarettes at 32 million. The well-preserved lighter, though relatively rare, is not extremely high in value, estimated at 3 million.
The plate is 5 million.
If you have any objections, please feel free to raise them.
Gao Yuan calculated mentally. The banknote offer matched Qin Mu Gyutan's quote.
The cigarettes couldn't be compared since he had given Qin Mu Gyutan an opened pack earlier.
The lighter was unknown to Qin Mu Gyutan. Here it was valued at only 3 million, suggesting it wasn't particularly valuable.
What surprised Gao Yuan was the plate, only 5 million. Besides an outright sale, what other options are there?
Consignment, of course. We can sign a contract.
Within 1 month we will sell the items and charge a 20% commission on the sale price.
The consignment price is guaranteed not to be lower than the outright purchase price. But the actual selling price is hard to predict. I see. Understood. Gao Yuan sat deep in thought. The man asked, Sir, would you like to sell? Are you satisfied with the price? Consignment or outright? Gao Yuan waved his hand. Look at this too.
He pulled out a bottle of Guangping Huangai Bo Fun from his bag. In the real world, this liquor was a daily staple for many, a pure grain light aroma baijiu. The man stared at Gao Yuan's hand, momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened. Is that liquor?
Gao Yuan nodded.
The man shook his head.
Though liquor is rare, it's not unheard of. I can offer 1 million for this bottle. 1 million. Gao Yuan smiled.
This is pure grain fermented. Perfectly preserved, over 1,000 years old. The man jumped up in shock.
Are you serious? Pure grain. Wait a moment. Pure grain liquor. Let me think.
10 years ago we auctioned an 800-year-old grain liquor for 60 million. Your bottle is in better condition, older, and likely stored under special sterile constant temperature conditions.
I believe it's worth over 80 million. How many do you have? Just one. I have 6 here.
This. Please wait, I'll fetch our boss.
Gao Yuan nodded, showing no urgency.
Moreover, such trinkets could be sourced from modern society in countless numbers, mere boxes costing a few hundred at liquor stores.
Gao Yuan wasn't after money. He understood that every world had its privileges. This antique shop was the most opulent on the street.
He had been observing since entering, testing the waters with small items to gauge prices, and the results had been satisfactory. Having tested the waters, it was time for business. Gao Yuan needed not money but supplies. He intended to trade his small novelties from the future world for a batch of high-tech products to take back to modern society. Only by circulating products and capital between the two worlds could Gao Yuan maximize his profits. He coveted not only the currency of the future world but also that of the modern one. Soon a middle-aged woman in a form-fitting suit entered, exuding a natural charm.
Hello, I'm Li Qingmei, owner of Jiayuan Antique Shop. Gao Yuan stood and extended his hand. I'm Gao Yuan, Ms. Li. Upon hearing the name, Li Qingmei's face flickered with surprise. Mr. Gao, you look unfamiliar. Not from Longjing. With 50 million people in Longjing, do you know them all? Gao Yuan retorted. Mr. Gao jokes.
Longjing has 50 million people but fewer than 100 with 2 character names.
What do you think? Gao Yuan didn't reply. Ms. Li, let's talk business. All right. Manager Lu mentioned you have a major deal. Yes. Take a look at this. Gao Yuan handed over the bottle in his hand.
Li Qingmei didn't take it, her expression unreadable. Liquor. Our appraiser has already examined it and told me pure grain alcohol, flawless condition as if
fresh off the production line. How many do you have, Mr. Gao? How many do you want? Gao Yuan countered.
Li Qingmei's spirits lifted. This meant he had more than just these few bottles.
To be honest, Mr. Gao, this liquor is too new.
Though the appraiser said it's fine, I suspect it might be old bottles refilled with new liquor. Could that new liquor be blended alcohol?
Don't be upset, Mr. Gao, after all, this kind of forgery is easy.
Gao Yuan paused, then opened the bottle of Finjo in his hand. Instantly the distinctive aroma of spirits filled the air.
Li Qingmei breathed in the fragrance, utterly captivated. Exactly. That's the scent I once smelled at a state banquet. Gao Yuan stoppered the bottle. Well. Any more doubts? None. Apologies, Mr. Gao. Well, take this liquor.
With such perfect condition you must have more than just these few bottles, right?
Li Qingmei asked, aware that such preservation conditions implied at least a warehouse full. How many do you want? Gao Yuan countered. Li Qingmei studied his expression, confirming his seriousness.
20 bottles, can you provide that?
At what price? 50 million per bottle.
As you know, bulk purchases reduce the unit price.
Deal. Gao Yuan hesitated briefly before agreeing.
Li Qingmei hadn't expected him to accept so readily. She had only been testing. In this world, liquor was not scarce, but high-end grain alcohol was extremely rare given the preciousness of natural grains, let alone grain-based spirits.
500 years ago the Unity government banned using grain for alcohol. Now all commercial liquor is synthetic. Mr.
Gao, you must be quite resourceful to acquire such a quantity of vintage grain spirits.
Is it a high-level exclusive supply? Don't worry about the source. Li Qingmei chuckled. Fine, then it's a straight cash deal, goods for money. No. I want a barter trade. Barter. I can't get you contraband.
If that's what you're after, this deal is off.
I'm a law-abiding man, why would I want contraband?
This liquor barely qualifies as an antique, but unlike other antiques it's consumable. And this won't be our only cooperation, Ms.
Li, don't you agree?
Li Qingmei raised an eyebrow and cast a flirtatious glance.
Mr. Gao, you're right. How do you understand these so well? Name your terms.
As long as they're legal, I'll agree to anything, even me.
Gao Yuan didn't take the bait. He tapped the table.
What I want is simple, some basic tech products and production lines like chips. Since Gao Yuan had arrived in this world, he intended to maximize profits, exchanging items from the real world for future technologies.
Li Qingmei frowned. Chip equipment is regulated, hard to get. Biochip production is a state monopoly now. No, not biochips, silicon-based chips. Gao Yuan spoke while watching her expression. Li Qingmei laughed. Silicon-based chips. That's easy, those are used in toys. What do you need them for? Don't worry about the use.
I want equipment for 5 nanometers and 3 nanometers silicon-based chips.
Not just 5 nanometers, even 1 nanometer 0.
1 nanometer lithography machines exist.
These are long obsolete technologies. Now only some toy manufacturers use silicon chips to cut costs.
In fact, 500 years ago silicon chips were mostly phased out, but later toy companies rediscovered that silicon waste could be processed into chips sufficient for toys at low cost.
So it's been revived. Gao Yuan was inwardly astounded but maintained a calm demeanor. Good. Same time tomorrow we'll bring 20 bottles.
Prepare various tech products and production lines worth $1 billion with silicon-based chip lithography equipment as a must.
No problem. Li Qingmei smiled. Gao Yuan glanced at his watch. The appointment with Qin Mu Guten was imminent. He had to leave. Farewell. Li Qingmei watched him rise and walked over gracefully.
Brother Gao, since business is done, how about dinner to build a connection?
Unnecessary.
Gao Yuan pushed her away, frowning slightly.
Li Qingmei noticed his expression and took a step back without a trace. Haha, what's the matter? Afraid I'll eat you? Gao Yuan looked at her seriously and nodded. Yes.
Leaving the antique shop, Gao Yuan headed to the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Qin Mu Guten yesterday.
He didn't go in directly. Because it was still early, Gao Yuan found a spot on the street across from the restaurant and sat down.
As he watched the opposite side. Meanwhile, Jiayuan antique shop owner Li Qingmei gave a stern order: investigate this man named Gao Yuan.
A 2-character name should be easy to trace.
The young man in a black suit standing before her asked, "Madam Li, what if he's using a fake name and isn't a noble at all, just an ordinary person? The name may be false but his status is unmistakable. This Gao Yuan is definitely from the upper echelons. Despite his youth he carries an air of authority. And didn't you notice his clothes? All natural plant fibers including his underwear and even his socks. Plus there's not a trace of nutritional paste on him. Do you know what that means? It means he grew up on natural food and wore natural fiber clothes. And did you see his expression when he unscrewed the bottle? He actually showed a hint of disgust. The aroma that intoxicated me, he found repulsive. That suggests his environment has so much grain alcohol that he's often seen drunkards, which alone would produce that expression. All of this points to his identity. Although there are 50 billion humans in this world, the top-tier people are fewer than 50,000, a ratio of 1 in a million. Investigating 50,000 people should be easy for you, shouldn't it? Around 25 years old, height 180 centimeters, male, standard build. Is that enough? The young man in black nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Li, I'll investigate right now. But investigating top-tier people might be too sensitive. Some identities are classified. Forced probing would attract the attention of the higher-ups. Li Qingmei paused. Investigate first. If you can find them, good. If not, don't bother. Those whose information cannot be found hold even higher status. Gao Yuan saw from a distance that Qin Mugyutan was walking toward that restaurant alone with a relaxed expression tinged with joy. Gao Yuan felt relieved. At least for now Qin Mugyutan harbored no ill intentions. What Gao Yuan did not know was that wherever he went he would be regarded as a top-tier person. In this world 1,000 years later, class had completely solidified and ordinary people absolutely dared not challenge the top tier. The reason classes were completely solidified yet people did not rebel was that in this world even the lowest stratum could live happily if they did not strive for advancement. There were nutrient-rich nutritional paste, temperature-regulating clothes, welfare, housing, free games and free transportation, free medical care and even free intelligent robot butlers and nursing robots if needed. Gao Yuan sat for another 10 minutes before getting up and walking toward the restaurant. As soon as he entered, Qin Mugyutan greeted him with a beaming smile. "Brother Gao, I thought you weren't coming." "Haha, Brother Tan, I was delayed on the way." "So was it settled?" "Settled, perfectly settled. Just a matter of spending some money." "How could I not be diligent about Brother Gao's matters?" Saying that, he took out a chip and handed it to Gao Yuan. "Brother, this is your identity chip. I know people like you certainly would not have it implanted, so I will not say more. This identity chip has already been activated with a bank account and I have transferred 30 million into it." "Why 30 million? Gao Yuan asked. "Hey, that pack of cigarettes, I met a tycoon who bought it for 20 million. "Cigarettes are that sought after?" Gao Yuan asked. "Of course, those are natural tobacco leaves only available for leadership allocation. Ordinary people, even if they have hundreds of billions, may not have the channels to get cigarettes." Gao Yuan found another avenue for making money. He had given Li Qingmei's Jiayuan antique shop the wine business. Perhaps he could also open a line with Qin Mugyutan. So far Qin Mugyutan seemed reliable. "Brother Tan interested in playing big." "What big? If I give you 100 packs of cigarettes, can you sell them?" Qin Mugyutan was first stunned, then filled with excitement. Gao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. 100 packs was only 10 cartons. Was it worth that much? "Brother Gao, are you serious?" "Of course." Qin Mugyutan was ecstatic. He was about to make it big. Had he not been waiting all these years for an opportunity? When he came today, Qin Mugyutan had hesitated about whether to transfer that extra 10 million to Gao Yuan. At his current income it was only a few million a year. 10 million was a considerable sum. As for the lighter that Gao Yuan had given him, he treasured it, planning to keep it as a family heirloom. Hearing that Gao Yuan was offering him 100 packs of cigarettes. What did that mean? It meant Qin Mugyutan would become the largest tobacco dealer in Longjing. Selling legitimate natural tobacco. Making money was secondary, more importantly it could expand his network and social status. Qin Mugyutan grasped Gao Yuan's hand with emotion. "Brother Gao, no boss Gao, how can I ever thank you? I have no way to repay you. If I had a daughter I would definitely marry her to you. By the way, Brother Tan, what name is on this identity?" "Hee, a 4-character name for convenience. Your name is Gao Yuan Yuan Gao." "That name was originally taken by someone else, but I spent some money and bought it directly." Gao Yuan Yuan Gao. The name was easy to remember. Qin Mugyutan had been thoughtful. However, Gao Yuan's rewards were also generous. "Boss Gao, you can log in to your brain message now. I have added you as a friend. We can have virtual interactive calls anytime." "Brain message?" "Yes, it is.
How we ordinary people chat. Qin Guten explained. Okay, I understand. Brother Tan, I will bring you the cigarettes tomorrow.
I will charge you 20 million per pack.
Half paid in kind, the other half by direct transfer.
Qin Guten hesitated for a moment. Brother Gao, 20 million per pack, to be honest you are giving me a good deal.
This price.
I know the current price of cigarettes is certainly higher than 20 million, and those are ordinary cigarettes. I will give you different varieties, you can grade them by taste, tar content and brand to earn more. But you should also know that the high price now is mainly due to scarcity. If a large quantity appears on the market, the price will drop. Do not complain then about low profits. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, Qin Guten waved his hand and said, No brother, if I am the only one with stock I will not lower the price.
Moreover, you do not understand.
In this world fewer than 1,000 people can smoke allocated cigarettes, but there are nearly 1 million billionaires. All these wealthy people would love to have natural cigarettes in their hands instead of e-cigarettes.
Besides these rich folks, there are millions of multi-millionaires.
While they cannot afford to smoke regularly, occasionally buying a pack for show is quite necessary. So there is no shortage of buyers for cigarettes.
Gao Yuan's eyes widened. Is cigarettes really that powerful?
Of course, you are a man of privilege, grew up smoking allocated cigarettes, you would not know.
Now there is no suitable land on earth for cultivation. Brother Gao, do you know how much a kilogram of soil suitable for planting costs?
You do not know, 50,000 per kilogram.
Seeds are even more expensive.
Even if someone wanted to grow tobacco leaves, there are no seeds.
And more importantly, government regulation. Brother Tan, are cigarettes regulated? Gao Yuan asked. Not exactly. Cigarettes themselves are not, but tobacco leaves are.
That means you cannot grow them, but if you have money and connections, buying cigarettes is your own ability.
You understand, this is actually a way for people like you to make money. But generally people of your status look down on this kind of profit. Qin Guten suddenly realized something was off. Awkwardly, Brother Gao, I did not mean you. I mean even ordinary wealthy people cannot get so many cigarettes.
Gao Yuan paid no heed. How you sell is your business, I don't care about the rest. Just then Qin Guten asked, Brother Gao, you just said half would be exchanged for supplies.
What supplies do you need?
Gao Yuan actually had no specific goal in mind, only knowing that in the future world what would surpass the real world was undoubtedly technology.
So definitely tech products.
Brother Tan, anything tech, mainstream, niche, basic, cutting edge, all work.
You want these? What use are they to you?
Supplies I can get or child's play for someone like you.
Gao Yuan waved his hand, leave that to me. Just prepare them. All right then. Got it.
Also, Brother Tan, if I want to buy a shop, what procedures are needed?
Qin Guten quickly nodded. That's a trivial matter, Brother Gao. I happen to have a shop, I'll give it to you. Give it to me. Gao Yuan gazed at Qin Guten.
In such a big city a shop was worth a fortune.
Hey Brother Gao, the location is poor.
I only sell nutrient paste there and make no profit.
You've given me such a lucrative opportunity, what's a little shop worth? No need. Let's keep things separate. Gao Yuan's idea of wanting a shop had just dawned on him.
In this world he had temporarily opened two paths, Qin Guten selling cigarettes and Li Qingmei of Jiayuan Antique selling liquor.
But Gao Yuan had bigger ambitions.
He certainly wasn't content with just peddling small goods. He aspired to become the ruler of both the real world and the future world.
Thus he wanted more. Gao Yuan wanted to build his own power in this world.
Now that he had a legal identity, though it was a four-character name and only placed him among the middle class of this world, it sufficed for now. His real name Gao Yuan was too conspicuous in this world.
Gao Yuan did not intend to use Qin Guten or Li Qingmei's hands to meddle in his backup plans.
The more money he earned in this world, the more he needed formidable power. Only strength could maintain his status and financial empire. And it was simple to execute: acquire natural resources and food from the real world and advanced technology from the future world. This was the perfect business, benefiting both worlds, trading trivial items for urgently needed supplies.
Qin Guten, observing Gao Yuan's expression, was certain he genuinely didn't want the shop.
Soon he understood top-tier people were too proud, accepting a gift would be demeaning.
Besides, Gao Yuan likely wouldn't trust using his shop. Since Brother Gao doesn't want it, forget it. Buying a shop is simple on earth, purchasing a store is like buying a commodity, no reporting needed.
Ordinary small shops have no taxes.
Good. Understood. Gao Yuan watched Qin Guten leave, then returned to where he had emerged.
This door, which Gao Yuan called the Spacetime Gate, was his most important possession. So if he wanted to build a stronghold in both worlds, the best location was near the Spacetime Gate.
Fortunately, outside the Spacetime Gate was an empty lot.
After walking a few hundred meters he spotted a solitary shop, bleak and desolate. So he entered. Boss, is this shop for transfer? A haggard young girl emerged. You want to buy the shop?
Yes. How much? 1,000. No, 8 million. Can you afford it?
After asking, the girl suddenly noticed Gao Yuan's clothes, her face full of astonishment.
You're wearing fiber clothes.
You must be rich, at least 10 million.
Are you the owner? The owner is my mom. Why? Nothing. Does your mom agree? Agree.
Oh, why else would I put it up for transfer, right?
Gao Yuan looked at the girl. I'll only talk to the owner. Have your mom come out? Hearing this, the girl's expression flickered. Talking to me is the same. Gao Yuan smiled. Is it that your mom doesn't agree at all? Or are you planning to use the money for something bad? Don't talk nonsense. I'm doing this for her too. Keeping this shop gets us nowhere.
Better to sell it and try real meat for once. Wear natural clothes like yours,
the girl said indignantly. Gao Yuan chuckled. You hold a grudge against me.
How could a rich man like you understand our suffering?
Us bottom dwellers are treated like pigs by the government, fed just enough not to cause trouble, given scraps of food and clothes.
We eat the worst nutrient paste, wear temperature suits, live in high-rise pigeonholes, and even our entertainment is limited to a few garbage games.
The girl grew angrier. The government has guaranteed your basic needs. If you want happiness, shouldn't you strive for it yourself? Gao Yuan countered. Strive? What can we do?
High-level jobs are beyond our reach. We don't have the skills, never learned them.
All basic jobs are done by robots. Who would hire us? We have no resources, no connections, can't even find work.
Only the middle class, those with 4 or 5 character names, can work.
Us bottom dwellers with 6 or more characters just live meaninglessly. Oh right, voting for you during elections is our only value. Gao Yuan hadn't expected this dimension.
In this future world with rigid class stratification, even though the bottom dwellers had food and clothing, human nature always resents inequality. When some eat natural food while others can only have nutrient paste, discontent is inevitable.
What's your name? Lin Yin Meng Jiang Nanwu. Alright, Lin Nanwu. What if I could fulfill your wish?
Gao Yuan found the 6-character name cumbersome and simplified it to 3 characters.
Fulfill what?
Give you real natural food to eat, real cotton clothes to wear.
You're tricking me. Gao Yuan looked into Lin Nanwu's big eyes and retorted, why would I trick you? You're a rich man. So what?
Are all rich men liars?
You could become one too. Don't you want your child to have a 2-character name? Don't you want to eat natural food every day? Lin Nanwu was dumbfounded. I do. Work for me. What do you want me to do?
First help me manage this shop. Half an hour later, Gao Yuan didn't know how Lin Nanwu had convinced her mother. Now he had signed a contract with the middle-aged woman in front of him, a transfer price of 10 million. Besides the transfer agreement, there was also an employment contract.
Gao Yuan hired Lin Nanwu and her mother as his first employees.
They were to manage this shop. Originally it sold temperature suits, the most common clothing in the future world. Built-in solar reactors kept the internal temperature constant, impervious to fire, water, wind and rain. Even in minus 50 degrees, wearing such a suit felt like spring. In the future world, most people wore thermal clothing, differing only in style. The lowest class wore government-issued gray baggy one-piece thermal suits. To obtain other styles, one had to purchase them. A set of differently styled thermal clothing ranged from 1,000 to 10,000 credits. These were sold to those not utterly destitute among the lower class, though the middle class also bought them. Yet the middle class rarely frequented Lin Wu's small shop. Now the several hundred thermal suits in stock had been entirely bought out by Gao Yuan. As for the shop, Gao Yuan intended it as a foothold in this world, conveniently located not far from his portal point. Lin Nanwu's first task was to register a company under the name Gao Yuan Gao.
Lin Nanwu and Lin Mu would be the initial employees.
In a world 1,000 years later, registering a company required at least 100 million in registered capital.
Gao Yuan lacked that for now, but Lin Nanwu could begin the paperwork. The capital injection would take a few days, by which time Gao Yuan was certain his account would be sufficiently funded. For now he needed to return to the modern world, taking these hundreds of thermal suits with him. This was the first step of his rise in the present world. Nanwa, help me carry these things over there.
Also find me a batch of loyal and reliable employees,
Gao Yuan said.
Lin Nanwu smirked.
Boss, loyal and reliable employees are obviously robots. Robots? What kind? Gao Yuan had yet to see the robots of this world. Boss, haven't you noticed? Robotic employees are everywhere on the streets. They look just like real people except for the collars. Without those you probably couldn't tell them apart. Gao Yuan was stunned. He had indeed seen many shop employees wearing collars and thought them peculiar decorations. He never imagined the collar signified a robot. Why do robots wear collars? Gao Yuan asked. Collars are like human identity chips. They contain the robot's model serial number. The owner can check the robot's status anytime through the collar. Gao Yuan understood. Then how much do robots cost? Assembly line robots are cheap, around 100,000. Those serving human customers in shops cost a bit more, around 300,000. Specialized robots like surgical ones in medical fields are around 800,000. Lin Nanwo replied. Gao Yuan found the prices reasonable. He had seen the shop robots, their appearance, movements and speech were indistinguishable from real humans. Previously he hadn't even realized they were robots. Such robots cost 300,000 apiece in the future world. In the modern world they would be sought after even at 10 or 100 times the price. More importantly, even selling it cost Gao Yuan wouldn't lose money. After all, a pack of cigarettes brought here could net him dozens or even hundreds of lifelike robots. Robots were undeniably more reliable than humans. Gao Yuan realized that frequent travel between present and future worlds would be exhausting if he had to move goods alone, so he planned to bring several robots back to modern society. Nanwu will give you 3 million. Go buy 10 robots, 5 for you to handle matters and 5 for me to take. Buy robots. No problem. Lin Nanwo replied excitedly. How long will it take? Half an hour. He'll contact the delivery via brain signal right now. Each robot can only recognize one owner. Once bound, it cannot be changed unless destroyed. All right, I'll wait. Half an hour later, an unmanned delivery truck arrived with 10 boxes. Lin Nanwo was ecstatic. Boss, want to open one? I specifically picked the supermodel type for you, each with a different... Gao Yuan looked at the young girl, grateful for her thoughtfulness. A hint of excitement stirred within him as he imagined 10 beauties in the boxes. Though robots, they were identical to real humans, the only difference being that humans ate and robots recharged. His hands trembled as he opened a box. In his mind flashed scenes from certain action films where beauties were delivered to the protagonist in boxes. Now he was that protagonist. Opening the box felt like a lottery. He tore the seal and slowly opened it. Inside lay a tall, stunning beauty with flawless features, lying like a sleeping princess with curved eyelashes. This is a robot. What do you think, boss? Shocking, right? Actually, I'd never seen an unboxed robot myself. Hurry, activate it. Lin Nanwo said with a shy expression. Gao Yuan glanced at the bowtie spotty. Though there were 2 buttons, they were awkwardly placed, especially with Lin Nanwo watching. He asked awkwardly, how do I turn it on? How would I know? I'm dirt poor. I never even bought a robot. In fact, I used to hate them. Without robots would have jobs, and those with jobs are middle class, able to take 4-character or 5-character names. Gao Yuan hesitated, then pressed one button. No response. He pressed the other. Still nothing. Just then Lin Mu, blushing from the side, said, boss, maybe try the collar. Oh right. Gao Yuan searched the collar for a button but found none. Suddenly the collar lit up. 056 type simulation robot is starting. Please wait. Fingerprint loading. After about 30 seconds the beauty in the box opened her eyes. The moment she saw Gao Yuan she gave a sweet smile. Hello, master. Her voice was sweet and clear. Gao Yuan was entranced. A bold idea came to him. Could such lifelike robots be sold to home buddies? The beauty robot stood up from the box and bowed to Gao Yuan. 056 type number 77857, a domestic robot. Please give me a name, master. At that moment a line from Li Bei's poem came to Gao Yuan's mind. Light brows like autumn water, jade skin with gentle breeze. You shall be called Dandenlight. From now on don't call me master. Call me boss. Yes, boss. From now on I am Dandan. Lin Nanwo laughed upon hearing the name. Boss, your naming skills are terrible. Gao Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. What do you know? Light brows like autumn water, jade skin with gentle breeze, Dandan Mimi Ruru Choshuan Fong Fong. Well, they did sound unpleasant, but it didn't matter. After all, the robot wouldn't protest. Gao Yuan had 5 beauties each carry a bundle of thermal suits and walked toward the nearby door. The remaining 5 robots stayed to help manage the newly purchased shop. Of course, saying he needed to tidy up was merely a pretense. There was nothing to be tidied since even the only remaining stock had been taken away by Gao Yuan. Boss, after you leave, what work should we do? Lin Nanwo asked with eager anticipation. Didn't you ask me to help register the company and handle the procedures? That's quick, just fill in the forms on the interstellar network, submit the application, and it's done. After approval, inject capital, then review again, it's fast. Someone actually asking for more work. Gao Yuan could see the desire for work in her eyes. An employee who longs to be exploited like that is a good employee. But Gao Yuan really had no work for her right now aside from registering the company. He pondered for a moment. Nanwa, you can start by cleaning the shop inside and out, make it spotless. Throw away everything. I'll be back soon. Gao Yuan had specifically asked Lin Nanwo earlier and she couldn't see that door at all.
This reassured him greatly. Back in his own backyard, Gao Yuan felt as if eons had passed. Originally he had thought his entrepreneurial venture had failed and he would just muddle through life in his hometown until death. Little did he imagine that his backyard led to a future world. This time he returned with robots and hundreds of thermostatic garments. These items were commonplace in the future, especially the thermostatic garments, which were as cheap as street stall goods. But in modern society they were undeniably cutting-edge technology. One garment sufficed for all seasons, no matter how cold or hot. Forever maintaining a constant temperature, impervious to fire and water, resistant to dirt, truly a divine garment. As good as they were, the thermostatic garments were not suitable for public sale just yet. Simulation robots too were absolute game-changers for both men and women. Everyone harbors an ideal partner in their heart, but reality often fails to provide one, or even if one appears, they don't fancy you. Simulation robots could fulfill everyone's fantasies, forever youthful, costing nothing, never complaining, needing no rest, never tiring, ever gentle and considerate. Perfect. However, Gao Yuan had no intention of selling robots as he needed them to work for him. After all, he had no money to hire employees in the real world. In the future world, Gao Yuan had already laid out two lines. One was trading alcohol for a lithography machine, the other was trading cigarettes for a thermostatic garment production line. As a former entrepreneur, Gao Yuan knew the importance of preparing for the future. To develop his own industries he needed a base, and he had no choice, it had to be Muzha. Thus he wanted to transform the entire Muzha into a large-scale production base, and that required policy support. Coincidentally, one of Gao Yuan's old classmates had become a civil servant working in the Investment Promotion Bureau of Qinghai County. He found Bai Moya's number in his phone and dialed. Soon the call connected. A delighted voice came. Gao Yuan, is that you? Long time no see. You're back. Yeah, I'm in Muzha. How have you been? Not bad, just a minor clerk responsible for attracting investment. But Qinghai County is too remote, it's tough, I'm almost giving up. Gao Yuan grinned, this was perfect. Ma, you got time to chat? I'm thinking of setting up a production base in my hometown. Really? I know you were starting a business in Xinjiang. I saw news about you a few years ago. Big boss, welcome back to invest. Alright, how about noon? I'll call you when I arrive. After hanging up, Gao Yuan saw a pop-up news alert: heavy rain for days in Shannan, many areas flooded. He sighed, so much calamity. Donations were out of the question for now. But then he thought of the thermostatic garments. So he donated 200 pieces to the rescue workers. These garments would keep their bodies in optimal condition. Gao Yuan directly instructed the two sisters Dan Dan and Mei Mei to pack 200 pieces and place them at the door. He planned to mail them to the disaster area when he went to the county seat. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. A voice came through. Old Gao, you left Xinjiang? Yeah. Send me your address, I'll come find you tomorrow. What do you want to see me for? Didn't you go to work at Huawei? Hell, I'm tired too. Coming to hang out with you and clear my head. After hanging up, Gao Yuan felt a touch of emotion. The caller was Zhang Bai, his former right-hand man and partner and his best buddy from college. When Gao Yuan went bankrupt, others fled like snakes and scorpions, afraid he'd borrow money from them. Only Zhang Bai didn't complain. After all, the money he invested was meant for buying his wedding house. Now the company was gone, the money lost. Naturally, the wedding fell through. Gao Yuan heard that Zhang Bai had broken up with his girlfriend. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuan sent Zhang Bai his location. He really needed a capable assistant now, and this time. Starting a business couldn't possibly fail. Earlier he had let Zhang Bai down, but now he would lift him up. After hanging up, Gao Yuan drove his electric tricycle to Linhai County again, first mailing out the thermostatic garments for the disaster area. Then he parked the tricycle by the roadside and dialed Bai Moya's number again. Little fish, I'm here. Ha! Where? Wait for me, I'll be right there. Gao Yuan gave the address. He had just smoked a cigarette when he saw a girl across the street waving at him. Bai Mayu wore a well-fitted black small blazer over a white t-shirt, her hair tied in a bun, both intellectual and playful. She ran toward Gao Yuan in high heels. As she reached him, her foot twisted and she tumbled toward the roadside, just as a taxi sped by. Bai Mayu was terrified, her face losing color. Gao Yuan moved swiftly, grabbing her and pulling her sharply toward him. She stumbled into his embrace. A faint fragrance wafted over him. On a whim, Gao Yuan tightened his arms, holding her closer. After a dozen seconds, Bai Mayu came to her senses, brushing a stray strand of hair from her temple. Where shall we go sit?
Ha! Gao Yuan quickly released Bai Mayu. How about the bookstore? Bai Mayu nodded. Gao Yuan and Bai Mayu were high school classmates, both regulars at the bookstore. Mentioning the bookstore, they shared an unspoken understanding. They both meant the Sanwei bookstore near the school. They walked over. It felt like returning to the innocent era of high school. Gao Yuan recalled amusing anecdotes from that time, a smile curving his lips. Little fish, remember the time you stained a book in the bookstore? I remember. It was you who saved me that day buying that book. It's not that I didn't have money that day, I had lost it. I know. How could you know? Bai Mayu asked. Because when I went to school this morning I saw you ahead and your wallet fell into the drain. Bai Mayu was taken aback. Then why didn't you tell me? Would it have helped? Could it be retrieved? Well, that makes sense. Gao Yuan smiled. Actually, he had deliberately followed Bai Mayu that time to help her out of trouble. Since they were classmates before but not very close after that incident, Bai Mayu and Gao Yuan became much closer. By the way, why didn't you accept the money I returned that time? You even secretly tucked it into my textbook and I only saw it during the holiday. Gao Yuan said calmly, nothing much. I just felt that if I took your money the favor would be gone. So that's the reason. No wonder. A few times when you didn't do your homework I was too embarrassed to tell the teacher. When the teacher asked if I had collected all the assignments I said yes. One time the teacher found out and said your homework was missing. Really? That happened. How did you handle it? I said I lost it. I got scolded by the teacher for half an hour. As they talked about high school anecdotes, the estrangement from years of separation quickly vanished. Sitting in the bookstore, there was no longer any barrier between them. After chatting for a while, they soon got down to business. Boss Gao, how much are you planning to invest? 2 billion maybe. I want to relocate the residents of Muza and build a base there. Does your investment promotion bureau have policies regarding this? Bai Mayu's jaw dropped. 2 billion. That's a huge move. This is the biggest investment in Jinghai's history. Gao Yuan, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Well, the investment amount, if our leaders find out they'll probably go crazy with joy. Don't go crazy yet. Help me get things done first. Tell me the specific policies. Bai Mayu said a lot. Gao Yuan suddenly interrupted, haven't you eaten? Ah. You haven't eaten either. Ha, come on, let's go eat. Talk while we eat. After the meal they strolled until after 4 in the afternoon. Bai Mayu finally said, Gao Yuan, this matter is too big. I need to report to the leader first. Then we'll set up another appointment. By then our bureau chief will definitely accompany you to discuss the project in person. Alright, go ahead. Call me if anything comes up. After parting with Bai Mayu, Gao Yuan went to the supermarket and bought several cases of Huangdai Bofen liquor and over a dozen cartons of cigarettes. These purchases used up part of Gao Yuan's credit limit. Then he drove his 3-wheel truck back to Muza. As soon as he got home he saw Lin Mei waiting at the door. Why are you here? Brother Yuan, you're back. What's the matter? Gao Yuan asked. Brother Yuan, I made some pastries myself. Since you're home alone and no one cooks for you, I brought some for you to try. Lin Mei lifted the tray in her hands. That's thoughtful of you. Brother Yuan, what have you been busy with these past 2 days? Doing business. Gao Yuan said casually. Lin Mei's eyes lit up. Brother Yuan, are you starting a business again? I studied advertising design in college. My mother is ill so I can't leave. How about I work with you? Design. Can you do UI? Can you do photography? Of course. Lin Mei said proudly. Gao Yuan showed a surprised expression. His company wasn't even established yet, but he had already hired a designer. It didn't matter though, many materials could be prepared in advance. Lin Mei would be the graphic designer while Zhang Baiyi handled marketing and programming. His client side was taken care of. No problem in taking you on as an employee. With that, Gao Yuan opened the door.
At this moment the Danmei five sisters were tidying up the front yard which they had already cleaned spotlessly. The smell from the past couple of days had mostly aired out. Gao Yuan planned to move into the front yard to live, and from then on the backyard would be his secret storage, not to be brought to the backyard. Except for the robots. Lin Mei had followed excitedly, but when she saw the Danmei five sisters she was stunned.
Brother Yuan, who are they? Oh, they're all my employees. Lin Mei's expression turned unnatural.
She kept glancing at the Danmei five sisters, feeling more and more inferior. How could these beauties look like that? Such great figures and such high beauty. How could Brother Yuan have so many beautiful women around? Lin Mei felt a vague sense of disappointment.
Gao Yuan, however, didn't notice.
Lin Mei, if you need anything just tell them.
Order them to do it, don't be polite. They're all family. Family.
Lin Mei felt she was an outsider. Just then the sound of a car parking came from outside.
Gao Yuan listened intently and showed a surprised expression. Our team has gained another key member.
As he spoke, a young man entered through the door. Dressed in a tight-fitting suit with slick back hair and a fair complexion, he pounced on Gao Yuan as soon as he saw him. Old Gao, dammit, this is way too remote.
But the scenery isn't bad. Gao Yuan punched Zhang Bai.
How did you get here so fast?
I just called you this morning and now it's not even dark yet. Nonsense, I was afraid you might do something stupid and kill yourself. For you I even lost my wedding house. I'm definitely going to cling to you. Gao Yuan knew these were all excuses. Zhang Bai was just worried about him.
This guy was highly skilled. Although he was a programmer, he was completely different from other programmers, very flashy and also understood marketing. Old Zhang were going to fight side by side again. Zhang Bai was stunned, his face full of surprise.
Are you starting a business again?
I knew it, you could never work for others in this lifetime.
Even stuck in this remote backwater you won't give up. Gao Yuan looked touched. Damn it, wouldn't it be better to be a stable executive? You had to come looking for me. Stop blabbering.
I resigned from $1 million annual salary executive position for you.
You owe me a girl.
Before he finished, Zhang Bai saw the Danmei five sisters standing in the yard. He pulled Gao Yuan aside. Old Gao, you're impressive. So many beauties, top quality. I'll handle the girlfriend matter myself.
Just don't stop me. Gao Yuan didn't care.
Take your pick. If you fancy any, I'll give her to you.
Zhang Bai was overjoyed. Really? Do they obey you?
Of course.
Dan, come here.
From now on you will assist General Manager Zhang. You must satisfy any of his demands, understand?
Yes, boss. Dan bowed and replied. Zhang Bai was ecstatic.
Good brother, but the name's a bit strange. Such a beautiful girl called Dan.
Not egg, it's Dan. The Dan that means light eyebrows like autumn water. How do you know which Dan I meant? Zhang Bai retorted in defiance.
When you twitch your butt I know what fart you're gonna drop. We're too familiar with each other.
Zhang Bai chuckled. Alright, you know me too well, old Gao. What are you planning to do with this startup? Ha! There's a little sister here too.
Lin Mei looked speechless. She was considered the class beauty in college, wasn't she? How come she was being ignored here? It was all because the other women were too beautiful. Old Zhang, this is my sister Lin Mei, our graphic designer and artist.
Oh, you even have a graphic designer.
Your life here is too comfortable, all beauties.
That night they messed around until midnight and Zhang Bai got dead drunk. Early the next morning, Gao Yuan got up, drank a glass of water and had a piece of bread.
He went to the backyard again and stepped through the timespace door. Beside him were Ru Chio and Shui, three beautiful robot maids pulling a small cart loaded with liquor. Gao Yuan carried 10 cartons of cigarettes in his hands. Passing through the door, Gao Yuan arrived once more in the future world. He first went to a small shop not far away which was spotlessly clean and naturally utterly empty. Aside from a few smart massage chairs there was nothing else. Gao Yuan had the three sisters Ru Chio and Shui set down their goods, then called out to Lin Nanwu.
How's the company registration going? The application has been submitted.
It should be reviewed within 24 hours.
After the review there will be a capital verification within 3 days.
Good.
I brought you a gift.
Here.
With that, Gao Yuan handed Lin Nanwu a paper bag.
Inside the bag were dishes Gao Yuan had packed from Linhai County town. In total 4 dishes, 1 beggar's chicken, 1 steamed base, 1 plate of stir-fried greens and 1 plate of fried mushrooms.
Lin Nanwu took the bag and took a deep breath. Wow, boss, it smells amazing.
What is this? This is the natural food you've been dying to eat.
Gao Yuan said.
Really? Lin Nanwo was practically drooling. She opened the containers one by one, gazing at the colorful aromatic dishes, and her eyes reddened. I've never eaten food like this in my whole life, not even synthetic food. Every birthday my mother would buy me the best nutrition paste, but no matter how good the paste is, it's still paste. When I grew up I swore I would taste natural food at least once. Boss, this must have cost you a fortune.
Can I ever repay you in this lifetime?
Lin Nanwo looked at Gao Yuan with her big watery eyes.
Repay what? A boss treating his employee to a meal is nothing. Don't overthink it. Gao Yuan sighed inwardly.
The people of the future world might lack nothing in material terms, but they were truly pitiable. They had never even seen or tasted natural food.
All right, enough sentimentality. Give it a try.
Lin Nanwo stood up and suddenly hugged Gao Yuan, her big eyes fixed on him.
Boss, I like you. Gao Yuan was startled. Are you even an adult?
Almost. Lin Nanwo blinked her big eyes.
That gave Gao Yuan a headache. A minor. Am I breaking the law? Employing child labor.
He quickly dismissed the thought. What child labor? He was just taking in a poor girl.
As long as he kept his behavior proper, then it was fine. You don't know a thing about liking someone. Go call your mother and eat together. I'm going out on business. With that, Gao Yuan led the three robots towing the liquor toward Gao Yuan antique shop.
As soon as he reached the door, Li Qingmei came out to greet him.
Mr. Gao, you're here. Li Qingmei was full of trepidation when she saw Gao Yuan.
Yesterday she had arranged for someone to investigate his background. But immediately she was warned off.
Li Qingmei was terrified.
With such a sensitive surname Gao, she had roughly figured out his background. In this world there was only one family with the surname Gao that wielded such power. Now facing Gao Yuan, her heart was full of afterfear, worried that the forces behind him might crush her. But what Li Qingmei didn't know was that her inquiry about a young man with a two-character name, the very pinnacle in dragon capital, had spared her life only because it was just the beginning. She thought she had been discovered by Gao Yuan.
Mr. Gao, about yesterday. I was in the wrong. I apologize.
About yesterday. Gao Yuan had no idea what had happened.
I've brought the liquor. Are your goods ready? Ready.
Here's the list. She tapped her wristband and a virtual screen appeared before Gao Yuan displaying a detailed inventory. 100 silicon-based chip lithography machines, 5000010 smart production lines for silicon-based chip lithography, 100000010 smart research robots, 8000010 smart robot production lines, 200000010 virtual 3D interactive communication wristbands, 2000010 production lines for virtual wristbands, 300000010 space tourist buses, 5000001 production line for space tourist buses, 20000001000 tons of 100 pure silicon wafers complimentary.
Seeing the list, Gao Yuan was stunned. So much.
And they even gave away 1,000 tons of 100 pure silicon wafers. How did they achieve 100 purity? The higher the purity, the better the chips.
But Gao Yuan quickly calmed down.
In a world 1,000 years from now, was 100 purity really that hard to achieve?
Probably not.
It was like how ancient people couldn't imagine a car speeding at 300 kilometers per hour.
Mr.
Gao, if you're not satisfied with these supplies, I can exchange them.
Gao Yuan's heart was full of shock, but his face remained placid, a businessman's basic skill. No need.
This will do.
Mr.
Gao, where should these items be delivered?
Gao Yuan was also troubled. He hadn't expected so many things, dozens of production lines alone.
He had nowhere to store them. His only property was Lin Nanwa's small shop, which was definitely too small. Deliver the lithography machines to this address first.
I'll notify you for the rest. Gao Yuan gave Li Qingmei Lin Nanwa's shop address.
The area around the shop had plenty of open space. It would serve as temporary storage. More importantly, Gao Yuan planned to buy the land.
Very well, Mr. Gao. Thank you for your trouble, Boss Li.
Since the supplies are ready, please accept the liquor. With that, Gao Yuan had the three sisters Dan Ru and Shu Wei begin moving the boxes.
Each box held 12 bottles, less than 2 boxes in total.
Li Qingmei was surprised to see Gao Yuan using a handcart. Such antiques hadn't been used for centuries, but she dared not ask. Upper-class people had their quirks. Boss Li, please inspect the goods.
No need. I trust you, Mr. Gao. Gao Yuan waved his hand. Business is business. He opened a case. Even without uncorking a bottle, the intoxicating aroma of the liquor wafted out. Mr. Gao, only someone like you could obtain so much liquor. These bottles are both antiques and commodities. Li Qingmei praised sincerely. It's nothing special, Gao Yuan said. Li Qingmei's heart stirred. Mr. Gao, if you have more, we could actually establish a long-term partnership. Gao Yuan hesitated. We'll talk next time. We can add each other on BrainChat. Just contact me directly whenever you need. All right. Back at the shop, the lithography machines had already arrived, piled up at the entrance. Lin Nanwo ran over. Boss, why did you bring so much stuff? Nanwo, if I want to build a warehouse here, whom should I purchase this land from? Here. Yes. Something wrong. Can't I build here? I don't know. Gao Yuan smiled wryly. Lin Nanwu was just a low-level girl, of course she wouldn't know. He'd have to ask Qin Mu Gutan later. Just as he was thinking, Lin's mother spoke up. Mr. Gao, you want to build a warehouse here? Yes. Do you know how to go about it? Mr. Gao, this piece of land used to be an abandoned factory. My mother was once an employee there. Our family was middle class back then, but the factory's technology became outdated and it closed down. The land is worthless, so it's been sitting vacant ever since. If you want to buy it, it'll take you there. I know who owns it. No rush. Help me ask about it first. You'll come to complete the transaction later. If this works out, it'll give you a raise. With that, Gao Yuan took the cigarettes and went straight to find Qinmu Gyutan. He realized that in this future world he also needed money everywhere, so he was going to Qinmu Gyutan to repay his debt with cigarettes. Cigarettes and alcohol were hard currency among men in modern society. Alcohol could even demonstrate status more than cigarettes. But in this future world, cigarettes were far more valuable than alcohol. After all, there was still alcohol in the future world, though it was blended from synthetic spirits. But cigarettes were something ordinary people could never get their hands on. In terms of price, the small bottle of erguotu that Gao Yuan gave Li Qingmei cost 1 million each. Yet the cigarettes he gave to Qinmu Gyutan, regardless of brand, cost as much as 20 million per pack. That was the difference. 100 packs of cigarettes were worth 2 billion. Gao Yuan casually carried a paper bag containing 10 cartons of cigarettes. He never dreamed that the goods he was holding in his hand were worth 2 billion. It was simply absurd. As he walked along the road, a sudden flicker appeared before his eyes. A message popped up. One unread message from Qinmu Gyutan. Gao Yuan then realized that this was a mind message. He silently thought open. Instantly a message appeared before his eyes. Qinmu Gyutan, brother Gao, have you arrived? Gao Yuan replied directly, almost there. Great, great. Qinmu Gyutan had gone all in for this deal. As a speculator trader, his net worth was less than 1 billion. To scrape together the payment for Gao Yuan, he had mortgaged all his assets, borrowed high-interest loans from underground banks, and even sought help from friends, obtaining various supplies on credit. He pledged everything he owned. Went to underground loan sharks for usurious loans, and even exhausted all his connections to gather supplies, all on credit. Qinmu Gyutan was brimming with excitement. As long as he got Gao Yuan's 100 packs of cigarettes, he could turn his fortune around immediately. Not only that, but he could also use this to open the door to high society. For you see, the class structure in the future world was extremely rigid. Being able to ascend even a single tier was the ultimate stroke of luck. In the distance, Qinmu Gyutan saw Gao Yuan approaching with a paper bag in his hand. His eyelids twitched. Were those cigarettes in the bag? 100 packs. How could something so precious be carried so casually? Qinmu Gyutan's perception of Gao Yuan rose another level. This was true mastery, handling something worth 2 billion with such nonchalance. He even suspected that Gao Yuan might be a top-tier world scion. Otherwise he couldn't imagine anyone else being so formidable. It was said that the global cigarette production did not exceed 1,000 packs. Yet Gao Yuan was delivering 100 packs in one go. What kind of family background did he come from? Gao Yuan waved from a distance. Qinmu Gyutan hurried over. Brother Gao, you're here. Yes, find a place to talk. Sure, I know a restaurant. Skip the restaurant. Where are the supplies you prepared? I rented a warehouse, said Qinmu Gyutan. Then let's go to your warehouse. When they arrived at Qinmu Gyutan's warehouse, Gao Yuan saw it was a small space, less than 50 square meters. Gao Yuan wondered what supplies Qinmu Gyutan had prepared for him. Brother Gao, take a look. All the supplies are here, worth 1 billion. And he'll transfer the other 1 billion in cash to your account. Brother Gao, it's a good thing you wanted half in supplies. If you had asked for all cash, I wouldn't have been able to scrape it together even if you tore me apart. Qin Guten said with a laugh. What are they? Hee brother Gao, come see, this is life-sustaining vitality serum. I've prepared 300 bottles each worth 1 million. This stuff, as long as a person still has a breath, one bottle can sustain them for at least half a year. If their condition is slightly better, it can last a year. Gao Yuan looked at the tiny vial, deeply shaken. What a treasure. This is practically a life-saving miracle drug. What else? This. It's called a brainwave imager. It's a gadget used by entertainment companies. Once you wear it, any images you imagine in your mind can be directly exported. It's quite interesting and not cheap, 300 million. Gao Yuan nodded calmly. Ah. Qin Guten flashed a mysterious smile. Brother Gao, I guarantee you, even if you're from the top tier, you've never seen this one. This is the first unit in the world. I managed to get my hands on it. Gao Yuan watched as Qin Guten lifted the last box. Inside was a very small device. What is this? Guess. Gao Yuan picked it up and examined it for a while but didn't find anything special. Brother Gao, watch me. Saying this, Qin Guten strapped it around his waist and pressed a button. Soon a phantom appeared in front of him. A few seconds later, Gao Yuan watched in astonishment as Qin Guten transformed into a tiger, so lifelike the foul breath it emitted was unsettlingly real. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Yuan's back. This. Brother Gao, this is a morphing device. It was developed by a research team at Longjing University of Science and Technology. They were short on funds, so I offered 400 million and took it directly. From what they said, it seems they implanted animal genes. When worn, it simulates transformation. I don't know the exact details. Gao Yuan stared at the tiger before him, which spoke with Qin Guten's voice before snapping back to reality. What a find. Brother Tan, how long can this thing last? How do you change back? No operation needed, just think of turning back into human form and it'll happen. Each transformation lasts up to 24 hours. But since it's a prototype, it's best not to exceed 12 hours. Otherwise there might be malfunctions. Best not to exceed 12 hours. Otherwise it might break down. Gao Yuan nodded. Good, not bad. Brother, then shall we consider it a deal? Of course. Gao Yuan handed over the cigarettes. Now that Qin Guten didn't know Gao Yuan's background, he wouldn't dare to cheat him. Brother, I'll give you a cargo flying vehicle. It's autonomous, just enter the address and it'll take you. Gao Yuan sat in the cargo flying vehicle and returned to the shop where Lin Nanwu and her mother were waiting for him. Lin's mother saw him and said, Sir, I've asked around. When the owner heard that you wanted to buy this land, he was very excited. The person in charge is already here. Good, have the robot unload the things and put them here for now. Gao Yuan noticed a man beside Lin's mother. Hello. Hello, you must be Mr. Gao. Are you really planning to buy this piece of land? Yes, what's the price? Mr. Gao, this land is not huge, but it covers 10,000 square meters, from that alley entrance to that shop. It's all our property. Currently land prices in Longjing are like this, 100,000 per square meter. 10,000 square meters would be a market price of 1 billion. The man had just finished when Lin's mother interjected, 1 billion is too expensive. The land prices in Longjing are indeed like that, but you have to consider the location and conditions. This land is in a remote area with a narrow shape, so its value is low. The man looked at Lin's mother. Then what do you think it's worth? Lin's mother glanced at Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan gave her a look that said she could speak boldly. Gao Yuan was actually surprised. He hadn't thought much of Lin's mother before, only buying her small shop as a base for himself in this future world. He never expected Lin's mother to know about real estate. 100 million. That's the most I can offer. Lin's mother said. The man smiled bitterly. That's a brutal price cut, down to 10%. Mr. Gao, to be honest, this land does have its drawbacks. Originally it was used as a parking lot for our factory, but later all vehicles were converted to aerial parking. So the land became vacant. I'll give you my bottom line, 500 million. This time Lin's mother stayed silent. They all waited for Gao Yuan's response. 5 billion. This land is worth only 1 billion. I am willing to offer 2 billion. If you're willing to sell, give it to me. If not, I believe no one in Longjing will offer more than I do. Gao Yuan spoke with unwavering confidence. According to Mother Lin, this plot had lain idle for many years. If anyone had wanted it, it would have been sold long ago. The man was still hesitating. But Gao Yuan was unwilling to wait any longer. 2 billion. If you haven't given me an answer within half an hour I might withdraw my offer. Gao Yuan said.
The man hesitated for a moment then smiled wryly. Mr.
Gao, pleasure doing business. Gao Yuan extended his hand and returned pleasure doing business.
Soon they signed the land transfer contract.
Manhwa, find a construction company to convert this into a warehouse.
Also renovate your family shop, expand it 5 times and make it grand. This will be our company's headquarters from now on.
Gao Yuan transferred 500 million to Lin Nanhua's account to fund the warehouse construction and company registration. Once the warehouse was built, whenever Gao Yuan returned in the future he would appear directly inside it. After all, vanishing from the same spot every time might attract unwanted attention.
Lin Nanhua accepted the funds, her face filled with emotion.
Boss, you trust me so much. Aren't you afraid I'll abscond with the money? Boss, I'm under so much pressure. I don't know anything yet you're entrusting me with such a huge responsibility. Gao Yuan looked at the young girl and said earnestly, Nanhua, I believe in you. Besides, there will be professional teams for the construction and renovation.
What I value most is your and your mother's bargaining skills.
And don't forget, we need to register the company as soon as possible.
I may be very busy lately and won't have much time to come.
Boss, rest assured. I'll get the job done.
Lin Nanhua's heart burned with determination.
Gao Yuan nodded and patted Lin Nanhua on the shoulder. Work hard and one day you'll be among the elite.
If this were the modern world, Gao Yuan would never have dared to entrust such a huge sum to someone he had only known for 2 days. But in the future world, absconding with funds was nearly impossible because there was nowhere to run. Everyone was implanted with a chip.
Moreover, Gao Yuan had prepared a contingency plan. He still had many robots here, all loyal only to him.
More importantly, Gao Yuan had no one else to rely on.
Comparatively, Lin Nanhua and her mother were far more trustworthy than Li Qingmei and Qin Mugyutan. Besides, Gao Yuan was still in the modern world.
If any emergency arose, he could simply step through the space-time gate.
Now Gao Yuan needed to figure out how to transport goods back to the modern world.
The lithography machines delivered by Li Qingmei were parked right at the entrance of the space-time gate.
Gao Yuan wanted to test whether he could bring these items back.
As for Qin Mugyutan's items, they were all small pieces and could be carried through easily. The main concern was the lithography machines. If they couldn't pass through, he would be stuck, forced to learn the technology here.
Gao Yuan pondered.
Since heaven had granted him this bug, it shouldn't be so unkind as to block his belongings.
He decided to give it a try.
He instructed a robot to drive a cargo flight vehicle, a gift from Qin Mugyutan loaded with 10 lithography machines, straight toward the spacetime gate.
Gao Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Would it damage the gate?
Or would the cargo flight vehicle simply crash into the wall?
But Gao Yuan had to try.
Watching the cargo flight vehicle hurtle forward, he clenched his fists nervously. Then he saw the vehicle flash with white light at the spacetime gate and vanish. Overjoyed, Gao Yuan immediately stepped through and arrived at his own backyard. Sure enough, a cargo flight vehicle was parked there.
Excellent.
Large items could be transported too, that made things much easier.
For now, Gao Yuan didn't move all the goods in as his backyard wasn't big enough.
He ordered 100 robots to pass through the spacetime gate, unload the lithography machines in the backyard, and then drive the cargo flight vehicle back to the future world.
Gao Yuan went to the front yard where Zhang Bai and Lin Mei were waiting.
Zhang Bai looked displeased. Old Gao, where have you been hiding?
You disappeared for half a day. I've been bored out of my mind here, and the little beauty Dan Dan won't even talk to me.
Gao Yuan smiled. What's the rush?
You'll have plenty to do later. When will your company be registered?
He then added with a grin, as soon as the funds are in place I'll register it immediately. Zhang Bai was dumbfounded. No money, no point talking. The two stood at the front gate.
Gao Yuan handed Zhang Bai a cigarette.
This trip to the future world had yielded far too many things. Every single item was a world-shaking product. A plan was slowly taking shape in Gao Yuan's mind. From Li Qingmei, Gao Yuan had obtained lithography machines, intelligent robots, space tourism buses, and 3D interactive communication wristbands. Among these, the lithography machines catered to a niche market. The space buses were too advanced and unsuitable for now. As for the intelligent robots, Gao Yuan planned to use them to pose as his own team, so mass-producing them publicly was not yet an option. Thus the only viable product was the 3D interactive communication wristband. Essentially a type of phone, it differed from modern smartphones in that all communication and entertainment were projected onto a virtual light screen. What's more, during calls, the 3D interactive communication wristband's virtual screen made it feel as if the other person was standing right in front of you. That's how realistic it was. And the screen content was visible only when the wristband owner chose to share it, otherwise no one else could tell what they were doing. Gao Yuan chose to make the 3D interactive communication wristband his core business. If this product succeeded, it would usher in a new era of intelligence. Gao Yuan intended to use the lithography machines to amass enough capital to realize this vision. With that in mind, he asked old Zhang, I recall you know a senior executive from Huawei, right? Yeah, he's a close friend of mine, a deputy director in Huawei's research department. I was actually planning to join Huawei through his recommendation. But later I turned it down because I was worried about you. I still owe him a favor. Now's your chance to repay that favor. Gao Yuan said. Zhang Baiyi was taken aback. What do you mean? Help me get in touch with him. Tell him I have several 3nm lithography machines and ask if he's interested. Zhang Baiyi, who had been casually smoking, choked on his cigarette at Gao Yuan's words. What did you say? Lithography machines. 3nm process. Gao Yuan repeated. Zhang Baiyi's eyes widened. You have lithography machines? Gao Yuan nodded. I don't believe it. Gao Yuan had chosen Huawei as his target because after being cut off from high-end chips, its smartphone business had been shrinking. In the latter half of the previous year they had made a breakthrough in chips, but the performance still lagged far behind top international chips. More importantly, even if he gave Huawei the lithography machines, they couldn't steal his business. If Gao Yuan wished, he could access even more advanced lithography machines, higher purity silicon wafers and superior chip designs at any time. His primary goal now was to secure initial capital. When have I ever deceived you? Gao Yuan looked at Zhang Baiyi and said. You told me back then that following you would surely make a fortune, and then what happened? We went bankrupt and closed down. Gao Yuan was a bit embarrassed. It's normal to have some accidents during entrepreneurship. Aren't we starting over again now? This time. We have no reason to fail. Zhang Baiyi still didn't believe it. They didn't even have the money to register the company. What a joke. Gao Yuan decided to show him something. Come with me to the backyard. Zhang Baiyi followed Gao Yuan to the backyard. Lao Gao, what are you up to? Is there some secret in this backyard? As Zhang Baiyi spoke, he saw several machines that looked like printing presses piled up there. Holy crap. What is this? When did it get moved here? I told you I have a secret base and a team. This is a lithography machine. Zhang Baiyi stared wide-eyed, walked over and touched the lithography machine with his hand. Stop joking. I've seen KML's lithography machine, it's huge, bigger than a room. How come yours is so small? Of course, because it's too advanced. Is this the flower of the world's optical industry? The machine that even some scientists claim is harder than a hydrogen bomb. Don't believe me? Go inside and wait. I'll go call some people. What for? Zhang Baiyi muttered. It's not a fight. But obediently went inside. Gao Yuan flashed through a spacetime portal, beckoned 10 research robots all dressed as cutting-edge scientists. Gao Yuan asked Li Qingmei to send over some silicon wafers, then had the robots take some and return to the real world. Lao Zhang. Come out. Zhang Baiyi walked out and saw the 10 research robots. Utterly bewildered. Where did they come from? Let me introduce. This is our RD team's Chief Technology Officer Jia Yi and his deputy Jia Er. They are the ones researching the lithography machine. Now they'll give a demonstration. These silicon wafers are also extracted using their new refining method, achieving 100 purity. Zhang Baiyi looked at the two machines and said, they can't be biological brothers, can they? They don't look alike, but their demeanor is so similar. And their names too. Gao Yuan smiled. That's because you don't know the names of the other robots. They are Jia San, Jia Si, Jia Wu. All the way to Jia Iqian. You know that behind Muza is Daqing Mountain and my home is the last row in Muza. Actually, our basement leads to a base in Daqing Mountain. These people research here, but they don't like seeing strangers. That basement, because it's too advanced, is not allowed for anyone to enter, not even me. Zhang Baiyi looked at the door Gao Yuan pointed to. Are you sure that's a basement, not your old abandoned cellar? Gao Yuan was a bit embarrassed but persisted. Lao Zhang, it's for keeping up appearances, you know. After all, we're in a cutting-edge industry. Alright, don't dwell on it. A cellar and a basement are the same, aren't they? Now let them demonstrate how chips are produced. You can produce chips? Zhang Baiyi asked. Of course. The hardest parts of chips are the lithography machine and silicon wafers. Chip design comes next. Since Jia Yi's team has already cracked the lithography machine, chip design is a piece of cake, isn't it? So saying, Gao Yuan instructed Jia Yi and Jia Er to start the demonstration. Then Zhang Baiyi witnessed the most incredible scene. In an old courtyard in a mountain village of a backward province in central Shagwa, a group of scientists produced the world's most advanced chips. Zhang Baiyi held the chip. Lao Gao, you're amazing. We should just sell chips directly.
Gao Yuan shook his head.
Sell chips. If needed later we can sell them, but now selling chips can't compare to selling lithography machines for quick money.
No, well, sell lithography machines. Why?
Selling chips has a long cycle. We urgently need funds to build a super tech base. And the chip market is huge, but our foundation is too shallow. We need to find a partner with enough weight.
Gao Yuan said.
So you choose Xiaowei?
Of course. Selling lithography machines actually won't affect us.
Our silicon wafers and chip designs are the real trump cards. And we'll only sell 3 nanometers lithography machines, we won't sell the more advanced ones.
You have even more advanced ones.
Zhang Baiyi was already stunned.
Of course.
In fact, if needed we could phase out silicon-based chips.
Lao Zhang, please be human.
There's no tax on boasting. Zhang Baiyi simply didn't believe.
Gao Yuan smiled without speaking.
In the future world, silicon-based chips had indeed been phased out. In the future, carbon-based chips are the mainstream, but the carbon-based chips in the future world are completely different from those in the real world. The so-called carbon-based chips in the real world are graphene, which uses carbon nanotubes as transistors. If mass-produced in the future, their efficiency would be much higher than silicon-based chips. However, the carbon-based chips in the future world have 3 stages.
The first stage is carbon nanotube materials.
Now the real world has already stepped into the threshold.
The second stage is carbon-oxygen active smart chips. This is the beginning of the truly intelligent era. The so-called artificial intelligence in the real world is actually just a comprehensive application of big data.
In the future world, only after the advent of carbon-oxygen active chips did true artificial intelligence emerge.
The third stage is organic carbon chips, also known as biochips.
Biochips truly bring machines to a level almost indistinguishable from real humans.
The widely used robots nowadays actually employ biochips. Robots equipped with biochips can actively learn, guess the owner's thoughts, even sense the owner's emotions, get angry, and even conduct independent research and development.
However, biochips are not omnipotent. Because they are too advanced, they are unsuitable for certain occasions. For example, toys simply don't need such intelligence.
So currently in the future world there is a coexistence of big data chips, semi-intelligent chips, and biochips. Big data chips include silicon-based chips and graphene chips.
Due to the low price of silicon-based chips, they are still barely surviving and have not been completely phased out.
At this point, Zhang Baiyi asked, Lao Gao, what's our main business? Phones. You're going to make phones? Zhang Baiyi was bewildered.
The phone business has already been carved up by several major players.
Isn't it a bit late to enter the phone market now? Now all kinds of phone manufacturers are shifting to electric vehicles.
For Gao Yuan to enter the phone market, isn't that just following others and getting the leftovers?
Lao Gao, are you serious?
Of course. My team is developing a new type of smart device that can achieve 3D holographic imaging. For example, when you make a call you feel as if the other person is standing right in front of you. Zhang Baiyi was stunned for a moment. If that's the case, then there's indeed potential.
Any progress?
Of course. In a few days the first batch of products will be manufactured. I have a base in Daqing Mountain, the lithography machine was made there.
I get it now, Lao Gao.
I was wondering why even after going bankrupt you could have found a job somewhere, but instead you came back to this remote and backward place.
So you've set up a secret base here.
Is the production cost high for this thing?
Not high. Then it's easy. Well, just list on all major e-commerce platforms and start selling.
Gao Yuan shook his head. Lao Zhang, I'm afraid you need to return to your old job.
First, make a plan. Our phone is disruptive and will need to form a complete ecosystem. Listing on e-commerce platforms will inevitably be constrained. So we'll do it ourselves, promoting both online and offline. Easy. The key is funding. Lao Gao will contact Xiaowei right away.
Zhang Baiyi dialed the phone of Li Qingxuan, deputy director of the research department at Xiaowei.
Quainer, it's me, Zhang Baiyi. I have a good thing here. Right, don't tell anyone. Come to Linzhou. I'll send you the location. Right, it's very important. Extremely important. There's absolutely huge benefit for you. The sooner the better.
At the Xiaowei headquarters in Xinjiang, Li Qingxuan was full of doubt.
He knew Zhang Baiyi too well. He knew that although Zhang Baiyi usually spoke frivolously, he never hesitated on important matters.
This was also the reason Li Qingxuan had previously invited Zhang Baiyi to join Xiaowei. Upon receiving Zhang Baiyi's call this time, he didn't hesitate and immediately booked a ticket.
That evening he flew to Linzhou.
Upon arriving in Linzhou, he rented a car and headed straight to Linhai Moza.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yuan and Zhang Baiyi, having been busy all day, were about to go to sleep. There was a sound outside and soon Zhang Baiyi's phone rang. "White coat in here." "Open the door." Zhang Baiyi walked out with Gao Yuan to welcome him, followed by two beautiful female simulation robots. Opening the door, Zhang Baiyi saw Li Qingchuan. "Quainer, why are you here so late? I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest." "Stop the nonsense, tell me the real reason. What did you call me for?" "Hee, good news. Lithography machines. Does Xiaowei want them?" Li Qingchuan frowned. "Is that why you called me here?" Of course Xiaowei wanted lithography machines, and actually domestic manufacturers produced them, but the resolution and alignment accuracy lagged far behind top foreign companies. Even though they had made breakthroughs last year, it was a breakthrough in thinking, not in technology. Li Qingchuan also didn't believe there was any domestic manufacturer with a process smaller than Xiaoxin International. "Zhang Baiyi, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise we won't be friends anymore." At that moment Gao Yuan stepped forward. "Director Li, shall we talk inside?" "You're Gao Yuan." As Zhang Baiyan's close friend, Li Qingchuan naturally knew Gao Yuan. "Yes, the whole world knows Xiaowei wants lithography machines, and I happen to have them right here. Fully automatic extreme ultraviolet photon exposure electromagnetic track bearing alignment system, uniform light intensity, high efficiency. Photon point exposure super resolution lithography machine with a 3 nanometers process." When Li Qingchuan first heard about lithography machines, he thought it was unreliable. After hearing Gao Yuan's words, he immediately turned to leave. "Don't be ridiculous." Xiaoxin International, the strongest company in China researching lithography machines, had only just started mass-producing 22 nanometers machines and was working on 10 nanometers. And you, a bankrupt internet entrepreneur, claim to have a 3 nanometers process lithography machine. Moreover, with some kind of photon explosion and electromagnetic alignment, was that possible? Seeing Li Qingchuan about to leave, Zhang Baiyi panicked. He grabbed him. "Quainer, what's wrong? I don't have time to play games with you. You internet people love playing with concepts. We at Xiaowei are in the real industry, we can't afford to play." Gao Yuan had expected this result. That was why, even though he had obtained many good things from the future world, he couldn't promote them. This time it was Zhang Baiyi who invited Li Qingchuan. If he had contacted Xiaowei directly, no one would have come. But since he was here, Gao Yuan certainly wouldn't let him leave like this. "Director Li, please stay. I don't know what misunderstanding you have about us internet people. However, now I'm also in the real industry. Since you're here, why not take a look at the machine before leaving? You're an expert, Director Li, you'll know whether it's real at a glance." Li Qingchuan turned back. "You have the machine now?" "Yes, it's in the backyard." Gao Yuan didn't beat around the bush. At this moment, showing the physical object directly was far more convincing than any grand talk. Li Qingchuan calmed down significantly. "Then let's take a look." The three went to the backyard. 10 lithography machines were placed in a corner of the yard, small in size, looking somewhat like printing presses. All 10 machines were covered by tarps. Gao Yuan casually lifted one. "This is it. Director Li, you can power it up and test it. Although there are no silicon wafers, you should be able to test its performance." "Right." Gao Yuan did have silicon wafers, but he wasn't ready to reveal them yet. Now he was just giving Xiaowei an opportunity to exchange for some money. Revealing too much at once would inevitably arouse greed. Even with only the lithography machines, the temptation was huge. Li Qingchuan frowned and walked over. Something casually thrown in the yard, small in size, could it really produce 3 nanometers chips? But since he was here, he had to try. He connected the power and turned on the machine. Generally, the lithography process involves steps like cleaning and drying the silicon wafer surface coating with primer, spin coating, photoresist, soft baking, alignment and exposure, post-baking development, hard baking and etching. However, Gao Yuan's machine from the future was clearly far more advanced than Earth's lithography machines. Li Qingchuan took one look and could no longer remain calm. He leaned over the machine, examining its internal working procedures. Though there were no silicon wafers, the test mode alone left him utterly amazed. High-end lithography machines are known as the most precise instruments in the world, the flower of modern optical industry. Currently, the most precise lithography machine in the world uses extreme ultraviolet light with a wavelength of 1015 nanometers. Shorter wavelengths mean a sharper lithographic blade and higher precision requirements for etching. In Li Qingchuan's understanding, 1015 nanometers extreme ultraviolet light was the limit. But the machine before him did not use extreme ultraviolet light, it used photons. It was like others using a carving knife, while this machine already employed a laser. A photon is a microscopic elementary particle, a gauge boson. Using photons as a light source theoretically enables any precision. Li Qingchuan looked up at Gao Yuan. "This. Can the machine be modified?" 2 nanometers 1 nanometer no 0. 1 nanometer might even be possible. Gao Yuan nodded in admiration. A true expert sees it at once. Theoretically it can be done, but to ensure quality and improve yield we keep it at 3 nanometers. In the future such a lithography machine could indeed achieve a 0.1 nanometer level. What does 0.1 nanometer mean? It's the size of a single atom, the true limit of human industrial brilliance. With current technology, even if the West were given another 100 years, they would at most break the 1 nanometer process. 0.1 nanometer process chips would boost computing speed to the physical-mechanical limit. Moreover, higher precision demands improved design processes. Only the photonic quantum computers that still exist only in science fiction need such high-precision chips. Current silicon-based computers simply cannot leverage such chips. It's like installing an aircraft engine on a tractor. After just one look at the lithography machine, Li Qingshuan no longer wanted to leave. He even wanted to stay overnight guarding the machine, afraid that the wind might damage the lens or dew might wet the bearings. These were ultra-precision instruments, even a single dust particle could affect the results. But Gao Yuan didn't care at all, it was just a matter of 2 bottles of liquor. He and Zhang Bai dragged Li Qingshuan into the house. Director Li, I guarantee the lithography machine is flawless. Such machines were mere trinkets in the future, with no one cherishing them, just replace them when they broke. But in the present this was the pinnacle of industrial optical miracles in the entire world. Li Qingshuan steadied his mind. President Gao, it's an honor to meet you. May I ask where this lithography machine comes from? Are you willing to sell it? Gao Yuan certainly wanted to sell it, otherwise why would he contact Li Qingshuan? Director Li, who in the world do you think could manufacture such a lithography machine? Li Qingshuan shook his head. Yuan Dian announced earlier that they would venture into 3 nanometers chips, but their lithography machines are still the same old ones. This machine of yours is beyond my knowledge. So since it couldn't have been produced by anyone else, there is only one answer: it was made by our secret base. We only sell lithography machines for the technological advancement of Xia Kingdom. As you can see, I have more than one here. Li Qingshuan had actually noticed that there were 10 machines in the courtyard, although the others weren't uncovered. Their shapes appeared identical. Yet Li Qingshuan still found it hard to believe that Gao Yuan could produce lithography machines. The number of enterprises capable of manufacturing high-precision lithography machines in this world could be counted on one hand. But if it wasn't made by Gao Yuan or his team, then who made it? There was no answer. But now the fact was that the lithography machine belonged to Gao Yuan, so he had no choice but to tacitly accept Gao Yuan as the manufacturer. President Gao, you are aware of Xiaowei's situation. Although we have made breakthroughs in chips, our production capacity is insufficient and performance still lags behind foreign counterparts. If we had enough higher performance chips, Xiaowei's equipment and phones would dominate the world. This lithography machine should be highly efficient, but 1 unit is far from enough for Xiaowei. Not enough with 1. What about 10? All 10 to us, Xiaowei. If you need more. 100. 1,000. Li Qingshuan was stunned, then his face burst into ecstasy. Are there really that many? Gao Yuan nodded. Quantity is not an issue. Let's talk about the price now. How much do you think this lithography machine is worth? Currently the most advanced lithography machines on the market sell for around 1 billion. But as you know, even if we spent 10 billion no one would sell to us. To be honest, your machine far surpasses Yuandian's technology in both efficiency and precision. My estimate would be around 3 billion. Gao Yuan nodded. Alright, I'll sell it to Xiaowei for 2 billion per unit. But can you make that decision? Li Qingshuan looked embarrassed. President Gao, wait a moment. I'll report to the company's top management right away. 2 billion is definitely a fair price. Li Qingshuan went out to make a call. In the room, Zhang Bai looked at Gao Yuan. Old Gao, you're not going to rip off Xiaowei, are you? What are you thinking? How could I rip them off? I'm offering timely help. Actually, I've calculated that 10 units are enough for Xiaowei's own use. 10 units cost 20 billion. Isn't it worth 20 billion to solve a huge problem? With the supply cut off, Xiaowei's losses are far more than 20 billion, aren't they? That's true, but I still can't believe you can produce lithography machines right here. Our ancestors also made firearms in caves back then. Zhang Bai was speechless. But that's different. How is it different? Firearms were also high-tech industry back then. Just as they were talking, Li Qingshuan returned. He looked at Gao Yuan. President Gao, our strategy department's President Qin will come to negotiate in person tomorrow. Gao Yuan remained calm. Fine. The lithography machines were in his hands.
If Xiaowei didn't want them or tried to lower the price, Gao Yuan would sell them directly to Xiaoxin International or to mobile phone manufacturers like Dami Xiaoxing etc. In any case, Gao Yuan was determined to raise his first pot of gold through this means. After that, things would be easier. That night, 3 grown men stayed in the old Gao family courtyard. Early the next morning, Gao Yuan was awakened by the sound of car horns outside. Li Qingxuan went outside to welcome the strategy department president of Xiaowei. The two chatted at the door for a while. Although Gao Yuan didn't hear what they said, he could roughly guess. After hearing Li Qingxuan's report last night, Qin Danian couldn't sleep at all, so he simply had his driver take him immediately. A journey of 600 kilometers, and he arrived at Muza by 8 in the morning. At this moment, Gao Yuan and Zhang Baiyi washed their faces and brushed their teeth, attended by Dan Dan and Mei Mei. Zhang Baiyi said contentedly, "Old Gao, living here is like being a god. You have a research team and beautiful subordinates. By the way, where is your team?" "Of course they went to the secret base to rest. My backyard can't hold them all. Yesterday you only saw 10, in fact this team has hundreds or even thousands of people." "Amazing. Your personal charm is truly remarkable, President Zhang. Such a great team actually follows you into caves. Do you want to go?" Gao Yuan asked. "No, I'll just help out in the front. I'm a total mess when it comes to RD." Regarding the mysterious RD base that Gao Yuan mentioned, Zhang Baiyi didn't ask further. Just imagine a team capable of producing temperature-regulating clothing and lithography machines. How incredible must they be? Fortunately, this team was under Gao Yuan's command. As the two walked out, Qin Danian and Li Qingxuan had just entered the courtyard. Qin Danian asked eagerly, "Where are the lithography machines?" Li Qingxuan naturally knew where they were, but Gao Yuan was the master here, so he looked at Gao Yuan. "President Qin, let's not rush into work. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Dan Dan, prepare breakfast for 4. Qin Danian waved his hand. "Never mind breakfast. I've never seen a 3 nanometers lithography machine before. Let's talk business first." "Haha, President Qin is a workaholic. Director Li, didn't you test it yesterday? Take President Qin to have a look." Qin Danian arrived at the backyard and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the lithography machines placed directly in the yard. Such precious items just left outside. Not afraid of being stolen. Not afraid of wind, rain and sun. "Qingxuan, is this it? And these?" Li Qingxuan's expression was eager. "Exactly, this is it. And there are 10 of them here. It absolutely surpasses the most advanced Western lithography machines by an era. President Qin, you have a technical background, come and take a look." Qin Danian leaned in and Li Qingxuan explained beside him. This inspection lasted a full 2 hours. In the front, Gao Yuan and Zhang Baiyi were discussing where to build the base after getting the money. Gao Yuan's requirement was simple: it must be in Muza because for some mysterious reason he needed a huge base here. But Zhang Baiyi wanted to go to the Qingjing area. Qingjing is the economic and political center of Xia Kingdom with the most cutting-edge technology and the fastest information. All supporting facilities are complete. If they built in Muza, even transportation would be a problem. The two couldn't agree, but in the end Gao Yuan had the final say. "My team is here. They want leave. And here they already have complete manufacturing equipment." Zhang Baiyi was stunned for a moment and indeed stopped arguing. Compared to the mysterious team behind Gao Yuan, other problems were nothing. Moreover, if they maintained their lead, this place would become the technology center. The world's attention would be focused on Muza. After confirming the basic strategy, Zhang Baiyi raised another question. "Old Gao, what shall we name our company? And what position do you plan to give me?" "Global Tech. Too cliché. Future Tech. Too cliché. Hey you Tech," Gao Yuan said. Zhang Baiyi was about to instinctively reject it, but when he heard that name. "Blackfish. The blackfish is ferocious by nature, devouring everything with an enormous appetite. It can even glide on land and drag small poultry into the water to eat. This name is powerful. Old Gao, this name of yours is absolutely perfect." Thus, in a moment of conversation, the name of a future world-dominating tech company was decided. This name would become the nightmare of all tech moguls. After deciding the name, Qin Danian and Li Qingxuan came out from the backyard. Seeing Gao Yuan, Qin Danian said with eagerness, "President Gao, truly breathtaking. I didn't expect that someone in Xia country could also build such a lithography machine." "President Qin, you've seen the product. Now we should discuss the business. Are you satisfied with the product?" Qin Danian nodded, repeatedly satisfied. "If all are of this quality, Xiaowei certainly has no objections." "Good. I already discussed the price with Director Li yesterday.
This price is not high. Qin Danian laughed twice. President Gao, since you came to Xiaowei you must value Xiaowei quite a bit. High-end products like lithography machines actually have few customers, but I admit the price you offered is very sincere. Xiaowei has no issue with the price. However, could I ask President Gao for a favor? Oh. What favor? You know the domestic situation. If Xiaowei suddenly produces a lithography machine, it will definitely become the focus. Of course, that's also good for you, President Gao. You must be planning a comeback, right? This is an opportunity good for both you and Xiaowei. Gao Yuan looked at Qin Danian calmly. What opportunity? This is an era of traffic. Rather than letting others speculate, let's be direct. Say that this lithography machine is a joint RD between your company and Xiaowei. Of course, the main force is surely you. Xiaowei just wants to have its name attached. President Gao, we are not seeking undue credit. Honestly, Xiaowei is already prominent enough. Having our name attached is just icing on the cake. But with Xiaowei's endorsement, your new company will surely make a big splash. What do you think? Gao Yuan's new company had not yet been established. But Gao Yuan was very confident in himself. The lithography machine was just a small gadget, and even the 3D smart interactive communication wristband was a small gadget. The truly awesome thing was the interstellar tourist bus. Gao Yuan shook his head. A small gadget needed to be branded as joint RD. Unnecessary. Sorry, President Qin, we don't need it. Any pressure our Heyu technology will bear it ourselves. Heyu Technology. Your new company. Yes, it's under preparation. Qin Danian frowned. President Gao, would you reconsider? If you agree to joint RD branding, Xiaowei is willing to show more sincerity. Gao Yuan still shook his head. President Qin, this is simply a business deal. No need to drag in other matters. Qin Danian felt a bit disappointed. But he didn't want to be aggressive. If this business fell through because of his words, it would be too late to cry. The customers for lithography machines were not only oneself but also many domestic enterprises, and even many foreign ones needed them. Since President Gao is unwilling, let's not talk about it. May I ask where President Gao's production base is? And what is the capacity? Gao Yuan said calmly. President Qin, you don't seem to need to know these details, do you? I can skip asking about the base, but I still need to ask about capacity. We want more. How many does Xiaowei need? Gao Yuan asked back. 30 units. You know Xiaowei has been sanctioned before. We've had a hard time these years, we don't want history to repeat. I just discussed with Qingxuan 10 units would barely sustain us, 20 would meet current demand, but we need to consider the future, so we want to order 30. Gao Yuan could deliver at any time, but that would be too conspicuous. 30 units, no problem. Right now we have 10 units in stock. You people from Xiaowei can inspect them. We have technical staff to guide your installation and operation. The warranty period is 3 years. After that we will deliver a batch each month, 10 units. The order will be completed in 2 months. Gao Yuan said. Qin Danian was pleasantly surprised. Delivering 30 units in 2 months, such high efficiency. Thank you, President Gao. With 10 lithography machines, Xiaowei can establish its own chip production plant. From now on, high-end chips will be completely self-sufficient. Congratulations, President Qin. Congratulations, Xiaowei. Gao Yuan revealed a smile. He was very satisfied. President Gao, you are a straightforward person. To show sincerity, we will first pay a deposit of 10 billion plus the price for 10 units totaling 30 billion. I will arrange the transfer immediately. Xiaowei can also handle the tax for you, help you file taxes. The sooner we bring back the lithography machines, the sooner we can get familiar with them and train employees. No problem. A small matter, you can take them away now. Gao Yuan said. Afterwards, Qin Danian's assistant drafted an agreement. Since Heyu Technology had not yet been established, the formal contract would wait until the company was registered. After the agreement was signed, the cooperation with Xiaowei was finally completed. Gao Yuan's account had received 30 billion in funds. Then in the afternoon, Xiaowei's cars arrived at Moza and carefully loaded 10 lithography machines. Gao Yuan sent 10 research-type robots, namely Jia Yi, Jia Air, Jia etc., to act as technical staff. The skill level of these research-type robots far exceeded that of ordinary experts in this world. Li Qingxuan was simply convinced after chatting with them for just a few minutes. He said to Qin Danian with envy, President Qin, these teachers are all remarkable talents. I really don't know how President Gao managed to win them over, making them willing to stay here with him. What a pity. If Xiaowei had 3 such talents, the lithography machine problem wouldn't be a problem at all. Qin Danian was astonished, really that impressive? Li Qingxuan nodded, not an exaggeration at all. Qin Danian showed a thoughtful expression. Is it possible to poach a couple of them? President Gao has so many talents here, it's such a waste.
Such amazing people are just technicians. If they came to Xiaowei they could be project leaders. Li Qingchuan also thought about it, but he felt it was not ethical.
Qingchuan in business poaching talent is nothing, it's a normal operation. If they really are poached, Gao Yuan won't be angry. Do you believe me? Li Qingchuan didn't know how to answer. Maybe. Right. If an entrepreneur doesn't even have that much confidence, then they shouldn't start a business.
Qin Danian revealed a confident expression. When have you ever seen our president guard against poaching? As long as you give more than others, your employees will be loyal. If your employees are easily lured away by others, then you should examine yourself to see where you are lacking.
This is also a test for Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai began to register the company.
Bai Moyu was being reprimanded at the Jinghai Investment Promotion Bureau. The supervising leader scolded her harshly. Are you joking?
Are you foolish? Do you think everyone else is foolish? Invest 20 billion. That Gao Yuan, we've looked into him. His Yuan Fang group has already gone bankrupt. How can he invest?
With words. It's a shame that the director even held a serious meeting to discuss offering Gao Yuan the best policy support. What a disgrace. If it weren't for Xiao Wang from the Finance Bureau telling us the truth, we would have lost face nationwide.
A production base. I think it's just a trick to make us pay.
Bai Moyu looked aggrieved.
Director Li, but
even if he's bankrupt, he can start a new venture.
Start a venture. What do you think starting a venture is? Does he have money?
If Gao Yuan could transfer 20 billion right now, everyone in Jinghai County would treat him like an honored guest.
But does he have it?
Even if we take a step back, what technology does he have? What production base does he want to build?
Do you know? Don't talk to me about Gao Yuan anymore. Go back and write a self-criticism. Turn it in tomorrow. Bai Moyu walked out of the office holding her phone.
She wanted to call Gao Yuan but hesitated and ultimately didn't. She felt that Gao Yuan wasn't joking. That day he discussed very thoroughly, even asking about land acquisition and demolition. Moreover, Bai Moyu knew Gao Yuan, he wasn't the type to do anything for profit.
However, Bai Moyu couldn't convince the leadership.
With a dejected look she sat in her seat feeling frustrated. But she still refused to give up. She began to write a formal report on building a large manufacturing base in Muza. At this moment, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai were in Linzhou City, treated as VIPs by the Administration for Industry and Commerce. To register the company, Gao Yuan directly purchased an office building in Linzhou as the future headquarters of Heiyu Technology Group. Then Gao Yuan invested 5 billion to register Heiyu Technology Group Corporation, which had several subsidiaries: Catfish Intelligent Equipment, Whale Heavy Industry, Jellyfish Biotechnology, Swordfish Automobile and Salmon Entertainment. Because Gao Yuan had invested such a huge amount, the registration process, which would normally take a long time, was completed in just 3 days with the attention of staff and leadership. As the first batch of lithography machines arrived at Xiaowei, Xiaowei Company issued a press release. Xiaowei Group established a chip business unit starting from today to achieve independent design and production of high-end chips. Currently, Xiaowei Group has signed a lithography machine supply agreement with Heiyu Technology Group, and the first 10 high-end lithography machines have been delivered to Xiaowei headquarters. The Heiyu X01 lithography machine completely surpasses international standards in performance, creatively adopting a photon light source breaking through the limits of human optical technology. 3 days later, we invite people from all walks of life to witness the establishment of Xiaowei's chip business unit and the debut of the Heiyu X01 lithography machine. The press release went viral as soon as it was issued. Many thought it was fake news, but some screenshots showed that Xiaowei's official website had also posted it. However, so far no official media has endorsed it, so the truth is still uncertain. However, 3 days later, the first exhibition hall at the National Convention Center was already being set up. Netizens uploaded photos showing that it was indeed Xiaowei's press conference. As this press release became hot, Heiyu Technology also surfaced. Thus the newly established Heiyu Technology was dug up. Some self-media began to stir up trouble. Zhou Yuanbo, a big influencer in the tech field with 3 million followers, wrote articles on various platforms. Who exactly is Heiyu Technology? Is the lithography machine real or not? Through Tianyanka, Bogo found that Heiyu Technology was established 2 days ago with a business scope including smart wearable devices, robotics, machinery manufacturing, biotechnology and even automobile manufacturing. However, its registered capital was as high as 5 billion. Everyone had seen Xiaowei's announcement and many cheered that the domestic semiconductor industry had experienced an earth-shattering reversal, with semiconductor stocks rising 10 that day. But is that really the case?
From Ziyue's announcement it seems that Heiyu Technology developed and manufactured the lithography machine. But I checked Heiyu Technology's top management. The major shareholder is Gao Yuan, who was the founder of an internet startup a few years ago, but that company Yuanfan Technology has already gone bankrupt. The CEO is Zhang Bai, also an internet upstart. So you see, Heiyu Technology's top management are internet people. Internet people are slick at playing with concepts, but when it comes to doing real business don't even mention it. Bogu doesn't wish for Xiaoguo to be bad, but one must be rational. I don't know how Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai tricked Xiaowei, but I am certain that their so-called lithography machine is still only on paper. Just like Jia Yuding, who suffocated for his dreams, and Su Jiayin of Evergrande, who claimed to have the strength to build cars but kept making big moves without mass production. However, failure to mass-produce cars doesn't have a huge impact since there are many automakers, but if Heiyu Technology's lithography machine cannot be mass-produced, that would be bad because the entire nation is waiting for breakthroughs in domestic lithography machines. But you have to eat one bite at a time and technology must progress step by step. Xiaoxin International just broke through 22 nanometers lithography technology, and now Heiyu Technology dares to claim they have a lithography machine capable of producing 3 nanometers chips. Isn't that nonsense? Moreover, do we really need the 3 nanometers process right now? Not necessarily. A smaller chip process certainly has advantages, but that doesn't mean the smaller the better. Most current computers and smartphones actually use 7 nanometers chips. If the process shrinks but the architecture design and driver optimization are not done well, what's the point of a smaller process? A smaller process means higher cost and lower reliability. Is domestic chip architecture design really feasible? A few months ago Xiaowei had a chip called Qinglong A9000 manufactured at a Yuandian foundry with a 5 nanometers process. Although its performance was good, the actual gap with 7 nanometers chips was extremely small. If Heiyu Technology has truly made a mature 3 nanometers lithography machine this time, then Xiaoguo will begin to lead the world in semiconductors. After all, the global semiconductor industry has been talking about moving to 3 nanometers chips, but so far no one has achieved mass production. However, this possibility is extremely low. Bogu can only say this much. Everyone see you after the press conference in 3 days. Under Gao Yuan Bogu's article. Netizens left comments one after another. I was excited when I saw the news, but after reading Bogu's article I knew we've been tricked again. Internet people are all braggarts. What Heiyu Technology? Just established, could it be a shell company? Bogu's analysis is thorough. The probability of this being true is too low. I might as well think about how to marry Louis Fei. While netizens were heatedly discussing, a video interview emerged from the rainstorm disaster area in Shannon. The video showed a soldier engaged in disaster relief wearing a one-piece suit whose material seemed to be a cross between plastic, metal and glass. The soldier faced the camera and said, after 3 days and 3 nights of hard work, the breached section of the levee has been successfully sealed. Thanks to the suit, I didn't feel damp or cold at all. I'm grateful to the domestic tech company for developing such a good product. Whether in cold water late at night or near a campfire, the suit always keeps me comfortable. Then the camera shifted, revealing over 100 soldiers standing in muddy water, yet their uniforms were immaculate. They shouted in unison toward the lens, "Thank you for donating the thermostatic suits." The term thermostatic suit trended on social media. Netizens were left guessing what exactly it was. Yet no information about the thermostatic suit could be found online. So people began searching for clues from the donation list for the Shannan torrential rain. Meanwhile, news about both the thermostatic suit and the lithography machine continued to stir up discussion. At this moment Gao Yuan had once again arrived in the future world. One had to admit, the efficiency of the future world far surpassed that of the real world. The export area had already become a massive construction site and the original small shop had been demolished. Large quantities of prefabricated modules were rapidly assembled by robots and automated machinery. Before Gao Yuan stood a colossal warehouse, with the small shop expanded into a 30-story luxury establishment boasting a total construction area of over 100,000 square meters. Lin Nanhua saw Gao Yuan approaching and excitedly ran over, linking her arm with his. "Sir, what do you think? We hired the best construction company. This space can serve as both a warehouse and a factory. And we rebuilt the shop, greatly expanding its size." Gao Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then Lin's mother spoke from the side, "Sir, if you're not satisfied, we can make adjustments anytime, these are all modular." Gao Yuan waved his hand, "No need." In truth, he built this warehouse partly for storage and partly to conceal his comings and goings. The original door was in an alleyway, but now that the entire plot of land had become his property, he would emerge directly into the warehouse. Gao Yuan pointed to the spot where he entered and exited. "Build a secret warehouse here and leave an office for me in the front. This area is top secret, no one is allowed inside, not even you." "Understood." Lin Nanhua and Lin's mother nodded. "Understood." Afterward Gao Yuan inspected his assets in this world. Where the original small shop had stood, a building brimming with sci-fi aesthetics now rose so dazzling that Gao Yuan felt mesmerized. Now that he had a foothold, Gao Yuan needed to plan what to do in the future world. Of course, any business he did would serve his own interests. What he truly sought were the resources and technology of the future world. What did Gao Yuan have? He had grain, fruits, vegetables and various food, drinks and beverages from the real world, as well as natural fiber clothing and textiles. These items were all hard currency here. But in the future world these things had one thing in common: they were all high-end consumer goods. Therefore Gao Yuan's target customers were the elite, those with 2 character names, 3 character names and a rare few with 4 character names, all potential clients. Opening a shop seemed a bit lowbrow. So Gao Yuan's eyes lit up. With such a large space, why not just start a private club? This club would have nothing to do with vice or gambling. It would feature the freshest air from the real world, offer seasonal fruits year-round, the latest seasonal vegetables, pure meat dishes and a dining area filled with various scenic landscapes. There would be all sorts of pure cotton linen and cotton linen clothing, even mink. Meals would be accompanied by abundant chocolate, cigarettes and a wide array of drinks and beverages. Imagine, in the future world, who could resist such temptation? The more Gao Yuan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Was he creating a membership-based club to make money? No. It was merely about making friends, letting the top-tier elites experience the primitive ordinary life of 1,000 years ago. He would win over the most powerful people of this world and gain the benefits he desired. Gao Yuan wanted not only resources but also technology for civilian use and even military applications. With such a club, Li Qingmei and Qin Magutan would become irrelevant. Gao Yuan didn't want to rely entirely on one or a few individuals, as that carried too much risk. Only by building a world-class club with a membership system would everything be perfect. Having settled on his future business direction, Gao Yuan pulled Lin's mother aside and shared his plan. He always felt she was no ordinary person. The layout and design of this project couldn't have been the work of young Lin Nanhua. Most likely it was Lin's mother's idea. Lin's mother pondered, "Sir, if we're to build according to your vision, wouldn't we need a temperature and humidity control system?" Exactly. Do you have any other suggestions? If we're opening a high-end club, how do we recruit members? We can't just advertise widely. Should we prepare some gifts and invite them to experience it for free first? But membership qualifications must be strict. Besides needing a referral from an existing member, we'd also conduct our own screening. However, what if a powerful faction tries to force their way in as an investor or member? Gao Yuan glanced at Lin's mother. What did you do before? You weren't just a small shop owner, were you? Lin's mother lowered her eyes. I was just a small shop owner, but my mother was a 3-character name. Gao Yuan understood. It was a case of a fallen family. Still, with Lin's mother overseeing things, Gao Yuan felt relatively reassured. What she had mentioned earlier was indeed a problem. If the club grew, it would inevitably attract covetous attention from powerful factions, and he had no foundation in this world. So Gao Yuan still needed to find a partner. He could sacrifice a portion of the profits. After all, his goal wasn't profit but technology. Even a single piece of technology leaked from this world would give him tremendous leverage in the real world. Moreover, Lin's mother's words reminded Gao Yuan that he needed a solid community of interests, both in the future world and in the real one, to counter potential enemies. Aunt Lin, what do you think? Gao Yuan asked. Lin's mother hesitated. My surname isn't Lin. I am Huangfu King Nanshan. Actually, my original name was Huangfu Shan, but I sold my name to make a living. So should I call you Aunt Huangfu? No, I don't deserve that. Please call me Huangfu Shan. Alright, Sister Shan. Future security is indeed a concern. I'm thinking of finding a partner. Any advice? Huangfu Shan paused. I do know someone, the president of the World Chamber of Commerce. If we can bring him in, no one would dare cause trouble. Just a president. Gao Yuan frowned. Sir, his name is Qin Gang. His businesses span the entire solar system. 6 out of 10 asteroid mining ships belong to him. Moreover, his son is the Secretary General of the Human Federation. Why recommend him instead of his son? Gao Yuan asked. Because his son doesn't live in Longjing. Even if he did come, it would be hard for us to reach him. Qin Gang, on the other hand, resides in Longjing permanently. And he has certain peculiar tastes. Gao Yuan instantly understood. For those with a particular predilection, catering to their interests made them easy to handle. Moreover, as long as you handled it with finesse, they would rarely turn against you. If it was merely an alliance of mutual benefit, when the stakes grew high enough, things could easily go awry. Gao Yuan now felt that Huangfu Shan was increasingly enigmatic. For a fleeting moment he even suspected whether she had been sent to approach him. Yet as soon as this thought surfaced, Gao Yuan laughed at himself. It was utterly impossible. He had only just entered this world, how could anyone have noticed him? Before meeting Huangfu Shan, the only people Gao Yuan had interacted with were Qin Magutan and Li Qingmei. Neither of them would have had the time to arrange such a meeting. Sister Shan, what peculiar hobbies does this Qin gang have? Someone of his standing would surely not be after wealth or driven by lust. Sir Qin gang's hobby differs from ordinary people. He is obsessively fond of flowers and plants. It is said that his estate houses over 100 pots of various rare flowers which he tends to himself every day. Gao Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Over 100 pots, was that a lot? Sister Shan, how rare are we talking? Let me put it this way, the least valuable among his flowers is the pothose. At auction a single pot of pothose can sell for as much as 100 million. Gao Yuan was taken aback. No way, was it really pothose? In the real world that stuff cost 5 yuan a pot and was available in endless supply. Is pothose really that expensive? Isn't it the cheapest and most common plant? Gao Yuan blurted out. Huangfu Shan's expression froze. Oh, I forgot, you are also from the upper echelons. But nowadays greenery is extremely scarce and the soil for growing flowers is as precious as gold. Is soilless cultivation really that difficult? Gao Yuan asked, puzzled. Well, sir, historical records do document it. Centuries ago people indeed believed that. However, after we lost vast amounts of arable land, it was thought that soilless cultivation could sustain humanity, but those plants, after generations of soilless growth, began to degrade generation after generation until they withered completely. Now most plant species have gone extinct. The entire city is gray and lifeless. Even the air now has its oxygen content artificially regulated by the Federation government. Scientists have been researching plant varieties that do not degrade, but regrettably no plant has managed to survive more than 100 years in soilless cultivation. 100 years seems to be a curse. Ordinary plants begin to wither after 10 years of soilless growth. Gao Yuan understood. In the real world soilless cultivation existed, but the duration was short and seeds were almost always cultivated in soil, so this problem had never been noticed. The future world had tried generation after generation. History proved that soilless cultivation was simply unviable. A plant without soil is like a rootless duckweed, doomed to perish. Alright, I understand. Gao Yuan finally grasped why plants were so exorbitantly priced in this world. Sir, if you can acquire flowers and soil, you should be able to bring Qin gang into the fold. Gao Yuan smiled. A trivial matter. Sister Shan, decorate the main hall of that club in the style of a tropical rainforest. And for each floor look up images from historical records and arrange them according to different themes: jungle, desert, snowy mountains, grasslands. Set up 10 scenes in total. Huangfu Shan was astonished. Ah. Sir, are you planning to use artificial trees? That would be a bad idea. Artificial plants simply can't attract these distinguished guests. We'd better use real plants, even if only a few. As long as they are genuine, they will surely. Huangfu Shan was cut off mid-sentence by Gao Yuan. Who said I would use artificial plants? I will use all real plants, thousands of species, thousands of tons of sand and soil, to create the most high-end original ecology club in this world. Alright, stop looking at me like that. Go on. Gao Yuan returned from the future world to his own backyard. At that moment Zhang Baiyi was scrolling on his phone. Gao Yuan walked over. Old Zhang, what are you busy with? Have you finished the proposal? The netizens are all idiots. They're cursing our blackfish technology everywhere. Look at this comment, straight up calling us scammers. Gao Yuan took the tea that Dan handed him, took a sip. Old Zhang, what do netizens know? They're all followers who just go with the wind. Haven't we seen enough plot twists in trending gossip? True enough, even bad fame is still fame. Blackfish technology was just registered and now it's already trending. That's a good thing. As long as the lithography machine is delivered, our reputation will turn around. By the way, old Gao, Qin Danian invited you to the the Summerway lunch event. He insisted you must come, you're the star. Go to Longjing. Gao Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. No problem. But old Zhang, focus on the proposal, we'll be starting soon. The proposal is fine, but the client-side software you wanted, I stayed up all night and barely wrote a bit. Gao Yuan laughed. Why don't you hire people? Zhang Baiyi rolled his eyes. Hire people? You don't even have an office here. Who would come? And where would they live? Gao Yuan was taken aback. Old Zhang, are you a fool? Don't we have a building in Linzhou? Use it. Go headhunt top talents from Qingjing and Mojing. Double their salaries across the board. Zhang Baiyi looked up. That building can be used now. What are you waiting for it to give birth? Hurry up, you're the vice president of Blackfish Technology now. Where's your old drive? Zhang Baiyi slammed the keyboard. You're right. I need to find a decoration company to spruce it up first. Sister Lin may want to come along. Lin Mei eyed Zhang Baiyi warily and shook her head. I'm not going.
But you're our design director. Help me decide the decoration style or something. Lin Mei still shook her head firmly. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm staying in Musa. You don't trust me? Zhang Baiyi asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. Zhang Baiyi looked about to explode. Lin Mei added a sentence. It's not just that I don't trust you. I really can't leave.
My mother is unwell. If I stay here I can go take care of her anytime.
If I go to Linzhou it won't be convenient to come back.
Zhang Baiyi was about to say something more. Gao Yuan kicked him. Old Zhang, stop dawdling. Take Dan Dan and Mei Mei with you. Zhang Baiyi's face lit up. You're the best.
I'm off then. Lin Mei looked at Gao Yuan. Brother Yuan, I don't like Zhang Baiyi. He's just like that, but he's actually a good person.
You did the right thing though, don't get too close to him.
So how have you been lately?
Pretty good. I made a logo for Blackfish Technology, a culture wall for the future headquarters, a set of office supply 6 and some merchandise. Take a look.
Gao Yuan leaned close to Lin Mei, gazing at the images on her computer screen.
He could feel her dedication.
Not bad. Send them to Zhang Baiyi. The Linzhou office can use these for now.
When the headquarters is built, well, use these too.
Really, Brother Yuan?
Lin Mei's face lit up with joy. In her previous design jobs, revising drafts dozens of times was normal. Of course. By the way, here's a piece of clothing for you.
Ah. No need. Brother Yuan.
Lin Mei blushed shyly.
It's fine, consider it a company benefit. A thermostatic suit. Ah. A thermostatic suit. Brother Yuan, where did you buy it?
Lin Mei asked with surprise.
Buy? No. This is one of our company's little products.
A few minutes later, the robot Ruru delivered a set of women's form-fitting thermostatic suits. In the future world, the official free thermostatic suits were made loose to fit various body types, but this batch came from Lin Nanhua's family shop, so they had various styles.
Go change into it and feel it.
Holding the clothes, Lin Mei returned to her own home to change, then made her way back to Gao Yuan's old courtyard.
Gao Yuan's eyes lit up.
Lin Mei, though petite of stature, had a figure far more impressive than he had imagined. Especially with her fair skin and large eyes, she looked like a heroine stepped straight out of a sci-fi manga.
Mei. From now on I can't call you Zaya Wanzi anymore. ITLLB Xiao Mei. Yuan Gu.
Lin Mei blushed a little.
Just then, Gao Yuan's phone rang. Gao Yuan answered the phone with displeasure. It was Li Qingxuan, saying the car to pick him up was almost there.
Because tomorrow was the day of Ziyawei's press conference. As the main person in charge of Heiyu Technology, Gao Yuan had to attend.
Now Gao Yuan had money and equipment. This trip to the press conference was to gain attention. Gao Yuan looked at Lin Mei. He'll be gone for 2 days, back by the day after tomorrow at the latest.
Take care of this old courtyard of mine for me.
Lin Mei nodded. Got it, Yuan Gu. Don't worry, you'll take care of home.
At that moment, Gao Yuan heard those words and felt something was off.
Soon Ziyawei's car arrived. The one who entered was a vice president from Ziyawei's strategy department.
As soon as he came in, he said apologetically, President Gao, our President Qin originally planned to come in person, but something came up at the press conference that required him to stay and resolve it. Actually, there's no need for all this trouble.
I could have booked my own ticket. After all, we are just business partners. How could that be?
You are the benefactor of our Xiaowei. President Qin has arranged a welcome banquet for you tonight in Xinjiang.
All of Ziyawei's top executives will attend. If you don't come, the press conference will be lackluster. This glory belongs to you. Gao Yuan knew well the vice president was flattering him, but he couldn't refuse.
After saying goodbye to Lin Mei once more, Gao Yuan locked the back gate and got into the car. Along the way, having the vice president chattering beside him was actually quite amusing. This vice president was an interesting character. Clearly he had done his homework before coming, knowing all about Gao Yuan's past. Gao Yuan had thought the car would head straight to Xinjiang. But not long after getting in, he realized the car was heading toward Linzhou City.
Vice President Liu, where are we going? To Linzhou Airport. Xiaowei has chartered a plane for you, President Gao. A chartered plane. Gao Yuan was shocked. Xiaowei really had gone all out.
He had to admit that the gesture made him feel good, but he couldn't understand what Xiaowei was after. Wasn't this press conference supposed to be about Xiaowei? Why was Xiaowei pulling him in?
Gao Yuan thought he might be overthinking.
Perhaps Xiaowei was simply grateful. And as the manufacturer of the lithography machine, Gao Yuan was indeed very important. The cabin wasn't large, but it was fully equipped: red wine, fine dining, beautiful flight attendants, comfortable sofas, and even a gaming area where one could play with the attendants. Gao Yuan felt the flight was too short. Before he could finish a game of foosball, they had arrived at Qingjing. After deplaning, Qin Danian was waiting outside, along with some Xiaowei employees. When they saw Gao Yuan emerge, they held up a banner: "Welcome President Gao back to the capital." Qin Danian walked over. "President Gao, we meet again." Gao Yuan nodded. "Yes, you've gone to great trouble." "Nonsense. You have solved Xiaowei's biggest problem. From now on nothing can stop Xiaowei's ascent." "Thank you, President Gao," the Xiaowei employees shouted in unison. This made Gao Yuan sigh a little. If he hadn't returned to his hometown and discovered the gateway to the future, even if he died now, he probably wouldn't have made a splash. They made their way to Xiaowei's headquarters. Ran Yuanji, the founder of Xiaowei, had already retired but still came out to meet Gao Yuan. Though over 70, he was in good spirits. Upon seeing Gao Yuan, he smiled. "President Gao, so young and accomplished." Gao Yuan waved his hand repeatedly. "I dare not compare. I still have a long way to go compared to President Ren. President Ren is a true entrepreneur. By creating the lithography machine, you are a hero of Xia Nation." Gao Yuan smiled. "We each get what we need. I look forward to more cooperation with Xiaowei in the future." "Great, let's go. The banquet is waiting for you." At the welcome banquet, Gao Yuan received Xiaowei's highest standard of hospitality, but he knew that eating was not the purpose. Xiaowei had gone to such lengths because they surely had something to ask of him. Sure enough, after the meal, Zhou Lei, the current CEO of Xiaowei, sat across from Gao Yuan. "President Gao, what is your impression of Xiaowei?" "Xiaowei is a responsible company with integrity, a model for Xia enterprises. That's why I chose Xiaowei for the lithography machine." Both were seasoned businessmen. Gao Yuan knew how to speak. He waited for Zhou Lei to reveal his true intention. "You have insight, President Gao. Xiaowei is indeed facing a small issue at the moment, but overall our business is expanding. The mobile phone business is just a small part of Xiaowei's operations." Gao Yuan nodded. That was true, but many people knew Xiaowei started with Xiaowei phones. Xiaowei had been too low-key before. "President Gao, it's like this. May I ask about the production capacity of your lithography machine? Would you be interested in cooperating with Xiaowei to build a lithography machine factory?" Gao Yuan gave a non-committal laugh. Xiaowei had calculated well. They wanted to control the lithography machine from the source. Was this another tactic after the joint RD attempt failed? Gao Yuan didn't know that Xiaowei's strategy had always been this: first joint RD, then joint production. The lithography machine was too important and Xiaowei would do everything to get involved. That's why they had given Gao Yuan such high-level reception, and even Ren Yuanji came. Because based on current performance, Gao Yuan's HUX-01 lithography machine was bound to become the mainstream in the future semiconductor industry, completely crushing traditional lithography machines. Tying themselves to Gao Yuan carrying out joint RD and joint production would be equivalent to controlling chips from the source. But Gao Yuan wasn't buying any of that. He didn't want any cooperation at all. "President Zhou, the market demand for lithography machines isn't that large. The number of companies capable of designing and producing chips worldwide is very limited. There's no need for mass production, is there?" Zhou Lei knew it wouldn't be that easy. He looked at Gao Yuan. "President Gao, have you noticed that currently the international market is experiencing a chip shortage? Many companies are lacking chips for cars, computers, phones, and even some smart devices. Xiaowei has chip design capabilities, but we lack production capacity. Once we start production, new chips will be designed quickly. Currently chip production is mainly controlled by companies like Yuan Dian, Gaotong, Yingtai, Jiuxing, and others. All these companies are without exception under the control of the US. Xiaowei not only wants to achieve chip self-sufficiency but also to supply chips to the whole world." Gao Yuan understood. Xiaowei was not just considering future risks, they wanted to be a trailblazer, disrupt the international chip market and redistribute the chip industry's pie. In fact, Gao Yuan thought even further: once Xiaowei captures the chip market with more advanced processes, superior designs, and cheaper prices, other companies would certainly be hit, even go bankrupt. Once Xiaowei controls the chip market, they could do to the US exactly what the US did to Xiaowei. Suddenly announcing a supply cutoff, the US semiconductor industry would likely suffer a severe blow. Zhou Lei's ambition was not small. Zhou Lei, observing Gao Yuan lost in thought, understood that as fellow businessman he could roughly guess what Gao Yuan was pondering. He continued: "President Gao, are you interested in joining forces with Xiaowei to dominate the global chip market? I heard from Qingchuan that your lithography machine, the 3 nanometers process, is merely the most conservative technique. According to Qingchuan's estimation, your machine can even achieve a 1 nanometer process. With such technology we can secure the chip market without a hitch."
Gao Yuan had also considered controlling chips. Chips are the core of modern technology. Whoever controls them holds the power to shake global manufacturing. However, Gao Yuan possessed too many valuable assets. Compared to them, chips were already a labor-intensive and low-profit endeavor. For now, he had no intention of dominating the chip market. But he still wanted to know Zhou Lei's plan. Gao Yuan looked at Zhou Lei. President Zhou, how does Xiao Wei intend to cooperate? Xiao Wei will provide land and capital while you provide technology and personnel, profit split 50-50. Haha, President Zhou. To be honest, Xiao Wei's terms are very tempting and I would love to accept. But my acceptance doesn't count because the technology isn't in my hands. I am an internet entrepreneur. As you know, I don't understand the technical details. Zhou Lei stared at Gao Yuan, trying to gauge the truth behind his words. But Gao Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his eyes sincere as he looked back at Zhou Lei. President Gao doesn't understand technology. Gao Yuan shook his head firmly. No, I don't. My college major was engineering management and after graduation I strayed into the internet industry. Not only do I know nothing about lithography technology, but I also don't understand programming. Gao Yuan was telling the truth. He had not a shred of technical expertise, but he could acquire it at any time, because lithography machines were trivial in the future world like the design of steam engines in the modern era, no secret at all. Whenever Gao Yuan wanted, he could obtain the complete set of technology in an instant. As for technical personnel, the 1,000 professional research robots Li Qingmei had given him were more than capable. Even if they lacked prior knowledge, these robots could develop it themselves. These highly intelligent research robots from the future could easily handle ordinary RD tasks. To them, real-world RD was utterly simple. The Jia-A team was Gao Yuan's scientific research team, absolutely loyal and technically proficient. However, Gao Yuan would not allow these robots to have excessive contact with the outside world. Their involvement was limited to tasks like installation guidance. Although these robots possessed extremely high simulation, prolonged interaction might still expose them. Moreover, these teams had no official identity in the modern world, they were undocumented. Unable to glean anything from Gao Yuan's face, Zhou Lei probed tentatively. President Gao, how about we split 70-30? Gao Yuan tapped his fingers unconsciously on the table. President Zhou, don't tempt me. I have no issue with a 50-50 split. But my willingness is useless. As you know, I could never have developed the lithography machine myself. There is a team behind me, yet I cannot command them. If they are unwilling, there is nothing I can do. I am also powerless in technology. Zhou Lei nodded repeatedly. I understand, scientific researchers are the true wealth. But they also need to make a living. I believe you can convince them, right? Haha, President Zhou, researchers can be quite stubborn. However, I can give you a promise: as long as Heiyu Technologies lithography machines are sold externally, Xiao Wei will have priority supply. Zhou Lei smiled, satisfied that although the partnership had not been finalized, he had gained something. With Gao Yuan's promise, he felt more at ease. He extended his hand. President Gao, I look forward to our cooperation. The next morning, Gao Yuan awoke in the hotel. He glanced at the time, 8 o'clock. With an hour left before the press conference, he went downstairs for breakfast. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Li Qingshuan pacing in the corridor outside. Hearing the door, Li Qingshuan turned. President Gao, you're awake. Director Li, something on your mind? Yes, I came to deliver the agenda. You may want to familiarize yourself with the press conference's timeline and attendees. Gao Yuan nodded and took the document from Li Qingshuan. At the restaurant, he ate while reading. Although this press conference was arranged on short notice, the lineup was far from shabby. The hosts were Kong Guang and Li Meng from China's Central Television. CCTV hosts rarely participated in commercial events unless they were official media-organized activities with government backing. Yet in such a short time, Xiao Wei had managed to invite them, indicating that the event at least had official endorsement. He continued reading the list of guests. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Chairman of the Commerce Committee, the Vice President of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Xiao Wei's founder Ren Yuanji and President Zhou Lei. Xiaocor International's Chairman Shen Zhouge, Beijing Eastern's Executive President Ji Hailiang, Dami Technologies founder Lei Jiangwo, and Wuxing Group's Chairman Xiu Run. Below were many other experts and professors from related fields. Xiao Wei had gone all out for this event. With 10 lithography machines physically present, Xiao Wei indeed had confidence. After reviewing the guest list, Gao Yuan looked at the schedule. The event would begin with Ren Yuanji's welcome speech, followed by Zhou Lei's introduction of the lithography machine's detailed parameters, a direct dive into the main subject. After that, various dignitaries would give speeches, and finally the Hansen segment. Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan would jointly manufacture the first fully domestically produced chip, from silicon wafers to chip design to lithography, achieving 100 domestic production. Xiaowei's live chip manufacturing during the press conference was clearly intended to dispel any doubts among the Chinese people.
Producing a real chip would be far more convincing than any words. This press conference was meant to tell the world that Xiaowei now had lithography machines and would produce its own chips. Supply cuts were no longer a concern.
After the chip manufacturing, the QA session would follow. The entire event was expected to last about 3 hours.
After reviewing the agenda, Gao Yuan felt this conference resembled an official seminar more than a typical press conference.
But that had little to do with Gao Yuan.
His role today was merely to show his face, then he could head back.
After breakfast he went downstairs where Li Qingxuan was waiting at the hotel entrance.
"President Gao, let's go to the venue together.
I'll take you in." Gao Yuan sat in the minibus chatting with Li Qingxuan along the way.
In about 10 minutes they arrived at the National Convention Center. From a distance Xiaowei's billboard stood tall. It seemed to have been hastily prepared for this conference. The billboard, several dozen meters high, stood on the side of the convention center's entrance emblazoned with "Heyu lithography machine leading the core era. Self-produced and self-sufficient, Xiaowei enters the power core era."
Gao Yuan's Heyu technology had only recently been established. He hadn't expected Xiaowei to prominently feature Heyu, a gesture of goodwill. Xiaowei was still eager to cooperate with him.
However, they didn't know that Gao Yuan planned to develop a new communication device that would disrupt traditional smartphones. If Xiaowei still wanted to partner with him, then Gao Yuan would not hesitate to give them a chance.
He entered the venue through the VIP passage.
Since the press conference hadn't started yet, Gao Yuan met with various influential figures in the VIP room. Previously Gao Yuan would never have had the opportunity to sit and drink tea with these people. But now everyone smiled at him and praised him as a promising young talent.
It felt surreal to Gao Yuan, as if everything before him wasn't quite real.
Soon the press conference began.
Gao Yuan walked from the VIP room into the hall. The venue was crowded, cameras densely packed and major media reporters crowded in front.
The first 2 rows were VIP seats with name cards on the tables.
Gao Yuan found his seat and sat down.
He was seated on the left side of the front row, perhaps arranged by Xiaowei. To his left was Zhou Lei and to his right was Xiaocore International's chairman Chen Zhouge. After sitting, Chen Zhouge greeted Gao Yuan with a smile.
"President Gao, impressive.
We've been researching lithography machines for so long, only just breaking through 22 nanometers, and you've already mass-produced a 3 nanometers machine.
One must say the younger generation is formidable. Chairman Chen is grounded.
In a few more years Xiaocore International's technology will surely advance by leaps and bounds."
Chen Zhouge smiled without responding.
In his heart he still couldn't believe that Xiaowei and Heyu Technology had jointly developed a lithography machine.
As an industry insider, Chen Zhouge understood the immense difficulty of lithography. It was a matter of accumulated technology.
He would sooner believe in a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion than that someone could build an ultra-precision lithography machine in such a short time. After all, a single genius idea might achieve controlled nuclear fusion. But lithography was different. It couldn't be accomplished with just one brilliant idea. Yet Xiaowei had invited so many people to witness this, so they must have something to back it up.
Chen Zhouge suspected that the so-called 3 nanometers lithography machine might be a different approach, like the carbon-based chips Beijing Eastern was researching, which theoretically could match the performance of 3 nanometer silicon chips. Moreover, the manufacturing process was much simpler than silicon chips. However, carbon-based chip technology was far from being ready for mass production.
Even in the lab they had only achieved performance similar to 5 nanometers chips, and there was still a long way to go before 3 nanometers mass production. So he merely exchanged polite greetings with Gao Yuan, then immersed himself in reading the materials, wanting to see how Xiaowei and Heyu would perform. Kong Guang and Li Meng, exuding the standard CCTV style, began walking onto the stage.
Gao Yuan had only ever seen them on screen before.
Seeing them in person, he noticed that Kong Guang had an exceptionally fit and slender figure exuding an air of elegance.
Li Meng also looked different from her screen appearance. She appeared young, brimming with youthful vitality, and her overall image rivaled that of top actresses. Thank you all for attending the press conference for the establishment of Xiaowei Group's chip business division. I am Kong Guang. I am Li Meng. Today we are hosting this press conference.
Lithography machines have always been a bottleneck restricting the development of China's semiconductor industry.
Xiaowei Group has even faced supply cutoffs.
Now the establishment of the chip business division and the subsidiary responsible for chip production are being vigorously prepared.
Congratulations.
Many of you may already know that Xiaowei has purchased lithography machines from Heyu Technology, and the first batch of 10 machines has been delivered to Xiaowei. This means that China's optical process technology has reached the forefront of the world.
Yes, when I first heard this news I couldn't believe it.
But when I arrived at Xiaowei Group and saw and touched the lithography machines with my own hands, I was shocked and moved. The impact of this press conference was enormous.
Over 300 media outlets were present and a considerable number of commercial media and self-media were turned away. Only provincial-level official media and internationally renowned media were allowed entry. Countless people were watching this press conference. As for the speeches and addresses by the dignitaries, no one really cared. Journalists merely recorded a segment or took a few photos as routine, waiting for the highlight to come. Soon Zhou Lei stood up and walked to the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Lei. Next I will introduce the specific parameters of the Heyu lithography machine. I heard some people questioning whether Xiaowei has actually received the lithography machines. I can tell you that the machines are already in Xiaowei's production workshop and soon a large number of chips will be produced. I am proud to announce that Xiaowei has escaped the risk of supply cuts. Without further ado, let's get down to business. The Heyu lithography machine is a fusion of genius ideas, superb imagination and rigorous craftsmanship. Please look at the big screen. The Heyu X01 lithography machine has the following features: first, compact size. Second, discontinuous photon exposure. In theory, the exposure light source can be reduced to 0.1 nanometer. Third, precision alignment. The X01 creatively uses electromagnetic bearing alignment to ensure zero error. The microscope's eyepiece and objective lens in the alignment system are clearer and offer greater magnification than traditional lenses. Fourth, simple operation, fully automatic. Fifth, higher efficiency, 10 times more efficient than traditional lithography machines. With each point Zhou Lei announced, exclamations erupted from the audience. However, unlike ordinary people, Chen Zhouge, seated next to Gao Yuan, simply did not believe it. At that moment he frowned. How is this possible? It can't be done. Photons. How do you capture and emit them? What alignment system can achieve zero error? What new technology is there for the lenses? Such a precise instrument, fully automatic without fear of errors. 10 times efficiency. Oof. Chen Zhouge did not believe it, yet his mind was conflicted. His professional knowledge told him these figures were unreliable, but at the same time he felt anxious. What if it were true? If it weren't true, why would Xiaowei create such a grand spectacle and list the detailed parameters? Weren't they afraid of losing face? If it were true, that would be terrifying. Within 3 years, traditional lithography machines would likely be obsolete. What made Chen Zhouge even more suspicious was Zhou Lei's claim that the lithography machines had already been delivered. This seemed inconsistent with Gao Yuan's persona. As an internet entrepreneur, Gao Yuan would typically announce a press conference as soon as he had a concept, yet now he had started mass production quietly. Any behavior contrary to common sense must conceal deep secrets. Chen Zhouge suspected this was a coordinated publicity stunt. At that moment, the news from the press conference was also spreading rapidly online through the phones of journalists and guests. Many netizens who were following the event left comments on various short video platforms in Weibo. I used to have a good impression of Xiaowei, but this time they've really gone overboard with the hype. Exactly why does Xiaowei have to play this concept game? Do they have a physical product? Unless a lithography machine is shoved right in my face, I definitely won't believe it. I reckon Xiaowei company was tricked by Gao Yuan of Heyu Technology. Gao Yuan is just a big bluffer. I just saw the news about the disaster relief personnel in Shannon. Someone revealed that the donor of the black tech thermostatic clothing is also called Gao Yuan. Look at that guy and then look at this Gao Yuan. What a gap in character. The gap is even bigger than between humans and pigs. At that moment, inside the press conference hall, it had reached the practical stage. Aside from the VIPs, no one else knew the agenda. Kang Guang stood on the stage filled with emotion. Thank you for the speeches from all the experts. The importance of lithography machines to our country's semiconductor industry is beyond question. After hearing so many prospects, everyone must be curious about the legendary lithography machine. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Now let's welcome Xiaowei President Zhou Lei and Heyu Technology President Gao Yuan to the stage. People were filled with curiosity. What were these two going to do on stage? Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan walked up and staff pushed in an instrument covered by a red cloth. Judging by its size, it was over 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. At this point, Li Meng began to speak. Everyone must be very curious. What is this being pushed up? Regarding this, I'd like to invite President Zhou to explain. Zhou Lei picked up the microphone. Xiaowei never deals in empty talk. No matter how grand the rhetoric, it's not as good as seeing with your own eyes. I want to tell everyone that underneath this cloth is a lithography machine. One that surpasses the world's top-tier level. After Zhou Lei finished speaking, the audience erupted. Everyone pulled out their phones, some recording videos, others taking photos. Kang Guang raised his hand to gesture. Everyone please quiet down. Next let's invite President Zhou and President Gao to unveil the red cloth. Let us see what the Heyu X01 lithography machine really looks like. Zhou Lei extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Gao Yuan understood. The two stood on opposite sides facing the audience. They grabbed the corners of the red cloth, exchanged a glance and then pulled together. The red cloth fluttered. It was like the red flag that ancestors once charged into battle under. People on sight suddenly felt their chests tighten. The red cloth slowly descended. A white square lithography machine finally revealed its true face. On the front the model number was displayed HEU-X01. Everyone fixed their gaze on the lithography machine. Chen Zhouge sitting below had his eyes nearly popping out. Is this a lithography machine? Someone in the audience shouted, President Zhou, is this a model or the real thing? Zhou Lei smiled. Although it's not yet the QA session, I can tell you, this is a genuine lithography machine, not a model. Now our Deputy Director of Strategic Department Li Qingxuan and HEU Technology's technical advisor are debugging the equipment. The audience began to stir restlessly. All eyes were on the lithography machine ahead. Everyone wanted to know what Zhou Lei planned to do. Could he be starting the lithography machine right here? Could he be producing chips on the spot? No way. The VIP guests in the front had seen the agenda and knew that the next step was the real practical operation, so Chen Zhouge looked at the stage with eager anticipation. At this moment host Kong Guang smiled and said, President Zhou, since the lithography machine is right here, are you going to demonstrate how it works? Zhou Lei smiled, of course. President Gao and I came up here to accomplish a feat never before seen on a global scale. Li Meng looked on expectantly. What kind of feat is it? Zhou Lei handed the microphone to Gao Yuan. President Gao, you say it. Gao Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then spoke into the microphone. This was President Zhou's idea, to produce the first Xiaowei Qinglong A9000 chip at this press conference. As everyone knows, Xiaowei previously had the Qinglong A9000 manufactured by Yuan Dian, but that was 2 years ago. The Qinglong A9000 is a chip based on the A9000 but modified for the HEU-X01 lithography machine. Its performance is 140 better than the A9000. This is the first fully domestically produced high-end chip with performance unrivaled globally. President Zhou believes that producing the first chip at the press conference is more meaningful than anything else. It signifies the dawn of a new semiconductor era. After speaking, Gao Yuan glanced at Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei continued, thank you to HEU Technology, thank you to highest research staff for giving us this opportunity to attempt something. Every attempt carries risks. Xiaowei has always been a company willing to embrace risk and meet challenges. This is the gene that President Rin engraved into Xiaowei's very bones. Next, President Gao and I will personally attempt to produce the first chip. As President Gao just said, this chip carries enormous significance. Everyone knows the predicament Xiaowei has faced in recent years. Due to certain reasons we couldn't buy high-end chips. Last year we achieved some breakthroughs, but there was still a gap from high-end chips. This press conference's trial production is to show those who cut off our supply that what doesn't kill us will only become milestones on our path to success, guiding us forward. After finishing, he looked at Gao Yuan. President Gao, shall we begin? Gao Yuan nodded. At that moment Li Qingxuan brought over a tray with a silicon wafer on it. Zhou Lei took the tray. This wafer is from Mojing Xinxing Group. Its purity can reach 999,999. Upon hearing Zhou Lei's words, Chen Zhouge frowned. Domestic technology still falls a bit short. Internationally, the raw material purity for high-end chips can reach 11N. Mojing Xinxing Group is still a top domestic company, but the purity is only 8N. With an 8N wafer, manufacturing high-end chips is still somewhat difficult. The audience was full of experts. As soon as Zhou Lei spoke, they knew this test would be challenging. After all, so much had been hyped up earlier. If during the final testing phase it turned out that Xiaowei's Qinglong chip performance wasn't up to par, that would be very embarrassing. Ordinary netizens wouldn't care whether the raw material purity was high enough, they only care about the final result, that you couldn't deliver. However, Zhou Lei clearly didn't have such concerns. The HEU-X01 lithography machine uses an intelligent operating system. Just install the wafer and the machine will start working from slicing onward. As for the slicing process, I won't go into detail because it's too advanced. All chip processes are automatically carried out inside the machine. You can see this indicator light, it means coating has already begun. Gao Yuan also stood nearby. Developing etching. Time passed minute by minute. From Gao Yuan's perspective, the whole process was rather boring. But at the scene no one made a sound. It was so quiet you could only hear breathing. Everyone's attention was fixed on the lithography machine on stage. Chen Zhouge was also watching. At this moment Lei Jianjun from Dami Technology leaned in. President Chen, can they really make a chip on the spot? Chen Zhouge hesitated yet still shook his head. Impossible. I think it will stop at this step because the next step is wafer testing, a process that takes a long time. Unless what? Lei Jianjun asked.
At that moment Zhou Lei on stage held the microphone and said to the audience, originally according to the standard procedure the next step would be wafer testing, but this process is too time consuming and we are fully confident in our process and design, so Mr. Gao and I decided to skip this step and proceed directly to packaging.
Chen Zhuge looked at Lei Jianjun with a complex expression. Unless they don't plan to test.
Lei Jianjun was already numb. They are extremely confident in their product.
Even Intel's chips wouldn't dare skip testing.
Gao Yuan nodded on stage. The Heyu X01 lithography machine boasts a yield rate of 99.
99, so not testing doesn't actually have much impact.
The audience buzzed with disbelief. This boast seemed too exaggerated. Now they would just watch their performance. Soon the chip packaging was completed. Zhou Lei had already retrieved the finished products from the other end of the lithography machine. The first batch totaled 10 chips. Zhou Lei took out the first chip. This chip is of epoch-making significance. Normally after packaging testing is required mainly to eliminate defective products.
However, as Mr.
Gao just mentioned, the yield rate is as high as 99.
99, so the following test is not actually to detect defects but to evaluate performance.
As you can see, there are 10 chips on site. The one in my hand will be placed in the honor hall of Xiaowei headquarters after testing, while the remaining 9 can be given to our colleagues present. With that, Zhou Lei instructed Li Qingxuan to conduct a performance test on the chip. Soon the test results were displayed on the large screen. Zhou Lei personally introduced. This is the first time the Qinglong A9000 has been tested. Due to certain reasons we did not conduct performance tests after design completion, but with the data from the A9000 you can see the performance of the A9000.
The Qinglong A9000 integrates
1 billion transistors, the highest number among all mass-produced chips currently in the world. In terms of 5G capability and AI processing power, the Qinglong A9000 performs more than twice as well as mainstream chips on the market. At this moment the data on the large screen filled Zhou Lei with excitement. It was a success.
All Xiaowei employees clenched their fists.
With the lithography machine, even if the entire world refused to manufacture for Xiaowei, what did it matter?
Beneath the stage, Ring Yuanji was overwhelmed with tears. It's done. Gao Yuan could feel the excitement in Zhou Lei's heart, yet his own emotions remained calm.
Because he had seen far more advanced things, it was like a person who had witnessed an airplane would hardly be awed by a bamboo dragonfly. In the future world such chips were nothing but garbage. Nevertheless, Gao Yuan knew that Xiaowei had been holding back for the past 2 years, and now that repressed energy was finally released. Zhou Lei paused, steadied his nerves. We once thought that the Qinglong A9000 would be the swan song of Xiaowei chips with no further advancement possible for at least 5 years. But I never expected that the researchers from Heyu Technology and Xiaowei's strategy department would develop a new generation of lithography machines so quickly, surpassing the world's top level in technology. The success of this Qinglong A9000 marks that we Xiaowei and Heyu Technology will become the world leaders in semiconductors. In the future more chips will be designed. Chips are the most important components of modern technological products. Improved chip performance will undoubtedly give 5G wings.
And even provide strong support for future 6G.
Zhou Lei spoke at length, but no one in the audience grew weary. Everyone could feel his excitement.
Below the stage, staff members brought in a 9000 chip to Chen Zhuge and Lei Jianjun each. Chen Zhuge's emotions were complex. One moment he was thrilled, the next filled with disappointment.
Witnessing the chip being manufactured before his eyes was an overwhelming shock. Meanwhile, Lei Jianjun beside him was thinking entirely differently from Chen Zhuge. He had already begun calculating how to design Dami Technology's next flagship phone. Should he also use Xiaowei's Qinglong A9000 chip?
The scene of manufacturing chips on site was too shocking.
Even when Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan had already left the stage, no one noticed.
Kong Guang stepped up, cleared his throat. Everyone is stunned, aren't you? I am too.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe that our country's lithography machine technology could reach such a level in such a short time.
Thank you, Xiaowei. Thank you, Heyu Technology. Next we have a media QA session. Dear friends from the media, due to time constraints, President Zhou and President Chen will only accept interviews from 3 media outlets, each limited to 3 questions.
President Zhou, the stage is yours. You may choose the media you wish to answer questions from. Zhou Lei had calmed down by then, sitting in the chair looking at the eager faces of hundreds of media representatives. He pointed to the one with the label of Xiaogua Daily. Then Xiaogua Daily it is. A young female reporter ran over with a joyful expression. President Zhou, how long did it take to develop the Heyu X01 lithography machine? Zhou Lei glanced at Gao Yuan, then turned back and said, you should ask President Gao about that, since the lithography machine was developed by Heyu Technology. The microphone was aimed at Gao Yuan.
Gao Yuan understood that this was Zhou Lei's opportunity to promote Heyu Technology.
Heyu Technology is a new company, but our core team actually started research 3 years ago. The development was very difficult, and even a month ago my Yuan Group went bankrupt. But fortunately we withstood the pressure, and in the end the lithography machine was developed faster than expected. President Gao, will Heyu Technologies sell lithography machines to other companies? This question made the industry leaders present turn their heads, all eager to know what Gao Yuan was thinking, because it was clear that although it was a joint development, Heyu Technology held undisputed decision-making power. It's hard to say for now because production capacity is limited. Xiaowei is our partner and we must first ensure supply to Xiaowei, Gao Yuan said. These words neither confirmed nor denied sale, leaving a position that could advance or retreat. Zhou Lei was gratified by Gao Yuan's words. This was Gao Yuan's renewed promise to him: even if they didn't cooperate to build a factory, the lithography machine would still be supplied to Xiaowei first. After answering 3 questions, the reporter from Xiaogua Daily was escorted back by security, and then Gao Yuan chose Nanhua Weekly. The reporter was a middle-aged man looking quite refined. But his first question made the atmosphere at the scene somewhat awkward. President Gao, this question may be a bit presumptuous, but I want to ask, how can you guarantee that the lithography machine technology came from your own research team rather than being stolen from the West? Gao Yuan was taken aback for a moment. That's an interesting question. I'd like to ask as well, how can you be sure you were born to your mother and father and not fathered by some other man? After Gao Yuan's response, the venue erupted in commotion. Some felt it was satisfying, but others thought Gao Yuan lacked grace. How could he speak so recklessly in public? Although the Southern Weekly reporter's question was somewhat abrupt, it was indeed what some netizens thought. Gao Yuan, however, didn't care. He was an entrepreneur, not a celebrity after all. When others questioned him, he would definitely fight back. The Southern Weekly reporter's face flushed bright red. He seemed unable to hold back anymore, his refined demeanor turning into sheer exasperation. President Gao, I didn't expect you to be such a person, so filthy-minded. I didn't expect you to be such a person either. Any more questions? If there are no more questions, please leave. The Southern Weekly reporter wanted to turn around and leave, but he couldn't bear to. Yes, the second question, President Gao, was the chip really produced on site, or was it a foreign chip with the logo erased? Because you didn't even do wafer testing, clearly you had it ready beforehand. Gao Yuan laughed. The same trick, the same ill intent. Comrade reporter, do you think the experts here are as brainless as you? Can't they tell whether it's newly made or prepared in advance? I'm curious, if you go home and find your wife alone, is she truly alone? Or did some other man just leave? You. Alright, don't get angry. Anger is bad for your health, isn't it? Alright, next. The Southern Weekly reporter gritted his teeth. I have one last question. You're an internet entrepreneur good at playing with concepts and storytelling. With only one lithography machine now and its authenticity unknown, what do you think is the most important trait for an entrepreneur? Sincerity or trickery? Gao Yuan felt that this guy was deliberately targeting him. Gao Yuan actually didn't care about his reputation. As long as the product was good, people would naturally like it. He looked at the reporter. What's your name? Chen Mu. Alright Chen Mu, let me tell you, the most important thing for an entrepreneur is the product. But as a person, the most important thing is to speak like a human being. Do you understand? Chen Mu seemed to lock horns with Gao Yuan. Blackfish Technology is a new company, and a few months ago there was another new company that claimed to have made a new energy vehicle that could run on just water. What happened? After getting subsidies, loans and policies, it went bankrupt. And just like Blackfish Technology, they also had products. I didn't take a single cent from the government. Saying that, do you think the leadership of Xiaowei has a problem with their brains? I didn't mean that. Xiaowei is a great company, but President Gao, you just went bankrupt a month ago and now you can't wait to step forward. As a media person, I have a responsibility to oversee. I think the model for product making should be another person, also named Gao Yuan. The constant temperature suits worn by rescue workers in the Shannon disaster area are truly good products. I've learned from relevant channels that the donor of those constant temperature suits is also named Gao Yuan. His products were first used for disaster relief, not for playing with concepts and raising money. Gao Yuan laughed. Was this guy here to assist? Originally, Gao Yuan had no intention of over-promoting the constant temperature suits. But interestingly, the suits had been trending recently. He had been wondering if he should seize this opportunity to sell a batch and boost Blackfish Technology's brand awareness. Now Chen Mu had actively steered the conversation there. What a great assist. You admire Gao Yuan? Yes, but not you. I admire the Gao Yuan who donated the constant temperature suits. According to feedback from rescue workers in the disaster area, the constant temperature suit is a true black technology. It maintains constant temperature and humidity, is waterproof and scratch-resistant, ensuring rescue workers can complete their missions safely and comfortably. That Gao Yuan is the real entrepreneur.
Have you ever considered that the Gao Yuan is actually me?
Chen Mu sneered with contempt. You.
How is that possible?
You're nothing but an ill-mannered speculator who takes pleasure in vulgarity.
You just went bankrupt, you don't have the time to develop such high-end products.
I don't know how you did it, but it definitely wasn't on your own. At this moment Zhou Lei frowned and signaled the security to escort the Southern Weekly reporter out.
But Gao Yuan waved his hand to stop the approaching security.
Just kidding, I'm in need of a straight man here. This guy came to me on his own to be mocked.
If he's driven away, what then?
You might not have brought your ears, but you brought your prejudice. I've said that I started developing this project 3 years ago, and I've also said I'm not a technician. The credit goes to my R&D team. Moreover, the constant temperature suits you mentioned are exactly the new product that Blackfish Technology is about to release. The first batch we sent to the disaster area for rescue workers to wear, and we are about to donate the second batch.
We can't let rescue workers go in and out of water. Gao Yuan's words excited the media present.
That's it, today was worth it. Not only did they witness on-site chip manufacturing and the lithography machine, but they also got a bonus. The popular constant temperature suits turned out to be Blackfish Technology's new product. This press conference was also a two-for-one deal. They expected only the lithography machine, but now there were the constant temperature suits too.
Chen Mu was dumbfounded at this point. How could it be the same person? If he had constant temperature suits, why would he research lithography machines? But obviously in such an occasion Gao Yuan couldn't lie. Because the constant temperature suits had already become a hit, lying would be throwing money away.
Chen Mu's expression changed. His face complex. He suddenly saw Gao Yuan's expression full of mockery and instantly realized that he had just helped him with a wave of hype.
This news would soon spread across the internet, and he was the fool in this hype.
Not only had he helped slap his own face, but he also got no money.
He didn't want to stay here anymore.
One could lose face properly, but losing face should come with payment. This time he lost face and got nothing. What a huge loss. He turned around and left by himself. Amidst a group of excited colleagues he looked so lonely. Gao Yuan was satisfied. The constant temperature suits had a small climax at the last moment, and they would surely explode in the future. Before launching the future phone, using the constant temperature suits to open the market was also a good idea. These suits were very cheap in the future world. Gao Yuan could either directly buy the suits to sell or buy a production line to manufacture them himself.
The constant temperature suit.
This kind of clothing, if you didn't mind, could be worn until death. Even after death you could wear it. In the hot summer it could keep you fresh.
Gao Yuan's business empire set sail from the constant temperature suit.
In fact, the business landscape is nothing more than 8 words: clothing, food, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, playing, and having fun.
The constant temperature suit directly revolutionizes the way we dress.
In the future, various styles of constant temperature suits will be launched, which will be a shock to the textile industry but not fatal.
Moreover, this donation reminded Gao Yuan he planned to customize constant temperature suits for firefighters nationwide.
From now on, whether braving fire or water, the thermal clothing ensures one can feel the warmth of Blackfish Technology.
With this thought, Gao Yuan no longer wished to remain here.
The subsequent parts of the press conference held no major highlights. Returning to Linzhou, Gao Yuan intended to test the transmogrifier. Compact and portable, he always kept it on hand for emergencies. This device could save lives at critical moments.
Gao Yuan found a secluded park and quietly activated the transmogrifier.
As it powered on, he felt something enveloping his body, wrapping around him.
The transmogrifier had no screen or buttons, controlled entirely by brainwaves. Closing his eyes, Gao Yuan thought become the largest eagle.
The instant the thought crossed his mind, he sensed his body transforming, bones slowly reshaping, feathers sprouting across his skin. Dozens of seconds later he opened his eyes to an entirely different perspective. Though he hadn't yet taken flight, his vision had already shifted. He could see 500 meters away a caterpillar crawling on a fruit atop a tree. Moreover, he now perceived the subtlest shifts in the breeze which he would never have noticed before. At this moment the eagle he had become was one of the world's largest, the Andean condor, also known as the South American condor, with a body length of 1.5 meters and a wingspan exceeding 3 meters.
Gao Yuan could no longer wait.
With a flap of his wings he rode the updraft and soared upward. The wind whistling past his ears and the breathtaking scenery below left him utterly entranced. He swooped past a flock of swallows, startling them into scattering, while his own grating laughter echoed behind. His massive silhouette suddenly appeared over Qingjing, astonishing countless photographers and biologists. Qin Fan, a bird photographer, inadvertently captured Gao Yuan in flight. Opening the photo, Qin Fan's eyes widened. What had he seen? An Andean condor, a giant bird native to the New World of the Americas. How had it come to Qingjing? Even more astonishing was the strange instrument attached to the eagle, Gao Yuan's transmogrifier, with a pouch hanging beneath it.
As for Gao Yuan's clothes and belongings, they had been stored in a compressed pouch beneath the transmogrifier during the transformation. Qin Fan eagerly shared the photo in a photographer's chat group. Everyone, look what I discovered today. An Andean condor. Xiao Qin went to the Americas.
No, I took this in Xinjiang.
Even am puzzled. Really? What incredible luck.
Capturing an Andean condor in Xinjiang.
That's epic. Maybe this eagle is a thief. Did it snatch someone's bag? Awesome.
As Gao Yuan soared onward, his silhouette was spotted by more people. But at that moment Gao Yuan was lost in the sheer thrill of flight. It was utterly exhilarating. The sensation of air currents gliding over his body was incomparable. Soaring through the high skies felt more intense than any experience had ever had.
Now Gao Yuan understood why some people loved roller coasters. It was all about the adrenaline. But Gao Yuan's experience far surpassed any roller coaster.
He performed a series of aerial stunts in the sky.
After covering several hundred kilometers, he arrived above Linzhou a few hours later.
Circling overhead, he saw his hometown from above for the first time. The small city had grown and prospered unnoticed. He kept flying until dusk began to fall, then landed in Linzhou's West Park.
Straightening his clothes, he exited the park, hailed a taxi and headed to the Blackfish Technology building in Linzhou.
By then Zhang Bai had already commenced renovations with remarkable efficiency.
The building was located in the Linzhou high-tech zone.
When Zhang Bai originally purchased it, Blackfish Technology was still a little-known company.
But after that morning's stunning debut in Xinjiang, the Linzhou municipal leadership became thoroughly excited. They visited the Blackfish Technology Linzhou office at once.
For a moment Zhang Bai felt as if he had returned to the heyday of Gao Yuan's former empire, when he too was constantly occupied with social engagements. After finally seeing the officials, Zhang Bai immediately summoned old comrades from Xinjiang. Some drove over without a second thought.
As Gao Yuan stepped out of the taxi and entered the building, Zhang Bai rushed over with a yelp. "Old Gao, I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow." "That was fast." Gao Yuan raised a hand. "Don't touch me, I'm exhausted." "Dan Dan Ru, come rub my shoulders."
The two beautiful robots immediately began massaging his legs and shoulders. "Old Gao, what did you do in Xinjiang?"
"You didn't. You know. You're almost 30, take it easy. Get lost." "Did you hire anyone?"
"Yes, a lot of familiar faces."
"Wait, you'll have them come meet you." With that, Zhang Bai left.
Gao Yuan slumped into a chair, feeling as if his body had been dismantled. So tired, flying for just a few hours had left him utterly drained. It seemed he would need to use the transmogrifier more sparingly in the future. The thrill was exhilarating, but the aftermath was awkward. It would take several days to recover.
Soon Gao Yuan's former subordinates arrived. They looked somewhat awkward meeting him. "President Gao. President Gao, it's good to be working under you again." Gao Yuan was unbothered.
These people had indeed been his employees before, but after his bankruptcy they had found other paths. That was only natural. If he were a wage earner and his boss went bankrupt, he would leave too. In this world there wasn't that much sharing of hardship. As long as these people could complete their work with quality and efficiency, they were good employees.
"I'm truly glad you all came," Gao Yuan told them. "Let's fight side by side once more. Without far away, we still have Blackfish. Let's encourage each." Zhang Bai laughed heartily. "Old Gao, enough with the formalities.
We're all old friends, skip the pleasantries and tell us the plans."
"Alright, let's talk about Blackfish Technology's future."
As you all know, Blackfish Technology is different from the former Faraway Technology Group. It's a genuine tech company focused on products. I've told Vice President Zhang that we need to create a client called Blackfish Home. It will be a dedicated platform for Blackfish Technology, integrating shopping, social networking, and information.
Gao Yuan aimed to build a Blackfish ecosystem.
Now they were selling thermal clothing. In the future they would sell 3D interactive communication wristbands, and there would be a steady stream of new products. Using products as a foundation, gather users and let them share experiences. This model was attempted by many companies, but none had truly succeeded. So when Gao Yuan finished speaking, the employees exchanged uneasy glances. It seemed like another doomed venture.
But Gao Yuan offered no further explanation.
He felt he needed to accelerate his pace.
These people simply didn't understand his vision.
In the future world there was a notorious pig-raising 3-piece set, a system designed by the authorities for the lower class. It was a tailor-made package for the common people. Originally Gao Yuan had planned to launch the future phone. But after the constant temperature suit unexpectedly became a hit, Gao Yuan realized that anything that makes people more comfortable resonates deeply. So he decided to first introduce the 3-piece pig-raising set. The 3-piece pig-raising set includes the constant temperature suit, the Game Dream helmet, and nutrient paste. This set ensures that even the lowest of people can live without worrying about food and clothes. The constant temperature suit and nutrient paste allow people to survive, while the Game Dream helmet is designed to eliminate the resentment in the hearts of the lower class. Once worn, the helmet offers two modes: gaming mode and dreaming mode. In gaming mode, closing your eyes transports you to a game interface. These games are custom-made for the lower class, where they can dominate and reign supreme. The immersion is unparalleled. The helmet can even simulate tactile sensation, smell and other physical experiences within the brain, making people feel as if they are in a real world rather than a game. As for dreaming mode, it's even more remarkable. The helmet emits a ray that induces rapid sleep, targeting specific areas of the brain during slumber to plunge the wearer into dreams. Games have seen limitations, but dreams are boundless. Anything is possible. Many people wake from a pleasant dream feeling regret for waking too soon. With the Dream helmet, it's paradise. You can simply close your eyes and continue dreaming. The lower class have no hope in real life, but in dreams they own their world, indulging in blissful fantasies. Dreaming and gaming keep them docile even without hope. Gao Yuan was fascinated by this three-piece pig raising set. If he could successfully market it, say to the United States or Japan, where internal competition is fierce and young people suffer, they would be grateful for the chance to live happily as pigs. With game helmets, constant temperature suits and cheap nutrient paste, these people could joyfully become worthless parasites. The more GA. The Game Dream helmet satisfies entertainment and to some extent eating. Once people have these three items, they no longer need to struggle. Thus the three-piece pig raising set truly fulfills most of one's dreams. Gao Yuan intended to promote this set to friendly nations of the Xia Kingdom to make their youth a little happier. Domestically, he didn't plan to launch the Game Dream helmet. There were already enough forms of entertainment. Gao Yuan's strategy was global, so he would never join those e-commerce platforms. To prevent future restrictions on his products, he had to build his own ecosystem. Gao Yuan instructed Zhang Bai and the others to continue working. He drove Zhang Bai's car back to Linzhou, telling Zhang to buy a few more vehicles. With cars, commuting would be much easier. On his way back to Muza, at the Jinghai County Investment Promotion Bureau, Bai Maoyu held a report pacing outside the director's office. Bai Maoyu trusted that Gao Yuan wouldn't deceive her, but rationality told her that Gao Yuan really had no ability to come up with 2 billion for investment. A young man who had just gone bankrupt without debts was already rare. How could he possibly have money to invest? Bai Maoyu bit her lower lip, knowing she was taking a risk. Going directly to the director over Director Li would offend him whether she succeeded or not. Especially if she failed, she might be completely marginalized. But Bai Maoyu wanted to try one more time. She had just been scolded by Director Li yesterday, and even if she submitted the report, he wouldn't approve it. So she thought of approaching the director. Just as she hesitated, the door opened and Director Li came out of the director's office. Seeing Bai Maoyu lingering outside, he immediately put on a smiling face. "Xiao Bai, what are you doing here? I was just about to look for you." "Ah. Director, is there something you need from me?" "That old classmate of yours, Gao Yuan, has he contacted you yet?" Director Li now smiled like a wolf coveting a little rabbit. He had just been called into the director's office and told one thing: Gao Yuan, Bai Maoyu's old classmate, had created a lithography machine, appeared at Qin Jingxiaoi's press conference, and even bought a large building in Linzhou for his office. The director, worried that Bai Maoyu had been wronged at work, and vented her anger on Gao Yuan, making him disappointed with Jinghai and reluctant to invest there. So the director ordered Director Li to use any means to win Gao Yuan back. Director Li naturally didn't know Gao Yuan, he only knew Bai Maoyu. So he had to work through her. Bai Maoyu sensed something strange about Director Li. Not yet. Hearing this, Director Li was a little disappointed but quickly smiled again. "Xiao Bai, have you and Gao Yuan had a falling out? I heard you were old classmates. Is he still unmarried?" Bai Maoyu froze. "Director, I don't understand what you mean." Director Li put on a kindly smile. "Xiao Bai, I treat you like a niece. Don't hide from me. Are you and Gao Yuan a couple?" Bai Maoyu was caught between laughter and tears. "Director, really we're not. Truly not. Truly not." Director Li sounded regretful. "What a pity." "Ha. Nothing. Xiao Bai, how many years have you been at the Investment Promotion Bureau?" "This is my 3rd year. 3rd year. You've been tempered enough. Write the report on Muza's investment promotion. If it passes, you'll take full charge. Isn't Deputy Director Wei of the office retiring? I've discussed with the director and we think it's better to promote a younger person, someone with a sharp mind. Xiao Bai, do you think you're up to the task?" Bai Maoyu was bewildered. What was Director Li up to? Hinting at a promotion for her. Just a while ago he was scolding her to death, and now he wants her to handle the project. And he dangled the deputy director position to tempt her. What was going on? But Bai Maoyu didn't have time to ponder. She handed over her report. "Director, actually I've already written the Muza report. Please take a look." "Already written?"
Xiaobai, you've matured. Alright, I'll read it first. If Gao Yuan contacts you, report immediately. Convey any requirements he has. And if Gao Yuan comes back, invite him to the bureau.
Bai Mayu realized something must have happened. Otherwise the leadership wouldn't have changed so dramatically. Bai Mayu returned to his seat. He took out his phone and opened the news app. The top trending news item was breakthrough in lithography technology. The second item was Xiaowei successfully manufactures its own chips. Bai Mayu skipped the first two and scrolled down. The eighth trending item finally showed a familiar name: Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan thermoregulation garment lithography machine. Three seemingly unrelated words linked together left Bai Mayu puzzled. He clicked in and began browsing the related news. The more he read, the more astonished he became. It turned out that Gao Yuan's bankruptcy was real, but before that he had been developing lithography machines. The top trending lithography machine was developed by Gao Yuan's team. The wildly popular thermoregulation garment was also a product of Gao Yuan's company. And Gao Yuan's company was the newly established Blackfish technology. Bai Mayu finally understood why his superiors had made a 180-degree turn in attitude. If Gao Yuan's Blackfish technology truly settled in Jinghai, it would greatly enhance the region's comprehensive strength. Bai Mayu let out a sigh of relief. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth. I knew you wouldn't deceive me. He took out his phone, which he hadn't called before, and now dialed directly. Soon the call connected. Gao Yuan, where are you? On the road, almost at Jinghai. By the way, what did your superiors say? Is it about building the base in Muza? Our leaders would like to invite you to the Bureau of Investment Promotion for detailed discussion. No problem. It's almost closing time. Will it be too late? It's not too late. Bai Mayu knew that Gao Yuan was now the biggest benefactor for the Bureau. For years the Bureau had been essentially a mere formality. Now that Gao Yuan intended to invest in his hometown, even if the director was about to sleep, he would probably drag himself to receive him. Alright, I'll head over now. Should I send you a location? No need. It's a tiny place. Do I need a location? Just wait, I'll be there soon. Bai Mayu hung up. He went to find Director Li and told him that Gao Yuan was coming. Director Li immediately stood up. So soon? Xiaobai, well done. I'll go inform the director now. Within minutes the entire bureau buzzed into activity. Some prepared banners, others cleaned, and still others borrowed dozens of potted plants from the finance bureau next door. Bai Mayu was assigned to wait for Gao Yuan at the entrance. Standing by the door watching the traffic on the street, he found life fascinating. The same person who yesterday was a swindler and a big talker had now become a VIP and a benefactor. Yet Gao Yuan was still the same Gao Yuan. Soon a car stopped beside Bai Mayu. Little fish. Gao Yuan leaned out the window. Bai Mayu's face lit up with excitement. Gao Yuan. You were in Xinjiang this morning. How did you get back so quickly? It was boring. I came back early. There's still a lot to do here. Bai Mayu led Gao Yuan into the bureau and saw a banner that read, "Welcome Mr. Gao Yuan to invest in his hometown." Gao Yuan was stunned. Did you guys arrange this? Before Bai Mayu could answer, a group of people emerged. Bai Mayu quickly introduced them. This is our Director Lu, this is Director Li, and this is Director Qin. Gao Yuan extended his hand and shook hands with everyone. I'm flattered. You've gone to such lengths. Mr. Gao is the pride of Jinghai. The official newspaper just published a commentary. How did it put it? Mr. Gao has broken Western technological monopoly and ushered in the chip era of lithography. Director Lu, you flatter me. I hope you can give me more support. Of course. Let's talk inside. Xiaobai mentioned that you want to invest in an industrial park in Muza, correct? Not just Muza. Behind Muza is the Daqing mountain range. In the early years many villagers grew fruit trees and grazed livestock there, but now it's mostly abandoned. I want to lease those mountains as well. Gao Yuan was confident. A small Muza would certainly not be enough. But he didn't want to go far from his old family home because the timespace gate was there. So he could only expand outward, taking the timespace gate as the center. Upon hearing this, Director Lu frowned. That might be difficult. The national policy is to return farmland to forest. The mountain peaks of the Daqing range are under the jurisdiction of the Forestry Bureau. It's hard to coordinate. But doesn't Jinghai have the Wangzhuang industrial zone? What do you think about going there? Gao Yuan shook his head. Director Lu, Wangzhuang is too small and the good spots are already taken. Have you ever considered designating a new development zone in Muza?
Director Liu's eyes lit up. That's right. With Gao Yuan's investment of billions, specially approving a development zone to keep him was no problem. As long as those areas were included in the zone, jurisdiction would naturally fall under the Bureau of Investment. Promotion and procedures would become easier. Young people have flexible minds. Although Jinghai had the character sea in its name, it referred to a sea of forests having nothing to do with the ocean. A remote inland area retaining Gao Yuan as a major figure would be a political achievement. Director Liu felt more and more that a development zone was feasible. With Blackfish technology setting an example, other enterprises would surely follow. 2 development zones in one county with Moza hosting Blackfish technology, all his achievements. The mere thought was delightful. Behind them, Bai Mayu quietly gave Gao Yuan a thumbs up. In fact, this idea had come up during a conversation between Bai Mayu and Gao Yuan earlier. Gao Yuan had remembered it. The subsequent discussions became much more pleasant. Gao Yuan even directly increased the investment amount to 5 billion yuan. Moreover, he required no official loans, only preferential treatment in land and some policies. Director Liu was almost moved to tears. What a fine young man, wholeheartedly repaying his hometown and driving its development. Director Li even showered him with flattery. General Gao, you are young and accomplished. The vision you developed running a business in Qingjing is truly grand. Jinghai is proud of you. We have prepared a banquet for you. You must taste the signature dishes from our bureau's canteen. That day they discussed the general outline. The next day representatives from the bureau would accompany Gao Yuan on a field survey. Essentially they would follow him to claim land. These neglected wastelands would become Gao Yuan's industrial park. This park would later become famous as the 3 pig raising tools all originated here. By the time he returned to Muza, night had fallen. Gao Yuan opened the door. Lin Mei was not there. She must have gone to her own house, which was less than 50 meters away. It was convenient for them to visit each other. Gao Yuan splashed his face with water. He checked the time. It was still too early to sleep, so he stepped through the time-space gate into the future world. This was Gao Yuan's first view of the future world's nightscape, utterly beyond his imagination. It was utterly astonishing. Gao Yuan had originally believed Qingjing was a city that never slept, a dazzling spectacle of neon and nightlife. Yet upon witnessing Longjing of the future, he truly understood the meaning of an eternal metropolis. Gigantic beams of light descended from above, the dusk lamps of Longjing illuminating the paths for low-altitude flying vehicles traversing the sky. Skyscrapers soared like pillars of radiance, and every storefront along the pedestrian streets was equipped with simulated daylight systems, rendering the distinction between day and night imperceptible. At that moment the plot of land outside the space-time portal was nearly complete. Gao Yuan had just emerged from the warehouse, marveling at the construction techniques and speed of this world. 3 days, nearly 3 days, and not only the main structure but also the interior decoration, all facilities and even the ornamental details had been executed with exquisite precision. Gao Yuan lamented inwardly, if only the real world possessed such technology, then within a week at most his own industrial park could take shape. The sooner it was completed, the sooner sales could begin. Gao Yuan was admiring the nightscape when suddenly someone tapped his shoulder. Without turning around he said directly, "Nanwo, stop squatting and stand up." "Ha! Sir, how did you know it was me?" Lin Nanwa's voice came from behind. Gao Yuan looked at the sullen girl. "Apart from you and your mother here, everyone else is a robot. Do you think your mother would tap my shoulder? Or that a robot would? Maybe someone else came to the construction site." Lin Nanwo retorted. "Who would come?" The relevant authorities." "How could the relevant authorities pat my shoulder?" Gao Yuan stood up and walked into the newly built clubhouse. Huang Fushan was busy working. Seeing Gao Yuan, she said, "Sir, you're here. Look, here are the design blueprints for 10 scenes." Gao Yuan observed the images projected from Huang Fushan's wristband. Each was a 3D hologram, the effect crystal clear. However, Gao Yuan frowned. "Why are there so few plants here? We need to simulate a real tropical rainforest." "Sir, this is already plenty. This is what a tropical rainforest looked like 500 years ago." Gao Yuan was taken aback. "Sir, even so the cost is extremely high. Adding more plants is simply impossible." Gao Yuan sighed. So limited in perspective, people of the future could not fathom what a true tropical rainforest was like. Even if they saw pictures from 1,000 years ago, they would probably think those were artificial trees. "Alright, Sister Shan, don't worry about the design. I'll find someone else to handle it." Gao Yuan planned to return to the real world, commission a design company, then bring robots over, transport everything and have the robots arrange the setup. "Very well, sir. By the way, what shall we name our clubhouse?" Gao Yuan pondered for a moment. "How about 2024? Clubhouse 2024. Huang Fushan was puzzled. Why such a strange name? Just call it 2024.
No characters needed, just the 4 digits. I want people to experience what the world of 2024 was like.
Huang Fushan fell silent, wondering what her boss was thinking.
It was now the year 3024. Naming it 2024, what meaning did that hold? To commemorate the world of 1,000 years ago.
But Gao Yuan was the boss.
Huang Fushan immediately went to find the design robots to begin decorating the entire clubhouse. Seeing her busy, Gao Yuan told Lin Nanhua to help as well, then set off alone into the streets of Longjing. The public security of the future was excellent. Violent incidents were extremely rare worldwide because they were unnecessary.
The lower class didn't even need to study.
The vast majority had no awareness of resistance. People like Huang Fushan and her daughter were a rarity. Most of the lower class lived in their own worlds, either indulging in drunken stupors, controlling the world in dreams, or dominating games. They had ample food and clothing. Even the stray dogs outside knew more than they did.
Such is human nature. The less you know, the happier you live.
Though nutritional paste was unappetizing, they had never tasted real food and assumed all food tasted the same.
Thermostatic garments ensured comfortable temperatures. The authorities had arranged every aspect of their lives. Everything was fine except for the lack of upward mobility.
Gao Yuan put himself in their shoes. If he were a lower-class person in this future world, he probably wouldn't harbor other ambitions either. The upper class enjoyed the scarce natural resources. The most miserable were the middle class. One step forward would make them elite, but that step was incredibly difficult. One step back would plunge them into the lower class.
Yet the middle class refused to be content as happy swine. Gao Yuan walked along Longjing streets, taking in the sights of the future.
He casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. After just one puff, he noticed everyone around staring at him. He had suddenly become the center of attention. In the future, most of the lower class rarely went out as there was little point. Almost all the shoppers were middle class.
These people had only heard of cigarettes but never seen one. As Gao Yuan exhaled a plume of smoke, those nearby began to breathe deeply, their expressions rapturous.
So this is the smell of smoke.
So unique. It seems not very pleasant. Look, an upper-class person. No thermostatic garment, no synthetic fiber, that's cotton and linen.
Such clothes are breathable, you can feel the touch of nature. Gao Yuan had acted carelessly, never expecting such a commotion. He found it both amusing and exasperating. There was no point in continuing his night walk, time to head back.
It was getting late.
But he hadn't taken 2 steps before someone blocked his path, a young woman in a tight thermostatic suit.
Can I help you? Gao Yuan asked. Could I have a puff?
Or blow the smoke in my face?
Gao Yuan hadn't expected such a request.
In the real world, doing that would likely get him beaten up. Even smoking on the street was considered uncivilized. But here he had become a benefactor of public delight.
Hey, race, one for you. Gao Yuan pulled out a fresh cigarette and tossed it to her.
The woman was quick, though the throw was slightly off. She caught it deftly between her thumb and index. She held the cigarette under her nose and inhaled deeply.
How fragrant. Gao Yuan shook his head. Crazy.
He no longer felt like smoking. He flicked the half-smoked cigarette away. It traced an orange arc toward the ground. Then, to his astonishment, several people lunged toward the discarded butt.
Mine. It's mine, in closest. Bullshit, whoever grabs it owns it. Gao Yuan watched for a dozen seconds, then shook his head. How pathetic.
He hadn't expected these middle-class people, each worth at least tens of millions, to squabble over a cigarette butt. This suggested that if he offered them a chance to work a 996 schedule in the real world, they would be overwhelmed with gratitude.
Gao Yuan walked back toward 2024.
At the entrance, he suddenly turned his head and saw the woman in the tight thermostatic suit still following him.
He stopped and asked, "Can I help you?"
The girl bit her lower lip and said, "Sir, that cigarette you gave me, could I keep it?
Please." Gao Yuan was silent for 2 seconds.
Yes, of course. Then he entered the clubhouse, leaving her standing alone outside.
Why are you following me? Sir, are you the owner here?
The woman's face lit up with surprise. What business is it of yours?
Of course it is. I want to change jobs.
Boss, I'm an interstellar tour guide skilled in leading groups management and introductions.
What do you think? Interstellar tour guide.
Gao Yuan felt that he indeed needed such a person, someone articulate, knowledgeable, attractive, and capable of handling all kinds of people. He then took a closer look at this woman. Round face, eyes not very large but spirited, hair tied back with 2 dimples when she smiled.
She was tall, almost matching his height.
Standing a bit too close, she even gave him a sense of pressure.
What's your name? Wang Yifei Bingbing. A 5-character name like Huang Fushan, not low class.
The real low class have 7 or 8 characters, generally the middle class have 4 or 5 characters. Those with 6 character names could through effort climb to the middle class while some degenerated and treated themselves like pigs.
Why do you want to change jobs? Gao Yuan asked. Finding a job is finding a boss. You're different from others. Why? You're richer and more down-to-earth.
We never get to see other top-tier people.
But you're actually strolling on the street. Wang Yifei Bingbing said. You're wrong. I'm not top-tier. My name is Gao Yuan Yuango, similar to yours.
Wang Yifei Bingbing flashed a smug smile.
Boss, your aura is different.
Look at your clothes and the way you casually toss away half a cigarette and even offer me one.
I noticed that even your underwear is cotton.
This shows you're absolutely the top of the top. There's a natural aura about you suggesting you often live in places with lots of plants.
Gao Yuan chuckled.
This girl is very observant. He looked at Wang Yifei Bingbing with interest.
Even so, do you think he'll hire you?
You will.
I don't know what this place does, but my intuition tells me it's not simple. Besides, I've looked around. It's all robots here except for a young girl and an older woman.
If Boss Gao wants to do business, I'd be more suitable than them. Do you think you're more useful than robots?
Gao Yuan asked.
No, but when dealing with high-end clients, using robots would be a disgrace. So boss, you definitely need to recruit a group of people, especially a manager with experience and keen observation.
Wang Yifei Bingbing said, puffing out her chest to appear more confident. Gao Yuan looked Wang Yifei Bingbing up and down.
He studied her for a long time until Wang Yifei Bingbing's heart began to pound.
Gao Yuan suddenly smiled. Congratulations. I can give you a chance. Come here tomorrow at 9 a.m.
I'll give you a task. If you complete it, you'll become the Deputy General Manager of Club 2024. Gao Yuan planned to assign a General Manager, a Deputy General Manager, a Lobby Manager for Club 2024, and then a manager for each floor and scene. There were also HR, logistics, etc.
Actually, it needed quite a few people.
Gao Yuan planned to make Huang Fushan the General Manager while Lin Nanwu
would just be a server. All other positions were vacant. Relying solely on Huang Fushan was indeed tight. With Wang Yifei Bingbing joining, the opening day of Club 2024 could be moved up considerably. Gao Yuan didn't go in to see Huang Fushan. He walked straight through the warehouse into his office. After this office was built, the time-space gate was connected to his office. Gao Yuan walked straight through and arrived in the real world.
Lying in bed, Gao Yuan's mind was excited, mostly because of the thrill of turning into an eagle soaring through the sky today.
Once experienced, it was unforgettable.
Every time he closed his eyes, the scene from high altitude appeared in his mind. As if the wind was still in his ears, a city flashed by in his vision.
Gao Yuan even wanted to become an eagle and travel around the world.
A smaller part was thinking about his own business, about Club 2024 and the Muzha base.
Now the company registration was approved. Just waiting for the products to launch.
Under Heiyu Technology Group there were 5 wholly owned subsidiaries, but currently none had truly achieved mass production. Gao Yuan now had the technology and production lines, lacking only a production base.
Established the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park in Muzha. All subsidiaries' production bases would be within the industrial park.
Therefore, the construction of the industrial park in Muzha was the top priority of recent work. The next morning, Gao Yuan was woken by noise from the front yard. He threw on clothes, went out, and saw Bai Moyu arriving,
talking with Lin Mei. Seeing Gao Yuan come out, he immediately greeted Gao Yuan. Morning.
Xiao Yuer, why are you so early?
No choice. My boss urged me to discuss details with you first.
The boss has submitted the report on the Jinghai Muzha Development Zone. It will be discussed at the standing committee this morning, and this afternoon the county leaders will come to Muzha for a survey.
Really? That's fast.
Bai Moyu smiled wryly.
Indeed, I've never seen our director so proactive. He's probably afraid you'll get away. Gao Yuan laughed. Why would I run? So in giving you a heads up, our director means to conduct a survey first. Then preliminary work will be prepared.
After the official approval from above, construction can start.
Right now my entire job is to follow up on this work. If you have any needs, you can tell me anytime. Gao Yuan was indeed anxious about this.
But in the real world things couldn't be rushed. Thinking about the club and the future world, Gao Yuan asked Lin Mei, Xiaomei, do you know any top-notch landscape design agencies or designers? Lin Mei thought for a moment. For landscaping, the best in Xia Kingdom is definitely Jiangxin Architecture Landscape Design Company. A former roommate of mine majored in landscape design and always wanted to intern at Jiangxin.
Gao Yuan understood and searched for Jiangxin.
After finding the contact information, he instructed Lin Mei Xiaomei contact Jiangxin immediately. I need them to design 10 landscape scenes, indoor imitation of natural landscapes, each reflecting a different theme.
Price is negotiable. Ah. Okay. After arranging, Gao Yuan checked the time 8:30.
Yesterday he had arranged to go to the future world at 9 a.m.
Today to assign tasks to Wang Yifei Bingbing.
So Gao Yuan prepared to go to the county to buy some flowers. Seeing Gao Yuan about to leave, Bai Mayu, not knowing what else to do, caught up.
Gao Yuan, where are you going? Buying some greenery. Want to come along? Grab some breakfast. You haven't eaten, right? I've eaten. No problem, go eat. I'll buy for you. Any requirements?
Gao Yuan's buying greenery was of course to go to the future world and invite a big shot to his club.
So, it had to be exquisite small and not too many. They chatted while walking. Gao Yuan was still driving Zhang Baiyi's old Sagitar.
Bai Mayu was surprised. Gao Yuan, is this your car?
No, I don't have a car. I borrowed it from a friend.
Bai Mayu stuck out her tongue. I saw online that you made tens of billions just from selling lithography machines to Huawei.
Is that true? Yeah, what's up? Nothing.
Bai Mayu sighed inwardly. The more extraordinary a person was, the less they cared about appearances.
Gao Yuan was worth tens of billions, yet driving a 100,000 yuan car didn't bother him at all.
The small-time bosses she knew with only a few 100,000 to their name drove Mercedes-Benzes.
Moza was only a few kilometers from the county town and they arrived in minutes.
He parked outside the flower market and Bai Mayu went in first to browse. Gao Yuan bought a bowl of old tofu and 2 fried dough sticks at a stall by the entrance, eating with gusto. While eating, he overheard 2 men at the next table chatting. A TV drama crew came to Lingang to shoot something called Iron Blood Anti-Japanese University right at the yard where my family used to live. I went back to take a look and got roped into being an extra for half a day.
Really?
What show is filming here?
Did you see any celebrities?
No stars, none I recognized.
Gao Yuan paused, realizing that since the Musa base couldn't be used for a while, he could actually make a movie.
There was still over a month until National Day. Back when he first arrived in Qingjing, his roommate had been a screenwriter. If he could find a suitable script with his brainwave imaging device, filming would be no problem.
Post-production would just be sound effects. If he moved fast enough, he could definitely make the National Day box office.
By embedding his own products and companies in the film, if it became a hit, he could not only save on advertising but also make some money since his production costs were nearly zero.
He could even buy 2 robots from the future world to handle the post-production. So all Gao Yuan lacked for filmmaking was a script.
Then using his imagination he could conjure up a blockbuster. Special effects would cost nothing. Blackfish Technology happened to own a film company called Salmon Entertainment Film Production Co.
Ltd. Just as he was thinking, Bai Mayu came out pulling a small cart.
She walked up to Gao Yuan. Have you finished eating? Look at the flowers I bought, are they nice?
Gao Yuan saw 3 potted plants on the cart.
Bai Mayu began. Jinghai is a small town, so there aren't any rare flowers.
This pot of ink orchid cost 200. This small one is jasmine, 50 yuan. And the most expensive one is this welcoming pine bonsai, 500. Gao Yuan looked at the flowers.
In the real world they were nothing special, but taken to the future world they would be genuine treasures.
Alright. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat.
Back at Musa past 9, Gao Yuan dragged the 3 potted plants to the backyard.
Bai Mayu tactfully didn't follow. Gao Yuan stepped through the spacetime gate. When he came out of the office, he saw Lin Nanwu at the entrance of the club, glaring hostilely at Wang Yifei Bingbing.
Hearing footsteps, she turned and saw it was Gao Yuan.
Sir, that woman was lurking furtively at the door. She must be up to no good. Gao Yuan chuckled. Nanwu, go back inside. This doesn't concern you. Should I drive that woman away? No need.
Gao Yuan had the robot Yu fetch a few boxes and pack the flowers inside.
Then he said to Wang Yifei Bingbing, there's only one chance. If you fail, don't come looking for me again. Wang Yifei Bingbing was confident. Understood. I will definitely succeed. Just tell me what you need me to do. Do you see these 3 potted plants? Deliver them to Qin Gang. Do you know Qin Gang? I know him. It's not just a simple delivery, right? If it were just that, you could send any robot.
Of course. You must persuade Qin Gang to join the 2024 club. And attend the opening ceremony a week from now.
Alright, got it. Wang Yifei Bingbing took the cart. Gao Yuan pushed over, looked at the plants inside the boxes, and her face showed shock. Are these real flowers? Real plants. She crouched down, took a deep breath, and inhaled the scent of the greenery. Of course they're real. These flowers are worth several hundred million. Aren't you afraid I'll just take them and run? Gao Yuan gazed at her. Would you run? Are you sure you could escape? Where would you go? I hate the confidence of you top-tier people. Even though I'm tempted, I really can't run. Alright, I'm off. Gao Yuan watched Wang Yifei Bingbing leave. He turned and went back into the club, then called Li Qingmei to have the previous supplies sent to the 2024 club's warehouse. After that he chatted with Huang Fushan for a while, then returned to the real world since Bai Maoyu was still waiting there. At that moment Bai Maoyu was holding a map of Jinghai County, studying it. Seeing Gao Yuan come out, she called him over. Gao Yuan, come take a look. What's up? How large do you think the development zone should be? Gao Yuan looked at the map. Moza was very small, and including the tail end of the Daqing Mountains it could cover 5 to 6,000 mu of land, but 70 of that area was mountainous. So he turned his gaze to the neighboring village Lihua village, which had a provincial highway running right past it, much better transportation than Moza. To build a development zone it would be best to include both areas. The leadership in your department probably already has thoughts on the area. What Blackfish technology actually needs isn't much. Moza Lihua village and part of the Daqing Mountains tail, about 10,000 mu or so. For the villagers of these two villages, I'll build a new village here where they can all move. Gao Yuan began drawing a circle on the map, planning the future industrial park. Our director just called, wanting to ask your opinion first. After all, this development zone is mainly set up for your company, Bai Maoyu said. Gao Yuan understood that since he was investing billions in a small town like Jinghai, the local leadership would definitely value his input. Alright, then let's go with this area, Moza Lihua village and part of the mountain. Gao Yuan drew a red circle. By the way, Gao Yuan, Blackfish technology doesn't have any heavy pollution projects, does it? Bai Maoyu looked at Gao Yuan as she asked. Of course not, they're all high-tech products. Then you'll likely need to file multiple production projects for the record, and the Environmental Protection Bureau will have to assess the pollution level. No problem. ITLL definitely cause far less pollution than other companies. Gao Yuan was confident about that. They talked all morning. In the afternoon, local leaders from Jinghai County arrived, and the entire village of Moza buzzed with excitement. Some had heard that this area might be marked as a development zone and that old Gao's grandson was going to invest in building some high-tech base here. All the villagers had turned out to see the spectacle. Gao Yuan ascended the Daqing Mountain alongside the local officials, beginning discussions on the prototype of the future Heiyu Technology Industrial Park. Director Liu of the Investment Promotion Bureau, his face beaming with excitement and passion, proclaimed that although they were merely climbing a small mount, it felt as grand as ascending Mount Tai. Xiao Gao, by returning to invest in your hometown, you are a man of deep sentiment. The people of your hometown will always remember you. Director Liu flatters me. It's merely a win-win situation. I also considered setting up in Xinjiang, but land there is prohibitively expensive. Indeed, indeed. Our Jinghai boasts abundant mineral resources, convenient transportation, and favorable policies. Your choice is impeccable. That very evening, Jinghai County submitted to Linzhou City a proposal for the establishment of the Jinghai Moza Development Zone. The proposal highlighted that the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park had already signed a letter of intent for investment. Moreover, the initial investment exceeded 2 billion yuan, with the total investment in the entire industrial park amounting to no less than 5 billion yuan. No private enterprise of such scale existed anywhere in Linzhou. Even the Linzhou city officials were tempted, hoping to lure Gao Yuan to their city, but Gao Yuan's stance remained resolute. The procedural speed increased considerably. At this time, Gao Yuan had just returned from Xinjiang, summoning the screenwriter he had previously worked with. This screenwriter was named Meng Wei, short in stature with eyes that narrowed slightly. Upon seeing Gao Yuan, his face broke into a flattering smile. President Gao, long time no see. Indeed, it's kind of you to still remember me. Of course I remember. Back in the days when we shared a rented apartment, I knew you were no ordinary fish in a pond. Later you indeed founded the Far Horizon Group. But fate played its tricks. Yet you are a dragon among men, no force could suppress you. And now President Gao has risen again. Xiao Meng, as I mentioned on the phone, I'd like to discuss a script. Do you have any hard sci-fi scripts? Grand scenes, grand production. Hearing this, Meng Wei's eyes lit up. As a screenwriter, he naturally aimed to sell his script at a good price, and the higher the production value, the better. President Gao, I actually have one. It tells the story of a sun that explodes and a young man from a small town leading humanity toward a new home. Absolutely hardcore with magnificent scope. What's the title? The sun exploded, the whole world called me forth. Meng Wei replied. Tell me the specifics. Gao Yuan had Dan bring a pot of tea.
The two began to discuss in detail and Gao Yuan learned the general outline of the story. In the year 2045 AD, the sun inexplicably vanished, plunging the entire solar system into chaos.
The planets scattered in all directions and humanity faced an extinction-level catastrophe.
A young man from a small town, having predicted the sun's disappearance, was appointed in a time of crisis as the head of the Earth Federation's emergency disaster group.
Subsequently, using antimatter and nuclear fusion, he constructed an underground city.
After the Earth was frozen over, he launched a special electromagnetic projectile that compressed Jupiter hundreds of times, transforming it into a microstar that temporarily served as the sun. Once the Earth completed the construction of planetary engines, the story of leaving Jupiter and heading toward Proxima Centauri unfolded. The theme of this script is that in times of peril someone must always step forward.
We never abandon hope. After listening, Gao Yuan found it not bad.
Indeed, the scenes were grand, especially the sun's disappearance, the planets of the solar system scattering, the visible drop in temperature on Earth culminating in freezing,
and the subsequent compression of Jupiter, transforming a gas giant into a microstar, absolutely breathtaking. Yet manhwa grew increasingly uncertain.
He had shown the script to others before, and the top-tier film production companies in the industry had no confidence in recreating such magnificent scenes.
Thus he was unsure of Gao Yuan's thoughts.
When the conversation wound down, he looked at Gao Yuan. President Gao, what do you think of the script?
Not bad. Then would you be willing to use it?
Yes.
Really? Manhwa's face lit with joy. Wonderful, President Gao. How much are you planning to invest? Who will be the lead actor?
When will filming start?
When will it be released?
Gao Yuan replied without hesitation, how about 1 million?
Well, start filming right away with myself as the lead actor.
Aiming for the National Day holiday release.
Manhwa was stunned. 1 million.
With 1 million you probably can't even produce a single special effects shot. After all, the scenes are too vast, involving a great deal of astrophysical knowledge.
Hiring one expert as a consultant might not even be enough. What?
1 million to buy your script?
Not acceptable. Manhwa then realized that Gao Yuan meant 1 million for the script.
Although Manhwa was a screenwriter, he was not well known. Over the years he had not produced a single high-quality piece. His only successes were a few children's short dramas earning just a few thousand per episode. As for films, he had sold only a micro-movie script for 20,000 yuan. Hearing that Gao Yuan offered 1 million, a sky-high price, Manhwa could hardly wait to sign the contract. He had originally thought that selling this script for 100,000 would be lucky, given that he had no noteworthy successful scripts to his name.
1 million far exceeded Manhwa's expectations.
I'll sell it.
President Gao.
I was actually about to ask, what is your total?
That's none of your concern.
We have the right to modify the script, and the title must be changed. It's too long for a film title.
Let's call it Earth Rescue.
Great, that title is good.
It indeed sounds more like a sci-fi blockbuster. Manhwa said flatteringly. All right, sign the contract. You won't be involved in the subsequent filming. Payment will be made upon signing.
A chill ran through Manhwa's heart. Was Gao Yuan telling him that after buying the script he would have no further connection to it?
Yet in light of the 1 million yuan,
he signed the contract without hesitation. With the script in hand, Gao Yuan had Zhang Baiyi recruit some film production staff. After all, releasing a film involved numerous procedures: pre-production, promotion, post-production promotion, script registration, film censorship, countless tasks.
Gao Yuan was not familiar with these processes, nor could he handle them personally. While the staff recruitment was underway, Gao Yuan himself
had already commenced filming. He purchased several specialized robots in astrophysics from the future world to serve as his assistants, helping him modify scenes,
as well as robots for film editing and post-production sound effects.
In the future world, the film industry had become an endeavor accessible to everyone, requiring only a brainwave imaging device for filming. The cost was low as long as one had a rich imagination and a solid script. Filming was possible. Thus the film industry in the future world offered a honest op service with relevant robots sold in complete packages. All were professional. The final film, whether in image quality, sound effects, or color grading, far surpassed that of the real world. Once the team was assembled, Gao Yuan also brought in Lin Mei. Lin Mei was a designer with an art background capable of offering artistic suggestions. Lin Mei stood beside Gao Yuan at that moment, uncertain of what he intended to do.
Xiao Mei, in a moment some images will appear on the screen.
If you feel any of them need beautification, feel free to suggest it.
We can modify them at any time.
Lin Mei nodded in bewilderment. Beside her, a dozen or so robots were assisting Gao Yuan. One robot was reading the script aloud so that Gao Yuan could visualize the scenes in his mind in real time.
The script had already been optimized by professional robots, rendering the text more vivid and cinematic.
In many theoretical aspects, professional robots had also supplemented the logic, as a science fiction film must maintain internal consistency.
Gao Yuan began to envision those images in his mind.
As he imagined, robots here were narrating the scenes. Lin Mei was astonished to discover that as the expert narrated, corresponding images began to appear on the screen. And they were being modified incessantly. The sun vanished, Earth lost its gravity, and all celestial bodies in the solar system, like marbles without strings, hurtled outward. Starting from Mercury, the closest to the sun, they fled one by one. Even Venus and Mars collided, the violent impact filling Lin Mei's vision. Tens of millions of asteroids from the asteroid belt were ejected like shotgun pellets. Earth was also flung away. Sunlight rapidly traveled from the sun to Earth, then completely vanished, plunging the entire planet into utter darkness. From space, Earth seemed to disappear. Then the scene shifted to a small town in western Xiagua, where on a desolate, dilapidated street one building stood out conspicuously.
Outside this building hung a sign, Institute of Cutting-Edge Cosmic Technology.
Then the protagonist appeared wearing a wrist phone with a prominent logo, Heyu Technology. He then used the wrist phone to make a call, directly projecting a real-time 3D holographic image in front of him. The two were separated by thousands of miles, yet they seemed to speak face to face. As the plot progressed, Earth's surface became frozen and the surface temperature dropped to 100 degrees. At that moment, a group of staff appeared wearing thermal suits that also bore the prominent Heyu Technology logo. Moreover, through conversation, it was revealed that this suit could be worn in temperatures ranging from 100 degrees to minus 100 degrees Celsius, featuring a built-in micronuclear fusion reactor that could adjust internal temperature, maintaining constant warmth and humidity. A few hours later, the first version of the movie was completed. Then specialized robots began to find faults and optimize segments, selecting subpar shots.
At the same time, Gao Yuan asked Lin Mei to also comment on which shots lacked aesthetic appeal and needed adjustment.
As for Gao Yuan himself, he passed through a spacetime portal into the future world. When he emerged, Wang Yifei Bingbing had already returned.
Boss, mission accomplished.
Qin Gang has agreed to join the 2024 club and will attend the opening ceremony.
Really? Gao Yuan asked.
Of course.
Look, President Qin has already added me on BrainChat. Hey, race the message he sent me.
Take a look. Gao Yuan indeed saw a light screen appear before him. On it was Qin Gang's figure, his face full of joy. Mr.
Gao, the 2024 club is absolutely incredible. I will definitely attend on time. Gao Yuan nodded.
Alright, you are now the vice president of the 2024 club. Your task is to assist General Manager Huangfu in completing all the club's work.
Wang Yifei Bingbing jumped with joy. Thank you, boss.
Gao Yuan looked at the cheerful expression of this beautiful girl, feeling somewhat emotional. How naive the people of the future world were, not caring about salary at all, just happy to have a job. The preparations at the club were nearly complete, just waiting for the scene arrangements.
The 2024 club had 30 floors in total, 5 of which were used for offices, and this would be Gao Yuan's future headquarters.
The other 25 floors featured various scenes combining functions such as accommodation, leisure gathering, fishing, hunting, and dining. Each scene simulated a natural landscape from the real world.
Gao Yuan had already asked Lin Mei to hire the most renowned heart of craftsmanship landscape design firm in the country to design.
A plan should be ready soon. In the scenes, Gao Yuan integrated indoor fishing, indoor equestrianism, indoor vegetable gardening, flower planting, and other projects. If people from the real world saw these, they would surely curse, but in the future world this was a rare high-class pastime. Ask yourself, in the future world, who could enjoy the pleasure of gardening? However, all of this required supplies. Gao Yuan had set his sights on the Daqing Mountains. The Heyu Technology Industrial Park should soon break ground, and the massive amount of earth dug up could be directly transported here, mixed with flower fertilizer, to become a luxury in the future world.
Plants, some taken from the Daqing Mountains and most purchased directly, would suffice.
Gao Yuan returned to the real world and urged Lin Mei to have heart of craftsmanship speed up, preferably to list all the supplies needed.
Gao Yuan needed to hurry because in 1 week the 2024 club would open.
For the next 3 days, Gao Yuan had nothing else to do but wait for news.
So he sat at home making a movie. Various stunning scenes through Gao Yuan's imagination became shots in the movie.
If a particular shot didn't work, robot experts would explain to Gao Yuan what was wrong, and soon he would imagine again.
At first, Lin Mei didn't understand what he was doing.
But now Lin Mei had grown accustomed. After the initial shock, her eyes were filled with admiration for Gao Yuan. On the other side, several specialized robots had already started on post-production audio and promotional materials. During these days, Heyu Technology had become a national company overnight because the lithography machine was too dazzling. Moreover, Xiaowei had officially announced on its Weibo that the subsidiary of Xiaowei's chip division had been established and officially started production.
Annual chip output exceeded 50 million units, enough for Huawei's phones. However, the major move that everyone had been expecting from Heiyu Technology never came. Netizens didn't know that the boss of Heiyu Technology, Gao Yuan, was busy playing movie. 3 days later, Gao Yuan stretched lazily. It was finally finished. The visuals were absolutely stunning, surpassing all movie special effects on Earth. After all, using imagination is definitely more powerful than relying on technology. If imagination fell short, there were robots nearby to guide him, and he could also watch future world movies for inspiration. Although the plot and creativity of Gao Yuan's Earth Rescue were not outstanding, the special effects were absolutely stunning. Moreover, the various technologies depicted within were actually real in the future world, making the viewing experience even more moving. Gao Yuan admired his first work with satisfaction. At that moment, several phone calls came in succession. The first was from Bai Mayu, who said that the Moza development zone had been approved and the official notice would be issued soon. Now Gao Yuan could sign the contract with Jinghai County Investment Promotion Bureau. The second call was from Zhang Baiyi, who reported that the film crew he had recruited were all in place and ready to start work at any time. Next, Gao Yuan handed the film over to the robots for meticulous polishing. The third call was for Lin Mei. Jiangxin had sent over hundreds of design drawings and corresponding decoration lists. After reviewing the designs, Gao Yuan made an immediate decision. The design firms of the real world were far bolder than those of the future, and their use and arrangement of plants were even more masterful. For instance, in the tropical rainforest-themed restaurant, there was even a massive tree trunk that required 3 people to wrap their arms around. Its canopy hung low, forming a giant umbrella in the center. This canopy exceeded the ceiling height, but Jiangxin had devised a unique solution. Above the rainforest was a prairie theme. The protruding part of the canopy became a hillock. Gao Yuan was very pleased. He settled the bill immediately and began contacting domestic landscaping companies to purchase the corresponding plants. Once again, Gao Yuan was about to become busy. Both worlds demanded his attention. In the real world, after signing the contract, land acquisition and demolition would begin. In the future world, the interior decoration of the clubhouse was imminent. At the Salmon Entertainment office within the Linzhou headquarters of Blackfish Technology, Yu Menglong worked as a marketing specialist. The script for Earth Rescue had already been filed with the relevant authorities. Since it was science fiction, the script was complete and the production company was Salmon Film Studio, so approval came through quickly. At that moment, Yu Menglong had just registered the official account for Salmon Film Studio and began pre-release promotion for the company's new film on major platforms. She had just posted a few concept posters. Then Yu Menglong received a notice that they needed to find a distributor. Yu Menglong was stunned. Hadn't the filing only just happened? Wasn't it too early to look for a distributor? Soon she was stunned again. Because her superiors had already received the complete finished film and were about to submit it for review. What was going on? Was the film shot ahead of schedule? To this, the leadership explained that because it was a large-budget science fiction production, all scenes were filmed indoors. In truth, the project had been underway for some time and the distribution filing was only done recently. Yu Menglong, while continuing her promotional work, took the film to approach distributors. However, when the major distributors heard it was a sci-fi film from a new company, they refused even to watch the film and simply turned her away. The state of Chinese science fiction films was indeed lamentable. Over the years, only 1 or 2 were passable, but they were invariably big-budget productions with famous directors and accomplished actors. As for the film Yu Menglong was carrying, the production company was Salmon Film Studio. Although Blackfish Technology had recently gained a great reputation and Salmon Film Studio was its wholly owned subsidiary, the film industry didn't recognize such credentials. The new company's director was Gao Yuan, primarily him. The screenwriter was manhwa, and the production team was practically unheard of in the film circle. Thus no one held out any hope. Yu Menglong and her colleagues faced repeated rejections. Opening the official Weibo account, she was surprised to find dozens of comments below. Upon opening them with a mix of shock and anticipation, she discovered they were all mocking her. Salmon Film Studio. Never heard of it. And they're making a sci-fi film. I suspect the biggest scene is the one on the poster. Having seen the 3 posters, I've already witnessed the essence of this film. Farewell. A film with no name director, no stars and no buzz, and it's even trying to ride on the coattails of Blackfish Technology. Wait, is this really a subsidiary of Blackfish Technology? Instead of focusing on technology, Gao Yuan is dabbling in this industry. I won't watch it, absolutely not. We can't let Gao Yuan taste success there, he should stick to his tech work. Building a lithography machine is far more important than making movies. Earth Rescue, the name made me laugh. Boss Gao, better save yourself first. Seeing these comments, Yu Menglong felt like crying. She had watched the film and its production quality was unprecedented, whether in special effects, visual texture, sound design or editing, there was no dull moment.
Perhaps the weakest aspect was the script, but with such phenomenal special effects a slightly weaker script hardly impacted the final quality. Based on her years of industry experience, this film should have been a benchmark sci-fi masterpiece. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely to see the light of day now. If they truly couldn't find a distributor, they might have to settle for an online release, which would be a tremendous waste for such a high-quality film.
Yu Menglong wanted to cry. Just then she saw Blackfish Technologies Vice President Zhang Baiyi approaching. What's wrong? Why all the long faces? Although Zhang Baiyi was now vice president, his department was still small. Blackfish Technology was constantly recruiting talent from various fields. The only active subsidiaries at the moment were Catfish Smart Devices and Salmon Entertainment. Catfish Smart Devices was the subsidiary Gao Yuan planned to use for producing wrist phones in the future. Now Zhang Baiyi had come to check on the work progress. The moment he entered, he saw everyone looking dejected. Manager Zhang, we visited the top 10 domestic distributors, but none of them are willing to give us a chance. What should we do? Zhang Baiyi frowned as well. No one will distribute it. Are you all foolish? Increase the cinema's revenue share and see if anyone agrees. You've all seen the film, it's absolutely staggering. This is our company's first shot. If it doesn't hit the mark, our future is likely doomed. Manager Zhang, the main issue is that these distributors consider our film a 3, no production, no renowned director, no famous stars, no buzz. And it's sci-fi, a genre that rarely yields masterpieces. Zhang Baiyi felt a toothache. Just then Gao Yuan called to say that the Muza development zone had been approved in demolition and planning work could commence. As vice president of Blackfish Technology, Zhang Baiyi had to return to oversee the overall situation. Back in Muza, Zhang Baiyi cursed under his breath, old Gao, those distributors are all snobs. They want to distribute our film. Do you have any connections? How could Gao Yuan have any connections? He wasn't familiar with the entertainment circle either. However, Gao Yuan wasn't worried about this matter. Who is the largest domestic distributor? It's definitely Omni Media Film. They account for 20 of nationwide theaters, mainly concentrated in first and second-tier cities. Gao Yuan pondered. Omni Media Film is a subsidiary of Omni Media Group, whose owner is Wang Dalan. If we can win over Wang Dalan, everything will be settled. Zhang Baiyi stared wide-eyed. You can win over Wang Dalan? I can give it a try. Gao Yuan said. This Earth Rescue was essentially an extended advertisement for Blackfish Technology. Gao Yuan never intended to make money from the film industry. After all, a movie could only earn a few billion at most, requiring immense effort, whereas selling 2 lithography machines would bring in the same amount. His reason for making films was purely for publicity. In Earth Rescue, the wrist phone, a 3D interactive communication wristband, was embedded. Gao Yuan found the name too cumbersome, since phones were once held in the hand, they were called handphones. Now a wristband worn on the wrist, calling it wristphone made perfect sense. Beyond the wristphone there were thermal suits, space tour buses, low-altitude flying cars, intelligent robots, heavy-duty fusion excavators, antimatter spacecraft and more. All these products bore the logo of Heiyu Technology. Although Heiyu Technology had yet to produce many of these items, they were all slated for release in the coming years as planned by Gao Yuan. Should this film become a hit, sequels could follow, Part 2, Part 3. Sustaining the hype. With each new product launch, audiences would already be familiar with them. Thus the first installment must make a resounding impact. Once successful, any sci-fi film produced by Salmon Films would be guaranteed to soar. Gao Yuan pondered, then said, Old Zhang, asked the staff for the master plan. The green sections belong to our Heiyu Technology Industrial Park. The Design Institute is Ingenuity, coordinate with them. He'll handle the film's distribution and have the film company continue promoting. Feel free to buy some heater ads, subway advertisements and the like. Alright. With that, Gao Yuan returned to the future world. At the 2024 club, scenes were being set up. Various landscaping plants, soil and potted plants were piled in the backyard. The research robots originally intended for studies now served as movers, continuously hauling items to cargo flying vehicles bound for the future world warehouse and from there back to the club. Gao Yuan even opened a door in his own backyard leading directly to the great green mountain behind. The excavated soil mixed with potting soil was also transported to the future world. Now, aside from Gao Yuan himself, only robots remained in his backyard. Outsiders were strictly prohibited. At the 2024 club, Wang Yifei, Bingbing and Huang Fushan watched truck after truck of soil emerge from the warehouse, their jaws dropping in awe. Boss, where did you get so much soil? Is it free of radiation? Asked Wang Yifei Bingbing. It's from outside. Beside him, Lin Nanwo widened her eyes. The soil outside is all radioactive. Won't that be harmful? She asked. Wang Yifei Bingbing laughed. You're so gullible. Just smell it, the soil is fresh and natural. How could it be radioactive? This is premium virgin soil. With the soil in place, the 2024 club was soon arranged. Specialized plant robots arrived to plant flowers, grass and trees. All plants were sprayed with a unique solution guaranteeing 100 survival. Gao Yuan still needed to prepare other elements. Aside from plants and soil, animals were required. In the future world, animals were even scarcer than plants, as plants lived long and were rarely eaten, but animals, no one could resist such fine ingredients lingering before their eyes. However, animals were not urgent, they could be brought in just before the grand opening. The 2024 club was being perfected at breakneck speed, 10 dining scenes brimming with greenery and 10 activity scenes, or perhaps activity scenes was a more fitting term. Fishing and gardening, for instance, hardly qualified as traditional sports. Gao Yuan aimed to create a club that replicated the pristine ecosystem of 1,000 years ago, allowing the pitiful elite of the future world to witness how their ancestors lived and the environment they inhabited. Only Gao Yuan could achieve such a feat. He could already picture the scene: the upper echelons spending a fortune to visit the 2024 club just to experience husking corn by hand. The mere thought was amusing. Gao Yuan's club operated on a points system with membership tiers comprising diamond, gold, silver and bronze. Diamond members enjoyed free food, drink and accommodation. All floors were accessible to gold members, but they had to pay. The fee could be settled monthly with an overall 50% discount. Silver members faced restrictions. While they could also pay monthly, certain scenes were off limits. Gao Yuan stipulated that floors 25 and above the residential area were reserved exclusively for gold and diamond members. Floors 18 to 25 housed rare scenes such as fishing, equestrianism, primeval forest dining and tropical rainforest dining, also exclusive to gold and diamond members. Floors 10 to 18 featured moderately rare scenes. Bronze members were barred, while silver, gold and diamond members could. However, consumption tiers varied. Silver members received no discount, gold members enjoyed 50% off and diamond members dined free. Floors 5 to 10 were open to all members. Here silver members received a 20% discount while bronze members paid full price. Below the 5th floor lay the office zone and warehouse. The club was required to maintain a regular stock of everyday greenery and supplies. Membership tier was tied to social standing, but points could be earned through club tasks to upgrade one's rank. For instance, Qin Gang, a notable figure himself and father of the Secretary General of the Human Federation, was granted diamond membership outright by Gao Yuan. By social status, continental level officials were automatically awarded diamond membership upon joining. Top experts in their fields, regional officials and global industry leaders received gold membership. Well-known experts, scholars and first-tier city officials were granted silver membership. Entrepreneurs, wealthy individuals and ordinary officials wishing to join had to pay an annual fee of 10 million, qualifying them as bronze members. When Gao Yuan drafted these membership rules and handed them to Huang Fushan, she was utterly astounded. Wang Yifei Bingbing also looked on with admiration. Boss is the boss, shrewd enough. It seems silver members and above don't need to pay annual fees, but the actual consumption they generate yields ample profit. The only ones who truly spend nothing are diamond members, and they're brought in to add prestige. Others have to pay to network while we pay nothing and they feel perfectly satisfied. Gao Yuan nodded. The key is that our 2024 club has the substance. If other clubs had our strength, they wouldn't need to charge either. Bing, today you compile a public list of top-tier individuals. Categorize them according to my membership tiers and send out invitations. Remember, emphasize that our facilities are all real, genuine plants, real animals, and that Qin Gang has already joined. Send invitations to diamond members first. After they respond, proceed with gold members, attaching the list of diamond members who have already joined. For silver members, include both diamond and gold members lists with their invitations. Wang Yifei Bingbing nodded, then asked, what about those whose identities aren't public? Or those who don't reply? Or if they simply don't respond? Are you daft? Don't you have that video of Qin Gang in your WeChat? When sending invitations to those eligible for diamond membership, include the real-life footage of the club along with Qin Gang's video and the list of proposed diamond members. As for those with special undisclosed identities, there's no need to bother, we're not open for just a day. Apart from bronze members who can apply by paying fees, other membership levels require at least 2 existing members to recommend before one can join. Huang Fushan added, sir, shouldn't we first release some real-life footage online to build up some hype? Gao Yuan thought for a moment. That might be a good idea. But don't include our club's name, got it? Don't include any text material at all. We need to keep it mysterious. After finishing the arrangements for the future world's activities, Gao Yuan returned to the real world to continue preparations. He bought all the horses from a riding club in Lingzhou, then went door to door in Muza village purchasing chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, donkeys, whatever the villagers had, at twice the market price. Muza, once quiet and desolate, was now bustling with activity. After news spread that the area would become a development zone, many elderly villagers called their children back from outside. because relocation was imminent.
Gao Yuan would also build a new village along the provincial highway with detached houses for every household covering all villagers from both Moza and Lihua. Original homesteads would be compensated at 2,000 yuan per square meter while farmland at 1,000,000 yuan per mu. These villagers never imagined that such a remote place as Muza would ever face demolition. Though the price wasn't high, no one complained because land in Muza was worthless and many homes had been abandoned for years. At its peak, Muza had over 2,000 people, but now only 200 to 300 elderly remained in the village. If Gao Yuan hadn't initiated the demolition, the place might have been completely deserted in 10 years. Now not only could they get a better located detached house but also compensation. The villagers were deeply grateful to Gao Yuan. What's more, Gao Yuan had promised that once the industrial park was built, their children would be given priority to work in the tech park. So when they heard Gao Yuan wanted to buy their poultry and livestock, they all said they didn't want money, they'd give them for free. Lin Mei had a coop of chickens at home raised for their eggs.
At this moment she brought them over in a basket. "Brother Gao, didn't you want chickens? Here, take mine. Go find Jabaju to settle the bill."
"No need, Brother Gao. I have a job right at my doorstep now, and you even gave me a thermostatic suit.
You even let me have flexible hours at work. I don't know how to thank you," Lin Mei said. Gao Yuan ruffled her hair. "Are you dumb or what? You haven't even gotten your first month's salary and you're already giving things away. What if I only pay you 300 or 500? You'd be losing out. 300 or 500. That's really a bit low. Better if it's over 2,000.
"I'm not asking for much, Brother Gao," Lin Mei said with a pitiful look.
"Silly girl, you're my very first employee, the design director of Heyu Technology. Paying you 2,000. I'd be cursed to death. How about this'll start you at 20,000 for now? After all, we haven't officially started production. When the industrial park is built and you have dozens of people under you, we'll raise your salary. 20,000. Brother Gao. Really, you don't need to pity me. I used to work in Xinjiang and only earned 5,000. This place can't compare to Xinjiang. I'm staying with my mother, and 2,000 is truly enough for me." Gao Yuan tapped Lin Mei's nose. "Stop it. I'm the boss."
Soon Gao Yuan's backyard was filled with chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits and dogs. He sent these animals to the club. Then he waited for the horses he purchased to arrive.
The 2024 club was about to open. Time to speed up.
Gao Yuan was waiting for the 2024 club to open so he could release the mission. After all, there were many difficult problems to solve in the real world, such as the Muza Industrial Tech Park.
If built with real-world methods, 1 year would be the limit given the complexity. But Gao Yuan believed the future world must have faster and more efficient construction methods. Gao Yuan contacted Qinmu Guten yesterday. Qinmu Guten told him that the authorities had a kind of super coral worm used for constructing large buildings. Coral polyps are builders of the ocean. Traditional coral polyps' ectodermal cells can secrete calcareous substances. However, genetically edited super coral worms can secrete various materials. Just feed them the corresponding substances and they will secrete them in an extremely short time. Super coral worms are equivalent to countless tiny 3D printers controlled by a biological computer, achieving millimeter-level precision. Millimeter precision may be insufficient for the aerospace industry, but it's more than enough for construction.
If Gao Yuan could obtain 10 billion super coral worms, he could build the Heyu Technology Industrial Park in 3 days. But such things were controlled and Qinmu Guten couldn't get them. Therefore Gao Yuan planned to release this mission through the 2024 club.
If members wanted to earn points, they would find ways to complete the task.
Gao Yuan used the completely free and unique environment to win over the top-tier elites, who would then become the protectors of 2024. Then he would use privileges to stimulate envy among members of other tiers.
And finally tempt them with points.
Since every item in the 2024 club was a rarity on the market, Gao Yuan believed he could not fail. As long as he obtained the super coral worm, he could not only solve the construction problem of the industrial park but also use it as bait to attract Wang Dalan's attention.
Wang Dalan's core business was real estate, and the super coral worm was a super technology that could disrupt the traditional real estate industry. Wang Dalan would definitely not sit still. Days passed.
The villagers of Muza and Lihua had begun moving out one after another.
Gao Yuan rented a building in Jinghai County town as temporary accommodation for them. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan's film Earth Rescue had passed censorship.
The plot was full of high-octane excitement, grand scenes and hardcore technology. So it passed almost without any cuts. After passing the review, the employees of the film company grew even more anxious. President Gao had said they would target the National Day release, but there was still no distributor and only 20 days remained until the holiday. With this situation, how could they compete with the big-budget films?
The employees dared not ask Gao Yuan directly, so they went to Zhang Bai.
Zhang Bai asked Gao Yuan, and Gao Yuan told him not to worry, not to ask questions, just to do as much promotion as possible and set the release date for October 1st. They didn't need to worry about anything else. Gao Yuan walked through the 2024 club from the first floor to the 30th, taking in all of it.
By now 2024 was fully completed. Every scene was executed perfectly, a fusion of art and reality.
The meticulous design quality was truly impressive.
Wang Yifei Bingbing, following behind despite having seen it many times, was still in awe.
Any small decorative piece here could be exchanged for an entire shop.
Not to mention the large plants and animals.
What struck him most was the colossal tree in the tropical rainforest, one that would take 3 people to encircle. People from the future world were not unfamiliar with large trees, but after the nuclear war some lands had become barren wastelands, while in other areas vegetation had grown wildly. Yet those plants all carried lethal radiation. This tree, however, was pure and natural, a good tree untouched by any radiation. Every object entering human settlements had to pass through anti-radiation system inspections, and cities were equipped with radiation monitoring devices.
Once excessive radiation was detected in a certain area, personnel would immediately be dispatched for decontamination.
Thus people in this world rarely encountered large plants. Besides these plants, there was also a sports zone where visitors could experience activities like walking dogs, hunting, horseback riding, fishing, gardening, and gathering.
It was simply a paradise on Earth. Every single area here was beyond what Wang Yifei Bingbing could ever have imagined.
However, it was said that a habitable greenhouse had already been established on the Mars base.
But constructing living quarters on Mars was astronomically expensive. Most mining tasks were carried out by robots, and the few human employees were not positions that lower-class people could obtain. Wang Yifei Bingbing had never traveled far during her time as an interstellar tour guide, mostly just going to the moon.
Lunar soil, like Earth's soil, was also saturated with radiation. Martian soil was slightly better, but it still required complex processing before it could be used for cultivation. Therefore, any pure cultivable soil was precious.
Gao Yuan finished inspecting the entire 2024 club.
Not bad, Shan Jia Bingbing.
How are the membership invitations going?
Sir, since you requested that we include the club's promotional video in the invitations, we only sent them out today.
We've just finished sending the diamond memberships, 16 invitations in total. So far only one response has come back from Lu Ziyu, director of the Human Federation Mineral Bureau.
The others are still pending. Good, speed up the gold and silver member invitations as well. Remember, when sending to gold members, attach a draft list of invited diamond members.
Understood, sir.
Oh, and one more thing, for diamond and gold members, once we receive a reply, arrange for someone to deliver their membership chip personally.
Gao Yuan instructed. Got it, sir.
He thought for a moment, then added, send a bronze member chip to Li Qingmei, the owner of Jiayuan Antique Shop, and to a merchant named Xinmu Gyutan.
Waive their first-year membership fee. These two were among Gao Yuan's earliest partners.
Though they were not of high status, waiving the fee for a year was already a generous gesture. Moreover, it was precisely these wealthy but powerless individuals who would scramble to join, because in the future world-class stratification was far more rigid than in the real world. They had no channels to approach the true upper echelons, but once they joined the club, any member with a higher rank would be considered a superior.
Even a random member could become a business partner. The 2024 club was not just a venue, it was a networking hub. After arranging the tasks, Gao Yuan prepared to leave. Just then Wang Yifei Bingbing asked, boss, do we need to recruit service staff for the club? Gao Yuan thought for a moment and said, how about custom-made robots? But don't use full-fledged AI robots, just simple low-grade automated machinery. But, wouldn't using robots seem disrespectful? And if we don't use smart robots, wouldn't low-grade machinery be inconvenient? Gao Yuan looked at the long-legged beauty.
Bingbing, if we hire human staff, they'd need training, and as long as their human mistakes are inevitable. Our club emphasizes leisure, self-sufficiency, rarity, and naturalness. Moreover, these members are all VIPs. If you're having a conversation with someone standing beside you, would you feel at ease?
Wang Yifei Bingbing shook her head. So privacy is even more important. Whether it's a human or an AI robot, neither is private enough. They could leak the conversations of these big shots. But low-grade automated machinery won't. Understand? Of course we still need some smart robots. For instance, after all the guests leave, a smart robot can restore the area to its original state. After Gao Yuan finished speaking, Huang Fushan interjected, Sir's point is clear. In 2024, try to do things yourself. Yes, and if guests request it, they can even cook their own meals. Wang Yifei Bingbing suddenly understood. Brilliant.
These wealthy magnates could enjoy meticulous service anywhere outside, but here only low-grade machinery operated according to fixed routines, no AI, no other people.
The technological level of the future world far exceeded that of the real world. However, with the proliferation of tech and information, the internet had actually fragmented humanity into isolated islands. Even in the modern world, this trend was evident. In the past, people could know what was happening around the world. Now when you open any app, the push notifications are just things you're interested in. For example, a gentleman opens a short video platform and sees nothing but sexy beauties. 456 online. In the future world, this situation was even more severe. Although Wang Yifei Bingbing and Huang Fushan had posted quite a few videos about the 2021 club on various apps, only a tiny fraction of people, those who followed high-end information, actually saw them. These viewers were mainly from the upper class and the middle class. Of course, Gao Yuan didn't need attention from the lower class. Time passed quickly. That day was the grand opening of the 2024 club. However, not many people showed up. Among Diamond members, including Qin Gang, 13 invitations were sent out but only 6 came. For Gold members, 60 invitations were sent and 40 attended. For Silver members, 300 invitations were sent and 260 attended. In total, there were just over 300 people. But Gao Yuan was already very satisfied. He didn't even show himself. Wang Yifei Bingbing and a few smart robots handled the reception. Gao Yuan intended to maintain an air of mystery. Qin Gang had been itching to come for days. As a flower enthusiast, he loved all plants. After seeing the video sent to him later with greenery everywhere, he was nearly driven mad. As an expert, he could tell that all those plants were real, pure and untainted by radiation. What's more, there were so many trees. So today he didn't care that the owner hadn't shown up, he simply followed the guide map straight to the botanical-themed restaurant. There were no service personnel in these scenes. When a member reached the entrance, a smart device detected the chip. If the member's level was sufficient, the door opened automatically. Lu Ziyu had initially walked in a bit miffed that the owner hadn't come out to greet him. But when he saw Qin Gang ahead, he wanted to catch up and talk. After all, Qin Gang's son was the Secretary General, essentially his superior. But before he could catch up, he saw Old Master Qin sprinting surprisingly fast. Just then someone called out from behind him. He turned and saw Niu Lushan, the regional director of Earth, so he stopped to greet him. Director Niu, you're here too? Yes, with all the work piling up, seeing a place where I can fish is truly, and Old Master Qin is here, so I thought I'd join the fun. Both were Diamond members. They walked together knowing Qin Gang would definitely head to the plant area. But there were many plant sections, they didn't know which one had chosen. So they browsed them one by one. The lower 5 floors were office areas and not open to the public, so they started from the 6th floor. The moment he stepped in, Lu Ziyu was stunned. What zone is this? Gathering Zone 1, Peach Blossom Garden. Niu Lushan read the sign at the entrance. It was peak peach season. The pink fruits hung from the branches and a notice was posted at the gate. This hall welcomes Diamond, Gold, Silver and Bronze members. Members may freely enjoy the joy of harvesting. All plants here are natural, radiation-free and pesticide-free. Fruits and vegetables may be eaten directly or washed with mountain spring water before consumption. Note: fee standard for this hall: Diamond free, Gold 500k, Silver 800k, Bronze 1m. Lu Ziyu and Niu Lushan exchanged glances. Though they were among the top tier of humanity and had eaten fresh peaches and seen peach trees before, a vast orchard full of luscious peach trees was extremely rare. And as they walked deeper, they realized they were wrong again. The outer peaches were nearly ripe, but inside they were just beginning to fruit. Further in, they were blooming, and at the innermost the trees had just sprouted. This was because Gao Yuan had specifically transplanted them from an outdoor fruit and vegetable greenhouse. This ensured that whenever members came, they could see peach blossoms and eat peaches. Lu Ziyu stood dumbfounded for a moment. Do you know who the owner of this club is? Niu Lushan shook his head. I checked. The name is Gao Yuan Gao, but that's definitely a pseudonym. A person with a 4-character name couldn't possibly have the resources to find so many peach trees. These must have been grown in private courtyards within the city. Lu Ziyu nodded. It's not the trees, it's the soil. Did you notice? All this soil, vast amounts of it. How much is that? Planting soil costs 50,000 per caddy on the market. How many tons are here? 1,000 tons. That would be 100 billion. And this is just one basic hall. Both could see the shock in each other's eyes. Who on earth was the owner here? Niu Lushan pondered. If he strained all his resources, he could perhaps find that much planting soil. But he would never use it just to create a single peach grove. Lu Ziyu looked around. Old Master Qin isn't here. Let's go up. The 7th floor was also a gathering zone. Gathering Zone 2, Desert. Here all one saw was a vast expanse of desert dotted with giant cacti, their tops bearing cactus fruit. In the middle there were also Russian olive trees, sand cabbage and wild onions. Detailed descriptions accompanied each plant.
But this was not the most astonishing part. Gathering was possible, but the desert area had limited quantity.
Lu Ziyu was initially puzzled.
But when he walked further and saw a miniature lake in the middle of the desert with fish swimming inside,
he was filled with admiration.
Whoever designed this scene was a true master.
Though this zone had fewer items than Gathering Zone 1, it was far more entertaining.
He also noticed fishing rods, nets, even harpoon shovels and bamboo poles at the entrance, clearly tools for gathering.
There were no service personnel anywhere in the scene. Lu Ziyu and Niu Lushan ascended to the 8th floor.
This was a restaurant.
Not a gathering zone, but the restaurant was equally luxurious and intriguing.
It was a snowy mountain scene. At the entrance there were cotton coats and down jackets to change into. Lu Ziyu was astonished. Instead of temperature-controlled suits, they used old-fashioned cotton coats.
A single gram of cotton could buy a temperature-controlled suit. Cotton was already hard to come by, and down was even rarer.
Even more striking were the plants inside the restaurant: numerous cedar trees, plum blossoms, and a few orchids in the corners.
Lu Ziyu even spotted snow lotuses here.
Every single plant was a treasure.
Even a single orchid or snow lotus, if taken out, could be traded for a small factory.
Who was this club owner so awe-inspiring?
And there Lu Ziyu and Niu Lushan spotted Qin Gang.
Qin Gang was crouched in front of a snow lotus, his face alight with excitement.
A real snow lotus. Truly so rare. Lu Ziyu and Niu Lushan walked over Elder Qin. Qin Gang turned around. "Ah, it's you too. You made it here pretty fast. Didn't you eat peaches downstairs?"
"Elder Qin, I heard you were the first to join this club."
Qin Gang replied.
Ordinarily he would have dismissed such social invitations. But when Wang Yifei Bingbing visited him with 3 potted flowers, he immediately spotted the welcoming pine bonsai. It was too precious. Qin Gang was moved on the spot. In this world, a welcoming pine bonsai was utterly unique. Qin Gang thought he would agree to any condition just to get that bonsai, let alone attend a club's opening ceremony. But after arriving today, he realized that the welcoming pine he had received was nothing compared to this place, with real cedars and even snow lotuses.
Qin Gang felt he might never want to leave this place.
No other place in the world held such allure. "Elder Qin, do you know who the owner behind this club is?"
Lu Ziyu and Niu Lushan were already stunned.
They had only seen 3 floors, and these floors were open to all members. They dreaded to imagine the scenes on floors 18 to 25. Those were exclusive to Diamond and Gold members.
Qin Gang waved his hand impatiently. "How would I know? Besides, does it matter who the owner is?
By the way, tell those young fellows outside, if anyone dares to damage anything in here, don't blame me for being rude.
The things in here might be the last of their kind in this world."
"Yes, yes." Qin Gang's words soon reached the ears of all members. The higher one's status, the smaller the circle. Especially the Diamond members, they all belonged to a tight-knit circle, and Qin Gang was among the top. Not to mention his son being the Secretary General, he himself was the president of the Business Association. Everyone at the top knew how difficult it was to set up such scenes. Qin Gang was right, perhaps only here could one enjoy so many pleasures at once.
Authentic, original and untouched, the air in the 2024 club was sweet.
Perhaps the owner intended to recreate the world of 1,000 years ago. Diamond members would not act recklessly, nor would Gold members want to lose face, so the 2024 club had an unwritten rule since its opening. No one was allowed to damage the scenes or props inside. Today's opening ceremony, though called a ceremony, there was no ribbon cutting, no music, no banquet. It was just quiet.
Members chose their favorite scenes to relax, unwind and experience.
Every scene inside was expensive, and there were no waiters.
Even in the restaurant one had to fetch food themselves. But no one complained.
They knew the 2024 club wasn't too poor to hire waiters.
With no outsiders present, these big shots could truly relax.
In such an environment, surrounded only by their own kind, Lu Ziyu fished while chatting with Niu Lushan.
The two tacitly avoided talking about work today.
Pleasant time flew by, and before they knew it was already 8 in the evening.
A prompt sounded from every member's chip.
Warm reminder: except for the accommodation area, other zones will close at 10 in the evening.
Please manage your time, esteemed members. The accommodation area is open only to Diamond and Gold members. Almost everyone felt they hadn't had enough.
Especially Qin Gang, who had lingered in the snowy mountain restaurant and then reached the 19th floor, a cold zone primeval forest gathering area. Inside, the ground was covered with Siberian pines, peat moss, lingonberries, wild yellow berries, black currants, cherry trees, and further in German cypress, spruce and fir. He could pick wild fruits here, and there were wild rabbits in the forest.
Qin Gang could choose to hunt them with a bow or a trap.
There was even a grill and seasonings. If he was lucky enough to catch a rabbit, he could barbecue it right there. There were also various mountain delicacies: pine mushrooms, wood ear fungus, pine nuts.
Qin Gang really didn't want to leave. He decided to stay the night. Checking the time, it was almost 10, so he left the gathering area and headed to the accommodation zone. The accommodation zone had 5 floors. On the first floor, Qin Gang was surprised to find a camping area with a thick lawn where he could pitch his own tent and rest. He hesitated and went up 1 floor. There a classical Xia kingdom garden, with bridges, pavilions, winding streams and a pond with several plump koi, greeted him. He took a deep breath. This is a life of the immortals. He walked further in looking for a room but heard voices and realized someone was already staying there. However, many rooms were still vacant. Qin Gang continued upward. On this floor he frowned as soon as he entered. It was warm and humid, a forest with a thatched cottage in the middle. Such a waste, such extravagance, so many plants just to decorate a resting scene. This place clearly didn't suit him. He decided to check the remaining floors and if nothing fit, return to the second floor's classical Xia kingdom garden. So he entered the 4th floor. The moment he stepped in, a unique scent hit him. Qin Gang's eyes nearly popped out. What was this? A fairy tale kingdom. Trees in cartoon shapes, brightly colored little houses, and even the pathways were paved with chocolate-like stones. Qin Gang shook his head. There was still 1 more floor. If it didn't work, he'd have to go down. On the top floor the surroundings were all transparent, a large open space filled with shelves of indoor flowers and potted plants. The shelves divided the space into different independent areas. Qin Gang let out a long sigh and smiled contentedly. This was the ideal place to stay. Middle-aged, just past his 100th birthday, Qin Gang had grown increasingly fascinated by flowers. In another 20 years he would retire. Then he thought he would live here and never leave. It was so beautiful. Downstairs in the classical Xia Kingdom garden accommodation area, Lu Ziyu and Niu Lanshan lay in a standard room smoking with a fruit basket on the bedside table. This kind of life is so comfortable. Lu Ziyu sighed. Yeah, even the cigarettes feel better than the special supply ones. The fruits are sweeter too. The flavor is rich. I really want to meet the boss behind this club. Downstairs, Qin Magutan reluctantly looked back at the 2024 club. What a grand gesture. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking place could be so stunning inside? Qin Magutan's face was filled with passion. A real man should live like this. What kind of life had he been leading before? Here he could pick fresh fruit himself, taste its deliciousness, and even fish for a braised dish, truly natural ingredients. The cost was high but worth it. Beside Qin Magutan, Li Qingmei sighed with emotion. Mr. Gao is amazing. Qin Magutan nodded yes. So impressive. It's a pity we're only bronze members, limited to floors 6 to 10. I wonder what the upper floors are like. Li Qingmei's eyes sparkled with longing. The peach blossom garden on the 6th floor already stunned me. What a shame we didn't see the upper levels. But even these 5 floors, I think I could live on them for 10 years. Boss Li, today only the 2 of us are bronze members, the rest are real big shots. Didn't you try to network? Li Qingmei pursed her lips. You're a businessman too, why didn't you make a deal? I had no confidence. I saw Lu Ziyu, Niu Lanshan, Li Lin, Qin Gang. All big shots. I didn't dare disturb them. I really wonder what identity Mr. Gao has that all these people came to support him. I want to upgrade my membership so badly. They say if you accumulate 100 points you can advance to silver. 1,000 points for gold and over 10,000 for diamond. Qin Magutan said. Who doesn't want that? I just don't know how to earn points. All I know is that recharging money and spending don't add points. Just as they were talking, a message suddenly appeared on their member chips. Mission bounty. This mission is issued by the 2024 club. All members who provide 100 billion super coral polyps to the club within 3 days will receive 10 points. The club will purchase the coral polyps at 20 above market price. This was the first mission issued by Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan wanted to see the effect. Although super coral worms were controlled substances, such regulations only applied to the lower classes. These members were all influential figures, so they certainly had ways to legalize them. Immediately after, Gao Yuan returned to the real world. Then he heard that Bai Ma Yu had arrived in the front yard. Gao Yuan walked out. Xiao Yuer, what's wrong? Now that the residents of Mujia and Lihua village have all relocated, our director asked me to inquire which construction company your tech park plans to hire. Have the renderings been completed? Mainly for submission to higher authorities. Gao Yuan asked Dan to fetch the renderings. The overall design of the tech park by Jingxing Design from Xinjiang just arrived, but for construction we want to do it ourselves. Bai Ma Yu frowned. Do it yourselves. Gao Yuan, are you short on funds? You could apply for a low-interest loan. No need. I'm not using other construction companies because they're too slow.
Recently our research team has developed a new technology that will soon yield results. If successful, it will be a great revolution in construction history. Of course, if it fails, well, outsourced to another company. That's good. By the way, a second enterprise has already moved into the development zone. Bai Moyu said. Gao Yuan was taken aback. So fast.
Jinghai, such a remote place.
Nationally, the economy of Haishi province ranked last, and within Haishi, Linzhou city didn't even make the top 5. Jinghai was at the bottom of Linzhou.
Despite this, a second enterprise had moved in within such a short time.
Gao Yuan asked calmly, which company has moved in? Xiaowei Longxin. It's a subsidiary of Xiaowei's chip division, wholly owned by Xiaowei. Gao Yuan was stunned. Zhou Lei still hadn't given up. Building a factory next door even without direct cooperation would appear as collaboration to outsiders. However, this had little to do with Gao Yuan.
He could sell an unlimited number of 3nm lithography machines as long as someone was willing to pay.
That's good news. Your leaders must be overjoyed, right? Yeah, although the formal contract hasn't been signed yet, it's practically a done deal. A vice president from Xiaowei came to negotiate in person today. He probably wanted to meet you, but you weren't around before. And your phone was off. Bai Moyu said. Gao Yuan knew this was an inevitable process.
Xiaowei Longxin was just the first, but certainly not the last.
That evening he had dinner with Bai Moyu and Lin Mei. The next morning Gao Yuan went to the future world.
Wang Yifei approached him with surprise. Boss, someone has accepted the task you posted earlier.
So fast. Who?
A silver member named Mo Lanlin, a top-tier architect and world-class expert.
Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised. She was indeed an expert. Has she contacted you?
Yes, she said she can provide super coral worms and an advanced version at that.
Faster speed, higher precision.
No need for many super coral worms. Just one box of seed worms capable of splitting once per minute.
Even though Gao Yuan wasn't a mathematician,
he had heard the story of the weak grains on a chessboard. That was the charm of doubling.
Splitting was also doubling. In 10 minutes, one box of coral worms would multiply by 2 to the 10th power.
At that rate, if they split for an hour, how many super coral worms would there be?
With so many coral worms, his industrial park could be built in no time.
Of course, Gao Yuan still had many preparations to make, starting with the procurement of various building materials, concrete, steel, timber, and other supplies.
And something even more critical. A supercomputer. Each coral worm was like a mini 3D printer precisely controlled by a computer.
As the number of coral worms increased, the required computing power would also grow. If he had only the coral worms without a corresponding supercomputer, the construction speed would still be unsatisfactory, maybe even worse than using real-world machinery.
Gao Yuan certainly wouldn't make that mistake.
Contact Mo Lanlan immediately and ask her to calculate how many super coral worms and the corresponding control system are needed to complete a 1,000 mu industrial park within 3 days. Since this is her first task, I can give her an extra 10 points. And of course the full payment.
Gao Yuan wasn't short on money now.
Every scene in the 2024 club was paid for.
Except for free access to Diamond members. Other members, like Mo Lanlan, had spent nearly 100 million in the club yesterday. On the opening day, despite the small crowd, Gao Yuan still earned about 5 billion in revenue.
He still kept a low profile, maintaining his mystique. He didn't even meet with Li Qingmei and Qin Magutan because he was too busy spending only a little time in the club warehouse and his office. The next day, robots brought the super coral worm seed worms and the supercomputer control system to the real world.
Gao Yuan knew he had to assemble another team.
After all, super coral worms were completely different from lithography machines.
The Jia Yi team couldn't be too conspicuous.
So Gao Yuan directly purchased a batch of construction specialist robots, naming them Wang Yi, Wang Er. If more teams were needed in the future, they would be Shi Shui. Then the 4 great families Jiao, Wang Shi, and Shui would be complete.
Not enough. Then Jiang, Song, Kong, Chen. The 4 families.
In short, each team had one surname. The future industrial park was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people without feeling crowded.
It wasn't a problem.
Soon Gao Yuan published an open letter inviting major figures from the domestic construction industry to witness the practice of a great technology at the Jinghai Muzha Development Zone. Gao Yuan's reputation had grown immensely. His letter was widely shared by media outlets. Although people had no idea what he was up to, they were certainly curious to see the spectacle.
Some thought Gao Yuan was just grandstanding.
For instance, Pan Bai, the Hoso China boss, explicitly stated he wouldn't come because he had no interest in watching a clown show.
Almost all netizens were watching the reactions of these big shots.
Wang Dalan didn't comment, but his son mentioned during a livestream that his father actually thought highly of Gao Yuan and would watch a livestream if not attending in person. Zhou Qishan, recently mired in negative press and constant skepticism, said he would be there in person. Wang Shuwei, Sun Hongqi, Lin Ku and others had yet to respond. However, Gao Yuan was essentially using this to gain attention, as Blackfish technology was about to start production soon. As a tech company, nothing builds trust better than black technology. Although Blackfish technology had made a name for itself, ordinary people remained indifferent, simply because its lithography machines were too far removed from their daily lives. Gao Yuan's move was meant to show ordinary people that Heiyu technology could influence their lives, not just with the Yeto-released thermostatic clothing but also with housing. If the super coral polyp was widely adopted, construction costs would drop significantly. However, like Pan Bai, many netizens suspected Gao Yuan was just hyping things up. Hype was always a double-edged sword. If done well, it brought both fame and fortune. If mishandled, one's reputation would be completely ruined, and it might take 10 or even 100 times more effort to reverse the image and rebuild trust. But Gao Yuan obviously had no such worries. He believed in the power of technology. In the past 3 days, many had speculated about what Gao Yuan would present. Previously, something as critical as the lithography machine was sold quietly, and the press conference was held by Xiaowei. Now Gao Yuan was inviting top figures in the construction industry to observe with a live broadcast. Many self-media began guessing what new technology Gao Yuan had obtained to dare claim it as great. Shameless, they said. At an event venue, Pan Bai was attending the completion ceremony of a new Hoso project in Xia Kingdom. However, at the event, many reporters swerved off topic. Mr. Pan, Gao Yuan claims to have groundbreaking technology that will revolutionize the construction industry. What do you think? Pan Bai pondered for a moment. I refuse to answer. I don't know Gao Yuan. Mr. Pan, you previously said you wouldn't go see it and called Gao Yuan a clown. What's your real take? Pan Bai's face fell. He had just claimed not to know him, and now he was contradicted. Forcing a dark expression, sorry, this is the Hoso completion ceremony in Xinjing Yanbei. Please refrain from asking irrelevant questions. Hearing this, the reporters grew excited. What was news? Topics: explosions. If the interviewee felt uncomfortable or even angry, that was exactly the point. It meant he had been pierced and would soon speak the truth. Instead of backing off, the reporters became more enthusiastic. Whatever you didn't want to answer, what ask? Mr. Pan, did you know Gao Yuan before? If Gao Yuan really unveils some groundbreaking technology, would you apologize? Mr. Pan. Pan Bai's face grew darker, but it was his own event, he couldn't lose his temper. Sorry, everyone. I don't know Gao Yuan and I have no grudge against him. I simply dislike people who hype things up. That's all. Mr. Pan, Gao Yuan's company developed a world-leading lithography machine. Do you consider that hype? Well. Mr. Pan, do you think your contribution to society is greater than Gao Yuan's? Pan Bai wanted to hit someone. This was a slap in the face, loud and clear. A lithography machine. How could he possibly work on that? He was just a businessman. Lithography was for scientists, wasn't it? Pan Bai felt he had to leave. He gave his assistant a meaningful glance. The assistant immediately understood. Sorry, Mr. Pan has another meeting to attend. We've prepared dinner for the reporters in the third-floor hall. With that, he stepped in front of Pan Bai and guided him away. That evening, various news broke. Pan Bai on Gao Yuan, just a clown, I can't stand him. Why does real estate tycoon Pan Bai dislike Gao Yuan? Pan Bai claims not to know Gao Yuan, just that he simply dislikes him. Is Gao Yuan hyping? Pan Bai says yes. Seeing these reports, Pan Bai wore a serene expression, showing none of the afternoon's irritation. His assistant looked worried. Mr. Pan, could this hurt you? How could it? It's just leveraging hype. In this era, what is king? Traffic. Our reputation isn't great right now, and just using Gao Yuan to craft a blunt, outspoken persona. What if Gao Yuan really has a groundbreaking technology? Pan Bai chuckled. Very unlikely. Gao Yuan used to be in internet healthcare, essentially a middleman. How could he come up with epoch-making tech? It's like the metaverse or AI now, all just storytelling to raise money. AI is hot now, almost all big companies are staking claims. And the government is promoting it, the assistant said. Right, AI is indeed popular. Every few months some new technology claims to change the world. And now? What has changed? Whether in Meili State or our Xia Kingdom, it's all nonsense. So-called AI is essentially just big data application. The assistant seemed confused. Mr. Pan, what does that have to do with Gao Yuan's new technology? Nothing directly, but the principle is the same. Any great technological breakthrough isn't isolated, it relies on many related advancements.
A guy who switched from internet to tech, can his marginal tech be better than ours?
Better than Wanning's. Dream on.
The only reason he pulled off the lithography machine is because there were successful foreign examples and policy advantages at home. It was a point of accumulating breakthroughs. So I called him a clown and said he was hyping based on the inference that he could never produce a groundbreaking technology.
Anyway, sit back and watch.
Even if he manages a minor breakthrough, we can pour cold water on it. If the technology is just a rebranding, even better, his hype will serve as a wedding dress for us. At that moment Gao Yuan was sitting on Daqing Mountain behind Muza with Zhang Bai, Lin Mei and Bai Moyu. Zhang Bai was indignant. Lao Gao, does Pan Bai have a grudge against you?
This guy is unscrupulous.
When our Yuan Farm company was in Xinjiang, we rented his building, half of our profits went to his rent.
Now he's kicking us when we're down. Gao Yuan looked down at Muza and Pear Blossom Village, mentally overlaying the terrain with the renderings made by Jiangxin.
He was thinking about how to proceed with the Super Coral Pilot 2.0.
Hearing Zhang Bai's words, he snapped back to reality. Lao Pan is sly as a fox.
Now that we're in the countryside and barely have any dealings with him since we're no longer in business together, he's just taking a shot as we rise.
But this time I wonder if he'll sprain his ankle.
Zhang Bai nodded. Now that you mention it, many reporters call Lao Pan a hot-headed man. I just laugh. If that guy were hot-headed, there would be no smart people in the world. They brushed off Pan Bai's matters as Zhang Bai had full confidence in Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan pointed at the land below and then at the design. Lao Zhang changed this, moved the warehouse to Daqing Mountain.
Ha!
The warehouse was placed there because it borders the provincial road. If we move it to the foot of Daqing Mountain, all shipments would have to go through the entire industrial park.
Wouldn't that be inconvenient?
Gao Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Bai. What exactly is our product?
At this moment. A lithography machine. Currently it is a lithography machine. In the future there will be the wrist device. You have seen its concept. Though the thermostatic garment sells, it is not our main focus.
Thus our product shares one characteristic: small volume, high value and rich in technology.
Therefore safety outweighs convenience.
What do you think?
Zhang Bai suddenly understood. That makes sense, but... No buts. Relocate the warehouse here and convert the original warehouse site into the expert building.
All right. That morning at the Muza Development Zone, the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park base was adorned with fluttering red flags.
Many had arrived.
Leaders from Linzhou City, officials from Jinghai County, the County Investment Promotion Bureau, and also Xiaowei's CEO Zhou Lei and Dami Technologies' Lei Jianjun all gathered here. Standing together, Zhou Lei and Lei Jianjun surveyed the land. It was their first visit to Muza and the scenery left them incredulous.
Brother Lei, is this where Gao Yuan created the lithography machine? It should be. I wonder what is happening today. I see no heavy machinery and few workers. Is this the groundbreaking ceremony?
Zhou Lei was utterly perplexed. He had witnessed countless grand groundbreaking ceremonies but never one so subdued. The villagers had already relocated, leaving only a few dozen helpers scattered about. As Zhou Lei and Lei Jianjun chatted, they spotted Gao Yuan emerging and walked over together.
President Gao, what scheme are you brewing? President Zhou, you came as well.
Isn't your Xiaowei Lungsan manufacturing facility right next to ours?
When does it start? Haha, President Gao, your words carry hidden meaning.
To be honest, Xiaowei built its plant here precisely because of you, President Gao. Wherever you go, we follow.
Gao Yuan cursed inwardly but wore a genial smile. President Zhou, you might be making a losing bet. Haha, take a look around for now.
More guests have arrived. Another line of cars pulled into the Muza Village Activity Center.
Gao Yuan saw Wang Dalin stepping out of the lead vehicle.
He approached Chairman Wang. You came in person.
Wang Dalin beamed.
I dared not miss it for fear of missing something. He was composed, having analyzed Gao Yuan's ventures, not just the lithography machine but also the thermostatic garment. If the lithography machine had Western precedents to follow, the thermostatic garment was true black technology.
Researchers under the Wanning banner had obtained a set of thermostatic garments.
Analysis revealed that though merely a piece of clothing, it contained myriad advanced technologies. First, a composite coating of multiple clean energy sources on the garment's surface could absorb solar, wind, even radiation and thermal energy, converting them into electricity stored in the clothing. The collar housed a remarkably thin battery with storage capacity exceeding that of a two-wheeled electric vehicle.
This coating and battery alone could reshape the global energy landscape.
If Blackfish Technology unveiled this composite energy coating, it would undoubtedly become a world energy giant. Moreover, the super battery boasted 5 times the efficiency of the world's most advanced batteries. More crucially, the chip inside the thermostatic garment was not silicon-based but carbon-based. Currently, high-end carbon-based chips existed only in theory worldwide with no mass production. The thermostatic garment relied on this chip to intelligently regulate internal temperature and humidity based on the wearer's body state. After reviewing the analysis of the thermostatic garment, Wang Dalan decided to travel to Musa. He wanted to witness what new technology Gao Yuan would unveil, having invited them so solemnly. Reason told Wang Dalan that Gao Yuan was certainly about to make a huge move. A team of robotic service personnel attended to the dignitaries. Gao Yuan approached the local leaders headed by Linz's deputy mayor in charge of the economy, Wang Xiangyang. Mayor Wang, everything is ready. Please press the button to initiate the groundbreaking ceremony. Wang Xiangyang smiled. President Gao, what are you up to? I've brought the TV station crew, don't let me down. Gao Yuan smiled slightly. Rest assured. Wang Xiangyang appeared calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Today was Lin's lucky day. Success or failure aside, Linzhou was sure to make headlines nationwide. After all, the assembled guests were undisputed business magnates. Especially Wang Dalan's presence, which exceeded Wang Xiangyang's expectations. Wang Dalan had been the richest man in Xia Kingdom for several years. Lin Mei approached carrying an instrument. Gao Yuan said to Wang Xiangyang, Mayor Wang, please start. Wang Xiangyang rolled up his sleeves. All right. He pressed the start button. A box on the empty ground ahead opened automatically. Inside was a substance like mud which suddenly began to move. It slithered forward toward the old houses of the former Musa residents. The mud-like mass quickly crawled over. No one understood what Gao Yuan was doing. Wasn't this supposed to be a construction project? Lei Jianjun was puzzled, looking at Zhou Lei. Chairman Zhou, do you understand? Zhou Lei shook his head. I don't. Then he turned to the recently arrived Zhou Qishan. President Zhou, you're in real estate, what is this? Zhou Qishan was equally baffled. I have no idea. Numerous media outlets were filming along with self-media influencers seeking attention, all capturing the mud-like substance. Then Gao Yuan stepped forward. Welcome everyone to the Jinghai Musa Development Zone. This is the groundbreaking ceremony for the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park. Now please welcome the head of our research team, Wang Yi. He will provide the full commentary. The intelligent research construction robot expert Wang Yi wasted no formality and stepped forward to begin. What you see before you is a new type of construction worm developed by Blackfish Technology. These worms are gene-edited from coral polyps. They can devour various building materials and within 0.1 seconds secrete corresponding substances. Currently, the construction worms are proliferating. Once their numbers reach a certain threshold, construction will commence. The crowd initially frowned. Was this the major technological innovation Gao Yuan had touted? Was it useful? But 20 minutes later, the mud-like mass had expanded a millionfold. Gao Yuan had named it construction worm, more fitting than super coral. When not secreting substances, the construction worms divided once every minute. In 20 minutes they split 20 times, 2 to the power of 20, increasing in number by over a millionfold. By then the mud-like mass had covered half of Musa, and the dilapidated houses in those areas had vanished. Devoured by the construction worms. The crowd gasped. Drones captured real-time footage and transmitted it back. At Gao Yuan's command, Wang Yi activated the control system for the construction worms. Over 10 billion construction bugs are about to begin precise construction under the control of this supercomputer system. This is absolutely a massive challenge for computing power. However, Gao Yuan was not worried. He looked at Wang Xiangyang and said, Mayor Wang, the next moment is to witness a miracle. People saw the massive number of construction bugs under the computer's control begin digging holes. In a few minutes a large part of Musa had been dug down over 10 meters. Moreover, the edges of the pits were neat and tidy as if cut by a laser knife. The others were mostly unfazed, but Wang Dalan narrowed his eyes. This thing is much faster than machinery and its quality appears very high. Soon these construction bugs started laying foundations. The soil they devoured instantly transformed into material 100 times denser as the base. Then they devoured cement, sand, steel bars. People only saw the mud constantly writhing, and the building below seemed to grow by itself. Visibly it began to rise: basement walls, columns, floors. Then above ground. The building continued to grow wildly. Everyone looked as if they had seen a monster. What is this, planting a house? No one blinked because it was too shocking. It was like magic or like computer animation. A building visibly grew out of the ground where just a few hours earlier there had been a residential area. Now that residential area was gone and a modern skyscraper was rising. Moreover, not just the main structure but also the interior walls and exterior surfaces were all neat and smooth as a mirror displayed before everyone's eyes. Wang Dalan felt his body trembling. Having worked in real estate all his life, when had he ever seen such a miraculous? At first Wang Xiangyang was relatively calm, but when a building grew out of the ground he could no longer stay composed. Originally everyone was calmly standing and watching, but now they could only look up because the building had already grown to 5 floors. According to the design, this was the RD building of the technology park with a total of 36 floors. It was also the tallest building in Heiyu Technology Park. The live-streamed video was uploaded to the internet. Gao Yuan's matter had already attracted attention and a bunch of big shots had come to the scene. Soon netizens flooded into the live stream. They had originally come to see the big shots and learn how to achieve a small, but as they watched they saw a building rapidly growing under a layer of mud. The speed was too fast. Previously Wang Meng either watched streams of beautiful women or outdoor activities. He never imagined that one day he would be so captivated by watching house construction. This magical miracle was too tempting. If he also had such construction bugs, wouldn't he just need to input a blueprint and have a villa built on his hometown's homestead in a few hours? Wang Meng felt more and more pleased. So he decided to go to Jinghai and apply for a job at Heiyu Technology. Watching on site was far more shocking than watching the livestream. Wang Dalan, Lei Jianjun and Zhou Qishan all looked up speechless. Zhou Lei sighed beside them. President Gao is truly awesome. With the construction bugs, will large machinery still be necessary in the future? The livestream video of Heiyu Technology Industry Park quickly went viral online. Originally Pan Bai didn't care at all, but after his assistant played the video in front of him several times, Pan Bai's face darkened. This is not innovation, this is destruction. With the construction bugs, building a city in the future will be like playing. The same words were also spoken by someone in the National Development and Reform Commission of Xiagua. Qin Tiejuan, director of the National Development and Reform Commission, was also watching the video. In the video, Gao Yuan's livestream was showing the Heiyu Technology Industry Park still growing wildly. Qin Taijun sincerely exclaimed, with the construction bugs, building a city in the future is like playing. Send someone to contact Heiyu Technology. Forget it, I'll go myself tomorrow. This technology must not be leaked. As long as the country masters the construction bugs, it can build cities in Nanyang, pave roads in dangerous terrain and bridge cliffs. The construction bugs released by Gao Yuan spread across the entire internet in just a few hours. At this moment, Wang Dalan on the scene had mixed feelings. The emergence of construction bugs was more than just innovation. What will happen to the vast number of construction workers in the future? With no cost to build houses, is the age of housing prices dropping like green onions far off? No human labor needed. A box of construction bugs can turn into a massive swarm covering thousands of mu within 20 minutes. If they split for an hour, couldn't they cover an entire city? As long as materials are sufficient and blueprints are drawn, a city can be grown in an extremely short time. Too terrifying. Wang Dalan felt a chill run through his body. They waited until dark. The main structure of the Heiyu Technology Industry Park RD building was completed. Except for not installing windows and doors, everything else had already reached a simple decoration level. It was already dark. Gao Yuan arranged dinner at the temporary command center in the development zone. A strange sight: a group of billionaires were squatting holding boxed lunches, chatting face to face while eating. This scene made countless people emotional. So even big shots are ordinary people. So tonight I can live even better than the big shots. Although the on-site conditions were so poor, no one left. They all gathered around Gao Yuan. President Gao, is the construction bugs expensive? Do you have any plans to sell the construction bugs? What is the principle behind this? I saw that even the subtle patterns on the exterior walls can be grown. Surrounded by so many people, Gao Yuan looked smug. President Wang, the construction bugs are not expensive and I can sell them, but buying them won't be of much use to you. Zhou Lei looked puzzled. Why? Gao Yuan explained, just now President Su also said that even subtle patterns can be grown. What does that mean? Wang Dalan suddenly understood. It means that these massive numbers of construction bugs are actually under precise control. Gao Yuan nodded. Actually, these construction bugs are like extremely tiny 3D precision printers. Each construction bug is a tiny machine. Today we used 1.6 billion construction bugs, which means we need a system to precisely control 1.6 billion micro-robots. The position of each robot and the amount of secreted material need to be precisely calculated. At this point there was no need to say more. Lei Jianjun gasped. This control system. How did you manage it? Gao Yuan showed a smile and uttered two-word: secret. The big shots on site wanted to hit him. However, Zhou Lei realized a problem. President Gao isn't the team that developed the construction bugs the one Wang Yi who explained today. Gao Yuan nodded. President Zhou has a good memory. I'm afraid many people don't even know this name. Wang Yi's team are the real heroes behind the development of the construction bugs. Zhou Lei frowned. How could Gao Yuan have so many talented people? The previous teams of Jia Yi and Jia Er were already formidable.
Xiao Wei had once considered poaching them, but they remained utterly unmoved, refusing to discuss any terms. There was simply no way around it. Now another team led by Wang Yi had emerged. President Gao, tell me honestly, how many more such teams do you have under you? Let me put it this way, how many researchers do you actually have and what are their research directions? From now on, well, steer clear. Gao Yuan chuckled. President Zhou, you're putting me on the spot. How would I know what the experts are researching? I don't understand the technology. These big names aren't my employees, I'm just a spokesperson they put forward. As for research directions and how many projects there are, I really have no idea. Only when results come out do I find out. At that moment Wang Dulin realized that Universal Group's core business had to transform. Unless Gao Yuan's construction bugs were only for personal use. Even if the construction bugs required enormous computing power based on the capabilities demonstrated today, if Gao Yuan decided to enter the construction industry, he would have no rivals worldwide. Everyone else would be crushed. Wang Dulin walked up to Gao Yuan, President Gao, care to have a chat. Gao Yuan had the same intention. The two went to the old Gao family courtyard, the only structure still standing in Muza. Gao Yuan asked Dandan to bring 2 cups of tea. The tea was purchased from the future world for refreshment. It wasn't a plant-based drink, but its revitalizing effect was 10 times stronger than coffee. Wang Dulin took a sip and instantly felt invigorated. President Gao, this tea. New product for energy. Excellent stuff. President Gao, you know I'm in real estate. Your construction bugs are incredible. What are your plans? Gao Yuan naturally knew what Wang Dulin was really asking, whether Gao Yuan would enter the real estate or construction industry. The worst-case scenario was Gao Yuan going into real estate, making him a competitor with Universal Group. Wang Dulin had actually long wanted to transform his business but lacked a suitable project. Although Universal Group had invested in many ventures, none matched the scale of real estate. They were all trivial by comparison. The best outcome was Gao Yuan not entering real estate, only construction, helping others build projects, allowing them to collaborate. A middling outcome would be Gao Yuan studying the construction bugs solely for personal use. But that seemed unlikely. After all, investing immense effort to create a product with limitless potential and then keeping it unused. That would be a waste. Moreover, Wang Dulin believed that Gao Yuan publicly summoned them because he intended to cooperate. Upon hearing Wang Dulin's words, Gao Yuan chuckled. Chairman Wang, the construction bug is effective, but it's not suitable for large-scale promotion. Why? Computing power is an issue, but more importantly, security. Seeing the gravity with which Gao Yuan uttered security, Wang Dulin understood immediately. Unlike construction machinery, construction bugs are computer-controlled and can be remotely operated. These things can devour any building material. If someone with malicious intent got hold of them, any place in the world could be breached. But construction bugs would become weapons. Seeing Wang Dulin's terrified expression, Gao Yuan said, Chairman Wang, do you understand? It's not about whether I'm willing to sell, it's whether you dare to buy, and moreover, whether the authorities will allow it. Wang Dulin nodded. Then President Gao, why did you announce it so publicly? Gao Yuan smiled slightly. Because this technology is meant for the nation, do you understand? Gao Yuan was now a businessman. Unlike well-known technologies like nuclear fusion, the construction bug didn't sound impressive at all. The reason he was so public was twofold: to showcase Blackfish Technology's capabilities and to attract national attention. Only by making it known to everyone could he do justice to this technology. Moreover, he planned to use it to build his own industrial park so the entire world would know it was completed and about to go into production. And there was a small bonus. Cooperating with Wang Dulin. Wasn't Wang Dulin now knocking on his door? Wang Dulin seemed lost in thought. Then Gao Yuan changed the subject. Chairman Wang, Universal Group is undergoing transformation, isn't it? Right. Ah. Yes. Does President Gao have any good projects? What do you think of the constant temperature clothing? Gao Yuan had a plethora of usable technologies. For such consumer goods, he was happy to share them, thereby building a coalition of mutual interest that would stand with him in the future. On the other hand, he didn't want to bother with these projects. The constant temperature clothing was a good project, but Gao Yuan didn't think much of it. Wang Dulin didn't understand Gao Yuan's intention. After a moment's thought, constant temperature clothing is true black technology. Products ultimately boil down to 8 words: clothing, food, housing, transportation, entertainment, drink, play. Constant temperature clothing has the potential to become a world-class monopoly. Last year, the global garment trade exceeded 10 trillion Xiaogui yuan. Undoubtedly, if promoted, constant temperature clothing is a product with great potential. Then Chairman Wang, are you interested in selling constant temperature clothing? Ah. Isn't constant temperature clothing your project, President Gao? Yes, it's mine, but we can cooperate. We'll handle online sales ourselves, but setting up our own offline sales network would be time-consuming and laborious. Chairman Yuan's universal plazas are spread across the country. If we open a constant temperature clothing store in every universal plaza, what do you think the effect would be? At last Yuan Dulan understood Gao Yuan's plan.
But this plan hit the mark perfectly.
Constant temperature clothing was definitely a surefire profitable business. What about profit distribution?
Well, supply at ex-factory price and split the profit 70-30 with us taking 30.
Wang Dulan thought a moment. How will you handle online sales?
Well, build our own platform and online store with prices matching offline, uniform nationwide.
Only then did Yuan Dulan show a smile.
What's the gap between ex-factory price and retail price?
Double. Then no problem.
But the profit split should be 5,050.
Taking too much would make us uneasy. Gao Yuan smiled.
The constant temperature clothing was sourced from the future world at virtually zero cost. With Universal selling it, he was already making a substantial profit.
He hadn't expected Yuan Dulan to voluntarily give up another 20.
What Gao Yuan didn't know was that Yuan Dulan had studied the constant temperature clothing and was in awe of its black technology. With such technology, Gao Yuan was bound to rise.
If he took too much now, this cooperation might be a one-time affair.
By conceding 20, he seemed to lose a lot, but it laid a good foundation with blackfish technology.
The broad framework of cooperation was settled, the details would be handled by subordinates. Gao Yuan and Yuan Dulan both smiled, satisfied with the outcome. Then Gao Yuan asked, is the Universal Cinema chain also your enterprise, Chairman Wang?
Of course.
Are you President Gao planning to venture into the film industry?
Not exactly. I made a sci-fi film not for profit but mainly to promote blackfish technology.
I've been looking for distributors recently. Wang Dulan smiled and said, a small matter. I'll put in a word. President Gao's film must be screened on the Universal Cinema chain.
When the time comes, I'll come and show my support.
A small matter. Let's leave it at that then.
The next day, the construction bug trended on social media. Many netizens had no idea what a construction bug was, but after watching the video they realized such a wondrous thing existed in the world. That a bug could transform into a construction machine.
Many influencers began to comment.
Gao Yuan Bogo had previously written an article about Gao Yuan only to be proven wrong, after which he deleted that piece.
Now seeing Gao Yuan trending again, he couldn't resist writing another article. What is Gao Yuan's true intention behind releasing the construction bug? I've analyzed Gao Yuan's experiences since his bankruptcy and I find he has become much more pragmatic than before.
The emergence of the lithography machine was like that. Now the international semiconductor industry's eyes are all on Xia. Just when everyone thought Gao Yuan would continue to focus on semiconductors, he turned around and created such a revolutionary technology as the construction bug.
Xia was already an infrastructure powerhouse.
Now with the aid of the construction bug it will undoubtedly gain even greater strength. And Gao Yuan should use the construction bug as a foundation to build his real estate empire.
Currently the two industries that have created the most billionaires globally are real estate and the internet. But the era of internet dividends has passed. It is now the age of capital. Gao Yuan previously worked in online education and training but went bankrupt for some reason.
Judging by his trend, he seems to have temporarily abandoned the internet and shifted his career.
Although the lithography machine is high-end, its demand isn't large.
Companies that produce lithography machines are mere underlings compared to the true tycoons of real estate and the internet.
Gao Yuan saw this, so he didn't continue pushing on lithography.
He didn't even participate in hot products like chips. According to reliable sources, Xiaowei has already applied to build a factory in the Muzha development zone.
Xiaowei's only goal is to follow Gao Yuan and get a piece of the pie. But Gao Yuan clearly isn't interested in such scraps.
He'll make a bold prediction next. Gao Yuan won't sell the construction bug externally, but he will start building his own real estate kingdom.
Acquiring land everywhere will be a mere show for Gao Yuan. His costs are far lower than other domestic real estate developers.
So as long as his project prices are low, he will quickly capture the market. Perhaps in 3 years at most 5, Gao Yuan will become the largest real estate developer in Xia.
Let's wait and see.
Under Gao Yuan Bo's article, many netizens began to comment.
Brother Bo is right.
Gao Yuan showcasing the construction bug so ostentatiously is exactly for this reason.
Wasn't Brother Bo proven wrong last time? How come he's predicting again? What about the thermoregulating suit? Isn't Blackfish Technology's flagship product the thermoregulating suit?
The Blackfish Technology Industrial Park was under intense construction.
That day Gao Yuan received a phone call. Is this Gao Yuan? I'm in Muzha. My name is Qin Taijun. Qin Taijun. Gao Yuan had no idea who that was. So he asked, is there something you need? I want to talk to you. Gao Yuan sent Zhang Bai to bring the man over.
Only then did he realize that this Qin Taijun was definitely a big shot because he was accompanied by several people, one of whom was the vice mayor of Lingzhou, but he was at the back carrying someone's bag. Gao Yuan also saw the leaders of Jinghai County watching from afar, not daring to come closer. Gao Yuan secretly had the robot Dan Dan check, and immediately understood the identity of the middle-aged man before him. Qin Taijun was the director of the Xia National Development and Reform Commission. Gao Yuan knew that once the construction bug was revealed it would surely alert the higher-ups, but he hadn't expected a leader of this level to come personally. Director Qin, you honor my humble abode. Please have a seat. Gao Yuan said, neither servile nor overbearing. Qin Taijun studied Gao Yuan. You know me. I've seen you in the news. Gao Yuan said casually. This was of course just a polite remark. Gao Yuan hadn't watched the news properly in ages. Gao Yuan, not bad. You created the lithography machine and now you've come up with the construction bug. And the thermoregulating suit. By the way, someone asked me to thank you on their behalf. Who? The Xia National Fire Rescue Bureau. Didn't your Blackfish technology contact them to donate thermoregulating suits to all firefighters nationwide? Gao Yuan smiled, that's right. But it hasn't gone into mass production yet, it still needs a bit more time. However, within a month at most I guarantee all donations will be delivered. No rush. I just came to see you to find out how extraordinary Gao Yuan really is, how you've managed to produce so many black technologies in a row. Director Qin flatters me. It's all the credit of the research team. I'm just the one pushed to the forefront. Qin Taijun had an extraordinary bearing and a calm tone. Gao Yuan, the reason I'm here is to discuss something with you. Gao Yuan asked, is it about the construction bug? That's a minor matter. Let's talk about the thermoregulating suit. The coating on its surface, the built-in variable battery, the chip. Are all these technologies yours? Gao Yuan was taken aback. He had never carefully studied the thermoregulating suit because it was too ordinary in the future world, so ordinary that even the lowest classes disliked it. How could Gao Yuan have known that it contained so many black technologies, and crucially that they had been seen through by the state? But wasn't this Qin Taijun from the Development and Reform Commission? How did he also understand technology? Seeing Gao Yuan's somewhat stunned expression, Qin Taijun reached out to reassure him, each of these technologies is epoch-making, yet you quietly embedded them in a piece of clothing. I'm not saying the thermoregulating suit is bad. On the contrary, it's excellent. If this garment were to be popularized, there would be no more bitter cold or scorching heat in the world. But it could actually do much more. Do more. Gao Yuan looked at Qin Taijun. Director Qin, these technologies are insignificant. Our Blackfish technology doesn't have such grand ambitions. Qin Taijun laughed upon hearing this. No ambition. The coating on the thermoregulating suit can revolutionize current new energy technology. The battery can change the global battery landscape. And the chip. Your lithography machine Xiaowei has already figured it out, you held back. Now there's the construction bug. And you say Blackfish technology has small ambitions. Moreover, your next business venture is smart devices, isn't it? New types of phones. Gao Yuan was startled. Indeed, ordinary people had no secrets from the state. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly. Director Qin, you must have seen my file. I don't have a technical background. I know, but those robots under your command do have a technical background. These words sent a cold sweat down Gao Yuan's back. Robots. How did Qin Taijun know that the people around him were all robots? What else did the state know? Could it even know about the space-time portal? Gao Yuan's face was full of shock as he stared at Qin Taijun. What else do you— I know that you have developed true artificial intelligence. These technologies are just the tip of the iceberg. New technologies will keep emerging under the research of AI, right? Alright, I'm not here to expose you. I just want to discuss a cooperation with you. Some technologies are quite sensitive. When I came, the higher-ups had spoken to me. The higher-ups. Gao Yuan was stunned. Since Qin Taijun was already the head of a ministry, the higher-ups he referred to were truly the top echelon. Actually, the higher-ups just meant one thing: the technology in your hands must not be leaked. Understand? At least for 10 years it cannot be leaked. You can use it yourself, you can sell products, but you cannot sell the technology. Understood. Also, the core of the construction bug technology is gene editing and the biological quantum computer system, right? Qin Taijun asked. Gao Yuan retorted, Director Qin, you're not secretly the president of the Academy of Sciences while being a leader of the Development and Reform Commission, are you?
Qin Taijun was amused. You little rascal. By the way, I also brought you some good news. What? 2 special appointment identities. You might need them later. The higher-ups originally wanted to send people to protect you, but they were afraid you might misunderstand. Besides, you have robots, so your safety shouldn't be an issue. Gao Yuan asked, what identities? Why do I need protection? What do you think?
Qin Taijun stared at Gao Yuan.
You are now a fountain of new technology. Protecting you is only natural, isn't it? Gao Yuan was genuinely surprised.
It seemed that this visit wasn't Qin Taijun's own idea but the result of comprehensive deliberation by the higher-ups.
Gao Yuan took the 2 credentials Qin Taijun handed him.
The cover of the first one read Xia Academy of Sciences and the position inside was Chief Scientific Advisor. The other was an honorary dean position at the Qingjing University College of Science and Technology.
Gao Yuan looked at these credentials. Director Qin, these aren't fake IDs, are they? Would I give you fakes?
Gao Yuan certainly didn't think they were fake, but did special appointments no longer require the appointee to go through the formalities themselves?
Director Qin, I won't have to go to work, will I? You don't need to go to work. Of course, if you want to go, they would certainly welcome you.
The Academy of Sciences and Qingjing University's top brass came to me themselves asking for your special appointment.
Don't overthink it.
By the way, hand over the construction bug technology. Will
Gao Yuan was taken aback. Director Qin, are you just going to take it?
You come here, give me 2 jobs without a salary, and then take away my technology. At least give me some policy support like interest-free loans or something. What policy support does your technology need? Are you short of cash flow?
But you have a point.
If I don't give you something, you'll seem too overbearing.
Alright, I see you're content to stay here and have no intention of leaving.
They'll specially approve the entire Daqing mountain range stretching 300 li to you.
The construction bug is of great use to the nation. Remember, it must never be leaked. Especially the control system.
Gao Yuan was still reeling from the shock of having the entire Daqing mountain range specially approved for him.
Director Qin, the entire Daqing mountain. 300 li. What? Don't dare to take it.
He'll take it, of course he'll take it.
After Qin Taijun left, Gao Yuan put the credentials away.
Who knew when these things might come in handy? Meanwhile, Pan Bai was truly in trouble.
He already had a bad reputation.
He had planned to step on Gao Yuan to build a persona of being outspoken, but he never expected Gao Yuan to drop such a bombshell. Once the construction bug was revealed,
there was simply nothing to attack. That thing was genuinely awesome. Pan Bai sat in his office utterly dumbfounded.
He thought about hiring internet trolls to claim the livestream video was fake, but that would be too childish.
Wang Dalan, Lei Jianjun and Su Daheng were all present at the scene.
If it were fake, wouldn't that mean they were also in on the hype with Gao Yuan? Pan Bai had once been Gao Yuan's landlord, which gave him a psychological advantage, but he was a notch below Wang Dalan.
He didn't dare to question it.
Knowing he was defeated this time, he simply played the turtle, hiding his head, letting people say what they would, curse or mock him. He just stayed home silent and unseen.
A week later, the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park was completed. The 10th Sandmu Blackfish Technology Industrial Park was inaugurated.
Local leaders and many business tycoons came to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Gao Yuan.
However, to Gao Yuan's surprise, quite a few uninvited guests also showed up.
The technical advisor from the US based into the Greater Xia region, president of Yuan Dian from the Great Island, the Greater Xia region executive president of Sanhan's 9 stars. Almost all leading global semiconductor companies had senior executives present. Previously, when rumors spread that Xia had a mature 5 nanometers process lithography machine, these company executives were unanimously dismissive. Later, when Xiaowei held a press conference, they were skeptical. Now that Xiaowei's high-end chips were self-sufficient and they had released their flagship phone for the second half of the year equipped with the Azure 9000 chip,
these companies finally believed it.
They all wanted to see what kind of company Blackfish Technology, which produced the lithography machine, really was. Their visit coincided with the completion of the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park.
As soon as they arrived at the tech park, Bick, the executive from US-based Inta, looked at the massive complex B. I didn't believe it before.
But with such miraculous construction technology, the lithography machine seems like nothing in comparison. The Yuan Dian Greater Xia region president said worriedly, "We must stop Gao Yuan or else our markets will be completely taken over by the Xia people in the future." The 9 stars executive said, "That's you. Our 9 stars has a wide range of businesses, so it doesn't affect us much." When Gao Yuan saw these people, he paid them no mind at all. Since they had come of their own accord, not being driven away was already a testament to his hospitality.
As for receiving them, don't even think about it.
Gao Yuan had never intended to be so high-profile, but Zhou Lei, the CEO of Xiaowei, insisted on coming to offer his congratulations. He even posted a celebratory message on Weibo which attracted other bigwigs to follow suit.
After that, more and more people came.
Bai Moyu was even drafted by Gao Yuan to serve as a temporary usher for Heiyu technology. Ever since Qin Taijun bluntly pointed out that those around Gao Yuan were all robots, Gao Yuan had become more cautious about using them. He had no idea how Qin Taijun had discovered this.
But there must be a flaw.
The biggest flaw was that these robots were all too perfect in appearance, followed by the issue of their illegal status. There was no record of them in the household registration system. As for their appearance, body temperature and movements, Gao Yuan found it hard to tell them apart.
After a day of bustling chaos, it was finally over. Before Gao Yuan could rest, he saw Zhang Bai storming over in fury.
Lao Gao, these guys are too unscrupulous. They came to attend our ribbon cutting today, and I thought I guessed from afar as a guest, so I had the staff give them bread and water. That's your own fault for being soft-hearted.
I told you, just ignore them. Zhang Bai was speechless. Right, I was a fool.
These bastards went back tonight and issued a joint statement claiming that our Heiyu technology stole their technology. Now the International Semiconductor Industry Association is going to blacklist us.
Gao Yuan was taken aback. A blacklist? I wasn't planning to do anything, but since they brought it up first, shall we blacklist the traditional foreign semiconductor industry instead?
Zhang Bai was stunned for a long moment.
Boss Gao, that's badass.
At present, only the 3D virtual interactive communication wristband production line in the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park had been installed and debugged.
It could start production at any time. Gao Yuan had also planned to go to the future world to purchase dozens of thermostatic clothing production lines.
He hadn't originally intended to manufacture chips. But now someone wanted to blacklist him.
And falsely accused him of stealing technology. How could anyone tolerate that? You blacklist me and I'll blacklist you too. Lao Zhan, there's still plenty of empty factory space in the industrial park.
How about we start making chips and teach those foreign semiconductor companies a lesson?
Zhang Bai was a bit worried.
I'm afraid our chips won't sell. Why do we have to sell them abroad?
Well, just supply them to domestic manufacturers. Let Jia Yi and the others design some high-performance chips.
Then price them 50 lower than the international market rate and directly disrupt their smart device market.
Zhang Bai still thought it was unreliable.
Lao Gao, what if they ban products from Xia Kingdom?
Gao Yuan revealed a meaningful smile.
You mean a closed-door policy? When Xia Kingdom's technology surpasses theirs across the board, the more they ban, the more they fall behind. Our Qing dynasty tried this trick. And the result was obvious.
Zhang Bai stood there dumbfounded. It seemed
there was logic to that. Gao Yuan went to the backyard where the foot of the mountain behind it had transformed into a massive warehouse. He stepped through the time-space portal, arriving at the 2024 club. Seeing Gao Yuan approach, Lin Nanwo ran over excitedly, linking her arm through his.
Sir, guess how many members we have now? 3,000. Gao Yuan threw out a random number. Lin Nanwo was stunned. Sir, you knew.
But soon her expression shifted. Sir, our club has collected over 20 billion in membership fees alone. Combined with revenue from the scenes, our account balance has now exceeded 50 billion.
50 billion. Gao Yuan wasn't surprised at all.
The 2024 club would only grow more exclusive over time because the scenes within it were unparalleled in this world.
Just the cultivation soil alone was beyond ordinary imagination.
In the future world, the population was concentrated in a few major cities, while most other areas were riddled with nuclear radiation. These cities had magnetic field barriers set up at their edges to absorb radiation. Any exposed ground within the cities had been mined for centuries, and now the entire city was covered with 10-meter thick high-strength concrete for fear that nuclear radiation might seep in through the groundwater system. The city's water supply came from specially treated deep-sea water. This time Gao Yuan came to purchase lithography machines and high-purity silicon wafer production lines. These items were considered the lowest of the low in the future world, not even requiring a mission posting.
Gao Yuan went directly to find Li Qingmei. Li Qingmei entered the office area of the 2024 club, marveling at everything along the way.
Ever since stepping into the club, she had been awestruck. Gao Yuan was truly at the pinnacle of the elite. How else could he make such a grand move?
This meeting was entirely different from before.
Li Qingmei maintained a low profile.
President Gao, you wanted to see me. Yes, I need some supplies. Boss Li, could you help me procure them?
I can purchase at a 30 premium over market price and will also give you 10 club points. Li Qingmei's face lit up with delight.
What does President Gao need to procure?
Lithography machine production lines, silicon wafer production lines.
Just that.
Li Qingmei was somewhat surprised.
Gao Yuan looked at Li Qingmei. Bossly, some things if I do them myself might cause unnecessary trouble.
Li Qingmei's expression turned serious. I understand.
Alright, go ahead and handle it. Send the bill directly to Wang Yifei Bingbing.
I'll arrange for her to settle it with you. Oh, and one more thing, keep our transaction confidential, understand?
You never saw me either. Why? What do you think?
Li Qingmei quickly formed a guess in her mind. These items were all low-end products and Gao Yuan was a top-tier figure. It was like a high-class second-generation heir eating at a street stall. He could do it, but if someone made a big deal about it, the heir probably wouldn't be pleased either.
I understand. Mr. Gao will get to work on it right away.
Gao Yuan sat in his office browsing news from the future world, his mind racing at lightning speed. The 2024 club was a cash cow that would only grow bigger over time.
In a year it would easily generate over $1 trillion.
Having such a massive amount of cash sitting idle unable to be spent was an enormous waste.
Money must circulate to create wealth.
In the short term, purchasing these low-end products wouldn't draw attention.
But over time, it would definitely be impossible to keep it secret.
When that day came, there might be trouble and Gao Yuan wouldn't be able to explain himself. Because in the future world he had no status whatsoever.
Even his current identity was fabricated.
With money in hand and connections at the club, Gao Yuan wanted to use the club's members to forge an identity for himself. Otherwise, with this fake 4-character name, he would eventually be devoured clean. But he had to be careful when leveraging them. If anyone discovered he had no foundation at all, it would be like walking right into a trap. Where there are people, there is the world of intrigues. To exploit the asymmetry of information, one must ensure that 2 or 3 parties never meet face to face for confrontation. If you fabricate a story only to have the 2 parties sit together later, the situation would become awkward indeed.
Gao Yuan summoned Huang Fushan.
He did so because Huang Fushan had once belonged to the upper echelons herself, possessing a keen mind and an intimate understanding of their ways. Sister Shan, how have things been these past few days?
Thanks to your kindness, sir, I am doing very well now.
Gao Yuan noticed that Huang Fushan's complexion had improved remarkably, making her appear much younger. In this future world, the average lifespan was 200 years. Huang Fushan was in her 40s, which by that measure still placed her in the prime of youth. Yet previously her life had been fraught with hardship. Having witnessed the lives of the elite, she could never resign herself to being herded like livestock.
Such people endure the most suffering.
Hence Huang Fushan at over 40 had looked like a middle-aged woman. However, ever since the 2024 club opened, her role as its general manager had made her a figure of great demand. People she once had to look up to even before her fall from grace now spoke to her with deference.
Many came bearing small gifts. Huang Fushan was truly living a good life now.
That's good to hear.
Sister Shan, I need your help with something.
Sir, please just name it.
Gao Yuan looked into her eyes, seeking confirmation of her trustworthiness.
Although such tasks could be delegated to robots, they were still inferior to real humans in analysis and adaptability.
Gao Yuan planned to employ a dual-pronged approach, deploying both Huang Fushan and robots. This would also allow cross-verification, ensuring that Huang Fushan would not deceive him.
Sister Shan, I need you to observe the club members over the coming days. Note which ones are close, which are merely superficial friends, and which are clearly at odds with each other.
Huang Fushan nodded.
Sir, should we install cameras in the private rooms?
Gao Yuan shook his head. No, absolutely not.
Every room is a private space. They must never be installed, that is a non-negotiable principle.
But we do have cameras in the lobby and corridors. That is sufficient.
We are a high-end club. If we were caught installing cameras inside the rooms, our reputation would be ruined.
We are not here to pry into their secrets, only to understand their interpersonal relationships. Dislike for someone is impossible to hide. Huang Fushan let out an audible sigh of relief, genuinely afraid that Gao Yuan might act recklessly.
These individuals were the cream of the elite. As the venue provider, the 2024 club had to conduct everything above board. For instance, in the lobby, despite the availability of far more advanced invisible photon cameras, Gao Yuan deliberately chose the most crude and primitive optical cameras. This was a demonstration of the 2024 club's transparency to all members. The most significant concern for these powerful figures during private exchanges was the fear of leaks. It was precisely this psychology that Gao Yuan leveraged to create a private sanctuary for them. Once these magnates grew accustomed to the 2024 club, it might become their regular meeting ground. A place for leisure, for gathering information, for business discussions, all without the worry of a casual remark being leaked.
It was simply perfect.
Beyond understanding the factions among these titans,
Gao Yuan also compiled information on members who entered the 18th floor and above each day. This data was then analyzed by robots to determine which members frequently entered the same rooms, suggesting shared preferences. Since the 18th floor and above were exclusive to gold and diamond members, these true powerhouses were few in number, making analysis straightforward. Gao Yuan instructed the robots to generate an analysis chart. The feeling was reminiscent of his early entrepreneurial days, playing with big data, predicting likes and dislikes. He aimed to map out a relationship tree for each member. Close friends might come together, superficial acquaintances, even if they crossed paths, might avoid entering the same room. Furthermore, he analyzed each member's arrival time and duration of stay to gauge their level of busyness. If the big players were busy, it indicated their influence. Some held high positions but wielded little power. Qin Gang, for instance, had been practically living in the club for days, not even returning home. Gao Yuan needed to solidify his precarious foundation by turning these members into his steadfast supporters. Currently their support appeared solid on the surface, but it was illusory. The moment they discovered he was a rootless weed, the club could change hands in an instant. No one had made a move yet, simply because no one knew Gao Yuan's true background. They had traced the club's owner to a name, Gao Yuan, Yuan Gao, which was itself a purchased alias. Thus the magnates suspected a powerful family was behind it all, with the owner being nothing more than a front, perhaps not even a real person but a virtual entity. This was precisely why Gao Yuan kept his identity hidden and refrained from public activities. The members knew of his existence and could even investigate him, but they all believed he was merely a puppet. Because the members themselves were not a monolithic block, they did not communicate closely, affording Gao Yuan the space to remain concealed. Now Gao Yuan needed to forge a genuine identity for himself, one connected to various factions. Eventually, even if they realized he had no backing, they would not dare to act against him. Because they would all be bound by shared interests. Investigation was one thing, but Gao Yuan was not foolish enough to pry into privacy. By installing eavesdropping or recording devices. That would be a death sentence. Offending a single major power would invite their terrifying forces to crush him. The current state of affairs was fine. Having made these arrangements, Gao Yuan needed time to await results, and he also required further information to perfect his plan. Having finished speaking, he looked at Huangfu Shan's sister Shan. Also keep an eye out. Any shops or land within 10 kilometers of our club that go up for sale by them. Huangfu Shan did not ask Gao Yuan his intentions, she simply nodded. Understood. With the tasks assigned, Gao Yuan headed to the warehouse. It was filled with a large number of robots and supplies previously delivered by Li Qingmei and Qin Mugyutan. The Moza Science and Technology Park was now complete, with a warehouse connecting directly to his backyard. Gao Yuan instructed the robots to transfer the supplies to the real world. Li Qingmei's earlier supplies had included 10 lithography machine production lines. To flood the global market with chips, Gao Yuan needed more machines, so he placed another order with Li Qingmei. In addition to the lithography production lines, there were also fully installed wrist device production lines. There were also intelligent robot production lines and space tourism bus production lines. And then there were the physical items, the space tourism buses, each comparable in size to a large airliner. Gao Yuan hesitated, deciding to leave these behemoths in the future world for now. Bringing them back would be too conspicuous, even if stored in a warehouse. He would take back the 100 pure silicon wafers as the time had come to confront the International Semiconductor Association and launch a dumping war. Then Gao Yuan also took 100 finished wrist phones and had the robots erase the original logos, replacing them with the Blackfish Technology logo. After settling things, Gao Yuan returned to the real world. At this moment, Zhang Baiyi was supervising Jia Shiwu and Jia Shilu as they trained the newly hired employees. In truth, not many workers were needed. These people, recruited from Muza and Lihua village, were mainly responsible for cleaning moving items and odd jobs in the workshop. Even for security, Gao Yuan did not use locals, as security was too critical. Gao Yuan didn't trust them. Seeing Gao Yuan arrive, Zhang Baiyi walked over and offered him a cigarette. Old Gao, when do we start work? No rush. How many people have you recruited? 300 in total. Hire more forklift operators and loaders. By the way, I plan to produce chips in the South Zone 1 factory and constant temperature garments in South Zone 2. Send someone to the warehouse to move the equipment over and install it. Remember to have Jia Yi and Jia Air guide you, don't try to install it yourselves. Zhang Baiyi rolled his eyes. Do I even need to be told? By the way, old Gao, how's the movie going? The film company people are anxious and asked again. Have them contact Universal Cinema chain again. I've already spoken with Wang Dalan. Really? All right. With less than 20 days until National Day, the staff at Salmon Films were busy with promotions. After receiving Zhang Baiyi's call, Yu Menglong contacted Universal Cinema chain with some doubt. To her surprise, as soon as they heard it was a film produced by a company under Blackfish Technology, they immediately promised a 25 screening share. This delighted Zhu Menglong and her colleagues, lifting a heavy burden from their hearts. A colleague immediately drafted a contract and rushed to Qingjing to sign an exclusive distribution agreement with Universal. Meanwhile, Yu Menglong released the first trailer on Salmon Films' official account. Even more unexpectedly, after posting it, Yu Menglong discovered that Wang Dalan had actually shared it. Although he added nothing, Wang Dalan's fame was immense. Soon various self-media outlets picked it up. Wang Dalan endorses a sci-fi film from a Blackfish Technology subsidiary. Gao Yuan ventures into filmmaking. The trailer is explosive and Wang Dalan shares and likes it. Watch the teaser. Salmon Films' Earth Rescue has the best special effects of any domestic production. Originally, Salmon Films had only a few hundred followers and was virtually unknown. But after Wang Dalan's share, it instantly drew widespread attention. In the 3-minute trailer for Earth Rescue, the scenes were grand. It opens with the sun being devoured by a black hole. Then, before the other planets in the solar system could be consumed, the black hole suddenly vanishes and the planets begin to drift apart. The scene shifts. Earth is plunged into eternal darkness with occasional artificial lights flickering. People discover the entire planet is frozen over. Familiar metropolises have become icy kingdoms, plants withered and dead. Countless animal carcasses litter the landscape. The camera turns again. Massive machinery works on the ground and the protagonist stands nearby, speaking with grandeur. 3 months, we have only 3 months. We must build 1,000 underground cities. Colossal machines drill 5-kilometer deep shafts into the ground, then use new materials to support the underground cities. But the timeline is too tight. The surface is no longer habitable. The next moment, a huge missile is launched toward Jupiter. Since Earth and Jupiter are fleeing in the same direction and Jupiter is at its closest point to Earth, even without sunlight, the faint starlight reveals the massive planet looming overhead. The missile enters Jupiter, causing it to contract and collapse. Then a miracle occurs. Jupiter's density increases sharply, triggering nuclear fusion within, transforming it into a temporary star. The ice on Earth melts and everything thaws. Humanity sees light again, but now the light on Earth is orange. The trailer goes black. A subtitle appears: October 1st, join us in saving Earth. Then the end credits show scenes of peaceful life in the underground cities. But on the other side, Jupiter's interior is undergoing drastic changes, threatening to explode. The trailer ends there. Lu Liang, an avid sci-fi enthusiast, was electrified after watching the trailer for Earth Rescue. Earth Rescue is incredible. I never expected Gao Yuan to surprise us like this. But the entire film only shows the protagonist's silhouette. We still don't even know who the lead actor is. Lu Liang shared the trailer on his Douyin account. Soon he noticed many others were sharing or editing the clip. Mainly because the scenes were stunning, realistic and immersive. In a very short time, Earth Rescue climbed to 5th place on the Tomato Film Network's most anticipated films for National Day list. Remember, this film was previously a complete unknown. Compared to other films, it had almost no presence. And it had only been promoted with text and posters. No one knew what it was about. Sci-fi fans were captivated the moment they saw the trailer. Many even said that even if all the big scenes were in the trailer, it would still be worth it. The special effects alone justified the ticket price. Moreover, Earth Rescue was said to be in 3D, which would surely be spectacular. As Earth Rescue rapidly gained traction, Gao Yuan, serving as producer-director and lead actor, held the first mobilization meeting at the Blackfish Technology Park. At that time, Blackfish Technology's leadership included Zhang Bai as vice president, Lin Mei as design director, and the newly recruited general manager of Catfish Smart Devices, Su Lin. Su Lin was a professional manager previously at Galian, recruited by Zhang Bai with a high salary. The 4 of them were currently Blackfish Technology's top executives. Since this meeting concerned product production, sales and promotion unrelated to Salmon Films, no one from Salmon Films attended. Gao Yuan glanced at the 3 lonely figures in the vast conference room and gave a slight smile. Since everyone's here, let's start the meeting. The Blackfish Technology Industrial Park is now complete and ready for production. However, we are temporarily suspending the wristphone project. Zhang Bai knew the reason for Gao Yuan's decision. It was because the International Semiconductor Association's ban on Blackfish Technology had angered him. But Su Lin, unaware, asked with some confusion, President Gao, why? Isn't our wristphone production line already debugged? Gao Yuan nodded. The wristphones still have some defects and the tech team is working on them. Our primary goal at this stage is to produce and sell chips. Jia Yi's team can design new architecture chips for you at any time. Our chip-making lithography machines have been upgraded to version 2.0, capable of producing 2 nanometers and 1 nanometer chips anytime. Su Lin had not yet spoken. Gao Yuan continued, however, President Su, preparations for the launch of the wrist device can proceed. You can also release a concept poster. I believe you can also contact Jia Yi's team for the information. Now let's talk about the chips.
Currently high-end chips are exorbitantly priced globally, and due to certain reasons there is a worldwide chip shortage. For instance, Yuandian's foundry orders are already scheduled 3 years out. Our plan is simple: use chips with extremely high performance at low prices to dump into the global market. President Su Yu can first secure the domestic market while simultaneously expanding overseas. Proactively contact major chip buyers. Price-wise, ensure that for chips of the same performance our price is 50 lower. For chips at the same price our performance must be 50 higher. Su Lin was taken aback. President Gao, this. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Trust our RD team. Su Lin nodded. She had never produced such a product. Truly excellent quality at a fair price. At this moment Zhang Bai interjected, "Old Gao, should we inform Xiaowei about this? Xiaowei's chip factory in Musa development zone hasn't even started construction and we're selling chips worldwide. Isn't that a bit off?" Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment. "Alright, I'll talk to Zhou Lei." President Su Yu handled the sales. "Ensure we dominate the global chip market within 2 years. I want to see those chip manufacturers go bankrupt." Su Lin calculated, what if they also lower prices? Gao Yuan smiled. "If they lower prices slightly it won't affect us. If they slash prices drastically, let's see how long they can hold on." "Alright, go and set up the equipment. By the way, start small-scale production of the thermostatic suits. The first batch will be donated to the fire rescue headquarters." "Understood, President Gao." Gao Yuan returned to the backyard. The rooms had been renovated. While the exterior looked unremarkable, the interior was quite comfortable. Gao Yuan dialed Zhou Lei's number. "President Zhou, are you interested in coming to Musa? I have something impressive to show you." Zhou Lei had just finished a meeting feeling confident. Xiaowei, now producing its own chips, was ready to make big moves. The in-house chips had more stable production, better performance and lower costs. Xiaowei was planning to expand its phone production to reclaim lost market share over the past 2 years. Additionally, high-performance chips in electric vehicles would enhance the value of Xiaowei's intelligent driving system, already a leader, making it even more formidable. Zhou Lei received Gao Yuan's call. Somewhat surprised. Yet he immediately set off for Musa. It was already evening when he arrived in Musa. Gao Yuan had Dan Dan and Mei Mei prepare hot pot. They sat facing each other. After the meal, Gao Yuan asked Dan Dan to bring 2 boxes. Zhou Lei remained composed, avoiding any work-related talk during dinner. Gao Yuan handed Zhou Lei a box. "President Zhou, this is a gift for you." Zhou Lei was surprised. "What is it?" "Open it and see." Zhou Lei opened the box to find a bracelet-like object. This is the flagship product of our Blackfish technology in the future. It's a lab prototype. Called the wrist device. Zhou Lei held the wrist device in his hands, examining it closely. The casing was made of a lightweight metal with a warm, smooth texture. It bore only the Blackfish technology logo, no buttons, no screen. Zhou Lei looked at Gao Yuan. "President Gao, what is a wrist device?" The wrist device, full name 3D Intelligent Interactive Communication Device. Think of it as the phone of the future. No need to hold it, wear it like a bracelet. No buttons, integrated shell design. "President Gao, how do you use this wrist device?" "No screen, no buttons." Zhou Lei was puzzled. He made phones, but he had never seen anything like this. Gao Yuan pointed to his head. "Brainwaves. To operate it, just think." Zhou Lei was completely baffled. Brainwaves. Although there had been news about brain-computer interfaces abroad, it would be a long time before they became practical. Yet Gao Yuan had a phone operated by brainwaves. "Right, President Zhou, let me show you." Gao Yuan picked up a wrist device and held it in his hand. To activate it, grip it tightly. The surface has a temperature-sensitive material that detects body heat and triggers activation. Once activated, the clasp opens. As he spoke, a faint click was heard. The wrist device in Gao Yuan's hand opened and he put it on his wrist. The clasp automatically closed. Once closed, the wrist device looked seamless with no visible traces. After wearing it, the device reads your brainwaves through the pulse at your wrist. Notice that a fully activated wrist device changes color. It's white when inactive and turns gold when activated. When the wrist device turns gold, it's ready to use. Gao Yuan showed off his wrist device. It had now turned gold. The wrist device can be bound to a SIM card. No installation needed, just place the SIM card on top of the device. There are 2 modes: complete brainwave operation or using brainwaves to call up an interface. As he finished speaking, Gao Yuan paused briefly and suddenly a light screen projected from his wrist device into the air before him.
It displayed a complete interface. Gao Yuan tapped in the air with his finger, causing the light screen to respond accordingly. He selected bind SIM card in the settings. He took out his phone and removed the SIM card. He placed it on the wrist device. 3 seconds later. A beep. Gao Yuan then snapped the SIM card and discarded it. After that he closed the operation interface. He looked at Zhou Lei. Then Zhou Lei's phone rang. The caller was Gao Yuan. Zhou Lei answered skeptical. Hello. Gao Yuan also said hello. The voice from Zhou Lei's phone was slightly delayed by 0.5 seconds, sounding like an echo. Zhou Lei was stunned on the spot. What kind of black technology was this? It was real. And it wasn't over yet. Gao Yuan used his brainwaves to call up the call interface. A virtual 3D image appeared before him less than 2 meters away. Zhou Lei was dumbfounded. His projection appeared before Gao Yuan. When he moved, the projection moved. When he spoke, the projection spoke. Zhou Lei was overwhelmed with shock and awe. Blackfish technology. This was game-changing. What did Gao Yuan mean by showing him this? If the wrist device went into mass production, what chance would ordinary smartphones have? But soon Zhou Lei composed himself. The wrist device was impressive, but building a complete ecosystem wouldn't be easy. However, Gao Yuan continued, the wrist device is a super-intelligent system compatible with Android, iOS and even PC applications. As he spoke, Gao Yuan began operating on the light screen before him. Zhou Lei watched as Gao Yuan opened a video application. He casually selected a movie and played it. Instantly the light screen displayed the film's imagery. Gao Yuan returned to his seat using brainwaves to adjust the size and distance of the light screen. Zhou Lei was utterly dumbfounded, slumping into his chair. Although mobile phones were not Xiaowei's primary business, they had the greatest impact. Even 5G didn't affect ordinary users as much as mobile phones did. Moreover, if the wrist device became widespread, it could spawn an entirely new ecosystem. So what had Xiaowei been striving for all these years? Zhou Lei was stunned for a long time before snapping back to reality. He thought of a question. President Gao, if people aren't used to using brainwaves, wouldn't this operation expose privacy? Not at all. You can choose to hide the interface from third parties. As he spoke, the space before Gao Yuan suddenly went blank. Yet Gao Yuan himself continued watching with great interest, still operating with his fingers. The scene was somewhat bizarre, resembling a madman. Gao Yuan turned to look at Zhou Lei. Actually, you only need to learn 2 brainwave operations, one to summon the light interface and one to hide it from third parties. After that you can shut it down manually. Try it yourselves. It's easy. Zhou Lei took a deep breath. Of course he had to try. Following Gao Yuan's method, he activated the wrist device. Paired it with his phone, summoned the interface, connected to Wi-Fi. Watched movies, played games, listened to music, made calls. Zhou Lei tried everything, growing increasingly alarmed. He asked himself honestly, if such a phone existed on the market, could he resist buying it? The answer was no, it was too advanced. This was like science fiction becoming reality. President Gao, how do you charge the wrist device? I didn't see any charging port. How long is the battery life? Such a light screen must consume a lot of power, right? Gao Yuan picked up the box. President Zhou, take a look, isn't there a base underneath? As he spoke, he removed the base from the wrist device box, placed it on the table, then detached a small plug from beneath the base and inserted it into the socket. President Zhou, this is how you charge it. Generally for daily calls it lasts a week. For more entertainment use it can still manage 72 hours. Plug the base into a power source and within a range of 500 meters, as long as the battery drops below 50, it charges automatically. Zhou Lei stared at the small plug in the socket. What's the principle behind this? The base has a wireless current transmitter and the wrist device can receive it within a certain range. So as long as it's plugged in, it charges automatically. Zhou Lei was now numb. Every feature the wrist device displayed brought him closer to the death knell of smartphones. It was a complete and utter domination, leaving no room for survival. At that moment Gao Yuan looked at Zhou Lei and asked, President Zhou, what do you think of our wrist device? Zhou Lei sincerely gave a thumbs up. Incredible. It's going to obsolete traditional smartphones just like smartphones once obsoleted feature phones. Zhou Lei had once thought smartphones would be phased out someday, but he never imagined it would be so soon. Gao Yuan then blew a breath onto the wrist device, clicked, the clasp opened and he held it in his hand. President Zhou, that wrist device is yours. Zhou Lei's face was bleak. President Gao, did you call me here just to tell me the traditional smartphone industry is doomed? Gao Yuan nodded. Yes, but the wrist device won't launch immediately. Xiaowei still has time. I can only say this much, within 2 years at most Xiaowei must completely shut down its traditional phone business. Start reducing inventory now, including chips. What about the chips? Zhou Lei asked. You know, Blackfish technology has been blacklisted by the international semiconductor industry. Zhou Lei felt a deep resonance as Xiaowei had also faced unfair treatment before. President Gao, my condolences. But given Blackfish technology's strength, it shouldn't affect you much. True, but they've angered me so. I'm going to blacklist them. Who are them? The international semiconductor industry.
Zhou Lei had been shocked many times today, but this time he was still stunned for a while. Truly, the mindset of a titan was different. When Xiaowei was blacklisted, they thought only of breakthroughs and self-sufficiency.
But Gao Yuan, when blacklisted, sought to counter-blacklist his opponents. Yet upon calming down, Zhou Lei realized Gao Yuan actually had the power to do so. President Gao, you exude overwhelming dominance. Zhou Lei said sincerely. Thank you for the gift, President Gao. It's just that this gift is too unexpected. You've handed me the death sentence for traditional smartphones. Though Zhou Lei's words were laced with despair, he was genuinely grateful.
After all, how many people would warn their competitors, "I'm about to revolutionize your industry, prepare yourselves." Originally, before coming today, Zhou Lei had planned to expand production capacity and launch a global rollout to reclaim lost ground. If he had done that when the wrist device burst onto the scene, Xiaowei would have suffered catastrophic losses. Now pivoting was difficult, but far better than being ambushed later.
Gao Yuan smiled. No need to thank me.
The wrist device isn't in mass production yet. Besides, I didn't just call you here for that. Let's collaborate on chips. Zhou Lei had long wanted to partner with Gao Yuan on chip production. But Gao Yuan had never agreed. Now that Gao Yuan was offering, Zhou Lei felt not excitement but a sense of final frenzy. How do you propose we collaborate, President Gao? Blackfish technology will provide Xiaowei with another 203 nanometers lithography machines. Xiaowei will cooperate with Blackfish technology to lower chip prices, improve quality, and dump them on the market.
You could do all this on your own, Zhou Lei said.
True, we could, but our resources are limited. We also need to produce more advanced nodes, 2 nanometers, even 1 nanometer.
You know, once the wrist device launches, demand for these chips will plummet. We don't want to waste effort.
As for Xiaowei, even after smartphones are phased out, there are still computers, cars, smart homes. This is a long-term business.
Blackfish Technology's ambitions lie elsewhere, so Zhou Lei understood.
High-end chips after smartphones became obsolete would turn into a chicken rib, because even for cars and smart homes at their peak, 3 nanometers chips were more than sufficient.
More advanced chips would be unnecessary.
Gao Yuan meant they had no interest in the chip business. Now they were splitting it. Xiaowei would produce 3 nanometers chips to directly impact the international market.
More advanced chips would be made by Blackfish Technology itself.
Together they would crush international chip companies.
Then the wrist device would debut.
Gao Yuan would exit cleanly, leaving Xiaowei to monopolize the chip market, while Gao Yuan's wrist device dominated entirely on its own. Or this could be seen as compensation for Xiaowei losing its phone business. The chip market, though smaller, offered higher profits and exclusivity, which was still substantial. The plan was ruthless. Currently in the global chip market, 5 nanometers was cutting edge.
Higher nodes were somewhat wasteful. But if at the same price Blackfish Technology's chips were 3 nanometers, Yuan Dian's were 5 nanometers, and Intel's were 7 nanometers. And knowing Gao Yuan's style, their chip design was likely superior, as evidenced by the wrist device's features. A chip that was far more powerful with a smaller node, yet priced the same. Even a fool knew what to choose. Capital was profit-driven. When all manufacturers used Blackfish Technology's chips, other international chip companies would face only one outcome: bankruptcy. At that moment, Gao Yuan would launch the wrist device.
Global phone manufacturers would be in turmoil, many having just expanded capacity thanks to the performance boost and price drop of chips. Then Gao Yuan, whom they thought was an ally, would suddenly strike from behind. The wrist device would emerge and all traditional phones would perish.
Phone manufacturers would face 2 paths: transform or wait for death. Zhou Lei looked at Gao Yuan meaningfully. President Kaoxia's country is now the world's largest phone producer. If the wrist device launches, the impact will be enormous. Gao Yuan understood the wrist device would crush numerous phone manufacturers and OEMs. That depends on their courage. President Zhou, you can give them a hint: invest early in smart homes. Smart homes have been in development, but adoption is low. There's still great potential. The next morning, many netizens hadn't even woken up yet. The online world exploded. Blackfish Technology had declared war on the international semiconductor industry.
Many thought it was a joke, but then Xiaowei stepped in, not only supporting Blackfish Technology but also announcing that it was taking orders globally for its Qinglong A9000 chips.
More chip types were on the way.
Lei Jianjun, preparing for a meeting early in the morning, saw the updates from Xiaowei and Blackfish Technology. He felt a jolt of realization. As if struck by an idea, he immediately told his assistant cancel the meeting. "Contact Zhou Lei for me, I want to talk to him." Lei Jianjun keenly sensed that Xiaowei and Blackfish had reached some agreement and the entire industry was about to undergo a seismic shift. He had to go in person to formulate future strategies. That afternoon, Dami Technology announced its plans for the coming months, declaring it would stop importing foreign chips. Dami phones would use Qinglong and Catfish chips being the high-end chips produced by Blackfish Technology's subsidiary Catfish Smart Devices. Soon Popo Vivi and others followed suit. The reason was simple: better quality at a lower price. Within a single day, the entire Xia country phone industry announced it would use domestic Qinglong and Catfish chips. Internationally, chip stocks plummeted. Lei Jianjun convened a meeting with his subordinates in his office. At the meeting, besides announcing the exclusive use of domestic chips, the most significant resolution was that Mi Phone would now begin clearing its inventory, aiming to achieve zero stock within 2 years. The subordinates were perplexed by this, as Mi Phone was enjoying strong growth, especially in overseas markets. Reducing production and clearing inventory at this juncture seemed overly conservative. Was Lei Jianjun planning to focus all his energy on manufacturing cars? Yet the competition in that sector was even fiercer. Lei Jianjun could not explain. He recalled the fear he felt that morning when he saw the wrist device at Zhou Lei's place, a dread born from awe of the future era. In the face of such a wrist device, ordinary smartphones were rendered worthless. The era of the smartphone was coming to an end. Except for a few basic phones that might linger on, all other smartphone manufacturers were doomed. Lei Jianjun was grateful to Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan for granting him the time to reduce production, clear inventory and shift his business focus. However, the foreign chip manufacturers were far from pleased. Xia Kingdom was the world's largest mobile phone production base, with over half of the world's phones being manufactured and assembled there. The announcements from these Xia Kingdom manufacturers would trigger a chain reaction. Soon the entire Xia Kingdom would abandon foreign chips. If chip manufacturers were forsaken by Xia Kingdom's companies, the consequences would be catastrophic. In response to the changes in the Xia Kingdom market, the International Semiconductor Association issued a statement. The association has noted regrettable changes in the Xia Kingdom mobile phone market. Some are purchasing chips from plagiarists, which is extremely dangerous and may lead to abandonment by the international market. The association urges relevant manufacturers to comply with its rules, or they will be deemed to have voluntarily withdrawn from the association. But just as this statement was released, Gao Yuan arrived in Xinjiang to hold a press conference in collaboration with the Xia Kingdom Daily. Gao Yuan formerly had a deputy who was a professional manager with extensive connections. After Yuan Fan went bankrupt, the deputy joined a subsidiary publication of the Xia Kingdom Daily as an operations staff member, essentially running business and securing sponsorships. Apart from the central editorial office, all subsidiary publications and enterprises under the Xia Kingdom Daily faced revenue pressures, so they actively recruited capable and well-connected individuals to drum up business. Print media had indeed declined. Though it was an official media outlet, it couldn't compete with commercial media online. Thus they took a different path, co-organizing events with grassroots governments and major corporations to generate funds. As an official organ, there were strict requirements for event content and attendees. Fortunately, Gao Yuan's press conference was about uplifting news. Netizens nationwide were fixated on Heiyu and Xiaowei. Some believed Xia Kingdom's manufacturers would soon capitulate, fearing that expulsion from the International Semiconductor Association would cripple their international component procurement and even shrink their markets. Thus netizens were eager to hear Gao Yuan and Zhou Lei's perspective. Now Gao Yuan was returning with a new chip as a champion. Through his former deputy, he contacted a department under the Xia Kingdom Daily to co-host a press conference. The editors at the Xia Kingdom Daily were overjoyed, especially since Heiyu Technology was being generous. Gao Yuan was now liaising with Lin Kei, the deputy editor of the economic department at the Xia Kingdom Daily. She was tall with long legs. The two met in the Xia Kingdom Daily's conference room, with Gao Yuan holding a proposal. "Editor Lin, I've reviewed your plan, it's still a bit conservative." "Mr. Gao, where do you find it conservative?" "The script. You're aware of the current situation. This is more than a press conference, it's a pre-war mobilization. Our battle with the international semiconductor industry is about to begin," Gao Yuan stated. Lin Kei looked troubled. "Mr. Gao, this meeting will be high profile with national leaders attending. I believe the tone need not be too aggressive, conveying the message is sufficient. I understand your constraints. Those you invite can speak with restraint, but when I present the product I can't strictly follow the script. I promise not to say anything inappropriate." After several rounds of negotiation, the press conference was held in the Xia Kingdom Daily's auditorium. Heiyu Technology unveiled two chip series, the Catfish Trident 01 and the Catfish Golden Cudgel 01. When Gao Yuan finished presenting the parameters of the two chip series at the press conference, the audience, both live and online, went wild.
This was a direct slap in the face to the International Semiconductor Association. The released Catfish Trident series featured a 3nm process with an entirely new architecture, a three-dimensional chain structure unlike any other in the world. If the 3nm process could still be dismissed as plagiarism, the Catfish Golden Cudgel series was a complete refutation. The International Semiconductor Association insisted Gao Yuan had stolen the technology, yet globally the 5nm process was still immature. 3nm existed only in theory and 1nm was mere imagination. Gao Yuan, however, unveiled a 1nm chip. Even more astonishing was the performance of the Catfish Golden Cudgel series, 50 times superior to Yuandian's 5nm chips. Far surpassing any other chip in the world, this remarkable chip was priced on par with Yuandian's offerings. This stunned the globe. Foreign manufacturers finally understood why Xia Kingdom's phone makers had abandoned international giants' chips. Heiyu Technology's chips were simply too enticing. At the press conference, Gao Yuan announced that Heiyu Technology had ample production capacity capable of producing 1 billion chips annually. They could also manufacture and customize chips for not just phones and computers but all high-end digital and smart devices. Zhou Lei also attended the press conference. No one was surprised, as Xiaowei and Heiyu were clearly allied. When Zhou Lei spoke, he announced that Xiaowei would not only sell Qinglong chips but also provide low-cost chips for smart cars and smart homes with improved performance at unchanged prices, welcoming orders from manufacturers worldwide. Netizens finally grasped the picture. Heiyu and Xiaowei were carving up the chip market. One played in the mid to high end, the other in the mid to low end, both offering excellent value. This was a storm for the global chip market, one that would soon sweep across the entire international chip industry. Though it was late at night and the beautiful nation Bic was still awake. Chips were the core business of Yint Company. If Yint stopped using Xia Kingdom chips and relied entirely on self-produced one, CPU performance would soon be overtaken by other manufacturers. If the processor's CPU business suffered, the losses would be immense. Crucially, importing highest high-end chips from Xia Kingdom was more cost-effective than producing their own with superior performance. After a painful 3 minutes of deliberation, Bic made a difficult decision: cease production of 7nm chips entirely and adopt Xia Kingdom's Catfish Trident chips. Just imagining it was exhilarating. Switching to Trident chips would boost their CPU performance by at least 50 times with no increase in cost. The temptation was too great. Yint was just the beginning. Fruit Company also made a tough decision: they would redesign new models to be compatible with the Catfish chip series. In the absence of political interference, capital always makes simple choices. When major manufacturers from around the world quietly sent representatives to place orders in Xia country, the International Semiconductor Association found itself in an awkward position. If it expelled all these giants, it would effectively expel itself. Thus it chose to turn a blind eye, tucking its head away like a quail. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan, aiming to boost Xiaowei's production capacity, directly deployed construction bugs to help build new factories in the Moza development zone. For a time, Xia country's chips seemed poised to sweep the globe. The semiconductor giant Yuan Electric saw orders plummet by 90, plunging into panic. The leader of the beautiful country initially dismissed the matter, but when he saw Xia country's chips entering his own nation, he was thrown into utter disarray. Chips had always been the hallmark of high-end industry, used to sanction other nations and manufacturers through supply cuts. Now their own stronghold was under threat. Consequently, the beautiful country announced hefty tariffs on chips imported from Xia country. Yet they hadn't anticipated that manufacturers who had just shown signs of returning would feign one path while secretly taking another, concentrating production in developing nations. Outside the beautiful country's borders, factories everywhere adopted Xia country's chips, though it was merely a nascent trend not yet fully realized. The beautiful country realized that without intervention, Xia country's chips would utterly dismantle the high-end industrial chain they had nurtured for decades. An industrial chain is a closed loop; a single break triggers a cascade. Within just a week, the beautiful country announced once more, in light of Blackfish Technology's egregious plagiarism, sanctions will be imposed. Any enterprise engaging in business with Blackfish Technology is hereby prohibited. When this news reached home, the entire nation was stunned. What made Blackfish Technology so formidable? Founded less than a month ago, it had already become a target of the beautiful country. What were they afraid of? Following the sanctions order, Blackfish Technology's momentum was abruptly curbed. Many foreign manufacturers halted cooperation, though they were essentially waiting to see how things would unfold. If they continued purchasing Blackfish chips and Xiaowei chips, they risked sanctions, which would mean losing their markets. If they refrained from using Xia country's chips, their performance would lag further behind Xia country's products, eventually leading to market loss as well. It all depended on the beautiful country's enforcement resolve. If it could truly sanction every company with ties to Blackfish Technology, the global landscape might revert to its former state. Yet the beautiful country of today was not the superpower of a decade ago, far from capable of dominating unchallenged. Beyond Xia Country, Bear phone manufacturers eagerly bulk purchased chips from Xia Country. Previously, Bear's tech products barely made a ripple in the international market. But now Bear phones equipped with the Catfish series chips directly outperformed those of the beautiful country. The entire Bear domestic market was soon overrun by Xia Country phones and local Bear brands. Meanwhile, back home, nearly all electric vehicle manufacturers announced they would use domestic chips. The domestic EV manufacturer Chery, already advantaged in batteries, achieved superior handling performance by adopting Xiaowei chips. This put immense pressure on Tila. Watching their sales steadily decline, they decided to purchase Yuan Electric's 5nm process chips at a high price. However, this increased costs by 10, forcing them to cut other expenses to stabilize their market. This made their vehicles feel increasingly cheap. Gao Yuan, however, remained utterly indifferent to the beautiful country's actions. Sanctions. Blockades. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Gao Yuan was currently preoccupied with two matters. The National Day holiday was approaching and his film was about to premiere. Moreover, the first batch of thermostatic suits had been produced. He was headed to Qingjing to sign a formal donation agreement with the fire rescue headquarters, which had even organized a grand ceremony in his honor. He and Zhang Bai arrived in Qingjing. While signing in, he unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance, Lin K from the Xia Country Daily. Editor Lin, we meet again. Indeed, President Gao. After exchanging greetings, Gao Yuan was escorted by staff to the VIP room. Upon entering, the staff introduced them. President Gao, this is our fire rescue headquarters, Chief Lu Quan. Chief Lu, this is President Gao. Gao Yuan saw that Lu Quan, around 50 years old and full of vigor, extended his hand. President Gao, thank you for everything you've done for our firefighters. I've seen the thermostatic suits, truly remarkable. With these, our firefighters and personnel will be far more comfortable on the job. We've tested them. The suits have excellent fire resistance and weigh only 1/5 of standard firefighting gear. Lu Quan spoke at length, clearly delighted with the suits. Chief Lu, the thermostatic suits are indeed excellent. Every executive at our company has one. But production capacity is still limited. We guarantee that all 500,000 firefighters and personnel will be equipped before we release them to the public. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Bai, standing behind Gao Yuan, was completely overlooked. After speaking for a while, Gao Yuan finally remembered, oh, by the way, this is our Blackfish Technology Vice President Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai felt like crying. Finally he was acknowledged. He was supposed to represent Blackfish Technology in the upcoming donation ceremony. Why did no one notice him? Lu Quan paused, then laughed heartily. How rude of me. Vice President Zhang, please have a seat. Blackfish Technology is a trove of talent, especially in RD, truly impressive. I've heard about the lithography machines. President Gao, the fire rescue headquarters fully supports you. Let them see whose chips are truly superior. Gao Yuan smiled faintly. Thank you. Their attempts to suppress us through blockades are doomed to fail. Haven't they tried to blockade us countless times over the years? Yet which challenge haven't we overcome? Well said. Alright, let's go, the ceremony is about to begin. Gao Yuan felt this donation ceremony was even more elaborate than his chip launch event. The venue was packed, especially with media. Unbeknownst to Gao Yuan, while news of the Semiconductor Association's attempts to block his chips had been widespread, ordinary people had paid little attention. But after the launch event, the topic had gone viral. Various self-media outlets churned out daily stories about the entanglements between Blackfish Technology and the Semiconductor Association. Most were satirical, a person scoring 50 on a test accusing a perfect scorer of plagiarism and demanding sanctions, a narrative that easily resonated with the masses. Now Gao Yuan and Blackfish Technology were the kings of traffic. Any news or article mentioning them saw explosive viewership. The media had discovered the golden ticket writing on Gao Yuan's popularity. Thus, despite being a simple donation ceremony, anyone with time and means showed up eager to scoop first-hand information. The donation ceremony commenced shortly. The Fire Rescue Corps had specifically selected 10 elite firefighters from across the nation who stood at the forefront clad in the special blue thermostatic suits crafted by Gao Yuan. Chief Lu Quan delivered a speech, first expressing gratitude for Gao Yuan's generosity and highly praising the qualities of the thermostatic suits. Subsequently, Zhang Bai, representing Blackfish Technology, took the stage to demonstrate the suit's features. The first demonstration was fire resistance. On site, not only were the suits directly assaulted with a flamethrower, but they were also subjected to prolonged intense heat. Zhang Bai personally donned a suit and placed his arm over a flame for 10 consecutive minutes. He then revealed his bare arm, which showed absolutely no change, not even a hint of redness. This left the attending guests and journalists utterly astounded. With the thermostatic suits, the safety of firefighters was indeed guaranteed. Next, Zhang Bai demonstrated the suit's temperature regulation.
He wrapped a thermometer inside the suit and placed it in both ice water and a flame. The thermometer consistently registered 26 degrees Celsius. After completing these experiments, Zhang Baiyi removed all props and began his speech. As you have seen, this is Blackfish Technology's thermostatic suit, a true marvel of black technology. Someone might ask, how does the thermostatic suit maintain constant temperature and humidity? Allow me to explain. Inside the suit there is a temperature control layer made from a novel nanomaterial. This layer contains carbon nanotubes connected to the suit's central control unit. The unit automatically adjusts based on the internal temperature it senses. These carbon nanotubes can both cool and heat, ensuring a stable internal temperature. Each suit contains over 1 billion carbon nanotubes. The precise control of these nanotubes is managed by a smart chip within the central unit. This chip from the Catfish Golden Cudgel series is installed inside the collar. Rest assured, it is durable and will not be damaged. Use it with confidence. Of course, there is an even more crucial piece of black technology. Both cooling and heating require energy. So how is the thermostatic suit powered? This is where Blackfish Technology's formidable RD capabilities come into play. The suit's surface is coated with a sensing layer. This coating is waterproof, fireproof and sturdy, yet it can absorb light energy, wind energy and even thermal and radiant energy from the air. It is a composite new energy material. The energy absorbed by the surface coating is converted into electricity by an intermediate conversion layer and stored in a battery within the central unit. You might say, I don't see any battery. Well, the battery is located in the middle of the collar, as thin as 2 sheets of paper, yet it stores more electricity than an average electric scooter. With normal activity, the suit can remain powered indefinitely. The more Zhang Baiyi explained, the louder the gasps from the audience grew. No one had imagined that a simple thermostatic suit could integrate so many cutting-edge technologies. Battery manufacturers in particular saw new breakthroughs. Blackfish Technology possessed so many advanced technologies that even laymen knew any one of them could revolutionize a current market sector. It was only a matter of whether Blackfish Technology chose to pursue it. At that moment, someone from the audience asked Vice President Zhang, when will Blackfish Technology's thermostatic suits be available for public sale? Zhang Baiyi replied, I can only say after National Day. For the exact date, follow Blackfish Technology's official microblog for the latest updates. With that, Zhang Baiyi stepped down. The most critical part of the ceremony then commenced, the signing of the donation agreement. Gao Yuan took the stage. Thank you all. We had intended to make a quiet donation, but Chief Lu insisted on this ceremony, saying good deeds should be done with fanfare. As you know, Blackfish Technology has faced some recent difficulties. Certain organizations claim that our 1 nanometer chips are copied from their 7 nanometers chip technology. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience at these words. It was utterly ridiculous. Although everyone was aware of the situation, hearing it from Gao Yuan still stirred a desire to vent their frustration. Consequently, Blackfish Technology has been sanctioned. But I want to say, if sanctions were effective, the Qing dynasty would not have fallen. Back then they closed the country to avoid the impact of foreign industrial goods. What was the result? He paused. Enough digression. We have learned that there are a total of 500,000 firefighters and full-time fire personnel nationwide. Therefore, Blackfish Technology is donating 500,000 thermostatic suits to the Fire Rescue Corps. The first batch of 100,000 suits has already arrived at the Qingjing Fire Rescue Corps. The remaining 400,000 will be delivered over the next 2 months. As for the public sale of the suits, we are making intensive preparations and hope to bring them to consumers soon. After speaking, Gao Yuan signed the official donation document. Lu Quan presented Gao Yuan with a bronze plaque designating Blackfish Technology as an honorary partner of the Fire Rescue Corps. With that, the event concluded. After the event, Gao Yuan did not return to Musa but stayed in Xinjiang. For this major chip campaign, he needed strong national support to act freely. So he had to meet someone. The main issue in countering the sanctions from the U.S. was that trade power was in their hands. The dollar was the international trade currency and settlements used their system. This was why major international companies were hesitant to use Blackfish Technology's chips. Even domestic manufacturers, unless they were willing to forego international trade, dared not openly use them. This was the foundation of the U.S. sanctions' effectiveness. However, some countries were at odds with the U.S. and did not use the dollar in trade with Xia, such as Bear Country and Persia. At that time, Blackfish Technology's chips were still selling without hindrance in Bear Country and Persia. However, their manufacturing sectors were not particularly strong. So the volume was limited. Relying on tech products from Bear Country and Persia to impact Western markets would take far too long. Gao Yuan's goal was to storm the Western chip market and dismantle their chip industry.
Thus Gao Yuan needed to dump chips in these countries. The question was, how could he break the U.S. blockade? One option was to force the U.S. to lift the sanctions themselves. The other was to be unscrupulous and resort to disguised smuggling. Forcing the world's largest power to admit its mistake seemed utterly impossible to many. Even if the U.S. realized it was wrong, it would likely persist on the wrong path. Gao Yuan now intended to use the second method to achieve the first. In the face of absolute profit, anything was possible. Gao Yuan planned to acquire a small factory in Xinjiang that produced household appliances for export such as razors. Xiao was the world's largest producer of daily necessities, shipping massive quantities globally each year. If 100 blackfish chips were integrated into a single razor priced at 50,000 with no blackfish technology branding on the chips, Gao Yuan believed that major foreign corporations would undoubtedly be interested in bulk purchasing such everyday items. After all, the daily necessities wouldn't be produced by blackfish technology, nor would they be buying chips. Extracting chips for reuse would merely be recycling. If the United States banned the import of small appliances, it would be suicidal. Though U.S. itself doesn't manufacture many products, a ban on Chinese goods would leave it with nothing to use. And integrating chips into small appliances is perfectly justifiable, they just happen to use more of them. What of it if I have an abundance of chips? I simply prefer using this many, only this many can unlock the razor's full performance. Moreover, Gao Yuan didn't even need to develop new distribution channels. Since the acquired foreign trade small appliance manufacturer already had established channels, he only had to reveal the secret to the original dealers, who would then help find buyers for Gao Yuan. Because they could also earn an extra profit from this. More critically, the manufacturers actually using the chips were almost all located outside the United States, making regulation extremely difficult. Previously, the reason the U.S. had been so effective in its sanctions was its firm grip on the most advanced technology. But now the tables have turned, with high-end products in the hands of blackfish technology. Once international semiconductor manufacturers grow accustomed to using blackfish chips, the original chip makers would go bankrupt from lack of orders. If Gao Yuan then cut off supply, America's only choice would be to lift the sanctions. After all, if sanctions failed to produce tangible results and only made regulation more difficult, lifting them would allow the U.S. to collect higher tariffs through official channels while making oversight easier. By then, however, those dealers might be reluctant to see the sanctions lifted. In the face of profit, sanctions are futile. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan began laying his plans. On the other side, Blackfish Technology's first commercial was finally about to premiere. Fully disguised with a mask and hat, Gao Yuan as the sole creator arrived at the Xinjiang Universal Cinema. Other films boasted grand premieres with strong creative teams inviting renowned critics and conducting roadshows. Only Earth Rescue was desolate. Fortunately, thanks to Wang Dalan's earlier support, ticket sales for Earth Rescue were relatively good. When Gao Yuan bought his ticket, 2/3 of the seats were already sold. He chose a corner seat and entered the theater. With 10 minutes until showtime, the audience filed in one after another. Gao Yuan could overhear their conversations. Ahead of him was a young couple. The girl wasn't particularly interested in sci-fi, and this film was a 3-0 production. It was hard to pique her interest. The girl complained, "Why are we watching this? Everyone else is going to see 3Us. It's all your fault for not booking tickets in advance, now they're all sold out. Honey, what's so great about 3Us? Didn't you see the trailer for Earth Rescue? How thrilling it was. How explosive the effects were." But what does Gao Yuan do? He's both the director and the lead actor. You don't know Gao Yuan. You know about lithography machines, right? No. What about thermostatic clothing? Surely you've heard of that, you've been pestering me to buy one. The thermostatic clothing everyone's talking about online is made by Gao Yuan's company. It's incredible. And even more impressive, Gao Yuan is taking on the global chip industry single-handedly. Well, not entirely alone, Xiaowei has joined in too. The girl still seemed uninterested. So he's a businessman. Why doesn't he just focus on producing thermostatic clothing and launching it sooner instead of making movies? Honestly. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes behind them. Advertising, get it? Don't you need ads to sell products? Earth Rescue will showcase all of Blackfish Technology's products for the next decade. Women. Oof. Gao Yuan turned his gaze elsewhere and 2 more audience members sat down beside him. Another man and woman, but they didn't seem to be a couple. They were also chatting. I wonder if Gao Yuan will surprise us. Chinese sci-fi has such a bad reputation, only The Wandering Earth has been decent in all these years.
Who knows, but judging from the trailer the special effects are at least good.
Is Film Weekly also paying attention to Earth Rescue? The man asked. Our editor assigned me to come and write a review. Whether it's a flop or a masterpiece, I have to see it to write about it. By the way, don't you work at Economic Figures? Why are you here to watch a movie? The man replied, indifferent from you. You're here for the film, I'm here for Gao Yuan. He's making waves now and I've tried to interview him several times without success. So I thought I'd watch his movie, maybe you'll find something useful. Hearing this, Gao Yuan realized that the first wave of viewers for his film were either sci-fi enthusiasts or media professionals. In short, normal people. With so many other options available at this time, no one would rush to watch a sci-fi film. Gao Yuan closed his eyes waiting for the film to start. Soon the theater lights dimmed. The screen began to glow. First came the dragon logo, then the animation logo of the production company, Salmon Film and Television Entertainment Presents. Then the distributor Universal Films exclusive release. Suddenly the screen went dark. A massive fireball appeared, and as the camera pulled back, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars and Jupiter appeared one after another on the screen. The entire scene was serene and mysterious. The film was in 3D, but the audience felt a difference from previous 3D movies. Earlier 3D only enhanced depth, but Earth Rescue seemed to pull viewers into the film itself. They felt as if they were standing in space gazing at the solar system, at humanity's only home. Earth was so beautiful. Suddenly a wormhole appeared abruptly at the center of the solar system. Without warning, the sun was pulled by the wormhole. In seconds the colossal star was torn apart by immense gravitational forces, turning into liquid. A gasp rippled through the audience. It was so real, so stunning. They could even see Earth being drawn toward the wormhole by the massive pull. But the next moment the wormhole vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. With the wormhole gone, the solar system's planets instantly lost their gravitational anchor and flew off along the tangents of their orbits. Venus and Mars, thrown off balance, collided in a spectacular cosmic firework. As the camera zoomed in on Earth, it was now hurtling into the deep dark cosmos, its fate unknown. Jin Jun, a film critic, had initially held a dim view of this movie and entered the screening with the intent to find faults. Yet upon witnessing this segment, his first impression crystallized. The cinematography and visual effects are meticulous, offering an immersive experience. The scene then shifted to a small town on Earth where a dilapidated building bore a ludicrous sign, Ultimate Cosmic Technology Research Institute. Inside, a young man gazed at the sky. The sun has vanished. In 8 minutes Earth will be plunged into eternal darkness. A girl nestled beside him asked Yuan Gu, will the sun ever return? No. Not unless we find a new sun. Jin Jun frowned. This was Gao Yuan. Though his acting was commendable, there was a jarring dissonance, for he had just seen Gao Yuan brimming with confidence in the news, yet here he was utterly destitute. In Linzhou at the Universal Cineplex, Lin Mei was also watching the premiere. This film had been born right before her eyes. She saw Gao Yuan with a device, images materializing on the screen. Whenever something seemed amiss, an expert beside him would earnestly explain how it should be. Gao Yuan would close his eyes and the revised visuals would reappear. Lin Mei had never seen filmmaking like this. As the female lead appeared on screen bearing her own likeness, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. Could Yuan Gu be hinting at something? Other Blackfish Technology employees also recognized the female lead as Lin Mei, casting her glances that seemed to regard her as the boss wife. The plot on screen advanced. 6 months prior, the protagonist Gao Yuan had predicted the sun's disappearance, detecting a wormhole approaching through subtle changes in the solar particles reaching Earth. He had even calculated the wormhole's mass. Once it consumed the sun, its internal energy would destabilize, causing it to vanish and reappear 10 light-years away. Soon the protagonist was entrusted with a critical mission, the weight of saving humanity suddenly upon him. Ordinary viewers followed the story. But professionals sought the underlying intent. Why did Gao Yuan make this film? It depicted a world 20-odd years hence, a life brimming with wonder. In 2045 everyone wore thermostatic suits. Intercity transport was no longer by car but by low-altitude flying vehicles with lanes designated at various heights. When the protagonist looked up, the sky was thick with flying cars, all converging on metropolises as disaster loomed. Communication was no longer via ordinary phones but wrist phones worn on the arm. Even gamers didn't play on phones, they donned gaming helmets and lay in bed while some slept to dream grand dreams. Every futuristic device in the film bore the conspicuous logo Blackfish Technology. This advertising persisted as the protagonist began to save Earth. Antimatter drilling vehicles carved underground cities for humanity. Interstellar tour buses ferried people to the moon where a forward base was constructed. Grand spectacles, realistic settings and the omnipresent Blackfish Technology ads, these elements constituted the film. 2 hours later, Earth had completed its underground city transformation and the construction of planetary engines setting course for Proxima Centauri 4. 2 light-years away. The final shot depicted a solitary Earth drifting through the vast dark expanse of space. Then the credits rolled. Shin Jun felt somewhat dazed. This film, how to describe it? The plot was ordinary, a standard superhero narrative, but the superhero differed from Western counterparts. In Earth Rescue, the hero relied on advanced technology, whereas Western sci-fi heroes either mutated or depended on gadgets, always fighting monsters. Earth Rescue was about construction. Perhaps this disparity stemmed from cultural differences. Gao Jianfei, a reporter from the Economic Daily seated beside Gao Yuan, was brimming with excitement by the end. He turned to the woman next to him and asked, "Did you understand it? The plot isn't complex, simple even. No twists, no secrets. It straightforwardly tells the story of a young man from a Xia country town saving Earth. But the special effects are truly superb and the music is excellent. It's bound to be a hit. Many classics are simple." The woman, a reporter from Film Weekly, analyzed it from a cinematic perspective. But Gao Jianfei shook his head. "You only see the surface. Think about why Gao Yuan made this film." "Why?" the woman countered. "Ads, didn't you see the product placements throughout? All for Blackfish technology." "But I only realized at the end that this isn't just advertising, it's Gao Yuan revealing his ambition to the world." In the film, the protagonist is Gao Yuan himself, hailing from a remote mountain area ignored after going bankrupt. And didn't you notice? The thermostatic suits, wrist phones, interstellar buses, low-altitude flying vehicles, antimatter drilling vehicles, 3D printers, even the construction bugs. Among these two technologies are familiar, both already developed by Blackfish technology. So I have reason to believe this is Gao Yuan's blueprint for the future. The black tech in the film he will realize step by step over the next 20 years. The woman was stunned. "Is that possible?" "I don't know, but Gao Yuan certainly thinks so." "Haha, I have an angle for my evening article. By the way, go ahead and rate it." Earth Rescue is arguably one of the best sci-fi films in recent years, mainly because the special effects are explosive and the 3D technology is incredible. With the glasses on, you feel like you're truly in the stars. Especially the Jupiter compression scene, that was mind-blowing. That colossal planet collapsed from within, shrinking 80-fold. Then under immense pressure, internal fusion ignited, transforming a gas giant into a star. Brilliant imagination, and the special effects technology is even more impressive. The woman nodded. "True, there are flaws, but they don't overshadow the merits. I'll give it 5 stars. Overhearing their conversation, Gao Yuan quietly rose and left the theater. It seemed his objectives were met: 1, to advertise; 2, to showcase Blackfish Technology's future products. Manufacturers who understood would pivot early and avoid decline. But those who didn't would face bankruptcy. Back at his hotel, Zhang Bai burst in. "Lao Gao, you're still resting here? We've been sabotaged. Look at the ratings. Out of 30,000 voters, over 20,000 gave 1 star. These paid trolls are insane." Gao Yuan was unaware of this. "Who did it?" "I have no proof, but I know who. The only other sci-fi film running alongside ours is Hollywood's commercial blockbuster Star Rescue. The titles are similar too. Star Rescue is produced by 30th Century, a prestigious studio with star power. But after today's premiere, its reception has been poor. The special effects are weak and the plot has flaws. They must be trying to suppress us, afraid we'll surpass them." "Could it really be them?" "You're right. 30th Century is a renowned company. We're newcomers in the film industry. This wouldn't benefit them." Gao Yuan mused. But Zhang Bai was unconvinced. "If not them, then who? The first day box office hasn't even come out yet and someone's already targeting us. This trend is wrong. Our overall screen share is low, only showing at Universal Cinemas, accounting for just 7.2 nationwide. We're not even competing for the box office crown. So who's blackening us?" "Perhaps the public intellectuals." "Public intellectuals?" Zhang Bai had a sudden realization. "You might be right. A film only showing domestically on Universal's network with neither reputation nor box office poses no threat to anyone. Yet it's being attacked. These loyal watchdogs are eager to protect their masters." Gao Yuan nodded. "Highly likely. Then how do we strike back?" Zhang Bai asked. "Strike back? Of course we hit their master. For not keeping the dog in check." Zhang Bai's face lit up with excitement. "Is this wise? How do we do it? Won't it cause trouble?" Gao Yuan smiled. "Why not? After all, the beautiful country is blockading us too. Fighting back isn't uncalled for. What trouble could arise?" By the way, how's the acquisition of the electronics factory going? Ah. The paperwork is complete.
I'm both the legal representative and the factory director.
You're the major shareholder.
We can start producing the upgraded razor anytime.
Though Zhang Bai was unreliable with words, Gao Yuan trusted him with tasks. Good, produce the first batch then.
As for the counterattack, hey, race our plan.
Gao Yuan whispered a scheme to Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai was overjoyed. Old Gao, you're too cunning, but I love it. Let's do it. Gao Yuan remained calm.
Whether it was the public intellectuals or not, we're pinning it on the beautiful country. They use paid trolls, so will we.
The key is, only magic can defeat magic. Alright. Go now. Good, wait for the show. The next day a video suddenly appeared online.
It featured the backdrop of the beautiful country's federal news with its famous host speaking, barely concealing her smile. Tragedy struck at 11:36 p.m. 12 seconds last night. The leader of the beautiful country suffered a sudden myocardial infarction and died despite rescue efforts. Then the scene shifted to the ICU of the federal hospital where the leader lay on the bed, his face ashen. The deputy leader stood beside him with a smirk. Mr.
Leader, are you alright?
Soon the scene changed again. The deputy leader faced the camera and announced the leader has passed.
May the Lord bless him into the eternal kingdom of heaven.
Then various high-ranking officials of the Federal Civil Administration mourned the leader before the cameras. The footage was so realistic that no one doubted its authenticity. The video spread to foreign social media and within hours circled the globe. The more outrageous the rumor, the faster it traveled, especially Gao Yuan's fabrication complete with visual proof. But it was still late night in the beautiful country and its leader had no idea he had been declared dead online. Some leaders of smaller nations had already sent condolence messages to the beautiful country's civil administration. By morning, many of the leader's supporters were laying flowers outside the leader's residence. When the leader of the beautiful country woke up, his assistant rushed in panicked. Leader, something terrible has happened.
What is it? There's a news story online about your death.
Take a look. The leader watched the video, his face darkening with each second. If the leader was dead, then who was he?
What's going on with this news?
Who allowed the anchor to broadcast such a story? And what's with the deputy leader?
Is she that happy that I'm dead?
And these officials, why are they telling the camera that I'm dead?
I'm perfectly alive.
The leader of the beautiful country fumed. I'll post a tweet to prove I'm alive. This is just terrible. Why must I do something so foolish? Proving him alive is utterly absurd. In Xinjiang, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai had been busy all night with the brainwave imaging device, correcting accents, gathering materials and recording dozens of takes until they were satisfied. Now seeing the whole world buzzing with news of the beautiful country leader's accidental death, they couldn't help but laugh. The earlier frustration over the movie being sabotaged had long dissipated. Meanwhile, nations kept sending condolence messages to the beautiful country, infuriating its leader. What an ill omen. Were these countries all fools to believe an online rumor? Soon a tweet from the beautiful country leader's private account appeared.
I'm alive.
Just those few words. Within moments, comments flooded in by the hundreds of thousands.
Mr.
Leader, rest in peace. Yes, you'll live forever in our hearts.
I wish this were really from you. We know.
Though you've done a terrible job, years in office, nothing accomplished, you're truly awful.
What's this? Planning a resurrection.
The leader of the beautiful country was distraught reading these comments.
No, this won't do.
He even began to suspect this wasn't just a prank but a carefully orchestrated coup by the deputy leader. If every nation sent condolences and believed him dead, then even if he stepped forward, no one would believe he was himself. At that point he would truly be dead. He shuddered, stood up shakily.
I need to give a televised.
As he spoke, another video appeared online. This time the deputy leader was addressing the camera. In accordance with the beautiful country's constitution, I now formally assume the role of interim leader. Hereby I pledge to maximize economic development during my tenure, improve the lagging environment, boost manufacturing, reshoring and strengthen trade ties with the world. I also announce the immediate lifting of the blockade on Blackfish technology. Everyone can freely use Blackfish Technology's high-end chips. After posting this video, Gao Yuan stowed away the brainwave imaging device. Zhang Bai watched eagerly. Old Gao, this thing is so fun.
Do you have another one? Can I have one to play with?
Impossible. This device is too precious, the only one in the world. There are no spares.
If I make another later, I'll give you one first.
Great, awesome. With this, who needs to watch videos?
He. Get lost, you're disgusting. Don't tell me you've never thought about it. I don't believe you. Life is full of regrets, girls you missed never to return. I just use it to imagine to console myself. Is that wrong? Fine fine. Stop dawdling. How's our movie doing? Zheng Bai opened the website. Old Gao yesterday's total box office was 32 million. Not bad not bad. Ranked 8th in the National Day lineup. But the online reputation is turning around now. Look at the trending topics. First is the beautiful country leader's death. Second is Earth rescue. Gao Yuan leaned in for a look. Sure enough, the top 2 trending topics were his own creations. He also noticed 2 articles with high readership below. Deconstructing why Gao Yuan made Earth rescue. His vision is grander than we imagined. Gao Yuan presents a complete future world in the film. The details are the most touching. Gao Yuan scrolled through. Not bad. He casually shared both articles with the caption, "Someone gets me." Afterward he prepared to return to Musa. Meanwhile the beautiful country was in chaos. Crowds gathered before the leader's residence demanding to pay their respects. But when the leader stood before them, many felt duped. Heavens, could this all be just a cruel prank? Who are you? Where is our leader? I must be losing my mind. I see the leader still standing. He should be lying down right now. The leader of the beautiful country stepped forward under the protection of numerous guards. Gentlemen, please calm down. Regarding the rumors online, I can only say regrettably I am still alive. I don't know where those rumors came from, but I can tell you this: I am alive. Yes, I am still alive. The mourning crowd was furious. A bunch of liars. I clearly saw in the video that not only were you lying down, but so were the vice leader and many of our ministers. And now after we came here grieving, you're alive. Liars. Who's going to take responsibility for this? Step down. We don't need a resurrected man as our leader. The leader of the beautiful country felt deeply wronged. Liars. I damn well want to know what's going on too. But I know that the me in the video isn't me. The high officials in the video might not be real either, they could just be a group of actors. But if they are actors, how did they manage to stand in the TV station in my office inside the National Conference Hall? He was aggrieved but had to explain. At this moment the vice leader had already arrived. Initially she was furious about the rumors in the video, then terrified because she knew that wasn't her. But now the whole world believed she was eager to seize power. So she rushed to the leader's mansion to explain. But upon arrival she saw the leader being vilified by the crowd. Those who had come to mourn holding flowers and national flags now threw everything forward. Someone even hurled a shoe onto the podium. Someone shouted loudly, "Step down! Step down!" The vice leader suddenly didn't want to step forward and explain anymore. Since things had come to this, why not let the mistake stand? If she now claimed that the leader was actually an actor or a body double, perhaps people would believe it. Anyway, the leader's approval rating was low. Let the mistake stand and she would take over. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. She urgently contacted several ministers who had appeared in the video to coordinate their stories. This was far easier than winning an election. Shared interests divided power. Just as the leader was struggling to explain, a squad of soldiers suddenly appeared, led by Charles, the newly appointed 5-star general. Charles strode in majestically, pointing at the leader. "Arrest him." Initially the leader thought this subordinate he had promoted had come to help maintain order. But the next moment he watched as these men bound his guards and advanced toward him. He was stunned. "You bastard, what are you doing?" "I am the leader." Charles sneered coldly. "The act is over. The leader passed away last night. You are merely an actor who resembles him, yet you tried to impersonate the real leader. Actor, you are under arrest." "Bastard! Bastard! I know. It was the vice leader, wasn't it? I knew it. It's her right. Don't let him speak," Charles shouted. Soon the scene fell silent. Though people understood what was happening, the whole affair was too absurd. An actor had blatantly appeared in our leader's mansion, and so many guards had believed him. At that moment the vice leader and several ministers stepped forward with solemn expressions. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is regrettable that you have just witnessed a farce. However, we must still inform you that last night our esteemed, wise and brilliant leader unfortunately succumbed to his injuries despite medical efforts." A gasp rose from the crowd. Some began to mourn. Most breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it, the leader must have died." Gao Yuan was browsing reviews and critiques of Earth rescue. Suddenly a news alert popped up. The beautiful country's leader's mansion spokesperson confirms that the leader passed away last night. Vice leader consoles the public in the square. Gao Yuan initially thought it was just another rumor, but then he saw the sender was an official media outlet. He was instantly stunned. The leader of the beautiful country was really dead. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Before he could comprehend what had happened, his phone rang. It was Su Lin calling from the tech park. She said they had received a massive number of chip orders from manufacturers worldwide. Given current production capacity, orders were already booked for 3 years ahead, totaling 10 billion chips. The advance payments alone amounted to over 1 trillion. With a 20 deposit, that was a market of 5 trillion. Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. Xiao Su, weren't we under sanctions? Have all these companies gone mad? Mr. Gao, haven't you seen the news? The leader of the beautiful country is dead. The vice leader is now in charge. She released a video announcing the lifting of sanctions against us. Although the procedures aren't complete, the manufacturers can't wait any longer. A sharp intake of breath. Gao Yuan hung up the phone with a look of utter bewilderment. He looked at Zhang Bai. Do you think the world has gone mad? Zhang Bai paused. Perhaps. This is too intense. What did we do last night? Changed the global landscape. Yes. We successfully interfered in the beautiful country's internal affairs. Zhang Bai also found it unbelievable. Was the sanction issue resolved just like that? The vice leader of the beautiful country was incredibly bold, letting the mistake stand. Could this mean that if they wanted to target her in the future, they could just release a video? And in such a short time, how did the vice leader manage to win over the interest groups behind the scenes? Not to mention the leader's family, the entire staff of the leader's mansion and the hospital. Truly remarkable. Zhang Bai squinted his eyes. Old Gao, I have a bold idea. What idea? Lend me that brainwave imager. I want to play a game. No, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about that Hermione, what's her name, Watson. He can't hide it from you. I just want to make an official announcement that she's going to marry me. And then see what happens. Gao Yuan hesitated, but his burning curiosity for gossip made it impossible to refuse. Old Zhang, I'll lend it to you, but on one condition: you have to get her to help promote our movie. Easy, since we're practically family. Soon on foreign social media, a new account claiming to be Watson's alternative account posted a video. In the video, the enchanting, graceful Watson, wearing a casual outfit, was indoors in a hotel with a man beside her. He intimately held her shoulder and Watson smiled happily at the camera. I want to make an official announcement. I'm in love with Zhang from Xia country. Fans all over the world, please congratulate me. Oh, and one more thing. Zhang's company has released a sci-fi movie called Earth Rescue. It's fantastic. Everyone go watch it in theaters. Watson's fanbase was immense. Soon the video was shared widely. Some wept bitterly, others gloated, and a few even sought a duel with Zhang Bai. My goddess, why has she fallen so quickly? It must be fake. She rejected even a prince. I thought she was mine forever. Why would she choose a man from Xia? Who is this man? I'll destroy him. The video's impact was enormous. It quickly trended on social media. Watson announces her relationship. The movie Earth Rescue. Tens of millions of netizens focused on these two topics. All wanted to know who had stolen their goddess and what the film was about. Some film companies discovered it was a Xia sci-fi movie just released and urgently booked tickets to bring the film into their own countries. Soon Watson, who was filming, saw the video. She was bewildered. Who was the man holding her in the footage? She had never seen him before. And when had she ever been to Xia? Normally she would ignore such rumors, but the impact was too great now, especially with video evidence. The video was incredibly realistic. Experts confirmed no traces of editing, splicing, or Photoshop. She had to step forward. Watson didn't know how the video was made, but she knew she had never been to Xia and she was currently filming with the entire crew as witnesses. So she issued a clarification statement from the set. I am Watson. Regarding the online rumors, I hereby declare that I have never been to Xia, nor have I ever dated a Xia man. I have never seen the man in the video. Recently I have been filming and have been with the crew constantly. When this video came out, Watson's fans wept with joy. I knew it. I knew my goddess wouldn't cheat. Thank goodness it's a rumor. Who made that video? How did they do it? In any era there are always those who are bored yet perceptive. Jack was one such person. Not only was he bored, but he also understood technology. He noticed that Watson's video resembled the one announcing the deputy leader's death, not in content but in filming techniques, color tones and camera movements. People began analyzing, especially tracing the original video poster's ID, which showed the same virtual IP address. This discovery thrilled Jack.
He felt he had uncovered a massive secret. He continued investigating and found that the earlier solo video of the deputy leader also shared the same traits. All three videos had a common feature in camera usage. Ordinary videos have slight distortions due to lens optical characteristics, but these videos had almost perfect lenses with no focal length, as if the person were standing right there speaking. Combined with the same IP address, Jack was certain the videos were fake. He checked Watson's itinerary and even hacked into the aviation bureau of the beautiful country, finding no record of her traveling to Xia. Of course she might have transferred elsewhere, but Jack analyzed Watson in the video and found her appearance matched her public appearance last month. Everyone changes subtly over time. The relationship announcement video depicted Watson from the last 2 months, yet she had no travel records in that period. This proved the video was fabricated. Since all three videos came from the same source with Identica, it quickly gained attention. Jack's reasoning was solid and logical, so netizens believed him. Then someone leaked that the leader had given a televised speech this morning and even appeared publicly on the square outside the leader's residence, but those messages soon vanished. Some suspected the leader wasn't dead and the announcement was false. The deputy leader was proceeding with the transition, preparing to take office officially, while the leader was under house arrest in a suburban villa. As she excitedly prepared for her inauguration speech, her secretary whispered in her ear and her face paled. She signaled an assistant to postpone the ceremony. Back in her office, the deputy leader looked grim. What's going on? Someone has analyzed that the video is fake. Many of the leader's supporters are demanding the truth. They want the authorities to explain the video. The deputy leader was frustrated. The arrow had been shot and there was no turning back. If only these people had discovered it earlier. If such analysis had come this morning, the deputy leader would never have dared. But now the authorities had already issued a public obituary. The leader had to be dead, and the deputy leader had already secured agreements with the financial backers and department heads. The leader being old was often difficult to control, sometimes speaking without thought, causing many blunders. Some had long been dissatisfied, but with the term unfinished they had to endure. Now with this pretext they could replace the leader legitimately. Everything was going smoothly until this unexpected trouble. The deputy leader knew the video was fake, but it was so realistic that even professionals couldn't find flaws. That's why she dared to stage the coup to secure her position. But now the tide was turning. Even the leader's old rival, the Eastern King, demanded she explain the leader's whereabouts. This was tricky. The Eastern King had been abandoned by the elite class, but the deputy leader had the entire elite backing her, so she felt no fear. What are you doing? Go to the tycoons and shut down these accounts. If necessary, accidents can be arranged. In short, this ends now. This topic must disappear from the internet, understand? Understood. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan and Zhang Baiyi were enjoying skewers on the streets of Qingjing elated. Earth Rescue was surging in popularity, with today's occupancy rate nearing 100. Tomorrow's screening ratio would be raised to 35. This accounted for over a third of the screens in the Universal Theater chain, and other chains were negotiating joint distribution. The higher the buzz around Earth Rescue, the greater the visibility for Blackfish technology. Various tech innovations from the film were trending topics in the media. Gao Yuan planned to wait until the heat peaked, then launch the concept presentation for the wrist device. It wouldn't go on sale yet, but it could leave a lasting impression on consumers. Let them know that whatever sci-fi films showcased Blackfish technology would eventually develop. Lao Gao, I'm truly astonished. Others spend money on advertising, but you actually make money from it. Earth Rescue is just an extended advertisement, yet people are watching it with great relish. Gao Yuan looked smug. A small matter. What's wrong with an advertisement? Just tell me, weren't the special effects dazzling? Wasn't the spectacle breathtaking? You contributed quite a bit this time too. Although that matter with Watson was debunked, we still achieved our goal. Now many foreign distributors are seeking us out, that's clear proof. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyi revealed a mysterious smile. Lao Gao, you're speaking a bit too soon. True, it was indeed debunked. But now, the debunking videos have been deleted, and of course our videos are gone too. However, do you know what this deletion means in the eyes of the onlookers? Gao Yuan's eyes lit up. A cover-up. Exactly. If we hadn't deleted them, my video would have just been a minor episode. But now that everything's gone, it makes me Watson's boyfriend in the minds of many people worldwide. Isn't that thrilling? A small celebrity matter, isn't that thrilling? Speaking of which, I wonder, has the video we previously released of the US leader also been banned? Gao Yuan asked. Indeed it has. But it doesn't matter. Gao Yuan gave a meaningful smile. Interesting. It seems the elite class in the US has reached a consensus on the vice president taking over. Whether the leader lives or dies, he certainly won't appear publicly anymore. However, matters of the US were still too distant for him. As long as he could make money from them, Gao Yuan cared not a whit about their potential turmoil.
Zhang Bai nodded in agreement. Yes, now I suspect even the US high-ups know about that video.
As he spoke, Zhang Bai suddenly turned pale.
Gao Yuan instantly understood. Damn it, your face was exposed.
They'll trace it back to us in no time. We can't stay in Xinjiang.
Back to Musa.
The Blackfish Technology Industrial Park in Musa was staffed entirely by robots Gao Yuan had purchased from a future world. These robots were utterly loyal.
Gao Yuan planned to return and buy a batch of security robots to bolster defenses.
Previously had only been focused on fun and excitement, never realizing the danger of Zhang Bai showing his face. So quickly someone in the US had discovered all these videos came from the same person and Zhang Bai appeared in them. This was awkward.
Zhang Bai was the vice president of Blackfish Technology. By now the US high-ups had likely set their sights on Gao Yuan. Soon people would probably come knocking. Gao Yuan threw the skewers onto the table. Old Zhang, let's go.
Zhang Bai's expression grew grave.
Let's go. How? By car. No, that car will likely be exposed soon too. Leave it here. Let's book plane tickets. Head back to Linzhou first.
The tickets were for 3 a.m.
The airport at that hour was desolate with hardly anyone around. Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai boarded the plane. But Gao Yuan felt uneasy in his heart, silently cursing himself.
He realized that this game of making videos couldn't be played too often in the future, and if he did, he couldn't include himself or those close to him in them. Soon the plane took off. From Xinjiang to Linzhou was only a little over an hour. In such a short time, Gao Yuan thought nothing unexpected would happen.
Moreover, airport security was tight and he and Zhang Bai had reacted quickly. Gao Yuan closed his eyes, intending to rest.
Suddenly he heard movement in the cabin.
3 young men with yellow skin were walking through the aisle.
Pretending to use the restroom, they moved from the last row forward, glancing at every passenger as if searching for someone.
A sense of alarm rose in Gao Yuan.
He nudged Zhang Bai beside him.
Something's off. Look at those 3.
Zhang Bai turned his head and locked eyes with them. Cursing his luck, he shrank his neck trying to blend in, but saw the 3 men striding quickly toward them. They came straight to Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai. The cabin was so small there was nowhere to hide.
Any move now would draw their attention.
The 3 men stopped in front of Gao Yuan, looked at him, then at Zhang Bai, checked their phones and nodded to each other. One of the young men pulled a notebook from his bag. From the battery compartment he extracted a tube-like object, snapped it, and it transformed into a pistol. He pointed it at Gao Yuan.
President Gao, Vice President Zhang. I've heard much about you.
Though spoken in Chinese, Gao Yuan knew instantly they were from the Southern Dynasty. The neighboring countries around Xia had distinct national traits.
Gao Yuan looked at the young man. Denial was futile now.
He touched the shapeshifter at his waist, still there, and felt a surge of calm.
Who are you working for?
As he finished asking, a flight attendant noticed the commotion and approached to inquire. Another young man unclipped his belt buckle, broke it apart and turned it into a blade, pointing it at her.
Don't cause trouble. This doesn't concern you.
The flight attendant's face drained of color. The young man followed her, pressing the blade against her back.
Take me to the cockpit. You know what to say and what not to say, right? The flight attendant nodded vigorously. Don't be nervous. As long as you cooperate, we won't harm you.
The young man urged her forward, likely to take control of the pilot and change the flight path.
After all, if they landed in Linzhou, they couldn't take Gao Yuan away.
The third young man also produced a gun and paced the cabin.
Everyone stay calm. This has nothing to do with you. It's best not to make any sudden moves or misunderstandings could arise, and that wouldn't be good.
The 3 had clear roles. They were obviously well prepared.
Gao Yuan's heart sank.
This flight had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. How had they been tracked so quickly? Who were these Southern Dynasty men working for?
The US government.
Or were they from 9 stars?
Gao Yuan stared coldly at the young man before him. Money or technology?
The young man looked at Gao Yuan, forcing a chilling smile.
President Gao, we mean no harm. We just want to invite you and Vice President Zhang for a chat. To where?
Not the Southern Dynasty, I hope.
That would be suicidal. Gao Yuan asked.
The young man sneered mockingly.
You know quite a bit. Do you think I'd tell you? It's useless. We're on a plane now.
If you don't cooperate, the best outcome is a crash. You, him, and all of them die together. The young man pointed at Gao Yuan, then at Zhang Bai and finally at the other passengers.
Gao Yuan smiled. Of course I'll cooperate. There's nothing that can't be negotiated, right? I'm a businessman.
Good to hear. The young man shouted something forward in rapid Korean which Gao Yuan didn't understand. A quick reply came back and the young man smiled.
Alright, from now on don't speak, don't move unless I tell you to. Understood. Time ticked by second after second.
By now the crew had been taken hostage and the aircraft had already altered its course, flying past Linzhou toward the border. At the ground command center, they detected that flight ZQ-2501 had deviated from its flight path. They immediately tried to contact the crew, but the line remained busy and no one could be reached. Thus the command center suspected that something had gone wrong with flight ZQ-2501. According to satellite navigation, at least the aircraft could still be tracked. However, since flight ZQ-2501 was a short-haul aircraft with limited fuel, once it crossed the border, if the neighboring country lacked a suitable airport for landing, an accident was highly likely. So the ground command center analyzed the possible landing sites based on ZQ's direction of travel, contacted airports and dispatched police and medical personnel. Meanwhile, aboard flight ZQ-2501, though there were not many passengers, some began to grow restless as they were now increasingly far from Linzhou. Someone mustered the courage to ask, "Brother, where are we headed?"
The young man guarding Gao Yuan shot the speaker a glare and the man immediately shrank back, hiding behind the seat back.
At that moment Gao Yuan glanced at Zhang Bai, whose face was ashen as if he had resigned himself to fate.
Gao Yuan quietly nudged him in the side.
Zhang Bai's eyes flickered.
The two had been roommates since college and had an unspoken understanding. He instantly grasped Gao Yuan's intent. Gao Yuan needed his cooperation.
Zhang Bai's mind immediately began to race. Old Gao had a way to escape.
Damn. Though Zhang Bai couldn't fathom what plan there might be, since Gao Yuan hadn't given up, he was determined to see it through.
Gao Yuan kept trying to pry for information, hoping to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind these men. However, the young man was tight-lipped, revealing nothing useful. By now Gao Yuan could sense that the plane was flying south toward a notorious tri-border region, a lawless area. That was likely their destination, since hijacking hostages openly in Xia Kingdom was an extremely grave offense. Gao Yuan put himself in the kidnapper's shoes. If he were pulling this off, he certainly wouldn't take them to Musa.
Going anywhere else would make escape difficult.
After all, Xia Kingdom's influence in neighboring countries was still formidable. No matter which country they were taken to, they would likely incur Xia's wrath. Only the Golden Triangle, a place chaotic enough, would do. Gao Yuan had been cooperating all along, partly because he wanted to know who the mastermind was. On the other hand, he was confident he could escape, but if he had a choice, he would certainly want Zhang Bai to survive as well, unless it became impossible.
Zhang Bai, having received Gao Yuan's signal, steeled himself ready to coordinate with Gao Yuan.
Just then the young man holding the gun answered a phone call. It wasn't on speaker, so Gao Yuan couldn't make out the conversation, but he could guess that this was the person pulling the strings. Soon, the aircraft began to descend. Since the young man had ordered the window shades to be drawn, even though it was past 7 in the morning and bright outside, they couldn't see where they were. Gao Yuan could only rely on instinct and guesswork. A few minutes later,
the young man looked at Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai. "President Gao, Vice President Zhang, let's go."
Zhang Bai immediately asked, "Go where?"
"Down."
"Ah." Zhang Bai's face turned pale. "Don't worry, my brother and I are experienced skydivers. We'll take Presidents Gao and Zhang with us." By now they must have crossed the border. Below, a dense forest awaited their parachute descent. The cabin door opened and a fierce wind rushed in, nearly blowing Gao Yuan off his feet. He and Zhang Bai were pulled to the doorway and 2 parachute packs were retrieved from their luggage. It was similar to tandem skydiving at a base. Each kidnapper strapped one person in front of them. Since they were high above the ground, the young men weren't worried about Gao Yuan or Zhang Bai escaping.
Gao Yuan bided his time.
At the same time, he signaled Zhang Bai to offer no resistance as the kidnapper strapped him on. The kidnapper, pleased with Zhang Bai's compliance, flashed a mocking smile. But when it came to Gao Yuan, he suddenly feigned terror, clutching the handrail inside the cabin and refusing to let go.
"I'm not going out. I don't want to go out. Jumping like this will kill me." "Are you asking for death?" The kidnapper assigned to Gao Yuan snarled, pulling a pistol from his pocket. Gao Yuan quickly dodged, then suddenly repositioned himself behind the kidnapper, who had Zhang Bai strapped to him. Suddenly he lunged forward with all his might. Zhang Bai and that kidnapper were pushed out and Gao Yuan also fell. "Damn." The kidnapper responsible for Gao Yuan stared blankly as he plummeted. What an idiot, seeking his own death. The moment Gao Yuan exited, a fierce gale slammed into him, making his eyelids bulge. The intense weightlessness left him breathless, but he forced himself to endure the discomfort. His hand reached for his waist and activated the morphing device. "Let this end. Transform." Gao Yuan used his brainwaves to select the animal he wanted to become within the morphing device.
He hadn't looked closely before, but now suspended in midair he discovered that it even allowed him to turn into a dinosaur. He directly chose to become a pterosaur. Whoosh! Gao Yuan's form suddenly shifted and a pterosaur with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters materialized in the air. It was a Quetzalcoatlus whose maximum wingspan could reach 15 meters. Though the transformation had limits, it couldn't become too large or too small.
Gao Yuan had been waiting for this moment. Escaping earlier would have been unsafe and risked injury.
Moreover, he couldn't let the straps remain on him. He didn't know if they would affect the transformation and he couldn't take the chance. If he transformed while bound and found his wings tangled in the straps, it would be over. At the same time, for Zhang Baiyi's safety, Gao Yuan had to let him remain tied up since neither of them had ever skydived before.
Gao Yuan felt his body whoosh upward.
Then he could sense his wings being lifted by the air. After a brief adjustment, he began chasing the kidnapper ahead.
The parachute canopy was clearly visible.
Soon, just a few dozen meters above the ground, Gao Yuan caught up with the kidnapper. In midair, he used his massive beak to strike the back of the kidnapper's head. The violent impact instantly knocked the man unconscious. Then Gao Yuan grabbed the parachute with his claws and altered the landing spot. After flying about 20 li, he released his grip and Zhang Baiyi landed. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Baiyi had been face down, completely unaware of what had happened. As he turned around, he saw a gigantic pterosaur behind him. Letting out a startled cry, he tried to run. Only then did he notice that the kidnapper behind him had somehow
lost consciousness.
What the hell is this place?
Have I traveled through time?
Why is there a dinosaur?
I'm done for dead.
What a tragedy. Where's old Gao? I wonder if he traveled through time too.
This is just my luck.
After finally freeing himself from the straps, he heard the enormous pterosaur call out, "Old Zhang. What the has old Gao already been eaten by that pterosaur?
It's over.
Once I escape, I'll set up a cenotaph for old Gao.
Actually, there's no remains either.
Old Gao will live forever in my heart."
Gao Yuan couldn't make out what Zhang Baiyi said, but the jungle was perilous.
They had to leave at once.
Gao Yuan stepped forward a few paces.
"Old Zhang, damn it, don't run.
It's me, Gao Yuan."
As he spoke, Gao Yuan found the robber, fumbled over him, retrieved his phone, the gun, and his identification. After finishing this, he saw that Zhang Baiyi still hadn't come over.
"Old Zhang, what the hell are you doing?"
Zhang Baiyi paused for a moment, turned around, his face full of hesitation.
"Are you Gao Yuan?"
"Yeah.
Damn brother, you've really been through it. We traveled through time together. I'm a human and you're a pterosaur. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." Gao Yuan cursed inwardly. Zhang Baiyi must have cracked his skull.
As he thought, his brainwaves commanded his body to revert. Just as Zhang Baiyi was walking, he suddenly saw the pterosaur vanish.
Gao Yuan stood before him.
He didn't know how to express his feelings. "Old Gao, where the hell are we? There are not only dinosaurs but also monster dinosaurs that can take human form."
Gao Yuan slapped Zhang Baiyi on the forehead. "Clear-headed now. Let's go."
"Where to?
Have you forgotten?
We were hijacked on the plane and we just escaped."
If it were just Gao Yuan alone, it would be easy. He could transform into an eagle and fly straight back.
But there was Zhang Baiyi too. He definitely couldn't carry him.
Moreover, having been hijacked, Gao Yuan felt unwilling to leave just like that.
He knew that not far from here there must be the headquarters of the mastermind behind it.
If he could infiltrate it, he could follow the trail.
Gao Yuan knew that Blackfish technology had been a bit too conspicuous lately, but
in the future it would be even more so.
Now someone was already making a move against him. If he couldn't cut off the first hand that reached out, there would be even more coveting him later.
Gao Yuan felt a bit regretful.
What a pity that the time-space gate wasn't here. If it were, he could go to the future world to buy some robots and equipment. That would be too simple. Just as he was thinking, Gao Yuan suddenly saw not far ahead the time-space gate from his own backyard. He was instantly dumbfounded.
What was going on?
Was there another time-space gate here, or had it always been movable but he had never tried before?
This gate seemed to open only for him. Could it be something like a four-dimensional space channel?
In four-dimensional space there were no three-dimensional concepts. It was just for him. The gate had been following him all along. When his brainwaves were active and he needed it, the gate would appear.
At this moment, Gao Yuan had an epiphany.
He was still too young, never having thought about these things. Now that the time-space gate was right before him, Gao Yuan looked at Zhang Baiyi, who had just walked over.
"Wait for me here. I'll be right back."
"Old Gao, wait.
Where are you going?"
Before he could finish, Zhang Baiyi found Gao Yuan gone. His whole body trembled.
Damn it, old Gao, what kind of world is this? First he can shapeshift and now he's teleporting.
Zhang Baiyi crouched down cautiously trying to keep a low profile. Gao Yuan stepped through the time-space gate and realized this wasn't Longjing. It was also a wilderness, but the terrain was completely different from the Golden Triangle. It seemed like a coastal jungle.
Gao Yuan understood that the time-space gate could move, but when it moved the location it transmitted to would also change. He just didn't know how this location was calculated.
In the future he would have to try more times to find the pattern.
Gao Yuan was still surveying the environment when he heard someone shout.
"Hey, what are you doing over there?
Get over here quickly." Gao Yuan saw a team of people in protective suits not far away, waving at him.
He walked over and a woman draped a protective suit over him.
A rich man. What are you doing here? Where are your subordinates? Gao Yuan looked at these people. Who are you? Ecological Patrol. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to be here? What does the Ecological Patrol do? Gao Yuan asked. The jungle is full of radioactive plants.
Some plants attack people, and even if you aren't attacked, the radiation released by these plants can harm your body.
You really have a big heart.
Every year people in the wild mutate from radiation and die. We are the official guardians of the wild, mainly rescuing people found in the wild and monitoring real-time changes in the environment.
Gao Yuan felt a wave of fear.
Then a question struck him. He remembered that Qinmu Gyutan had once said the wild became uninhabitable for humans after the nuclear war, but hundreds of years had passed and the radiation should have dissipated. So he voiced his doubt. The woman who had given him the suit frowned.
Have you never been outside before? Initially humans thought the same, but over decades countless plants mutated.
Now wild plants themselves produce radiation. Originally they absorbed radioactive elements from the soil which caused them to mutate, then decay, returning to the soil.
It's a cycle. But after so many years, shouldn't the radiation have dissipated? Gao Yuan asked.
The woman looked disdainful.
Dissipated? How could it? Radiation in the wild has been increasing in recent years because these plants, after years of mutation, undergo complex chemical changes, internally turning ordinary elements into radioactive elements.
Then the plants absorb them.
Gao Yuan was astounded.
The plants of the future world had such abilities. This was against the heavens.
But now wasn't the time to study plants. He had come here to purchase supplies and equipment to protect himself and attack enemies. Alright, I'm just ignorant. By the way, I want to buy some robots. Where can I get them?
The woman pondered for a moment.
You can only buy things in the city, not in the wild.
But our patrol team carries backup supplies.
I'll pay double, no 5 times the price. What supplies do you have? Gao Yuan asked.
There are many unexpected situations in the wild. We have security robots, intelligent path openers, protective suits, laser guns, nutrient paste. And flying cars.
What do you need? Can I get one of everything? Gao Yuan asked.
Are you sure you want to pay 5 times the price?
Actually, we could take you back to the city and you wouldn't have to spend so much. The woman said. It's fine. I just like staying in the wild. The woman frowned. I really don't understand you rich folks. I've met several people like you who just love the wild.
Since you're willing to spend more, I have no reason not to sell. They're all common supplies anyway, I can restock when I get back.
Come on, let's add brain contacts. My name is Wangchen Jia.
What's yours?
Gao Yuan Gao. A 4-character name. That shouldn't be. What's your identity? Never mind, you wouldn't tell me anyway. Alright, I'll give you a list. Take a look.
Gao Yuan glanced at the list, which enumerated over a dozen types of supplies. They were all common items used by the Ecological Patrol team. In the wilderness, not only was the environment harsh, but they also frequently encountered attacks from mutated flora and fauna, necessitating robust protective measures. Besides protective suits, there were armed self-defense detectors, protective spheres. Tools included path openers, automatic capture machines, collectors, flying vehicles, and personal portable flyers. In addition to these tools, there were also food, water, and airborne suspended tents for the wilderness.
Gao Yuan understood the value of these items, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Excellent stuff.
He had been worried about being stranded in the wild, but with these he could not only leave with Zhang Baiyi at any time but also investigate who was behind the scheme against him. After receiving the supplies, Gao Yuan looked at Wangchen Jia. Won't you get in trouble for giving me these? Just report them as damaged.
The total cost is 28
million. Let's round it down, 5 times that. You owe us 10 million.
Gao Yuan currently had over 100 billion in his personal account and transferred the money directly. Thanks a lot. Next time you're in Longjing, look me up, they'll treat you to a feast. Gao Yuan said.
Sure, we still have to patrol. Since you're out of danger now, we'll leave you be.
Farewell.
Wang Shenjia finished speaking, boarded the flying vehicle, and the ecological patrol team swiftly departed. All the supplies were in the vehicle's cargo hold with only 2 security robots outside.
Gao Yuan had them board the vehicle.
Once again they passed through the spacetime portal. At that moment Zhang Bai was crouching in the grass clutching his head.
Old Gao.
Why isn't he back yet? This is too creepy, I heard some noise, maybe a wild beast. As he muttered to bolster his courage, a sudden crackling sound of trees being snapped came from beside him.
Zhang Bai was startled. Could it be a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Just then Gao Yuan's voice came from behind him. Old Zhang, get in the car. Zhang Bai stared in disbelief at a vehicle floating in the air about 10 meters ahead of him, 10 meters long and 3 meters wide.
Gao Yuan was leaning out calling to him.
He rubbed his eyes, this must be a dream. Even if old Gao had returned, there couldn't be a car, this was a jungle, what vehicle could drive in here? And moreover, it was a flying car, no wings, no propellers.
But it flew. This must be a hallucination. What are you staring at? Get in. And haul him up. Gao Yuan had named the 2 security robots an and an air. An upon hearing Gao Yuan's command, sprinted over, hooked an arm around Zhang Bai's waist and flung him.
An air caught him on the other side and pressed him into the vehicle. Zhang Bai found himself seated beside Gao Yuan.
Old Gao, is it really you?
Nonsense. I think ever since you parachuted you've been off your rocker, did you hit your head? Zhang Bai felt like crying, he was on the verge of a breakdown.
Normal. Hell, it's this world that's abnormal. The moment I landed I saw a pterosaur just a few meters away and it could talk.
The hijacker behind me was either dead or unconscious, and then that pterosaur turned into you, old Gao. ID just calmed down a little when you vanished.
And when you reappeared you were driving a car with 2 bodyguards.
So tell me, is it me or this world that's abnormal?
Ha!
You say.
After Zhang Bai finished shouting, he saw Gao Yuan's calm expression and suddenly felt that maybe,
perhaps,
he was overreacting.
Gao Yuan patted Zhang Bai on the shoulder. Old Zhang,
I can explain all this, but let's get moving first. Where to?
To the Golden Triangle to meet the people who kidnapped us.
You mean we didn't actually travel through time? Everything before was something you cooked up?
Of course. The pterosaur you saw
was actually me. Gao Yuan revealed the morphing device at his waist.
This thing is called a morphing device. It can mimic and transform into other animals.
It's a high-tech biomimetic transformation instrument.
Zhang Bai looked incredulous. You mean with this thing you can turn into anything you want?
Not exactly. Only animals.
If you wanted to turn into a pile of crap, that probably wouldn't work.
Gao Yuan joked.
How can such a thing exist?
Isn't this like Sun Wukon's 72 transformations? How could it exist in reality?
Zhang Bai found it hard to accept.
Gao Yuan looked at him. Then why did you find the brainwave imaging device believable? Wasn't that also absurd?
Yet the first time you saw it you not only believed it but wanted to play with it.
Ahem, that's different. Brain-computer interfaces have been under development worldwide. But this morphing device, what about it? It's essentially another form of genetic mimicry. Human scientists have been jointly researching human genes.
And this? Where did you get this car?
From? Before Gao Yuan could finish, Zhang Bai suddenly waved his hand. Forget it, don't tell me.
Even if you did, I probably wouldn't understand.
Just tell me, how do you plan to find those people?
Gao Yuan pulled out the phone he had taken from the hijacker and handed it to the security robot.
And this old communicator has the other party's number.
You can crack their location, then release the reconnaissance drone and stream the footage back.
Got it, boss. While Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai were searching for the mastermind behind the scenes,
Flight ZQ-2501 finally landed safely at Bamo Lashio Airport.
The scene was on high alert with both Bamo police and Chinese police present.
The moment the plane touched down, they rushed in
to rescue the hostages and arrest the hijackers.
2 hijackers were captured and all hostages were rescued. One hijacker who had been at the cabin door ready to parachute saw Gao Yuan fall and cursed his luck, calling for his partner to jump together. But the next moment he saw Gao Yuan transform into a pterosaur and chase after his partner.
He was utterly terrified.
It was at that moment that he was subdued by 2 students from a sports school. The other hijacker who had been holding the captain hostage in the cockpit heard his partner call for him to parachute.
He relaxed his guard and turned to leave only to be locked down by the co-pilot from behind, and then several flight attendants tied him up. Thus the crisis of Flight ZQ-2501 was successfully resolved. However, while checking the passenger list, the police found 2 people missing, both executives from Blackfish Technology. They immediately interrogated the captured hijackers in Lashio. But during the interrogation they encountered a problem. First, the hijackers admitted they had planned to kidnap Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai, having tailed them since the donation ceremony. But hadn't acted then. That night they received an order to proceed. So they orchestrated this hijacking. But they had no idea where Gao Yuan had gone. One hijacker insisted that Gao Yuan had turned into a pterosaur. The police found this both amusing and baffling, especially since even the top experts couldn't detect any deception. His micro-expressions, heart rate, brainwave patterns and psychological assessments all indicated he was telling the truth. But that statement was clearly untrue. How could a human possibly transform into a pterosaur? However, one thing was certain: Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai might have met with an accident, or even if they hadn't, they were stranded in the dense jungles of the Golden Triangle. Their fate was unknown and their chances of survival were slim. Due to Gao Yuan's special status after the report was filed, the nation quickly formed an international joint search and rescue team, with the Bago police initiating a search in the border forests in Xiaojingxia country. At the National Government Affairs Center, several high-ranking officials were convening a meeting regarding the ZQ-2501 flight incident. Gao Yuan is an outstanding entrepreneur of our country. This hijacking is an extremely egregious and damaging incident. We must swiftly and sternly uncover the masterminds behind it and prevent such incidents from recurring. The speaker was Zhou Jingli, the National Government Affairs Director. Below him sat Qin Taijun from the Development and Reform Commission, Lin Wei from the Civil Aviation Administration, and Lu Xilin from the Xiaojing Municipal Committee. Director news has just arrived from Lashio. ZQ-2501 has landed successfully and 2 hijackers have been captured. Interrogation is underway, but progress is limited. The Joint Search and Rescue Team has deployed 10 helicopters and 8 rescue squads to simultaneously search the parachute landing zone. We believe results will be forthcoming soon. Zhou Zhengli's expression was stern. We must act quickly and deal a severe blow to the masterminds. Lin Wei explained to me how their weapons were brought on board the aircraft. Lin Wei was drenched in sweat. Director, the hijackers were extremely cunning. Their weapons were specially crafted to resemble batteries' belt buckles. Truly impossible to guard against. Moreover, the bullets were not conventional. With current technology they are nearly undetectable without disassembly. So you're saying there's no way to detect them? Lin Wei felt the pressure. No, we will immediately develop new security screening strategies to ensure such incidents never happen again. Zhou Zhengli's face darkened. This is outrageous. In our capital they brazenly boarded an aircraft and kidnapped our entrepreneur. What kind of nation are we? Who will dare to do business in Xia country in the future? How can we guarantee safety? Taijun, you've met Gao Yuan. What was your impression of him? This incident had little to do with Qin Taijun. He had only come to discuss matters with Zhou Jingli and was caught up in it. Hearing that he had met Gao Yuan, he was pulled into the meeting. Qin Taijun frowned. I have met Gao Yuan. How shall I put it? That young man is composed, steady, and possesses many remarkable inventions. The construction insect technology has been handed over to our commission, though it hasn't been implemented yet. I still owe him a favor. I can say this: Gao Yuan alone is worth the entire Academy of Sciences. Zhou Jingli looked at Qin Taijun. Isn't that an exaggeration? It is indeed an exaggeration. What I meant is comparing him to the Academy of Sciences. The technology embedded in his constant temperature garment alone rivals the achievements of scientists worldwide over the past 2 decades. Every single item is a groundbreaking innovation. Qin Taijun continued. Zhou Jingli was silent for a few seconds. In that case his importance is comparable to a national treasure. Lu Xilin. Lu Xilin, who had been shrinking his neck, snapped to attention when his name was called. Director. Strengthen security screening for all outsiders, especially foreigners entering Xiaojing. Understood. Director, I guarantee the task will be completed. At that moment Qin Taijun spoke again. Director, you need not worry too much. Gao Yuan is quite composed. How shall I put it? He should be able to extricate himself from this incident safely. As for his deputy, however, I cannot be so certain. Zhou Jingli asked, why are you so sure? Qin Taijun smiled. As a tech enthusiast he definitely has a backup plan. If Gao Yuan were here and heard Qin Taijun's words, he would undoubtedly be filled with shame. He had indeed considered safety issues before, but he never imagined he would be targeted so quickly. Moreover, he had been arrogant. Wearing the transformation device on his person, he felt he could go anywhere in the world. When danger struck, Transform. At this moment Gao Yuan, following the instructions of the NE, was charging toward his destination. The path-clearing device swept ahead, sending tree debris flying to both sides like a wave of green foam. Occasionally giant pythons that couldn't evade in time were glimpsed amidst the debris, along with scales and insect body parts. Behind the path-clearing device a flat wide passage extended forward. Behind the path-clearing device was an armed self-defense reconnaissance unit equipped with laser weapons capable of detecting any threat to humans and automatically neutralizing it. Zhang Bai sat in the vehicle. By now he had no idea how to express his feelings. Old Gao, aren't you going to explain this to me? Where did all these divine artifacts come from? Gao Yuan was taken aback. What if I said I have a base here? Would you believe me? Zhang Bai shook his head. Do you take me for a fool? See? There's not even a shred of trust between us. So why should I explain anything to you? Zhang Bai was left speechless. Staring at Gao Yuan. Old Gao, tell me the truth, who taught you that kind of rhetoric? Was it your ex-girlfriend? Damn it, I came all this way to help you with all my heart. And you won't tell me a thing. Do you want to leave? Suit yourself. Get out of the car. Dream on. Am not getting out. The car is too comfortable. Besides, I want to see who exactly tried to kidnap me. Maybe they were after me and you were just a bonus. Zhang Bai didn't want to talk anymore. He turned his head, gazing at the armed self-defense reconnaissance unit and the path-clearing device ahead, a look of envy in his eyes. He patted the seat beneath him. Damn it, being a fool isn't so bad after all. 5 kilometers from Gao Yuan's location there was a village guarded by armed personnel. Inside the village stood a bamboo house. In the uppermost room sat 2 men. One appeared to be from Bago, the other from Nanzhao. The man from Bago spoke with a contemptuous expression. They conversed in Chinese. Your men failed. Why haven't you left? The Nanzhao man was named Li Jiangyi, the illegitimate son of the chairman of the 9 Stars Group. His public identity was the executive president of the 9 Stars Group's Bago branch. However, at this moment he bore no resemblance to a president. Li Jiangyi's expression was fierce. Leave. Why should I? That Gao Yuan is right there in the jungle ahead. I asked your men to search for him. Why didn't they go? Searching costs extra. Besides, we saw it clearly from here. Only 2 people parachuted down and they were attacked by a giant flying monster. What's the point of searching? But my men called me and said Gao Yuan jumped. The Bago man looked at the phone in Li Jiangyi's hand. You'd better get rid of that thing or you'll easily be tracked. I've heard there's a technology now that can locate you just by your number the moment you turn it on. Tracked. This is a specially encrypted phone from 9 Stars Group. It cannot be eavesdropped on or tracked. As he spoke, a sudden crackling sound erupted from ahead. Li Jiangyi saw only a mass of green mist rapidly advancing toward them. Li Zhengji's face twisted in terror. What is this? Before him stood a local private militia leader from Bago named Lu Bo, surrounded by his men. Lu Bo had been dealing in the opium trade here for over a decade. Though seasoned in combat, even he was bewildered by the green mist. He had never witnessed such a sight. Could it be some kind of monster? This jungle was rife with strange occurrences, this morning a flying beast resembling a pterosaur, and now this. Monster. Some of the guards outside, trembling with fear, cried out and tried to retreat into the stockade. Lu Bo fired a warning shot into the air from above. Fire. Soon a cacophony of gunfire erupted. But the moment the shots rang out, the armed self-defense scanner identified them as a threat, unleashing dozens of laser beams. The guards fell in heaps. Lu Bo ground his teeth at the sight. Without a word he leaped down, incredibly agile, grabbing a vine to slide to the ground. In his life Lu Bo had faced countless dangers, and it was this decisiveness that had always saved him. Though he still didn't know who had come or what weapon they used. But he knew that if he didn't flee now, death was certain. Li Jingji stood stunned, staring at the fallen guards. Lu Bo, what is this? No sooner had he spoken than his bodyguard rushed up from below. Young master, we must leave. Gao Yuan spotted the stockade ahead and immediately deployed an autocatcher. This device could lock onto targets automatically, and all these tools were linked to Gao Yuan's chip, responding directly to brainwaves. The thought of capturing people crossed Gao Yuan's mind. The autocatcher received the signal, locked onto all humans within several kilometers, and began the capture. Half an hour later Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai sat inside the stockade. Outside, the catcher had bound 5 people, 2 from Bago and 3 from Nanyang. All 5 were completely subdued. Each was trapped in an electric net from the catcher, twitching occasionally but certainly in no mortal danger. Gao Yuan sat before them. Do you know me? Li Jingji stared at Gao Yuan, Lu Bo's eyes wide. Good, it seems you both recognize me. So you two are the masterminds.
Then these three can be harmlessly disposed of.
Take care of them. Nodded, walked over, reached into the electric cage, pulled out one man and tossed him aside.
The nearby path clearer activated. A mist of blood drifted past. The once fierce look in Li Zhengji's eyes was now filled with sheer terror.
You. Gao Yuan remained utterly indifferent, as if he had just crushed an ant. These men were desperados whose opium trade had likely ruined countless lives. So Gao Yuan felt no guilt whatsoever.
And these people had dared to move against him. That was a blood feud.
What's the matter? Isn't this place lawless? No objections to fertilizing the trees, right? Fine, let's save each other some time.
Look up at the sky, see that helicopter flying over.
A rescue team should be here soon. Come on, how about a little QA game? I ask, you answer. If you can't answer, that means you're useless, right? Lu Bo immediately caved. President Gao, spare me.
Gao Yuan chuckled, now you know who I am.
No one spoke earlier, right?
Since you spoke first, you're up.
3 questions. Answer them all and you live. Lu Bo nodded frantically.
The more ruthless the outlaw, the more they fear death in their final moments.
Who ordered you to kidnap me?
Lu Bo pointed at Li Zhengji without hesitation, speaking in broken Mandarin. It's him. He's the illegitimate son of the 9-star chairman. His name is Li Zhengji.
Gao Yuan smiled. Good, keep going.
Second question, what was the purpose of the kidnapping? Lu Bo hesitated, then said, I'm not entirely sure either.
I only met Li Zhengji last night.
He came to me, asked for a favor, to wait here, catch you all and then deliver you to Molamine port in southern Bago, where I have a boat to go out to sea. He said if I delivered you, he'd pay me a fortune and my goods could go through 9 stars channels.
Gao Yuan glanced at Li Zhengji
and saw his face had turned deathly pale.
Gao Yuan ignored him and continued questioning Lu Bo. Last one. Answer well and you can leave now. Lu Bo quickly kowtowed. I'll tell everything I know.
What's your mother's surname?
Ha.
Lu Bo was stunned, staring at Gao Yuan, seemingly not understanding the question.
Gao Yuan waited 3 seconds. Lu Bo didn't answer. He sighed. See? I give you a chance and you throw it away. Deal with him. Ha. No, my mother's surname is Mang. Too late.
Only 3 people remained in the electric cage, all with typical Nanyang faces.
Gao Yuan looked at them. Now it's just you 3. Shall we continue?
Li Zhengji suddenly shouted, you're not going to let us go, are you? You guess. Li Zhengji's eyes turned red, bloodshot within minutes.
You're going to kill us all. I won't say a word. Really? You can gamble if you want. I already know what I need.
But if you really don't cooperate, then?
Li Zhengji's body went limp. Ill talk. See?
That's better. You're a devil. Gao Yuan laughed. You, a drug dealer, conspire to kidnap a Xia country citizen, and now you call me a devil?
The logic of you Nanyang conglomerates is impeccable. Alright, let's start the game. First question, was the kidnapping ordered by 9-star or by the beautiful country? Oh, you 3 can answer first. Whoever answers well lives. Now the 3 alive, 2 of them were Li Zhengji's bodyguards. They exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other's intent. Answer first.
Before Li Zhengji could speak, one bodyguard jumped in.
But he spoke in Nanyang language, which annoyed Gao Yuan. Soon only 2 remained in the electric cage. You can answer first, but it's better to speak Han language. If you don't answer, I'll pick someone at random. Whoever answers well lives. And of course it's best not to lie. See this man.
If he decides you're not trustworthy.
Well, Gao Yuan pointed at Li
Zhengji trembled, looking at his bodyguards with pleading eyes.
But they didn't even glance at him.
Instead, one stammered in Han language, our people in Xia country were trying to steal some technology, but last night we got a call from the beautiful country, from the Morgan Consortium, a major shareholder of 9-star. They ordered our sleeper agents in Xia to seize control of you, preferably to get the latest lithography technology from you.
And then. Alright, I get it. Kill me, right? The bodyguard nodded. Gao Yuan noted a name, Morgan.
It seemed he'd found the real culprit.
Good, you get a privilege. You can come out now.
With that, the electricity around the bodyguard vanished.
He hesitated, then scrambled out, finally free from the intermittent shocks. Gao Yuan continued. Now second question.
Who knows the contact number of the 9-star president?
The bodyguard and Li Jingji exchanged glances, both pulling out their phones. My phone is custom-made anti-eavesdropping, anti-tracking. I have the number in my phone. I can dial it right now.
Li Jingji bit his tongue from rushing to speak because the electric shocks made his body twitch involuntarily.
His bodyguard also held up his phone. I can contact him too. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Whoever dials first wins, okay?
After all, Li Jingji was the son of the 9-star chairman, so his bodyguards were personally selected experts in both security and business, essentially professional security managers assisting the son. Thus this bodyguard also had the ability to directly contact the 9-star chairman. Now both were frantically dialing. The bodyguard failed several times due to unstable signals, sweating profusely. Li Jingji kept switching numbers.
Finally a long-lost beep came through.
His face lit up with ecstasy. Connected.
Pick up. Gao Yuan signaled an E to release Li Jingji.
As for the outside bodyguard, seeing his chance slip away, he suddenly lunged at Zhang Baiyi, trying to take him hostage to threaten Gao Yuan. But before he could move, a laser shot from an air's palm.
Gao Yuan watched Li Jingji waiting for the call to connect. After a few rings, someone picked up.
Li Jingji spoke urgently into the phone.
Gao Yuan didn't understand, but Zhang Baiyi did.
Old Gao, the kid's calling his mom, asking if his dad's around.
Hey.
Lucky break, the old man from 9-star is actually there.
Li Jingji sighed in relief, holding the phone respectfully with both hands, offering it to Gao Yuan. And he took it and handed it over. For safety, Gao Yuan didn't touch the phone. Instead, he had an E hold it and set up a voice relay.
Speaking into his own phone, his voice would transmit in real time.
I'm Gao Yuan. Your son is in my hands. Gao Yuan felt a strange familiarity with those words.
On the other end, Li Bingxi was furious. Are you from Xia country?
Release my son immediately or take responsibility for any consequences. Please speak like a human.
If you keep chirping in that bird language, there's no point in continuing this conversation. Li Jingji, sensing the negotiation was about to break down, broke out in a cold sweat. If it failed, he was dead. He shouted several phrases into the phone. Soon a woman's voice came through. President Gao and Zhengji's mother.
Bingxi isn't fluent in Han language, please don't mind. Let's talk now.
Good. In this world nothing can't be discussed.
Right. President Gao is right.
You're not a man short of money. This time Zhengji was wrong. We apologize on his behalf.
Name any compensation you want. Compensation. I want 9-star to go all out to dominate the global mobile phone market.
He'll help 9-star conquer the Xia country market.
How about that?
This. Gao Yuan's words left Li Bingbing and his lover across from him utterly stunned.
What was happening?
The hostage was actually trying to help the kidnapper. Had he lost his mind?
At that moment the woman cautiously asked, then what do you need us to do? Help me set up a sales distribution channel in the United States. I know you can do it. Right.
Of course you can refuse, but then there's Li Jingji.
That was enough said.
Beside him, Li Jingji listened with growing anxiety, knowing that if the terms were settled he might survive.
If they fell through.
He recalled the blood mist hanging in the air.
He shouted Abioji Serengio. The two on the other end of the phone seemed to be deliberating. Gao Yuan wasn't in a rush, signaling an E to drag Li Jingji away.
A few minutes later the woman spoke. CEO Gao, is what you said true?
How can we trust you?
Of course it's true. You can send a representative to the Heyu Technology Industrial Park to sign a resource exchange agreement with us.
How about that? Really, the woman asked.
9-stars was virtually invisible in the Xia Kingdom market, though not entirely withdrawn, it was close to it. Now they had a chance to re-enter the Xia Kingdom market, the world's largest producer and market for smartphones. After losing the Xia Kingdom market, 9-stars mobile business plummeted from the top tier to the third tier. Originally fueled by ambitions to reclaim their peak with Heyu chips, they had no reason to refuse Gao Yuan's promise. As for Gao Yuan's conditions,
they didn't consider them a big deal.
9-stars was a local in the United States helping Heyu Technology build a sales channel. There was nothing.
CEO Gao is Jingji. All right. Don't worry.
We're partners, so Jingji is naturally
like a junior to me. How could I as an uncle harm him? But I hope this is the last time. Thank you for your magnanimity, CEO Gao.
Hanging up, Gao Yuan saw the rescue helicopter drawing closer in the sky.
He looked at Zhang Baiyi. Old Zhang, get ready. Ready for what?
Old Gao, you're not really going to cooperate with 9-stars, are you?
Of course, why not?
After all, our wrist phones are about to launch. Well, hand over all domestic mobile phone business to them, recoup losses for local manufacturers and sell the equipment and channels at a high price.
This. Zhang Baiyi gave a thumbs up. You're insane. Damn, that guy's still here. What if he hears?
Gao Yuan smiled. Do you know how to make sure someone keeps a secret forever? Zhang Baiyi knew well, this line was often spoken by villains in movies and TV shows, usually meaning to kill the protagonist.
But aren't we working with 9 stars?
Li Jingji, who had straightened up upon hearing the deal, now shrank back as Gao Yuan spoke openly before him, crouching on the ground trying to become invisible.
Exactly, I said let Li Jingji live, but
I didn't specify which Li Jingji.
And Ian Air. The 2 security robots sensed Gao Yuan's intent. They began tinkering with each other, quickly transforming their appearances. Infiltration and disguise were within their capabilities.
And he now looked like Li Jingji, standing beside him like a twin, while an Air became his bodyguard.
Gao Yuan waved, go copy the memories. Memory copying was an extension of the brainwave imager.
And he approached Li Jingji, extending several threads from his palm to key points on Li Jingji's head. Then began the reading. The threads emitted a special ray stimulating Li Jingji's brain to operate at high speed. And he read the brainwaves imaging and storing them in his central processor.
The process was swift.
Gao Yuan then took off his protective suit, stowing the equipment in the flying car, leaving only 2 portable single-person flyers.
Zhang Baiyi saw his actions. Old Gao, what are you doing?
No time for questions, just do it.
Oh.
Next, Gao Yuan had an Air drive the flying car back to the future world for storage, given the abundance of black tech inside. Then he and Zhang Baiyi returned to the village, instructing an Air to tie them up. After an Air left and he had finished reading Li Jingji's memories. Li Jingji was now completely vacant, like a vegetable. With the memories extracted, he was useless and was harmlessly disposed of by an E. And he looked up to see the rescue helicopter arriving, its rotor blades stirring winds so strong one could barely stand. So he and an Air strapped on their portable flyers and escaped.
About 10 minutes later, rescue team members stormed into the village, freeing the dispirited Gao Yuan and Zhang Baiyi. Meanwhile, another team spotted Li Jingji and his bodyguard fleeing.
They gave chase, but the single-person flyers of unknown origin were incredibly fast and agile, outpacing the helicopter entirely.
After half an hour they lost them.
Gao Yuan and Zhang Baiyi were taken to Lashio, where they underwent a full medical checkup before meeting the commander of the Xia Kingdom rescue operation.
CEO Gao, Vice President Zhang.
Zhang Jiuqi, captain of the 3rd Special Action Squad of the Fire Rescue General Team.
Glad to see you both safe. Captain Zhang, hello. Can you tell me about the kidnapping?
Some say they saw you jump from the plane, CEO Gao. How were you captured?
Gao Yuan steadied himself as if recalling painful memories.
He took a deep breath. Captain Zhang, it's my fault. I didn't expect these hostile foreign forces to be so brazen as to hijack the plane right in the capital. As you know, my company has some sensitive technologies. At that moment I thought I'd rather die than fall into enemy hands. So I jumped without hesitation.
I thought I was done for. But I didn't expect the enemies were waiting below.
They had portable flyers on their backs. I saw 2 people fly up and seize me midair.
After landing I was brought here. Zhang Jiuqi nodded.
He had seen those portable flyers, they were indeed fast.
Gao Yuan's account seemed logical. CEO Gao, after your capture, did anyone speak to you?
What was the purpose of the kidnapping? Who orchestrated this?
Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment.
2 people came here, one appeared to be from Pegu, the other from the Southern Dynasty. However, I do not know their identities. They demanded that I hand over the lithography technology.
And then?
Lithography technology is an exceedingly complex system.
Naturally, I could not carry the complete technical documentation with me.
Moreover, these technologies are the fruit of the research team's labor. I could not possibly surrender them. Later I heard a crackling sound outside. It seemed to be the noise of a shredder.
And they left. After that you rescued me. Zhang Jiuqi frowned.
Upon their arrival they had discovered a wide passage where trees, birds and beasts alike had been pulverized as if by some massive machinery. Yet no such equipment was found at the scene.
And it was clearly not the work of Gao Yuan or Zhang Baiyi.
This was deeply perplexing.
Perhaps only by apprehending the 2 who escaped with single-person flying devices could the mystery be unraveled. President Gao, Vice President Zhang, please rest.
We have already arranged a flight back home tomorrow morning.
I will personally escort you both.
Then we trouble Captain Zhang.
Zhang Jiuqi departed.
Zhang Baiyi cast a glance at Gao Yuan. Words were unnecessary. Zhang Baiyi had witnessed the myriad of extraordinary black technologies in Gao Yuan's possession.
These things defied explanation, and such an outcome was for the best. Moreover, the two now knew their enemies were Nine Star and Morgan.
All that remained was to exact revenge. These matters could never be spoken of, and even if they were, it would be futile. After all, they were not domestic enterprises. As long as the United States remained strong, Nine Star and Morgan would be safe. At most, the nation would sever business ties with them. And Zhang Bai believed that when Gao Yuan struck, they would suffer far worse. Now Gao Yuan had already dug a pit for Nine Star, waiting for them to fall in. Afterward, no one disturbed Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai again. They did not seek trouble either, lying peacefully in the hospital until the next morning when they boarded a plane to return home. Upon returning to Linzhou, Gao Yuan entered the science park and felt his entire body relax. Within the science park, the outer perimeter was staffed by villagers while the interior was operated by robots, highly reliable. At this moment, Su Lin led a group of staff members to welcome Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai. Upon meeting President Gao, Vice President Zhang, welcome home. Yes, we are home. Gao Yuan asked, how has the science park been lately? President Gao, all is well. Chip production capacity has increased by another 120. Together with Huawei and Lungsan, we now hold 65 of the chip market share. That is good. But we must continue to expand our share. Which enterprises are still not using our chips? Su Lin produced a table. President Gao, our current clients are primarily high-end smartphones, computers, and luxury automobiles. Mainstream phones, computers, and mid-range smart cars have chosen Huawei and Lungsan chips. The enterprises not using our chips are traditional foreign smart devices, as well as some low-end smartphones and automobiles. They have low performance requirements and use conventional 22nm process chips. Although our chips are reasonably priced, they are still 50 more expensive than 22nm chips. Gao Yuan frowned. Which manufacturers produce these 22nm chips? The vast majority come from Qualcomm, the remainder from MediaTek, and a very small portion from Nextchip International. Gao Yuan pondered for a moment. Later, help me contact Chen Zhouge from Nextchip International. Gao Yuan aimed to monopolize the global chip market. He lacked the patience to handle everything himself. He would focus on the high-end and mid-range segments, leaving the mid-low-end to Huawei. However, a significant gap remained in the low-end market. Therefore, Gao Yuan planned to enhance Nextchip International's manufacturing capabilities and performance. If the price could be lower than the international market while offering superior performance, even a fool would know the choice. Since Nextchip International already held a portion of the market, it was possible to seize all those shares. Gao Yuan needed to rally enough allies to confront the capital of this world. Furthermore, once they monopolized 90% of the international market, they would have the power to set prices and a voice in the industry. At that point, the United States would not dare to arbitrarily impose blockades or sanctions. Moreover, during this period, the United States itself was in turmoil. Although Jack's video had been deleted, it had planted a seed in the hearts of the American people. The approval rating of the U.S. president had been steadily declining, yet he still had a core group of loyal supporters. These supporters began to stir, demanding that the vice president provide an explanation. However, the vice president was solely focused on assuming the presidency. Coupled with the former Eastern king's incitement after stepping down, the United States was now in utter chaos. In stark contrast to the political turmoil, the U.S. stock market continued to hit new highs. Yet within this relentless bull market, one sector stood out as an anomaly. That sector was the semiconductor chip industry, which was experiencing a broad and severe downturn. Compounding the situation, major players announced short selling, causing the stocks of these companies to plummet dramatically. Qualcomm and MediaTek were scrambling to save themselves, not only developing newer chips but also slashing prices drastically. Yet even this was insufficient to compete with the incredibly low costs of Blackfish Technology. At this moment, Chen Zhouge arrived at the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park. It was his first visit, and gazing upon the magnificent park, he sighed. Was this built by construction bugs? Hard to imagine. Your President Gao is truly remarkable. Su Lin walked beside Chen Zhouge. Indeed, our President Gao is a legend. However, President Chen, you were a pioneer who single-handedly carried the banner of lithography. What use is that now? Blackfish Technology's chips are used worldwide. Chen Zhouge recalled his first meeting with Gao Yuan, thinking him insincere and boastful. He never imagined that Gao Yuan would manufacture chips on the spot, and now in such a short time the global chip landscape had been transformed. Though he did not know the purpose of Gao Yuan's invitation, he suspected it was related to chips. Soon he met Gao Yuan in the reception room. Gao Yuan stood up and extended his hand. President Chen, we meet again. Yes. Last time I witnessed your astonishing debut, and it filled me with countless emotions. Haha, please have a seat. Brew some tea.
Gao Yuan currently had no personal secretary. His secretaries were the Qiushui triplets, while Dan Dan and Mei Mei worked with Zhang Bai. Gao Yuan did not stand on ceremony.
President Chen, I invited you here because I have a proposal to invite you to join the China Chip Alliance.
Chen Zhouge had never heard of this name. Does such an alliance exist? What does it do?
It did not exist before, but it does now.
It will include Blackfish Technology, Huawei Lunsen, and your next chip international.
As you know, Blackfish Technology and Huawei are currently conquering the international chip market, but we have discovered a missing piece of the puzzle.
As a veteran in the chip industry, Chen Zhouge was naturally well-versed in international markets. At Gao Yuan's mention, he understood immediately the low-end market. Exactly.
Many smart devices have low performance requirements. A flicker of excitement stirred in Chen Zhouge's heart. What does President Gao intend to do?
Monopolize over 90% of the international market share. That way we will have a voice.
Chips are the heart of smart devices. If we join forces to control them, we will have the confidence to say no to any enterprise or country in the world.
What do you think? Chen Zhouge was moved by Gao Yuan's words. Are you willing to help me, Gao?
Chen Zhouge knew he couldn't do it alone, perhaps in 10 years, but not now.
Gao Yuan extended a hand. I'll give it my all. Let's work together. All right, let's work together.
President Chen, we need to sign an agreement to stand united on chip policies, price hikes, cuts and market control. Your Xiaoxin International, Xiaowei Longxin, and our Heiyu Tech must align our stance in the chip market or end the cooperation at any time.
Of course. Chen Zhouge said solemnly. Good.
I'll provide you with more efficient lithography machines and send experts to design new chips. We must control at least 90% of the global chip market in the shortest.
Thank you, President Gao. Afterwards, Gao Yuan called Zhou Lei. Xiaowei was already aligned with Heiyu Tech.
With Xiaoxin International joining, the three companies, each with distinct roles, covered the high, mid and low-end markets. They signed an agreement at the Heiyu Tech Industrial Park and established the Xia Kingdom Chip Alliance. The Xia Kingdom Chip Alliance headquarters was set in Xinjiang, with each company dispatching personnel to form the Alliance Committee. The charter stipulated that the alliance aimed to enhance the cohesion of Xia Kingdom's chip industry, boost its semiconductor sector's voice, unify the chip market and promote harmonious rapid development. After its formation, the alliance was submitted to relevant departments for review. Approval was only a matter of time, as Xiaowei, Heiyu Tech and Xiaoxin International were all renowned companies in the Xia Kingdom. However, when news of the alliance's establishment spread, it stirred some discussion online. The strongest reaction came from neighboring Yuan, which had been struggling surviving on low-end chips. Even the few high-end chips, due to price cuts, yielded no profit and sometimes even losses. Even so, they kept losing market share. Hearing that Xiaoxin International had colluded with Heiyu Tech, they panicked. This was a death sentence. Yuan appealed to the International Trade Organization, accusing the Xia Kingdom Chip Alliance of attempting market monopoly through dumping. But the complaint vanished without a trace. Gao Yuan merely sneered at Yuan's reaction. I've set all this up to drive you bankrupt. Let's see how long you can hold on. With the chip market settled, Gao Yuan had Su Lin contact Zhouxing to cooperate through official channels. Zhouxing, though guilty, couldn't resist the temptation and immediately promised to send executives to Musa for negotiations. Gao Yuan then stepped through the time portal. After the hijacking incident, he felt the need for a security team. He'd be doing more in the future, and Li Jingji was the first to move against him, but certainly not the last. As Gao Yuan arrived at the 2024 club, Zhouxing's Li Bingxi was on the phone with Morgan's leader, Little Morgan. The Morgan family was a prominent consortium in the beautiful country Wall Street financial titans, holding shares in several global semiconductor manufacturers. Gao Yuan's sudden rise had sent their stock values plummeting. And killing Gao Yuan wasn't just his idea, other consortiums agreed. Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai were ticking time bombs. If they admitted the news of the former leader's death was fabricated and released the engineering files of the fake video, it would become the biggest scandal in beautiful country's history. The consortiums and executives involved would be branded traitors. But if Gao Yuan died, dead men tell no tales. Suppressing the rumormongers' accounts would let the matter fade with time. Little Morgan couldn't believe that Li Jingji of Zhouxing had botched such a simple task. Li Bingxi no longer wanted to move against Gao Yuan. He tried to persuade Little Morgan. Morgan, Gao Yuan is a businessman. If we bring him to our side, it's foolproof, plus winning him over benefits us. He has superior chip design and manufacturing tech and better resources in the Xia Kingdom. He can help us reopen the Xia Kingdom market. Little Morgan wanted to curse. I get it, but can Gao Yuan be trusted? Unless he lets us take a stake in Heiyu Tech, that's the only way to earn trust. Do you understand? Li Bingxi continued, I understand, but things can't happen overnight.
First cooperate. Then swap shares, or isn't the beautiful country best at creating financial crises? To reap they must first go public on Nasdaq. Xiaowei is a case in point. Without an IPO we can't touch them. Li Bingxi frowned. That's a problem, but not a big one. I can hint that Gao Yuan has his eyes on the beautiful country market. That's an opportunity. On your turf I'm sure you can find a way to infiltrate. Right. Fine, we can try. But if Gao Yuan can't be one of us, he'll have to be a dead man. Of course. At that moment Gao Yuan was in his office at the 2024 club with Wang Yifei Bingbing reporting on the club's recent operations. Just then Lin Nanwo poked her head in. Sir, are you busy? What is it? Speak up. Lin Nanwo glanced at Wang Yifei Bingbing, hesitated and shook her head. Never mind, I'll come back later. Gao Yuan waved her off. Lin Nanwo ran out. Wang Yifei Bingbing continued, boss, we've added one more diamond member, 12 gold members, 201 silver members and 853 bronze members. According to my calculations, bronze members lack access to higher floors. As membership grows, some areas are overcrowded, hurting the experience. How do you plan to solve it? We can set a capacity limit in the control system. For the best experience each person needs at least 20 square meters, so no more than 150 people per floor. We can program the access system with a cap. Once full it won't open until someone leaves. Good idea. Also add a reservation feature for bronze members. They must book 24 hours in advance to check availability. Daily bronze member visits shouldn't exceed 500. Wang Yifei Bingbing's eyes lit up. If slots are full they can pay to cut in line. Gao Yuan smiled and nodded. Excellent. Not only that, if higher tier areas have vacancies, set 10 slots per premium scene daily. Let bronze members buy a Onedigi premium membership, but only for a single scene. Wang Yifei Bingbing grinned slyly. Exactly. Bronze members will fight for it. In premium scenes they can meet higher tier members, enjoy luxury and network with real big shots. Boss, you're so cunning. I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Wang Yifei Bingbing stuck out her tongue. Boss, you're so wise. Alright, get to it. Also buy me some supplies, security robots, armed self-defense scouts and protective spheres. Wang Yifei Bingbing hesitated. Boss, those items are actually restricted. Restricted? How? Gao Yuan had bought a set from the Eco Patrol just yesterday, but it was left in the jungle. To retrieve it he'd need to return to the Golden Triangle's wilderness. Boss, they really are restricted. Security gear is only available to public servants and officials. The restriction level is low, but I can't buy them. Then post a task. That's much easier. Gao Yuan had two reasons for visiting the future world today: to buy security gear and to start laying out his top-tier plan based on Huang Fushan's records. After all, his identity in this world was awkward. This awkwardness would eventually be exposed. If he didn't plan ahead, being found rootless would leave him no foothold here. He'd have to become a small-time vendor elsewhere. So Gao Yuan had the robot Yu summon Huang Fushan. Before she arrived, Lin Nanwo rushed in. Sir, I've discovered a secret. Lin Nanwo said mysteriously. What secret? Gao Yuan never thought Lin Nanwo could say anything important. In his mind, Lin Nanwo was just a cynical girl before. Since she followed him with the 2024 club at her disposal, she spent all her time there catching rabbits, picking fruit. She was quite content with her life now. Routine matters at the club were handled by robots, while important affairs were managed by his mother Wang Yifei and Bingbing. She only helped her mother when the mood struck. Gao Yuan looked at Lin Nanwo, who wore a mysterious expression. What's wrong? Is it hard to say, or? Lin Nanwo cautiously walked to the door, checked that no one was around. Then she came back, leaned close to Gao Yuan's ear. As she spoke, her warm breath tickled his ear. Gao Yuan leaned back. Just say it, don't get so close. Oh, sir. Are you going to say it or not? If not, then leave. Ill talk, sir. I discovered. Lin Nanwo's voice dropped to a whisper. I discovered that Wang Yifei and Bingbing are acting off. They know Li Qingmei. Gao Yuan was puzzled. Is it so unusual to know Li Qingmei? Don't you know, sir? Li Qingmei. She has a 3-character name. She's from the Li family, the magic capital Li family. Mars is now mostly controlled by the Li family. The mines and bases on Mars are all Li family enterprises. Gao Yuan gestured for Lin Nanwo to continue. He truly didn't know Li Qingmei's background. He had simply thought she was an antique shop owner. And then Lin Nanwo continued. Li Qingmei was originally betrothed to Qin Jun, the son of Qin Gang, but for reasons unknown it fell through. Because of this there was some bad blood between the Qin and Li families. But Dragon Capital is considered the Qin family's sphere of influence. For Li Qingmei to stay here, it's already suspicious running a small antique shop. Wang Yifei and Bing Bing have 5 character names, they shouldn't have any connection with Li Qingmei. Do you think she might be sent by Li Qingmei? Lin Nanhua stopped there, her big eyes fixed on Gao Yuan as if anticipating his praise. Gao Yuan looked at her. How do you know all this? You shouldn't have access to such information. Lin Nanhua paused. Well, my mother was classmates with Li Qingmei. Gao Yuan understood. So that was it. Alright, I see. Good job. Go back for now. I'll bring you a gift next time. Work hard and don't cause trouble. Just then Huang Fushan arrived. Gao Yuan gestured for her to sit. Sir, you wanted to see me. Sister Shan, did you take note of what I mentioned last time? Gao Yuan asked. I've been recording all gold tier and above members lately, when they come, when they leave, who they came with, which floor they visited. I also noted any silver tier members who interacted with gold or diamond members. Also sir, you asked me to keep an eye on the surrounding shops and land, right? These past few days I bought 3 shops all not far from our club. They haven't been connected yet. Would you like to take a look? Gao Yuan nodded. Let's go see them together. Huang Fushan and Gao Yuan walked side by side along the street. Since the distance was short, Gao Yuan declined the flying car. Sometimes only walking reveals the truest scenery. Though Gao Yuan had seen Dragon Capital streets before, there was always something new. He noticed a squad of people wearing what looked like exoskeleton protective suits emerging from a spherical V. Sister Shan. Them. Sir, these are human celestial army troops rotating out just back from Earth orbit. There's a celestial army base nearby. Their suits not only have life support systems but also mobility and offensive capabilities. All to safeguard Earth, Huang Fushan explained in detail. Gao Yuan gave her a meaningful glance and found her looking back at him. In truth, Gao Yuan wasn't unwilling to use search engines, but his identity was sensitive now. The internet world held no secrets. Any search would leave traces and anyone investigating him could access his online data. Though asking Huang Fushan might raise her suspicions, it was still more direct than searching himself. Sister Shan, who are you really? By the way, why does Li Qingmei stay in Dragon Capital? Huang Fushan was momentarily taken aback. Then she quickly regained composure. Sir, you're not from this world, are you? Huang Fushan's words were startling. A cold sweat broke out on Gao Yuan's back. He had always feared being discovered by those big shots, but the danger had been right beside him all along. In these years of entrepreneurship, Gao Yuan might not have learned much else, but he had mastered the basic skill of keeping his emotions hidden, unreadable as still water. Though sweat trickled down his back, his expression remained calm and unruffled. Do you believe in time travel? Huang Fushan shook her head. No, I don't. Science has long proven that time can be accelerated or slowed but cannot be reversed. I don't believe in time travel, but I do believe there are still secrets within the solar system that humanity doesn't understand. Sir, I've heard that before the nuclear war a small group of people escaped Earth in spacecraft. You must be a member of an ancient family returning to Earth, right? Gao Yuan hadn't expected this angle. He didn't know how to respond. So where do you think him from? Underground. Gao Yuan looked surprised. Ahem, didn't they escape Earth? Why would you guess him from underground? Huang Fushan looked up at the sky. Exactly. Let me venture a guess your ancestors escaped Earth in spacecraft, but back then space technology was limited. Humanity had few options, basically just the Moon and Mars. But now, after years of mining and building bases on both, no human ruins have been found. That means your ancestors deemed those planets too harsh for base construction. So they returned to Earth. And then Gao Yuan found it intriguing. Back then nuclear fusion technology was already mature, making underground cities entirely feasible. You chose to build survival bases underground. After all these years, life in the underground bases grew tedious, so you sought to return to the surface. Sir, every time you leave Dragon Capital there's no record of you entering or exiting the city. You must be going into an underground city. There must be a passage nearby, isn't that right? Gao Yuan could say nothing. He could only marvel at Huang Fushan's imagination. Alright, now tell me about yourself. Since you've guessed my secret, why haven't you exposed me? Sir, why would you think I'd expose you? I'm living well now. And in the future I have a chance to rejoin the elite class. This is a golden opportunity and I'll do everything I can to help you. Huang Fushan said. Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised. Aren't you tempted by the things in the club? Tempted. I can now possess far greater privileges than a diamond member. Why would I be tempted? Betraying you brings me no benefit at all.
If the club falls into someone else's hands I might be kicked out.
Huang Fushan remarked indifferently. Gao Yuan gave a thumbs up insightful.
Sir, you just asked about Li Qingmei, is there something wrong with her?
Gao Yuan did not evade. It's always wise to be cautious.
Li Qingmei has cut ties with the Li family for at least 20 years. Otherwise she would be among the elite. Why would she run a small shop in Longjing? The upper echelons of Longjing are fixed without external force. Li Qingmei stands no chance.
But even if she makes a move it won't harm you.
Gao Yuan nodded. Do you know what she intends?
Huang Fushan's lips curved. What else could it be?
Years ago she and Qin Jun were deeply in love, a perfect match in status. But Qin Jun abandoned her for a political marriage.
Li Qingmei has never gotten over it.
I suspect she wants to use her power to force Qin Jun to divorce and marry her. Women rarely harbor grand ambitions.
Gao Yuan chuckled. Do you know Wang Yifei Bingbing is her person? Huang Fushan paused. Bingbing is Li Qingmei's. Impossible. Then how did they meet? Gao Yuan asked. Oh, is that it?
Bingbing handles the membership business right. Li Qingmei's membership level is too low. She wanted to see Qin Gang,
but had no chance.
She probably hoped to gain high-level access through Bingbing.
Gao Yuan nodded. He did not fully believe it. Whether it was true he would find out by testing Bingbing himself. Afterward the two arrived at the entrance of a shop.
Sir, this shop was once a hotel.
I bought it for 80 million. I haven't changed the layout. If you wish to stay overnight you can come here, it's more comfortable than the office. Gao Yuan walked in.
He had yet to see what a hotel from the future looked like. Upon entering he saw a smart detector at the door similar to those at the entrances of various scenes in the 2024 club. But it had more functions than the detectors in his own club.
Gao Yuan noticed a light screen displaying his information.
Gao Yuan, Longjing resident, ID 2233437867, height, weight, physical condition, suboptimal health. Mild gastric inflammation, chronic rhinitis, 300-degree myopia, mild tenosynovitis in the wrist, kidney inflammation.
Body fat percentage 19, slightly overweight. Recommendations. Gao Yuan was stunned.
Was a hotel check-in device this impressive? It could scan all kinds of bodily conditions.
And even provide various treatment suggestions. Gao Yuan glanced awkwardly at Huang Fushan.
She shook her head. I can't see your information.
It's uploaded directly to the Longjing Population Management Office. Gao Yuan calmed himself.
He thought that if he could bring this device back to the real world and install it in major hospitals it would be far more efficient and accurate than a physician, and it would protect privacy.
But for now Gao Yuan had no plans to take it back.
The lithography machines and wrist devices he had already introduced were enough to offend people. If he brought this back the doctors might want to kill him.
Walking deeper inside, Gao Yuan felt the temperature was incredibly comfortable, making him drowsy.
At that moment 2 smart robots approached. Welcome to the Emperor Hotel.
What room would you like, Mr. Gao?
As they spoke a holographic projection of various room types appeared before him.
Gao Yuan could not only see them but could also step inside and experience them. This one. Gao Yuan was just here to experience it.
After making his choice a descending basket appeared before him. Huang Fushan explained, this basket takes you directly to your room.
Each room can only be accessed via the basket, preventing guests from disturbing others. Gao Yuan nodded.
This was far better than the real world.
He stepped into the basket. Huang Fushan hesitated but Gao Yuan waved her in.
The basket moved with no sensation at all. 3 seconds later it opened and Gao Yuan found himself inside the room. Then the basket disappeared.
Sister Shan, if I want to leave, what do I do?
Just say it directly, sir. Gao Yuan sat on the sofa and casually said, I want to go out. Sure enough, the basket slowly reappeared before him.
Gao Yuan asked, why doesn't this use brainwaves?
Just install a brainwave receiver.
Ahem, while I get it.
Gao Yuan stopped mid-question, realizing he might have been foolish. It was like asking why a hotel in the real world didn't install surveillance, not because the technology was lacking but because it wasn't allowed.
Guests wouldn't want it. A brainwave receiver could potentially steal their privacy. Gao Yuan said directly to the basket, I don't want to go out anymore. The basket vanished again. Gao Yuan looked around the room.
It had full smart home features.
If he was unhappy with the layout he only needed to speak. Bed move under the window. Desk raise by 10 centimeters. Bathroom. I prefer cooler water. Gao Yuan tried everything, feeling very satisfied with life in the future. This hotel is much more comfortable than our club. Huang Fushan smiled. Sir is joking.
Hotels like this are everywhere, but only our club allows hands-on interaction. The club is the truly high and scarce resource. For some reason, ever since entering the hotel, Gao Yuan had been feeling sleepy. Sister Shan, do you feel sleepy? Huangfu Shan shook her head. Sir, feeling sleepy might mean your body is tired. That's perfectly normal. Hotels have this feature upon entry, they scan your body. If the scanner thinks you need rest, it emits a special ray that induces your brain to sleep. You'll feel drowsy. Once your body and mind are fully recovered, the hotel automatically stops emitting the ray. So that was it. Gao Yuan realized he hadn't rested properly since the hijacking. Sleeping here was as good as anywhere. He said to Huangfu Shan, it seems the hotel wants me to stay the night. By the way, I didn't see a bathroom or toilet earlier. Huangfu Shan smiled. Sir, there's no need for a bathroom or toilet. The bed has cleaning functions. You can lie down and try it. Is that so? Gao Yuan could hardly imagine that people in the future had reached such a level, handling bodily functions and bathing in bed. Sir, please rest for now. There are 2 more shops to see. We can continue tomorrow if you wish. Gao Yuan asked what were the other 2 shops originally. One was a restaurant and the other a themed arcade. Gao Yuan lost interest upon hearing about the restaurant, but the arcade piqued his curiosity. What kind of games does the arcade offer? Immersive retro games, essentially holographic 3D scenes where players can experience life in different eras. Like feudal warfare in ancient times, commercial and hot wars in the medieval period, nuclear wars in the modern age. And so on. Gao Yuan understood. It wasn't much different from games in the real world, just more realistic. Alright, I'm done looking. Change the restaurant. Turn it into a reservation office for the club. Very well. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Alright. With that, Huangfu Shan departed. Gao Yuan spoke to the room. I wish to bathe. Instantly dozens of mechanical arms rose around the bed, first removing his attire, then spraying warm vapor for cleansing while massaging him. After a dozen minutes, Gao Yuan felt reborn. Only one word could describe the sensation: bliss. At that moment, Gao Yuan had but one desire: to lounge like a lazy sloth. Unfortunately, the hotel room lacked a brainwave receiver, and the futuristic smart system might not comprehend the term Guyu slouch if spoken aloud. Gao Yuan wondered how to handle basic bodily functions. So he called out, I need to use the restroom. The bed then transformed, lifting his back with armrests rising on both sides and a cleaning basin appearing below. Gao Yuan noticed deodorizing and anti-splash devices around. He mused that people of the future were truly too bored. Yet if this set of smart devices were introduced to the real world, it would surely sell like wildfire. After attending to his needs, Gao Yuan slept soundly. The next morning at 7 he awoke punctually. Opening his eyes, he felt refreshed and well rested. Why would such a hotel be up for sale? Perhaps due to a lack of customers. As Gao Yuan stepped out of the hotel, before he reached the 2024 club, he suddenly spotted Wang Yifei approaching with urgency. Boss. There's trouble. What's wrong? Gao Yuan asked. A major figure has arrived at the club. How major? Gao Yuan inquired. He just went to the 22nd floor and took Qin Gang's favorite orchid. What did Qin Gang say? He was furious but seemed helpless. He just urged us to quickly replace it. Boss, many supplies are running low at the club now. Gao Yuan's face darkened. Qin Gang, a flower enthusiast, would likely crush anyone who dared pluck a flower before him. Yet this newcomer did so without consequence, leaving Qin Gang powerless. This suggested the newcomer's status was at least comparable to Qin Gang's son. Gao Yuan nodded. Is Huangfu Shan here? Have her come see me. Gao Yuan bypassed the club and entered his office in the adjacent warehouse. Soon Huangfu Shan arrived. Gao Yuan asked, who exactly has come? Huangfu Shan's expression turned grave. Boss, the club may not be salvageable. What do you mean? In the top circles there's a group of spoiled scions calling themselves the Three Young Masters, representing 3 families whose industries span the solar system. Together they control half of humanity's assets. And the Qin family. What about the Li family of Mojing? The Qin family rules in Longjing, but on a global scale they're merely second tier and barely hanging on at that, thanks solely to Qin Jun's position. If he retires, they'll drop to 3rd tier. I didn't expect to attract their attention so soon. Huangfu Shan's face showed despair. First tell me about this young master, I'll handle the rest, Gao Yuan reminded. The club was his property, he was the boss. Sir, the Human Federation is driven by 3 pillars: the Human Parliament, the Executive Directorate and the Development Directorate.
The three families are the titans of the development directorate. Their scions, the three young masters, are playboys who indulge in everything.
The one who came this time is Su Dai, who loves animals most. He heard our club had rare creatures, but after arriving,
he was unimpressed. Gao Yuan understood.
Many novels featured such villains, but those typically bullied the innocent. In this world the elite had no interest in vulgar pleasures, so the lower classes never heard of them.
Even the middle class knew of these scions only as legends.
But when the upper echelons encountered them, misfortune struck. They were unruly young and sought thrills.
Yet Gao Yuan had a question. Sister Shan, didn't you say the Human Federation has 3 pillars? Qin Jun is Secretary General of the Parliament, a giant in his own right. How can he not handle a junior from the Development Directorate? Gao Yuan asked. Huangfu Shan sighed.
The master truly knew nothing, confirming he was neither elite nor lower class nor middle class. Sir, the world today is run by a small group of elites who earn the wealth to support the vast majority of the lower class. Whether it's the parliament or the executive directorate, everything requires money, and the executive directorate can't collect taxes from the lower class.
All funding actually comes from the development directorate. Do you understand now? Gao Yuan got it. In this damned world, the development directorate was the playground of the elite.
The parliament made the rules and the executive directorate oversaw enforcement. The real boss was the development directorate, because funding the military or welfare programs required their support, or else nothing happened. In any era, those with resources held power. In name, the future world had 3 pillars, but in reality one of them rode the cart.
Gao Yuan pondered. This didn't bode well.
If this guy set his sights on taking the club, no one would dare speak up for him. But as long as he had desires, it could be managed. A plan began forming in Gao Yuan's mind. He had intended to refine it further before execution, but now he had to act sooner. Sister Shan, please arrange a meeting with Li Qingmei.
Understood.
That was Huangfu Shan's virtue. She never questioned why and was well-versed in both elite and grassroots matters. Of course she had her own agenda, but Gao Yuan wasn't afraid.
One can fear ambition, but not an ambitious person lacking self-awareness.
For now someone as capable and calculating as Huangfu Shan shared the same goal as him. Soon Li Qingmei arrived.
Gao Yuan sat in his office watching her. Boss Li, we meet again. President Gao, an honor to see you.
Li Qingmei appeared somewhat restrained, utterly devoid of the unbridled demeanor she had displayed during their first encounter.
Back then, upon seeing Gao Yuan, her first impulse was to leverage his influence to pressure the Qin family.
In truth, years had passed and the love she once held for Qin Jun had long faded. Now only one obsession lingered in her heart: she must marry Qin Jun, even if only for a single day.
That alone would bring her fulfillment.
But at that time Gao Yuan had not taken the bait. Later, when Li Qingmei investigated him, she was warned and never entertained such thoughts again.
Until Gao Yuan founded 2024, Li Qingmei regarded him with profound reverence.
A man of such immense power was beyond her reach. Now facing him, she felt an overwhelming sense of fear.
Boss Li seems a bit nervous. Do you know who I am?
Li Qingmei hesitated.
I do. Oh. Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tell me then.
President Gao, your surname is Gao and you maintain such a low profile. After much thought, the only family capable of producing someone like you is the lineage of Chief Gao from a century ago.
He laid the foundation for the current human world order. Is that so? Which Chief Gao? Gao Yuan asked with a cryptic smile.
Yet inwardly a surge of excitement coursed through him.
Could it be that his identity was finally taking shape? President Gao, are you testing me?
Though I am merely an antique shop owner, now I do have some understanding of the upper echelons. Chief Gao Qiu, who became the chief executive of the Human Federation Administration in 2920, served for 20 years with rigorous discipline. He enacted a series of decrees that objectively pried open a crack in the wall of class stratification. The middle class has expanded 20-fold compared to a century ago, with some even ascending to the top tier, while the lower class now enjoys a better life than before. These are the political legacies left by Chief Gao. Regrettably, Chief Gao met with an accident, but I heard he had a son, a man of low profile who rarely appears in public, tightly controlling the Human Federation Academy of Sciences to secure more living space for humanity. If I am not mistaken, President Gao, you must be the grandson of Chief Gao Qiu. At this point Gao Yuan's face contorted as if he had swallowed something bitter.
Gao Qiu. A big shot. That name certainly packed a punch.
Yet in Li Qingmei's eyes, Gao Yuan's expression confirmed her speculation.
Gao Yuan remained silent thereafter, neither denying nor confirming. All right, Boss Li, haven't you always wanted to see Qin Gang?
Li Qingmei's face lit up with surprise. Really? Of course.
Gao Yuan contacted Wang Yifei Bingbing via Brainlink to check on Su Dai's whereabouts in the clubhouse.
Learning that he was currently riding horses in the equestrian scene, after all he was under 50, a young man with little interest in flora, while Qin Gang sat alone in the high-rise forest cottage lost in melancholy.
Gao Yuan and Li Qingmei proceeded directly to the 28th floor.
Upon entering the forest cottage they found Qin Gang wearing an expression of profound sorrow. To a man who cherished flowers as his life, plucking them in his presence was akin to killing him once. Perhaps Qin Gang's emotions were still steeped in grief. After all, even in the real world rare orchids were precious treasures, let alone in the future world. In the future world even pothos was treasured, making orchids the crown jewels. Old Master Qin regarded the clubhouse as his home and the plants as his kin. Now that Su Dai had arrived and ravaged his loved ones, Qin Gang likely harbored a murderous intent toward him.
At that moment Gao Yuan and Li Qingmei approached Qin Gang. Hearing footsteps he looked up, glanced at them, then lowered his head again only to lift it 10 seconds later. Li Qingmei. What brings you here? Uncle Qin, we meet again. Indeed.
Qin Gang naturally recognized the woman who nearly became his daughter-in-law. But since it didn't work out they had never met again. Though years had passed, Li Qingmei had changed little. He recognized her at a glance.
And who is he? Qin Gang asked, pointing at Gao Yuan.
Li Qingmei hesitated, glanced at Gao Yuan, and seeing no intention from him to answer she said, he is the owner of this clubhouse. And the grandson of Chief Gao.
Qin Gang was taken aback. Chief Gao? Which one?
In the past century the only one referred to as Chief Gao is Gao Qiu.
Could it be?
Qin Gang stared at Gao Yuan, the resemblance growing clearer.
No wonder you have such audacity. I've always wondered who had the power to create a clubhouse like this.
The grandson of Chief Gao, that explains it.
Chief Gao was my idol.
And Dean Gao, your father, I met him 30 years ago. He was a man of great poise and grace. You truly embody the virtues of your father and grandfather.
Qin Gang never doubted Gao Yuan's identity.
If Gao Yuan had claimed it himself, even with the clubhouse, Qin Gang might have been skeptical.
But coming from Li Qingmei it carried far more credibility.
After all, she was from the Li family of Mo capital, a name that held weight among the elite.
Gao Yuan extended his hand. Master Qin, with so many affairs I've been remiss in visiting you. Please forgive me.
Haha, I wondered why this clubhouse invited me first, now I know it's you. The Gao family has a worthy successor. I always found it odd that the owner had a four-character name.
Gao Yuan, that must be your alias, right? Gao Yuan smiled. Master Qin, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Gao Yuan. Excellent, excellent. Splendid. Gao Yuan's public appearance had achieved its first goal. Qin Gang was thoroughly convinced of his identity. Now he could use Qin Gang to meet Su Dai.
And then leverage Su Dai to secure an official status.
With that status he would find the true Gao family, collaborate with them and complete his ultimate transformation.
From then on he would be a true elite of this world, unbound by any constraints, a tremendous boon to his ability to command both wind and rain in the real world. Once he had the full backing of the future world,
Gao Yuan could act with unrestrained freedom in reality.
Master Qin, I heard that little demon Su Dai of the Su family has arrived. At the mention of Su Dai, Qin Gang gnashed his teeth. How did that beast find this place? He always operates in Zhong capital. What madness drove him to Long capital? In the future world humanity primarily gathered in 8 major capitals: Long capital, Mo capital, Shan capital, Zhong capital, Shin capital, Yu capital, Lin capital and Gao capital. These 8 capitals housed 75 of the population, with another 5 active on Mars, the asteroid belt and the Moon.
The remaining 20 were distributed across 108 human settlements. Gao Yuan knew well that Qin Gang now loathed Su Dai, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen this moment.
If he waited a couple of days for Qin Gang's anger to cool, things would become more difficult.
Master Qin, to be honest, I also dislike Su Dai, but I've never had dealings with him. Since he's here now, it would be impolite for me as the host not to show my face. Could you perhaps introduce us? Are you going to confront that beast? Qin Gang asked with surprise. Of course. When a friend arrives from afar, it's not good to stay away.
Besides, I need to teach him the rules of this club,
Gao Yuan said.
Qin Gang appreciated his composed demeanor.
All right, let's go.
Otherwise hell have wrecked the place beyond recognition.
The 3 arrived at the 17th floor, the equestrian zone.
Here riding was meant for leisure, given the limited space where one couldn't truly gallop.
As Gao Yuan entered, he saw a young man on horseback shouting, "Ho! Giddy up!" The turf beneath was torn up by hooves scattering in all directions. Is this Su Dai? 50 years old? Gao Yuan asked. Yes, young people just love to mess around, Qin Gang replied. Gao Yuan found it curious. In the real world, a 50-year-old was solidly middle-aged, sipping iced beer with goji berries and ordering lamb skewers on the street. Here 50 looked no different from 20. Su Dai was getting bored playing alone. Spotting newcomers, he charged straight at Gao Yuan and his companions on horseback. Gao Yuan remained unfazed, knowing that no matter how reckless Su Dai was, he wouldn't dare to seriously injure Qin Gang. With Qin Gang backing him, Su Dai was just seeking amusement. If you didn't play along or panic, he'd lose interest. Sure enough, right in front of Gao Yuan, Su Dai yanked the reins, the horse rearing up and stopping before them. "Old Qin, why are you back? Found another rare orchid." Su Dai dismounted and teased Qin Gang. Qin Gang turned away with a dark expression. Gao Yuan looked at Su Dai with interest. "Su Dai. That's me. You must be the owner of this club. Your club is interesting, but it lacks excitement. I've seen a few scenes, they're all slow-paced, lifeless. If it were mine, I'd add medieval motorcycles, no protective gear needed for racing with multi-level tracks." Gao Yuan smiled without a word. Then Qin Gang spoke. "Still causing trouble. Gao Yuan is the owner, it's his decision how the club is run." "Gao Yuan. You're Gao Yuan. Who do you think you are? If I want to make changes, can you stop me?" Su Dai looked at Gao Yuan with disdain. Qin Gang retorted indignantly, "Who is Gao Yuan? He's the grandson of High Commissioner Gao Qiu. Has your Su family not had enough of being taught a lesson by him?" "Gao Qiu." Su Dai's expression shifted slightly. Spoiled scions were just playful, not foolish, they only bullied those they could. Gao Qiu was the first chief executive to take action against the three giants of the Development Bureau. Back then the world's class structure was completely rigid with no room for upward mobility. Gao Qiu broke open a crack, giving the middle class hope and leaving a bottom line for the Administration Bureau. Whereas its taxes once relied 100 on the top families, now 20 came from the middle class. This gave the Administration Bureau some leverage against the Development Bureau. Gao Qiu had made an example of the Su family back then, earning him immense prestige among the middle class. Hearing the name Gao Qiu, Su Dai was stirred. That name meant disgrace to his family, yet the Su family elders also held Gao Qiu in deep admiration. His boldness, visionary governance, execution, and fearless decisiveness were legendary. No subsequent chief executive had matched his courage. Grandson of the Gao family. So even the Gao family has an idle descendant. Coming from Qin Gang, Su Dai had no doubt about Gao Yuan's identity. In that instant he had originally planned to seize the club outright, given its many top-tier scarce resources that were hard even for him to obtain. But now he knew he couldn't force the issue lest it provoke a backlash from the entire Administration Bureau. Gao Qiu was the spiritual icon of the Administration Bureau for the past century. Gao Yuan extended his hand. "You think it's not exciting enough? How about we play a game? Give me a week and I'll set up a thrilling scene for you. Let's make it bigger. You set up a scene and I'll try to conquer it. If I succeed, the club is mine. If I fail, I'll do you one favor." Gao Yuan squinted. "No need, because you won't make it. And what could you possibly accomplish with your abilities? I don't need anything, just playing with you." Su Dai's eyes nearly popped out. "What did you say?" "I can't do it. Let me tell you, even if you wanted to blow up Mars, I could manage it. Bragging is easy. Do you know how big Mars is? How many nukes would it take to blow it up? How deep would you need to drill? How would you install and detonate them? And would destroying Mars cause a chain reaction affecting Earth?" Su Dai was dumbfounded. "I was just bragging and you're going into all this. Fine, I can't blow up Mars. But anything on Earth I can definitely do." "Really? Could I become the director of the Development Bureau?" Su Dai's face darkened. That he truly couldn't manage well. Su Dai's momentum had been suppressed by Gao Yuan, making him uncomfortable. "Forget all that. Let's just say I want be director. You can't even get me the position of head of the archives department at the Development Bureau, can you?" Gao Yuan asked with interest. Su Dai was in a tough spot. Having been slapped down twice, if he said no again it would be inexcusable. Word would spread and the label "can't do it" would stick to him. After all, he was known as one of the three young masters head loose face. Besides, the archives department was a sinecure. With some connections and behind-the-scenes maneuvering, as long as he was willing to swallow his pride, he could pull it off. "Nonsense, I wouldn't even deign to look at such a minor post. If I fail to conquer your scene, I'll get it done for you." "Alright, leave now. I'll give you a diamond membership card. In a week after I've set things up, come and challenge it." Su Dai considered himself well-traveled and knowledgeable. What hadn't he seen? He took a few steps, then turned back. "Gao Yuan, you know the rules, right? No mutant creatures, no genetically cloned ones, only natural animals. And he'll only wear traditional ancient protective gear, no suits. Gao Yuan waved his hand. Of course. He watched Su Dai leave his mind, already conjuring an image: Su Dai clad in protective gear, shivering in a wildlife park, surrounded by prowling tigers, restless black bears, and coiled pythons ready to strike. Su Dai was temporarily dealt with. Gao Yuan left the club and asked Wang Yifei Bingbing to deliver his purchases to the club's warehouse. Then he had the robots transport the items to his secret warehouse in the Heyu Technology Park in the real world. Gao Yuan then crossed through the spacetime portal back to the real world. This batch of security supplies was acquired by posting tasks at the club. Such simple tasks not only earned points but also money, so many bronze members were eager to take them. As for who got the tasks, that was Wang Yifei Bingbing's choice, which was why Li Qingmei had been trying to get close to her. Qin Magutan also wanted to take them, but he wasn't familiar with Wang Yifei Bingbing. He wanted to get closer but feared misunderstanding, and he wanted to contact Gao Yuan but didn't dare. After all, in Qin Magutan's mind, Gao Yuan had always been at the top level. Having cooperated with him once was already his good fortune, and now his status had greatly improved thanks to the cigarette business. He had become a notable figure in Longjing. The security supplies Li Qingmei procured for Gao Yuan were of a much higher grade than those he had bought before, designed for officials. Gao Yuan first went to the warehouse and activated the security robots. There were 10 in total, with 2 assigned for close personal protection. These new robots were highly versatile, not just simple disguises. While the earlier armor could only mimic Li Jingji, the new models could transform into anyone, change gender and body shape, or even become a pet dog. Their defensive capabilities included laser guns and a protective shield, a high-energy magnetic field that could block laser beams and cannon fire within 100 meters, while also possessing formidable offensive power. Gao Yuan selected 2, naming them in San and in C, to accompany him. The remaining 8 were hidden in the corners of the tech park. When he went out, these 8 would follow him discreetly, always lurking nearby. They might appear as passers-by or stray dogs, but would reveal themselves when he was in danger. Besides the security robots, Gao Yuan also equipped himself with a protective sphere. When not dapple. He also had an armed self-defense reconnaissance device set to stealth mode and linked to his brainwaves that followed him at all times. It could share intelligence with the security robots when it detected danger. After setting all this up, Gao Yuan felt his security was even stronger than that of the leader of the United States, and he finally relaxed. He never wanted a repeat of the hijacking incident. Having finished these arrangements, Gao Yuan went to his office, where Ruru entered. "Boss, Vice President Zhang is looking for you." "Where is he?" "In the meeting room. The representatives from 9 stars have arrived." Gao Yuan was taken aback. Their arrival was timely. He had already set the trap, waiting for them to take the bait. Besides, he needed 9 stars' help in dealing with Su Dai in the future world. There had always been a rumor online that 9 stars was a country disguised as a corporation. Its business scope was vast, and nearly half of the Southern Dynasty's population depended on it for their livelihood. Over 70 of people had ties to 9 stars. Gao Yuan had been wondering where to procure some fierce beasts, even considering buying from Middle Eastern tycoons, but now 9 stars had come to him. Since he was offering them such a huge business deal, asking for a zoo in return wasn't too much, was it? Gao Yuan didn't rush to the meeting room. Instead, he contacted an E and an heir who had already arrived at the 9 stars headquarters in the Southern Dynasty. Gao Yuan's mission for an E and an heir was to steal 9 stars' top-secret documents and core technologies. Although he had no use for these technologies himself, he could sell them to other companies. Sakura Country Enterprises might be very interested. An E and an heir were robots with countless ways to extract 9 stars' data without alerting their security systems. Even if someone noticed something unusual, they would never suspect Li Jingji. An E disguised as Li Jingji could not only placate Li Bingxi at 9 stars but might also prove crucial in a critical moment. Gao Yuan listened to an E's report. An E transmitted all of Li Bingxi's schedules and speeches, even his conversations with Little Morgan. After reading them, Gao Yuan sneered. "Morgan family. You're next." Gao Yuan left his office and headed to the meeting room. The representative from 9 stars was Group Vice President Li Taishi, reportedly a cousin of Chairman Li Bingxi. His presence demonstrated 9 stars' sincere intentions. Li Taishi was somewhat displeased, feeling slighted because he was received by Zhang Baiyi, whom he deemed unworthy of his status. So he was being perfunctory. When Gao Yuan entered the meeting room, he immediately locked eyes with Li Taishi. "President Li, my apologies. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I was in Xinjiang when I heard you were coming and I rushed back, but I still couldn't beat you here." Gao Yuan warmly shook Li Taixi's hand, his eyes full of sincerity. "Vice President Zhang, why didn't you give President Li a small gift? Bring out our latest product, the thermostatic suit. 9 stars is an important future partner of ours, and we must be sincere, understand?" Zhang Baiyi looked constipated. "Sincere? Did Gao Yuan even know the meaning of the word? Ever since their shared ordeal in the Golden Triangle jungle, Zheng Bai had decided never to be Gao Yuan's enemy again.
This guy had an endless supply of black tech and loved playing dirty.
It was infuriating.
If Li Taishi had asked for the thermostatic suit, Zheng Bai would have worried about leaking secrets, but since Gao Yuan offered it, he had no concerns.
Because anything Gao Yuan willingly gave, even if the other party spent 20 years studying it, they wouldn't figure it out.
Zheng Bai had once suggested Gao Yuan patent the technology, but Gao Yuan had taught him a lesson. Patents only protect the interests of the established powers. The profits made by ordinary people are just trivial matters, a gesture to encourage others. If you truly believe a patent can protect your technology, you've already lost. For groundbreaking technology like this, once you file a patent, various institutions and individuals will quickly develop something different but with similar effects.
Gao Yuan was confident that even if he left these things on the market for others to study, they wouldn't understand them.
If you're one step ahead of others, once you release it, they will follow.
Filing a patent might at least earn you some money.
But if you're 20 steps ahead and they can't even comprehend what they're seeing, how can they follow?
Filing a patent would only show them the way.
Even if everyone played by the rules, earning patent fees is nothing compared to the profits of a monopoly.
Zheng Bai instructed Dandan to fetch a thermostatic garment.
President Li, this is our most advanced product. It embodies all the cutting-edge technology of Blackfish tech. We present it to you now as a symbol of friendship between 9 stars and Blackfish.
Li Taishi narrowed his eyes, nodding with evident satisfaction. President Gao, Vice President Zhang is too kind.
I've long heard of the thermostatic garment. Blackfish tech truly lives up to its reputation.
Li Taishi spoke fluent Mandarin far better than his nephew Li Jingji.
President Li, this collaboration marks a qualitative leap for both 9 stars and Blackfish tech. Since you've come in person and I've seen 9 stars' sincerity, allow me to quote an old saying from one of Xia's ethnic groups: for friends we have fine wine, for enemies we have curved blades. 9 stars is a friend of Blackfish.
I, Gao Yuan, never betray my friends.
To say nothing else, will help 9 stars break into the Xia market and assist you in acquiring Xia's mobile phone OEMs and the entire upstream-downstream supply chain.
Defeating Xiaowei phones, Dami phones, Popo and Vivi, henceforth 9 stars smartphones will reign as the world's mobile king. The benefits of monopolizing the mobile market are immense. First, embedded software, and then leverage in negotiations with system vendors and app developers.
Well, provide 9 stars with the best chips. And 9 stars will produce the finest phones. A torrent of words set Li Taixi's heart ablaze. Can Blackfish tech truly achieve this?
Aren't you partners with Xiaowei? Gao Yuan laughed heartily. Correct, we only collaborate on chips.
In the mobile phone sector, 9 stars is our partner.
Rest assured, Blackfish tech has the capability.
If you're uncertain, just watch the results. I can persuade Xiaowei and Dami to sell their resources to you as a package.
Li Taishi felt a pang of disbelief.
Yet Gao Yuan spoke with such audacity. If he failed to deliver later, 9 stars would hold no obligation to honor its word. But if he truly succeeded, helping Blackfish open the beautiful country's market would be trivial. A mere thermostatic garment. At that moment, Zhang Bai struggled to suppress a grin beside them. Damn, Gao Yuan was ruthless, clearly planning to launch the wrist device early. He'd make Xiaowei and Dami sell their mobile resources to 9 stars only for those very assets to become obsolete overnight.
For manufacturers like Xiaowei, Dami and Vivi, Gao Yuan could further curry favor.
Over time, these companies would inevitably become vassals of Blackfish tech. Poor 9 stars, no, despicable 9 stars, was about to bleed profusely.
The wrist device was the smartphone's nemesis.
Once it launched, what would it matter even if 9 stars monopolized the global smartphone industry?
Monopolizing an obsolete market, what a tragic thought. President Gao, you're truly formidable.
9 stars also regards Blackfish tech as a friend. The incident with Jingji a few days ago was all a misunderstanding. He's just playful.
That child has been confined to headquarters for study and never leaves the president's side. This time the president also asked me to bring a gift for you as an apology. Gao Yuan looked surprised. Oh. The president still remembers me.
Of course. The president specifically instructed me to apologize to you on behalf of Jingji. As he spoke, Li Taishi signaled his secretary to retrieve a document bag. And handed it to Gao Yuan.
What's this?
It's a villa in Mizhou, beautiful country, worth 10 million beautiful bucks, a gift for you.
Gao Yuan cursed inwardly. Damn it. Only a fool would accept this. If he set foot in the beautiful country, he might never return.
Yet considering his security measures, he thought it might not be the case. Perhaps the beautiful country would be the one to suffer.
At worst, he could transform into a divine eagle or pterosaur and fly back.
In the past, he'd worried about being shot while shapeshifting, but now he had security robots that could also transform, along with armed reconnaissance drones to protect him. As long as the beautiful country didn't use nuclear weapons, there was no reason he'd fall there. Though Gao Yuan dismissed the thought inwardly, his face remained a mask of gratitude.
I'm deeply grateful, President Li. I've long wanted to buy a house in the beautiful country.
By the way, has the deed been transferred?
Gao Yuan inquired. Ah. Not yet. But we'll handle this trifle for you, President Gao. Let's discuss the collaboration details. Excellent, excellent. They talked until evening. Gao Yuan hosted a banquet at the tech park.
After the meal, he had the robot Ruru escort Li Taishi on a tour of the Blackfish Tech Industrial Park.
The next day, Li Taishi departed.
Subsequently, 9star's official website published a news release. Yesterday, 9stars Group's vice president met with Blackfish Tech founder Gao Yuan, reaching a series of agreements. 9stars and Blackfish Group will advance hand-in-hand, exchanging advantageous resources, creating new opportunities for 9stars development. Gao Yuan also posted a message on Blackfish Tech's official microblog. Blackfish Tech has now entered into a cooperation agreement with 9stars Group. This news turned heads in both the Xia market and the Southern Dynasty market. In recent years, 9stars had become virtually defunct in the Xia market. After losing the Xia market years ago, Xia's mobile phone manufacturers experienced rapid growth, and Xia had become the world's largest mobile phone manufacturing base.
This collaboration sent netizens into a frenzy.
Blackfish and 9stars cooperating. Is 9stars planning to reclaim the Xia market? Damn that bastard Gao Yuan, barely any capital and already licking Southern Dynasty ass.
Damn it.
I was looking forward to the thermostatic garment, but Gao Yuan teams up with 9stars.
Good news. 9stars is a globally renowned enterprise with a wide business scope. Though Blackfish Tech's technology is unmatched, it's still newly established and lacks operational experience.
Is Blackfish Tech about to rise?
What the hell? Gao Yuan, I just supported your movie. You were so formidable in it, swindling people so smoothly.
Now you're joining hands with Southern Dynasty for profit.
Not to mention, if 9stars returns to Xia, Dami and Xiaowei will be on edge. Gao Yuan never bothered to read the netizens' comments.
Even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had invited Zhou Lei of Xiaowei, Lei Jianjun of Dami, Chen Yong of Vivi, Duan Bing of Popo, and Xin Bing of Xiaxing to the Blackfish Tech Industrial Park. Though Zhou Lei and Lei Jianjun were puzzled by Gao Yuan's collaboration with 9stars, they knew the smartphone's lifespan was short.
Even if 9stars entered the market, so what?
They were already handling mobile-related business, clearing inventory and closing retail stores. But Chen Yong, Duan Bing and Xin Bing had no idea what was happening.
Gao Yuan sat before them, now suddenly emerging as the leader of Xia's internet tech industry. Everyone! Give up the mobile phone business. I found 2 buyers for your industries.
As Gao Yuan spoke,
Chen Yong frowned. President Gao, what do you mean by that? Are you forcing a sale? Blackfish Tech may be powerful, but that doesn't give you the right to strong-arm us. Before Gao Yuan could respond,
Zhou Lei spoke first. President Chen, President Gao has your best interests at heart.
He's being benevolent.
It seems President Gao is planning an early launch of the wrist device, isn't he?
Gao Yuan nodded.
Not just the wrist device, but other products as well. However, they won't be sold in Xia country for now. If you're interested, you can venture into smart home technology. I can assure you that Blackfish Technology will never set foot in this market.
Gao Yuan couldn't possibly monopolize every business.
For instance, although the future world had already perfected smart home technology, he still had no intention of pursuing it. First, there was the issue of profit. Smart homes encompassed a vast array of categories, making development cumbersome and labor-intensive with relatively low returns.
Gao Yuan had 9stars open up the beautiful country market for him, primarily to smooth out the procedures.
Although chips were now being sold worldwide. That was only because he had pulled off a stunt with the brainwave imager, forcing the deputy leader of the beautiful country to reluctantly accept it. If he wanted to introduce new products into the beautiful country, it would undoubtedly trigger backlash. However, with 9stars and the Morgan family backing him, the path would be much smoother. With a path cleared, Gao Yuan planned to turn the beautiful country into a pig farm experimental field, starting with the 3 essentials for pig farming. Of course, there was a strategy for promotion. He would lead with temperature-regulating clothing to give the beautiful country a taste of the benefits. Then gaming helmets would follow, and once ordinary people in the beautiful country chose to lie flat, nutrient paste could be introduced. After all, these people would have minimal material needs, just enough to stay alive. As for the wrist device, it would become a sweeping revolution in the world of smart devices, unstoppable by anyone. Even if some tried to block it, it would only lead to rampant smuggling. Zhou Lei had initially thought it was just the wrist device, but when he heard Gao Yuan mention other products, he was momentarily stunned.
What else? Nothing that affects you, so I won't go into it. Let's focus on smartphones instead. I originally planned to take it slow, giving you time to clear your inventory. But since someone is willing to pay to help you clear it, I won't hold back. The wrist device will be released globally next month. Zhou Lei knew this day would come eventually. It was also a sign that Gao Yuan didn't want to be ruthless.
If it were any other company, they would have started selling by now, especially since Zhou Lei knew that the wrist devices at the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park were already in mass production.
Gao Yuan had not only delayed the release but was also helping them minimize their losses. What a good man. Lei Jianjun sighed with emotion. I never thought the era of smartphones would end so soon.
The other three had no idea what was happening. Xin Bing of Xiaoxing Group looked at Zhou Lei in confusion.
Chairman Zhou, what exactly is this wrist device? Gao Yuan smiled. President Chen, President Duan, President Qin and President Lei, I have a small gift for you. It's going on sale next month anyway. With that, Shui brought over 4 boxes.
Lei Jianjun had only heard about it from Zhou Lei but had never seen the actual product.
He took the box and opened it. Zhou Lei then acted as the narrator. Come on, grip it tightly and let it feel your body heat. Yes, it's activated now.
Open it like this, wear it on your wrist and control it with brainwaves.
The wrist device is equipped with a brainwave receiver and will also sense your pulse to confirm the frequency matches, preventing cross-device interference. Now copy your SIM card like this. The wrist device supports various app formats. Try opening a video. Now try calling someone. Play a game. Listen to music. You can set the display to be visible only to yourself.
Zhou Lei demonstrated with the wrist device on his own wrist, the first one to leave the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park. It was now on Zhou Lei's wrist.
Lei Jianjun was relatively calm, having been mentally prepared.
The other three were utterly stunned.
They couldn't believe it. Was this not a scene from a sci-fi world? How was this even possible?
This device was practically a divine artifact.
Gao Yuan waited for them all to try it out before clearing his throat. Someone wants to buy your phone businesses. Any objections?
The three exchanged glances.
Someone wanted to buy. Who the hell would be that stupid?
Once the wrist device hit the market, smartphones would be worthless.
Zhou Lei chimed in, this is President Gao giving you a chance to start over.
The others had no objections. Indeed, if Gao Yuan did nothing and simply prepared for the wrist device's launch, they would suffer massive losses when it swept the national market. Now, before the launch, he had found a buyer for their businesses.
If you have no objections, let me briefly explain.
You've all seen the news from Blackfish Technology. We've partnered with 9 Stars. 9 Stars wants to reclaim the Xia country market. If they can do so, their phone business could see a 40% increase in sales.
I believe Xia country is a land of propriety.
Since our neighbor wants it, why not give it to them? Of course, these resources should come at a premium, as you all deserve compensation for your hard work.
Don't you agree? Qin Yong smiled.
Gao Yuan was telling them they could sell their phone businesses to 9 Stars at a high price.
All the big shots in the room understood instantly.
They would sell their soon-to-be obsolete phone businesses and redirect those resources toward producing smart home devices. After all, developing smartphones was far more challenging than developing smart devices. Now these companies were forced to turn their attention to smart home technology, sparking a revolution in the Xia country market. Of course, these industry leaders had already been planning new ventures. Lei Jianjun, for instance, had been working on car manufacturing, which was on the verge of being listed. The other tycoons were no different. When phones were profitable, they made phones. When phones stopped being profitable, they diversified into other industries.
Gao Yuan's suggestion of smart homes was indeed a viable option.
The ultimate goal of human development has always been one thing: to become gods. This becoming gods doesn't mean literal deities, but rather humanity's desire to possess godlike abilities. For example, humans use technology to move mountains and fill seas to control the weather. These are godlike feats. Humans fantasized about gods traveling thousands of miles a day and soaring through the skies, leading to the invention of high-speed trains and airplanes. And in human imagination, gods are happy, carefree, and without worries, so humans created various forms of entertainment and leisure. Gods have no worries about food or clothing, and most people have already solved the problem of subsistence. Now the explosion of smart home technology has pushed humanity one step further on the path to becoming gods, allowing them to command all things. After chatting with these smartphone industry leaders, Gao Yuan contacted 9 Stars again, informing them that he had secured the Xia country market and was now waiting for them to enter.
Li Bingxi asked how Gao Yuan had managed it. Gao Yuan replied with 4 words: chip supply cut off. Li Bingxi understood instantly. This was the beauty of industry monopoly.
Blackfish Technology, together with Xiaowei Longxin and Xiaoxin International, had virtually monopolized the global chip market. Chips are the upstream component of smartphones.
If Gao Yuan cut off the supply, these manufacturers would be in a tough spot.
They could buy chips from other suppliers, but under the pressure of the Xia Country Chip Alliance, those alternatives were uncompetitive, higher cost, lower performance, and no market viability. When Li Bingxi heard that Gao Yuan had threatened to cut off chip supplies to force the manufacturers to let 9 stars enter the Xia Country market, he was momentarily moved. Blackfish technology had gone to such lengths.
Gao Yuan was truly remarkable. He even felt a pang of regret for having once wanted to eliminate him.
At that moment Li Taishi was full of confusion. The other manufacturers caving in is understandable, but Xiaowei too.
That doesn't make sense.
Xiaowei can produce their own chips. Li Bingxi scoffed at Li Taixi's words. Huawei's lithography machines are all bought from Blackfish, and Blackfish controls high-end chips.
Does Huawei think resistance will do any good?
As long as the lithography machines aren't maintained, Huawei will have to yield, and Huawei doesn't want to lose the chip manufacturing pie either, because that pie is more stable than phones.
Soon Gao Yuan sent another message, inquiring about the U.S. market situation. Li Bingxi hadn't even entered the Chinese market yet, so naturally he wouldn't dare to deceive Gao Yuan. Now Gao Yuan's efforts were bearing fruit.
The 9 Stars staff had already departed for China, beginning to contact major Chinese phone manufacturers for business negotiations. But nothing had been finalized yet, though 9 Stars had received responses indicating these manufacturers were indeed considering selling off their phone businesses. Li Bingxi felt he should also be fair in his dealings. Partners like Blackfish Technology should be treated generously, especially since Gao Yuan was so reliable,
swift and decisive.
Originally 9 Stars had only hoped to re-enter the Chinese market. Now not only could they enter, but if this round of negotiations succeeded, they would virtually monopolize the Chinese market. Thus Li Bingxi was also diligent in handling matters for Gao Yuan. First he found a retail chain and used Little Morgan's influence to pressure the owner into selling packaging the entire sales channel and retail outlets to Blackfish Technology.
He also acquired an online shopping platform and a small private TV station.
Not only did he facilitate the acquisition for Gao Yuan, but he also negotiated the lowest price and completed all the paperwork, leaving Gao Yuan only to pay.
Little Morgan had been instrumental in this.
Li Bingxi had convinced him that Gao Yuan was indeed effective and seemed genuinely sincere about cooperating with capital. This brought Little Morgan great relief.
He had thought Gao Yuan was an entrepreneur or a scientist, but now,
with no shortage of funds, Gao Yuan was desperate to expand, even willing to cooperate with those who had once kidnapped him. This was the demonic allure of capital.
Gao Yuan had now successfully become a capitalist. What was more terrifying was that this capitalist also commanded a formidable research team, and even possessed something like the thermostatic clothing
and the lithography machines, though the pie for those had already been laid out. Once the thermostatic clothing market also opened, Gao Yuan would likely transform into a pure capitalist. Capitalists had no borders, and Little Morgan now wanted to accelerate Gao Yuan's journey to becoming a pure capitalist.
The U.S. was the largest market in the West, and China was the largest in the East. If thermostatic clothing became a craze in both China and the U.S.,
the global market would naturally have no barriers. Then if Gao Yuan wanted to expand, he would have to cooperate with them.
They would all become one kind of people. Then Gao Yuan would pose no threat at all and would even be an asset.
A capitalist willing to trade his own country's market for benefits was a qualified capitalist, and Gao Yuan already showed this potential.
Gao Yuan received a call from Li Bingxi informing him that the U.S.
market was now ready. He only needed to pay and could start sending people to take over. Li Bingxi had even smoothed out the customs and tax procedures for Gao Yuan.
Upon hearing this news, Gao Yuan sent Su Lin to the U.S.
to handle the relevant procedures.
He then contacted Wang Dalin, Chairman Wang. We can start promoting the thermostatic clothing store at Universal Plaza. Sales begin in a week.
At the same time, Gao Yuan called Zhang Bai. Old Zhang, is our app debugged yet?
Of course.
The app is ready, but old Gao,
isn't it a bit overloaded with features? Entertainment, social networking, shopping, how can they all be crammed into one app? Gao Yuan was about to speak. Zhang Bai answered himself, forget it, I don't understand.
With the black tech you have up your sleeve, old Gao, I was being shallow.
I'll just follow your orders. Should we start promoting now? Promotion. Contact Huawei, Xiaomi, Vivo, Oppo and ZTE.
Tell them our app is launching and ask them to feature it in their app stores. They all owe me favors.
Zhang Bai nodded.
Old Gao, this app is getting an unprecedented full network premium launch package, he remarked, still brainstorming marketing strategies for the app's promotion. And Gao Yuan had already customized a full network launch campaign for him.
But that wasn't all. Gao Yuan looked at Zhang Bai. Old Zhang, isn't our movie still showing in theaters? Add a post-credits scene telling the audience that our Blackfish app is launching. That way the movie's mission will be fully accomplished. Zhang Baiyi was stunned. Aren't there already enough ads in our movie?
From start to finish the Blackfish technology logo and products have been everywhere.
It's for the plot, just do it. A few extra seconds in the credits won't hurt. Having arranged everything, Gao Yuan dialed Li Bingshi again. President Li, thank you for the U.S. matter. Not at all, we help each other. President Gao, there's one small issue on the China side. What issue? Just say it. It'll definitely help. Gao Yuan said boldly. Sales channels.
Although Huawei, Xiaomi and others have unconditionally leased their stores to us at current prices for the long term in China, online channels are king. We have online partnerships too, but sales have been poor.
Gao Yuan smiled. A small matter, President Li. Don't worry, I'll have them give you their online stores too. Really? That's too kind, I really don't know how to thank you. Hearing this, Gao Yuan knew the moment had come.
In China, obtaining large wild aggressive animals would be difficult and illegal, but the 9 Stars Group excelled at this, caring little about legality.
President Li, it's like this. I have a girlfriend who loves thrills, especially aggressive animals: tigers, lions, venomous snakes, giant pythons, polar bears, saltwater crocodiles, hornets, black widows, bullet ants.
Li Bingshi paused. President Gao, your girlfriend has unique tastes.
Gao Yuan sighed. What can I do? I like her. It's too troublesome for me to get these things. President Li, what do you think? Rest assured. You've helped me so much, President Gao. This little matter is simple. Wait for my news. Gao Yuan hung up.
A smile spread across his face.
Done. Su Dai, I hope you can be strong. After handling these matters, Gao Yuan received a call from Qin Taijun. Director Qin, why are you contacting me? Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised. Kid, I have good news. Remember when I said I'd give you Dakingshan? The paperwork is done now.
But you'll need to come to Qingjing to file the final record.
Are you coming? Joy lit up Gao Yuan's face. Dakingshan. 300 li. It's mine. With this I can transform Dakingshan into a fortress of black tech. Director Qin, should I head to Qingjing now? It's up to you.
But if you don't show up within 3 days, the Daqing Mountain matter is off.
If you don't want it, then don't bother coming. Gao Yuan wanted to curse. But he didn't dare. Director Qin, does Daqing Mountain require money? You don't want to pay.
Are you short on cash?
Qin Taijun asked.
Director Qin, being short is one thing, whether it's necessary is another.
Isn't it? Alright, rest assured it's free. But there's a condition: Daqing Mountain is currently under reforestation.
You can develop it, but you must maintain a forest coverage rate above 50, and for every tree you destroy you must plant one elsewhere.
Qin Taijun said. Understood. A small matter. I'll contact you when I get to Qingjing. I'll hang up now. With that, Gao Yuan ended the call.
Qin Taijun was a bit stunned. It had been years since anyone had hung up on him, and now it happened. Never mind, Qin Taijun smiled wryly. Beside him lay a thermostatic garment, and on the table before him was a filing record for smart devices produced by Heiyu Technologies subsidiary Nianyu Smart Equipment Co. Ltd. Smart 3D Interactive Communication Wristband. What is this kid up to? At the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park, Gao Yuan was chatting with Zhou Lei. President Zhou, 9 Stars wants your sales channels on e-commerce platforms. Zhou Lei was taken aback. We can't give that to them. We're just stopping smartphone sales, not everything else, right? If we hand it over, we'll have to spend effort rebuilding operations. Gao Yuan pursed his lips. President Zhou, think about it, isn't this the right approach? If you sell your mobile phone business, your online store revenue will drop by at least 80. And we're not selling everything to them. How many stores does Xiaowei have on major e-commerce platforms? Now take the loss, sell at a premium, and within a month they'll realize those stores are useless. Then you can buy them back cheaply. Zhou Lei was stunned. Could it really work that way? This makes money faster than selling products, doesn't it? Zhou Lei nodded. What President Gao says makes sense. But won't 9 Stars be furious? Gao Yuan chuckled. What good will anger do? Come after me. Selling to you recoups some losses, and then you'll be their saviors, right? Capital. Doesn't act on impulse. Actually, rebuilding flagship stores isn't a big deal. There are plenty of stores selling Xiaowei products across the web. Not having a flagship store isn't critical. Once our new products are mature and the market is ready, we can rebuild easily. Besides, poor sales mean high maintenance costs. Zhou Lei was convinced.
Gao Yuan took a sip of tea. President Zhou, it's settled then. President Lei and President Chen will understand too.
And you could develop your own mall to launch on the wrist device.
Zhou Lei knew this was Gao Yuan's compensation. President Gao is generous. Don't worry about this anymore. You've gone to great lengths for our sake. Gao Yuan smiled.
Indeed, for their sake, 9 stars had opened the American market for him and was even helping him set up a wildlife park.
A small matter. After handling the 9 stars affair,
Gao Yuan headed straight for Qingjing, but this time under cover of night he transformed into a bird again. Transforming into a pterosaur before was impressive, but its flight speed and agility were poor and it drew too much attention. This time Gao Yuan found the fastest bird in the morphing device, the spine-tailed swift. As a man he loved everything that embodied speed and power, like how children are fascinated by excavators and grown men adore cars, especially those with quick acceleration and strong engines. These cars give men a thrill of power.
Gao Yuan was playing on a wilder scale now.
Due to the morphing device's limitations based on his weight, he became a plus version of the spine-tailed swift. An ordinary spine-tailed swift is only 1,020 centimeters, but Gao Yuan's form exceeded 80 centimeters in length.
With a wingspan of 3 meters. A greatly enlarged spine-tailed swift. But Gao Yuan didn't care about authenticity.
The larger size meant increased speed and strength. He could feel the power surging through his wings. This flight was far safer than before. He carried 2 concealed armed autonomous reconnaissance drones that could detect potential dangers in advance. He also had a protective sphere on him. Plus no one would suspect Gao Yuan had turned into a bird. This flight should be foolproof. In the darkness Gao Yuan flapped his enormous wings.
The whole person.
No, the whole bird soared into the sky. The spine-tailed swift is incredibly fast, reaching speeds of up to 100 meters per second with a normal cruising speed of around 50 meters per second.
Now Gao Yuan's enlarged version
multiplied the speed several times over. His speed rivaled that of a large passenger jet.
Flying all the way to Qingjing.
At that moment in the outskirts of Qingjing, Qin Fan stood in his yard, his base in the city. It was cheap, located in the western suburbs where a month's rent could cover 2 years in a third-ring apartment. Qin Fan was troubled. Recently he had photographed an Andean condor over Qingjing, boosting his reputation in the local photography circle. But since no one had seen the condor again, he was accused of faking it. Qin Fan refused to accept it. He wanted to prove that an Andean condor truly existed in Qingjing. Habitually he set up his camera observing the sky above Qingjing, this time with a large aperture long-focal-length night lens. Suddenly a massive bird swept past.
Qin Fan's spirits lifted. Judging by its size, it might be the Andean condor. He would be vindicated.
But the next moment the enormous bird flew off, moving too fast. Without a second thought, Qin Fan pressed the shutter repeatedly. Only after the bird vanished did he return to his room to pull up the photos. The light was dimmed, the distance too great to see clearly. But after adjusting the exposure in Photoshop he could barely make out the shape. It wasn't an Andean condor, it looked more like a swift. But the largest swift in the world doesn't exceed 30 centimeters in length, and he had seen this one with his own eyes, at least 80 centimeters. How could a swift be so large?
Yet those sickle-shaped wings were unmistakable.
Qin Fan was torn. He decided to seek help from Xiaofeng, president of the Xia Kingdom Photography Association. By now Gao Yuan was standing on the streets of Qingjing. He didn't look for a hotel but headed to a secluded corner where he summoned the spacetime portal with his brainwaves.
Gao Yuan had long wanted to test the pattern of the spacetime portal's teleportation locations. This time he deliberately opened his phone's GPS and marked his current position.
After stepping through, Gao Yuan was stunned by the sight before him.
The first time Gao Yuan saw Dragon Capital he was utterly awestruck.
What is this place? Its style was entirely different from Dragon Capital. Above, a colossal light screen completely enveloped the area.
Moreover, it was evident that this was a massive base. On the vast platform stood all sorts of instruments and equipment. As Gao Yuan looked around, a broadcast rang out.
Passengers, please board immediately. The space tourism bus Y-2031 bound for the moon is about to depart.
Gao Yuan was still dazed when a robot blocked his path.
Passenger, this is a work area. Please leave.
Go where?
Board the bus.
It's leaving soon. Before Gao Yuan knew what was happening, the robot pushed him into an elevator. The elevator ascended, and when the doors opened it revealed a corridor. Gao Yuan walked in and found himself boarding a colossal vehicle. Inside it was divided into 20 decks, each further partitioned into dozens of small areas.
As Gao Yuan surveyed his surroundings, a robot approached.
Sir, please return to your seat. The bus is about to depart. Gao Yuan didn't have a seat.
Seeing the carriage was quite empty, he found a spot and sat down.
The moment he sat, an alarm blared from the seat. Beep beep beep. Identity verification failed. Please select another seat. A robot then approached. Sir, it appears you haven't purchased a ticket. Would you like to buy one now? Otherwise you will be fined upon disembarkation.
Since he was already on board, Gao Yuan decided to experience what a space tourism bus of this era was like. After all, he had several space bus production lines in his warehouse.
He just hadn't put them into operation yet.
Getting familiar with it now would help him formulate the right strategies later.
I'll buy a ticket. Beep, identity verified. Please select a payment method. Gao Yuan paid directly with his brain computer interface. Then, guided by the robot, he took his seat.
At that moment a voice came over the intercom: the destination of this journey is Mare Spumans on the moon. Estimated flight time is 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Gao Yuan took a deep breath, inexplicably nervous.
He had only wanted to see if there was a pattern to the locations of his time-space gates, never expecting to end up on an accidental trip to the moon. As he mused, he felt a jolt and the scenery outside the window began to change.
Gao Yuan watched tensely, eager to see how the bus would break through that light barrier and what it even was.
Just as he thought this, he saw the tourism bus pass through the light screen without any resistance. Beyond the light screen was the night sky of this world.
Gao Yuan stared until his neck ached before turning back.
As it turned out, this space bus seemed not much different from an ordinary bus. It was even smoother than buses in the real world. Even more astonishing was that he couldn't feel any pressure or resonance inside the carriage. In the real world, selecting an astronaut was an extremely difficult process requiring vast amounts of manpower, resources and time.
But in the future, traveling to the moon was as simple as taking a trip to the neighboring city. Gao Yuan looked around. Most of the passengers were elderly with very few young people. He sighed.
This was nothing but a senior citizen tour group.
Finding a young woman to chat with and pass the time would be difficult. Just as he was thinking this, a young bus safety officer walked into the carriage.
Gao Yuan noticed she didn't wear a collar below her neck. She was a real human. Before he could speak, the safety officer also looked surprised to see him.
Sir, are you going to the moon on business? Why do you ask? Gao Yuan inquired.
Haha, it's rare for young people to travel to the moon.
The lower class can't afford it, and even middle-class youths wouldn't come here for a vacation. There's nothing on the moon. They prefer Europa. Europa has a massive ice shell where you can play extreme sports. Plus it's much better than the moon. The radiation levels there are very low.
You don't need to wear heavy protective suits.
Just a thermostatic suit and an oxygen tank and you're ready for action. Gao Yuan was inwardly shocked.
He had been too conservative, knowing far too little about the future world. Previously he had only explored a small area around Dragon Capital and once ventured into the jungle. He never imagined the young people of the future played so wildly.
Unless you're an astronomy enthusiast, you might not even know where Europa is. You might think it's some kind of club. In reality, Europa is Jupiter's second largest moon.
Scientists in the real world speculate that it might harbor life.
Gao Yuan looked at the bus safety officer. Have you been working this route for a long time?
10 years. Why? What do these elderly folks go to the moon for? The safety officer pursed her lips.
What else? To do the moon dance. To exercise. Square dancing is banned in big cities on Earth. These seniors have nothing to do. The upper class can tend gardens, but many middle class folks can't afford that.
So they come to the moon, find dance partners and stretch their limbs.
Right now there's the Lunar Jade Rabbit Cup square dance competition going on. Many of them are here to compete. Gao Yuan was dumbfounded.
He never would have guessed that answer in a million years.
It was utterly unexpected.
He never imagined that the elderly of the future were still unable to escape square dancing.
And dancing across planets. That was truly epic. Just then the safety officer stood up. Sir, I need to continue my inspection. Have a pleasant trip. Thank you. Gao Yuan leaned back in his seat and looked outside. By now they must have reached space. A patch of blue was strikingly conspicuous against the pitch-black void of space. Gao Yuan closed his eyes and rested for a while.
When he opened them again, he saw the same safety officer standing right in front of him, so close he could see her eyelashes.
Sir, we've arrived. Ha! So fast. Gao Yuan stood up ready to leave.
But the safety officer stopped him.
Sir, you haven't put on your protective suit yet.
Gao Yuan donned the suit and thanked her.
Thank you very much. By the way, what's your name? Wang Yifei Xiuxue. Gao Yuan was taken aback. Do you know someone named Wang Yifei Bingbing? Ha! You know my little sister. Let me think. Are you her boss? Gao Yuan couldn't believe the coincidence. No.
I was on one of her tours before.
Gao Yuan didn't want to say more. Wang Yifei Xiaoxue watched his retreating figure.
Bing Bing led a tour for young people.
Strange. She never mentioned it. Gao Yuan got off the bus.
Seeing the lunar landscape before him, his heart swelled with excitement. He had originally wanted to make his first moon landing a ceremonial occasion, but an elderly man behind him disrupted his rhythm.
Hurry up, don't block the door.
Gao Yuan felt a shove and stepped onto the lunar surface completely unprepared. This was humanity's largest base on the moon, the Mare Spuman's base. Adjacent to the lunar god mine and the Wugang observation station. Mare Spuman's base was like a small human city.
As Gao Yuan walked out of the station, he saw a large crowd outside.
But Wang Yifei Xiaoxue was right, they were all elderly.
There were even shop advertisements outside wishing the Jade Rabbit Cup Square Dance competition a complete success. Custom cheer amplifiers and floating banners available here.
Seeing this scene, Gao Yuan felt he might have come to the moon by mistake. But at that moment a bold idea struck him since he was already here. Why not stir up some trouble?
Gao Yuan walked into this custom shop.
Inside there were still robot shop assistants.
Welcome, may I ask what you would like to customize? A banner. Gao Yuan said. What should the content be?
Well, like this, the 5-star red flag of ancient Xia Kingdom with a line below the moon has been an inalienable part of Xia Kingdom since ancient times.
Make it as big as possible. Any other requests, sir?
Yes, do you have any device that can write on the lunar surface and be visible from Earth?
Gao Yuan asked.
It was fortunate that the shop assistant was a robot, otherwise they would have surely thought Gao Yuan was insane. The advantage of robots was that no matter how unreasonable or perverse the customer's request, they would first consider its feasibility.
Sir, we have ultra-high-power laser projection devices. Theoretically, as long as the power is sufficient, it can create patterns and text visible from Earth.
Then is your laser projection device powerful enough? One unit is not enough, but we can set up multiple units, say 10,000.
That would suffice. Each unit would be responsible for 1 point. Gao Yuan understood.
If the power is insufficient, compensate with quantity. 10,000 ultra-high-power projection devices arranged on the lunar surface activated simultaneously could project text and patterns.
Gao Yuan now wanted to have some real fun.
He unhesitatingly ordered 10,000 units, then went to other shops on the moon to purchase 10,000 robots and 1,000 low-altitude lunar flying vehicles. Then with these robots seated in the flying vehicles, Gao Yuan went to an open area and summoned a timespace portal with his brainwaves. Soon the portal appeared before him. He had the robots drive the flying vehicles through the portal along with the custom-made giant 5-star red flag.
Gao Yuan rode the last flying vehicle through the portal.
Merely crossing the threshold, the scenery was entirely different. The real-world moon was desolate and silent, devoid of massive mining equipment, towering lunar space stations and elevators, and certainly no bustling space buses overhead.
Gao Yuan first had the robots secure the giant 5-star red flag onto the lunar surface.
Then, following the designed pattern, 10,000 robots, each carrying an ultra-high-power laser projector, distributed themselves across the moon.
Once all robots were in position, Gao Yuan ordered them to activate the projectors.
Then he left the robots and flying vehicles on the lunar surface, drove one flying vehicle back through the portal to the future world. Took the nearest space bus back to Earth, found a hotel, and rested comfortably for several hours.
At 10 o'clock the next morning, Gao Yuan left the hotel.
This time he used his mental signal to mark the location of his crossing point so he could compare it with real-world locations to find patterns. He crossed back to the real world and opened his phone's GPS.
Checked his position. Both longitude and latitude seemed different.
He also compared Muza's location with that of Longjing in the future world.
And indeed he found a commonality. The difference between their longitudes and latitudes was the same. Gao Yuan could understand it this way: the timespace portal was a channel in four-dimensional space attached to his spirit. The channel had curvature, causing a certain deviation when crossing time and space. However, this deviation rate was fixed. It was as if this four-dimensional channel was a spiral slide. No matter where the slide was, the deviation between the entrance and exit was fixed. Of course, with limited experimental data, this was just Gao Yuan's speculation. He could verify it by crossing at more locations in the future. After crossing over, Gao Yuan knew that today he would certainly trigger a worldwide sensation because the moon had changed. So before making a public appearance, he used his brainwaves to send his location to his security robots, ensuring they had already arrived in Xinjiang and were nearby. He also checked that the protective sphere morphing device and armed self-defense reconnaissance device were all functioning properly. Only then did Gao Yuan step out of that secluded alley. And San and C were waiting at the alley's entrance. Seeing Gao Yuan emerge, they silently followed behind him. Let's go. 2. Where? Gao Yuan then remembered that Qin Taijun hadn't told him the location yesterday. So he immediately contacted Qin Taijun director Qin Im in Xinjiang. Where can I find you? Qin Taijun was in a frantic state at the moment. Because the whole world was in chaos. The previous night someone abroad had noticed patterns on the moon while observing it. They used a high-definition camera to capture images and posted them on social media. Soon people discovered that these patterns were actually Xia Kingdom characters. Those familiar with the Xia language translated the text. The content was astonishing. Advertising space for rent, blackfish technology. These images quickly caused a stir in the astronomy enthusiast community. Many were woken up in the middle of the night. They set up astronomical telescopes to observe the moon. And then discovered an even more shocking truth. A giant Xia Kingdom flag had appeared on the lunar surface so large it could cover a medium-sized mare. And below it was the proclamation, "The moon has been an inalienable part of Xia Kingdom since ancient times." These images quickly spread to space agencies around the world. After confirming the authenticity of the event, some began to panic, others grew angry, and many just wanted to watch the drama unfold. Early this morning, the Xia Kingdom internet exploded. Lunar advertising space for rent shot to the top of the trending list. Early rising netizens were a bit confused seeing this trending topic. Rent what? What was going on? So people began searching for relevant information. When they saw the photos taken by foreign netizens, they thought it was a hoax. A close-up of the moon with red rental text on it and the Blackfish technology signature at the bottom. Magnifying the center of these characters several times revealed a flag. Using a professional astronomical telescope and magnifying it dozens of times, one could see more text under the flag. Xia Kingdom netizens were ecstatic. Geez, did Blackfish technology Photoshop this themselves? This ad. The whole world knows about it. Awesome. Gao Yuan has been promoted to the new director of the Strategic Deception Bureau. How do foreigners believe such a ridiculous image? That's really creative, renting out lunar advertising space. Amazing. Not only netizens didn't believe it, but even when it first reached the Xia Kingdom Aerospace Administration, the experts there gave a contemptuous laugh. Who would believe such an image? However, when they saw the reaction from the beautiful nation and gathered a large amount of evidence, they were shocked. This absurd image was actually real. This was even more absurd than the image itself. Who was so impressive as to fence off advertising space on the moon? Who is it? Of course there is an obvious answer: Blackfish technology. But no one dared to believe it, yet no one dared to disbelieve it either. After all, no spacecraft had been launched to the moon recently. Since the moon is right on Earth's doorstep, how many launches would it take to pull off such a grand spectacle? Moreover, neither the relevant technicians from the United States nor from Xia believed that Blackfish technology, a newly established private company, had the capability to do this on the moon. But if it wasn't Blackfish technology, then who could it be? Aliens. Or perhaps Blackfish technology had secretly colluded with aliens. That was even more absurd. At this moment, Gao Yuan dialed Qin Taijun's number. Qin Taijun was not originally part of the space agency, nor was it his business, but because it involved Blackfish technology, Qin Taijun had just helped Blackfish technology apply for a special privilege among the high-level officials. This was quite awkward. Qin Taijun was called to a meeting at the National Government Center early in the morning, attended by the Space Agency, the Foreign Ministry, and even the Missile Forces and the Academy of Sciences. Qin Taijun was in the meeting. He saw Gao Yuan's incoming call. The meeting was chaired by National Executive Officer Zhou Jingli. Seeing Qin Taijun's conflicted expression, he waved his hand and said, "Is that Gao Yuan's call?" Qin Taijun nodded. "Answer it, put it on speaker." Qin Taijun placed his phone on the table. As soon as he answered, Gao Yuan's voice came through. "Director Qin, I've arrived in Xinjiang. Where should I find you? What have you done? The whole world is looking for you." "Me? I haven't done anything." Gao Yuan certainly couldn't admit to it. He was just giving himself an advertisement. After all, they had no evidence it was him. As long as he didn't confess, then this advertisement would be perfect. "What's with the writing on the moon?" Qin Taijun asked. "What writing? How could there be writing on the moon?" Gao Yuan asked in surprise. Qin Taijun looked helpless. "Are you playing dumb with me? If it wasn't you, then who was it? Advertising on the moon, why not just go to the sun?" Gao Yuan thought to himself, "I wouldn't mind, but the people from the future world can't manage it. They can't reach the sun, and there's no tourist route to the sun." Director Qin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What moon advertisement?
The high-ranking officials at the meeting exchanged glances. If Gao Yuan had been panicked and fearful, it would likely have had nothing to do with Blackfish technology.
But with Gao Yuan's current attitude,
there was no escaping it.
Yet scientists and aerospace experts racked their brains unable to figure out how Gao Yuan had done it. Just then Lu Jingqi, head of the space agency, said, "We just received photos from the space station telescope, showing that the lunar text is a laser projection, confirming that the writing is man-made." Qin Taijun spoke into the phone. "Gao Yuan, where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. I'll send you my location," Gao Yuan said.
Qin Taijun hung up and looked at Zhou Jingli. "Executive Officer Zhou, I find it hard to believe that Blackfish technology could do this. It is indeed hard to imagine, but besides Blackfish technology, who else do you think has the capability and the motive to do this?"
Everyone shook their heads. There might be those with motives,
but those with the capability?
Nowhere in the world.
Currently, let alone pulling off something this big on the moon. Even the countries capable of sending people into Earth's orbit are few and far between. As things stand, the number of countries that could send a person to the lunar surface within a month might be 2.5. The United States counts as half, Xia counts as half.
In reality, there isn't even one. At this point, someone suggested, "How about we try imprisoning Gao Yuan?" The room fell silent at this suggestion. Indeed, many were tempted.
Qin Taijun was the first to object. "No, have you considered that if he truly has the ability to quietly go to the moon claim territory and advertise, wouldn't he also have the means to protect himself?
Turning hostile is easy. But if we can't control him, have you thought about the consequences?"
Zhong Guoqiang, the president of the Academy of Sciences, also spoke up. "This is nonsense.
Our country has laws.
If he has broken the law, arrest him and judge him accordingly. To resort to imprisonment based on mere speculation just to get an answer, even upright officials in feudal times wouldn't do such a thing."
Zhou Jingli cleared his throat. "President Zhong is right. Everything must follow procedure. Gao Yuan has rendered meritorious service to the nation. How could we imprison him?"
Qin Taijun sneered from the side. "Once we turn hostile, it will be doomsday. You only saw the lithography machines and thermostatic suits.
Have you forgotten the construction bugs?
If that thing gets out of control and multiplies infinitely, Earth will face doomsday.
Moreover, do you know what other technologies he possesses?" Everyone present was convinced.
At this point, Lu Jingqi changed the subject. "We've strayed off topic.
Let's continue our discussion. What kind of technology could project lasers on the moon visible from Earth? Based on our current technology, it's impossible. Director Lu, you mentioned lasers.
If we could crack the projection technology on the moon, could it be applied to our laser weapons?" The representative from the missile forces remark made the person who had suggested imprisoning Gao Yuan break out in a cold sweat. Indeed, if that thing were adapted into a laser weapon, could it also strike Earth from the moon?
Then the missile forces representative continued, "I've seen Gao Yuan's movie.
In the film, there's a high-frequency laser cannon on the lunar defense base with a range of over 1,000,000 kilometers.
Could Blackfish technology be testing laser weapons on the moon?" Some people found the possibility increasingly plausible. Just then Gao Yuan was escorted in by guards. "Executive Officer President Gao has arrived." Gao Yuan entered and saw the high-ranking officials who usually appeared in the news.
He clasped his hands in greetings, leaders.
This was Zhou Zhangli's first time meeting Gao Yuan, and his first impression was that he was very young. Gao Yuan came in carrying a bag which he had a robot bring from Musa. Leaders, as a first meeting, a small gift.
Qin Taijun scowled. "What are you up to now?"
Director Qin, am being wronged.
The organization has taken care of me, making me the mountain god. No, the mountain lord of Daqing Mountain.
That doesn't seem right either. Anyway, the point is Daqing Mountain is in my hands and I will not disgrace it. To show my gratitude, I've brought small gifts.
Don't worry, they were inspected by professionals for half an hour.
Absolutely no danger and no eavesdropping devices.
This is Blackfish Technology's new product, the wrist device. If you've seen Earth Rescue, you know that the characters communicate using wrist devices. They can achieve 3D holographic imaging and brainwave control.
In short, the performance is exactly like in the movie. Qin Taijun noticed Gao Yuan mentioning the movie twice. He frowned. What did Gao Yuan mean by that? Delivering the wrist device.
Could it be that Gao Yuan intends to say that all the black technology featured in that movie has already been mastered by Heiyu technology?
If that were true, Earth would truly be too small for Gao Yuan.
The other magnates exchanged bewildered glances. They had just mentioned the movie and now Gao Yuan was delivering a wrist device.
Was this a display of dominance? Tell them that the movie was essentially a manual and advertisement. Gao Yuan hadn't thought that far. He was simply placing an ad hoping that if someone appeared in the news wearing the wrist device it would set a trend. For a moment the atmosphere grew awkward. Gao Yuan was oblivious. The wrist device is really excellent. Would anyone like to give it a try? Chief Zhou, may I demonstrate it for you? Zhou Jingli looked at Gao Yuan with a smile. Alright. Is this your Heiyu Technology's new product? When will it go on sale? Soon, within a month. Production capacity is limited after all. As Gao Yuan began demonstrating the wrist device's functions, the magnates present were initially wary, but as the demonstration progressed they grew increasingly astonished. So this was the wrist device. Was this surely not a prop from a sci-fi movie? After the demonstration, Zhou Jingli was the first to stand and applaud. Heiyu Technology is remarkable. With the advent of this wrist device the era of smartphones will be rendered obsolete. We haven't even fully grasped smartphones yet, the wrist device has already emerged. Times are changing rapidly. With Heiyu Technology, Xia Kingdom is destined to soar. Zhou Jingli set the tone for Heiyu Technology. Naturally no one else sought to stir up trouble. After all, perhaps Heiyu Technology was truly not to be trifled with. At this moment someone inquired, many nations are awaiting our explanation for the lunar anomaly. How shall we address it? Zhou Jingli glanced at Gao Yuan. Xiao Gao, what do you think we should say? Gao Yuan was tempted to retort, Heiyu Technology acts as it pleases, why should we explain ourselves to anyone? But he couldn't. He was after all a low-key individual. He smiled. Chief Zhou, this has absolutely nothing to do with Heiyu Technology. I believe it might be due to abnormal solar activity causing a distortion of moonlight on the moon, a peculiar optical phenomenon. Zhou Jingli chuckled, indeed. It might be a special optical phenomenon. Let's leave it at that. Meeting adjourned. Everyone understood Chief Zhou's intent. They were going to obfuscate, to deny responsibility. After all, neither Xia Kingdom nor Heiyu Technology had anything to do with it. It was all a coincidence. How could Heiyu Technology possibly reach the heavens? As for an investigation, how would one conduct it? Perhaps the beautiful country could launch a manned spacecraft to take a look. As for the domestic stance on Heiyu Technology, it seemed they were tacitly approving. As for the secrets behind Gao Yuan, it wasn't that no one was curious, rather as long as Gao Yuan remained silent they couldn't resort to force. Now the domestic situation was favorable, the economy stable yet progressing. Regardless of its nature, Heiyu Technology was an enterprise of Xia Kingdom and all its black technology remained on Xia soil. Gao Yuan was utterly baffled. He had just arrived, how was the meeting already over? He looked at Qin Tiejuan, Director Qin, about Daqing Mountain. Daqing Mountain is yours, rest assured. By the way, you're not planning to build a launch base there, are you? Qin Taijun suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on Gao Yuan. A launch base? That's unnecessary, right? Good. Keep a low profile. Gao Yuan wanted to say, doesn't a space bus require a launch base? Isn't building a station sufficient? Subsequently, Qin Taijun accompanied Gao Yuan to the Bureau of Land and Resources to sign a land use permit agreement covering the entire Daqing Mountain range with the land use category marked as unrestricted. Gao Yuan had never seen such a document. He looked at the staff. Has this field been left blank by mistake? How could that be? Our work is very meticulous. It's the leadership's decision. As Gao Yuan exited, he saw Qin Taijun answering a phone call, his face ashen. Gao Yuan, go ahead without me. I have matters to attend to. He then turned to his secretary, to Shishan Hospital. Old Wu's condition is critical. He might not survive the year. Gao Yuan was taken aback. From the address he inferred that this old Wu held a rank no lower than Qin Taijun's. Any one of these individuals was a pillar of the nation. Gao Yuan pondered briefly and identified the target in his mind, after all which elder Wu hadn't appeared in the news for quite some time. Gao Yuan caught up. Director Qin is the old Wu you mentioned from the National Commerce Bureau. Qin Taijun turned his gaze stern. Don't pry into matters that don't concern you and don't speak of them carelessly. It could lead to trouble. This is none of your business. Pretend you didn't hear it. When it came to high-level state affairs, even the slightest leak could trigger a storm in some domain. Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment. Director Qin, our research lab has developed a nutritional supplement that can restore bodily functions. As long as the person is alive, they can recover. Gao Yuan thought of the vitality-based liquid in his possession. Rather than hoarding it, it would be wiser to share it with the higher-ups binding them to him. This would make future endeavors much smoother. Qin Taijun was startled. Really? Are you certain it's effective? Wouldn't a test prove its efficacy? Gao Yuan, this is no joking matter. Director Qin, I am merely the head of a small enterprise. How would I dare jest with you? For instance, I certainly wouldn't dare joke about advertising on the moon. Qin Taijun felt like cursing.
This was a veiled reminder if Gao Yuan could silently reach the moon, developing a nutritional supplement would be a trivial matter.
Then send over your nutritional supplement. It's best you stay out of this, it won't do you any good. Focus on running your business. Don't worry about anyone threatening you. Qin Taijun gave Gao Yuan his assurance. Gao Yuan in turn felt relieved. Thank you, Director Qin. I'll have the nutritional supplement dispatched shortly. With matters in Beijing settled, Gao Yuan returned to Musa.
On his way back, the National Space Administration released a press release last night. Astronomy enthusiasts observed anomalous markings on the moon. After assessment by an expert panel, these markings are attributed to a rare celestial phenomenon.
Rumors circulating online that the markings were made by an enterprise claiming lunar territory have been confirmed as false. Do not believe or spread rumors. This announcement left netizens dumbfounded.
Initially skeptical, the official statement had them second-guessing.
Such clear lettering as a celestial phenomenon. Well, believe it or not in choosing to believe. Tonight you'll be watching the moon too.
Abroad, the beautiful country was bewildered.
A celestial phenomenon. Do you take me for a fool?
A single character as a celestial phenomenon might barely be plausible, but a line of text bearing a company's name and with sufficient magnification, even the Xia Kingdom flag visible.
This too is a celestial phenomenon. Is this Xia Kingdom's answer?
A cover-up, undoubtedly a state-level act by Xia Kingdom. By the time Gao Yuan returned to Musa, various news outlets were buzzing.
NASA has launched the Return to the Moon program, aiming to achieve another manned lunar landing within a year.
The European Space Agency announced that it will conduct rigorous evaluations of its manned lunar landing plan. If approved, a test landing could occur within 3 years. The Russian Space Agency stated that the moon will become China's exclusive territory and no other country in the world can lay claim to it.
Gao Yuan never expected that his single action would spark a new space race.
Yet his mind was not on this matter. He needed to make plans for Duqing Mountain and prepare for the official launch of the thermostatic suits and wrist devices.
After the Blackfish app's nationwide promotion,
daily downloads exceeded 50 million and pre-orders for the thermostatic suits were already available on the app.
Meanwhile, the thermostatic suit store at the Universal Plaza Wanyu was completed, awaiting its grand opening. Everything was in place. Gao Yuan called Li Bingxi to inquire about the wildlife zoo he had requested.
After all, Gao Yuan was set to confront Su Dai in a few days and needed to arrive at the club at least 2 days early for preparations.
Li Bingxi answered the call with gratitude. President Gao, everything is going smoothly.
9 Stars has consolidated the Chinese mobile phone market and is now expanding both online and offline. All our factories are ramping up production and I plan to build 10 mega factories in China. At that point, President Gao, your chip production must also increase.
Gao Yuan smiled. Great news. You profit and so do I. President Li, how is the wildlife situation I mentioned yesterday coming along? Brother Gao, I didn't let you down. It took considerable effort, but it was worth it.
I contacted several wildlife parks in the US and Africa and gathered dozens of species of fierce animals and insects for you.
They are currently in transit by air.
They should arrive within 2 days at the latest.
Excellent, excellent. President Li, I appreciate your efforts.
If there are any issues in the Chinese market, feel free to reach out.
Let's mutually benefit. Good partners.
By the way, how is Jingji doing?
Zhengji. He's doing very well.
After being humbled by you, President Gao, Zhengji's words remain the same, but he's become much more composed. Next time we'll bring him along and have him apologize to you in person.
After hanging up, Gao Yuan mused, Li Bingxi is truly a good man. I wonder how he looks when he's angry.
As public opinion simmered for 2 days, Gao Yuan received a message from Li Bingxi.
The animals had arrived.
These creatures would never pass customs. Li Bingxi had greased the wheels overseas, air freighting them to Jizhou Airport in the Southern Dynasty, where they were temporarily stored in a warehouse. Li Bingxi initially planned to ship them to China via cargo vessel.
However, Gao Yuan refused.
It was a joke, getting these things through customs would be nearly impossible.
Thus Gao Yuan decided to personally pick them up at Jizhou Airport in the Southern Dynasty. By now Gao Yuan had gained some international notoriety.
After all, the moon was still hanging in the sky with his mark. On the 3rd day, the writing remained unchanged.
After 2 days of spectacle, netizens grew weary. Why didn't the moon act like an LED screen? The unchanging text was boring. Still haunted by the previous hijacking incident, Gao Yuan refused to use public transportation again. Moreover, these animals were not meant for the real world. Gao Yuan seized this opportunity to calculate the coordinate difference between the future world and the real world, thereby validating his hypothesis. So Gao Yuan stepped through the dimensional portal bringing along the security robots and armed self-defense scouts. Since Wang Yifei Bingbing and Huan Fushan were all busy, Gao Yuan summoned Lin Nanwu. Lin Nanwu's face lit up with excitement. Sir, do you need me? Gao Yuan nodded. I have a very important task for you. Do you think you can handle it? Lin Nanwu straightened her chest. Sir, don't forget I was the one who planned this club. I'm quite capable. Good, then come with me. Help me purchase another 100 robots and laser cutting tools. Lin Nanwu paused. Is that all? What's wrong? Should I go buy them myself? No. I'll go then. Soon after the newly purchased robots and tools arrived, Gao Yuan dismissed Lin Nanwu. He activated these robots and looking at the first one said, your name from now on shall be Cherie. Now check this coordinate. Gao Yuan calculated the future world coordinates corresponding to Jizhou Airport based on the coordinate difference he had previously derived. Cherie quickly found the result. Boss, this is a wilderness. Wilderness was perfect. That way the chances of exposure were even smaller. Good. Cherie, head to the warehouse now, get a few cargo flight vehicles, leave Longjing. And wait for me at this location. Gao Yuan sent another coordinate, one he had calculated to be just outside Longjing beyond the city's surveillance range. He intended to deliberately shroud his identity in mystery. Because every entry and exit from the city would inevitably leave records. Then Gao Yuan returned to the real world, drove to Linzhou. According to his calculated coordinate difference, the west suburb park in Linzhou corresponded to Longjing's outskirts. After making arrangements, he went back to the real world and instructed Zhang Baiyi and Shui to deliver nutritional supplements to Qin Taijun. He drove to the west suburb of Linzhou. Upon arrival, Gao Yuan summoned the dimensional portal and entered the future world where Shi and the others had already arrived. The robots, devoid of curiosity, showed no surprise at Gao Yuan's sudden appearance. They merely greeted him respectfully. Boss, where are we heading now? To the first coordinate I gave you. Shi immediately complied. An hour later they reached the location, now under the cover of night. Gao Yuan summoned the dimensional portal and first sent the security robots Anson and Ansi to scout the surrounding environment. After the security robots had been out for a few minutes, Gao Yuan, to avoid complications, disguised himself as a blonde woman before carefully stepping through the dimensional portal. This was the warehouse at Jizhou Airport in the Southern Dynasty. Being inside, no security personnel were visible. Gao Yuan ordered Anson and the others to stand guard, then instructed Shi and the team to cut open the warehouse door and prepare to take the animals away. But the moment they started cutting, an alarm was triggered. Gao Yuan simply commanded Anson hold them off. Then he urged Shi and the others to speed up the work. Soon airport security rushed toward the warehouse, sirens blaring and warnings echoing. Though Gao Yuan couldn't understand the Southern Dynasty language, he could guess the gist: you are surrounded, drop your weapons. Gao Yuan paid no heed to this. Shi and the others used lasers to cut open the warehouse doors, and then 100 robots swiftly loaded the animals onto cargo flying vehicles. At that moment the guards outside were preparing to storm in. But the moment they made a move, dozens of lasers suddenly shot out from the air ahead, striking their weapons and reducing the guns in their hands to scrap metal. They were all stunned. What kind of black technology was this? Who was attacking them? No one dared to act any further. Some guards even began to retreat quietly. If they were facing ruthless bandits, they might not have been afraid, but lasers shooting out of thin air, that was pure science fiction. Inside, Gao Yuan watched the robots working and found it amusing. I'm just here to retrieve my own things. Why are you all so nervous? Do you take me for a thief? Soon all the animals were loaded onto the cargo flying vehicle. Gao Yuan and the robots boarded, and he summoned a temporal rift. In an instant the robots and the flying vehicle vanished without a trace. The airport guards waited outside for a long time, growing increasingly uneasy as the silence deepened. But no one dared to enter recklessly. After an indeterminate wait urged by their superiors, someone cautiously stepped into the warehouse only to witness a jaw-dropping scene. There was nothing inside. Not only were there no people, but even the cages that had been stored there were gone. Those cages were the cargo of 9-star CEO Li Bingxi, and their loss spelled disaster. In the Southern Dynasty, leaders come and go, but 9-star stands eternal. The guards exchanged bewildered glances. What should they do? The commander's face turned ashen. This was important cargo that 9-star had repeatedly emphasized. 9-star even had dedicated caretakers, but they were all off duty now. In just that brief moment the cargo was lost, and crucially the culprits remained at large. How were they to explain this? The commanders immediately checked the surveillance footage. Soon they spotted the suspects, several large men in black suits who appeared out of nowhere on the monitors scouting the perimeter. Then a blonde woman appeared, but only as a blurry silhouette, after which the camera was disabled. All the information about the robbers amounted to just a few minutes of footage. The commanders exchanged glances. Blonde formidable appearing and disappearing out of thin air. Who in the world could do that? Perhaps only the USA. But could they say that? No. Just then a guard suggested, maybe it's blackfish technology. Ha! How is that possible? The guard pointed at the moon in the sky. Soon everyone reached a consensus. After all, this cargo belonged to 9-Star and everyone knew 9-Star was a lapdog of the USA. So it couldn't have been Americans who stole it. Only 9-Star's cargo was taken and the surveillance showed the robbers heading straight for that warehouse, indicating they knew what was inside. Targeting 9-Star, it had to be an enemy. So it must be blackfish technology. They could ride on the moon, so stealing some goods seemed plausible. Thus the guards reported upward, claiming that blackfish technology had stolen 9-Star's cargo and destroyed their weapons with invisible laser guns. When this news reached Li Bingshi, he nearly tore the Jizhou airport director apart. This cargo was meant for Gao Yuan, and now these idiots were telling him that Gao Yuan had stolen the goods meant for Gao Yuan. Could there be anything more absurd? Investigate, thoroughly investigate. But more important than finding the robbers was how Li Bingshi could explain this to Gao Yuan. Could he say, I suspect you stole your own goods? Filled with shame, Li Bingshi called Gao Yuan. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan had returned to the outskirts of Longjing, unwilling to let the city's surveillance cameras capture his entry. In the future world, all major cities were surrounded by a light barrier designed to deradiate the air and filter out harmful substances. Passing through the barrier required identity chip verification and a scan upon entry, making it impossible to hide any secrets. Naturally, Gao Yuan wanted to leave no trace, so he recalculated the coordinates, found a spot on the outskirts of Longjing and returned to the real world, a desolate area deep in the Daqing Mountains. The cargo flying vehicle flew under cover of night to the outskirts of the Moza Technology Park, then landed. Gao Yuan had robots from the park provide cover to drive the vehicle inside. Just as he was about to return to the future world, his phone rang. It was Li Bingshi. Gao Yuan answered. President Li, are you urging me to pick up the animals? Sorry, I'm quite busy today. You know, some rumors are putting pressure on blackfish technology. I need to handle them and also smooth things over with customs. It'll take time, but soon, the day after tomorrow, we'll come to pick them up. President Gao. I'm sorry. Li Bingshi could barely bring himself to say it. What's wrong? What happened? The animals were stolen tonight. Gao Yuan asked with feigned surprise. How is that possible? Who would be so bored as to steal these things? And where would they even take them? Besides, how could anyone steal from your airport warehouse? And even if they did, how would they transport them away? Li Bingshi felt his face burning with shame. It was incredible, the animals and the robbers had simply vanished. President Gao, give me a few days. I'll gather another batch even better than this one. This time I'll personally deliver them to Xia Kingdom. Gao Yuan wanted to laugh. Personally deliver? Forget it. Just then a tiger in the flying vehicle stirred. For safety, the animals had been sedated during transport, but perhaps due to the temporal shift, one tiger had awakened and let out a low growl. Roar! Quickly, Insan released a jolt of electricity and the tiger whimpered before falling unconscious again. On the other end, Li Bingshi asked warily, President Gao, what was that sound? Gao Yuan paused. President Li, I'm sorry too. My girlfriend is very upset. She loves excitement and was really looking forward to those animals. Now that she's heard they were stolen, she's heartbroken. She's imitating a tiger's cry. Did you hear that mournful sound? So sorrowful. Indeed. Li Bingshi felt something was off, but that cry did sound truly mournful. President Li, forget about the animals. My girlfriend has lost interest, she doesn't want them anymore. Li Bingshi was torn. What a mess this had turned out to be. President Gao, I failed this time. Since you don't want the animals, name your terms and I'll do my best to meet them. Gao Yuan hadn't expected an unexpected bonus. Actually, there is something. My thermostatic clothing is about to go on sale. 9-Star could help promote it given your global influence. Oh, and it comes with a smart wristband, promote that too. A trivial matter. It'll definitely help you promote it. Li Bingshi guaranteed with confidence. Then I'm most grateful to President Li. Don't worry about the animals. Subsequently, I had the staff send over the photos of the thermostatic suit and wristband. For your convenience in promotion. Easy easy. After hanging up, Gao Yuan brought in San and Shuri, who were pulling the wild animals into the future world. Then he personally led these animals into the club. To welcome Su Dai. Recently, one floor had been under renovation and closed to the public. Now Gao Yuan returned with the wild animals. Huang Fushan immediately summoned hundreds of construction robots to begin modifications according to Gao Yuan's design.
Each floor of the club had an area of about 10,000 square meters. Moreover, the terrain was long and narrow, 400 meters in length and 25 meters in width. To trap Su Dai in such a short corridor required an all-encompassing arrangement. A tripartite assault from sea, land and air. Gao Yuan set up swamps at both entrances, planted trees in the middle, scattered rocks, placed crocodiles in the swamps, housed killer bees in the rocks, and hid black widows, bullet ants, wolf spiders and giant centipedes among the foliage. It must be said Li Bingxi was quite reliable. After entering from the entrance, the swamps disappeared and both sides turned into forests. Inside, Gao Yuan placed tigers, giant pythons and black bears. In the middle of the forest was a pond where Gao Yuan put piranhas. The forest grew denser, deeper, in housing Komodo dragons, one of the world's fiercest carnivores, over 3 meters long, more ferocious than crocodiles. Poison dart frogs, fer-de-lance vipers and black mambas were scattered throughout. To fill the gaps between these ferocious beasts, Gao Yuan also released large numbers of red fire ants and hornets in the forest. After setting all this up, Gao Yuan thoughtfully prepared some emergency medical supplies for Su Dai. Fortunately, the medical level in the future world was high enough. With adequate preparation he wouldn't die. Now all that remained was to wait for Su Dai to take on the challenge. Gao Yuan also followed the rules from the entrance to the exit, counted as victory with a time limit of 2 hours. 2 hours for a 400-meter course. Gao Yuan had arranged it meticulously. He let the robots continue refining the setup as he returned to the real world. According to the agreed time, Su Dai wouldn't arrive for 2 more days, giving the robots ample time to perfect things. Gao Yuan needed to go back to the real world to arrange the launch ceremony for the thermostatic suits and wrist devices. Since 9 Stars took over the online stores of Huawei and Xiaomi, they had been actively preparing for new product releases. They aimed to make a splash with 9 Stars products, with advertisements everywhere, both offline and online. They also planned to hold a new product launch in Xinjiang scheduled for tomorrow. Coincidentally, Gao Yuan was also holding a launch event tomorrow. Even more coincidentally, both companies chose the National Convention Center, both selecting the largest conference halls. Just one turned left upon entry, the other right. Regarding this, Li Bingxi warmly expressed that good friends should host together, it would be lively. He had seen the materials for Blackfish Technology's thermostatic suits before, but Blackfish Technology had never held a formal product launch. With simultaneous sales starting in Xia Kingdom, the beautiful country in the Southern Dynasty, a launch event was indeed necessary. However, this launch wasn't just for the thermostatic suit, it also included a matching wristband. Li Bingxi had seen photos of the wristband. It was well designed. Paired together, they exuded a strong technological flair. Unfortunately, Li Bingxi hadn't seen Gao Yuan's movie. Even if he had, he probably wouldn't have paid it any mind. At this moment, both companies' launch venues were being set up door to door, showcasing the close and amicable cooperation between the two enterprises. Now 9 Stars had completed its layout in Xia Kingdom. Gao Yuan had also finished his layout in the beautiful country. Moreover, the download count for the Blackfish app in Xia Kingdom had exceeded 100 million. The number of pre-orders for thermostatic suits on the platform had surpassed 5 million. The suits came in different styles, all at a uniform price of 3,888. Additionally, in the Blackfish app's marketplace there was a product called the wrist device. However, it only showed a photo and name with no details yet. Fans who had watched Earth Rescue immediately recognized it. It was identical to the future communication device in the movie. Some speculated whether its performance would be the same as well. Moreover, the wristband was not cheap when purchased separately, priced at 5,888. There were always fans willing to try new things. Thus, pre-orders for the wrist device had also exceeded 100,000. In stores in the beautiful country, the wrist device was also introduced as a companion to the thermostatic suit. Of course, one could buy the suit or the wrist device separately, with prices matching those in Xia Kingdom, though the unit was in beautiful country dollars. Su Lin was still in the beautiful country handling product operations. At this moment, the first batch of goods was secretly loaded onto a ship bound for the beautiful country. As time drew nearer, Li Bingxi suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Xia Kingdom, I'm back. This time I will sweep through the Xia Kingdom mobile phone market. 9 Stars phones. In a few years will be the only mobile phone brand in the world. He was brimming with ambition. Capturing the Xia Kingdom market had cost a lot of money, but in the past even money couldn't get things done. He felt grateful to Gao Yuan. However, between businessmen, if there's no conflict of interest, they are good friends and partners. But once a conflict arises, sorry, the business world is a battlefield, each fighting for their own profit. Don't blame your brother for being disloyal. The thermostatic suit didn't conflict with 9 Stars business. Buying chips from Blackfish Technology was even cheaper than making them in-house, so there was no conflict there either. For now, 9 Stars and Blackfish could still be friends for a few years. To ensure his return to the Xia Kingdom market, Li Bingxi personally oversaw the launch event in Xinjiang.
This time failure was not an option. But everything seemed too smooth, leaving Li Bingshi with an uneasy feeling. Yet analyzing the Xia Kingdom market, Li Bingshi found no reason for failure. After all, although Huawei and Xiaomi still existed, they had sold off most of their business to him. They had no strength left to block him. So what could the risk be? Li Bingshi thought he might be too nervous because the Xia Kingdom market was too important. Losing the Xia Kingdom market would make it impossible to become a world-class brand. The launch was tomorrow. As it began, there would be a live broadcast across the entire internet and new products would go on sale both offline and online simultaneously. This time the 9star's new Era 01 phone, its design crafted by a world-class designer powered by the strongest Catfish Golden Cudgel chip and its system optimized over 3 years by 9star's Black Heart team. After years of planning, everything hinged on tomorrow. Li Bingshi returned to the hotel early, intending to rest well. He would personally host the event tomorrow. In all these years, Li Bingshi had never been so invested in a product launch. But the more he tried to sleep, the more awake he became. He started browsing 9star's official social media feed, and as he scrolled he suddenly came across an advertisement. It was an ad for Blackfish Technology's wrist device. Li Bingshi paid it no mind, it was just a small wristband. Out of boredom he started reading the comments. He noticed something odd about them. Wrist device. Really a wrist device? The one from Earth Rescue? Can it do 3D holographic projection chats? Why is there no description? 9 stars. Heh, they're digging their own grave. Li Bingshi grew increasingly alarmed as he read on. Though many comments failed to recognize the device, mistaking it for an ordinary wristband, a fair number of reviewers expressed great anticipation for the wrist machine. Moreover, several key phrases were mentioned: holographic projection, chatting, socializing, and gaming. Aside from the holographic projection, the other features seemed to overlap with those of current smartphones. A deep unease settled within him. He promptly rose and summoned his assistant. Holding up a photo of the wrist machine, he asked, "Do you know what this is?" The assistant glanced at it. "Isn't that the wrist machine from Blackfish Technology? You once had our team promote it." "Yes, I'm asking what functions it has." The assistant paused. "President, I later investigated further, but Blackfish Technology's official website offers no information, only photos and model numbers. But netizens are calling it the next generation communication and gaming marvel. Of course we didn't believe it, given that current technology is nowhere near that level. And since you agreed to promote Blackfish Technology, it must pose no threat to us. This is most likely just a gimmick, borrowing a shell from a movie to cash in on fans." Li Bingshi fell silent. Earlier Gao Yuan had mentioned it to him as a smart wristband, but he hadn't paid it any mind at the time. Who knew what specific functions it truly possessed? What if it really was a groundbreaking communication device capable of 3D holographic interactive communication? If that were truly achievable, then smartphones would be like the brick phones of a decade ago, struggling in vain, destined only for obsolescence. Sweat began to bead on Li Bingshi's forehead. He couldn't sleep. Summoning his chief technical advisor, the two started a conversation. "Jinza, have you heard about Blackfish Technology's wrist machine?" Cui Jinza was the chief technical advisor at 9stars, responsible for technical consulting. He had accompanied Li Bingshi to the launch in Xia Kingdom. As the lead speaker and principal designer for the new product, he was present. "Wrist machine." Cui Jinza looked puzzled. Li Bingshi pulled out his phone and opened a photo. This. This. I did look into it specifically. This device resembles past wristbands and bracelets, but its functions remain unclear. When you had the PR department promote it earlier, I took note. And now there's a popular sci-fi film in Xia Kingdom featuring it, so I specifically watched the movie to study it. Then do you think it poses a threat to our phones?" Li Bingshi asked. Cui Jinza hesitated for a moment. If its functions matched those in the film, smartphones would have no defense whatsoever. Hearing this, Li Bingshi's face darkened. His eyes blazed with fury. "Gao Yuan, you set me up." But Cui Jinza continued, "However, President Li, I analyzed the technology in the movie. Honestly, with current tech it's impossible to achieve. First, holographic projection technology isn't up to par. Second, the film mentions brainwave control. While brain-computer interfaces exist, claiming that a wristband can enable brainwave control is pure fantasy. Brain-computer interfaces require complex technology and a bulky helmet to capture and analyze brainwaves. I've never heard of brainwave control being possible through the wrist. It's a paradox. Brainwaves must first be sensed. As for holographic projection, current implementations require specially arranged venues. A wristband alone? Impossible. These are the two core technologies and neither is feasible now.
So I conclude that this device is likely just an advanced fitness band. Even if it integrates communication, it's essentially a new type of phone watch, posing almost no threat to us.
Li Bingshi relaxed.
He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Too sensitive, 3D virtual communication brainwave control, he had actually believed it. How could something from a sci-fi movie appear now?
Since Cui Jinza said it was impossible. It most likely was. Alright Jinza, get some rest. Tomorrow, it's all on you. That night Li Bingshi slept soundly, even dreaming.
In his dream, 9 Stars phones swept the globe, capturing 90% of the world market and becoming the undisputed king of smartphones. Leveraging the phones they developed software, achieving dominance in gaming and social networking, 9 Stars became the world's most valuable company bar none.
Waking up, Li Bingshi felt energized.
He called his assistant.
Is the venue ready? No issues, everything is set. Media invitations have been sent.
We've partnered with the Qingjing Daily, they handled the media invitations.
We've also invited many digital reviewers and influencers, the buzz is strong.
Li Bingshi nodded in satisfaction.
What about Blackfish technology? Any developments? Nothing unusual. While setting up the venue, they had extra greenery and even sent some our way. For the registration desk, they consulted with us and moved theirs 3 meters inward, so ours is the first thing attendees see.
Their staff has been very cooperative.
Li Bingshi sighed. Gao Yuan, if Blackfish ever falls ill, offer you an executive position.
Not bad, young man.
Early that morning, Gao Yuan was dragged by Zhang Bai from Musa to Qingjing.
In the car, Gao Yuan was listless, exhausted from the past few days. Old Zhang, damn it, you hauled me out of bed before 5. Whether I go or not doesn't matter, you can host.
Why drag me along? No nonsense. This is huge, it's Blackfish Technology's first publicly sold product.
As the boss, how can you not show up?
The staff have been working for days.
Old Gao, you kept that wrist machine under wraps.
Didn't you say it wouldn't launch anytime soon?
Why the sudden change of heart?
The timing wasn't right before. And now it is. Zhang Bai asked. Gao Yuan closed his eyes, unwilling to talk. Last night I played with the wrist machine until after 3. Slept only 2 hours. How can you be more tired than me? Gao Yuan kept his eyes shut. You don't understand, mental exhaustion. Too much scheming.
With you in Xinjiang and Su Lin in the beautiful country, I'm at ease.
Ease my ass, get pumped.
Throughout the ride, Zhang Bai kept chattering at Gao Yuan.
For this trip to Qingjing, Gao Yuan took a private jet.
Nearly the entire Linzhou office had rushed to Qingjing to prepare for the launch, even conscripting staff from Salmon Films. At 9 in the morning, Gao Yuan arrived at the National Convention Center. Hearing of his arrival, Li Bingshi came out personally to greet him.
President Gao, I've long admired you from afar. Finally we meet.
President Li, a pleasure. Our market in the beautiful country owes much to your support. We're friends, mutual assistance.
Indeed. Mutual assistance. Wishing you great sales for your new product. Gao Yuan, who had been lethargic moments before, now radiated vitality.
Likewise, may Blackfish Technology's new product sell like hotcakes.
The product launch events of the two companies proceeded smoothly.
At present, the two sides appeared to be in harmonious cooperation.
Moreover, the grand scale of this launch was unprecedented, drawing the presence of many prominent domestic figures. Xiaowei Zhou Lei Dami Lei Jianjun Vivi Qinyong Popo Duan Ping Xiaxing Qin Bing Wanengda Wanlin.
These magnates, already darlings of the media, now gathered together, attracting a swarm of journalists in their wake. For the domestic smartphone market had undergone drastic transformations of late. Foreign manufacturers, empowered by new high-performance chips, were all upgrading their products. Yet, as if by some unspoken agreement, domestic companies had not only refrained from designing new models but were even selling off products from 2 or 3 years ago at rock-bottom prices. Furthermore, numerous reports indicated they were divesting core assets of their mobile phone divisions, even selling off their official flagship stores. The media clamored to understand the reason behind this. The Xia Kingdom's smartphone industry had flourished in recent years, establishing the nation as the world's largest production base for smart devices. Now, for reasons unknown, this advantage was slipping away.
9 Stars' formidable return
stirred anxiety among many distributors. Even before the launch officially began, the media hounded these magnates with questions. Zhou Lei and Lei Jianjun in particular remained tight-lipped.
Zhou Lei offered no comment while Lei Jianjun kept his counsel.
The others likewise had nothing to disclose. On the surface, the Xia Kingdom's smartphone market seemed to be weathering its most turbulent storm in a decade.
In stark contrast to these magnates stood Li Bingshi, his face radiant with triumph and his spirits high.
Though the launch had not yet commenced, he was already in high spirits, granting interviews. President Lee, what prompted your decision to bring 9 stars back to the Xia Kingdom market?
All thanks to Blackfish Technology.
They have supplied us with exceptionally high-quality chips. And we have become the finest of partners.
What innovations have 9 stars' new products brought? I shall refrain from divulging details now. The upcoming launch will present comprehensive data. Then you may learn for yourselves. I can only say this: it is the most powerful smartphone ever created.
10 minutes remained before the official start.
Gao Yuan was backstage on a call with Su Lin. By now Gao Yuan, Zhang Bai and Su Lin had all switched to Blackfish Technology's wrist devices.
Before Gao Yuan floated a 3D holographic projection. Su Lin, clad in a tailored OL suit and sporting a crisp short haircut, exuded an aura of formidable competence. President Su, how are things in the beautiful country?
Everything is in place.
Our flagship stores across 21 major cities in the beautiful country will open for sale simultaneously. For the launch ceremonies, we've engaged local models to perform in tight-fitting thermostatic garments showcasing the wrist device's formidable capabilities live. It was winter in the beautiful country, allowing the thermostatic garments to demonstrate their excellent cold-resistant properties. During the performances, we'll also feature fire tests, knife slashes, ice bucket challenges and boiling water challenges.
Good, spare no expense. Remember, all purchases must be made through the app, understood? And do not sell too many today. Limit each store to 100 units. Double that tomorrow and double again the day after. Continue this pattern.
After a week, fix the daily quantity at 6400 units.
Lift all restrictions after a month. Su Lin nodded. Understood, President Gao.
Furthermore, a falling out with 9 stars may be imminent on our end.
You must be prepared. Unfair treatment is a distinct possibility. Su Lin offered a smile. Rest assured, President Gao.
Our beautiful country subsidiary is fully compliant with all regulations.
Moreover,
I have specifically contacted Amazon, the largest online retail platform in the beautiful country, and secured an exclusive agreement for them to operate the thermostatic garments and wrist devices.
The capital behind Amazon is far more substantial than the Morgan family. And its roots extend into every industry.
They too see great promise in the thermostatic garments and wrist devices.
Gao Yuan finally felt a measure of relief.
Su Lin was a seasoned manager, well-versed in opening new markets and identifying the most suitable partners. In the beautiful country, Blackfish Technology would operate its own stores, but online sales would be entrusted to Amazon.
Amazon could market Blackfish's products globally.
Moreover, Blackfish's beautiful country subsidiary had been established under several shell companies before entry. As long as the beautiful country did not resort to outright lawlessness, they would have no grounds to act against him. Now, with Amazon brought into the fold, the Morgan family posed no significant threat. After confirming that the beautiful country market was ready,
Gao Yuan returned to the venue.
The launch was about to commence. The hosts were, as always, Kong Guang and Li Meng from the central media.
Kong Guang strode onto the stage with vibrant energy.
Thank you all for attending Blackfish Technology's new product launch. Blackfish Technology has advanced at an astonishing pace. Not long ago, I met President Cao at Xiaowei's launch. At that time, Blackfish Technology was merely a fledgling company, yet it shattered the Western monopoly on high-end lithography machines. Not only did it achieve independent innovation, but it also realized a significant leap forward. Indeed, the Xia Kingdom Chip Alliance, spearheaded by Blackfish Technology, now commands 90% of the global chip market.
It is the undisputed hegemon of the chip industry. Li Meng declared with a beaming smile. The auditorium was packed to capacity.
When I received the invitation from Blackfish Technology a few days ago, I was puzzled. What magic does Blackfish Technology possess? How could they have another new product so soon?
Then I met Zhang Bai, Blackfish Technology's vice president.
He showed me the new product and I
almost thought I was hallucinating.
It was truly astonishing. Li Meng chimed in at this point. Indeed, not only Kong Guang, but I felt the same.
It was so breathtaking I lacked the words to describe it.
Now let us welcome Zhang Bai, vice president of Blackfish Technology, to introduce our new products. Zhang Bai ascended the stage with a triumphant expression.
Actually, my presence here is superfluous because
everyone is already familiar with Blackfish Technology's product, the thermostatic garment. It has been trending online for quite some time, yet it has never been officially released. Due to limited production capacity, we prioritized donations to the Fire Rescue Corps.
Last week we fulfilled the quantity we had pledged to donate. Now at last the thermostatic garment can meet its consumers.
I need not elaborate further on the garment's performance. Currently, the film Earth Rescue, produced by Blackfish Technology's subsidiary Salmon Pictures, is showing in theaters. It features the thermostatic garment demonstrating its suitability for both extreme cold and extreme heat. We have developed numerous styles to cater to diverse needs. I dare say if you so wish you could wear it for a lifetime. Our second product is also quite familiar to you. Before I formally introduce it, I'd like to conduct a small survey. How many people here have watched our film Earth Rescue? Please raise your hands if you have. In a venue designed for 500, over 700 people were packed in and nearly half of them raised their hands. The reason was the immense popularity of Earth Rescue, especially after the lunar leasing incident. It was an unprecedented sensation. Universal Cinema had allocated 50 of its screenings to Earth Rescue, yet the occupancy rate still exceeded 90 daily. The cumulative box office continued to break records, securing the top spot far ahead of the runner-up. It had become the undisputed dark horse of the National Day holiday, with hopes of breaking into the top 3 of all domestic language films. Zhang Bai, observing the sea of raised hands, nodded. Since everyone has seen it, I can rest assured. Do you recall a communication device featured in the film? The wrist unit. Many in the audience shouted. Exactly, the wrist unit. And Blackfish Technology has brought it to life. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Those who had seen the film were deeply impressed by the powerful wrist unit. Yet no one had ever imagined it could become reality. Zhang Bai spoke these words lightly, but the ensuing uproar was felt worldwide. Once the noise subsided, Zhang Bai continued, I see many esteemed seniors and industry leaders here today, so I'd like to invite one of you to help demonstrate the wrist unit. Actions speak louder than words. Those who've seen the film know of the wrist unit but may remain skeptical. Those who haven't may know nothing of it. Xiaowei is our finest partner at Blackfish Technology. Mr. Zhou, would you be interested in assisting me? Zhou Lei nodded. It's an honor to witness the launch of the wrist unit. This is a groundbreaking historic product. President Gao of Blackfish Technology actually gifted me one earlier. When I received it, I felt a mix of awe and sorrow, for I knew the era of smartphones was coming to an end. That's why Xiaowei has begun shifting its business. I must also thank 9-Star for stepping up and helping us recover some of our losses. The audience, having seen the film, silently mourned for 9-Star. Meanwhile, across the venue, Li Bingxi sat in the audience as Cui Jinzi meticulously introduced the innovations of the 9-Star New Era 01 phone. In terms of performance, system optimization and intelligence, it was an impeccable device, which is why Li Bingxi had chosen it as their spearhead. The New Era 01 is undoubtedly the most powerful phone on the market, yet it is not the most expensive. 9-Star has always adhered to the principle of offering excellent products at reasonable prices. Now you can pre-order this phone at physical stores or online flagship stores. We've discussed performance and system, which may suffice for tech enthusiasts, but for others an important parameter remains: photography. Undoubtedly, mobile photography is the most popular medium today. A phone even with mediocre performance and a high price can sell well if its camera is outstanding. The 9-Star New Era 01 is co-engineered with Leica. Cui Jinzi was in the middle of his presentation when Li Bingxi's assistant rushed in pale-faced and whispered something in his ear. Li Bingxi's expression shifted dramatically. What? How is that possible? It's true. They're demonstrating it now. President, you need to see for yourself. I can't explain. Li Bingxi was furious. How can I leave now? Are you sure their new product is a wrist unit, not a temperature-regulating garment? No. To be precise, they launched both the temperature-regulating garment and the wrist unit, but the wrist unit is the highlight. What are its capabilities? An enhanced smartwatch? Li Bingxi asked. The assistant looked troubled. President, you really should see for yourself. Li Bingxi wanted to scold him. What was wrong with his assistant? How could he run off to watch a competitor's launch while their own product was being presented? But he didn't go. However, the guests in the audience began to leave one by one like a contagion, heading to the other venue. Soon the hall was nearly empty. A venue for 500 now had only a dozen people in the front row, looking desolate. Even the media had fled. Cui Jinzi stood on stage utterly embarrassed. How could he continue? Why had everyone left? Had something gone wrong at the other venue? Li Bingxi shot a glare at his assistant. Fine, take me there. Let me see what this wrist unit really is. He couldn't go earlier, but now that his own hall was empty except for those paid to stay, he had no choice. At the other venue, the crowd was so thick he couldn't even get in. Just then Gao Yuan's assistant Shui spotted Li Bingxi and warmly approached him. President Gao said if you came you could use the VIP passage. Though uneasy, Li Bingxi felt Gao Yuan was being generous, even considering him at such a time. Following Shui through the VIP passage, he emerged at the front. Gao Yuan saw him and stood up.
President Li, are you done with your event? Very efficient. I was planning to visit you after the launch, but since you're here it saves me the trip. I have a small gift for you, a wrist unit from Blackfish Technology. Gao Yuan casually handed him a box. Li Bingshi opened it. This is the wrist unit. Yes, a little gadget pairs nicely with the temperature-regulating garment. Li Bingshi's expression stiffened. Is that so? Of course. Take my seat, President Li. I need to go on stage. This little gift is to thank you for helping us promote the wrist unit earlier. Li Bingshi looked at the packed venue, a sense of unease growing. He had arrived too late to see Zhang Bai and Zhou Lei's demonstration. Now the entire audience was in awe. The wrist unit was incredibly powerful. Kong Guang stepped onto the stage. Everyone sees it now, right? You can understand my shock. It took me a while to recover too. But since this is a launch event, we need to cover the specs. Now please welcome the founder of Blackfish Technology, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan pressed Li Bingshi into his seat. President Li am heading up. Li Bingshi looked around at the industry giants seated nearby, their gazes filled with pity, mockery, and sympathy. He had no idea why Gao Yuan was treating him as warmly as ever. But Li Bingshi felt that something was amiss. Gao Yuan stepped onto the stage, picked up the microphone and said, "Distinguished guests, colleagues and friends from the media, thank you all for attending Blackfish Technology's new product launch. Everyone is familiar with the constant temperature clothing. But I must reiterate, the constant temperature clothing is a culmination of Blackfish Technology's numerous innovations. From the temperature control chip to the surface coating materials and the internal microbattery, every component represents a monumental leap forward. These technologies will gradually be opened up to the public in the future." Zhou Lei and Lei Jianjun, seated in the audience, fell into deep contemplation. If Blackfish's technologies were to be commercialized for external use, what breakthroughs could they derive from them? At that moment, Gao Yuan held up a wrist device. Of course, your attention might be more focused on the wrist device. Vice President Zhang just demonstrated its use. It can be said that the wrist device embodies all your imaginations about communication. It integrates Blackfish's latest carbon-based chip. The superiority of carbon-based chips over silicon-based ones lies in their flexibility and architectural potential. Equipped with this chip, the wrist device achieves massive real-time responsiveness. Moreover, it performs exceptionally well in artificial intelligence. It also contains a brainwave receiver that intelligently interprets signals, preventing command confusion. Additionally, the wrist device's 3D holographic projection technology is entirely different from traditional holography. It generates a magnetic field within a specific area, enabling dot matrix imaging with clearer pixels. Leveraging its powerful computational capabilities, it supports real-time dynamic transmission. In terms of network technology, the wrist device achieves faster speeds. Whether in communication technology, gaming, or video, the wrist device delivers maximum immersion. Of course, there are currently no panoramic films or immersive games adapted for it. However, Blackfish Technology will gradually develop relevant resources in the future. Stay tuned. After all this talk, we've reached the most critical moment. You might be wondering, with such a powerful wrist device and perfect constant temperature clothing, what are the prices? Technology always serves humanity. Blackfish Technology charges only the cost price. Whether at our Universal Plaza stores or via the Blackfish app, prices are the same. The constant temperature clothing is priced uniformly at 2888 yuan nationwide. The wrist device comes in 3 versions: the standard edition at 5888 yuan, the premium edition at 8888 yuan, and the ultimate edition at 12888 yuan. As Gao Yuan spoke, the audience began to cheer. But one person felt a chill run through him. Though Li Bingshi hadn't seen the earlier demonstration of the wrist device, he clearly heard every word Gao Yuan said: 3D holographic imaging, communication, immersive gaming, brainwave control. Each technology was like a blade cutting into 9 stars. To re-enter the Xia Kingdom market, Li Bingshi had maximized production capacity and poured money into advertising. 9 stars had paid a tremendous price to establish its presence in Xia Kingdom. Watching Gao Yuan speak confidently on stage, Li Bingshi suddenly felt like a fool. He could no longer bear to stay. The business world was ruthless. As a seasoned businessman, Li Bingshi knew that approaching Gao Yuan now would only bring humiliation. Unable to remain, he stood up just as Gao Yuan noticed him. By the way, I must thank one person, President Li of 9 stars. Without his help, Blackfish Technology wouldn't have smoothly entered the beautiful country market. 9 stars also helped us promote the wrist device. President Li is a noble individual and a trustworthy partner. Let's applaud President Li of 9 stars. Li Bingshi had intended to slip away quietly and return to his homeland in defeat. But Gao Yuan's unexpected mention made him the center of attention. Spotlights and cameras turned toward him. Though his heart bled, Li Bingshi forced a smile onto his face. President Gao is also a reliable partner. Blackfish Technology is a great company. Such was the composure of a renowned entrepreneur. Even though he wished he could tear Gao Yuan apart, he maintained a calm demeanor in public. Just then a reporter asked the most awkward question. President Li, do you think the wrist device will become a competitor to 9star's new era phones? Li Bingshi squeezed out a smile. There's no real competition. All products serve consumers. Then do you think 9star's phones can compete with the wrist device? I told you there's no competition. We're just on different paths. I believe the wrist device is an excellent product and 9star's new era won't disappoint either. Sorry, I have matters to attend to. Li Bingshi exited through the VIP passage. Gao Yuan chased after him. President Li, wait. Without cameras or onlookers, Li Bingshi turned with a dark expression. Gao Yuan. You set me up. Gao Yuan looked surprised. President Li, why would you say that? Aren't we close partners? I went to great lengths to persuade Xia Kingdom's phone manufacturers and you worked hard to help me enter the beautiful country market. We're helping each other. Li Bingshi felt a surge of anger. Your wrist device will deal a devastating blow to smartphones, do you realize that? I don't know. How could that be? The wrist device is just a gadget for young people. Our production capacity is limited. How could it replace smartphones? Li Bingshi stared at Gao Yuan, certain he was playing dumb. Fine, very well. He turned and walked away. Gao Yuan called out with a smile, President Li, let me give you a set of constant temperature clothing. No matter how cold it gets, your body will stay warm. Li Bingshi stumbled. He would remember this grudge. Though 9stars was a vast conglomerate with diverse business, a total collapse of its mobile phone division would still cause severe damage. Li Bingshi had to return and minimize losses. Before the wrist device fully rolled out, he would shut down all branch factories in ASEAN and South Asia, liquidate phone inventory, slash prices and sell at any cost. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country, all 21 major cities saw Blackfish stores simultaneously launch Songandon's performances. A blonde woman in constant temperature clothing sat inside a large pot over a roaring fire. Elsewhere, another woman sat calmly in a giant ice bucket playing with her phone. Crowds gathered around. Store staff demonstrated the wrist device while lively music played. The locals had never seen such an opening ceremony. Su Lin sat at the beautiful country branch headquarters. Beside her were an E and an heir who had rushed from the southern dynasty, as Li Bingshi was no longer of use. An E no longer needed to pretend to be Li Jingji. He came directly to protect Su Lin as the beautiful country was unstable. Simultaneously across 21 cities in America, a total of 72 stores were each equipped with 2 security robots. These robots, bearing typical Western features, were robust and armed with laser weaponry. This was precisely to prevent zero-cost shopping. Countless onlookers, after witnessing the marvel of the thermostatic clothing and the brilliance of the wrist device, began streaming into the stores to make purchases. The first wave of customers smoothly acquired their desired items. Yet soon patrons noticed a "sold out today" notice displayed in the store. Sales assistants repeatedly explained, due to limited production capacity, today's stock is sold out. Please come again tomorrow. Though dissatisfied customers had no choice but to leave, regretfully gazing at the empty shelves. Those who had made purchases feeling a sense of superiority, knowing others couldn't buy even with money, began flaunting their privilege on social media with humble brags. Lucy wrote on Facebook, "Is winter in Texas cold? Wearing the thermostatic clothing, I can't feel a thing." She posted a photo of herself soaking in ice water. David, a freshman in college from a well-off family who loves novelty and frequented nightclubs, also posted on Facebook. Unfortunately, due to outdated wiring, the nightclub caught fire. As a superhero, of course, I had to go in and save people. He accompanied the post with a picture of himself standing on burning timber. That day, countless such photos flooded across America. The thermostatic clothing was more intuitive. But the sense of superiority among wrist device buyers was even stronger. Those who owned both only needed to post a selfie with a raised hand to garner countless likes. Meanwhile, Amazon began selling thermostatic clothing and wrist devices globally online, though quantities remained limited. On the first day, only 10,000 sets were supplied. The number of items sold was small, but this scarcity only fueled attention. News about the thermostatic clothing and wrist devices dominated major media outlets worldwide. In particular, the wrist device's functions amazed the entire world. This also brought a surge of popularity to Earth Rescue. Previously, foreign film distribution companies had approached Salmon Entertainment about acquiring the rights, but Salmon's high asking price had prevented any deal. Now these same film companies returned, willing to accept the original offer, only to find that Salmon Entertainment had doubled the price. Even so, the foreign distribution deal for Earth Rescue was finalized in record time. Salmon Films' official microblog announced Earth Rescue will premiere globally in 3 days. This injected a surge of excitement into the somewhat sluggish domestic box office, propelling it to tie with the top-grossing film in Xiaoguo's history. With global box office added, Earth Rescue might even climb into the upper echelons of the all-time global box office rankings. Of course, such modest earnings were trivial in Gao Yuan's eyes. After the press conference, he traveled to the future world where another matter awaited him. Su Dai had arrived. At the entrance of the 2024 club, Gao Yuan met him. Su Dai was accompanied by 2 robots carrying his equipment. "Boss Gao, the appointed time has come. Are you ready?" Gao Yuan smiled. When someone sought a thrashing, he was happy to oblige. "Of course. Master Su, you'd better bring extra pants so you won't be uncomfortable if you wet yourself." Su Dai's smug expression froze. He realized he had never gotten the better of Gao Yuan in a verbal exchange. Talking big is useless. What scenes haven't I seen? Have you witnessed the 5,000-meter ice falls on Europa? Have you bathed in the lava spewing kilometers high from Mars' largest volcano? Gao Yuan chuckled. "I haven't. I'm not that stupid." Su Dai was left speechless. "Damn you, Gao Yuan, just wait. Master Su, let's go. Today isn't about adventure, it's just to show you the diversity of Earth's creatures." Creatures. Mutated beasts are indeed formidable, I admit. But natural creatures. Trash. Su Dai dismissed disdainfully. True, without protection you'd be reduced to nothing but scraps. Su Dai decided it was best not to engage Gao Yuan in conversation anymore. Entering the scene. Su Dai glanced around and sneered. "A swamp and woods. You think this can stop me?" "Yes. It can stop you. And it might even make you cry out for daddy." Gao Yuan sat in the rest area by the entrance, poured himself a cup of tea and asked Dan to pick some fruit from below and grill a fish, ready to watch the show. Su Dai shot Gao Yuan a mocking look, then donned his protective gear, a set of ancient Ningguang armor. It was crafted from fine steel. This isn't cheating. Although the product is a replica, the craftsmanship follows traditional methods, no smart devices, no modern materials. Su Dai explained as he dressed. Gao Yuan waved a hand, understood. Inwardly sneering. Ningguang armor. Would it be of any use? Su Dai then put on an iron mask, slipped on calfskin gloves and donned leather boots that protected his shins. Fully armed. He also grabbed a hatchet strapped on a flamethrower and hung a crossbow at his waist. Gao Yuan, am ready. Start the timer. Gao Yuan pressed the timer. Laden with heavy gear, Su Dai naturally avoided the swamp and headed into the woods. But the terrain was treacherous, strewn with rocks, causing him to stumble with every step. After just a dozen paces, a sudden buzzing erupted ahead. A swarm of killer bees took flight. However, these killer bees couldn't penetrate the Ningguang armor or slip through the gaps in Su Dai's faceplate. Su Dai grabbed his flamethrower, unleashed a burst of fire, and a scorched smell filled the air as the ground became littered with bee corpses. Su Dai laughed heartily. Gao Yuan, is that all you've got? No sooner had he spoken than he froze. Bullet ants were dropping from the trees above. In overwhelming numbers, some landed on his mask. The mask had gaps for breathing and vision, gaps that could block killer bees but not bullet ants. Su Dai frantically wiped them away, but one slipped through and entered his mask. Su Dai wanted to remove his mask, but killer bees still swarmed around him. He had no choice but to endure. Outside, Gao Yuan took a sip of tea. Suddenly Su Dai leaped into the air, screaming like a stuck pig. He tore off his mask in a frenzy, frantically feeling his face until he found the bullet ant and flung it away. Even so, the pain didn't subside. Groping in his chest pocket, he fumbled out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. Minutes later he slowly calmed down. But by then he was surrounded by killer bees, and without his mask another round of agonized screams ensued. Gao Yuan couldn't bear to watch. Su Dai's face swelled so much he couldn't even put his mask back on. It was truly a pitiful sight. And it must be said, Su Dai was in excellent physical condition, capable of leaping so high while laden with dozens of kilograms of iron armor. Gao Yuan felt a twinge of envy. He called out from outside, "Master Su. Want to come out and rest for a while? There's still time." Su Dai pondered. Right, retreat for now, take some medicine and then continue the fight. It was just a bunch of insects, he had been careless. But there were too many, impossible to guard against. Who knew what other bugs lay ahead? Better to switch gear and try crossing the swamp. Su Dai admitted that the insects in the woods were indeed impossible to guard against. But why should he charge into the insect formation at all? Before he had taken many steps he encountered bullet ants and killer bees and spiders dangling from the trees. Their colors alone proclaimed their lethal venom. His mask had gaps. If one of them spat poison, he would have to swallow another pill. So, Su Dai decided to cross through the swamp. He changed into a one-piece rubber suit so even if there were bugs in the swamp it wouldn't matter. He could just charge straight through. He flashed Gao Yuan AV sign and stepped into the swamp. Gao Yuan wore a pitying expression. Poor child. Actually, if he just swapped his helmet he could have walked through the woods right up to the tiger. But the swamp. Did he think crocodiles were vegetarians? Gao Yuan shook his head. Su Dai began struggling forward through the swamp. He found it difficult to move, but surprisingly there were no leeches or blood-sucking bugs. This disappointed him a little. Only a few pieces of rotten wood floated on the shallow water. As he passed a piece of rotten wood he flashed another V sign at Gao Yuan. The next moment the rotten wood suddenly burst to life, a massive mouth shot out and clamped onto Su Dai's leg. Gao Yuan shook his head. Too tragic. Su Dai was dragged down by the crocodile and he even suspected his leg bone had cracked. Gao Yuan. I surrender. Su Dai shouted. At that moment two robots appeared in time and fired several tranquilizer darts into the crocodile. The crocodile released its grip and Su Dai crawled back, dragging one leg while a medical robot came to treat him. Fortunately he admitted defeat quickly. Su Dai's leg only had a slight fracture. With the medical conditions of the future world after treatment it was no longer a serious issue. Young Master Su, care to try again? Su Dai looked unconvinced. Of course I want to try. You've really gone all out, even finding crocodiles. Wild crocodiles have been extinct for hundreds of years, only mutant crocodiles remain. I don't know where you got these, but I believe I can get through. Still taking the swamp. No, I realize you misled me. The bugs are actually easy to deal with. Su Dai quickly adjusted his strategy. He put on a helmet and protected his neck with cowhide. Gao Yuan, you'll definitely make it this time. Gao Yuan made a pleased gesture. Begin your performance. Su Dai picked up a flamethrower and marched forward. This time whenever he encountered killer bees he sprayed fire. It was highly effective. And because he was wrapped up tightly the bullet ants had no chance to get in. The wolf spiders and giant centipedes managed to land on Su Dai. They couldn't pierce his Mingguan armor. Su Dai declared firmly, Gao Yuan, what other tricks do you have? Soon he had advanced 50 meters. The swamps on both sides disappeared, replaced by woods, and a pond appeared in the middle. Su Dai hesitated. His Mingguan armor was very heavy, unsuitable for moving through water, and he was wrapped tightly holding a flamethrower. So he chose to go through the woods. As soon as he entered a roar rang out, deafening his eardrums. A tattooed South China tiger appeared in the woods and lunged at Su Dai. The king of the forest's aura completely crushed Su Dai's confidence. He instinctively activated the flamethrower. The tiger, frightened by the flames, immediately dodged, trying to circle around the fire. Su Dai stared at the tiger spraying fire as he walked, but the tiger was too agile in the woods. He leaned against a tree wanting to rest and drive the tiger away. Just then a giant python's head dropped down from the tree, its forked tongue flickering before Su Dai's face. Su Dai let out a strange cry trying to leave the tree, but before he could run he felt his legs tighten. A massive python coiled around him. The crossbow at his waist had no chance to be drawn before it was crushed by the python's immense strength. He felt his waist about to snap. He turned the flamethrower toward the python. But the next moment his hands were also. Fortunately the Mingguan armor was truly resilient. Su Dai could still hold on. He kept the flamethrower's trigger pressed. The python finally burned in pain, lashed its tail, striking Su Dai's leg and sending him flying. He landed less than 3 meters from the tiger. The tiger pounced immediately. Years of extreme sports experience made Su Dai's muscles react swiftly. Almost by reflex he pulled the trigger. Flames shot out and the tiger twisted in midair. The smell of burnt fur filled the air. Su Dai gasped for breath. Thrilling. This was living on the edge. Tiger, giant python. What next? Su Dai kept a wary eye on both the python and the tiger, retreating step by step. Suddenly a massive black paw swung from behind, stunning Su Dai and knocking the flamethrower out of his hands. He then saw a huge black bear behind him. Su Dai was dumbfounded. Without the flamethrower, what could he do? Before he could react, the black bear struck again. Su Dai was sent flying once more, crashing into a large tree. His internal organs felt dislodged and nausea rose in his chest. Then he watched the black bear approach, ready to step on his chest. Panicked, he no longer cared about the weight. He rolled and crawled, jumping into the pond. The water wasn't deep, it came up to his chest. In the water Su Dai gasped for breath. Damn, Gao Yuan, was he really trying to kill him? So ruthless. Could there be crocodiles in this water? Su Dai looked around. Seeing no rotten wood he breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yuan, you're still not thorough enough, this pond actually has none.
Just as he thought this, he heard movement underwater and felt his Mingguang armor's plates creaking.
He looked down. Small fish, their mouths full of teeth, were biting his armor.
Their bites left marks on the plates. What made Su Dai even more desperate was that the Mingguang armor's plates were connected by cowhide and some fish had already torn off a piece of leather.
Damn it.
If he stayed in the water a few more minutes, the armor would fall apart. And he would become fish food. Su Dai ran for his life through the water. The woods on both sides held tigers, pythons and a black bear, so he dared not go ashore. He felt his lungs about to burst, but he couldn't stop. He covered 100 meters in 5 minutes. When he climbed onto the bank, he saw the armor covered in teeth marks, many plates missing from the hem and both boots full of holes. If not for his stamina, he would have been left in the water. With incomplete protective gear and no weapon, Su Dai dared not confront the monitor lizard. He scrambled up a tree. Su Dai had barely risen to his feet when he was locked onto by a monitor lizard over 3 meters in length, its gaze fixed intently upon him. With incomplete protective gear and no weapon, Su Dai dared not confront the monitor lizard. He scrambled up a tree. But the moment he ascended, he realized his folly. The lizard was far more adept at climbing than he was. He waited for the lizard to climb up, then leaped down, only to hear a buzzing sound from the tree. A swarm of hornets rose into the air. Su Dai despaired. His body was no longer fully protected, but the hornets weren't lethal, so he resolved to endure. Then upon landing, he spotted a brightly colored yellow frog before him. His eyelids twitched, his instincts told him this creature was poisonous. He retreated hastily, but a sudden sharp pain shot through his ankle. Su Dai knew. It was over. He saw a triangular-headed patterned snake slither past him. Then his entire leg began to go numb. Damn it, Gao Yuan, save me, I'm done. After emergency treatment, Su Dai sat before Gao Yuan, his face haggard. His expression seemed defiant. Gao Yuan asked with a smile, want to try again? Su Dai turned his head away. Where the hell did you get all these things? Of course. I can't tell you. Master Su, there are still 23 minutes left, you have a chance to try again. You were only 50 meters from the finish line just now. What a pity. Su Dai shuddered with lingering fear. Try again. Recalling the crocodiles, piranhas and the myriad venomous insects, snakes and pythons he had encountered, his heart quailed. Even with equipment, unless he could destroy this entire scene, he would never make it through. He shook his head. No more attempts. I concede. Damn it, your Gao family has always been my family's bane. I'm done. I'm afraid I'll die here. A wise decision, Master Su. Since you've lost. Then our wager. Don't worry, I'll handle it right away. Isn't it just the position of Director of the Archives Bureau? Remember that. Gao Yuan watched Su Dai leave in disarray, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the position of Director of the Archives Bureau within the Development Directorate, he could finally begin his machinations. The Archives Bureau wielded little power, yet it was of paramount importance. It might harbor the secrets of the Development Directorate. For years the Development Directorate had remained an impregnable fortress controlling the economic lifeline. Thus successive parliaments and administrative bureaus had been powerless against them, allowing them to grow ever stronger. Gao Yuan aimed to uncover the secrets to defeating them from within. With control over the Archives Bureau, whether in the Parliament or the Administrative Bureau, he would have the qualifications to partner with them. However, Gao Yuan never learned how Su Dai managed it. 2 days later he received a message from Su Dai summoning him to take up his post in Zhongjing. Before assuming his position, Gao Yuan had to pay homage to someone. After all, he bore the identity of Gao Qiu's grandson. If he didn't visit the Gao family as a newcomer parachuted into the Archives Bureau, they would toy with him to death. But once he visited the Gao family, his rumored identity would be solidified and they would have to think twice before trying to destroy him. The Gao family's stronghold was in Gaojing, though the name Gaojing certainly didn't derive from the family's surname. Rather, it was due to the terrain. Gaojing was situated on the roof of the world in the real world. Gao Yuan took an aircar to Gaojing, marking his first open entry into a city of the future world through official channels. This also signified the formal debut of the identity Gao Yuan Gao. He entered Gaojing, heading straight for the Gao family compound. In any era, the elite enjoyed privileges. The Gao family possessed a large courtyard in the heart of Gaojing, a stark contrast to the surrounding high-rises appearing somewhat incongruous. As Gao Yuan reached the entrance, a robot greeted him outside. Are you Mr. Gao Yuan Gao? Our master requests your presence. Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated needing to employ some tactics to gain entry into the Gao family, for which he had prepared a few gadgets, but they evidently proved unnecessary. Perhaps from the moment he entered Gaojing he had been under the Gao family's surveillance.
Gao Yuan was uncertain of the Gao family's intentions.
But with his current identity, regardless of what they planned, he was of use to them.
Thus Gao Yuan wasn't overly concerned for his safety. Moreover, his trump card was the ability to summon a dimensional portal at any time. If negotiations failed, he could simply flee.
Entering the Gao family compound. The interior was not extravagant.
Guided by the robot, he went directly to the rear courtyard, entered a room, and then the room was empty. Gao Yuan was bewildered.
He had imagined various reactions from the Gao family, but not this.
The absence of anyone could be interpreted as the Gao family wanting to leave him in suspense. But this room. From the moment he entered, Gao Yuan felt a strange familiarity.
Even more unexpectedly, in the room Gao Yuan saw a statue. A statue carved in his own likeness.
This is. As he puzzled over it, a robot entered. Mr. Gao, this is something from our master for you. Gao Yuan opened it. Inside was an identity chip. What did this mean? Gao Yuan picked up the chip, activated it with his brainwaves, and was astonished to see his name. Gao Yuan.
This identity chip bore the name Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan felt that everything since his arrival at the Gao family had been exceedingly strange. Far beyond his expectations.
The current head of the Gao family was Gao Gon, son of Gao Qiu and the president of the Human Federation Academy of Sciences. Gao Yuan now only wished to meet Gao Gon and voice the doubts in his heart.
But the robot at the door barred his exit.
Unable to wait any longer, Gao Yuan summoned a dimensional portal in the room.
The portal was not a door but a node of a four-dimensional passage bound to Gao Yuan alone. Thus he had no fear of being discovered by others. For they could not perceive it at all.
Only non-sentient beings authorized by Gao Yuan could see and pass through it. Without Gao Yuan's authorization, even the robot guarding the door could not perceive it. Gao Yuan entered the real world, took 50 steps in a certain direction, then summoned the dimensional portal again to re-enter the future world.
This time he emerged in the front courtyard.
Gao Yuan looked around, no one was there.
But the main hall of the front courtyard had its door open and he walked straight up.
If Gao Gon resided here, given his status, this would undoubtedly be his room.
Gao Yuan paused at the door, listened, and heard no sound from within. He cautiously pushed the door open and a voice came from inside.
Gao Yuan.
I have been waiting for you for 20 years.
Ha! What was going on?
Gao Yuan saw a middle-aged man writing inside, holding a large brush in his hand. A sheet of rice paper was spread on a wooden table. This scene was too rare in the future world. If Gao Yuan hadn't just stepped through the timespace portal, he would have thought this was some big shot in the real world. In the future world, rice paper was more expensive than gold.
Gao Yuan walked over. Gao Gon. It's me. You finally returned. Gao Yuan was a bit confused. You know me.
Of course, this world is waiting for you to break the deadlock.
By the way, you should call me Big Brother. Come on, how old are you? 140.
I'm 25, said Gao Yuan. He wanted to say that it was obvious. How could they be brothers with over a century's age difference?
Is your timespace portal working well? These words struck Gao Yuan like a thunderbolt.
His biggest secret had been exposed, and the key question was how Gao Gon knew about it.
You. I told you I'm your brother. I won't harm you.
And do you really think no one in Longjing has noticed you?
Do you think the Qin family doesn't know you're an outsider? Gao Yuan was stunned.
He had never thought about it so deeply. Now that his cards were all laid bare before this man, there was nothing left to hide. He simply found a chair and sat down.
He recalled his entire life.
If he hadn't met Gao Gon, Gao Yuan might have had doubts, but he would never have speculated in this direction. But now Gao Gon claimed to be his brother. So could it be that he was originally from the future world? How had he ended up in the real world? And why had he lived in the real world for over 20 years? If he was from the future,
then everything had been orchestrated. Gao Yuan began to piece it all together. Let me guess.
I grew up in Muzha, but I always knew our family moved here from elsewhere. However, my parents were different from other kids' parents from the start. They were too disciplined. And when I turned 18, they said they were going on a trip and never returned.
Now I think about it, could they have been robots instead of real people? Because in my memory they never aged. And why choose Muzha? I don't understand.
Muzha is remote and backward, sitting on a seismic belt. Everyone else migrated to big cities, but our family moved into the mountains. And from childhood our family was better off than the neighbors.
If we were refugees, it doesn't add up.
Now I'm starting to understand. Muzha's unique geography might make it a perfect node for a four-dimensional space channel.
And the Gao family compound in the real world is actually a precision instrument. After you, or rather you all, accidentally discovered this spacetime node, you had a bold idea. To bind this node to a person. The person you chose was me. If it were just a fixed node, you'd have no control over it. Once exposed, the development authority would surely seize it. But if the node could move, then no one could take it away. And I am the person you chose to bind. I don't know how you did it. But you never expected that I wouldn't return to the old compound all these years. As Gao Yuan spoke, he watched Gao Gan's expression to gauge whether his guesses were correct. Gao Gan looked at him with a faint smile, listening without uttering a word. Gao Yuan paused here for a moment. Gao Chou always wanted to restore this world to a utopia, but he found the power of capital too strong to shake. So he needed an external force. Gao Chou didn't succeed, but you inherited his will. You must need resources from another world to break the monopoly of the capital consortiums. So you've kept a low profile all these years, conserving strength. On the surface you seem to have given up, but in reality you've been waiting for me, haven't you? Gao Gan finally spoke. Little brother, you're very clever. But you got one thing wrong: our father Gao Chou is still alive. Moreover, for that spacetime node to grow into a channel, it requires vast amounts of dark energy to nurture. The old compound in your world is a precision instrument. Haven't you noticed that the backyard of that compound never accumulates dust and there's never any wind? We extract dark energy from the universe to continuously nourish the spacetime node. Gao Yuan's face was filled with shock. Gao Chou is still alive. That's impossible. He's not a commoner. As a human big shot, as long as he's alive, someone would have found him. Indeed, he's alive, but no one can discover him. Then where is he now? Your grandfather in the real world is him. Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. This family tree was a mess. And it was utterly mind-blowing. His parents were actually robots, and his grandfather wasn't really his grandfather but his father. No wonder his grandfather had always been so good to him since childhood. Wait. Since the node wasn't mature back then, how did Gao Chou take me to that world? And why did he pretend to be my grandfather? When a single father setup would have worked too. At that time, thousands of scientists from our academy used dark energy to send father over first. Since there was no precedent for time-space travel, father didn't want you to take the risk. He wanted to test it first. 2 robots traveled with him. After arriving, they built a base to nurture the time-space channel and activated it. We received the signal here and only then sent you over. As for why he pretended to be your grandfather, I suppose it was to give the 2 robots a plausible identity. This information was too overwhelming for Gao Yuan. He sat dazed in his chair. Then, why did Gao Chou disappear later? Gao Yuan asked. In the real world, he hadn't seen Gao Chou for 5 years. Rumors in Muzha village said old Gao was probably dead. Gao Yuan had grieved for a time. Because he came back. 20 years had passed and the whole world believed he was dead, so he could return openly. At the same time, he tested the safety of the time-space channel for you again. Once the channel formed, only when you returned to the nurturing base would it fully activate and be permanently bound to you. That's why you never discovered the time-space portal before. Gao Yuan took a long deep breath to steady himself. So what do you need me to do? Food. Massive amounts of food. And huge quantities of compressed air. Why? Isn't nutrient paste more comprehensive? And air. Isn't it everywhere? Gao Gan took a deep breath. Do you really believe that the future world can't grow food? That the wilderness is truly uninhabitable? Haven't you considered that this is a conspiracy by the consortiums to cage the lower class? Gao Yuan's eyes widened. This was going too far. Do you have any evidence? Gao Yuan inquired. After all, this matter was too monumental, involving future trajectories and human ethics. If the future world was indeed a manufactured predicament, that would be utterly appalling. Gao Gan nodded. Of course. In fact, it's not just father and I, many have questioned it. But no one can shake the consortiums. In this world, over 90% of humanity still lives on Earth, and the vast majority of them are concentrated in the 8 great capitals. I've been at the Federal Academy of Sciences all these years. A century ago, father rose to power and with an iron fist pried open a crack, securing a sliver of fiscal autonomy for the administrative directorate. Over the years, I used that small freedom to conduct genetic sequencing on the so-called irradiated species in the wild. And discovered that these species bear the marks of human genetic editing. Moreover, there was an even more critical finding: relying solely on these irradiated plants could never render all arable land unusable. Because Earth itself has metabolic functions.
Currently the radiation in the soil differs in composition from the radiation caused by these plants.
This means the soil radiation also involves human intervention.
The Development Directorate holds too much power.
They control nearly all of humanity's key industries, and they are all vital.
Only the most trivial sectors are left for the middle class to enter. What the consortiums truly want is to cage the vast majority of people within the cities.
To keep them like pets. Gao Yuan spoke with calm composure, not a trace of anger. But Gao Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Could the consortiums really go this far?
Gao Yuan, do the consortiums have that much power? And wouldn't achieving this require enormous resources?
What's in it for them? Gao Yuan asked. Gao Yuan smiled. What's in it for them?
Why, to dominate this world alone, of course. I calculated it, there's no need for radiation across the entire globe. Just create mutated radiation zones within a few hundred kilometers around the 8 great capitals.
Who would know about the rest? The Development Directorate runs a public welfare initiative organizing ecological patrol teams to roam the globe.
These teams are essentially their hounds, patrolling in name, imprisoning in reality, forbidding ordinary people from venturing outside. Hearing this, Gao Yuan recalled Wang Qinjie, whom he had met in the Golden Triangle. Was she an accomplice in caging humanity?
Gao Yuan, this world's class structure has been ossified for too long. The lower class has always had dissenting voices, but they've never been loud.
Gao Yuan remembered what Qin Mugu had told him about the plight of the future world's lower class when they first met. Back then Gao Yuan had even felt a flicker of envy. After all, they had no life pressures and could indulge in endless entertainment.
In his impression, most of the lower class must be happy. Gao Yuan, aren't most of the lower class carefree and happy? Gao Yuan gave Gao Yuan a penetrating look. I understand your thinking. With games to play, a place to live, free nutrient paste, free transportation. It sounds like there's no reason for complaints. But do you know what the human heart is? The human heart is never satisfied.
When you grow up playing games with no limits and no restraints, you're actually not happy at all.
You play games simply because there's nothing else to do. We conducted a survey. Over 80% of the lower class are deeply dissatisfied with the status quo and believe change is necessary.
Only 20% have had their minds ossified, thinking the world is what it is and can never change.
Gao Yuan fell into deep thought.
He recalled the joy of secretly playing on the computer as a child. But as an adult, the computer became a tool, and sitting before it every day, he could no longer recapture the childhood happiness.
And when no one was home as a kid, sneaking candy, 1 piece, 2 pieces, that was pure bliss.
But when a whole jar of candy was placed before him and he ate until his mouth went numb, he could no longer taste a hint of sweetness. Perhaps that was how the lower class of the future world felt.
Lacking nothing, playing deeply immersive games, indulging in whimsical dreams, yet never feeling joy.
In the real world, a young father returning home after a long day at work, hearing his daughter sweetly call out "Daddy," feels an incomparable warmth. Joy only arises from contrast, from desire in the heart. When you have no desires, no hope. And live like a pig, you can never experience the pure contentment a pig feels when eating its slop.
Gao Yuan understood.
So you and your father Gao Qiu have painstakingly laid your plans just to find an opportunity?
Yes. Because the consortiums are too powerful for us to shake. We can only seek outside help. You, Gao Yuan, my brother, can travel between 2 timelines. You are the perfect candidate.
You can help us restore this world to normal.
Gao Yuan shook his head. With all your advanced technology, you can't do it. How can I make a difference? Gao Yuan's expression turned grave. Of course you can, because the Development Directorate holds everyone's lifeline.
They not only control food but also, by creating obstacles, control the air and water. Anyone who dares to resist loses the right to reside in the 8 great capitals and is exiled to the radiation zones.
The result is nothing but death. Air, water, food. None can be done without. So anyone who wants to live cannot resist.
But you, my brother, can bring air, water, and food from the real world.
That way we can break free from the consortium's shackles. Gao Yuan hadn't thought this far. Now, hearing Gao Yuan's words, a chill crept up his spine.
Indeed, the consortiums manufactured the crisis to artificially sever people from nature's water and air.
To survive, one must obey and be a docile pig. What do you plan to do?
I can supply you with resources. But you must also provide me with technology.
I've already pushed the limits in the real world. If I go any further, I'm afraid it'll be dealt with. Gao Yuan waved his hand.
I can give you a starship. And some Earth orbit electromagnetic cannon. With these, no one should dare touch you. Besides, your current armed self-defense scouts and security robots should handle daily protection. Even if I can help you become a world hegemon, in that world supplying resources would be much easier.
Gao Yuan's heart stirred. But he didn't want to do it. Because being a hegemon might be good, but he refused. He only wanted to be a business owner. Standing too high would forever rob him of the taste of simple joy. Gao Yuan stepped before Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan indeed noticed a resemblance of about 30%, especially the nose. It was practically identical.
Brother, this world is utterly rotten. Someone must always rise to shatter it. If we do nothing today, our descendants will be nothing more than pigs.
Gao Yuan pondered. I want to see Cao Qiu. Gao Yuan spoke with some nervousness. He already believed 70% of what Gao Yuan had said. Now making this request, he felt that once he saw Gao Qiu, everything would be clarified. He had assumed it would be simple. But Gao Yuan shook his head. You can't see him yet. Why?
He's not in Gaojing.
Our father was once the chief executive officer of the Human Federation. Even after 20 years he cannot return to Gaojing.
If discovered elsewhere, they'd merely say he resembles Gao Qiu, no stir. But in Gaojing the Gao family knows him too well.
Only I know that father is still alive. Gao Yuan frowned.
If he couldn't see Gao Qiu, he had reason to doubt the veracity of Gao Yuan's words.
He remained uncertain of the extent of any exaggeration. Whether Gao Qiu was his grandfather or father, Gao Yuan had lived with him for nearly 20 years.
He had even reported his disappearance to the police after he left without a word, but he was never found, only to discover he had returned to the future world.
Where is he now? In the asteroid belt.
The lower class on Earth lacks a spirit of resistance. The asteroid belt is different. Those who go there to work are dissatisfied with the status quo. The capital's control over the asteroid belt is the harshest. Air and water are rationed daily. To overthrow the current order, the miners in the asteroid belt are the most promising candidates to become warriors.
Gao Yuan was silent for a moment.
He had always imagined the future world would grow better, never knowing that 1,000 years later there would be people who couldn't even breathe freely.
He's plotting a rebellion in the asteroid belt? Gao Yuan asked.
He found it absurd. Not to mention the vast number of robots. The weapons of the future world were all intelligent.
Even if they successfully incited a riot, could they possibly win? It's not rebellion, it's restoration. The world shouldn't be like this. What are the chances? None at all. Gao Yuan said. Gao Yuan almost laughed. So Gao Yuan knew, and Gao Qiu knew too. If so, why bother struggling? Do you find it ridiculous? If the odds are less than 10%, what's the point of our efforts? Gao Yuan said nothing, but his silence was an admission. The Gao family was among the elite. So why not just enjoy life?
After him dead, what do I care if the flood rages?
Gao Yuan poured a cup of tea and took a sip. Your current status is too low.
With your current ability to help us, our chances are only 1%. If you control the entire world, the chances can rise to 10%.
10% is still not high, Gao Yuan said. In the end, someone must break this cycle.
If the Gao family doesn't do it, someone will in 500, 1,000 or 2,000 years.
Gao Yuan sat down, re-evaluating this brother. Don't you have a better plan?
Of course we do, but it's difficult.
Divide the development directorate.
If the three families of the directorate turn against each other, our chances would be at least 50%.
Have you tried? Gao Yuan asked. Certainly.
We've been trying to divide them for years, but with little effect.
So?
The asteroid belt can't even breathe freely, yet you expect them to lead humanity to freedom.
Also, I don't understand, wouldn't mining robots be better? Gao Yuan asked. Gao Yuan shook his head. You don't understand.
2,000 years ago, in the Song dynasty of Xia country, there was a policy. During non-famine years, the government would conscript refugees into the army.
Why? In any era, refugees are the root of unrest.
By conscripting the able-bodied among them, the remaining old, weak, sick and disabled can't cause any trouble. Now, although basic living standards are guaranteed, some are still unsatisfied with the status quo. That's human nature. The capital offers these people a path to mine in the asteroid belt for 10 or 20 years, and upon return they can become middle class.
It's a channel for upward mobility. Mining machines and robots are indeed more efficient than humans.
But without this path, what would those people do if they stayed on Earth? They would protest and riot.
People are herd animals. If enough join the unrest, even those without strong opinions might be swept along.
Now those people are all mining and Earth remains stable.
Gao Yuan's breath quickened.
He had never imagined the truth was like this. What if we killed off the lower class?
Gao Yuan proposed a grim possibility. Haha, little brother, you're too young. Without the lower class there is no upper class. Without comparison, what meaning does life have? Killing them all is possible, but then what? The world would be left with only a tiny elite. How would their superiority manifest? If the lower class were wiped out, humanity might perish. Gao Yuan looked at Gao Gon and suddenly understood. The ancients knew a truth: one worries not about scarcity but about inequality. Conversely, only inequality can provide a sense of superiority. Without the lower class for comparison, the upper class becomes the lower class. Even among the elite there are differences. Should they kill everyone inferior to them? Even among the three families of the Development Directorate there are disparities, not just in wealth but in intelligence and appearance. Who defines what is superior and excellent? If this precedent is set, humanity might indeed perish. Gao Yuan was filled with emotion. Gao Gon, actually I came here to tell you something. I know. You want to become the director of the archives department. You know already. What do you think I should do? Gao Yuan asked. He had originally come to discuss cooperation with the Gao family, but upon arrival he uncovered a shocking secret. Moreover, he wasn't an imposter, he was a genuine member of the Gao family. It was quite dramatic. The archives department likely holds no real secrets, only what they allow you to see. But it's a good start. It's one of the non-core departments of the Development Directorate. At least it won't provoke strong backlash. As for what to do, that's up to you. Actually, your focus should be on the past world. I understand. When can I meet Gao Chou? I don't know. But he knows you're here. He'll come back when he wants to see you. The Development Directorate's archives department is in Shangjing on Su family turf. I'm not worried about your safety, but I'll remind you Su Dai is someone worth winning over. Su Dai. Gao Yuan recalled the man's miserable state at the club and couldn't help but smirk. That fellow was indeed someone he could exploit. He had gone from being a person of unknown origin to an official in the development agency, and it was Su Dai who had arranged it. Senior Gao, I have one more question. Can others pass through the spacetime gate? Senior Gao shook his head. This spacetime passage is bound to you alone. What they call a gate is actually a spacetime node bridging two worlds. No one else can traverse it but you. Then how did Gao Chou return? He was the original owner of this node. If he hadn't come back, you would never have activated the spacetime gate. I see. Will my actions there affect this side? If this was 1,000 years later, even the slightest change he made amplified over a millennium would have caused a massive shift here. Haha, you've already done so much and now you ask this. Isn't it too late? Gao Yuan remained silent, fixing his gaze on Senior Gao. Senior Gao approached him. Do you know about parallel worlds? The two realms you travel between are similar yet independent. Time can slow down, but it can never flow backward. Do you understand? You must be scientific. Gao Yuan was stunned. He was traversing two worlds and the man claiming to be his brother told him to be scientific. It was utterly incongruous. Yet Senior Gao made sense. If the two worlds were causally linked, all his actions should have drastically altered this future. But nothing had changed, proving they were unrelated. Gao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. With that settled, he could act without restraint. He departed from the Gao residence. Gao Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. He had tread cautiously in this future world only to discover it was all an old man's scheme. Which world did he truly belong to? For over 2 decades he had no memories of this future world, never knowing it existed. Yet now Senior Gao claimed he was his brother, a native of this future, born to bear the hope of breaking its shadow. The weight of it pressed on Gao Yuan. He yearned to see Gao Chou, the man who had posed as his grandfather for 20 years, his father. Did he have nothing to say? For now Gao Chou was in the asteroid belt and Gao Yuan had no time to visit. Both the real world and the future were swamped with matters demanding his attention. With Su Dai's recent debacle at the club, things should be stable for now. If even Su Dai had been humbled, others coveting his assets would have to bide their time. But he had to check out the data department. Though he couldn't access top-secret files, it would still hold far more than public information. Initially Gao Yuan only wanted a foothold here to acquire resources and technology to shake things up in the real world. This official position was merely a shield. Now everything had changed. He was originally part of the true elite. Heading to the capital for this new post, what awaited him was unknown. Senior Gao arranged an intercity flying car for him, far more comfortable than public transport. It was less a car and more a flying villa. The capital was 3,000 kilometers from Gaojing and 800 from Longjing, an hour's flight. For the first time Gao Yuan could see this world in a 360-degree panorama from the car. The world appeared lush and verdant, dotted with 8 gray specks, each a supercity with populations far exceeding those of countries in the real world. Concentrating the population certainly made control easier. The thought crossed Gao Yuan's mind and he suddenly laughed. What nonsense! Why was he thinking from this angle? He had only wanted to make some money. Arriving at the capital's air dock, Gao Yuan stepped out of the flying car and saw a spirited Su Dai waiting to greet him. Gao Yuan quickened his pace. In social games one had to reciprocate. Regardless of their past, Su Dai had secured this position for him and he owed him that courtesy. He hastened his steps, a smile on his face. Young Master Su, why did you come in person? Su Dai looked at Gao Yuan, sighing inwardly. None of the Gao family were easy to handle. Starting with Gao Chou, who had tried to uproot the three great families of the development agency, to Senior Gao, who pushed new technologies to break monopolies, both had failed. Now the third generation Gao Yuan had emerged, taking an unconventional path by opening a club in the Qin family's territory in Longjing. And that club truly had something special. A few days ago, when he was arranging Gao Yuan's position as data department director, he had planned to do it quietly. The Gao family were thorns in the side of the top-tier clans, held back only by public opinion. If he did this favor for the Gao boy, his father would surely scold him. But unexpectedly his father called him in that night. Instead of scolding, he praised him with satisfaction. He said that keeping Gao Yuan under their watch would prevent him from causing trouble and the Gao family would be finished. He added that Gao Yuan, the third-generation scion, was worthless. The Qin family of Longjing, allies of the Gao family from the Human Federation Parliament, could only harass him if he stayed in Longjing. But if Gao Yuan came to the capital, that would be walking into a trap. In the capital he would be a caged canary. With that thought, Su Dai beamed. Gao Yuan was his lucky star. At home he had always been overlooked, with his elder brothers holding key posts while he idled and indulged. But since meeting Gao Yuan, his father had started to regard him differently. Gao Yuan, I've waited 2 days for you. Why so late? I went back to Gaojing. This is for you, young Master Su. Gao Yuan pulled out a small box of cigars from his pocket, a gift from Li Bingshi given as a token of their friendship. Now he offered it to Su Dai as a symbol of their bond. These top-tier cigars were treasures even in the real world, let alone this future. The playboy Su Dai had one virtue he knew: quality. He opened the box, took a whiff. Phew, fine stuff. Even my father hasn't seen these. Got more. Just this box, a one-eo vacant. Good man. Worth my effort. Come, let me introduce you to the bigwigs of the development agency. From now on you'll be colleagues. The two walked out of the air dock arm in arm, like old friends reunited after years. Gao Yuan, am the host in this capital. You invited me to your club before, so tonight I've arranged some entertainment for you. Haha, I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Gao Yuan felt a sense of foreboding. Was this guy plotting revenge against him? There's really no need. I don't care about this. How can that be? Once you're in Shangjing, you'll arrange your itinerary. It's settled. Gao Yuan was speechless, but on second thought, even if Su Dai was crazy, he wouldn't go so far as to kill him. Thus he felt a bit more at ease. In any case, since he was on their turf, head keep a low profile and observe first. Boarding the flying car, Su Dai began pointing out Shangjing's landmarks. See that tallest building? 1560 meters high, its top like a celestial palace. That's the headquarters of the Development Directorate. You'll be working there from now on. Gao Yuan stared at the skyscraper piercing the clouds, awestruck. And that massive circular structure below is the largest trading center in the solar system, where all sorts of minerals and resources are traded. Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly. That's truly impressive. This is nothing, there's something even more amazing. Su Dai flashed a lecherous grin. What? Hey, it's a secret. I'll take you there tonight. For now, let's head to the directorate to meet your colleagues and superiors. At the Development Directorate, news of Gao Yuan's arrival had already spread. The post of director of the Archives Department was insignificant. What mattered was his identity as Gao Chou's grandson. Gao Chou, a name that thundered through the directorate. In all these years he was the only one who had nearly succeeded in reform. As for other human council executives, they were of little consequence to these people. Councils come and go, but the directorate stands firm. Everyone wanted to see what magic the Gao family descendant possessed. Gao Yuan stood beneath the towering edifice, craning his neck. It was like a sword thrust into the sky. Let's go, said Su Dai. All right. First let's see my father, he's the Secretary General of the Directorate. The Directorate had 4 key departments: the Secretariat, Equipment Department, Finance Department, and Emergency Management Department. Yet these 4 departments produced only 3 major powers, because the head of the Emergency Management Department was Su Dai's elder brother Su Qian. Su Dai's father Su Mian was the Secretary General of the Secretariat. Above these 4 departments was a nominal leader, the chairman of the Human Development Directorate Committee. However, the current chairman held a sinecure, unable to command the departments below. Gao Yuan's soon-to post as director of the archives department fell under the research division, which was itself a backwater in the directorate, and its subordinate units were even less prestigious. Yet Gao Yuan's title now overshadowed his direct superior, the director of the research division. Can a minor position like mine warrant a meeting with the Secretary General? Gao Yuan asked with exaggerated surprise. Of course, you're a descendant of the Gao family worthy of seeing my father. Su Dai paused. Besides, we've become friends through our scuffle. It's only natural for you to meet my father as a friend. Friends? Ha! Gao Yuan wanted to laugh. If he were truly a commoner, his club would already bear the Su name. Even being a time traveler wouldn't have helped. Now that he was a member of the Gao family, these three profligates sought his friend. Old Su, you're right, we're friends. That's the spirit. The two arrived at Su Mayan's office on the 318th floor. The elevator was swift, reaching the 318th floor in under 3 seconds, a speed exceeding that of a rocket in the real world. Yet Gao Yuan felt no sense of weightlessness, so much so that upon stepping out he wondered if Su Dai had tricked him. 3 seconds ascending over a kilometer at an acceleration exceeding 10 g. If it were an ordinary elevator, Gao Yuan would have been crushed into a pulp. This world boasted advanced technology, yet it was also fantastical. Some would venture millions of kilometers to mine the asteroid belt for a chance at a better life. Others would pay any price for a bite of pure meat, and still others drown themselves in virtual reality. Some could watch the sunrise on Mars, skate on Europa, set off fireworks on Jupiter, or marvel at Saturn's rings, while others had their very breath controlled. Humanity had developed most of the solar system, yet on Earth people were confined to 8 great capitals covering only a millionth of the land area. Entering Su Mayan's office, Gao Yuan saw a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority, his very presence commanding respect. This was quite different from the tycoon Gao Yuan had imagined. Su Mayan looked up, saw Gao Yuan, and offered a smile. So you're Gao Yuan? Yes, Secretary General Su. Su Mayan sized him up. The Gao family produces talent. Gao Yuan couldn't tell if this was praise or mockery. Nevertheless, he extended his hand. The Su family is truly a land of excellence. That club you set up in Longjing is impressive. Even I can't get my hands on those supplies of yours. That remark carried weight. Gao Yuan replied with calm dignity, Secretary General Su flatters me. Even terraforming a planet would be a trivial feat for a family like the Sus. Su Mayan laughed. Indeed, a true member of the Gao family, here to needle me from the start. You're scolding me. Gao Yuan remained silent. Su Mayan had his secretary bring 2 cups of tea. Try this, 3,000-year-old dahongpo from ancient trees. 3,000 years. Gao Yuan felt that this single cup of tea spoke volumes. Gao Gan was right, humanity was being kept in a pen. Or rather, the 8 great capitals were 8 farms, and the 3 tycoons of the directorate were the farmers. Everything he had built in Longjing was insignificant in Su Mayan's eyes. This made it clear that Su Dai held no real standing in the Su family. The tea is excellent. I'll give you 2 tins to take back, 1 for your father. It's been years since I last saw him. Is your father well? Su Mayan was likely referring to Gao Gan. He's fine. Good. Xiao Gao, now that you're joining the directorate, we're family. Don't hesitate to ask for anything. You're far better than my useless son Su Dai. Young Master Su is genuine, a good friend to have. Su Mayan shook his head. You don't need to speak for him, I know my son well. Take a few days to get familiar with the place. Let Su Dai show you around Shangjing. Thank you for the trouble. The meeting with Su Mayan was brief, yet Gao Yuan felt immense pressure. This was a cunning old fox, not easy to deal with. To think that his taciturn grandfather had managed to carve a slice from these men, truly a remarkable figure. Among the tycoons, Gao Yuan had only met Su Mayan, the others were away from Shangjing. However, he met all the department heads, all empty formalities. That evening Su Dai dragged Gao Yuan to a square in southern Shangjing, behind which stood a door. Where is this? Asked Gao Yuan. Just go in, you'll see something you've never experienced. Passing through the door, they entered a tunnel leading underground. As they emerged, Gao Yuan's eyes widened at the dazzling lights and thumping music. Su Dai called out, and a line of women appeared. Gao Yuan felt as if he had stumbled into a den of enchantresses, all sorts of bizarre women, cat-eared girls, bunyard girls, and even a twom-to-half turtle elven mermaid. Gao Yuan was stunned. Is this cosplay? You don't get it, do you? They're all real, feel the ears and the fishtail. They're genuine. These are called transgenic humans. Impossible. Gao Yuan's heart churned with shock. How can this be true? These are all clones implanted with genes from different animals. They aren't human at all, just playthings. Is she too? Gao Yuan pointed at the woman who stood 2.5 meters tall with pointed ears. Horror. She was born in the asteroid belt. Theoretically only those born on Earth hold human citizenship and enjoy human welfare. Without citizenship they naturally can't be considered human. These aren't human. She's so tall. Could she also be genetically modified? Those are all artificially modified. This one might not be.
Born in the asteroid belt where planets are tiny with minimal gravity, their bone density is very low, leaving them thin and tall.
Of course the asteroid belt has heavy radiation which could cause genetic mutations.
If you fancy her, go easy, she's prone to fractures.
Had ha. Gao Yuan fell silent.
Su Dai patted his shoulder.
Brother, take your pick. We've got all sorts here.
If you don't like these half-animal types, there are dwarves, green-skinned, red-skinned. Whatever weird taste you have, we've got it covered.
Gao Yuan stared at the dozens of grotesque women before him, a wave of nausea washing over him. These were human beings.
It struck him as even more brutal than the news of the Lolita Island. In a future of extreme productivity, communism should have been realized.
But being here in person, he saw class stratification was even worse.
He had thought the lower classes, though hopeless, could at least live without worry for food and clothing. Now seeing these transgenic humans, he realized the lower classes weren't the bottom at all.
Beneath them were those who weren't even considered human. You people know how to have fun. It's we now. We're all on the same side. Let me tell you, this is nothing.
My dad has an entire estate of rabbit-eared girls.
Too bad he never lets me go. Su Dai said with pride. Gao Yuan felt uneasy. Master Su, something just came up. How about another day?
What urgent business could you have? I said I'd take care of tonight. You're new to the capital, unfamiliar with everything, where else would you go?
Gao Yuan tried to explain. Su Dai pulled him into the crowd of transgenic humans. Pick anyone. Do whatever you want. Judging by your expression, none of these catch your fancy. Tell me, big brother, what's your type? There are tens of thousands here. Name it and he'll find her. A centipede woman. You've got unique tastes. But we do have one, 6 legs, 6 arms.
I'll call her over.
Ugh. No, Master Su.
Cat ears, I like cat-eared girls.
Hen knew you'd have a favorite. Cat ears are the cutest and so sensitive. You and you. Keep Master Gao company tonight. If Master Gao is dissatisfied in the slightest, you'll end up as flower fertilizer.
The 2 cat-eared girls were terrified yet forced exaggerated smiles.
Rest assured, Master Su.
Well, make sure Master Gao is pleased.
Su Dai nudged Gao Yuan. Go have fun. I'll leave you to. If anything comes up, call me on the brainlink. The room's ambience was seductive, the sense stirring Gao Yuan's deepest primal urges.
The room was filled with high-tech devices.
With a mere thought, Gao Yuan could manipulate the 2 cat-eared girls however he pleased. But he held back. He repeatedly recited the heart-cleansing mantra, fearful that an errant thought would unleash the beast within.
The 2 cat-eared girls were nervous. Working here, injuries from serving clients were minor, often they ended up barely alive. But modern medicine was so advanced that a single injection would have them bouncing back in half an hour.
Yet the agony in between was something they never wanted to endure again. They followed Gao Yuan in trembling, and 10 minutes had passed.
This top-tier young master just kept his head down, muttering something.
Master Gao. What would you like us to do? Don't disturb me. Shall we dance for you? No.
The 2 cat-eared girls exchanged glances. If they did nothing and Master Su found out, they'd be as good as dead. They had no citizenship, their status lower than that of animals. At least animals could be valuable pets, they were merely playthings forever hidden from the light.
Gao Yuan was tormented.
He was a young man with hot blood who had fantasized about such scenes. But his morals told him he couldn't. Suddenly he froze. Had he started fantasizing? He looked up. The scene had transformed into a nightclub. The 2 cat-eared girls were already dancing under the lights.
Damn. Gao Yuan felt his resolve crumbling.
After a night of indulgence, Gao Yuan awoke to find the 2 cat-eared girls gone. He felt not the slightest fatigue but rather invigorated. As he stepped out, Su Dai was there.
Had a good time last night.
You turned the club into a wild scene, yet you're so reserved. The cat-eared girls actually walked out on their own.
Gao Yuan felt a pang of shame.
He had succumbed after all. It was too unfair. Just thinking about it, the room arranged everything regardless of whether he could control himself.
Master Su, when do I start work? Whenever you're ready. Then. 3 days from now.
He'll head back to Dragon Capital to sort out the club and returns
back to Dragon Capital. I've lined up some amazing events in the next few days. No. I can't take it. This is enough. Gao Yuan insisted on returning to Dragon Capital. Su Dai went to Su Mayan's office. Did you go to the bar last night? Did Gao Yuan join in? He did. But I feel he's still holding back. No rush. He's played now. The Gao family are all hypocrites pretending to be righteous. Once Gao Yuan has a taste, he'll come back for more. You did well. You said you wanted a warship for Jupiter. I'll approve it. Really? Haha, I've always wanted to ride the Jupiter Storm but my gear wasn't up to it. With a warship, no problem. You always into these frivolous games. Forget it, your big brother is enough for me.
At the mention of his brother, a flicker of barely concealed irritation crossed Su Dai's eyes, but he quickly beamed.
Can't help it. I've no ambition for that. Just like to fool around. Alright, go on. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan didn't return to Dragon Capital.
Instead, he had his security robot Ani calculate the coordinates of the capital. Based on the coordinate differences from previous time-space jumps, if he summoned a portal in the southern capital, it would correspond to Qin capital in the real world. This was an unexpected bonus.
Gao Yuan still had his real-world assets to think about.
So he returned to the real world. As soon as he arrived, his wrist device buzzed with missed calls from Zhang Bai, Su Lin and Zhou Lei, over a dozen in total.
Gao Yuan was startled. What had happened? Gao Yuan first replied to Zhang Bai.
Old Zhang, what's up? Zhang Bai's virtual image appeared before Gao Yuan, his face filled with anxiety. Grandpa, you finally showed up. You vanished after the press conference. If you didn't appear, I would have called the police.
Get to the point. I went to the lab and the signal there is completely blocked.
With all these black technologies already out there, why are you still developing? You're developing for nothing, just sell them.
Our blackfish technology needs to grow big and strong. Gao Yuan chuckled.
The money from blackfish technology was already more than they could spend.
Get to the point. Oh, right.
Su Lin called me. Over in the States, they've started investigating the thermostatic clothing and wrist devices, claiming they contain devices that steal information.
They've even summoned Su Lin to a congressional hearing. Gao Yuan was stunned. Had the issue with the U.S.
leader been resolved? It had only been a few days and now this trouble surfaced. It seemed he had been too lenient.
Anything else?
Yes, the Western Alliance has launched an anti-dumping investigation into our chips and announced a 100 tariff.
Alright, I understand. Gao Yuan hung up the wrist device.
There was no need to return Su Lin's or Zhou Lei's calls, they were likely about the U.S.
investigation targeting him. The U.S.
was being disobedient. What was wrong with his dumping? Wasn't it for their own good?
Letting them use black tech products.
He needed a permanent solution, or this hassle would recur every few days and drive him mad.
Gao Yuan didn't realize this was the aftermath of his earlier taunting of 9 Star.
After the press conference, Li Bing's blood pressure spiked from anger. However, 9 Star had a vast business reach and the wrist devices couldn't blanket the world in just a few days. So while 9 Star suffered losses, it was far from crippling. After returning, Li Bingshi contacted the Morgan family. The Morgan family immediately lobbied Congress to target Blackfish Technologies products.
Following the previous U.S. leader debacle, the vice leader had reluctantly taken office, his legitimacy already shaky.
Thus he needed capital support.
Although Su Lin had taken preventive measures by collaborating with local conglomerates, the ties were too recent and the interests too shallow.
Once the Morgan family promised compensation, they abandoned Blackfish Technology. The capitalists reached a consensus. The newly ascended leader seized the opportunity and soon major media began vilifying Blackfish Technologies products as malicious. For instance, the wrist devices were accused of not only stealing private information but also causing radiation harm to health. The thermostatic clothing, though comfortable, was said to similarly steal intimate data, and its numerous internal circuits were deemed harmful to the body. As for the chips, it had little to do with ordinary people. Within days, Blackfish Technologies' reputation in the West had reversed, casting it as a paragon of evil. And regarding the chips, if a 100 tariff were imposed, Blackfish chips would lose their price advantage. Western chips were slightly inferior in performance, but current electronic products didn't require such high performance. Western chips sufficed.
Gao Yuan began to strategize.
He didn't care about the ban or tariffs as his costs were nearly zero. But with Western media's smear campaign, his products were becoming hard to sell. Walking along the streets of Qingjing, Gao Yuan pondered countermeasures. He had ways to deal with the U.S.
Government, but regarding the war of public opinion, Blackfish technology currently lacked the channels. Just as he was fretting, Gao Yuan noticed someone on the street filming a Douyin video. His eyes lit up. He hadn't established his own media, but he could collaborate with existing platforms. If Western media were out of reach, what about social media companies in Xia Kingdom? With this thought, Gao Yuan immediately contacted Zhang Bai. Old Zhang, help me get in touch with the president of Zixio for dinner tonight. Ha! Old Gao, are you planning to venture into social media? Don't ask too many questions, just do it. At the headquarters of Zixio Company in Xinjiang, founder Li Ming was holding a meeting in the conference room. You all saw the Blackfish Technology press conference a few days ago, right? Feel free to share your thoughts. President Li, I foresee that wrist devices will sweep the globe within 2 years. Their popularity will inevitably spark the rise of new social and entertainment applications. The PC era gave rise to Taobao and QQ. In the mobile internet age, we seized the opportunity to pioneer the streaming media era. Now with the virtual 3D era of wrist devices, new forms of entertainment will surely emerge. We must act early or well be left behind by the times. Blackfish Technology's meteoric rise relies on unparalleled R&D capabilities which no other company in the world can replicate. Now Xiaowei has hitched a ride with Blackfish Technology gaining wings. In the domestic market we've hit a bottleneck and the international division has been struggling for years. We must seek new growth drivers. Well, work on 2 fronts: expand new users to consolidate our current landscape and develop new products. Li Ming nodded. That was sound reasoning. However, the international version of Douyin faced far greater challenges than the domestic one, especially in the U.S., where they had attended several hearings in recent years. The U.S. government had repeatedly tried to force a divestiture and recently set a timeline. If not divested by then, a total ban would follow. Li Ming had been feeling anxious lately. The user growth curve for the international version is encouraging, but as you all know, our difficulties are also significant. President Li, should we contact Blackfish Technology? They've also faced unfair treatment. If we join forces, perhaps we can counter the U.S. media conglomerates. Blackfish Technology is just a tech company. Can they really make the U.S. government back down? We're in software, they're more in hardware. Even if we cooperate, the impact would be limited. Li Ming felt restless. Just then the secretary walked in and whispered something in his ear. Li Ming was somewhat surprised. They had just been discussing Blackfish Technology and now the company was reaching out to him. Although he didn't think there was much common ground between them since Gao Yuan had invited him, he was also curious to meet the legendary entrepreneur. Those who could go bankrupt and rise again were no ordinary men. With this thought, Li Ming stood up. Everyone jot down your ideas, perhaps that's where the solution lies. Alright, that's it for today. Dismissed. That evening, Gao Yuan and Li Ming sat in a restaurant on the top floor of MKP in Xinjiang. President Li, let's collaborate. President Gao, what kind of collaboration do you have in mind? You've suffered unfair treatment and so has Blackfish Technology. To break the deadlock, we must unite. Li Ming doubted Gao Yuan had any real solution. President Gao, how do you plan to break the deadlock? Douyin's international version has nearly 200 million users in the U.S. You can use Douyin to promote our thermostatic clothing and wrist devices, and we'll take care of getting the U.S. government to lift the ban. Li Ming chuckled. President Gao, it's not that I don't trust you. If you could get them to lift the ban, you wouldn't need to partner with us. President Li, you're mistaken. Heyu Tech's predicament is different from Douyin's. Douyin's trouble comes from the U.S. high level, while ours stems from 2 fronts: not only the U.S. high level but also the Western media camp, which is smearing us just like they tried to crush Huawei back in the day. So for us, merely lifting the ban is not enough. We can handle the public opinion war, but regarding the ban issue you mentioned, it's not that I doubt you, President Gao. First, tell me your plan. When facing villains, there's only one way: become stronger than them, strong enough to annihilate them at any moment. Then they wouldn't dare impose a ban. But in the public opinion war, I can't really destroy everyone. Haha, the U.S. is still the most powerful nation on Earth. Is that so? Do you know about the special celestial phenomenon on the moon recently, President Li? Li Ming was taken aback. Then his face filled with astonishment. Rumors said Heyu Tech had advertised on the moon and even rented out ad space. If it was really them, just how powerful were they? President Gao. No one among the big shots isn't afraid of death. I can't eliminate everyone, but if it's just a few people, I'd have no qualms.
I wonder if they'd fear an untimely death from a special celestial phenomenon.
Li Ming was in awe. This Heyu tech was defying the heavens. President Gao, that's bold. Also, doesn't Douyin do e-commerce? We lack overseas channels for now.
If this deal goes through, well, entrust you with the online sales of the thermostatic suits and wrist devices.
Li Ming's spirits lifted.
This was undoubtedly the best news in a long time.
What were the wrist device and thermostatic suit?
They were black technologies that would change the world.
The thermostatic suit was touted as a garment for life.
The wrist device was the pinnacle of smart gadgets.
President Gao, say no more. Douyin International will promote you flawlessly.
Honestly, most foreigners are quite irrational. The elite and the common folk abroad are practically different species. Trust me, those rumors mean nothing.
President Li, it's a win-win for both of us. Yes, win-win. As Chinese enterprises going global, mutual support is the right path. Li Ming left the meal with unexpected delight.
On his way back, he felt lighter.
Gao Yuan returned to Linzhou.
It had been a while since he last visited the Heyu Tech office. As soon as Gao Yuan entered, the security guard spotted him and shouted, "President Gao is back." Though it was past 9 in the evening, to Gao Yuan's surprise, many people came out to greet him. Most were from Salmon Entertainment.
Gao Yuan only recognized Yu Menglong.
After receiving everyone's greetings, he asked Xiaoyue, "Why are you all still here so late?"
We don't encourage overtime. Yu Menglong looked uneasy. President Gao, there's a problem with Earth Rescue.
We contacted Vice President Zhang, but he said the film is trivial and we can skip the overseas release.
Gao Yuan understood the U.S. big shots were starting to suppress Heyu Tech.
With the chips, thermostatic suits and wrist devices all under attack, his film was a lost cause.
Initially, Heyu Tech's popularity had boosted Earth Rescue and overseas distributors had approached Salmon Entertainment for an international release.
But just a few days later they backed out.
Since we signed a contract, let them pay the penalty for breach. Gao Yuan didn't think it was a big deal.
The film was mainly for promotion, and with the partnership with Li Ming secured, Douyin would handle future marketing, making the film less crucial.
Yu Menglong hesitated. President Gao, that's what Vice President Zhang said too.
But when we contacted them, they hung up and went silent.
I'm afraid they intend to renege. Gao Yuan was amused.
Someone on Earth was trying to cheat him. He wasn't short on money now, it was a matter of pride. Domestically, the thermostatic suits and wrist devices were selling like hotcakes. Along with chips and lithography machines, they were printing money faster than a mint.
Money, if unspent, was just a number.
But since they dared to break the contract, they'd have to face the consequences. That was the least they could do, yet they chose to default.
List those companies for me.
Sure.
Yu Menglong went to prepare the documents. Gao Yuan headed to his office where Jia Jiu and Wang Yibai were in charge. Gao Yuan called out Jia Jiu, "Gather a few brothers. We're working tonight."
These were specialized robots from 1,000 years in the future, a crushing advantage in the present.
Gao Yuan had always played by the rules, occasionally bending them when loopholes existed.
Now that the other side was playing dirty, it was time to see who was the bigger rogue. Soon Yu Menglong handed him the list.
Gao Yuan glanced at it. MGM, Fox, Paramount, Columbia. All major studios. Gao Yuan passed the list directly to Jia Jiu.
Hack into these companies' websites, drain their accounts, and have all the cinemas under their control. Play Earth Rescue tonight. Every ticket will be paid for by these companies.
Don't stop the screenings until the money runs out. Got it.
Jia Jiu's expression remained unchanged.
Understood. How long will it take?
In 30 minutes, Earth Rescue will be screening across the U.S.
and Europe. Good.
Some might ask, why not transfer the money directly to himself?
First, Gao Yuan didn't need the money.
Second, this money was meant to pay the theaters. If the theaters screened the film without profit, they'd likely pull the plug after a few shows. By making the defaulting companies foot the bill, the theaters not only suffered no loss but could also rake in a fortune, aligning Gao Yuan's interests with those of the Western cinema chains. This ensured that most theaters would keep screening Earth Rescue.
In the U.S. It was now morning. Millie was browsing online when she saw announcements on the homepages of MGM, Columbia, Fox and others. Starting today, the sci-fi epic Earth Rescue is in theaters, watch it on us. Millie was skeptical.
She tentatively opened her phone, entered the ticketing app, selected the nearest cinema and found that the only film showing today was Earth Rescue. And the ticket price was $0.
Plus it came with free popcorn and soda. Millie was thrilled. She placed an order and it went through immediately. It was truly free.
Millie called several friends to join her.
This phenomenon spread across the U.S. S. With more and more people flocking to cinemas, even the homeless on the streets indulging in this visual feast. At MGM headquarters, chaos reigned. Their website had been hacked. The security experts at MGM were desperately trying to regain control of the system, but all their efforts ended in failure. Faced with this situation, they had only one last resort: unplug the network cables, switch to backup servers, and restart the official website. However, when the backup server booted up, it functioned normally for merely 3 seconds before reverting to its previous state. Those security experts were utterly defenseless against the hackers' assault. The president of MGM, Little Tom, wore a grim expression. "Tell me, what do we do now?" "Mr. Tom, at this point, we have no choice but to shut down the servers." Little Tom flew into a rage upon hearing this. The esteemed MGM, an internationally renowned film distribution company, am supposed to shut down my servers. Why not just shut down the entire company?" Just then the finance officer rushed over. "Mr. Tom, the money. What about the money? The money has been transferred out. The accounts are empty." Little Tom was dumbfounded. This was even worse than shutting down the company. Who did this? Probably Blackfish Technology. Blackfish Technology. Little Tom's fury ignited. Having the official website hacked was one thing, but having the money siphoned off as well was an outrage. This was a shameless act of cyber theft, and Blackfish Technology would have to pay the price. He paced back and forth, then pulled out his phone and called Jack Fox, the president of Fox Corporation. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. "Jack, something terrible has happened here." Jack's voice on the other end was even more agitated. "That despicable Blackfish Technology hacked our company's website and stole our money. Not a single dollar left." Upon hearing this, Little Tom felt a surprising sense of relief. So he wasn't alone. Fox Corporation had suffered the same fate. "Listen, brother, I'm with you. Blackfish Technology must pay." "Pay? What do you plan to do?" "I'm going to hire a hitman to kill Gao Yuan." "You idiot, Gao Yuan is in Xia Kingdom in the most remote mountainous region. How do you plan to kill him?" "I have a much better idea." "Oh. We can't be the only victims. Didn't you see that Earth Rescue premiered today? There are 6 distribution companies in total. I suspect all 6 have suffered the same fate. So let's unite with the other companies and hack the federal government's website. And leave a provocative message on it." This. Little Tom felt the plan was taking a strange turn. "Brother, why hack the federal government?" "You fool, it's the only way we can lobby the federal government to launch a decapitation strike against Gao Yuan. Don't forget, how did the new chancellor come to power? We are one with the media conglomerates. The old chancellor has been sent to Lolita Island, and his supporters suspect the new chancellor of orchestrating his confinement. Their voices have been silenced, but if the new chancellor doesn't comply with our demands, shall be torn apart by those supporters." Little Tom still felt it was a bit extreme, but he had no better alternatives. "What about our money?" "Don't worry, Blackfish Technology can't take the money. It all has to go through the federal government's system. The money has just been moved to a different place. Once we deal with the federal government, we'll get it back." Jack's words lifted Little Tom's spirits. That's right, such a huge sum of money couldn't possibly be taken by an outsider. After all, it was in dollars moving around within the suite system. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yuan returned to Musa. Musa was changing every day. The Blackfish Technology Industrial Park was still under construction. The main buildings were erected by construction bugs, and aside from the production workshops, they could be put into use after simple processing. The office and exhibition areas required fine decoration. The relocation of Musa and the new village of Lishuzhuan were also progressing in full swing. Gao Yuan arrived at his old family courtyard. Now this courtyard was the most unique spot in the entire industrial park. Apart from a few core members of Blackfish Technology, no one else was allowed entry. The once chaotic front yard had been completely renovated by the robots. Shursan and Shursi were stationed here permanently to keep out uninvited guests. As he walked into the yard, an image involuntarily surfaced in Gao Yuan's mind: his grandfather sitting in the yard sipping tea. Gao Yuan had never understood why other people's parents were so affectionate while his own were so rigid. In his memories, only his grandfather had been close to him. Now he realized that his grandfather wasn't really his grandfather and his parents weren't his parents. Gao Yuan shook his head. He would definitely meet Gao Qiu. After he dealt with matters in the United States, he would make a trip to the asteroid belt. Sitting in the yard, Shursan brought him a pot of hot tea, the kind his grandfather had loved most. Gao Yuan lay back in the wicker chair, gazing at the star-filled sky. His thoughts began to drift.
What was he striving for, shuttling between two worlds? At first it was for money. But after earning hundreds of billions from selling lithography machines, money had become just a number to him. In life people pursue wealth, beauty, power and fame. Gao Yuan lacked neither money nor women. Of course he had his desires, but after seeing so many beautiful female robots his interest had waned considerably. Moreover, last night Su Dai had arranged for him to witness the allure of those genetically modified humans. Their Gao Yuan could indulge even more freely than an ancient emperor. Even if he created a pool of wine and forest of meat, no one would condemn him. He could even imagine Su Dai smirking and saying, "Master Gao, you're amazing." If wealth and beauty meant nothing, then only power and fame remained. Gao Yuan's reputation in Xia Kingdom was already immense. He felt a pang of confusion. Was power the only thing left for him to pursue? He took a sip of tea. A glimmering light streaked across the sky, probably an airplane. Suddenly Gao Yuan recalled a video he had watched where someone taught people how to take the subway, the high-speed train and the airplane. The comments numbered in the hundreds of thousands, making him realize that even after 2,000 years of development many people still lived in hardship. Gao Yuan was no saint. But neither the real world nor the future world was the one he desired. In that instant he set his goal: if the world was not what he wanted, why not create an ideal one? Just like Gao Qiu, who was already the chief executive of the Human Federation Council, yet chose to endure 20 years in this small courtyard for a glimmer of hope. And Gao Gon, who could have been a playboy like Su Dai but instead dedicated his life to developing new technologies even at over 100 years old. What was the purpose of the Gao family's 2 generations of effort? Wasn't it to build the ideal world in their hearts? If so, why couldn't he do the same? In life one must accomplish something. Wealth, beauty, fame and power were merely small rewards gained along the journey. Once a person sets a goal, they will stop at nothing to achieve it. Gao Yuan was still holding back, but America's suppression was beginning to shift his mindset. The power in his hands was enough for him to act without restraint. Since that was the case, why bother being cautious? Just go all out and be done with it. This was merely a small test against the American government. Half a day after its release, Earth Rescue became a hit in the West. Countless people flocked to theaters to witness this visual feast. They were particularly fascinated by the black technology in the film. So despite media claims that the thermal clothing and wrist devices emitted radiation and were harmful, Blackfish Technologies stores were still packed with eager buyers. Early the next morning Gao Yuan traveled to the future world again. Since he shuttled through the backyard, he emerged directly into the warehouse of the 2024 club. As Gao Yuan came out of the warehouse, he ran into Wang Yifei Bingbing, who was on her way to work. "Good morning, Boss Gao." "Good morning, Bingbing. Where's Sister Shan?" "Sister Shan should already be in her office. She's been staying at the club recently." "I see. How's the club doing lately?" "It's great. Ever since you taught that playboy Su Dai a lesson, our membership has grown. Many wealthy people from the 8 great capitals come here specifically for the experience." Gao Yuan thought this was to be expected. More importantly, news of him being a descendant of the Gao family must have spread among the upper echelons. Although the Gao family wasn't as powerful as the 3 giants of the development administration, they were still a top-tier clan. With Gao Qiu's lingering influence, they were firmly the leading family beneath the 3 giants. Since this business belonged to the Gao family, what was there to worry about? Moreover, coming here allowed one to experience rare scenarios and build connections with other elites. Gao Yuan went straight to Huangfu Shan's office. "Haven't seen you in a few days, Sister Shan. You look younger." "Boss Gao." Huangfu Shan quickly stood up. She had previously speculated about Gao Yuan's identity, thinking he was from an ancient family in the underworld. But now his identity was almost public. He turned out to be a member of the Gao family. Many ordinary people held the Gao family in high regard. "Why so formal?" Gao Yuan asked. You're from the Gao family. I thought you were from the underworld." Alright, sit down. How's the record of diamond members I asked you to keep?" When it came to business, Huangfu Shan immediately regained her composure. "Boss Gao, I've been keeping records. In the past few days we've gained 21 new diamond members. By analyzing their meeting times, shared scene durations and frequencies, I've drawn a preliminary conclusion." "Oh. Go on." "The diamond members now seem to be divided into 4 factions: the Earth Federation, the military, the extraterrestrial development sector and the development administration. Most of those from the Earth Federation Parliament have good relations with each other. They spend a lot of time together. Those with experience in extraterrestrial development like the asteroid belt Mars and Jupiter have a more distant relationship with the Earth Federation Parliament, but it's not hostile. Military personnel and those from extraterrestrial development are at odds. They never appear together in the same scenario.
What about the Development Administration?
There's only one member from the Development Administration, a former deputy director of the Equipment Department named Gao Yuan, who retired 30 years ago.
Does he get along with others?
Huan Fushan flipped through her records, a puzzled look on her face.
Gao Yuan came a week ago and has visited 6 times this week. Twice he was with Qin Gang, twice with military personnel, once with someone from the 3rd Regional Development Bureau, and once alone.
Each time he stayed at the club for exactly 3 hours.
Gao Yuan frowned after hearing this.
With only one member from the Development Administration, it was hard to analyze. But Gao Yuan was interesting. He seemed able to get along with any faction.
Keep recording. Sister Shan, I need to issue a mission. What mission?
I want a starship. A decommissioned one is fine. I'll buy it at market price and reward 1000 club points.
Gao Yuan could have directly asked Gao Gon for a starship.
But he wanted to test the club members' attitude toward him. If no one took the mission, he would never issue such requests at the club again. If someone accepted quickly, it would mean the elites considered him one of their own. Soon all Diamond members received the mission notice. They had ignored smaller tasks before as those held no significance, but this time, seeing that Gao Yuan wanted a starship, everyone reacted differently.
What was a starship? It was standard equipment of the Earth Federation Space Force.
Even a decommissioned one was beyond the reach of ordinary people.
As a descendant of the Gao family, Gao Yuan could easily obtain one through the family's influence.
Yet he chose to post the mission at the club.
What did that mean?
A test. All the high-ranking members knew that the Gao family had long wanted to reform the Development Administration.
But the administration held most of the military and financial power, forming an impenetrable block.
The situation was strange now.
Gao Yuan, a descendant of the Gao family, was going to work for the Development Administration.
Some thought the Gao family was compromising, especially since Gao Qiu was gone and Gao Gon was barely holding on. But unexpectedly, Gao Yuan posted a mission here to buy a starship. This was a direct challenge to the Development Administration, and the situation became delicate.
All Diamond members were waiting. Gao Yuan was also waiting.
He didn't have much time. If no one responded within 24 hours, he would go to Gaojing to find Gao Gon. Surprisingly, someone accepted the mission 2 hours later. Seeing who it was, the big shots were stunned.
It was Su Dai.
When Gao Yuan went to Shanjing, he had given Su Dai a diamond membership card. So Su Dai was also a member of 2024.
Gao Yuan was a bit surprised. That guy moved fast. Yesterday he was in Shanjing and today he was in Longjing. What was he doing in Longjing?
It couldn't be just to deliver a starship to him.
Just as he was thinking, his brain signal activated.
Su Dai's virtual image appeared before him.
Gao Yuan, where are you? Your office is empty. I'm on my way.
A few minutes later, Gao Yuan met Su Dai. What brings you to Longjing, Master Su?
I came specifically to find you.
You wanted a starship, right?
I happen to have one.
So I brought it to you. As he spoke, Su Dai winced in pain. It was a gift from his father for a trip to Jupiter, still fresh in his hands. As soon as he saw Gao Yuan's mission, which was no secret among the elite, the news quickly reached Su Mayan. After thinking for 2 minutes, Su Mayan called Su Dai and told him to deliver the starship to Gao Yuan. On the way, Su Dai roughly understood his father's intent. Starships. The Development Administration had the most. Su Dai gifted the warship to Gao Yuan, sending a signal to the outside world. The Gao and Su family shared a deep bond. It also conveyed to Gao Yuan that only the Su family could fulfill his needs. Hearing Su Dai's words, Gao Yuan fell into contemplation. He had never expected the warship to come from the Su family. Could there be hidden strings attached to this vessel? Yet it mattered little. Gao Yuan had no intention of using it in the future world.
Regardless of the Su family's motives, he now had a warship. Brother, you're the one. Gao Yuan exclaimed, gripping Su Dai's hand with fervent emotion. Su Dai hastily withdrew it. Don't be so affectionate, it makes me uncomfortable. Tell me, why do you need a warship? Are there aliens? Who are you planning to fight?
What if I say the Su family?
Put.
Su Dai nearly spat out his drink.
Stop joking. Alright, I just want to visit the asteroid belt. The warship is faster, isn't it? That's true, it's incredibly fast. The warship can reach the asteroid belt in half a day. What's so interesting about that? Let's go to Jupiter.
I'll go with you, trust me, navigating the storm eye of Jupiter in a warship is an absolute thrill.
Gao Yuan looked Su Dai up and down.
How have you survived this long? You always head straight for danger. How big is Jupiter's storm eye? Not that big, just a little larger than Earth.
A little. Gao Yuan was speechless.
A storm larger than Earth was beyond his imagination. And this spoiled scion before him intended to fly a warship through that storm eye.
Gao Yuan, you don't understand.
The thrill peaks when the ship feels like it could disintegrate at any moment, the violent pitching, the screech of the storm tearing at the hull.
That's the most beautiful music in the world. A madman. Gao Yuan silently labeled Su Dai.
I have no interest in courting death. I've spent years on Earth and just want to see the sights, the asteroid belt scenery, the sunrise on Mars.
Boring.
Su Dai slumped into the old swivel chair in Gao Yuan's office, amusing himself by pedaling his feet on the ground, racing against an invisible opponent.
Even such a lowbrow game entertains you, Master Su. Gao Yuan, you're so dull. The essence of life is to stir things up. Understand.
Only by brushing against death can you taste the joy of living.
Gao Yuan chuckled. Courting death.
Perhaps it had its appeal. He himself had always teetered on that edge, though in a different style from Su Dai. Reflecting on his actions across two worlds, if not for sheer luck he would have met his end long ago.
Master Su has a point, but your father and elder brother might disagree.
At the mention of his elder brother, Su Dai's expression darkened.
Them. They're even more tedious than you.
Master Su, I've heard tales about the asteroid belt. If you truly seek excitement, you could try being a miner for a few years.
Su Dai burst into laughter at that. A miner.
If those miners knew he was a scion of the Su family, he'd likely meet his end in the asteroid belt. In the entire solar system, no place was more hostile to the Su family than the asteroid belt, ironically humanity's most vital mining hub. The asteroid mines supplied 90 of the minerals consumed by humanity. Nearly all metals came from there.
Gao Yuan, you're not exactly likable, you know.
Why should I be likable?
Your reputation, Master Su, is far more tarnished than mine. Su Dai met Gao Yuan's gaze and laughed heartily. You're right. Why should I care about being likable?
Su Dai recalled his own years fawning over his father, whose rare praise could lift his spirits, playing the wastrel before his elder brother, for the Su family's second generation, needed only one elite. He had stirred up trouble everywhere to ease his brother's mind, yet every meeting brought a scolding.
It infuriated him.
Suddenly Su Dai felt a profound pity for himself. His mood plummeted.
Got a cigarette? Gao Yuan handed him a premium stick.
The two crouched by the window. Look at Dragon Capital City, 90 of the people drift through life in a haze each day, a mere repetition of the last, devoid of hope or purpose. Su Dai stood stubbing out the half-smoked cigarette, feeling he had lost his composure.
The warship is parked at Dragon Capital Spaceport.
You can claim at any time, your identity has been registered.
Just scan your chip to activate it. Leaving so soon, Master Su?
Yes. I'll be waiting in Shangjing.
It's time I found something to do.
Perhaps we'll be colleagues when you start work. With those words Su Dai departed. At noon Gao Yuan arrived at Dragon Capital Spaceport, a vast space station linked by a space elevator housing all manner of spacecraft. Gao Yuan brought 12 security robots and San and Ensure among them. He beheld the interstellar warship gifted by Su Dai. According to the data, it was a lunar-class vessel, the most common in the Space Force and the smallest interstellar warship. Even so, it measured over 200 meters in length, 45 meters in width, and weighed more than 200,000 tons. Its top speed reached 8 million kilometers per hour. From the spaceport it could reach the moon in just 15 minutes. The warship was equipped with an antimatter engine, and its main cannon was armed with standard 2,000 mm fusion nuclear shells capable of destroying any target on Earth within 10 minutes.
In a dire emergency, the main cannon could switch to antimatter mode, though only for a single shot.
Beyond the main cannon it mounted hundreds of high-energy laser turrets.
Gao Yuan marveled at such specifications.
Previously Gao Gon had offered him an interstellar warship or orbital railgun for his safety in the real world. He had refused then, but now days later he truly needed such a force to back him up. With this warship Gao Yuan was confident the U.S.
government would act with absolute fairness.
When the time was ripe he would pilot this warship through the spacetime gate and spring a surprise on the U.S.
government.
With the warship everything was in place.
Gao Yuan returned from the club to Musa.
It was afternoon and the entire Heiyu Technology Industrial Park buzzed with activity. The chip workshops, thermostatic clothing lines and wrist computer plants all ran at full capacity. He left production to Jia Yi and Wang Er's teams as he lacked technical expertise and had no need to meddle.
Gao Yuan wondered if he should manufacture the gaming helmets as well, seizing this opportunity to deploy them across the U.S.
letting those across the Pacific savor the blissful life of the future world. He believed that for the future world to become truly beautiful, Earth must unite under one people, one voice. Only when a single nation dominates the majority of humanity can mankind truly enter the interstellar age. As things stand now, this tiny Earth with its billions of people is fragmented into over 200 countries. So much of humanity's resources are wasted on internal strife. Gao Yuan was about to journey to the future to find Li Qingmei and have her procure a production line for gaming helmets and the accompanying games when his wrist communicator rang. The caller surprised him somewhat. Answering it, Gao Yuan put on a smile. "Director Qin, what brings you to call me?" Qin Taijian's expression was rather grave. "Gao Yuan, where are you?" "The Musa Industrial Park." "Stay put and wait for me." With that he hung up. Gao Yuan was taken aback. What did this big shot mean? If he had something to say he could just say it. To call personally and say only that. Still, Gao Yuan figured he had better not leave. The gaming helmets weren't urgent anyway. If worst came to worst, he could just buy finished products directly after all his money in the future world was inexhaustible. He used to worry about exposure, but ever since he realized he couldn't hide from the higher-ups, he stopped pretending. Moreover, now that he had a starship, there was no need to conceal anything. No big deal. While waiting, Gao Yuan went to take a look at the new Musa village. As soon as he entered the village, the villagers spotted him. "President Gao is here." "Thank you, President Gao. I always said old Gao's grandson was a good-hearted man, thinking of our Musa first." "Right, I never dreamed Musa would get relocated either." Gao Yuan gazed at the brand-new village with wide roads flanked by orderly single-family homes. Workers were planting greenery along the roadsides. Some villagers had already moved in and begun renovations. The single-family homes in the new Musa village came with basic finishes those with money could upgrade, while the less affluent could move in directly. The village had transformed completely. But the people remained the same. At the village entrance, a few elderly folks had once again formed the dreaded intelligence hub that struck fear into the hearts of wanderers. At that moment, Gao Yuan stood among them. "Are you all satisfied with the new village?" "Satisfied, very satisfied. These are villas. I never dreamed I'd live in a villa one day." Gao Yuan is the pride of Musa. "President Gao, I hear you're still single." "I have a niece who worked in Beijing for a few years. How about I introduce you?" Gao Yuan immediately waved his hand with a smile. "Second aunt, no need." "Why not?" "My niece is a flight attendant. She's got a great figure and dresses very stylishly. When she comes home for New Year's, she looks just like a movie star." Gao Yuan chuckled. A star. Given his current abilities, even if he wanted a real star to keep him company, it would probably be a simple matter. So he had no interest in blind dates. He just wanted to see how the villagers were doing. "Third uncle, I recall you were working as a security guard at the industrial park. Day off today?" "Yeah, day off. 2 days off every week, rotating shifts. That Captain Jia insisted we take our breaks, wouldn't even let us make up the time. I said I've got nothing to do on my day off, I'd rather be at the park watching those buildings rise from the ground. But Captain Jia wouldn't let me. You should rest when it's time to rest." Just then second aunt held up her phone. "Xiao Gao, I've watched you grow up. When you were little, your mother had no milk and you even nursed from me. We're practically family." Well, Gao Yuan had never known about that, but it was certainly true that his mother had no milk, because she was a robot. "We are family. So if you marry my niece, we'll be even closer. Look, this is my niece's WeChat. Add her." Gao Yuan couldn't refuse outright, so he pretended to take note. Leaning in to look, he saw an influencer-style avatar with the name Fly Nationwide. He was stunned. Did second aunt think his head was cold and want to gift him a few hats? "Second aunt, your niece. See, Fly Nationwide. Other flight attendants usually only fly fixed routes, but my niece is amazing, she flies everywhere. Xiao Gao, don't worry, she's absolutely reliable." Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. Yes, absolutely reliable. After all, she earned her living through honest work. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of, but marrying her was out of the question. "Did you add her?" second aunt asked. What else could Gao Yuan say? Added. Waiting for her to accept. "Second aunt, don't worry about me. With your niece being so outstanding, she'll surely find a good honest man. I mean a big boss to marry." "Aren't you a big boss?" "I am. But I already have a girlfriend." "Ha! Who?" "That Lin family girl." Second aunt was referring to Lin Mei. Gao Yuan said nothing, which was taken as confirmation. He knew that if he didn't nail down a girlfriend today, he'd never get past this. He resolved to visit the new Musa village less often in the future. Horror. She's not tall, not pretty, barely passable, as clean-cut, and her hips are small. Xiao Gao, how could you fancy her? To each their own, second aunt.
Don't worry about me.
By the way, have any young people returned to the village?
Yes, over a dozen have come back recently. But Blackfish Technology hasn't been hiring.
Xiao Gao, do you still need people?
That big industrial park could easily accommodate a few dozen more.
Just as they were chatting, an elderly woman suddenly fell silent, her gaze fixed behind them.
Gao Yuan turned around and saw Lin Mei approaching.
Spotting him, Lin Mei's face lit up with excitement.
Brother Yuan, what brings you here?
I came to see how the new village is coming along.
Has your family moved in?
How's your mother's health? At this, Lin Mei's expression dimmed. Not good, but don't worry, Brother Yuan, I won't let it affect my work.
Not good.
Just then an elderly woman beside him nudged Gao Yuan in the ribs.
Xiao Gao, you don't know. Urania. Living is pure suffering. She needs dialysis every other day. Yesterday she insisted on being discharged.
This morning when I passed by their house I heard her groaning inside.
Gao Yuan looked at Lin Mei. Is Auntie really like that?
Lin Mei's tears began to fall.
Brother Yuan, let me go see Auntie.
Lin Mei nodded, tears streaming down her face. They walked side by side along the newly paved road, which was already as wide as the city's main thoroughfare. Before long they reached Lin Mei's home. Pushing open the door, Gao Yuan saw an elderly woman decocting herbs in the yard, the pungent aroma of traditional medicine filling the air above the courtyard.
Xiao Mei, why are you back? Grandma, this is Brother Yuan. He came to see Mom. So you're Gao Yuan. Good lad.
Your mother. The old woman's eyes reddened as she spoke.
Gao Yuan felt a pang of distress.
Then it struck him, he still had plenty of life-sustaining base fluid which could completely repair bodily organs. In the future world the average lifespan exceeded 200 years, all thanks to that life-sustaining base fluid.
Gao Yuan saw a patient with end-stage renal disease for the first time. Sunken cheeks, vacant eyes, yet her lower limbs were swollen.
She would occasionally double over in pain, groaning. Lin Mei wiped her tears nearby. The doctor said as long as she keeps up with dialysis and stays positive she could hold on for a few years. If we're lucky and find a matching kidney, a transplant might save her.
But my mom won't cooperate. Gao Yuan fell silent for a few seconds. Auntie will get better. Stop trying to comfort me, Yuan Gu. Even with a transplant, shed need lifelong medication.
Every dialysis session is like torture.
I can't bear it.
She keeps saying she'd rather die, but what can I do? In Gao Yuan's eyes, Lin Mei had always been a carefree girl. He never imagined her family was in such a situation. He felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he'd been too full of himself before. Just then Lin Mei's mother, who had been lying in bed, seemed to have weathered the bout of pain. She came to and looked at Gao Yuan. Her voice was faint.
Xiao Mei, who is this?
Your boyfriend. While I'm still alive, get married soon.
Mom, he's Gao Yuan, Yuan Gu. He used to live next door, remember? Oh, Gao Yuan. I didn't recognize you. Cough cough.
Take care of Xiao Mei.
Gao Yuan sat by the bed. Don't worry, Auntie. Lin Mei is like a sister to me.
I'll look after her. Lin Mei felt a pang of disappointment at his words. Lin's mother wanted to say something but only sighed.
Auntie, don't give up. Things will get better. I know my own body.
I won't make it through the new year.
Gao Yuan had never experienced parting through death before.
His parents were robots and his so-called grandfather was actually his father, who looked old but was healthy and had gone to the asteroid belt. Now sitting beside Lin Mei's mother, Gao Yuan felt the fragility of life for the first time.
He couldn't stay any longer.
He pulled Lin Mei outside.
Come back to my place with me. I have something for you. What? Something that can cure your mom.
Lin Mei was bewildered.
Yuan Gu, what are you talking about?
A nutrient solution that can repair damaged organs.
It's a new product from our company.
I was planning to launch it next year, but now I want to roll it out early.
It can cure kidney failure. Lin Mei's eyes lit up. It can cure anything. Gao Yuan declared. A panacea? She asked, incredulous. You could say that. Do you trust me? Yuan Gu, of course I do. In my eyes you're a god omnipotent. You made the wrist phone.
Even if you said we're moving to Mars, I'd believe you.
Move to Mars?
It was possible. Gao Yuan returned to the old courtyard, retrieved the life-sustaining base fluid that Qin Mu Gutan had given him from his room, and handed 3 vials to Lin Mei.
Go back and take one now.
See how she responds. If she recovers well, no more. If not, give her another. One a year after that should maintain her. Lin Mei stared at the small vials in her hand.
Yuan Go, will this really work?
Of course.
Now go.
Lin Mei clutched the vials tightly.
Yuan Go, my father left when I was 7. It's just been me and my mom. I can't imagine what I'd do if she left too. Thank you, Yuan Go. Silly girl, you're my sister. Even if the whole world abandons you, you'll still have me. Gao Yuan wiped the tears from her eyes. Go on now.
Lin Mei nodded and ran out. Just then a car door slammed outside. And San approached Gao Yuan.
Boss, someone's here. I know. Gao Yuan went out to greet them.
He saw Qin Taijun in front, followed by 2 others.
Director Qin,
he said in greeting.
Gao Yuan, let me introduce you.
This is Wu Lian from the State Administration for Market Regulation, and this is Zhong Guoqiang, President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences.
Elder Wu, Elder Zhong, hello.
Wu Lian shook Gao Yuan's hand.
Thank you for your medicine. Without it, I'd be joining my comrades now. Gao Yuan recognized Wu Lian, who had also been a businessman. Elder Wu, it was my duty. That was a life-saving miracle drug. Wu Lian remarked. Gentlemen, let's talk inside.
The 4 sat on the sofa. The Gao family's old compound had front and back courtyards. The front one had been renovated and was quite comfortable.
Gao Yuan wondered why these bigwigs had come together.
He had San brew a pot of the 3,000-year De Hong Pao tea that Su Mayan had given him.
The tea's fragrance filled the air. Qin Taijun picked up his cup, sniffed it, and beamed. Excellent tea, De Hong Pao.
He took a sip, his face full of surprise.
Hiss, this tastes different from any I've had. It's richer. Gao Yuan, this tea. A gift from a friend.
Director Qin, you didn't just come here for tea, did you?
Qin Taijun chuckled. Alright, let's get down to business.
Gao Yuan, do you still have that life-sustaining base fluid you gave Elder Wu?
Gao Yuan nodded. Can it be mass-produced?
It should be possible.
That's why we're here.
You could have just called.
I'd have delivered it to Qingjing. No need for you to make the trip. It wasn't me. President Zhong wanted to see you. Oh. Gao Yuan looked at Zhong Guoqiang. The academy president was around 60, considered young among the top brass. Elder Zhong. Gao Yuan, I studied your life-sustaining base fluid.
It contains a special substance that precisely controls cell division in different areas. But aside from nutrients, the main component is a protein. I can't figure out how it achieves that effect.
Gao Yuan smiled. Elder Zhong, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know the tech. I can find someone who does to explain it. Is that all? That's one reason.
The other is the thermostatic clothing.
Oh.
It incorporates many technologies, special coatings, nuclear fusion batteries.
Not to mention the chips. Gao Yuan understood. You want me to release the technology from the thermostatic clothing? He asked. Qin Taijun slapped the table. See, I told you. This kid catches on fast. President Zhong said one thing and he got it. Gao Yuan, any one of these technologies is a game-changing breakthrough.
If you're willing to share them, Chinese enterprises will take off. The economy has been under pressure and we urgently need new sectors to boost market confidence.
Gao Yuan pondered. What's in it for me? What do you want? Anything I want. He asked. Tell us first. The United States government is suppressing my blackfish technology. Gao Yuan declared as he looked at the 3 people before him.
Qin Taijun felt somewhat embarrassed. This was a problem he truly couldn't solve.
Unless he openly confronted the United States. But if he did, the suppression would only intensify. Wu Lian sighed. Domestic companies going global all face this issue.
We can pressure small countries, but dealing with a major power is extremely difficult.
Gao Yuan smiled. Qin Taijun felt a pang of shame, unable to protect his own nation's enterprises yet demanding they share technology. It was indeed excessive.
But these technologies were too crucial. Especially controlled nuclear fusion and battery technology.
Combining them would revolutionize the global energy landscape.
Xia was the world's largest oil importer.
Many of its current compromises stemmed from reliance on mineral and petroleum imports. If they overturned the table first and cut off trade, countless enterprises would collapse.
President Gao will contact the relevant departments to negotiate with the U.S.
government. Wrist computers and thermostatic suits are groundbreaking technologies. Suppression won't hold them back, unfair treatment will only fuel our growth. Director Qin, if I make my technology public, can you, like the West 200 years ago, use warships and cannons to open Western markets? Qin Taijun was taken aback. He couldn't decide. After all, it was no longer the world of 2 centuries ago. A misstep could trigger a third world war, and modern warfare had no winners. Director Qin, with nuclear fusion, our aircraft carriers could sail into the Gulf of Mexico. With it we wouldn't fear severed sea routes. What else is there to worry about? If we force the U.S. to open its markets, who in the world would dare refuse us? Gao Yuan asked. Though he had prepared warships, he was just one man. His roots were in Xia. If the official government could resolve this, why should he take the spotlight? President Gao, even with nuclear fusion, our military strength still lags behind the U.S. We won't have an advantage for at least a decade. Without overwhelming power, we risk getting bogged down. Qin Taijun wasn't a military expert, but even a fool could see it was unrealistic for now. Director Qin, I can handle this myself, but I have one condition. Oh. Speak. The nation must unconditionally stand by me. Qin Taijun couldn't even promise that. Unconditionally. What was Gao Yuan planning? If it were legitimate, there was no need to emphasize it. The government would naturally support blackfish technology. Then you'll share the technology. I can offer the technology, but not unconditionally like the construction bugs. Qin Taijun's spirits lifted. That's only fair. Payment or resource exchange is fine. Gao Yuan smiled. He had considered this before. Relying solely on himself was fine technically, but his energy was limited. Trying to dominate every industry would only exhaust him. Monopolizing benefits invited envy. The Chip Alliance had done well uniting Xiaowei and Shaoxin to break Western blockades and even counter-encircle. The same applied to going global. Only blackfish technology and Zixio would be easily besieged. But if dozens or hundreds of enterprises expanded overseas, forming a scale effect in the U.S. market and penetrating every aspect of life, a ban would be impossible. However, Gao Yuan wouldn't share for free. Not only will I not charge, I'll invest. For every enterprise using my technology, state-owned or private, I'll contribute capital at half their market valuation and take a 5 stake. A 5 share was neither large nor small. In many major groups, founders held single-digit stakes, some even below 1. An equity stake made them allies. This effectively formed a corporate alliance, with Blackfish Technology holding shares in all companies as the de facto leader. Wu Lian, as president of the Chamber of Commerce, knew the implications well. Does Blackfish Technology have that much money? Qin Taijun was stunned by Gao Yuan's bold ambition to invest in all enterprises. Even at half the market valuation, the required funds would be at least trillions. We plan to go public domestically with vital base fluid, Gao Yuan said. A sharp intake of breath. One industry had been outrageously profitable since its inception. Internet and real estate rode on era dividends, but healthcare was different. As the saying goes, 10 highwaymen can't match 1 drug seller. Gao Yuan was entering the medical industry with a revolutionary product like vital base fluid. He had seen its effects firsthand. Wu Lian was on the verge of meeting his old comrades, but one dose had him out for a walk that very evening. With vital base fluid, the existing medical system would collapse. Pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, and millions of doctors would lose their jobs. Wu Lian was horrified. President Gao, this. No. Why not? Isn't vital base fluid effective? It is indeed. But the doctors. Elder Wu, most doctors work hard, long hours, high intensity, and they get cursed at. I often see them complaining. Low pay with high risk. Little impact, great intensity. I'm liberating them. No, this must be gradual. Releasing it directly would have too great an impact on society. What will all those doctors and hospitals do? Medical aesthetics. Dentistry. Yes, they could do medical aesthetics, but it doesn't need that. Many people and many specialties don't align. Qin Taijun also feared upheaval. President Gao, let's take it step by step. You can sell vital base fluid, but start with small quantities. As for investing in tech enterprises with your technology, I personally have no objection. If you need funds, I can authorize interest-free loans. Qin Taijun was truly overwhelmed. If Gao Yuan fully rolled out vital base fluid, the medical industry would collapse entirely. Last year, healthcare accounted for over 8% of the national GDP. It had even surpassed real estate, which was only 7.1% of GDP. Imagine the entire real estate sector collapsing overnight. How many would jump from buildings? Even if real estate collapsed, properties still served as homes. But a medical industry collapse would be pure devastation. Could drugs be eaten as food? Could medical devices become fitness equipment? The impact was immense.
So much so that Qin Taijun suddenly felt that investing in all enterprises was no big deal.
Gao Yuan nodded. Since Director Qin is so sincere and willing to share the technology, national research institutes can use it for free, but any enterprise using the results must accept Blackfish Technology's investment. As for funding, you'll rely on you, Director Qin. Otherwise they'll have to sell vital base fluid broadly to raise capital. Alright, I'll head back and report this to my superiors right away.
Zhong Guoqian looked at him with hopeful eyes.
Gao Yuan, about the technology for the life-sustaining fluid. I'm sorry, Elder Zhong, but that's not my call to make.
I need to consult the RD team first.
Zhong Guoqian was taken aback.
How could Gao Yuan make decisions on those other technologies but not this one? Yet he quickly understood, if Gao Yuan revealed the principles to him, wouldn't that mean sharing the technology itself?
Not just Gao Yuan, anyone who painstakingly developed a technology wouldn't casually hand it over to others. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhong Guoqian's face. I see.
Sorry for the interruption. After Qin Taijun and his team left, Gao Yuan realized he could only rely on himself to counter the United States. Then let them witness the might of a starship and feel the crushing weight of a millennium of technological disparity. Meanwhile, a farce was unfolding in the United States.
The official website of the U.S. federal government was plastered with a poster for Earth rescue.
Beneath it was a line in Chinese: "Trash come at me if you dare." Though the scene lasted only 20 minutes, screenshots spread like wildfire across the internet, especially on the international version of Douyin. The images were everywhere.
The comments sections were overwhelmingly one-sided.
Blackfish Technology is right, the federal government is a pile of garbage.
Earth rescue is amazing.
Just watch the movie and now this Chinese people are saving the world while our politicians only think about plundering.
Haha, well done.
Blackfish Technology rocks. Little Tom, president of Megami, and Jack, president of Fokisi, sat in a cafe watching the spectacle unfold.
The effect is better than we imagined. Yeah, the federal government is probably furious now.
I also sounded out old Harry, the head of Morgan.
He's in favor of beheading Gao Yuan.
But I'm worried the new leader might be too afraid of angering China to make a move.
Jack said as long as it's done cleanly, China will have to swallow the bitter pill.
Then we'll get our money back and old Harry can take over Blackfish Technology's thermostatic clothing and wrist phones.
Can we get the technology? With Gao Yuan around, it's tough.
Old Harry was outmaneuvered by Gao Yuan in China before, and Jiuxing suffered heavy losses. He sent people to infiltrate Blackfish Technology. But their team is rock solid, impenetrable. If Gao Yuan dies, those RD teams will have to find a new agent, and that's where old Harry's chance comes in.
Jack raised his coffee cup. To us. To that day coming soon.
The hacking of the federal website triggered turmoil worldwide. Now every nation watched the United States, waiting to see how it would respond. The new leader was deeply troubled. She had used a fake video to turn the tables and secure her position, expecting to wield absolute power. But once in office, she realized the leader was merely a proxy. Behind her were many bosses.
When their demands aligned, things went smoothly, but most of the time they couldn't agree.
Beyond answering to her bosses, she had countless affairs to manage. The economy faltered and people blamed her. Welfare was poor and they cursed her. Worse, despite the crackdowns by her two predecessors, China not only refused to submit but was rising in rebellion. The chip blockade was countered by Blackfish Technology's siege.
Now the U.S. controlled semiconductor industry was in disarray.
And she herself, to secure her rise, had lifted the ban on Blackfish chips, making a renewed blockade difficult. Besides, the blockade was futile. Without Chinese chips, products lagged in performance while costing far more, effectively ceding the global market to Chinese goods. To stay competitive, they had to use Chinese chips. Forget chips, now Blackfish Technology wanted to sell wrist phones in the United States.
What was a wrist phone? The phone of the future. Once it swept across the U.S., the American fruit phone would be finished. The fruit phone was the world's mobile king, dwarfing Chinese rivals in both sales and profits.
So when the wrist phone launched, the fruit company panicked. Carl, the largest shareholder behind the fruit phone and a true Wall Street titan, saw the company's stock plummet 20 on launch day, an unprecedented event in fruit phone history. If the wrist phone kept selling, Carl's stock would become worthless. He immediately leveraged his connections, rallying Wall Street moguls to pressure the new leader into banning Blackfish Technology. The new leader had no choice.
Banning the wrist phone and thermostatic clothing was the best option.
She thought she was prepared. Media campaigns claimed Blackfish products emitted radiation, harmed health, and stole private data.
Meanwhile, she set a deadline for Douyin, the only uncontrollable media outlet. But banning Douyin quickly was impossible given its massive user base. The deadline was meant to pressure them into staying neutral. Yet things backfired. Douyin not only refused to yield but doubled down, opposing mainstream media outright, fueling teenage rebellion. Whatever the government supported, they opposed.
Now Blackfish Technology had grown brazen, hacking major film distributors to release their movies and even the federal website. Pressure mounted on the new leader. The ousted Eastern King publicly declared in a speech that she was a coward too afraid to act against China.
Watching helplessly as the U.S.
became a dumping ground for Chinese products. At that moment the new leader was in a meeting. Department heads, parliament members, senators and state governors had all gathered. The federal website being hacked was a disgrace.
Now senators demanded she immediately order the arrest of Blackfish Technology's Gao Yuan.
The new leader was torn.
Everyone calm down. The federal government is formulating a strategy. Beckon stood up. Formulating what?
By the time you're done, Blackfish Technology will have conquered the U.S.
I propose we eliminate Gao Yuan with a missile. If we don't punish them, the U.S. will be the laughingstock of the world.
The room was in chaos. The new leader wanted to walk away. She could ignore ordinary senators, but some represented major financial groups. She needed to know their stance.
Quiet down one at a time. David, what do you think we should do? Without a doubt, only beheading Gao Yuan can wash away America's shame. What if China overreacts and retaliates?
Another senator shouted, then we go to war.
Commence war.
The new leader was terrified. She had come to enjoy power, not to court death. On paper, the United States held the advantage in strength. But everyone knew that going to war with Xia would plunge the entire world into the abyss of conflict.
The United States would also be mired in a protracted war with countless soldiers losing their lives. By then the new leader would likely be assassinated by the enraged populace. No, we cannot go to war with Xia. We can send mercenaries into Xia to assassinate Gao Yuan.
At the same time, deploy aircraft carriers to Xia's waters for maximum pressure. And stir up friction between Xia and its neighboring countries.
A hospital official proposed.
At that moment in the conference room, an old man was filled with sorrow. When had the United States sunk to such a state that a single young man from Xia could force the entire nation to resort to assassination?
Yet many congressmen were growing excited. As long as Gao Yuan is dead and we acquire his technology, the United States will be great again. We can pressure the Xia government to hand over Gao Yuan. The old man could no longer hold back. He slowly rose to his feet, and instantly all the congressmen fell silent watching him. This old man was the first U.S. ambassador to Xia. Over decades of turbulent times he had witnessed the United States reach its zenith, only to now see it hurtling toward the abyss. Mr. Hunter, do you have something to say? Assassination, decapitation strikes. None are viable.
Why not invite Gao Yuan to the United States for a talk? The new leader's eyes lit up. Indeed, if Gao Yuan came to the United States, they could do as they pleased.
But why would Gao Yuan come to the United States? If he wants Blackfish Technology to go global, he will certainly come.
The United States is already teetering on the edge of the abyss.
In truth, we could cooperate with Gao Yuan. Confrontation will only hasten our decline. Don't forget the advertising space on the moon. Hunter's words plunged everyone into silence.
Indeed, Blackfish Technology had the capability to reach the moon. If it were merely about sending things to the moon, several countries on Earth could do it. But those attending this meeting were all high-level officials.
Back then, the moon advertising space incident had many details unknown to the public.
ASSA through the Hubble telescope had observed the lunar surface where a vast array of lasers was precisely arranged. To achieve this, a massive number of rockets would be needed to transport those lasers to the moon, along with an immense energy source to power them.
But here was the problem.
If rockets had truly been sent to the moon, how could it have escaped ASSA's notice?
How did Blackfish Technology transport those lasers to the moon, unless they possessed more advanced stealth-capable spacecraft?
On this point alone, Xia had already surpassed the United States at its peak in aerospace technology.
So Hunter sincerely advised the authorities to cooperate with Gao Yuan. The Xia government cannot control Gao Yuan either. I suspect he has acquired extraterrestrial technology.
Otherwise, so many black technologies could not have emerged in such a short time. If that's the case, I suggest the leader try to recruit Gao Yuan, or at least cooperate with him.
If cooperation is impossible, well, let fate decide. Hunter was old and weary.
Having said his piece, he left the conference room. This was his final counsel. The outcome was beyond his control.
After Hunter left, silence reigned. But soon someone spoke. Hunter is old. Cooperate with Gao Yuan. Xia people are not to be trusted. We just need to take his technology. Once he comes to the United States, his technology will be ours. The head of Blackfish Technology in the United States is Su Lin. Should we detain Su Lin first? As the group discussed how to lure Gao Yuan out, a voice cut through, sounding out of place. I think Mr. Hunter is right. Cooperation might be an opportunity. Confrontation will only hasten our decline. A congressman immediately took offense. Angle, have you lost your mind? How can we cooperate with Gao Yuan? Blackfish Technology won't accept outside investment. Amazon has already cooperated with them. Cooperation doesn't require equity. Amazon is a pile of dung. Is selling thermostatic clothing and wrist devices enough profit? If we take it over, we can make much more. Angle hailed from Texas. He had originally been a project assessor for Red Light Capital, and with their backing he entered Texas politics. Red Light Capital had invested in many Xia companies including ByteDance, which was one reason TikTok's international version expanded so rapidly in the United States. As pure capital, Red Light Capital didn't care whether TikTok was a Xia company as long as it benefited them, they supported it. Similarly, they held shares in Amazon. When Amazon cooperated with Blackfish Technology to sell thermostatic clothing and wrist devices, the stock soared. Angle supported cooperation with Blackfish and TikTok, but clearly most in the room disagreed. Amidst the mockery, Angle also stormed out. With these obstructive figures gone, the meeting quickly reached a consensus. The new leader left the conference room and summoned her secretary, who had now become the new Secretary of State. Tiger, expedite the matter of Gao Yuan. Devise a detailed plan. Understood, Madam President. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan, completely unaware, was contacting Su Lin via wrist device. Su Lin had been looking haggard lately. Stores selling wrist devices and thermostatic clothing across various regions had been attacked by many black thugs. Online channels had also been shut down. CEO Gao, with the movie released, the thermostatic clothing and wrist devices have gained great fame. There are many usage videos on TikTok. Many people want to buy them, but the sales channels are a huge problem. Black thugs come to cause trouble at the stores every day, and the U.S. police frequently inspect us. Out of 26 stores, 15 have been shut down for various reasons. The online channel that originally cooperated with Amazon has also been suspended. I'm aware of these situations. Close the stores for now. Gao Yuan said. What? If we close the stores, won't all our efforts be in vain? I'm going to have the U.S. authorities sell for us. Put. Su Lin thought she had misheard. The U.S. authorities were eager to completely ban Blackfish Technology. How could they possibly sell its products? President Su, since the United States has government-run drug consumption rooms, it's also possible to have government-run Blackfish Technology stores, right? But how is that possible? Don't worry, take a few days off. Check the results in a week. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yuan felt he should resolve the issue with the United States as soon as possible. After all, he had many things to accomplish. Among the 3 essentials for pig farming, only the thermostatic garment had been promoted so far. The people of the United States must be eager to enjoy a comfortable life. Moreover, the conflict between Gao Yuan and the United States was irreconcilable. The existence of Blackfish Technology had infringed upon the interests of giants in industries including apparel, mobile phones, and semiconductors. What infuriated them even more was that Blackfish Technology had not gone public, so they could neither acquire shares nor employ their traditional tactic, financial attacks, against it. Just like Xiaowei, as long as it remained unlisted, it had no Achilles heel. Faced with such a company, their only recourse was a ban. In the past, a ban was the ultimate move, and no company on this planet could withstand it. But starting with Xiaowei, which was banned for 3 years, it not only survived but broke through the embargo. Now another disruptor had emerged, Blackfish Technology, far more formidable than Xiaowei. Gao Yuan stepped through the space-time portal and entered the 2024 club. As soon as he entered, Lin Nanwo lunged at him. Caught off guard, Gao Yuan couldn't dodge and was embraced. What are you doing? Boss, I haven't seen you in ages. Get down. I want. Boss, I heard you're going to work in Shangjing. Will you come here less often from now on? Gao Yuan nodded. He had founded 2024 mainly to build connections, but now that he was confirmed as a descendant of the Gao family and held a position in the development agency, the club's significance had diminished. Still, keeping 2024 was his fallback plan. Stop fooling around. You're a grown girl now, aren't you embarrassed? Gao Yuan pried her arms from around his neck. Where's your mom? In the office.
I don't know what she's busy with lately, she ignores me.
Are you idle? Well, the club runs fine with or without me. Lin Nanwo said. In that case I have a task for you. A task. Great. Boss, what do you need me to do? Go and customize a batch of robots for me. Remember my requirements, 3 points in total.
First, they must have built-in communication devices for real-time voice and video transmission. Second, they must be equipped with laser weapons. The power should be as high as possible. Third, they must have optical camouflage and flight propulsion systems.
Gao Yuan said. Got it, boss. How many do you need customized and when?
Customize 1000 units, deliver in 3 days.
Price is not an issue. Withdraw the funds from the club's account with your mom. Understood. Lin Nanwa's face lit up with excitement. Repeat my requirements. Okay, within 3 days 1,000 units with real-time communication capability. Also high-power laser weapons, flight and stealth capabilities. Gao Yuan nodded. Alright, go ahead.
He dismissed Lin Nanwo.
Gao Yuan found Wang Yifei Bingbing.
Arrange 200 robots for me along with a few flying cars.
Yes, boss. Wang Yifei Bingbing was very satisfied with her current life. She was immensely grateful for having volunteered herself earlier.
Opportunities were earned.
And now Gao Yuan was truly about to embark on his journey.
He knew that once he used a starship to subdue the United States, he could never return to his ordinary life. Even the Xia Kingdom's authorities might come to fear him.
But Gao Yuan had no choice.
His conversations with Qin Taijun and Zhong Guocheng had made him realize that many things could only be done on his own.
A dozen minutes later, Gao Yuan had arrived at Longjing Spaceport.
Standing at the spaceport and looking down, he could see the mountains and rivers of Earth through the clouds. The Earth 1,000 years later was beautiful, even more so than 1,000 years ago, for it was lush and green everywhere. Industries were almost entirely concentrated on Mars and the asteroid belt. Without industrial pollution and endless concrete cities, Earth had regained its primal beauty.
It was just a pity.
Such a beautiful Earth was in fact a prison.
Gao Yuan sighed. Just then a spaceport staff member approached.
Director Gao, the spaceport has been cleared. Your battleship is ready for takeoff.
Good, thank you.
It's our honor, no trouble at all.
Director Gao, may I add your brain chat?
When you return you can inform me in advance and I'll prepare for your docking.
Gao Yuan initially wanted to say he wouldn't be back, but he hesitated.
This battleship was provided by the Su family and it was obvious they could monitor it in real time. A short period of losing contact might not be a problem, but if the battleship vanished the moment he reached the moon, the Su family might make connection.
So after finishing the job he had to bring it back. Moreover, Gao Yuan had already prepared a contingency plan. The robots he had Lin Nanwo customize were intended for the U.S. High Command. Alright. After adding the brain chat contact, Gao Yuan saw the staff member's name. It was a 4-character name. Shin Yuji. That's me, Director Gao. Good, I'll contact you in advance when I return. Shin Yuji was thrilled. Gao Yuan was a legend in Longjing now, though this didn't affect the lower class.
However, mid to high circles knew he was Gao Qiu's grandson and the founder of the 2024 club.
And the 2024 club in Longjing was an absolute high-end venue. Every middle-class person aspired to own a membership card for 2024.
Shin Yuji returned to the office and others immediately gathered around.
Did you really add Gao Yuan's brain chat? Shin Yuji nodded repeatedly. Director Gao is very approachable, not arrogant at all. He speaks pleasantly too, and he's very young. I'd say he's only in his 20s. 20s? That's so young.
I just turned 30, we're the same generation.
Shin Yuji said.
Jia, if you ever end up with Director Gao one day you must give us sisters a helping hand.
What are you talking about? Just. Director Gao is the grandson of Senior Officer Gao, how could he fancy me? You never know. Gao Yuan boarded the battleship.
The 200 robots had already familiarized themselves with all operations and were at their posts.
Gao Yuan gave the order, set off. The battleship's antimatter engine ignited immediately. The engine expelled xenon gas as propellant, and within seconds the ship left Longjing Spaceport and ascended above Earth.
In truth, Gao Yuan could have summoned the spacetime portal at this point. But this was too close to Earth and the ship wasn't his. If it vanished here it would surely arouse the Su family's suspicion. His destination this time was the far side of the moon. Over the years humanity had extensively developed the moon, but its far side remained largely untouched.
Disappearing on the far side of the moon would take a long time even to investigate.
The battleship was incredibly fast.
Accelerating from 0 to 100,000 kilometers per hour took only a minute. When it reached lunar orbit, Gao Yuan ordered the robots to control the ship and begin orbiting the moon, searching for a suitable landing spot. After finding the most secluded landing spot, Gao Yuan began directing the descent. This was his second time on the moon. The first time he had come aboard an interstellar tourist bus, which was a completely different concept from a warship. The temperature on the far side of the moon was much lower than the near side, and its development level was also very low. The massive warship descended, nearing the lunar surface. Gao Yuan immediately summoned the spacetime gate. The colossal warship traversed through the gate. Upon landing, it had already entered the real world. No one in this world knew that at this very moment a massive warship had landed on the moon. No sooner had it landed than Gao Yuan began directing the warship to take off. In the future world, at a command center of the equipment department of the development agency, Zhou Qinli and Dai Mu were the monitors on duty. She was responsible for monitoring a decommissioned lunar-class warship. Everything had been normal with the virtual screen before her showing the warship descending to the lunar surface. But the next moment a red exclamation mark suddenly popped up on the screen. Warning: warship lost contact. Zhou Qinli and Dai Mu looked shocked. How could a warship lose contact? She confirmed it several times but could not find the warship's signal at all. Only then did she realize something had gone wrong. She immediately went to find her supervisor. By the time Su Mayan received the news, 2 hours had passed. Su Mayan summoned the director of the equipment department, Zhou Yuan, the leader of the Zhou family, one of the 3 giants of the development agency. Old Zhou, that warship has vanished. Under what circumstances would a warship disappear? Zhou Yuan had been the director of the equipment department for 30 years. Old Su, you're being too sensitive. After all, Gao Yuan is Gao Qiu's grandson. If he didn't have even this much capability, that would be underestimating him. There are only 2 possibilities for its disappearance. 1, the warship crashed. 2, the warship's signal was jammed. Which do you think it is? A crash is unlikely. The far side of the moon is remote but definitely not dangerous. So it's the second option. What is this Gao Yuan trying to do? Who knows? Don't worry, it's just a small warship. It can't cause any trouble. A lunar-class warship is nothing. The Space Force is currently being refitted with terrestrial-class warships. And the flagships have all been upgraded to solar-class. Su Mayan couldn't calm down. Is it possible that Gao Qiu is still alive? On the far side of the moon. Maybe there's a secret base there. Zhou Yuan laughed upon hearing this. I used to suspect Gao Qiu was still alive, but it's been 20 years. No one has seen him. Do you think he could have hidden for 20 years? Where could he hide? Hard to say. It's just a feeling. We need to be careful. Things in the asteroid belt are still unstable. A few days ago, Old Qin was talking to me, suggesting we exile all the miners in the asteroid belt to the Kuiper belt. That way, even if they wanted to come back, it would take them at least 1.5 years, and replace everyone in the asteroid belt with robots. What do you think of Old Qin's proposal? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. It's a good idea, but not realistic. You know why we use those people in the asteroid belt? It's just another prison. Besides, Old Qin might be overly cautious. The asteroid belt needs Earth to supply even its air. What trouble could they cause? Even if there's a riot, we just cut off the air supply. And they'll all die. I think so too. Enough of this. Let's get back to Gao Yuan. The Gao family has too much prestige among the people. Yes, that's why we can't touch Gao Yuan. And keeping the Gao family around has its benefits. Everything is out in the open. As long as we keep an eye on them. Without the Gao family, how would we know who is dissatisfied with us? That makes sense. Su Mayan paused. Old Zhou, tell the Lunar Space Force garrison to patrol the far side of the moon. That's necessary. Don't worry, don't be so sensitive. Gao Yuan is just a kid. Maybe he's just putting on a show to mess with us. If you take it seriously, you lose. On the moon, Gao Yuan had already directed the robots to pilot the warship towards Earth. On Earth, the President of the United States was in a meeting with Tiger. Tiger was a blonde transgender person. They were holding a stack of documents. Mr. President, we have formulated a plan to deal with Gao Yuan. We have prepared 2 strategies. First, send an invitation in the name of the U.S. government, inviting him to the World Science and Technology Conference the day after tomorrow. If he comes, everything is easy. If not, we have a backup plan. We've found that Gao Yuan has a partner named Zhang Bai and a senior executive named Lin Mei, both very close to him. The tech park is hard to enter, but these 2 are easy to approach. Once we control them, we can lure Gao Yuan out. We have already sent people to Xia country to Linzhou city Shannon province to find an opportunity to control these two. What if both plans fail? The new president asked. Then it's simple. We can prepare a civilian airliner.
During its flight to Xia country it will change course and fly directly towards the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park filled with aviation fuel and then crash into the park. The new president grinned widely.
If that happened it would be foolproof. A civilian airliner crash would inevitably cause an uproar from the Xia country authorities.
Mr. President, our relationship with Xia country is already in name only.
Killing Gao Yuan won't make it any worse.
Well, just call it an accident.
Would they dare to start a war? Xia country is too far from the United States.
Haha, that's
alright, then go ahead and prepare. Gao Yuan had already made a full orbit around Earth.
He was being so high-profile deliberately to make all the major powers on Earth see clearly that an interstellar warship had arrived, a product 1,000 years ahead of its time. The appearance of this warship had already caused a huge uproar on Earth. At the Xia Country Aerospace Center a monitor was stunned after seeing the images transmitted from the satellite. A warship had appeared in low Earth orbit. This warship was much larger than the largest aircraft carrier on Earth. The space station looked like a child next to it. Space shuttles and spacecraft were insignificant in comparison. At the monitoring center Lu Jingxi also arrived. As the highest-ranking official of the Aerospace Center he looked at the warship on the screen wondering where it had come from.
The same question was being asked at the European Space Agency NASA and the Russian Space Agency.
Everyone wanted to know where this behemoth had come from. At the White House the new president felt extremely unlucky.
He hadn't even dealt with Gao Yuan yet and now an uninvited guest had appeared in the sky.
According to NASA's assessment, humanity currently lacked the capability to launch such a massive object.
Photos transmitted from satellites clearly showed the weapons systems on the warship.
Therefore NASA had reached a conclusion: aliens had arrived.
Gao Yuan surveyed the entire Earth.
At that moment he felt like the sovereign of the world. Having flaunted his power enough he began his descent into the atmosphere. This time he had come to resolve the issue. To make the United States comply he must first disarm them. Without their armaments, what right would they have to ban him? Their reliance was merely on military bases and aircraft carriers scattered across the globe.
Let us begin with the carriers. The robots began infiltrating the U.S.
Department of Defense website and soon the positions of carriers and base coordinates were all marked on the controller.
Unbeknownst to Gao Yuan, the world's major powers were on high alert. Yet no one dared to act. Gao Yuan had already arrived over the Red Sea. There a U.S. aircraft carrier lay below.
The high-energy laser cannon activated locked onto the carrier's position and began charging.
Ding, charging complete. Ready to destroy the target at any moment. Hearing this sound, Gao Yuan took a deep breath.
Come on, he was doing what many had dreamed of but dared not or could not accomplish.
On the Red Sea, the captain of the U.S. carrier felt a sense of panic. Headquarters had reported a space battleship hovering above Earth.
As the commander of the world's greatest military power, he felt as though he had been placed on a serving platter. Thus he decided to turn back.
Though no order had been given, there was always a pretext.
He had just issued the command to prepare for the return voyage. Suddenly the radar began to blare a warning. Before he could react, a beam of white light descended from the heavens.
A faint sizzle.
The sound was soft, far quieter than even a rocket-propelled grenade. But the carrier's bridge had vanished, replaced by a gaping hole 20 meters in diameter.
Seawater now gushed upward.
On the deck the crew erupted into chaos.
The captain did not even know who the enemy was.
Carrier-based aircraft scrambled to take off, desperate to avoid being caught in the crossfire. But then a barrage of white light swept in. Not a single aircraft survived.
They were all annihilated. The captain understood now this was a targeted strike.
The only thing he could do was board a lifeboat and send a message back to headquarters. Half an hour later the Nimitz-class nuclear-powered carrier was more than half submerged. The rebel forces along the Red Sea coast had long tried to attack the U.S. vessel, but due to the vast disparity in equipment, every missile and rocket they launched was shot down.
Now, however, they watched the once invincible U.S.
carrier sink before their very eyes.
Cheers erupted.
Above, Gao Yuan had completed his task and was now heading for the Pacific Ocean, where two more U.S.
carriers awaited. The U.S.
Department of Defense was stunned when they received the message from the Red Sea carrier's captain.
The carrier sunk. Who did this? Soon satellites provided the answer. It was the craft they had identified as an alien warship now heading for the Pacific. The U.S. Department of Defense was left in shock. Someone said we have 2 carriers in the Pacific. Currently deterring China. Idiot, I know. Immediately order them to dock at the nearest base. Evacuate all personnel. The order had just been issued. When news arrived from the Pacific, both carriers had sunk again. Gao Yuan now began his flight toward the U.S. mainland, where another 9 carriers were stationed across 5 major carrier bases. Since they had not come out, they would never need to again. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. The Secretary of Defense shouted. Subordinates immediately sprang into action. Before Gao Yuan even reached the U.S. mainland, the warship warned of a missile attack and asked whether to initiate automatic countermeasures. Gao Yuan set the auto-counterattack protocol. Soon the missiles were obliterated by laser cannons. Meanwhile, the ship's intelligent biocomputer analyzed the trajectory to locate the launch sites, and high-energy laser cannons destroyed them directly. In just 1 minute, over 10 launch sites in the U.S. were annihilated. Upon learning of this, the Secretary of Defense was at a loss. The technological gap was too vast. Victory was impossible. If they did not retaliate, they could only watch helplessly as the U.S. was disarmed. If they did retaliate, they would die even faster. Gao Yuan had never felt so exhilarated. So this was modern warfare. It wasn't even difficult. Who said war was fraught with peril? It was as easy as a picnic. Next, Gao Yuan methodically began to call out the U.S. carrier bases. One by one, carriers were destroyed in their home ports, their crews watching helplessly as the vessels were reduced to scrap. If they did not retaliate, only the carriers would be destroyed. If they did, whoever struck back would die. Thus almost everyone was merely a spectator. Only the newly inaugurated U.S. president was on the verge of vomiting blood. This presidency was hardly worth holding, too frustrating, too unlucky. He had been perfectly content as vice president, never needing to wade into this troubled water. Now he would likely go down in history as the worst president the U.S. had ever seen. But he was powerless. Just then the Secretary of State arrived. Mr. President, what shall we do? What else can we do? Immediately draft a joint human initiative against extraterrestrial aggression, calling upon China and Russia to join. This is a responsibility for all humanity, not just the United States. Yes. I'll do it right away. Would you like to speak with the leaders of China and Russia? Yes. Before the call could connect, someone burst in. Mr. President, the alien warship has arrived. Where? Right above the White House. See for yourself. Startled, the president rushed to the window and looked up. A massive warship loomed overhead as if ready to destroy the White House at any moment. The new president was terrified. Who wasn't afraid of death? Especially these high-ranking officials who valued their own lives dearly, even as they disregarded the lives of the common people. Quick, get me out of here. Where to, Mr. President? Anywhere just away from here. Gao Yuan sat aboard the warship, gazing down at the White House, the very heart of U.S. power. It wasn't all that impressive. It surely couldn't withstand a single strike from his ship. Never mind, he hadn't come to wage war but to reason. Gao Yuan ordered the robots to connect to the White House's communication system. Before the new president could escape, the phone rang. Who now? At a time like this? Mr. President, should we answer? No, hurry and arrange a car. No, a car won't do. I need to evacuate through the underground passage. Just as he was about to leave, the phone connected on its own. A voice came through. I am Gao Yuan. Let's talk. The message was in Chinese, followed by a robotic translation into English. The new president, already at the door, froze in his tracks. Who? If you don't want to talk, I can send you to meet God. I'm right above you right now. The new president looked at the massive warship outside, then at the phone. You are Gao Yuan from Blackfish Technology. What do you want? To reason with you. The newly inaugurated president was at a loss for words. She had no idea what to say. To reason. Yes, I helped you rise to power, yet you repay kindness with enmity, severely violating the rules of free trade, banning TikTok's international version, infringing on freedom of speech, and contravening the First Amendment of the United States. That is why I launched this special operation. This operation aims to demilitarize and depopulize the United States. Now I ask, on the land of America, can enterprises from all nations engage in free trade? Can people freely express their opinions and choose their preferred social media platforms? Can enterprises freely choose their trading partners? The newly inaugurated president. Dared she say no? She feared that the moment she uttered no she would be neutralized in the next second. But now, with warships hovering overhead, she wanted to cry. Why had she bothered? As this president, she had never tasted the sweetness of power, only the burden of blame. Decisions had to heed the conglomerates, yet she dared not offend the voters. Now, for banning a foreign company, she faced demilitarization. At this moment, she gave up in despair. She would resign from this presidency, let whoever wanted it take it. But for now she couldn't leave. I will sign the executive order immediately. The United States welcomes free trade from enterprises of all nations. I uphold the freedom of speech granted to all by the Constitution. Excellent. With that, Gao Yuan began to ascend the warship. The goal had been achieved. Only one final step remained: to claim responsibility for the incident. Soon the video of the newly inaugurated U.S. president conversing with Gao Yuan in her office was released on TikTok's international version. At that moment, Gao Yuan piloted the interstellar warship toward the asteroid belt. Since he was already here, he might as well meet Gao Cho. The obstacles in the real world had been cleared. The U.S. president had been forced to sign a humiliating treaty opening the nation's doors. Next, he would proceed with his original plan, implementing the three-step strategy of raising pigs first. Domestically, the medical industry needed reform and the life-sustaining base fluid had to be launched. What remained depended on what Gao Cho intended to do after their meeting. Gao Yuan had previously met Gao Gan, but Gao Gan's words were too vague. Moreover, on Earth, in the future world, Gao Yuan believed breaking the monopoly of the three giants would be extremely difficult. The people of Earth had been raised with no fighting spirit to unite them. He first needed to change their mindsets and reveal the truth about Earth's nuclear radiation. While Gao Yuan was en route to the asteroid belt, Earth erupted in chaos. TikTok's international version went viral. Many learned that the U.S. aircraft carriers had been destroyed. In the Red Sea, the Pacific, and the U.S. aircraft carrier bases. One video after another spread on TikTok's international version. Some rejoiced, others worried. Undercurrents surged worldwide. The United States was now a tiger without claws, its deterrent power completely gone. It could at most intimidate neighboring countries. The bare Europa, East Asia, the Middle East instantly broke free from U.S. control. In half a day, the global landscape had undergone a dramatic reversal. Now on YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok, news of the U.S. demilitarization spread everywhere. There was also the newly inaugurated U.S. president's speech declaring full support for free trade. International experts were all bewildered. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Yet they dared not speculate on the world's direction, because what Gao Yuan would do next remained uncertain. At the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park, Zhou Lei was drinking with Zhang Bai. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Your CEO Gao is a god. Zhang Bai raised his glass, lamenting inwardly. Gao Yuan had stolen all the glory. He had no idea where Gao Yuan had obtained the interstellar warship, but Zhang Bai no longer dwelled on it. Ever since being kidnapped with Gao Yuan last time, he understood that even among brothers some secrets should not be asked. Ask and the brotherhood would end. President Zhou, congratulations. This counts as avenging Huawei too. Haha, mutual joy. In Xinjiang Xia Kingdom, Li Ming, president of ByteDance, was stunned. Was this the solution Gao Yuan had mentioned earlier? This was too ferocious. With such power, why not conquer the world? He directly demilitarized the United States. As a maritime power with its aircraft carriers destroyed, the U.S. could barely venture out to sea, instantly marginalized. The world center shifted back to the Eurasian continent. At this moment, many Xia Kingdom enterprises were raring to go. Gao Yuan had opened the U.S. market. Why wait to claim territory? What could U.S. domestic enterprises compete against them? Companies that had fought their way through the Xia Kingdom market to become industry leaders would now be a dimensionally crushing force in the U.S. The only U.S. advantages were in heavy industry, military industry, and financial sectors. Now with Gao Yuan's demilitarization, U.S. Stocks halved in a single morning. Over 10 trillion U.S.
dollars evaporated from Nasdaq.
Capital was accelerating its exit from the U.S. market.
Across various self-media influencers began making predictions. Uncle Ade, a renowned political self-media influencer with over 10 million followers across platforms. Just now he had published a new article in the post-American era, Where Will the World Go? The demilitarization of the United States was a victory for Xia Kingdom and Blackfish technology. Probably no one in the world had imagined Blackfish technology could be this formidable.
But at 10 a.m.
today, the National Academy of Sciences announced that nuclear fusion and new battery technologies had entered practical stages.
The release of these two technologies signaled the dawn of a new energy era. The fossil fuel era was ending, much like the United States. With the U.S. fallen, where would the world go? I boldly predict.
The bear will intensify its special military operations. The loose Europa Union without U.S.
support must be panicking.
They don't know how big the bear's appetite is. Will it reclaim the glory of 30 years ago? Thus, under extreme anxiety, the Europa Union might directly enter the war.
Perhaps another protracted conflict looms. In the Middle East without the U.S.
I predict that within 3 days the Arabs will definitely attack a certain revanchist regime. And this time the outcome will be vastly different.
That revanchist regime will likely be exiled again.
As for who is most panicked now, it's probably Xia Kingdom's neighbors.
Regardless, Gao Yuan is from Xia Kingdom and Blackfish technology is a Xia Kingdom enterprise.
If they can demilitarize the U.S.,
disarming these neighboring countries is a piece of cake. And there's another encouraging piece of good news: Taiwan Island will definitely return within a month.
Many netizens below the article were thrilled.
What else can be said? The world is changing too fast. Damn, Blackfish technology is this formidable. I still can't believe it's true. Is Gao Yuan going to rule the world?
Who cares about the outside world?
As long as the motherland is unified.
Gao Yuan, heading to the asteroid belt, never imagined the magnitude of change his actions would bring to the world. At this moment an emergency meeting was convened at the Xia Kingdom's administrative center. Zhou Jingli sat in the main seat, but contrary to expectations his brow was deeply furrowed. The situation had shifted too drastically. Every change brought both crises and opportunities, advantages and disadvantages.
Everyone, you are all aware of the disarmament of Meili.
Our satellites have already transmitted clear images. A warship destroyed all of Meili's aircraft carriers.
Now we stand at a crossroads. What path should we take next? Commander Zhou, is it confirmed that the warship belongs to Blackfish technology? Zhou Zhengli shook his head.
There's no definitive news yet, but it's highly likely. At this point, Li Guoqiang, the deputy commander-in-chief of the Xia Kingdom's military, spoke up. With Meili's forces withdrawing, many regions will face a power vacuum.
War could erupt in hotspot areas at any moment. Should we make preemptive moves? And Yuan Island must be reclaimed immediately. Financial turmoil and the outbreak of war are inevitable. We still hold a large amount of Meili dollars, and I estimate they will soon collapse. Meili is now fully open. I suggest we accelerate the purchase of their grain, oil and minerals. Try to spend all the Meili dollars within 2 months. Zhou Zhengli nodded. Commander, should we deploy our warships to global hotspots to prevent extreme incidents? Also, should we prepare for evacuating citizens from certain regions? Zhou Zhengli frowned, overwhelmed by the multitude of issues. There's still one major problem.
Zhou Zhengli glanced at those present, all aware of the unspoken truth, yet none dared to voice it.
Whatever happened next, Gao Yuan's stance would be crucial. Gao Yuan. What does he intend to do next?
Will he stop here, or does he have further plans?
No one knew the answer. Zhou Zhengli had to call on someone. Director Qin, you met Gao Yuan a few days ago. Tell us. What impression do you have of him? Qin Taijun paused. I believe Gao Yuan has little ambition.
I've met him several times. He contributed nuclear fusion, new battery technology, and new coding materials.
Now Blackfish Technologies team is at the Academy of Sciences for data handover. If Gao Yuan were ambitious, he would have held onto these technologies as leverage. So I think his disarmament of Meili was purely a business move. Then someone spoke. Circumstances change. Gao Yuan was a businessman before, but now with a warship, would he still be content as one? I have one question: where did Gao Yuan's warship come from? Does the relevant department have any information?
Li Dagong, director of the security department, immediately said, we investigated Gao Yuan and discussed this with Director Qin.
We suspect there's an alien relic in the backyard of Gao Yuan's hometown. There might even be an intelligent manufacturing base. Gao Yuan's past showed no anomalies. The oddities began after he went bankrupt and returned to his hometown.
The lithography machine, thermostatic clothing, wrist devices, all came after that.
Moreover, we investigated Gao Yuan's technical team.
In the household registration system they don't exist. If it were just one or two missing records it might be an oversight, but hundreds or thousands with no records can only mean one thing: Gao Yuan's team isn't from Xia Kingdom. Yet it's impossible for so many to have snuck in. Director Qin previously speculated that the so-called technical team are actually robots.
Qin Taiju nodded.
I tested Gao Yuan and confirmed that his supposed technical team are all intelligent robots, so advanced they show no flaws. However, Director Li found some evidence.
The lack of records is one thing, but the people in Gao Yuan's team have a major flaw.
We monitored Jia Yi and Jia Air and discovered their body temperature remains at 36.2 degrees with no fluctuation. The technicians who came to the Academy of Sciences for handover were also monitored in real time. Not only did their body temperature remain constant, but their heart rate also showed no variation, steadily at 88 beats per minute.
Director Zhong can confirm this.
Humans experience emotional fluctuations. Heart rate cannot remain constant during sleep or activity.
Therefore I can conclude that Gao Yuan's technical team consists of lifelike robots.
Zhou Jingli was already aware of this, but many in the room were not. So after Qin Taijun finished speaking they were all stunned.
Director Qin, can Gao Yuan create intelligent robots?
Yes.
I have a theory.
Perhaps he truly discovered an alien base where the aliens vanished for unknown reasons, but the equipment inside is still functional. Gao Yuan used it to manufacture intelligent robots, and with the robots and alien records he continuously developed multiple black tech products.
I suspect this warship is an alien vessel that was previously malfunctioning and has now been repaired by Gao Yuan. Li Guoqian looked at Qin Taijun and asked, since you knew Gao Yuan was problematic long ago, why didn't you take over the alien relic?
Qin Taijun smiled bitterly.
Director Li, first, it's just a guess. Second, even if it were true, do you think Gao Yuan would agree to us taking over? Try taking it over now. Now.
The room fell silent. There was no point in taking over now. Zhou Zhengli waved his hand.
Enough talk of takeover. Director Qin, do you think Gao Yuan is trustworthy?
From his establishment of the industrial park to this public disclosure of technology, he clearly wants to cooperate with the nation and his sincerity is evident. I don't believe he poses any threat to the country. So as long as we strengthen communication, Gao Yuan and Blackfish technology will always belong to Xia Kingdom. Zhou Zhengli breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good. In that case we have nothing to worry about. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. First reclaim Dayuan Island.
Then invite the Southern Ocean nations to Xiaodao for a cooperation forum to establish our baseline territorial waters. Our warships should also sail globally to assert our claims.
Yes. While the world's tide surged, Gao Yuan was enjoying the view of space. An endless expanse of darkness. Only by traversing the cosmos can one feel their own insignificance.
The warship was a behemoth on Earth, but in the universe it was nothing more than a speck of dust.
The asteroid belt was just ahead.
Gao Yuan began summoning a spacetime gate, instantly traversing into a future world. The asteroid belt of that future world was entirely different.
Across the cosmos numerous transport ships could be seen shuttling along fixed routes. There were also colossal mining vessels that directly devoured smaller asteroids, transforming them into various minerals. Gao Yuan's target this time was Ceres, the headquarters of human mining operations in the asteroid belt.
Ceres was the only dwarf planet in the main belt with a diameter of 950 kilometers, about a quarter of the moon's size. After years of mining, the asteroid belt had grown sparse, with countless asteroids turned into human industrial products. On Ceres there were not only branch offices of the Development Administration but also a division of the Mineral Resources Bureau under the Executive Administration.
Gao Yuan did not know where Gaoqiu was.
But his first stop had to be Ceres because he needed to let Su Mayan know his whereabouts. When Gao Yuan appeared at the Ceres spaceport, the staff had already received the information. All entries required scanning identity chips. The staff were surprised by the arrival of this director of the Archives Department from the Development Administration. After all, those high-ranking officials rarely visited the asteroid belt. They would rather watch the sunrise on Mars than come here to eat dust. The asteroid belt was cold and barren. The entire belt could only produce a small fraction of its own water, with most water and all air needing to be supplied from Earth. Compared to Earth, it was a place of exile. When Gao Yuan, clad in a protective suit, stepped onto the surface of Ceres, the governor of the Ceres Development Administration, Mu Ming, arrived. Just moments ago he had contacted Earth headquarters to inquire about the intentions of this young second-generation visitor from the central office.
Surely he wasn't here to investigate corruption. To appease the public, the Development Administration had launched a few anti-corruption campaigns over the years, but they had never reached the asteroid belt. Here Mu-Ming ruled like a feudal lord. Apart from the somewhat obstructive officials from the executive administration, everything else was fine. The reply from headquarters was that this young director was a member of the Gao family. At the Development Administration headquarters in Shangjing, Su Mayan was baffled. Why had Gao Yuan gone to Ceres? What was he doing there? How did he get there? How did he vanish from the far side of the moon and reappear on Ceres? But that place, aside from some worthless mines, was just a bunch of unruly miners, no factories, no supplies. Su Mayan instructed Mu-Ming to closely monitor Gao Yuan's movements and do nothing else. Whatever Gao Yuan intended to do, let him do it. Upon learning that Gao Yuan was a Gao family member, Mu-Ming understood. This uninvited guest was not on the same side as the bigwigs at headquarters. But he still had to show face. After all, he was a Gao. Gao Yuan's bold arrival here served two purposes: one, to let Su Mayan know he had come, and two, to check records. As the director of the archives department, reviewing files was within his purview. If luck was on his side, perhaps he could glean a clue from these records and find Gao Chou's hiding place. Gao Chou, the former chief executive officer, certainly wouldn't be too conspicuous. But coming here wasn't for a vacation, there had to be something unusual. Mu-Ming approached from a distance to greet Gao Yuan. "Director Gao, what a pleasure." "And you are?" Gao Yuan asked with a frown. At this moment Gao Yuan wore a haughty expression. Navigating society relied on cultivating a persona. An arrogant, overbearing scion with a powerful background, likely a headache for all the local staff. This was Gao Yuan's strategy. Such a persona had its advantages. Whatever he did next, no one would be surprised. Conversely, if he acted polite and courteous, he would probably leave empty-handed, seeing nothing. These foxes were masters of playing dumb. But a spoiled brat was the perfect antidote to a sly old fox. "I am Mu-Ming, governor of the Ceres Development Administration." Seeing Gao Yuan's demeanor, Mu-Ming's face flickered with disdain, quickly replaced by an exaggerated smile. He was of course a man of the Development Administration, naturally at odds with the Gao family. But his position was too low. If the Gao family wanted to move against him, the Development Administration would surely hand him over. So he couldn't afford to offend this Gao Yuan. "Oh, so you're the governor here?" Gao Yuan sized Mu-Ming up. "Director Gao's visit to Ceres is our honor. Conditions here are harsh." "What a lousy place. Take me to your station. The hovercar is ready." "Please, Director Gao, follow me." The Ceres station was a massive glass dome. Outside the temperature was freezing, but inside there were climate control systems and artificial gravity generators. The air and humidity were so pleasant that if one didn't look up, it was almost indistinguishable from a city on Earth. Gao Yuan studied Mu-Ming. He was slightly taller than himself, lean but much sturdier than the women from the asteroid belt he had seen at the Abar earlier. After getting out of the car, Mu-Ming began his introduction. "Director Gao, this is our Ceres station, housing all sorts of institutions. The asteroid belt is one of humanity's 3 major mining bases. Its current mineral output has surpassed the moon and is second only to Mars. It has made an indelible contribution to human development." "Ha! What fun things do you have here?" Gao Yuan asked. How about I arrange some girls unique to the asteroid belt? I've seen it all, young master." "Forget it. Where's your data center?" "Director Gao, what do you need the data center for?" "As the dignified director of the archives department, isn't it my duty to conduct spot checks on records everywhere?" "Is that any of your business?" Gao Yuan showed no courtesy, directly rebuking Mu-Ming. Mu-Ming's expression darkened instantly. "Director Gao, accessing records requires authorization from headquarters." "Are you stupid? I am the director of the archives department at headquarters. I authorize myself. Is that acceptable?" "No more nonsense. Open the data room. I want to see all records from the past year." "This? What do I need to contact Secretary Su before you'll open it?" No. I'll take you there right away." Gao Yuan was here to find Gao Chou. He had no time to waste. Gao Gon had said that Gao Chou would come out to meet him on his own, but Gao Yuan couldn't wait any longer. Since Gao Chou wasn't coming to him, he would go to Gao Chou. Gao Yuan was feeling a bit excited. "Old Mu." "Ha!" Mu-Ming turned around. "You're so ugly, don't bother taking me. Send a pretty girl instead." "This?" Mu-Ming was worried. The data center did hold some records that were best kept confidential. If it were one of his own people, it would be fine, but Gao Yuan was not. So he had to accompany him to prevent any leaks. But now Gao Yuan was trying to get rid of him. He immediately forced a smile. Director Gao, that's against the rules. Only the record keeper and I are allowed in. Then find a pretty record keeper. You annoy me. Why is your chin so pointy? Mu Ming was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his secretary and instructed her keep an eye on Gao Yuan. He absolutely must not discover the encrypted files. If necessary, cut the power. Understand. Understood, Governor. The data center was a semi-enclosed electronic library. These materials were not open to the public, but after swiping his identity card, Gao Yuan had the highest clearance. Standing beside Gao Yuan was a tall woman. In the asteroid belt, the average height exceeded 190 centimeters, as those who live long-term in microgravity were significantly taller than native Earthlings. What's your name, miss? Director Gao, my name is Zhou Ziqingqing. How long have you been here? My father works on Ceres. I was born there and grew up here. Have you ever been to Earth? Twice, both times accompanying Governor Mu for work reports. Do you want to return to Earth to live? Gao Yuan asked. No. Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised, as a human who wouldn't want to work on Earth. Why? Isn't Earth nice? Outside you don't need a protective suit and the air is free to breathe. Zhou Ziqingqing's expression remained blank. Our station here is the same as the 8 capital cities on Earth. Here we don't need protective suits either, and the air is free to breathe. Gao Yuan was stunned. On second thought, it was indeed similar. So why go back? He fell silent and began to search through the data. Once connected to the system, brainwaves could be used to retrieve key information. Under Ceres were 3 largest mining areas, also the miners' settlements Juno, Vesta and Palace. Gao Qiu must be in one of these 3 mining areas. Gao Yuan focused on searching for information about them, especially from the past year. Director, these records detail each mine's output, types of minerals, and records of miner riots. As Zhou Ziqingqing spoke, she noticed Gao Yuan had already begun searching for records of abnormal miner incidents. Her heart skipped a beat. Could Gao Yuan really be after that matter? But no one knew about it. Gao Yuan casually glanced through the records as he asked, how many miners are in these 3 areas? Currently registered a total of 120 million. That's quite a number. Not comparable to Earth. Which area has the most miners? The Vesta mining area. No new miners in the past year. Gao Yuan asked. Zhou Ziqingqing immediately tensed up. Director, the mineral resources near Vesta are nearly depleted and the surrounding asteroids have been mined out. Let me see. The records of miners applying to return to Earth. Before he could finish, the entire data center flickered. All the equipment before him went dark. Gao Yuan was stunned. Sorry, Director, the solar wind on the asteroid belt's surface is strong, often causing solar storms, so the voltage is unstable. It's probably a power outage. A power outage. Fine. Gao Yuan had a good idea where Gao Qiu was. The power outage was a joke. Even if the external voltage was unstable, wouldn't the governor's office have backup power? It was clearly a sign they didn't want him to see more. This damn place. The power's unstable. So boring. Gao Yuan grumbled as he walked out of the data center. Zhou Ziqingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Director, the governor has arranged a banquet. Let me take you there. What good food could this godforsaken place have? Il passe il eat on Mars. As he left, Mu Ming wore a fake smile. Director Gao, sorry for the poor hospitality. I'm never coming back, there's nothing here. Mu Ming watched Gao Yuan, thinking he might have been overthinking. This scion of the Gao family was just on a whim, hoping for some perks, and left disappointed after just over an hour. Gao Yuan boarded the warship and headed for Mars. Mu Ming immediately contacted Earth headquarters. Gao Yuan is heading to Mars. En route to Mars, Gao Yuan went to the warship's armory, which held various individual equipment. He donned a set of personal mech armor. As the warship flew past Vesta, he ordered the robots to continue the ship to Mars, instructing them to orbit Mars once and then return directly to Earth. Gao Yuan, now in his mech, flew toward Vesta. From his earlier data search, he knew the mining area had no guards. There was no need. After all, it was remote, cold and barren. Who would sneak here? Moreover, without a large warship or transport vessel, leaving was impossible. The only presence was a Space Force monitoring station, mainly for large spacecraft. The Met's maximum range was 1,000,000 kilometers, a negligible distance in the cosmos. Gao Yuan planned to stealthily visit Vesta. If all went smoothly, he might finish meeting Gao Qiu and still catch the returning warship. That way no one would know he had been there. The mech ejected from the warship's underside like a hair falling from a running rhinoceros.
Even if someone were monitoring the ship, they would never notice such a minute change. The Met's rear thrusters ignited and Gao Yuan sped toward Vesta. Vesta was one of the 3 largest asteroids in the belt after Ceres. Its diameter was 525 kilometers. Vesta lay between Ceres and Mars, yielding minerals like iron, aluminum and copper. According to the data, it was the most populous of the 3 mining areas. Soon he landed on Vesta's surface and headed for the mining area. At the entrance he expected to be stopped or required to swipe his ID. But to his surprise, the guard not only didn't stop him but even saluted. Inside the mining area, Gao Yuan headed straight for the mine shafts. If Gao Qiu was here, he would have to be underground. The tunnels beneath Vesta were a labyrinth. The registered miners on this small asteroid exceeded 50 million. Finding one person among 50 million was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Gao Yuan believed that if he entered, Gao Qiu would come to him. If Gao Qiu didn't even know he was here, then he wouldn't acknowledge this father, and none of their schemes mattered. Had just settled for being a black market tech dealer. Entering the tunnel, Gao Yuan shed his mech and put on a protective suit which he simply demanded from the mining management. The manager tried to make him register, but Gao Yuan cursed him into silence. This was the standard miner's suit designed for insulation, warmth and radiation protection. Its other crucial function was pressurization and oxygen supply. Without pressurization, long-term residents could grow to 2.5 meters tall, but their bone density would be only a third of an Earthling's. Such a person upon returning to Earth would be crushed by the atmosphere, their bones breaking. At the entrance were many monkey carts, a name from ancient times. Now electromagnetically driven, they looked like roller coaster seats detached from their tracks. Their speed and incline rivaled a roller coaster. Gao Yuan had no idea where to go. Below was a tangled maze. Even the development authority didn't know what was down there. The mining management dared not descend. Going down was easy, but coming back up was impossible. The management was not concerned about the miners hiding underground, as the oxygen tanks on their protective suits only supported 3 days of breathing. Each person could only exchange for a new one every 3 days, and it could not be collected on behalf of others. Moreover, it was not free. It had to be obtained through work points. Work points were the miners' wage cards, which could be exchanged for money when returning to Earth. All consumption here required points. Gao Yuan did not know how Gao Qiu had managed it, but he believed that Gao Qiu was definitely here. This was the only place in the asteroid belt where he could remain undetected. Gao Yuan rode the monkey cart downward, and the miners along the way paid him no heed. Today in the tunnel, Gao Yuan discovered that this place was practically an underground city with many people living directly inside. There were stalls selling nutrient paste below. Gao Yuan even saw someone selling synthetic food, which even on Earth was only consumed by the middle class. As he walked along, Gao Yuan was filled with awe. He stopped in a tunnel that had been transformed into something resembling a pedestrian street. There were many people inside, all tall and slender. Gao Yuan felt like a chicken among cranes as he walked among them. Everyone around him was taller, stirring a sense of inferiority in him who had never before felt insecure about his height. Gao Yuan had not walked far before a group of people blocked his path. "You! Come with me." The voice was very hoarse. Gao Yuan was not at all surprised. "Someone wants to see me." "Yes." Gao Yuan was surrounded by the crowd, and from a distance he was completely hidden. After walking for about 10 minutes, Gao Yuan only remembered making 5 turns with some ups and downs along the way until the person in front pushed open a door. "Go in." Gao Yuan nodded and entered, finding himself in a stone room. It was very dark inside, so he found a place to sit down. "I'm here." "You shouldn't have come so early." A familiar voice came from behind him. Gao Yuan spun around, and despite the dim light he could still make out the figure. This was his grandfather, also his father in this future world, Gao Qiu. Gao Yuan thought he would be angry at his departure, without a word angry at his presumptuousness, but now that they met under the faint light, Gao Qiu's body was slightly hunched and his face was even more gaunt. But his eyes shone brightly in the dimness. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Gao Yuan asked. "The time was not right." "When will the time be right?" "When you have grown strong enough." "What are you doing all this for?" Gao Yuan asked. "What does one live for in this life?" Gao Qiu sat down opposite Gao Yuan, poured a glass of water and held it in his hands as if talking to himself or asking Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was actually just venting his emotions. He felt abandoned. He had originally thought his family had gone to another world, but the truth was that he had come to another world and now he was here too. Some seek fame, some seek profit, some seek wealth, some seek power. I have already reached the pinnacle in all these, so the only thing left for me to seek is to leave a name in history. Gao Yuan wanted to laugh. "If you want to leave a name in history, why drag me into it? I just want to make some money, marry a few wives, have a few children. Enjoy life a little. If I hadn't met Gao Gon, how long would you have kept it from me?"
And Gao Yuan is over 100 years older than me. He says he's my brother. I discovered a temporal node and thought it was an opportunity, but Gao Yuan was already too old to cross over. Only a newborn had a chance. I planned for a long time and had you just for this temporal passage. Gao Yuan was utterly speechless. He was born to be a tool. Gao Qiu. Do you know how ridiculous that name is? And Gao Yuan is even more absurd. You're terrible at naming things. Gao Qiu's expression remained completely unchanged. After a few minutes of silence, Gao Yuan asked in a low voice, what do you need me to do? Air, water, food. And then? What will you rely on to fight the big three? The awakening of the people. Gao Qiu said. Gao Yuan wanted to laugh. What era was this to still be peddling that? If the big three were pushed too far, they could just slaughter all these lowlifes with no loss. At worst, they could use robots everywhere. Life would just be a bit less interesting. Gao Qiu, how old are you this year? 168. At such an old age, still so naive. The people. Can a billion unarmed people fight against a warship? Gao Qiu looked at Gao Yuan. No, they can't. There you have it. What will you rely on to fight? The military is in their hands. Gao Qiu set down his cup. Aren't you here? If you can build interstellar warships in that world, wouldn't that be a... Gao Yuan was stunned. Was that the plan? But it would take too long. Aren't you afraid you won't live to see it? And if you're relying on me, why are you stirring things up here? Come back to that world with me. Gao Yuan, if I don't stir things up, how will you get the core technology? You can get the core technology here. Gao Yuan expressed doubt. Of course I can. Gao Yuan looked at Gao Qiu, waiting for him to continue. In the year I've been here, I've orchestrated 26 uprisings, big and small. Now they're finally going to strike at the Vesta asteroid mining zone. And then? Is that a good thing? I selected a group of people, they call themselves the Awakened. These people are willing to sacrifice for the revolution. The Awakened die every day, but their consciousness is stored and transmitted through special devices into the robots here. These robots possess the will of the Awakened, they exist to overthrow the development agency. Gao Yuan felt a deep unease. Injecting human consciousness into robots, were those robots still human or were they machines? These people are willing to die. They are willing, and not only do they not die, they gain eternal life. As these robots multiply, they will infiltrate all key departments. With the will of the Awakened and the execution capabilities of robots, they will soon take control of the entire system. Gao Yuan had to admit the plan was good, but it still made him uncomfortable. Gao Qiu continued, robots are powerful, but the more advanced the intelligent robot, the less reliable it is. Biochips grant robots capabilities, but they may also give birth to human will. And any system has vulnerabilities, there is no perfect program in the world. If you can't break it, it only means you're not strong enough. Programs are unreliable, robots are unreliable, and likewise humans are unreliable. This is also why robots have not yet completely replaced humans after all these years. Moreover, all high-intelligence robots have a service life, they serve for at most 10 years before being destroyed. This is one of the important reasons they keep so many humans. Gao Yuan fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly lifted his head and said, in that case, why do you still need me to provide air and water? A civilization's strongest foundation must be intelligent beings, not intelligent machines. The miners in the asteroid belt are the most enterprising among humanity, these people are the sparks. I will do my utmost to preserve them. Ah. And what? Gao Yuan asked. If all intelligent machines fail, these are the only ones we can rely on. All fail. How could that be? Gao Yuan didn't believe it. Gao Qiu cast a meaningful glance at Gao Yuan. Anything is possible. Even the human brain can fail and become senile. Machines are far less intricate than the brain. Gao Yuan felt that Gao Qiu must have another plan, but he didn't want to tell him. In truth, he had come to see him so urgently merely to seek an answer. Now that he had it, it was time to leave. Gao Yuan had just stirred up a major upheaval in the real world. The direction the world would take was entirely up to him. But to be certain, he had to see Gao Qiu first. He stood up. Old man, what should I call you? Father or grandfather? It's just a title, call me whatever you like. Then from now on I'll call you Tai Wei. Upon hearing this title, Gao Qiu's lips trembled, but he remained silent. Tai Wei, I'm leaving. See me out, I probably can't find my way by myself, I'd get lost. By the way, how did you know I was coming? Even if an earthworm crawls into this tunnel, I'd know. Let alone a person. Go now. Don't come to see me for 3 years.
In 3 years I need enough water and air for 1 billion people.
And food.
3 years. Why 3 years?
Gao Yuan nodded.
Taiwei, let it be so.
In 3 years he'll bring you a real grandson to see you. Before you leave he'll give you a gift.
What?
The other function of the spacetime gate.
Ha! Could the spacetime gate have other uses besides shuttling between two worlds?
Gao Yuan looked puzzled.
The spacetime gate is a wormhole linking two worlds.
But unlike physical wormholes in three-dimensional space, this one is called a spacetime wormhole, a fragment of the fourth dimension.
In four-dimensional spacetime is a controllable variable.
So, theoretically the spacetime gate can control the flow of time. What did that mean? Control time. Gao Yuan didn't quite understand.
He recalled that Gao Yuan had once said time could be sped up or slowed down but never reversed. In theory, any point in four-dimensional space can be expanded into a three-dimensional world. But every world requires dark energy to sustain it.
You don't have enough dark energy. But I once collected a fair amount of dark matter to cultivate this spacetime node. Dark matter can release dark energy.
This is a dark matter reactor, now it's yours.
What is dark matter? Gao Yuan was somewhat bewildered.
Dark matter is composed of weakly interacting massive particles and invisible substance.
Alright, I get it. How do I use this thing? Gao Yuan didn't want to hear any more, he couldn't understand it anyway.
Why should he care about what dark matter was?
As long as he knew how to use it, that was enough.
Did he need to understand how Wi-Fi worked just to use it? To use it, flip the switch.
Dark energy will pour out. Then just activate the spacetime gate.
With dark energy supporting it, the gate will form a hypothetical three-dimensional world that overlaps with the one you're in. Within that hypothetical three-dimensional world you can control the flow of time by adjusting the intensity of the dark energy. This red button controls the range and the green button controls the time flow rate.
You can see the green button has 36 notches.
Negative numbers slow time down, positive numbers speed it up.
The fastest is 18 times the normal flow and the slowest is 118 of the normal flow.
The red button also has 36 notches. One covers 100 meters and 36 covers 3600 meters around you.
Gao Yuan took the black box, feeling it was nothing short of a divine artifact from myth.
He could control the flow of time within a certain area.
Taiwei, will I be affected inside the area?
You are one with the spacetime gate, so you're unaffected. As a being of the three-dimensional world, the time flow you experience remains constant.
What use is this to me? To forge a god.
You are to become the god of technology across both worlds. Perhaps in the future you can expand the spacetime gate into a fixed passage linking the two worlds.
Gao Yuan drifted into a fantasy. He could control the flow of time travel between two worlds. It might actually be possible. Taiwei, I know what to do now. Good, then go back. Taiwei, take care of yourself. I won't die. As Gao Yuan left, he looked back.
Gao Cho stood at the stone house's entrance just like when he used to see him off to school as a child.
I'm leaving.
Gao Cho waved his hand.
Gao Yuan was escorted out of the mine, left Vesta and donned his personal mecha. As he ascended into space, the warship returned.
He boarded it, heading for Earth. At the Earth Development Directorate, Su Mayan had a screen before her displaying the flight path of Gao Yuan's warship. This Gao Yuan first went to the far side of the moon, then vanished.
When he reappeared, he flew to Ceres, then took a detour around Mars. And now he's coming back. What exactly is he up to? Secretary General, could there be something on the far side of the moon? Whatever it is, the question is what Gao Yuan intends to do.
Has the inspection team to the far side of the moon found anything?
No news yet.
If they had, word would have come back by now.
Keep a close watch on Gao Yuan.
At that moment Gao Yuan returned to Longjing Air Harbor.
After docking the warship, he went back to Longjing and arrived at the 2024 club.
This time Huangfu Shan was waiting for him there. What's wrong, Sister Shan?
Secretary Qin visited the club. Qin Fengsong. Qin Gang's son. What did he want? I'm not sure.
But he spent the whole morning on the 28th floor with Niu Lanshan, Lu Ziyu and Qin Gang.
When he left, he asked if you were here. I said no and he went. Gao Yuan fell into thought.
Niu Lanshan was also a member of the Human Federation Parliament, so it was normal for him to be close to Qin Fengsong. Lu Ziyu, though part of the Administrative Directorate's establishment, had his mining bureau reduced to an appendage of the Development Directorate's equipment office with all powers stripped away. He had always been neutral.
Now meeting secretly with Qin Fengsong, could this mean he was openly picking a side? I understand. By the way, where's Nan Wu?
Nan Wu went to pick up the robots as you requested.
Once the robots are retrieved, put them in the warehouse. I have other matters to attend to. Gao Yuan needed to return to the real world.
He had stirred up a huge commotion there, and after a day of fermenting, everyone was probably waiting for him.
Now was the time to go back and make his stance clear. Back in Musa, Gao Yuan opened his wrist device, having successfully completed the first step of demilitarizing the United States. A day had passed and he wondered what the reaction would be.
Logging into his Weibo account, Gao Yuan saw that his profile, which had never posted a single update, now boasted over 5 million followers.
There was even a Gao Yuan super topic.
After meeting with Gao Cho, Gao Yuan's mindset had indeed changed. Now he felt even more detached from the real world. Coming from the future as the scion of a top-tier noble family, shouldn't he dominate this backward world? After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuan posted his first Weibo update. Blackfish Technology is now selling temperature-regulating clothing and wrist devices to all countries and regions worldwide.
After posting, Gao Yuan prepared to check global reactions to the destruction of the American aircraft carrier.
But before he could leave, comments on his Weibo exploded. Each refresh brought hundreds of new replies.
Our Lord Gao has finally risen. Awesome, Gao Yuan, a true man. Well done, donate the worship to the nation. Blackfish Technology is incredible. I bought the temperature-regulating clothes and plan to climb Everest. I've already seen videos of someone wearing one at Everest Base Camp.
If only there were a temperature-regulating hood. Wrist devices, a black tech from the future.
Gao Yuan scrolled through, finding the comments mostly trivial.
He had a bot translate mainstream news from various countries on foreign sites.
The hottest topic was in the United States.
TikTok's international version heavily promoted a video about the new US leader pledging unconditional openness. There were also clips of the aircraft carrier sinking. On major US websites, Gao Yuan saw lawmakers calling for war against Blackfish Technology.
This is the most humiliating event since the founding of the United States. A businessman forced our leader to open his markets to him. It reminds me of China 100 years ago. Chinese history teaches us that once we compromise, more excessive demands will follow. We have no choice but to eliminate them.
Our missiles, planes, bombers are still here.
Our submarines are here too. We remain the most powerful nation on this planet.
The comments below the article were interesting.
Gao Yuan expected many to condemn him and support the author.
But after scrolling, he found only about 20 supported the author.
At least half were calling for abolish the US military. It's the root of chaos.
Good that the carrier sank. Now we want waste money meddling in others' affairs.
What does a sinking carrier have to do with us homeless? Gao Yuan found the American people quite endearing.
Such lovely people were best suited for being fattened up like pigs.
Overall, he was satisfied with the outcome of this incident.
He opened his wrist device and summoned Zhang Bai. Gao Yuan wanted to hold a distributors conference to auction off the rights to sell temperature-regulating clothes and wrist devices in various regions worldwide. This would not only ensure full market coverage but also raise funds through agency fees. These funds could be used to invest in domestic companies interested in nuclear fusion, super batteries, and special coatings. Companies strong enough to enter the game were at least unicorns in their fields. By investing in them, Gao Yuan essentially aimed to have Blackfish Technology lead a business alliance of capable Chinese, and Blackfish Technology would hold undisputed leadership. Although Qin Taijun had promised to solve his funding issues, Gao Yuan's past failures left him with an inherent distrust of banks. By holding the distributors conference, he would achieve 3 goals at once: save the trouble and funds of market development, gain a global community of shared interests, and turn all distributors into natural allies.
Third, secure the necessary funds.
Such a good opportunity was something Gao Yuan wanted to handle himself. Since he had never organized such a conference before, he planned to discuss it with Zhang Bai. After all, Zhang was the one doing the heavy lifting. Gao Yuan had to work in the future world and start businesses in the real world. He was incredibly busy. Moreover, he needed to set up a water factory and an air factory, primarily supplying the future world.
Zhang Bai was riding high.
As the vice president of Blackfish Technology, he was in his element, fielding endless calls about collaborations every day. Because Gao Yuan was often absent.
When he received Gao Yuan's call, Zhang Bai eagerly hurried back from Linzhou. While waiting for Zhang Bai, Gao Yuan got a call from Lin Mei. Brother Yuan, are you in Musa?
Yes, what's up?
The new Musa village is completed.
There's a celebration today and the old village chief wants to know if you have time.
So fast? Yes, indeed, very fast.
The villagers are all grateful to you.
Gao Yuan paused. When does it start? Right now.
Gao Yuan recalled various amusing childhood stories from the village.
Since he was here there was no reason not to go. Just showing his face would be a great encouragement to the villagers. Xiaomei am on my way.
Since Zhang Bai would take some time to return, Gao Yuan had the security bots in Jiao and ensure drive him to the new Musa village.
It wasn't far, just a few minutes away.
When he got out of the car, Lin Mei, the old village chief, and many villagers were there.
Brother Yuan. Lin Mei smiled and greeted him.
Gao Yuan quickened his pace and shook the old village chief's hand.
The Gao family's ancestral graves must be sending up auspicious smoke to produce such a great figure. Old chief, you are the pillar of Musa. Look at how good life is now, such beautiful houses, and everyone can earn money without leaving home. Blackfish technology is wonderful. I don't understand many things now, but many village kids have come back. More and more people will return in the future. Gao Yuan said. The water factory and compressed air factory. Gao Yuan was planning to build wouldn't use robots, they weren't high-tech. So he intended to employ as many workers as possible. If money earned wasn't spent, it was just waste paper.
The villagers gathered around, their eyes full of eagerness as they looked at Gao Yuan.
He saw his old elementary school principal and many teachers.
When he was a child, the village kids all attended school in their own village. But now the village elementary school had been closed and the children had to go to the county town for school. These former rural teachers had all lost their jobs. Most of them were civilian teachers. Once the school was gone, they were no longer needed. They had taught for a lifetime with students all over the world, but now retired without even a pension.
Gao Yuan was deeply moved. With everyone present, he made an impromptu decision. Old principal, teacher you, teacher Zhou, teacher Nya. You were all my teachers. We don't teach anymore now. His former homeroom teacher said sheepishly. You have nurtured countless students, teacher Zhou. You may not have official positions, but in my heart you are the greatest. In those days you had no selfish motives, no tutoring fees, yet you led me out of here. Since you lack official status, I will take care of you from now on. Anyone who has taught at Musa Elementary School for over 20 years may receive a monthly pension of 5,000 from Heyu Technology. Those who taught for over 10 years may receive 3,000, and those who taught for over 5 years 1,000. As long as Heyu Technology does not go bankrupt, this promise will be forever valid. After Gao Yuan finished speaking, he saw the teacher before him and his eyes suddenly reddened. Gao Yuan. It's already good enough. Truly, you don't need to do this. Teacher Zhou, I will personally hand out the first month's pension right here tomorrow. Furthermore, anyone over 65 years old may also receive a monthly pension of 1,000 from Heyu Technology. Upon hearing this, the old village chief grasped Gao Yuan's hand. His lips trembled, yet he could only utter a single word: good. Good. Lin Mei stood beside him, her face filled with admiration. This was Gao Yuan, the neighbor brother she had looked up to since childhood. President Gao, the celebration is about to begin. Would you like to say a few words to everyone? The newly appointed village chief was a middle-aged man whom Gao Yuan had not seen in years and did not recognize well. You are President Gao. Do you still remember old Wu, who used to grow fruit trees on Dacheng Mountain? Ah. Is that you? I used to sneak into your orchard and steal fruit when I was a kid. No, he's my father. Oh. I remember now. You had a big dog that once chased me. If Grandpa Wu hadn't held it back, I would have been bitten. Wu Jianmen looked somewhat embarrassed. Yes, I was loafing around back then. Later my father sold that dog. Gao Yuan burst into laughter. Uncle Wu, you are the true master of Musa. You should speak. How can that be? Today so many outsiders have come and many claim to be your fans. Gao Yuan then noticed that the number of people at the celebration far exceeded the village's population. He instinctively frowned. Uncle Wu, do you know all these people? Why are there even foreigners? They're not foreigners, they're ethnic minorities. All citizens of our Xia kingdom. President Gao, I know you're busy. Since you're here, why not say a few words? Gao Yuan walked toward the stage. The entire crowd fell silent. Gao Yuan picked up the microphone. Hello everyone, I am Gao Yuan, a native of Musa. Today marks the completion of our new Musa village. Just as he was speaking, Gao Yuan saw 4 or 5 people pushing their way to the front. The security robots Anzhou and Unshi moved into the crowd from both sides, preparing to block those individuals from getting closer. Gao Yuan saw someone raise a bottle in their hand. In the other hand they held a lighter. His heart skipped a beat. Something's about to happen. He immediately sent a brainwave command for Anzhou to activate Gao Chou's dark matter box. Then through brainwave communication he ordered the armed self-defense scouts concealed around him to begin locking onto anyone with abnormal movements. Hum. A curtain of light descended, enveloping everything within 100 meters, slowing down time inside. Only Gao Yuan remained unaffected.
He sprinted toward the person holding the bottle in front of him. As he ran, the man's movements seemed slowed down 18 times. He had just pressed the lighter and was moving it toward the bottle. Gao Yuan snatched the bottle and hurled it into the distance. Elsewhere, Anzhou and Anshi were also stopping others. The automatic scouts had already locked onto all individuals with abnormal movements and began firing lasers. Gao Yuan thought he could prevent it. But he did not expect to be too late. As Anzhou wrestled one person to the ground, snatching their lighter, the fuse protruding from the bottle in their hand brushed against the cigarette held by an elderly man in the crowd. Moments later, boom. The bottle exploded and flames rained down. Gao Yuan's mind went blank. It was a homemade Molotov cocktail filled with gasoline. As it detonated in the crowd, people nearby were instantly covered in flames. Gao Yuan began rescuing people. Lin Mei was off the stage and had also caught fire. Gao Yuan tore off her burning clothes and carried her onto the stage. Then Gao Yuan continued saving others. These people had come prepared, adding white phosphorus and other chemical accelerants to the gasoline. When it exploded, once it touched human skin, it was nearly impossible to extinguish. After burning the skin surface, it left behind highly toxic chemical residues that entered the bloodstream through the open wounds of the burns, causing blood poisoning in the victims. His armed self-defense scouts were still insufficient. They could identify various firearms and cold weapons but failed to recognize the homemade Molotov cocktails. Only when the fire started did the scouts react, firing a laser to kill the attacker already engulfed in flames. In this attack there were 5 assailants in total. 4 were apprehended by the arriving police and 1 died by self-immolation. In total, 21 bystanders were burned. The former principal of Musa Elementary School, who was too close to the epicenter of the explosion, succumbed to his injury. By then Gao Yuan had already fed the injured victims a life-sustaining base fluid. This fluid repaired various tissues within the body and was remarkably effective for burns as well. What was meant to be a joyful celebration was overshadowed by this tragedy, casting a pall over the entire New Musa village. Gao Yuan saw the grief of the old principal's children and his heart ached. Moments ago they had been chatting and laughing together, but now they were separated by life and death. Whoever orchestrated this incident would have to pay. Gao Yuan, accompanied by several security personnel, arrived at the Linhai County Police Station. He wanted to interrogate the suspects himself. Given the gravity of the matter, the Linzhou police had taken over within 2 hours of the incident, and experts from the provincial department were en route. By the time the Linhai police were preparing for the transfer, Gao Yuan arrived. After a brief conversation, the authorities agreed to let Gao Yuan meet the suspects. In the interrogation area, Gao Yuan saw the temporarily detained suspects. He instructed Anzhou and Anshi to enter while he waited outside. 10 minutes later, Anzhou and Anshi emerged. As security robots, they were exceptionally skilled at interrogation. They went and asked questions directly and intercepted brainwaves for decoding and analysis. Humans could lie, but they could not control their thoughts. Do you know who did this? Boss, we have the answers. Good, let's head back. Having obtained the answers, Gao Yuan simply communicated with Anzhou via brainwaves, and Anzhou transmitted the gathered information to him. Back in Musa at the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park, Zhang Bai had also returned. He had just arrived and heard about the incident. Seeing Gao Yuan return with a grim expression, he asked with concern, "Old Gao, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Gao Yuan's face was ashen. Zhang Bai post a message on Weibo in the name of Heiyu Technology. Ha! Post what? Tomorrow the Milizi defense building will catch fire. Warn all Heiyu Technology employees in Milizi not to approach the defense building within the next 24 hours. What? Zhang Bai did not understand. I'm going to burn down their defense building. Wait. Was today's incident orchestrated by Milizi? No. Then what is this? It was orchestrated by them. The operatives are pro-American experts within our country, allied with a certain extremist organization. Hasn't that organization been lying low for years? With funding from the United States, they still cling to existence. Gao Yuan said. Zhang Bai was bewildered. This. Is there evidence? Gao Yuan lifted his head. Since meeting Gao Qiu, he had realized that Gao Qiu had charted a path of domination for him. To merge the two worlds, his only option was to become the overlord of this planet. From the moment he opened the space-time portal, he was destined to walk this path with no alternative. As his power grew, so did his enemies and allies. Whoever stood in his way, he would trample over them. I don't need evidence. I say it's him, so it's him. I say we retaliate, so we shall. Zhang Bai gave a thumbs up. Formidable. In the United States, the new leader had been deeply troubled these past few days, not appearing in public. She had spent the days appeasing various financial conglomerates. These conglomerates had their own factions: the Jewish-led financial media group, the military-industrial complex, the emerging multinational corporate alliance, and the traditional industrial mining conglomerates.
Gao Yuan's blackfish technology had offended nearly all of them.
The financial media conglomerates suffered from a stock market crash after Gao Yuan destroyed a U.S.
aircraft carrier and their stronghold, a certain Zionist entity, faced an unprecedented crisis leading to an irreconcilable feud.
The military-industrial complex was severely humiliated in this incident, essentially a slap in the face, so they too were determined to fight Gao Yuan to the death.
The most likely to cooperate with Gao Yuan were the emerging multinational corporate alliance, including Amazon, Apple, computer manufacturers, automakers, and pharmaceutical companies.
These companies had reaped the benefits of globalization. Computer and phone makers still used Blackfish Technologies chips. If not for Gao Yuan's recent sale of wrist devices which crippled products like Apple and certain computers, they wouldn't have turned against him. Even now their hostility was merely an attempt to force him to share his technology.
As for the traditional U.S.
industrial mining conglomerates, they had declined over the years, wielding less influence. However, since the Bear's special military operation, the traditional energy sector had surged, amplifying their voice. The traditional industrial mining conglomerates had no direct conflict with Gao Yuan, but rumors that the thermostatic clothing used nuclear fusion and new super battery technology, and that Gao Yuan had shared these technologies, threatened to uproot their entire industry. Thus the traditional industrial mining conglomerates also sought to take down Gao Yuan. The new leader felt besieged on all sides. Though she didn't fully grasp the metaphor, she found herself caught between a rock and a hard place.
She couldn't defeat Gao Yuan externally, couldn't pacify the public internally, and faced pressure from the conglomerates.
It was too difficult.
This was an internal meeting. No more proxies, everyone was fighting bare-knuckled. The new leader was deeply troubled. We can't beat Gao Yuan now.
His warships are beyond the reach of our missiles, yet he can effortlessly destroy anything we have, including you and me.
Leader, this is cowardice.
Can't we wage war without aircraft carriers, said the representative of the military-industrial complex.
But Gao Yuan is far away in China.
How do we fight?
Victors. Stop at nothing.
The Eastern King once assassinated a general. Why can't we assassinate Gao Yuan?
Last time we tried that, he came and attacked us.
The military-industrial complex representative shook his head. We can use covert methods. I've already dispatched 3 waves of heroes.
What?
The new leader didn't understand what 3 waves of heroes meant. Before she could get an answer, the Secretary of State entered. With a look of urgency, leader.
Something's happened. What?
Blackfish Technology released a message stating that tomorrow our defense building will be engulfed in flames.
What does that mean?
The new leader was still confused. Then she saw the military-industrial complex representative smash his cup on the floor.
It's extortion. Gao Yuan is extorting us. What does he want?
The new leader was bewildered. Her Secretary of State whispered in her ear, China has reported an attack in a place called Musanu Village, the core area of Blackfish Technology, resulting in 1 death and dozens injured. The new leader paused, then turned to the military-industrial complex representative. Did you
attack Gao Yuan?
Yes.
My leader. Once Gao Yuan is dead, everything will end and we'll return to our happy days. Nonsense. Gao Yuan isn't dead. Even if he isn't, so what?
He has no evidence.
He'll have some organization claim responsibility for the incident.
The new leader held her forehead. Inside, Gao Yuan is now coming to burn our defense building.
Who can tell me what to do?
This gentleman called it extortion, and I wondered what he was extorting.
Now I know Gao Yuan wants me to hand over the mastermind. If I don't, hell burn the defense building. At that moment, financial tycoon Sinlo Roth said, if Gao Yuan actually does this, hell become a global enemy.
Our media can publicize this now, painting Gao Yuan as a terrorist at heart.
Moreover, his high-profile actions surely have made him many enemies in China.
Perhaps we can ally with those who dislike him.
To kill a man, you don't only need weapons, you can also use public opinion.
The new leader was stunned. Ladies and gentlemen, Gao Yuan dared to destroy our aircraft carrier.
Burning down 1 more building wouldn't make a difference.
Actually, wouldn't it be better for us to make money together with him? The new leader was annoyed.
How can we make money?
If he makes nuclear fusion and new batteries public, our mineral resources will become unsellable.
Exactly. Our Apple phone sales have already dropped by 30.
With the widespread adoption of wrist devices, our phone sales will continue to decline. The same goes for computers. The wrist device can project a large screen for work anytime, anywhere.
Blackfish Technology will gradually take everything from us, leaving us with no way out. Gao Yuan must die.
Leader, a world without Gao Yuan is a good world. The new leader looked helpless.
Weren't these capitalists afraid of death? Why were they so determined to provoke Gao Yuan? Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your points.
But I have just one question: if Gao Yuan decides to decapitate you, how will you respond? As long as we kill him first, we'll be safe.
These capitalists remained hidden in the background. Even if Gao Yuan retaliated, it would be the new leader who suffered, not them. What did they care? They could just replace her. The meeting concluded hastily.
Upon returning to his office, the new commander completely lost his composure, erupting into a frenzy of destruction.
He smashed the telephone, pens, teacup and computer.
Various documents were scattered all over the floor. Sitting directly on the ground, she felt a deep sense of grievance.
So many people were pressuring her. Was Gao Yuan so easy to kill?
If something went wrong, she would be the first to die.
She panted heavily.
Those consortiums were not on her side, caring only for their own interests. She had endured so many years to finally reach the position of Grand Commander, yet now she lived a life worse than a rat's. Just then her former secretary, now the Secretary of State, entered.
Tiger, you're here. Commander. You are. Tiger glanced at the chaotic office. It's nothing, just a lapse in composure. Tiger, what do you think I should do next? Tiger sat down beside the new commander. Annie, I haven't called you by your name in a long time. I hope you don't mind. Tiger, please continue.
At the founding of our America, the commander was merely a spokesperson chosen by slave owners and corporate shareholders. This situation only worsened over time. For so many years there was only one exception: the Eastern King.
Why could the Eastern King act arbitrarily?
Because he himself was a consortium. He naturally had a stance.
But we are different.
If we don't rely on the consortium's assassination, impeachment and protests will come in a triple combo, forcing us to end in disgrace.
Moreover, with your legitimacy in question, they will only intensify their efforts.
Commander Annie smiled bitterly. Indeed, her position was not legitimate. If she hadn't used those means, she would never have had the opportunity in her lifetime.
Outwardly the vice commander, she was essentially a figurehead. Tiger, perhaps I should just resign.
Annie, if you resign now, life won't be better afterward. You have no political achievements, no influence. The impression you leave on the public is just the destroyed aircraft carrier. Even when you die, people will still curse you. You've suffered grievances and borne the blame, but what have you gained?
Commander Annie's expression darkened. But now they are all pressuring me. What can I do? Being commander is just about finding a backer. Isn't that why we rely on the consortiums? Now that they are locked in a life and death struggle with Gao Yuan, why can't we instead cooperate with Gao Yuan? Annie was stunned. Cooperate with Gao Yuan. For so many years, to be the commander of America opposing Xia was a political correctness.
No one had ever thought of cooperating with the Xia kingdom.
Tiger looked into Commander Annie's eyes. Commander, think about it.
What was the foundation of America's past strength?
What?
Economic and technological prowess, military strength and cultural influence. But all three are now challenged.
It's inevitable that America is in decline.
Blackfish technology possesses the strongest technological power in the world, bar none.
Gao Yuan has the strongest military force, bar none.
As for cultural influence, Douyin from Xia is now influencing our youth, and Gao Yuan's Earth Rescue is still playing in theaters.
So those consortiums fighting Gao Yuan may have twists and turns, but there can only be one outcome. Commander Annie's eyes widened. Certain defeat. Exactly.
So why not directly align with the stronger side?
With America's vast territory and abundant resources, if we fully meet Gao Yuan's demands and cooperate wholeheartedly, Gao Yuan's full support will make your position unshakable.
You would only need to bow to one-man Gao Yuan and never have to mind anyone else's expression again. Hearing Tiger's words, Annie's vision suddenly cleared. Indeed, since their defeat was inevitable, why should she remain tied to them?
Wouldn't cooperating with Gao Yuan be better? Commander, this is using all of America's resources to win Gao Yuan's favor. Think about it, your position was an opportunity given by Gao Yuan.
He is your benefactor.
Yes, indeed. Many problems become easily solved when viewed from a different angle.
If Gao Yuan gained her support, he would surely support her in return. After all, no one else in this position would offer him such a degree of backing.
Could Gao Yuan's power secure Annie's position as commander as firmly as a mountain? Annie thought it over. It was quite possible. Gao Yuan represented the power of Xia Kingdom.
For media, there was the international version of Douyin, the favorite app of America's youth.
This wasn't an election. She didn't need massive political donations. She just needed to hold steady.
For security, she could seek help from Gao Yuan.
That left one more problem. Tiger, what if they try to impeach me through parliament? Simple. Abolish parliament. That. Is it possible? Of course. As long as you have strong military force. Now severe economic decline is a foregone conclusion and the Merrick dollar is gradually losing its status as a world currency. Under these circumstances no one can save America. Only Yuan by allying with Gao Yuan might have a chance. And what if it doesn't work? Annie asked. Commander, think for yourself. Even if it ultimately fails, you would just resign. But before that you will have certainly earned enough capital for your future life. Whether you go to Xia Kingdom or Europa later, you can live out your days in peace. Could the outcome be worse than the current situation? Indeed. Allying with Gao Yuan would be at worst the same as now. But opposing Gao Yuan might mean death tomorrow. She stood up abruptly. I've made my decision. Full cooperation with Gao Yuan. Tiger, open an account for me on Douyin. And from now on I won't see anyone from the consortiums. Also find a way to contact Gao Yuan and tell him I need his protection. Gao Yuan arrived at Linhai Hospital to visit the injured from the attack. Most of the wounded were already largely recovered. The vital base liquid Gao Yuan had given them promptly repaired the damaged skin tissue. After looking around, the situation was even better than he had anticipated. But this matter absolutely could not be let go so easily. As he walked out of the hospital, Lin Mei caught up to him. Yuan Gu. Why are you out? Not staying in the ward? I'm fine. I wasn't even injured, just my hair got a little singed. I've already cut it off. Gao Yuan noticed that Lin Mei, who used to have long flowing hair, now sported a neat shortcut, giving her a somewhat assertive strongwoman aura. Nice haircut. Right. Yuan Go, I saw the announcement from our Blackfish technology. Is this related to America? Why did they attack us? Maybe to intimidate me, to show their power. But just now a certain domestic extremist group claimed responsibility for the Musa attack. The National Public Security Department expressed strong condemnation and initiated a new round of crackdown in the region. Someone claimed responsibility for this. Gao Yuan asked back. Yes. Then well, deal with them too. Forget about this for now. By the way, how is your mother's health lately? Last time I gave my mother the medicine you provided. She recovered very well. When she went for a checkup a few days ago, the doctor said it was a miracle. I'm glad she's improving. Gao Yuan said. Yuan Gu. Lin Mei's big eyes were watery like a clear pool in late autumn. What's wrong? Thank you. Lin Mei stared intently at Gao Yuan, then suddenly rose on her tiptoes and gently kissed him on the cheek. By the time Gao Yuan reacted, she had already run away. This little girl. She's learned to be sneaky. Gao Yuan muttered to himself. Then he headed towards the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park. Whoever dared to strike at him would face his wrath. The vicious assault in Musa New Village turned the public's gaze toward Blackfish Technology. All eyes were on Gao Yuan to see what he would do. Now Blackfish Technology had posted an seemingly unrelated Weibo post pointing fingers at the United States. However, the official response from the United States stated that the horrific incident in Musa Xia Kingdom had nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, a certain extremist group that had vanished from public view claimed responsibility for the attack. They declared that the assault on Musa was meant to demonstrate their resurgence as well as their dissatisfaction with Blackfish Technology's decision to dedicate nuclear fusion technology to the nation. The nation reacted swiftly, intensifying counter-terrorism efforts in the autonomous region. Yet it was clearly insufficient. Everyone knew that Gao Yuan had only recently destroyed the U.S. aircraft carrier. But unlike the U.S. government, extremist groups operated in the shadows. Such incidents were difficult to prevent. It was impossible to completely halt the movement of tens of millions of people in a region just because of a few extremists. Gao Yuan returned to his office and deployed his robots to hunt down the extremist group's hideout. However, these extremists were extremely secretive. Even though the robots' network technology was a dimensionally superior force in this era, they couldn't locate the group's base anytime soon. Gao Yuan was about to return to the future world for assistance when his phone rang. He answered. The caller ID was a private number. Who are you? Gao Yuan asked. Mr. Gao, hello, I am Annie. Annie. Who was that? It sounded like a foreign name, but there were tens of millions of Annies abroad. How was he supposed to know which Annie this was? I am the President of the United States. Gao Yuan laughed. And I am the King of the Universe. Mr. Gao, you truly are the King of the Universe. I wish to seek your assistance.
As a token of my sincerity, I will provide you with the secret base of a certain extremist group in Xia Kingdom.
Gao Yuan was taken aback.
Soon the other party sent him a set of coordinates. Gao Yuan immediately instructed his robot Wang Shirsan to verify the location. Simultaneously he deployed satellites to monitor and analyze the coordinates.
Mr.
Gao, please trust me.
I am your most loyal partner in the United States. Gao Yuan responded perfunctorily.
He needed to wait for the results to confirm the authenticity of the coordinates. If they were genuine, then the person he was speaking to might indeed be the new president of the United States.
A few minutes later, Wang Shirsan approached.
Boss, we've analyzed the location.
An organization does exist there. Whether it's the extremist group we're looking for requires further verification.
Since the coordinates weren't fabricated, Gao Yuan was almost certain.
Deceiving him with such a claim would be utterly pointless. What do you want? Gao Yuan asked. Cooperation. Mr. Gao, support me in solidifying my position as the President of the United States.
In return, I will clear all obstacles for you, including providing you with any information you need, various policy supports, and
the most favorable treatment.
Hearing this, Gao Yuan was still somewhat incredulous.
What was happening? The President of the United States was seeking cooperation with him. How can I support you? Use your resources to promote me and boost my approval ratings.
When necessary, I may require your military force to eliminate obstacles. Of course, those obstacles are limited to within the United States.
Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan roughly understood.
This woman probably wanted to be the Empress Dowager of the United States. Why do you trust me?
Because our enemies are the same. You know that your enemies are not me but the conglomerates that dominate every sector of the United States. I need to clear domestic obstacles, and you need a partner to be your proxy in the U.S. I believe no one is more suitable than me. Annie's posture was humble enough, since she had put it that way.
In that case, I plan to punish the United States tomorrow.
Do you think it would be appropriate for me to burn down the Pentagon? Gao Yuan asked. He was testing Annie's sincerity. I think it's appropriate. I have no control over the U.S. military right now.
If something happens at the Department of Defense, the current secretary is from the establishment faction.
As a minority and just a figurehead for appearance's sake. If the current Secretary of Defense is eliminated, I can install my own people.
Then, under the guise of military reform, I can gradually erode the military's power.
Gao Yuan was somewhat at a loss for words upon hearing this.
Was she being this candid?
All right, then it's settled. Thank you for the information. This is our first cooperation. I will clear out the U.S. Department of Defense for you.
I hope we have a pleasant cooperation.
Also, I would like Mr. Gao to send someone to protect my safety.
Whom?
Was she putting herself into the game? Was someone actually requesting to be protected?
Could it be that President Annie sensed danger? I will share the live feed of the presidential palace meetings with Mr.
Gao in real time. Hearing this,
if Annie truly allowed his people in and opened her internal meetings to him, that would be a sufficient display of sincerity.
But it was still too early to talk about trust.
He wouldn't know for sure until his people arrived.
All right, I will send someone to the U.S. Presidential Palace tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Gao. After hanging up, Gao Yuan was utterly incredulous.
This world was stranger than he had imagined. The President of the United States was actually seeking cooperation with him to fight against Americans. At that moment, Wang Shirsan approached.
Sir, it's confirmed.
That location is indeed the base of a certain extremist group in Xia Kingdom.
Gao Yuan nodded.
He then went to the future world to procure a space bus. This vehicle couldn't compare to a warship, but its advantage was its small size and inconspicuousness. A warship was his ultimate weapon, and using it would alert the Su family. His frequent disappearances already risked arousing their suspicion. But a space bus was different. In the future world, it was as common as a city bus. Which major power would care about the whereabouts of a single bus? For this mission to eradicate the extremist group, Gao Yuan would take personal action. It was a warning to everyone: if anyone dared to cause trouble around him, even if they were rats, he would dig them out and flay them alive.
Moreover, having such an extremist group lurking within the country was a ticking time bomb.
The space bus departed from Muza in the night sky.
Revenge would not be postponed overnight.
Since they dared to claim responsibility for the attack, they must be prepared to meet their end. Dozens of security robots armed with laser weapons sat in the space bus.
Gao Yuan donned a suit of mecha armor. The space bus lifted off from Musa, ascended to low Earth orbit and began circling the globe.
About an hour later the intelligence system signaled it was time to descend.
Below lay their destination.
A sudden whim struck Gao Yuan. What was the point of sneaking around to eliminate these people? Why not broadcast it globally? Gao Yuan immediately contacted Zhao Wu and instructed him to arrange for a satellite to globally livestream the entire operation to eradicate the extremist group.
After all, Gao Yuan was inside the mecha.
Who would know it was him? However, if they were going live, some of the frequently seen robots would need to change their appearances. At the edge of the desert in northwestern Xia Kingdom there lay a village that had been abandoned years ago, but last year activity began stirring there once more. Though it was deep in the night, figures still moved within the village. Kakadoli stood at the village entrance fiddling with his firearm as he gazed at the star-filled sky. In his mind echoed the words of the organization's deputy commander, who had told him during a recent audience that as long as they united they could establish a nation truly their own. When that day came they would all be officials. The organization had been unusually active recently, but Kakadoli had no idea what they were doing. Today the base leader suddenly ordered everyone to heighten alertness, ready to retreat underground at the slightest sign of trouble. No one knew that beneath this abandoned village lay an even larger base capable of housing 2,000 people. In the underground base, Cham was the commander. Having spent years studying in Maliguo, he had been sent here last year to establish this new stronghold. Cham was reciting scriptures when a woman approached from behind. She was tall and slender with striking blue eyes. "Cham, why must we suspend the scripture sessions tomorrow?" The scripture sessions were their usual method of recruitment, but in recent years it had grown increasingly difficult to attract people.
With improved economic conditions and widespread access to information, a single phone could reveal the world's affairs. Cham turned around. "Legao, no one is to leave without my orders for the next few days." "Understood." "I don't understand, Cham. We all serve the supreme leader. Every person we recruit is one less soul lost to corruption. We already have so few, and now you want to stop the sessions." Cam's eyes narrowed. "Legao, are you questioning my decision?"
"Yes. Our team has been holding sessions in a village and we're on the verge of reaping the rewards. Stopping now would waste all our efforts. Legao, since you doubt me, I believe you're no longer fit to stay at the base. Tomorrow you will carry out a mission." Legao's face twisted with resentment. But faced with Cam's unyielding gaze, she relented. "What is the mission?" "Go to Shannon Linzhou. There's an industrial park called Heiyu Technology, and one of their vice presidents, Zhang Baoyi, has a taste for beautiful women. You will try to get close to him and earn his trust. If possible, use Zhang Baoyi to approach Gao Yuan and kill him. If you have no chance, then eliminate Zhang Baoyi. Complete the mission and I will send you to the Holy Land." "The Holy Land?" Legao's eyes lit up. "Yes. If you kill Gao Yuan, you won't just enter the Holy Land, you'll also listen to the Supreme Leader's teachings firsthand." Legao instantly cast aside her earlier frustration. "I guarantee you'll complete the mission. Tell Atlape what equipment you need and she'll prepare it. Your identity will be compromised after this, so don't return here. Leave Shannon directly and head to High Bay to go out to sea. Someone will rendezvous with you." Legao nodded. "He'll send you the information on Zhang Baoyi and Gao Yuan later. Go back for now." As Legao turned to leave, red lights suddenly flashed around them and a piercing alarm blared. Cam's face changed. Enemy attack. Legao stepped out into the corridor where rows of people grabbed weapons and surged toward the exit. Gao Yuan had already arrived at the extremist organization's location. Looking down from above, it was merely an ordinary abandoned village on the desert's edge. Mud walls had crumbled into ruins under wind and sand erosion. Some houses were half buried. If not for Annie, finding this place would have been nearly impossible. Even if he had seen it, he would never have suspected anything. But according to the robot's reconnaissance, many people were indeed moving about here. Shuejiao led the team as they jumped down. Laser weapons blazed brilliantly in the night. Gao Yuan donned his combat exosuit, small, less than 4 meters tall and transformable, as the space bus slowly descended to the ground. Gao Yuan stepped out. At that moment, television stations, live streaming platforms and video websites worldwide suddenly displayed a live broadcast. The screen was pitch black. Vaguely dozens of figures could be seen jumping down, followed by a square aircraft landing. Illuminated by the craft's lights, viewers could make out an abandoned village at the desert's edge. "What's this? I was watching a streamer and now this pops up and I can't close it. Is my phone hacked? What the hell is this? I've been hacked. Where's my movie?" The chaos spread both domestically and abroad.
Many complained. Damn it, my phone must be compromised. Does anyone know what this stream is? Oh my god, is that a mech?
From the moment Gao Yuan appeared, viewers were stunned. This was clearly a real scene. How could there be a mech? By the time Gao Yuan reached the underground base's entrance, the surface personnel had already been neutralized. At the entrance, the extremists tried to resist using the underground fortifications. Although the robots were impervious to gunfire, taking too many bullets could damage their internal structures. This operation only involved light weapons, no heavy equipment. The security robots had been attacking for over 10 minutes with little effect. A hail of bullets kept them pinned outside the entrance. Then Gao Yuan made his move. This exosuit was a maintenance unit for the space bus, different from the combat mechs carried on warships, starting with the size. Combat mechs stood 18 meters tall. But for Gao Yuan this was more than enough. The maintenance exosuit strode toward the entrance, its arm-mounted electromagnetic cannon unleashing high-energy projectiles. Designed to clear space debris, it now tore into the underground base's entrance, shattering concrete and sending fragments flying. Screams rang out. Ordinary bullets struck the exosuit without leaving a mark. Gao Yuan advanced step by step toward the entrance. At the same time, he activated the dark matter box to alter time flow, moving more deliberately to avoid any unexpected mishaps. Then a man charged at Gao Yuan, screaming, with explosives strapped to his body. But to Gao Yuan, the man moved like a character in a slow-motion film. Gao Yuan stepped forward and kicked him back. To the livestream viewers, however, the scene was different. They saw a suicide bomber lunging at the mech, which suddenly accelerated, kicked him back, and triggered an explosion at the entrance, blasting open a breach. The mech moved as if teleporting to the entrance at speed, leaving after images. Soon the mech unleashed its power, one punch, one kill, engaging in close combat. It quickly cleared the entrance, and then the special operatives continued their performance. In the underground base, hundreds of young people brandished firearms and charged toward Gao Yuan and the robots in an unending wave. However, all their attacks were undoubtedly futile. The crowd swelled. Someone burst into Cam's office shouting, "Hurry, someone's broken in." Cam's eyes blazed with fury. "Who is it? Who's attacking?" I don't know either. They're all special forces, and I even saw a mech. We can't win, retreat." Gao thought she had prepared herself for any situation, having even participated in an operation and taken a life before. But now, watching her brothers and sisters fall one by one before her eyes, she was terrified. The base had 3 entrances, but the enemy had only seized one. So Gao fled toward another exit. She hoped to escape under the cover of night. After observing the other exit for a while, Gao sensed no danger and hurried out, ready to flee. Then a flash of white light. As she fell, she saw at least 5 bodies lying on the ground, all her own people. Her last conscious thought was what had struck her. If Gao Yuan were here, he would have explained that outside was an armed autonomous reconnaissance device capable of automatically tracking hostile targets and featuring stealth capabilities. It was an essential tool for travel. The audience in the livestream was stunned. Is this a blockbuster or real? With such a massive spectacle, it can't just be a video, right? Besides, this is live. I live on the edge of the desert and work as a tour guide. I know the village in the video. I just drove over and saw people fighting from a distance. The young man then shared a video from his phone. Comments flooded in quickly. An eyewitness appears. Holy shit, this is real fighting. Is this for real? Looks like an extremist group, right? I can confirm this is the extremist group that attacked Blackfish Technology. Look at the logo on the wall. So fast. Attacked during the day, wiped out by Blackfish Technology at night. Is Blackfish Technology more badass than major nations? No shit, Blackfish Technology is the one that went toe-to-toe with America. Unlike the spectators, officials from various countries were watching the livestream. Supreme Leader N of America watched the video and suddenly felt she had made the right decision. If she hadn't provided the leads today, would Blackfish Technology have come for her instead? Moreover, this operation showcased Blackfish Technology's precision strike capability. Though not as overwhelming as a starship, the global livestream was incredibly impressive. What did this mean? It meant global networks were mere child's play to Blackfish Technology. They could use, enter, and control them at will. It all depended on their whim. Thinking of the consortiums wanting to fight a propaganda war with them, and almost laughed. If Gao Yuan played by the rules, it would be a fair business battle. If not, it would be a total annihilation. Everything rested on Gao Yuan's whim. And this time they also showcased small mechs and special ops squads. And thought that was already shocking enough. But the next moment in the live stream, the square vehicle that looked like a bus with a tail fin lifted off. Orange flames erupted from its rear, shooting straight into the sky.
She felt her mind go blank. A bus could fly. And it seemed it could even break through the atmosphere. What kind of propulsion was that? What was its payload capacity? What kind of black technology was this? And breathed a sigh of relief, now just waiting for Gao Yuan to send people to protect her tomorrow. Once Gao Yuan's people arrived, her pledge of allegiance would be complete and she wouldn't have to worry about being assassinated. As long as she remained supreme leader, unafraid of death and not spending their money, she would have nothing to fear. She had merely acknowledged one father, yet had allowed her to overthrow countless fathers above her. It was a deal worth making. Meanwhile, Europa and the bear were both tight-lipped about the incident. At the Xia State Government Center, Zhou Jinli watched the livestream lost in thought. The power Gao Yuan had displayed was too stunning. Messages on the moon starships and now a forced global livestream. Just moments ago he received a report from the Xia State Space Center that Gao Yuan's bus had entered low Earth orbit and was heading toward Musa. An ordinary bus could reach space. That was true hard power. With such power, containment was impossible. Since Gao Yuan had no ambition to overthrow, there was only one choice: full cooperation. Whatever Gao Yuan did, the authorities would clean up after him. So, soon the Xia State officially released a statement. At 2112 tonight, a base of an extremist group entrenched in our northwest was wiped out. This group had earlier claimed responsibility for the attack on the Shannon Musa Industrial Park this morning. Currently, our security forces have been dispatched to the area to capture any fugitives and screen everyone who has come into contact with the organization. When Gao Yuan returned to Musa, the industrial park was brightly lit. His space bus landed on the open ground and Zhang Bai led the villagers of Musa to welcome him back. Fellow villagers, I have avenged you. In this world, no matter who dares to reach out, no matter where they are, I will cut them down. The scene erupted in cheers. That night Gao Yuan went to the future world. The custom-made robots he had ordered from Lin Nanwo had arrived and were stored in the warehouse. Originally, Gao Yuan planned to use these robots to control the top executives of all American consortiums. But with Anna's cooperation, things were much easier. Gao Yuan brought all these robots back to the real world and flew them to America that very night. 20 of them were assigned to protect Anne. Of course, if Anne proved disobedient, she could be replaced, as a robot was easier to control than a human. For the rest, Gao Yuan had and provide a list and deployed them across key departments in America. Those who complied would keep the robots as bodyguards, those who didn't would be eliminated, with the robots assuming their identities to carry out their duties. Once the robots were in place, Gao Yuan would have complete control over America from the top down. Gao Yuan had never imagined he would reach this point, but reality had pushed him step by step. Now he had no choice but to pursue dominance. It was night in America, and Gao Yuan's global livestream from yesterday had shocked them, not just the military might but also his intelligence and precision strike capabilities. In the office of Morgan Chase Bank President Jack, over a dozen people were gathered. Gao Yuan has made his move. What do we do? Gao Yuan's eradication of extremist organizations is supported by the Xia Kingdom's government, but if he moves against us, that would be an act of terrorism and the whole world would abandon us. At that moment, a middle-aged blonde woman spoke with concern. I'm afraid he won't follow the rules. What if he really attacks us? Who could punish him then? Well, I have an idea. Let's have the parliament pass a resolution to put nuclear weapons on launch-ready status and in great numbers aimed at Shannon. Even if Gao Yuan has warships and isn't afraid, how many missiles can his ships intercept? Aren't the people around him afraid? Even the Xia Kingdom's government would restrain his actions. If a nuclear war were triggered, human civilization would be destroyed. The only deterrent we have left is nuclear weapons. Jack nodded. I underestimated Gao Yuan before. As long as we project an image of being willing to go to any lengths, he won't dare touch us. I think we should deploy nuclear weapons via strategic bombers at global bases. That would be a stronger deterrent. Gao Yuan is just a businessman after all. He can't have too many people under his command. Yes, that's good. Let's go talk to the great leader now. Talk about what? Just make her comply. If she can't, well, release the former great leader accused and of conspiring to seize power and send her to prison. Jack said. Right, she wouldn't dare disobey. If the procedures are too slow, maybe she'll have a sudden stroke of inspiration tomorrow, or perhaps she'll be as overjoyed as a certain leader from Neon. That morning the American Parliament began discussing a proposal for the preventive deployment of nuclear weapons to prevent hostile forces from attacking Marika. And sat at the head of the table, her heart filled with anxiety. Why hadn't the people Gao Yuan sent to protect her arrived yet? If the Parliament passed the resolution, would she sign it or not? If she didn't sign, she feared she might not leave safely. If she did sign, would it cause a misunderstanding with Gao Yuan?
At the meeting, the two parties, usually at odds and backed by different conglomerates, surprisingly reached a unanimous agreement on the resolution without any hesitation, back and forth or wrangling, an unprecedented occurrence in American proposals in recent years.
Anna's expression soured.
People were already urging her to issue the executive order swiftly. Then Tiger spoke. According to American law, since this involves the use of strategic military force, after the Parliament passes the resolution, it must be submitted to the Department of Defense for review.
Then submit it. They'll definitely have no objections. And shot Tiger a grateful glance.
As long as she hadn't signed, everything could still be salvaged.
At that moment, the American Defense Building was completely empty. Because yesterday Gao Yuan had said that the defense building would catch fire today, everyone had fled early in the morning.
No one dared to bet against Gao Yuan's ability to follow through.
Unlike those conglomerates, these employees valued their own lives. Even the Secretary of Defense hadn't shown up, opting instead for a vacation in Hawaii. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan was still asleep because tomorrow hadn't yet arrived in the Xia Kingdom. But many in Marika could no longer wait.
Thanks to the promotion on TikTok, international crowds had gathered at the defense building to watch the spectacle. When they got closer, they realized the defense building was deserted. Some bold individuals entered to take photos and check in. With someone taking the lead, more people poured in, and soon some began to pilfer things.
This presented an opportunity for some sharp minds, a chance for fame.
Inside were countless classified documents. Breaking in from outside was difficult, but accessing internal computers was far simpler.
Tom was an internet professional who had lost his job. He always believed his unemployment was the government's fault for not banning foreigners from working in Marika.
Those people from Asia, Indians and Xia nationals, had taken his position. This had turned him from a man who once lived in a mansion into a homeless person. He had come today just to watch the fun, but upon arrival he found the defense building completely empty. He realized this was his chance. If he could sneak in and steal some top-secret files, whether by selling them or posting them on TikTok, he could boost his reputation and even become a hero of Marika. Tom had expected cracking the passwords to be difficult, but when he entered the defense building and turned on a computer, he typed 123456. And the password was correct. After that, he browsed through all the classified materials without any hindrance. Tom directly copied the files as he heard the fire alarm sounding.
When he came out, many people were running out.
He had expected great danger, but when he finally emerged, he saw that only one floor was emitting black smoke, the other floors were untouched.
But no one dared to go back up.
A homeless old man came down looking dejected and said he had accidentally set the curtains on fire while smoking.
Tom found it amusing. So Gao Yuan hadn't even shown up yet.
Someone called the fire department, but when they heard it was the defense building on fire, they hung up.
Any subsequent calls went unanswered. Gao Yuan woke from his sleep.
The first news he saw on his phone read: American defense building caught fire at 9 a.m. local time on the 19th. No casualties reported.
Gao Yuan looked at the photos. The defense building had been reduced to half a concrete frame. He was stunned. Who did this?
How dare they steal my thunder?
Who else could have done this besides me? Gao Yuan sat up and dialed Anna's number. After some thought, only Marika and himself seemed capable. Mr. Gao. The people you sent have arrived. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Well, talk about thanks later. Who burned down the defense building? Gao Yuan asked. And was taken aback. Wasn't it you? I just woke up. And was dumbfounded. Ill. Investigate right away.
Since it wasn't Gao Yuan who set the fire, this situation had become quite interesting. Just then the robot beside in Shui spoke. This batch of robots sent to Marika belonged to the last family in Gao Yuan's robot clan, the Shui family. Now the 4 robot teams helping Gao Yuan with his business, Jia Wangshi and Shui, were all assembled. The Jia Yi team handled the lithography machine sector, the Wang Yi team managed the thermostatic wrist-worn devices, and the Shui team oversaw the construction of industrial parks. Now the Shui Yi team was responsible for opening trade routes for him worldwide. Besides these 4 major teams, there was also a security robot team mainly tasked with odd jobs and protecting Gao Yuan and those around him.
At that moment Shui Yi spoke. Boss, I know what happened. Shui Baju sent me the footage. He happened to pass by and recorded everything.
Gao Yuan's wrist device quickly played the entire process of the defense building catching fire.
Gao Yuan watched in disbelief. Everyone had fled. One of Marika's most important institutions had become everyone's check-in spot. The files hadn't even been encrypted or sealed.
And to make matters worse, with so many people, accidents were inevitable. A tiny flame grew, yet no one extinguished it, even though fire extinguishers were right there. Everyone just watched as the small fire turned into a blaze, consuming the entire building. This world was too surreal.
But they had burned down the defense building, what would they burn next? Yet his goal was achieved, the robots were now in place. It was time to execute the replacement plan. The Shui team would become the new consortium leaders of America. There would be no more resistance from that side. Gao Yuan simply called Su Lin. Su Lin had been staying in America awaiting Gao Yuan's orders. The situation had changed so drastically over the past few days that Su Lin was unsure whether Gao Yuan was a businessman or an alien invader. How could he possess such immense power? But as a manager, Su Lin only needed to fulfill her duties. Just then she received a call from Gao Yuan. Gao, should we resume selling the wrist devices and thermostatic clothing? Yes, roll them out everywhere. No need for limits. The domestic side will open a shipping route to supply you fully. And don't expand outward, just focus on the American market. Understood. Once the thermostatic clothing and wrist devices captured the markets of China and America, the global market would be theirs for the taking. Gao Yuan summoned Zhang Baiyi and shared his plan to hold an international agency bidding conference in Muza. Zhang Baiyi had never imagined expanding overseas in such a way. No Chinese company had ever done it before. Old Gao, will this bidding conference work? What if nobody shows up, or if they come but don't bid? That would be awkward. Gao Yuan chuckled. Who wouldn't want to make money? Wrist devices and thermostatic clothing are surefire moneymakers. Who would turn down profit? Besides, even if some countries boycott us, wooden companies from other nations still want this money. I'm only auctioning regional agency rights, not restricting the agent's nationality. As long as they pay, I have no problem with one company taking on all markets outside China and America. Zhang Baiyi thought it over. What you said actually makes sense. Alright, post on Weibo and contact Li Ming from the news outlet to promote us on the international version of Douyin. He'll have the American media promote us too. Zhang Baiyi was a bit puzzled. Old Gao, will the American media listen to us? Before they certainly wouldn't, they'd even block our news, but now, they're on our side. On our side. Zhang Baiyi was confused. Just do it, don't worry about the details. Soon Zhang Baiyi posted a message on Weibo and Douyin. Blackfish Technology, since their launch, the thermostatic clothing and wrist devices have been beloved by all consumers. To bring the joy of Blackfish Technology's products to people worldwide as quickly as possible, our company will host a global agency bidding conference in 3 days at the Muza Blackfish Technology Industrial Park Auditorium. Enterprises from home and abroad are welcome to attend. The winning bidders will enjoy exclusive agency rights for Blackfish Technology's products in specific countries. The news sent a stir through the entire business world. The thermostatic clothing was touted as a garment one could wear for a lifetime, suitable for any region and any season. Who wouldn't want such a product? The wrist device was a new generation of smart communication equipment destined to replace smartphones. Previously, Blackfish Technology had held a tight grip on it, leaving no room for others. But now Blackfish Technology was opening up agency rights, a boon for all. Those who secured the rights could follow Blackfish Technology's lead, feasting alongside the giant. Before, they could only catch a whiff. Although Blackfish Technology was promoting its products in China and America, the world beyond those two markets was vast. Domestic companies with ample cash flow were tempted. Huawei had made a tidy profit this year following Gao Yuan's chip investments and was now eager for new projects. Tencent and Alibaba, both cash cows, were also gearing up. Everyone knew that with Gao Yuan's forceful entry into the American market, there would be no policy resistance globally. Many business magnates began private discussions. Qin Taijun sat in his office tapping his fingers on the desk. This Gao Yuan has played a brilliant move. His secretary asked director, wouldn't they make higher profits by doing it themselves? Is Blackfish Technology short of money? Qin Taijun countered. Probably. Aren't they planning to invest in all companies using super batteries and nuclear fusion? That requires a massive amount of capital. They're formidable, but they've only been around for a short time. Their cash reserves can't exceed 100 billion. Exactly. So by selling agency rights they can quickly amass funds. Think about it, what was Blackfish Technology's image abroad before? If those companies become Blackfish Technology's agents, they become natural allies. Gao Yuan is using money to win over some domestic firms, and now he's collecting money to win over others. If the agency conference succeeds, the world's major corporations will all be allies of Blackfish Technology, and Blackfish Technology will be the absolute core. Qin Taijun narrowed his eyes. It was too vast. The influence of Blackfish Technology, once established, would be immense. At its peak, it could control the world's economic lifeline. Any other company would have been dismantled by now. But who dared to break up Blackfish Technology? Besides its immense influence, it also possessed overwhelming military might. Throughout history, no ruler would tolerate such influence even if the person wielding it harbored no ambition. Now Qin Taijun was torn. Xiao Zhang, if you were Gao Yuan, what would you do next? Me. Probably enjoy life. After all, I've made enough money and gained enough influence. What else is there to do?
Qin Taijun pondered for a moment, then laughed.
Why was he worrying? Gao Yuan was after all a Chinese national rooted in China. And even if he wasn't resigned, what could be done? Meanwhile, Gao Yuan had traveled to the future world to report for duty at the Shanjing Development Administration.
On his first day, Su Dai dragged him to the bar club they had visited before. Gao Yuan didn't want to fall into depravity, but he couldn't resist. The cat-eared girls were just too alluring. The next day, Gao Yuan planned to review the past few years' files in the data department, hoping to find something, but Su Dai dragged him to the club again. And indeed, the long-legged beauties from the asteroid belt had a unique charm.
On the third day, Gao Yuan felt he couldn't continue like this.
As soon as he arrived at work, he contacted Su Dai.
Su want to hit the club.
After 3 days of indulgence, Gao Yuan reluctantly returned to the real world because the agency conference was about to begin.
Moza had become the center of global attention, with business magnates from around the world gathering there.
People of all skin colors and languages converged.
The Linhai Public Security Bureau was on high alert. With so many big shots present, any accident would be disastrous. Thus armed police stood guard at the entrance to Moza. When Gao Yuan arrived at the auditorium, everything was ready. Zhang Bai rushed over in a frantic state. Sir, you're taking your time when the event is about to start. You've only just shown up. Isn't that why I have you all?
By the way, how are the preparations?
Everything's ready.
The venue is set and the big shots you invited have arrived. Qin Taijun and Wu Lian are in the VIP room.
Zhang Bai said. Good. Are there many foreign companies?
Plenty, but strangely not a single one from the United States.
That's unusual. If anyone has money, it's them.
It made sense that none came from the U.S.
The robots Gao Yuan had dispatched were gradually taking control of those tycoons, replacing those they couldn't control. He probably hadn't fully taken over yet.
Besides, recruiting agents to raise funds was secondary. The main goal was to strengthen his own interest community.
Those in the U.S. were already within his grasp, so their presence was unnecessary. Moreover, with his strikes against the U.S.,
the American capital market was in panic and the stock market was filled with whales. No one knew how much longer the dollar could hold.
It hadn't collapsed yet, only due to its inertia as an international currency. Once a replacement emerged, the dollar would be cast aside without hesitation. But Gao Yuan couldn't let the dollar collapse just yet.
The Xia currency wasn't ready to become an international currency, and Xia wasn't equipped for that role. Just like 1,000 years ago, the world bought from Xia, but Xia bought less and less from abroad. Trade became one-sided and only Xia in the world operated this way. It was proven that unilateral purchases from Xia weren't enough to make its currency global.
Too much money would flow into Xia and couldn't be spent elsewhere.
Centuries ago, silver was the same. Global silver flooded into Xia and never left.
The West eventually had to resort to opium to balance the trade deficit.
Now Xia showed a similar trend. Dollars came in plenty but went out little, with fewer goods to buy. The leadership was anxious, so they held an annual import expo just to buy more from abroad. Xia was the only country to host such an expo. So in theory, the more advanced Xia's industries, the further its currency strayed from being international.
How did the U.S., with its strong industries, get the dollar out?
Initially, it lavishly gave aid worldwide, something Xia was now doing.
Midterm, the dollar was pegged to gold, attracting global gold reserves.
Later, industries moved offshore, spreading the dollar globally, and then the dollar was tied to oil, becoming a stable world currency.
Why couldn't Xia do the same? Because Xia's massive population, larger than that of the U.S.
and dozens of European countries combined, made a large-scale industrial exodus nearly impossible. So for now, the dollar couldn't collapse.
If it did, global trade would crumble. But Gao Yuan saw another path. When Xia controlled the global economy, its currency would naturally become the world's currency. Gao Yuan didn't know what future awaited, but in that future Xia dominated.
So he didn't mind recreating it in the present.
Gao, what are you thinking? Nothing, let's go. Hundreds of business representatives from around the world had already entered the venue. Security inside was handled by security robots. Gao Yuan wasn't worried about any incidents.
Companies that had partnered with Blackfish technology like Xiaowei Zhou and Dami Lei Jianjun were in the front rows.
Gao Yuan stepped onto the stage and all eyes fixed on him. Thank you all for coming. You're entrepreneurs from across the globe and your purpose here needs no explanation. Let's get straight to the point. Lin Mei the map. Lin Mei immediately switched to a map showing over 200 countries excluding Xia and the U.S. divided into 50 regions. Large countries stood alone, but there were many small ones. For instance, many Pacific Island nations had small populations and limited market potential, so Gao Yuan had Lin Mei consolidate them based on economic development and population. As you can see, we've divided the world into 50 regions. Each region's agency is exclusive. Any enterprise or individual can bid, and the highest bidder wins. The entrepreneurs below began murmuring. President Zhang, with your deep pockets you'll take at least 5 or 6 regions. President Ma jokes. You're the true titan, at least 10 of these 50 regions will be yours. Mr. Hans, I'm determined to win your German market. Old York, are you Gauls so arrogant? I'll take the Gallic market for you and throw in a thermostatic garment. Yoshi, the Southern Dynasty market is ours. Gao Yuan spotted an old acquaintance on stage. Li Teihe from the Southern Dynasty was also there. Capitalists were indeed the most forgiving. Even after Gao Yuan had previously tricked 9 stars, they still came to support him. Li Teihe's expression soured at the sight of Gao Yuan, but his secretary reminded him, Vice President Li, we're here to secure the Southern Dynasty agency, we can't afford failure. If our market falls to the Neon or Xia people, we'll have no chance left, only a slow decline. I know. Li Teihe took a deep breath. Gao Yuan raised his hand. Now let me explain the auction rules. The 50 regions are numbered starting from 1. Each representative has a wrist device to place a single bid per region. The highest bidder wins the agency. If a bidder fails to pay, they'll be permanently blacklisted by Blackfish Technology, and any company trading with them will be barred from dealing with them. The agency will then pass to the second highest bidder and so on. Now auctioning Region 1. Bear. Please place your bids. For the Bear region's agency, Xia companies were most active and local Bear enterprises were eager too. Everyone knew that winning the agency meant steady profits and enhanced competitiveness. Some representatives pondered how much to bid. With only one chance, there was no room for error. Losing meant losing forever. Gao Yuan set up true silent curses from many entrepreneurs who then bid their maximum psychological price. This not only boosted efficiency but also drove up prices. Gao Yuan stood on the stage awaiting his harvest. All these people below would become loyal partners and cash cows for Blackfish Technology. At that moment, Li Taishi rose to his feet. President Gao, I have 2 questions. Gao Yuan smiled. President Li, your 9 stars and our Blackfish Technology are close partners. Why so formal? Feel free to ask. These words caused the assembled Xia Kingdom enterprises below to stifle their laughter. 9 stars had suffered a major setback at Gao Yuan's hands last time, though their strength allowed them to withdraw with losses. It had still wounded them deeply. Gao Yuan bringing this up now was like rubbing salt into their wounds. Li Teix's face flushed crimson. He had a quintessential Xia Kingdom curse ready to burst forth, but he dared not. He finally held it in. President Gao is right. 9 stars approaches cooperation with Blackfish Technology with utmost sincerity. Of course, I've never doubted 9 stars' sincerity. President Gao, I'd like to ask about the factory prices of your thermostatic clothing and wrist devices, as well as pricing power and production capacity. Gao Yuan nodded. These questions hit the nail on the head. The factory price for thermostatic clothing and wrist devices is the same as the retail price in the Xia Kingdom market. As for production capacity, simply put, it's more than enough. However, all products require full payment before delivery. We guarantee delivery of the needed quantities within 3 days. For all regions except Xia Kingdom, and melee pricing power is delegated to the agents. Moreover, Blackfish Technology prohibits cross-regional sales by agents. Once discovered, their agency rights will be terminated. Any more questions? At Gao Yuan's words, murmurs arose from below. Li Taishi frowned. I have no other objections, but isn't the factory price too high? Why is it the same as the Xia Kingdom market price? That's unreasonable. What's unreasonable? Would you prefer the melee price? Hearing this, Li Taishi was stunned. The melee price had the same numerical value as Xia Kingdom's, but the unit was melee dollars. Although the melee dollar had been declining recently, the exchange rate was still 6.5 to 1, meaning the price was effectively 6.5 times higher. From that perspective, the Xia Kingdom market price was quite reasonable. Apologies, President Gao, I have no further questions. Good, then let's continue with the bidding. The entrepreneurs began calculating the potential user base in the Maoxiong region and the approximate annual profits. Although thermostatic clothing was touted as a garment one could wear for a lifetime, who would truly wear it forever? Styles would inevitably change. Even the finest clothes grow tiresome after prolonged wear. Moreover, pricing power rested with the agents each holding exclusive rights. The profit margins were substantial. If sales were strong, they could even out-earn Blackfish technology itself. To improve efficiency, each region will have 5 minutes to bid. Once time is up, silence is considered a forfeit. Soon the first region's bidding concluded. Zhang Bai observed the agent's offers from behind the scenes. The highest bid was easy to select. The agent for Region 1 has been determined. Congratulations to Xia Kingdom's Tencent. Sparse applause filled the room as Tencent's Vice President Lin Zhoping stood to express his gratitude. How much did Tencent bid? Called out a representative from Ali. Zhang Bai smiled. Apologies, we will not disclose the agent's prices. The crowd silently cursed him as a sly fox. Without disclosed prices there was no benchmark. Now for Region 2. Please refer to the map. Begin bidding. The auction proceeded methodically. Seated below, Qin Taijun and Wu Lian began a hushed discussion. Gao Yuan's move is ruthless. That's normal, maximizing profits is every enterprise's goal. Comparatively, Blackfish technology has been gentle. After all, they could simply. Wu Lian didn't finish. But Qin Taijun understood. With Blackfish technology's power, if they wanted money they could just take it. Who could stop them? Yet Gao Yuan still offered them a chance to prosper. It was indeed a rare act of decency. Qin Taijun now grasped why Gao Yuan had specially invited them. Previously, Qin Taijun couldn't fathom Gao Yuan's intentions. But as the agent conference progressed, a clearer picture emerged. Gao Yuan was allying with the world's most powerful enterprises, binding them into a community of shared interests. He would then use the capital to invest in influential domestic companies. In time, nearly half of the Fortune Global 500 could become Blackfish technology's outer moat. Given time, Gao Yuan could even become the world's economic hegemon. Control over the economy meant control over most nations, and combined with his unmatched martial prowess, the world would be his to command. He intended to unify Earth. Qin Taijun was startled by his own speculation. To rule the globe, an ambition unparalleled in history. Qin Taijun began to sweat. He had once claimed Gao Yuan lacked ambition. Wiping his brow, Wu Lian narrowed his eyes beside him. Old Qin, you see it now. Gao Yuan has grand designs. Indeed. At least for now, he seems to regard the Xia Kingdom's officialdom as an ally. That's the only silver lining. The agent conference continued. At noon the session paused and robots delivered nutrient paste to the representatives and guests. The assembled magnates stared at the toothpaste-like substance before them, bewildered. Gao Yuan picked up a tube. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen your lunch. This paste, produced from carbon dioxide and bacteria in the air, contains 28 essential trace elements. Each tube provides 700 kilocalories of energy and 50 grams of protein. Qin Taijun held the paste, lost in thought. What was Gao Yuan up to? The taste varies by preference, but it's nutritious. Give it a try. Old York tore open the packet and squeezed some into his mouth. His expression twisted. He glanced at Hans beside him, who had already downed half a tube. Bloody Germans. Muttering a curse, Old York swallowed. Once he started, it wasn't so bad. Gao Yuan watched the magnates consume the paste with a faint smile. Even a dog wouldn't eat this stuff, yet these titans were downing it. What did that signify? Gao Yuan had introduced the paste because there was no lunch banquet prepared. The tech park's cafeteria was hardly better than the paste itself. But Wu Lian saw it differently. He discussed with Qin Taijun, Gao Yuan's presentation of this paste has ulterior motives. What? It means Gao Yuan has the capability to move beyond traditional agriculture. He's preparing for space colonization. Qin Taijun nodded. Possible, but I think there's another layer. Consider this: thermostatic clothing plus nutrient paste, the world would know no hunger or cold. Gao Yuan is telling everyone that with him all can live in stability. This is a campaign to build momentum. Once a region on the map was auctioned off, it turned red. At that moment only 2 areas remained on the world map. Gao Yuan felt relaxed now. He had just glanced at the back-end data, and by then the total bid amount from all regional agents had exceeded 2 trillion. The popular regions such as those in Western Europe had bids surpassing 100 billion each, but the highest bid among all areas surprisingly came from Nanzhao. This caught Gao Yuan off guard. For the agency rights to Nanzhao alone, 9 stars had offered 200 billion. Gao Yuan was stunned. 9 stars was indeed financially robust. Despite being outmaneuvered by him before, they had spent at least 300 to 400 billion on promotion, research and purchasing stores and factories in Xia Kingdom. Although they later sold some of these assets to recover funds, the overall loss was conservatively estimated at around 300 billion.
Now they were investing another 200 billion to secure the agency rights for temperature-regulating garments and wrist devices in the Nanzhao market. What Gao Yuan didn't know was that Li Taishi was engaged in a fierce covert struggle with a Japanese business tycoon. If 9 Stars lost the Nanzhao market to the Japanese, Li would face universal scorn upon returning home. With the blockbuster release of Earth Rescue and the ongoing rivalry between Gao Yuan and the United States, the fame of the wrist devices and temperature-regulating garments had already spread across the globe. Many were eagerly waiting to purchase these two black technologies. When all regional auctions were completed, Gao Yuan walked onto the stage with a beaming smile. Congratulations to the corporate representatives who have secured agency rights. You will become loyal partners of Blackfish Technology. When Li Taishi heard the term partners, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The decline of the smartphone market had dealt a heavy blow to 9 Stars. Though it hadn't yet crippled the company, that was only because wrist devices had been on sale for a short time and hadn't fully penetrated the market. But 9 Stars stock had already been plummeting in the capital market. The exit of smartphones meant that many components such as screens and processors would see their business shrink. According to 9 Stars think tank estimates, the company's business scope would shrink by at least 40%. This was the main reason 9 Stars had set aside past grievances and sent Li Taishi to bid for agency rights. Without the mobile phone business, securing agency rights for wrist devices and temperature-regulating garments could offset some losses. This time Li Taishi won agency rights for 3 regions: Nanzhao, Menggu and Erxiong. Li Taishi regretted missing out on Daiying, but he had to reserve funds to protect his home market. At that moment Gao Yuan was genuinely delighted. Most of the people present were on his side. Within 3 days after paying the full agency fee, you can join our agent system. Orders just need to be submitted within the system. 2 trillion. And subsequent payments for goods would flow in continuously. This sum was enough for Gao Yuan to invest in domestic enterprises. Now that the company integration was nearly complete, Gao Yuan warmly invited the agents to Linzhou to savor its local cuisine. In the car, Gao Yuan sat across from Qin Taijun and Wu Lian. Director Qin, Director Wu, please forgive any neglect today. I invited you both to witness something. Kid, you're different now. Qin Taijun remarked. Gao Yuan knew he had changed. He could now act almost entirely as he pleased without constraints. Director Qin, what do you think is different about me? How should I put it? You've become cunning. Ha ha. Gao Yuan masked his embarrassment with laughter. You'll take that as a compliment on my maturity. Director Qin, when will the nuclear fusion and new card-type batteries at the Academy of Sciences enter the practical stage? It's hard to say. The Academy is currently replicating nuclear fusion in the lab. The micronuclear fusion in temperature-regulating garments requires extremely high technology. I met with old Zhong yesterday and he said they can't replicate your micronuclear fusion with their current tech. But based on the data, achieving controlled nuclear fusion shouldn't be a problem. They're conducting experiments now, and once successful it will first support the Xia Kingdom power grid in retrofitting all existing thermal power plants. Gao Yuan frowned. He had directly imported the production line for temperature-regulating garments and had no idea how difficult it was. Even with the complete set of technology provided by the robots and finished products, the Xia Academy of Sciences still couldn't replicate it. It was indeed too challenging. Qin Taijun thought Gao Yuan was dissatisfied. Gao Yuan, the new card-type batteries are progressing well. Companies like Bidigin de Xiachuang and Gaoneng are in talks with the Academy. Old Zhong has relayed your conditions to them and they're considering it. Battery innovation and commercial nuclear fusion. The automotive industry is bound to undergo a drastic change, just like phones. Gao Yuan remarked casually. Indeed. Gao Yuan, you're not thinking of entering the automotive industry, are you? Gao Yuan laughed. I can't monopolize everything, can I, Director? I can't figure you out. You've been talking so much, there must be something on your mind, right? What could I have? I was just reflecting on how hard life is: birth, aging, sickness, death, aren't they all troubles? Qin Taijun looked skeptical. Wait, let me think. Are you about to release your life-sustaining fluid? Gao Yuan gave a thumbs up. But his expression quickly turned serious. Director Qin, I'm not trying to cause trouble. But every year too many people die from cancer and countless families are ruined by medical expenses. One of my executives, Lin Mei, lost her mother to uremia. It was heartbreaking. You know me, Director Qin. Ever since I started my business again, I solved the lithography machine from the get-go. Now our temperature-regulating garments have eliminated the extremes of heat and cold. Nutritional paste is another new product, but I don't plan to sell it. I'm setting up a Blackfish Nutrition Society to provide it free to children and the elderly in remote mountain areas, ensuring their basic needs. The same goes for this life-sustaining fluid. I just want to reduce suffering in the world.
Should I stand by and let people who could be saved die just to protect the medical industry? Gao Yuan's voice grew emotional. Director Qin, didn't the double reduction policy have a huge impact?
Overnight, thousands of training schools and millions of teachers lost their jobs. The authorities wanted to reduce the burden and curb excessive competition. But did they consider those who depended on that industry? In Xinjiang, I once met a former teacher from a well-known institution delivering food. Qin Taijun was at a loss for words.
Gao Yuan had the moral high ground. Actually, even if you just sold it directly, I wouldn't dare to say anything. Neither would Chief Shou.
Seeing Qin Taijun speak cautiously, Gao Yuan suddenly laughed. Yes, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he believed it was right.
Then he'll sell it. But before a full rollout, I need a test market to see the real impact. Gao Yuan also wanted to know which diseases the life-sustaining fluid could and couldn't treat.
And he had the perfect test subject, 9 stars.
Li Taishi happened to be right there.
After the banquet, Gao Yuan kept Li Taishi behind.
Li Taishi was still somewhat dazed when the robot invited him over, saying Gao Yuan wanted to see him.
At the same time, a sense of tension surged within him. Could Gao Yuan be planning to undermine 9 stars again?
Was there no end to this?
Last time 9 stars had been caught off guard. Knowing that the wrist device was about to launch, they had dismissed it as trivial. When the blow came, they didn't even dodge. Even if word got out, others would only call 9 stars foolish, not blame Blackfish Technology for breaking the rules. But now if Gao Yuan directly targeted 9 stars, other enterprises would likely hesitate to cooperate with Blackfish Technology. Having realized this, Li Taishi felt slightly more at ease. When he saw Gao Yuan, he managed to put on a sincere smile. President Gao, we meet again.
You're as impressive as ever. President Li, you're thriving too.
First, congratulations to 9 stars for securing the agency rights for 3 regions.
Gao Yuan invited Li Taishi to sit down.
President Li, regarding our last collaboration, I've had time to reflect and I realize I didn't consider everything thoroughly.
Bringing up the past again. Li Taishi felt like cursing.
I've wanted to express my apologies, but when I called President Li Bingxi earlier, he seemed to misunderstand me. Now that you're here, President Li, I must make it up to 9 stars.
Li Taixi's mouth twitched. Last time was our mistake.
It had nothing to do with Blackfish Technology.
You see, if only everyone were as reasonable as you, President Li. But this time I genuinely want to compensate you. Li Taishi prepared to refuse again. Gao Yuan raised his hand. Let me finish first.
We have a new product called Vital Base Fluid, which can repair damaged body tissues at the cellular level and eliminate abnormal tissues. I saw in the news that Nanyang's medical sector is in trouble with a large number of medical staff resigning.
As a close partner, I think you need Vital Base Fluid even more.
President Li, this is a biomedical product at the forefront of the world. It can treat terminal illnesses such as leukemia, cancer and uremia, a high-tech product. I've already started small batch sales in Xia Kingdom and the feedback has been excellent. However, due to limited production capacity, I can't yet roll it out on a large scale.
But it seems Nanyang needs it more than I do right now.
To make amends for last time, I'm willing to provide a batch to help you address the shortage of medical staff.
President Gao, I think the Nanyang leadership can solve the medical staff shortage. Stop pretending.
Your country has been in turmoil for so long. If it could be solved, it would have been already. I genuinely want to compensate you, but I also understand your concerns.
Let me give you some samples to take back.
If you need them, contact me.
If you find me untrustworthy, pretend I never said anything.
With that, Gao Yuan had the robot bring a small box of Vital Base Fluid.
Li Taishi hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Thank you for your gift, President Gao, wishing us a pleasant cooperation. Vital Base Fluid was certainly going to be rolled out. Economic control was a long-term process, and the enterprises he had allied with had too little impact on ordinary people. But Vital Base Fluid was something everyone might need who could guarantee they wouldn't fall ill.
Constant temperature clothing and nutrient paste solved clothing and food issues. Vital Base Fluid addressed medical problems, and with gaming helmets meeting spiritual needs for entertainment. Once these 4 were implemented, who on earth could stop him?
First a full rollout in Nanyang, then domestic expansion.
As for other countries, there was no need.
After all, living too long wasn't always a good thing. Afterward, Gao Yuan went to find Zhang Bai.
Old Zhang, the wrist devices and constant temperature clothing don't need much attention right now. I plan to add more production lines to the industrial park to expand capacity. Also, regarding the nuclear fusion and card batteries at the Academy of Sciences, have someone follow up.
Get an equity stake as soon as possible. Do I even need you to tell me that? Haven't I been following up all along? What have you been busy with, old Gao? Nonsense, don't I need to follow up on research? I'm handling the research side. Zhang Bai hesitated.
Old Gao, I think our current products can keep us comfortable for at least 20 years.
We'd be making money without lifting a finger. And we're already too high profile. Shouldn't we slow down? Gao Yuan shook his head. We can't stop.
By the way, old Zhang, prepare 2 factories.
What factories? Are we starting new businesses? Oxygen and water.
Maximize production capacity, the more the better.
Don't we still have 300 kilometers of land in Dakingshan? Use it all.
Have someone design the factories and he'll use construction bugs to build them.
Remember this. Zhang Baiyi was bewildered. But the demand for oxygen is minimal and it's not profitable. And water.
Do we really need to earn such hard money?
Plus sales channels are hard to establish. The global markets for beverages and oxygen are saturated. Even if we produce, it won't sell well.
Store the products in the warehouse first.
Also clear out a workshop for me.
For what? Out of the 5 subsidiaries we registered, only Catfish Smart Devices and Salmon Entertainment have operations.
It's time to launch the others. This workshop will be for the new product from Jellyfish Biotech. What product? Vital Base Fluid.
Oh, and have Lin Mei find a professional branding agency to create a brand plan. This vital base fluid can repair damage to human tissues including internal organs, blood and bones. It's practically a cure-all.
Zhang Baiyi was stunned. A cure-all. Isn't that a bit of a scam?
Did you believe in constant temperature clothing adapting to all climates before?
That's true. Alright, I trust you. Old Gao, where are you off to?
I told you I'm handling research. Now that we've made money, those research teams need their share too. I'm going to check on them and see their latest results.
Gao Yuan traveled from Qingjing to Shangjing in the future world.
This time he decided he absolutely wouldn't go to the club. He would just review materials at the data department, hoping to find some useful information. As soon as he sat down at his desk, the smart system notified him of a visitor.
Who's here? Gao Yuan asked casually.
Instantly the system projected 2 figures in front of him. One was Su Dai, and Gao Yuan immediately felt a twinge in his lower back.
No way, not today, I'm not going to that club.
But when he saw the other person, Gao Yuan's eyes lit up. Who was this? A beauty. A woman of unparalleled beauty in both demeanor and appearance.
Gao Yuan had always believed that robots were the pinnacle of human aesthetics. After all, imagination could create the most beautiful machines. But now Gao Yuan was utterly captivated.
It was like Chaoji seeing Jinji for the first time, or Tianpeng laying eyes on change. That Su Dai, why didn't he bring out such a high-quality treasure sooner? Even if it meant a broken back, there was no way he'd back out now.
Please come in.
Gao Yuan stood up and soon Su Dai entered along with the beautiful woman.
I took a day off. Master Su, and this is? Gao Yuan inquired. This is Zhou Hanyan, Director of the Environmental Department under the Earth Affairs Division of the General Administration. Director Zhou, a pleasure to meet you. Gao Yuan extended his hand. Director Gao, I've heard so much about you.
Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised. Why was someone from the General Administration accompanying Su Dai?
Master Su Yu and Director Zhou. Su Dai plopped down opposite Gao Yuan. I just ran into her at the door. As it turns out, Director Zhou and I were classmates in university.
She was also coming to see you, so we came together.
Oh, a chance encounter.
Does Master Su have other business?
Su Dai looked utterly bewildered. Of course I do. Didn't I ask you to come to the club? No. Do I look like someone who goes to clubs?
I take the world's troubles as my own, worrying before all others and rejoicing after them. Master Su, I have documents to sort and archive today.
As for the club, the meeting room, I won't be going. Su Dai looked utterly incredulous. Impossible. Gao Yuan, there's new tea today. I won't taste it.
Master Su, can't you see I have a guest? Su Dai suddenly caught on a look of understanding dawning on his face.
Then I want to disturb you. He. After Su Dai left, the atmosphere indeed became much more relaxed.
Zhou Hanyan smiled gracefully. Director Gao, I've come to inquire about last year's Earth Environmental Monitoring Report data.
One moment, I'll have my staff retrieve it for you. No need, I can find it myself. By the way, as a first meeting, a small gift for you. Zhou Hanyan handed Gao Yuan a small box. Gao Yuan was taken aback.
What was this? Opening it, he saw a spherical orb inside. What is this?
Gao Yuan had no idea what Zhou Hanyan meant. Director Gao, put it in your mouth. A tiny pill. Afraid I'm not up to the task. Gao Yuan felt insulted, but if this thing actually worked, it might be worth a try. He tentatively placed it in his mouth.
The orb immediately began to vibrate.
Gao Yuan's face flushed crimson. Was this a proper item? Surely this wasn't meant for the mouth.
Just as he was about to take it out, the orb suddenly went still. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind.
Gao Yuan, can you hear me? Gao Yuan was stunned. What did this mean? Could he hear Zhou Hanyan's thoughts? This can't be right. Don't speak, just listen.
This orb is a new type of brainwave communicator. We're at the Development Directorate headquarters where any form of communication might be monitored. But brainwaves can only be intercepted through physical contact, making this the safest method.
Gao Yuan was flabbergasted. Direct brainwave communication. How was this any different from the telepathy in fantasy novels?
Gao Yuan now felt awkward. Had Zhou Hanyan caught those random thoughts of his? It wasn't his fault though.
An orb that vibrates, who wouldn't let their mind wander? Director Gao stopped daydreaming. Gao Yuan snapped back to reality.
Well, there goes his reputation.
Director Zhou, what did you want to tell me? I visited Director Gao before coming here and he entrusted me to come. Gao Yuan, the situation is urgent. The Development Directorate has made its move on Vesta.
Director Gao is preparing to execute a plan on Earth, but he needs your help.
What do you mean? Made its move? Is the Development Directorate going to destroy Vesta? Essentially, yes.
The Celestial Army is nominally under the leadership of the Human Federation Parliament, but in reality military power is almost entirely controlled by the Development Directorate. The Celestial Army has just announced a resolution to clean up the Vesta mining zone, relocating all original miners to Mercury.
Gao Yuan was taken aback. Gao Qiu was on Vesta.
Vesta had the largest number of miners and it was a self-contained system.
Gao Qiu was there orchestrating the Awakening project. This relocation and cleanup by the Development Directorate would completely thwart Gao Qiu's plans.
What does Director Gao intend to do? Clear the radiation barrier surrounding the 8 capitals, shatter the Sky Dome and force the Development Directorate to focus its efforts on Earth,
thereby delaying the cleanup deadline for the Vesta mining zone. So they're finally making a move. No. What good would this do?
Director Zhou, never mind whether the Development Directorate will stand idly by while you clear the radiation belt.
Even if you succeed, what's the point? Radiation persists in the short term.
The Sky Dome protects the major cities from radiation.
If it's shattered, what then?
Well, build new cities and relocate residents. The radiation zone is limited to the outskirts of the 8 capitals.
In fact, 99% of Earth's land is radiation-free.
The common people don't know this, and those in power who do are either part of the Development Directorate or afraid to speak out. Someone did try before, but they vanished quickly. For years the public has been fed information telling them the entire Earth is irradiated.
Even if someone told the truth, no one would believe it. A sharp intake of breath. So how do you plan to convince them now?
The goal now isn't to convince people there's no radiation, but to tie up the Development Directorate's resources.
What do you need me to do? Gao Yuan asked. Gasoline. Director Gao says you need to procure as much gasoline as possible within 2 weeks. What does he intend to do? No destruction, no construction.
Burn down the 8 capitals. The people will be forced to evacuate. Won't they just fight the fires?
Gao Yuan asked.
They will, but if the fire is large enough they won't be able to contain it. Since open flames were banned on Earth, there hasn't been a major fire in years.
Many people today don't even know what fire looks like.
Growing up in such an environment, how efficient do you think they'd be at fighting fires?
Can you imagine? What about robots? Gao Yuan asked. Rest assured, Director Gao has made arrangements.
The fires will be in the wilderness where firefighting is extremely difficult. Our simulations show that if the burning forest area exceeds 10,000 mu, the Development Directorate will have to deploy the Celestial Army to fight the fire. But the Celestial Army has no firefighting equipment. Whether requisitioning or manufacturing it will take time.
That's the window we need. Gao Yuan understood.
Use a massive fire to drive the populace out of the 8 capitals. Or perhaps not all 8 capitals need to burn, just one would suffice.
It was all about exploiting a time lag.
In this future world with advanced technology, even a wildfire would be snuffed out in its infancy. But if the fire grew large enough, the Development Directorate wouldn't be able to extinguish it quickly. With the fire raging, those trapped in the blaze would have no choice but to evacuate. During the evacuation, if the Relocation Directorate in Parliament manipulated things slightly, people would discover that the areas far from the 8 capitals were actually radiation-free. It was all an illusion. Wouldn't these people, long deceived, be tempted by the fragrant soil, towering trees and free air?
Would they still want to go back?
At that moment not only would the development directorate's main focus be diverted but it would also awaken the common people. The key was to start the fire and make it massive enough. As for the burned city, it was merely the incineration of a large prison. Humanity would reclaim the earth. Gao Yuan was stunned by this plan. Director Zhou, aren't you afraid the development agency will completely turn against us? Gao Yuan asked. After all, military power was everything and it was still in their hands. If we cut the ground from under their feet, they would drop all pretense. There is that risk. But have you considered that most soldiers are also deceived? Perhaps the military itself will become unstable. At this point, using the military to suppress the populace would be digging their own grave. What about the robot legions? Gao Yuan asked. Director Gao need not worry about the robots. Gao Yuan recalled that over the years Director Gao had maintained the Academy of Sciences and Gao Qiu had been laying groundwork in secret. When he last visited him on Vesta, he only mentioned the Awakener project. This Awakener project had a key technology, consciousness transfer, which stored a human's consciousness and transferred it into a robot body. This indicated that robots indeed had greater vulnerabilities than humans. No matter how intelligent, machines could never match the human brain. Gao Yuan did not know what contingency Director Gao had, but since Zhou Hanyan had said so, he chose to believe her. If the robot legions were unusable, then once the lie about Earth's radiation was exposed, it would truly be a golden opportunity for a company. Even if this attempt failed to topple the three titans of the development agency, it would still deal them a heavy blow. Gao Yuan had not dismissed the possibility that Zhou Hanyan was a trap, but Zhou Hanyan knew about Vesta. Moreover, her plan was highly feasible. More critically, the future world had abandoned fossil fuels for centuries and only he could procure vast quantities of gasoline. That was all the information. If Zhou Hanyan was sent by someone else, it meant he was completely exposed. Whether she was a trap or not, he was finished. Thus Gao Yuan had no choice but to believe that Zhou Hanyan was indeed someone the Gao family trusted. As this thought crossed his mind, he saw Zhou Hanyan give him a thumbs up. Director Gao, you are correct. I am indeed on the Gao family's side. So rest assured, I am merely here to deliver a message. Should I contact you again? Gao Yuan asked. No. I will not come here again. One visit is already conspicuous enough. Dean Gao said to proceed as soon as you are ready. Leave the rest to Dean Gao, he will handle it. Gao Yuan understood. Just as he was about to nod, Zhou Hanyan spoke, this time not through brainwaves but aloud. Director Gao, was the candy just now good? Ah. Yes, delicious. Anything Director Zhou gives is bound to be the sweetest. I need the monitoring report. I'll find it for you myself. Gao Yuan began to search the data for appearances must be kept up. After Zhou Hanyan left, Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then turned and went out. He saw Su Dai waiting downstairs. Master Su. To the club. Su Dai wore a lecherous expression. He walked over and patted Gao Yuan's shoulder. I knew you'd be into this, huh? Let me tell you, this time there's fresh goods from Jupiter. Did you know Jupiter can support human life? No, I had no idea. Isn't Jupiter a gas giant? How can people live on a gas planet? Hee, you don't know this, but deep within Jupiter's thick gaseous layers there's a rocky inner planet similar to Earth, essentially Jupiter's core. Its surface is rock and inside is iron and nickel. There's a human base on Jupiter's inner planet. Gao Yuan genuinely hadn't known that Jupiter could be inhabited. But the pressure on Jupiter's surface is immense, far greater than Earth's. Naturally. The atmospheric pressure on the inner planet's surface is 787 times that of Earth. Even a piece of iron would be flattened into a sheet. That's why the rocks on Jupiter are incredibly hard and dense. A Jupiter rock of the same volume weighs twice as much as gold. The Jupiter base has always been the primary R&D center for new materials. People born there after long stays exist too. The new arrivals this time are from Jupiter. Even inside the base the pressure is higher than on Earth, so those who grew up on Jupiter, though short, are incredibly sturdy. Gao Yuan feigned excitement. In truth, he was genuinely a bit excited. After all, who could resist a lowly built like a tank? But this trip to the club was merely a diversion. With Su Dai as his witness, when the capital eventually burned, he would be blameless, another victim. Entering the bar, Gao Yuan immediately spotted the new arrivals standing at the front. They were indeed petite, but with flawless skin and perfect features. With pigtails to boot, Gao Yuan felt a momentary waver. Why rock the boat when life was so good? Enjoying over 200 years of comfort was far better than pursuing some grand ambition. He wasn't part of the lower class. Why risk his neck for them? Gao Yuan, you choose first. Su Dai had been leading Gao Yuan into debauchery lately on Su Mayan's orders. Su Mayan feared Gao Yuan might have grand ambitions.
Grand ambitions were fine, but ambition coupled with ability was dangerous. So far Gao Yuan had shown no exceptional abilities. The 2024 club in Longjing was a legend to others, but to Su Mayan it was just a toy. Though its contents were astonishing, Gao Yuan was a scion of the Gao family. It was natural for him to know some inside information. If he knew the truth, procuring such things as flowers, plants, soil and fruit trees would be no problem. Now that Gao Yuan spent his days carousing with Su Dai at the club, Su Mayan was at ease. Gao Yuan had reached his limit. Once Director Gao was also weathered out, no one would ever question the development agency again. Gao Yuan chose the most beautiful one. Master Su will go ahead. Go ahead, have fun. These new ones are very sturdy. Got it. Gao Yuan eagerly pulled a little sister into the room. Su Dai watched him enter with a sneer. Gao Yuan entered the room. Go take a shower. I have a cleanliness obsession. You must wash for at least half an hour before coming out. The Lola's voice was soft. Understood, boss. Do you need me to help you wash first? No need. Gao Yuan watched the loli enter the smart bathroom. His mind stirred and a door materialized in front of the clubroom. Stepping through, he was back 1,000 years. This was Qingjing. Walking the streets, Gao Yuan pondered how to acquire massive amounts of gasoline. Where in this world was gasoline most abundant? Lost in thought, he saw a man with a turban approaching. Gao Yuan understood instantly. Nowhere had more oil than Arabia. For this matter, he would have to seek out the big players, for his needs were immense. Gao Yuan had no direct dealings with the wealthy magnates, but Blackfish Technology had several agents in the Middle East, including the manhwaedit group belonging to those magnates. With this in mind, Gao Yuan called Zhang Bai and asked him to contact a corporate representative from manhwaedit group. They were still in Xia Kingdom. After making the call, Gao Yuan learned that the representatives were in Qingjing. What a coincidence! At the Qingjing office, several turban men from the Great Food Tribe welcomed Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan brought only 2 security robots with him. Upon their first meeting, the corporate representative of manhwaedit group gave Gao Yuan a hearty embrace. President Gao, we meet again. Mr. Muhammad, it's an honor. The honor is mine, Mr. Gao. You are truly remarkable. We understand technology, whether it's the wrist devices or the thermostatic clothing, they are all 2 futuristic products of the future. The thermostatic clothing was practically tailor-made for us. We desperately need such garments. But do you happen to have thermostatic turbans? Well, that we really don't have. Gao Yuan felt a bit awkward. Mr. Muhammad, to be honest, I came to discuss something with you. Please go ahead, Mr. Gao, I want to buy gasoline. Muhammad paused for a moment. Gasoline. We have plenty. How much do you need? Gao Yuan had his robots calculate that to create a combustion belt around the 8 capital cities, he would need a flame strip at least 50 meters wide, consuming 50 liters of gasoline per meter. For Shangjing alone, which had a circumference of 1000 kilometers, that meant 50 million liters. For all 8 capitals, that totaled 400 million liters. 400 million liters. Gao Yuan stated. Muhammad frowned in thought. 400 million liters, at a price of just 2 yuan per liter in the magnate's country, that would amount to a little over $100 million. That's not much, it's easy. Well, Gao Yuan still hadn't quite adjusted to his current status and identity. In his view, procuring 400 million liters of gasoline was a daunting task. But in the eyes of these wealthy magnates who exported hundreds of billions of dollars in oil annually, a mere $100 million worth was nothing. I need it urgently. Also, it doesn't need to be delivered to Xia Kingdom. Then where should it be sent? Wait for my message. I'll send you coordinates. Deliver it there and I'll send someone to receive it. Gao Yuan needed to calculate the corresponding real-world locations based on the coordinates of the 8 future capitals. It would be best to deliver the gasoline directly to the peripheries of these capitals. The future world had stricter surveillance than the real world, and if he had to transport it across the globe using aircraft, he would be discovered immediately. So a one-time delivery to the designated spots was ideal. Around the 8 capitals were towering trees, rampant weeds, and nuclear radiation. In such an environment, if he used robots to discreetly spread the gasoline, it would go unnoticed for a short time. Gao Yuan also needed to prepare vehicles for transporting the gasoline and a large number of robots. To spread the gasoline around the 8 capitals in a short period, a small workforce would be insufficient. With limited time, Gao Yuan planned to assign 10000 robots to each capital. Each robot would handle a small section, completing the task within 3 days. That meant Gao Yuan needed 80000 robots. Purchasing 80000 robots all at once. That would be too conspicuous. If Gao Yuan actually did that, Su Mayan would probably think he was planning to attack the headquarters of the Development Authority.
So he couldn't buy them, he had to build them himself. The intelligent robot production line had been sitting in the warehouse of the 2024 venue since his first collaboration with Li Qingmei when she had procured the materials. This time it would come in handy. Production lines in the future world were different from those in the real world. In the real world, many production lines simply assembled different parts. But the future world had already achieved fully intelligent manufacturing. All that was needed was to input raw materials, and like 3D microprinting, the production line would complete the manufacturing of all parts in one go, finally assembling the finished product. No manual operation was required. This was the ultimate dream of artificial intelligence in industrialization. Unmanned factories worked around the clock producing various products, raw materials and finished goods out, with extremely high efficiency. The earlier wrist devices and thermostatic clothing required very few raw materials. After all, the finished products were lightweight. But robots were a different story. Tens of thousands of robots would require a significant amount of raw materials, especially some rare metals that were controlled substances.
Gao Yuan remembered that Qin Taijun still owed him a favor.
So he directly sent the raw material list to Qin Taijun.
Gao Yuan had now completely let loose. Since the authorities already knew part of his background, why bother pretending anymore?
Besides, he still had a starship. Apart from robots, he also needed transport vehicles. He couldn't have each robot carrying a barrel on its back, could he? To transport 400 million liters of gasoline all at once, he would need 8000 large tanker trucks. That was too many. It would be difficult to purchase so many tankers in a short time.
Gao Yuan had to find his own solution.
In the future world, flying transport vehicles were ordinary cars, but transporting gasoline would require modifications.
Time couldn't be dragged out too long since the situation on Vesta couldn't wait.
If he deployed the plan for just one capital at a time, he would only need 1000 tankers.
1,000 tankers. Gao Yuan took a deep breath. That was still feasible. He left the magnate's office and returned to Muza.
As soon as he arrived, Qin Taijun called.
Gao Yuan saw the projected image of Qin Taijun. Director Qin, aren't you busy?
I'm busy, but no matter how busy I am, I have to see what you're up to.
Gao Yuan, the list you sent me includes several materials used for building spaceships.
What do you need them for? To produce space buses.
Gao Yuan replied.
Qin Taijun paused for a moment. Space buses, are those the same flying vehicles you used to wipe out the extremist organization?
Yes.
I can provide the materials and in unlimited quantities, but can you sell 10 of those space buses to the country?
Planning a moon landing? Gao Yuan asked.
Yes, we might need something to boost morale recently.
A moon landing would be a great entry point. Director Qin, that's no problem.
I can give you the space buses for free.
Then what do you want?
1,000 tanker trucks.
Just buy them directly, you're not short on money. Buying them would take too long.
1,000 tankers might take months or even a year to deliver.
I need them now.
I know many state-owned enterprises have tanker trucks, and so does the military. So I need 1,000 of them delivered to Muza Tech Park within 3 days.
3 days. Gao Yuan, what do you need so many tankers for? Director Qin, it's a personal matter.
Qin Taijun wanted to press further, but he realized that Gao Yuan now had more leverage than the United States to negotiate on equal footing with the Xia Kingdom authorities. However, because Gao Yuan was a Xia citizen and Blackfish technology was based in Xia Kingdom, he constantly allowed the Xia authorities to take advantage of him.
Alright, I'll allocate them to you. Do you need a driver? No. Fine. After hanging up, Gao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief.
His preparatory work was nearly complete. Now he would go to the future world to retrieve the robot production line and place it in the workshop of the industrial park. Once Qin Taijun's promised raw materials arrived, he could begin manufacturing robots.
After a busy day. That evening, Gao Yuan lay in the center of the backyard.
Since he had summoned the spacetime portal elsewhere, the box in the backyard had vanished. The stars in the mountain sky shone brilliantly. Yet every point of light was a celestial body humanity could never reach.
Gao Yuan had once asked whether the future world's advanced technology could allow humanity to leave the solar system and explore other galaxies.
But in the archive room, Gao Yuan had indeed come across a piece of data. The exposition was lengthy, but the conclusion was brief.
Humanity could never leave the solar system.
The Dyson sphere, so often fantasized about in science fiction, would forever remain a pipe dream. If humanity could not leave the solar system, even smelting every planet, asteroid and satellite within it would yield insufficient material to construct one. For the Sun accounted for 99.8% of the solar system's mass, while all other celestial bodies combined made up merely 0.2%. And of that 0.2%,
2 Jupiter alone constituted 90.
To build a Dyson sphere one would need to completely smelt Jupiter. Jupiter served as the solar system's cosmic janitor, keeping the asteroid belt stable in its orbit.
Once Jupiter was dismantled, the gravitational balance would collapse.
The Dyson sphere might never be completed before Earth and other planets were obliterated by scattered asteroids. Thus, as long as humanity remained confined to the solar system, the Dyson sphere was an unattainable dream. Just as he was pondering this, a knock came at the door.
Who could it be at this late hour?
Before Gao Yuan could ask, the security robot in Zhou answered for him.
Bai Ma Yu is outside. Gao Yuan was startled.
It had been a long time since he last saw her. Why had she come at this hour?
Was there something urgent? And Jiao opened the door. Soon Bai Ma Yu entered. Gao Yuan.
Why are you here so late? Bai Ma Yu sat down directly beside him.
Gao Yuan caught the scent of alcohol on her. Have you been drinking?
Under the night sky, Bai Ma Yu's eyes gleamed brightly.
I quit my job. Ha! Gao Yuan was puzzled.
He had heard she was recently promoted. At just over 20, she had already secured a substantive deputy section chief position. After a few years of experience, a full section chief post was well within reach. In a small town, achieving a full section chief role was already quite respectable.
What happened? Oh, nothing much. Thanks to you, I became the deputy director of our office. Isn't a promotion a good thing? It is, but most people in the office have more seniority than me. Suddenly being placed above them. Forget it. After resigning, I feel completely free. The details hardly needed elaboration. A young woman without connections, elevated solely by an old classmate's influence, it would be strange if she found comfort within the bureaucratic system.
Those seasoned veterans might smile on the surface, but behind the scenes they had countless ways to make her miserable without her being able to voice her grievances. The Investment Promotion Bureau had originally been a quiet, unremarkable department. But after Gao Yuan's involvement, it became a coveted position in the county. Many well-connected individuals sought to get a foot in the door, and Bai Ma Yu ended up blocking their paths.
Yet because of her old classmate relationship with Gao Yuan, they couldn't remove her.
So making her life difficult was par for the course.
What do you plan to do next? Gao Yuan asked. Just find a job. Gao Yuan, can you take me in?
Bai Ma Yu gazed at him. The look in her eyes stirred something within him. Life held many things one couldn't let go of, but the hardest to release was the girl who captured your heart in the bloom of youth. Even when old and lying on a deathbed, one might still recall the smile of that girl under the sunshine of bygone days.
Now Bai Ma Yu stood before him. Gao Yuan blurted out, "I'll take care of you." Bai Ma Yu was silent for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Gao Yuan,
you're still the same, saying jokes so seriously. As she laughed, she suddenly stopped.
Really? Gao Yuan nodded.
In the next moment he felt 2 warm lips pressed against his own. Carrying a hint of youthful sweetness mingled with the scent of cosmetics, Bai Ma Yu's warm breath continuously brushed against him. Gao Yuan was now a frequent visitor to high-end clubs. But now he understood, a lover and
a model were truly different.
That electric numbness surged through his nerves, and he extended his
tongue. No, stop, Gao Yuan.
Little fish.
No. Bai Ma Yu suddenly pushed him away.
Both of them were panting.
Gao Yuan, I'm sorry. I was impulsive. I've been drinking. I just came to see you. Gao Yuan's eyes locked onto her. Not here. Let's go inside.
Bai Ma Yu tried to refuse, but Gao Yuan lifted her and carried her indoors. That night spring descended once more upon this old house. When Gao Yuan woke in the morning, he turned his head and found himself pressing down on a strand of silky hair. In that moment he realized it had all been real. Little fish. The beauty with her back to him revealed only a pale nape, but she did not respond.
Gao Yuan called out again, thinking she was still asleep, but then he noticed her neck turning red. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. If you don't turn around, I'll reach out. Bai Ma Yu rolled over, her wide eyes fixed on Gao Yuan. Last night. The moon was so beautiful last night, wasn't it? Stay. I remember you studied business management in college, right? I happen to need, well, an executive president. But I have no experience managing a company. It's a unique business, so it doesn't matter. Gao Yuan suddenly had a woman, his first in the real world. His visits to clubs had only been in the future world, so here he was still a man of integrity. Little fish, from now on you'll be the executive president of Jellyfish. What Jellyfish? Are you making fun of me? Bai Ma Yu asked. Don't overthink it. Heyu Technology has 5 subsidiaries. Jellyfish Biotechnology is one of them. It hasn't had any business before, but now its products are ready for promotion. It's perfect that you're here. Gao Yuan then explained the properties of the life-sustaining base fluid to Bai Moyu. Bai Moyu was stunned. If this is true, it's a great boon for the nation and its people. Of course, that's why I want to promote it. But once it's widely adopted, most people in the medical industry will lose their jobs. What will happen to them? You're overthinking it. Your thermostatic clothing has already impacted the garment industry, especially down jackets and cotton coats. The garment industry is labor-intensive and even more people have lost jobs. Your wrist device has also stripped many foundries of their orders. Gao Yuan was taken aback. So many people had lost their jobs because of him. Don't overthink it. As the times move forward, every new technology leads to the decline of an old industry. The rise of e-commerce caused countless brick-and-mortar stores to close. The national double reduction policy plunged the tutoring industry into an overnight winter. Didn't we get through it? That was what he said, but Gao Yuan still wore a troubled expression. Before, he couldn't understand why so many at the bottom of the future world were jobless. But now he realized that following this trend, it was inevitable for the lower class to be herded like livestock. The signs were already there. Seeing Gao Yuan's expression, Bai Moyu comforted him. Don't be so pessimistic. New technologies always bring better experiences. If what you said about the life-sustaining fluid is true, humanity will be spared most illnesses. Isn't that a good thing? Gao Yuan chuckled at this. Yes, why was he so tangled? The advance of technological productivity was bound to bring such consequences. Since it was inevitable anyway, why bother obsessing over it? Xiao Yeri, you're right. Just do your own thing. The future will be handled by others. The life-sustaining fluid is in your hands. With Bai Moyu newly appointed, Gao Yuan introduced him to Zhang Bai and Lin Mei. Though they already knew each other, their roles had changed. Now Gao Yuan arrived at the 2024 club where Huang Fushan was already working. The 2024 club had become Longjing's most dazzling landmark, where ordinary people came to broaden their horizons and high-level officials came to make connections. Gao Yuan had Huang Fushan issue 2 tasks. The first was the production line for the life-sustaining fluid. He was ready to promote it, so production needed to catch up. The second was to procure supplies, as many as possible: space flyers, batteries, nutrient paste, compressed tents and the like. Gao Yuan wasn't afraid of arousing suspicion. These were all ordinary supplies. Even if others suspected something, they wouldn't guess he planned to burn down the 8 capital, and when it happened, whether or not the Gao family was responsible, the development directorate would pin the blame on them anyway. So Gao Yuan saw no need to avoid suspicion. By then the gloves would be off. If the development directorate had the power to kill him, they wouldn't hesitate. Unless they didn't dare or couldn't. After all, no one knew what kind of fury would erupt from humans who had been deceived and caged for centuries. Time was tight. After making his arrangements, Gao Yuan returned to the real world, hurried to Qingjing, then entered Shangjing and the development directorate. Before the flames ignited, he needed to stabilize the Su family. Su Dai, as usual, came to find him. Master Su, we're not going to the club today. What, already worn out? Gao Yuan, you're looking a bit weak. Let me get you something good. What? Something to keep you standing tall with a kidney as tough as diamond. Scram. I'm as hard as can be. Keep that for yourself. Hey, yesterday's director Zhou, you couldn't handle him, could you? Su Dai remarked. If you can handle him, go ahead. Damn, I can't either. Forget it. If we're not going to the club, what's the point of work? This archives department is so boring. How about we go hunting? Hunting? Gao Yuan was surprised. Were there still prey to hunt in this future world? Hey, you don't know. It'll take you to Vesta to hunt. Lots of rich kids have been going these days. It's basically hunting down escaped miners. Whoever kills the most wins. When Gao Yuan heard Vesta, he already had a sinking feeling. But hearing that they were literally competing to kill people, a surge of rage threatened to erupt. Su Dai had been watching Gao Yuan's eyes the whole time. Seeing his anger, he flashed a barely perceptible smile. Oh, don't be like that. The miners on the asteroid aren't really people anyway. Besides, the mines near Vesta are almost depleted. If we don't clean out these miners, the asteroid belt won't be peaceful. Master Su, there are so many mining zones in the asteroid belt. Why only clean up Vesta? What about Ceres? Ceres? Absolutely not. Ceres is humanity's stronghold in the asteroid belt. You don't know. You take a modified flyer with a laser mounted on it, bang bang, one shot each. It's a blast. Gao Yuan's heart sank to the depths. When Zhou Hanyan had said the development directorate was targeting Vesta, he hadn't fully grasped it. Now these rich kids were hunting on the periphery.
The situation inside the mining zone must be even worse.
Tens of millions of people. Were they really going to kill them all? He wondered how Gao Qiu was doing there. Su Dai kept watching Gao Yuan's expression. Gao Yuan, you seem particularly concerned about the asteroid belt.
I care about every place where humans live.
I'm not used to hearing about killing.
The miners in the asteroid belt are human too.
Just kidding. Forget it, you're no fun.
I'll head to the club and find that little loli from Jupiter.
After Su Dai left, Gao Yuan's face darkened.
Would the development directorate really dare to massacre on such a scale?
Wouldn't it incite public outrage?
Even if they could block the news on Earth, they couldn't completely seal off the asteroid belt.
With hundreds of millions of miners there, a revolt would be a catastrophe in itself.
But thinking that those people couldn't even secure basic water and air, Gao Yuan felt a wave of despair.
Even if they revolted, what could they do?
He needed to speed up his own plans. He hoped Gao Qiu could hold out. After a day's work, Gao Yuan returned to his apartment in Shangjing, a residence provided by the development directorate.
Standing by the window looking down at the bustling city, Gao Yuan felt a pang of confusion.
The city was a testament to human civilization, yet in a few days he would burn it down. It was like the revolutions of the ancestors, no destruction, no rebirth. Just as Gao Yuan was lost in thought. Back in the real-world Southern Dynasty, the top brass of 9 stars had spent the past 2 days running every possible test on the life-sustaining fluid. They had even administered it to 3 terminally ill patients on the brink of death. The results exceeded all expectations. Li Bingxi sighed with emotion. Gao Yuan may lack character, but his technology is flawless.
So do we partner with them?
Of course.
This miracle drug can solve the current leader's dilemma. With massive medical staff strikes, countless patients are left untreated.
If we roll out the life-sustaining fluid now, 9 stars will be the savior of the Southern Dynasty.
Leaders come and go.
But 9 stars stands eternal. With this fluid, we'll leave the other conglomerates far behind.
Li Bingxi declared. Do you think Gao Yuan is trustworthy? Asked Li Taishi. I don't know. We got burned last time.
After reviewing it, I think it might be because I botched the favor he asked of me. Li Bingxi was still angry, recalling how the animals Gao Yuan had asked him to find were stolen. Putting himself in Gao Yuan's shoes, he figured anyone would be furious. At this distributor conference, Blackfish Technology did not treat 9 stars differently, indicating that Gao Yuan held no grudge and that their relationship could still be mended. Hadn't the Vitality Foundation liquid been delivered? However, after the last incident, that illegitimate child of his had fled to the United States and subsequently lost contact. Li Bingxi had always suspected that Gao Yuan's people had eliminated him. Yet he dared not ask. Now that even the United States had capitulated to Gao Yuan, Li Bingxi knew that if he wished to continue operating 9 stars, he had to cooperate with Gao Yuan, or rather do exactly as Gao Yuan said. Otherwise 9 stars would cease to exist in this world. He did not elaborate on this to Li Taishi. He always needed an excuse to exonerate himself. The truth was, regardless of whether this medicine was reliable, he had to unconditionally promote it for Blackfish Technology. But the test results exceeded Li Bingxi's expectations. It truly was a miraculous drug. As such, he would go to the leader of the Southern Dynasty to clear the path for the new medicine's launch.
With a miracle drug, the medical staff simply couldn't cause any trouble.
In the Southern Dynasty at the National Defense Building, the current leader had moved his office there after taking office, perhaps out of fear of assassination. The medical issues in the Southern Dynasty had always been severe. Previous leaders had attempted reforms, but the opposition was too strong and none succeeded.
Now reform was unavoidable.
Public resentment was immense, and the current leader also sought to accumulate prestige through medical reform, thus pushing it forward forcefully.
Unexpectedly, he was now in a dilemma.
A large number of medical staff had gone on strike or resigned, but the current leader could not compromise and had to remain resolute. If he compromised, it would not only fatally damage his prestige but also mean that there would never be another chance for medical reform.
Now the government and the medical staff were locked in a standoff.
It was a test of endurance. Just as the current leader was at his wits' end, Li Bingxi of 9 stars arrived. He hastily went out to greet him.
Chairman Li, what brings you here? Congratulations, leader. I'm here to solve your problem.
Oh.
What is it? Take a look at this new medicine.
Li Bingxi handed the Vitality Foundation liquid and its test report to the current leader.
Chairman Li, don't make me read through all this. Just tell me directly.
This is a miracle drug from Blackfish Technology, newly developed. Because of the profound friendship between our 9 stars and Blackfish technology, they knew of the Southern Dynasty's predicament and prioritized providing it to us. The leader of the Southern Dynasty was somewhat bewildered.
Profound friendship. Did they even have one? Besides, Blackfish Technology was a Xia country company. What good intentions could the Xia people have?
What does this medicine do?
Blackfish Technology's strength is unrivaled globally. This new drug can treat almost all illnesses.
We have verified it by selecting several terminal patients, and their conditions have significantly improved.
Although not fully cured, one vial alone can extend life by at least a year.
The leader of the Southern Dynasty took the Vitality Foundation liquid and examined it closely in his hand.
Just this one vial. It can cure any disease. Even for terminal cases, one vial can extend life by a year. Indeed.
A true miracle drug. Li Bingshi continued. I plan to promote it comprehensively in the Southern Dynasty. With this miracle drug, common illnesses will be cured and terminal patients can survive. Naturally, people won't need so many medical staff, so their strike and resignation will have no impact except on themselves.
Yes.
The leader beamed with joy. This truly solved his major problem. The only drawback was that this medicine was not developed by 9 stars but by Blackfish Technology.
Can you find someone to replicate it? Li Bing's eyes widened. Replicate Blackfish Technology's medicine? Was this old man tired of living?
Sensing Li Bing's true feelings, the leader of the Southern Dynasty gave an awkward laugh.
Just joking. The current Blackfish Technology was not to be trifled with.
It was said that the leader of the United States had publicly praised Blackfish Technology a few days ago, and the bigwigs who had been aggressive towards Xia country were now tamer than chicks. The parliament was even pushing through a pro-Xia country act to grant most favored nation status to Xia country products. The most heartbroken now were the Green Camp on Gao Yuan Island. The United States had completely abandoned them. Despite their repeated appeals, there was not a single response from the U.S. side. Ever since the U.S. aircraft carrier was destroyed, panic had gripped Gao Yuan Island, with constant fear that the Xia country government would take action against them. Previously they had fantasized that the nearby U.S. military bases would come to protect them. But in recent days the U.S. Department of Defense announced a resolution: from now on the U.S. government would gradually withdraw soldiers from military bases in the Asia-Pacific region. People on Gao Yuan Island said that the U.S. had been scared by Gao Yuan. Panic now gripped the island and many were stockpiling supplies, fearing shortages if war came. Early in the morning, Gao Yuan returned to the real world and received a call from Li Bingshi.
President Li, long time no. Not that long, President Gao.
The Vitality Foundation liquid that Taishi brought back has been tested by us. It's a miracle drug that can solve the Southern Dynasty's urgent crisis. When can we get a large-scale supply? Have you decided to become the distributor for our Vitality Foundation liquid? Of course. For such an excellent product, having us as distributors is your recognition, President Gao.
We haven't discussed the price yet. You set the price, President Gao. We won't bargain. Gao Yuan chuckled.
Would you accept 100 million per vial? This. Li Bingshi was at a loss for words. For a miracle drug like this exclusively for top billionaires, 100 million per vial might be acceptable given it extended life by a year. But for mass sales, that price was unrealistic.
Are you referring to Southern Dynasty currency or Xia country currency? 100 million Southern Dynasty currency was roughly equivalent to 500,000 Xia country currency.
That price was indeed steep, but the target audience would be much larger.
Many middle-class people could afford it. After all, life was priceless. Gao Yuan's aim was to control the Southern Dynasty's healthcare, and pushing it to the common people meant the price couldn't be too high.
We have 2 specifications: a small vial for 1,000 Xia country currency which treats common illnesses, and a large vial like the one Li Taishi brought back for 10,000 Xia country currency.
Hearing this price, Li Bingshi breathed a sigh of relief. This price offered exceptional value for money. Thank you, President Gao. Come to Musa as soon as possible to sign the distribution agreement. Once it's signed, you can take delivery.
The rules are the same as for the thermostatic suits and wrist devices. President Li, your 9 stars is the only distributor among all Blackfish Technologies partners to have secured a new product. We at 9 stars feel immensely honored. We hope to achieve even greater glory under the leadership of Blackfish Technology.
Well said. After hanging up, Gao Yuan smiled.
The Southern Dynasty people were indeed disgusting, but money was not disgusting.
Moreover, by controlling the Southern Dynasty's medical market, if they stepped out of line, he wouldn't even need to act. Cutting off supply would plunge them into chaos.
All matters were proceeding in an orderly fashion. That afternoon, the raw materials promised by Qin Taijun began arriving in Musa. Oil tankers also started arriving, forming a massive cluster in the Musa Tech Park. Gao Yuan instructed the security robots to calculate the corresponding coordinates of the 8 great capitals in the real world and marked them on the map. He then selected the optimal position near the major client's residence and sent it to the representative of Amcorp. A response came swiftly. They informed Gao Yuan that the gasoline was ready awaiting his designated location. The client's reliability made Gao Yuan feel somewhat apologetic. He decided to gift them a batch of life-sustaining base fluid. After all, this product would eventually be sold globally. Offering it in advance would also repay a favor. When the robots retrieved the production line from the 2024 club warehouse in the future world, they also brought back the space bus production line from the same storage. With the raw materials in place, the robots could commence production. However, all the workshops were operated by robots, including the debugging and installation of the space bus production line. Gao Yuan realized a potential issue as his demand for raw materials grew. Relying solely on others might lead to future complications. Should he acquire his own mines? The land on Earth was all owned, and while Gao Yuan could seize it by force, there was no need. Now that space buses were in production, lunar travel would soon be simple. Why not establish a base on the moon? Firstly, he could launch Earth-Moon tourism routes. Secondly, he would have his own mining base, eliminating the need to source raw materials from others. Moreover, Gao Yuan's advanced technology had displaced many people. He intended to create more jobs and distribute his wealth. After all, if money didn't circulate, it was just a number. The Musa base was Gao Yuan's stronghold, demanding absolute security, hence his preference for robots. However, other industries could be expanded with an emphasis on increasing employment. The more people depended on him for their livelihood, the greater his influence. Instilling fear through force wasn't governance. Making others reliant on him for sustenance would earn their willing loyalty. Gao Yuan arrived at his office and convened a high-level meeting of Blackfish Technology. The conference room held over a dozen people, many of whom he didn't recognize. Bai Mayu attended such a high-level meeting for the first time, expecting it to be as formal as the Investment Promotion Bureau. But once the meeting began, she discovered that Blackfish Technology's meetings were utterly unruly. The teacups on the table were far from neatly aligned, and the pens and paper for notes were haphazardly placed. There weren't even nameplates. Everyone sat wherever they pleased. The group vice president Zhang Bai lounged in casual attire with his legs crossed. Gao Yuan, you're late. We have so many executives now. Old Zhang introduced them. You, the absentee boss, don't even know your own employees. Lin Mei, you know Bai Mayu. You know her. This is Old Ho, a veteran from our Yuanfang days, now in charge of all stores in the Xia Kingdom market. Xiao Zhou, you also know him, another Yuanfang veteran and technical director of Blackfish. Tell me about someone I don't know. Gao Yuan said, sitting beside Bai Mayu. As for these, you wouldn't know them anyway, so why bother? Just say what you need to say. We're all busy. Bai Mayu expected Gao Yuan to get angry. But to her surprise, he chuckled. Then let's start directly. Jellyfish biotechnology is our top priority going forward. We'll adopt both online and offline models. Online, we'll add a health module to the Blackfish Home app. Offline, we need at least one store in every county, each employing at least 10 sales staff, preferably with nursing or medical backgrounds. Salaries will be set at twice the national average. Hearing this, Bai Mayu realized Gao Yuan was beginning to compensate those medical professionals facing unemployment. Understood. The constant temperature clothing and wrist computer stores should also continue hiring service staff to ensure quality. Anything else? Zhang Bai asked. Yes, open stores on Dayuan Island. This. Is it appropriate? What's inappropriate? If it comes to it, well, take it back for the country. Gao Yuan said casually. As the words left his mouth, his mind stirred. This was indeed feasible. The country seemed to have some reservations, having yet to act, but Gao Yuan had no such inhibitions. When it came to transporting gasoline, flying cars were too small. Gao Yuan needed to bring back a warship. Since the warship would come anyway, decapitating the Green Camp was a trivial matter. With 80,000 robots already produced, a bit of exercise before moving the oil wouldn't hurt. The financial markets had been turbulent lately and the economic climate was poor. Taking Dayuan would boost confidence. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. With power came the freedom to act on impulse. Which youth of Xia Kingdom hadn't dreamed of commanding the recovery of Dayuan Island? Now that the opportunity presented itself, how could Gao Yuan let it slip? Zhang Bai initially wanted to argue, but recalling Gao Yuan's previous actions, he realized it was entirely possible. So he gave a thumbs up. Awesome. President Gao, any further instructions? This meeting has one theme: improve service quality and expand recruitment. Also set up a tourism affairs department as soon as possible. Tourism. Zhang Bai was baffled. Wasn't this a bit of a leap?
Gao Yuan's strides were too wide, starting with lithography machines, then wrist computers, constant temperature clothing, and life-sustaining base fluid. And now tourism. Salmon Entertainment isn't very busy right now and our movie release is nearing its end. We're not doing roadshows, so why not put the tourism business under Salmon Entertainment? Let them handle it. Gao Yuan thought it was actually feasible. He could later film a movie about wandering the moon. Who wouldn't want to take a lunar trip after watching that? After the meeting, Gao Yuan went to work at the future world. Sitting in an ergonomic, fully intelligent chair, he felt resentful. He was too miserable working back-to-back, shuttling between two realms, holding down two jobs. It was too exhausting. He had to unwind at the club. The poor club would probably be gone in a few days, so he wanted to savor its warmth one last time. Thinking the club would soon disappear, Gao Yuan had to make haste. By the third day, he estimated the robots were nearly finished producing and the major client's gasoline was almost ready. Time to stir things up. Arriving again at Shangjing Airport, Qin Yujiajia greeted him early, her smile radiant. Director Gao here to commandeer a warship again. There's something I need to do. I'll prepare it for you right away. You have my brain link. Next time you can let me know in advance so I can have everything ready for your departure. Alright, thank you for the trouble. No trouble at all. Qin Yujiajia replied, her face brimming with excitement. Boarding the starship once more, Gao Yuan felt the return of his world-dominating aura. Though he remained insignificant in the future world, a chance to rise was imminent. Now he would pilot the interstellar warship to the real world and flaunt his power. Following the same tactic as before, Gao Yuan detoured to the far side of the moon. Then vanished. Upon receiving the news, Su Mayan was utterly perplexed. What secrets lay hidden on the moon's far side that he had yet to discover? It shouldn't be possible. The moon had been mined for decades, dotted with hundreds of human bases. How could there still be something mysterious? Yet the warship had vanished without a trace. There were two possibilities: either it truly disappeared. Su Mayan dismissed this notion. Matter could change but not vanish into thin air. Second, all the warship's equipment had been jammed. This seemed far more likely. Su Mayan cursed the incompetents who had inspected the area before. They were utterly useless. There must be a hidden base on the moon's far side, one capable of blocking all signals and most likely buried deep beneath the lunar surface. Only there could all signals be shielded. Once could be an accident, but Gao Yuan had gone there twice now. What was down there? Su Mayan pondered, a bizarre thought crossing his mind. By human lifespan, Gao Qiu should still be alive, yet no one had seen him for over 20 years. According to Gao Qiu's son Gao Yuan, his father had encountered a solar storm while exploring the outer solar system and his vessel had been swept into the depths of space. Searching for a tiny spacecraft in the vast cosmos was like looking for a bacterium on a playground. Su Mayan naturally didn't believe it, but if a man had vanished for 20 years, he was most likely truly gone. But now, with Gao Yuan returning to the moon's far side for the second time, Su Mayan suspected. Could Gao Qiu still be alive, hidden in some lunar base beneath the surface? Perhaps he had been plotting something all along and now the time had come. Once this thought took root, it seemed increasingly plausible. How could a human titan simply disappear? With this in mind, he tapped the table absently, then jerked his head up. Summon Su Qian. Old Zhou is unreliable. Su Qian was the next generation heir Su Mayan had groomed for the Su family, now controlling the emergency management office, which also held partial military authority. Soon Su Qian arrived. Father, you called for me. I suspect Gao Qiu is still alive. Su Qian appeared far more valiant than Su Dai, exuding composure. He frowned at Su Mayan's words. What makes you think that? Gao Yuan took the warship again and vanished at the moon's far side. This is the second time. Last time I told old Zhou to inspect the area, his people said there was nothing there. I suspect there's definitely a secret base on the moon's far side. Su Qian paused. We've developed the moon for centuries. If there were a base, it should have been discovered long ago. What if it was built 20 years ago? Su Qian was puzzled. Father, while possible, it doesn't make sense. Why would Gao Qiu do such a thing? What purpose would it serve? This. Su Mayan was taken aback. Indeed, everything had a purpose and motive. At his peak, Gao Qiu's influence was overwhelming. Though he couldn't shake the three great families, he forced them into cooperation. In his glory days, would he dig a base on the moon and hide there for 20 years? It was too absurd. He chuckled. In being too sensitive. It seemed Gao Qiu's shadow still loomed large, clouding his judgment whenever the man was involved. Still, that kid Gao Yuan vanishing there twice is suspicious. Send someone to investigate again. Yes, father. By the way, I heard Su Dai has been hanging around Gao Yuan lately. Yes, father. Su Dai is no longer young, he can't keep fooling around. I suggest sending him to guard the frontier on Neptune. Su Mayan was stunned. Neptune is too far, a round trip takes half a year. Besides, what's there? Su Qian hesitated. Father, I've been feeling uneasy lately. Our Su family may be too conspicuous.
Uncle Zhou is fine, but Uncle Zhang from finance is somewhat dissatisfied with you. Old Zhang is just petty, ignore him.
He may resent me, but what of it? Our three families are deeply intertwined.
When trouble comes, hell stand with us.
I know. I'm just worried. Our Su family's wealth and clansmen are all in the capital. If something happens, recovery would be hard. Neptune is remote, but its governor is your student.
If Su Dai goes there, he can develop. Even if we face disaster, he can rebuild from Neptune.
Su Mayan found it odd. Our Su family is at its zenith, there's no need for that.
Besides, Su Dai only knows how to play head, just fool around on Neptune.
What could he rebuild? Neptune is too cold and has few resources. Father, resources can be mined from Neptune's moons.
It's cold, but there's no shortage of fuel.
Even simple nuclear fusion can provide vast energy.
If utilized well, it could be richer than Earth's resources.
That's true.
Since you suggested it, let it be decided.
I'll inform him in a few days. Su Qian wanted to say more but held back. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan had arrived in the real world. The warship activated its stealth capabilities, including optical and radar invisibility, hovering above Musa. Newly produced robots streamed aboard.
These robots were built by Gao Yuan to distribute gasoline. Now he would test them on Yuan Island. With about 10,000 aboard, the warship's interior grew. Gao Yuan regretted not having a larger vessel. He wondered if he could one day acquire a Jovian-class warship rumored to exceed 1,000 meters in length, a true behemoth. The warship originally carried various individual weapons, but most had been removed, leaving only a few. Su Dai had likely kept them for his own amusement, never expecting the ship to fall into Gao Yuan's hands. With the robots in place, Gao Yuan sat in the captain's chair and waved his hand.
Forward target Yuan Island.
The so-called border guards on the island had been on edge, fearing a sudden war would sweep them away. Zhou Shan, a soldier of 3 years, sat on a reef gazing into the distance, his weapon carelessly set aside. He recalled his conversation with his mother the previous day. She urged him to return, saying Xia was about to attack. Zhou Shan knew peace wouldn't last, but he couldn't leave. The officers watched them more tightly than prisoners, and the small island offered no escape. In his despair, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up in shock as a colossal shape passed overhead.
Zhou Shan was frozen in awe. Enemy! Enemy attack!
Zhou Shan shouted, then abruptly covered his mouth. Looking around, he noticed some of his comrades already on the ground with their hands over their heads.
He belatedly followed suit. How could one possibly fight this?
Just moments ago he had witnessed the island's air defense missile system activate on its own. The missiles flashed white upon launch but exploded right over the base.
Then another flash of white light and the defense system was gone.
Soon the air raid sirens wailed across the island. Zhou Shan saw beams of white light radiating from the warship, and before long the island fell silent.
Even the sirens stopped. Warships and armored vehicles cowered within the camp, not daring to move.
Anything that made a sound or stirred was instantly obliterated. Soon an opening appeared beneath the warship.
Hundreds of figures leaped down from above.
Zhou Shan dared not lift his head. After an indeterminate wait, he felt his weapon being taken from him. The footsteps faded into the distance.
Zhou Shan felt an overwhelming relief, he was still alive. Gao Yuan sat in the command room observing the battle below with general satisfaction.
This was Jinmen Island, the closest island under Daiwan's control to the continental shelf of Xia.
Now 500 robots descended to take control of Jinmen's various institutions.
Gao Yuan watched for a while, deemed the situation manageable, and continued flying toward the main island of Yuan. This sudden assault sent shockwaves across the world.
Rumors flew in every direction. The main island of Yuan descended into utter chaos.
The official Xia government was also shaken.
When Zhou Zhengli received the news, his face was a mask of astonishment. Gao Yuan was reclaiming Yuan. Why would he do that?
He had been meticulously planning for days, for reclaiming a large island with tens of millions of people required countless preparations: warships, landing craft, soldiers, supplies, and contingency plans for every conceivable scenario. He also had to guard against neighboring countries like Neon and the Southern Dynasty acting rashly, with Neon being the primary concern. Every possibility had to be considered. Even at the fastest pace, at least a month of preparation was needed. But now, why had Gao Yuan made his move?
Where is Gao Yuan now? Zhou Zhengli asked.
He's about to reach Penghu Islands.
Has Minister Duan arrived yet?
The secretary immediately replied, Sir, Minister Duan should be here any moment. No sooner had he spoken than the guard announced the arrival of Duan Haizhou, the head of national defense.
Quick, let him in. Duan Haizhou strode in hurriedly. Chief Zhou, I've heard the news. It's so sudden. Indeed it is. What do you think we should do? Duan Haizhou hesitated for a moment. I believe our fleet should set sail immediately. It's a matter of stance.
The Marine Corps should also land promptly.
To prevent chaos.
The North Sea Fleet should guard the directions of the Southern Dynasty and Neon. The South Sea Fleet must secure our maritime borders to prevent the southern nations from fishing in troubled waters.
The East Sea Fleet should set course for the main island of Yuan immediately. Won't Gao Yuan misunderstand? Zhou Zhengli asked. Duan Haizhou was uncertain. I don't think so. Chief Zhou, we can contact Gao Yuan now, clarify his intentions and inform him that our fleet is about to depart.
To avoid extreme situations.
Alright, I'll contact Gao Yuan personally. Also announce to the world that Yuan Island is an inalienable part of Xia. In light of the Yuan authorities' repeated provocations, their attempts to seek independence through force, their sabotage of the nation and their persecution of fishermen, the official Xia government has decided to revoke the Yuan authorities' governing power effective immediately and to arrest the separatists. Understood.
On Yuan Island, the leader of the Green Camp, Wen Sai, was on the verge of madness. Gao Yuan of Xia had arrived. That interstellar warship was far larger than an aircraft carrier, and crucially it could fly in space. This was a super space carrier.
Now Jin Men and Peng Hu were both lost.
Wen Kai stood in her office looking outside when she suddenly froze. She saw the space warship with her own eyes. Whether due to its immense size or the vessel deliberately slowing down, the warship appeared to move very slowly in Wen Kai's vision. Like a king surveying its domain. Wen Kai had been frantically contacting Meili, though she knew the hope was slim, it was her only lifeline. She called several times but no one answered. Just moments ago the communication was cut off and Wen Kai felt an odd sense of relief. Well, there was no need to struggle anymore.
The expensive equipment she had purchased was nothing but a joke. Meili was terrified out of its wits.
Now the warship was about to loom directly overhead.
Who could still save Yuan? Neon.
Perhaps.
But would it matter? No.
The meeting room of the Neon authorities was now shrouded in icy silence, though it was packed with people.
No one knew what to do. It was the helplessness of a dimensional strike. But watching Yuan be taken back by Gao Yuan would mean Neon was utterly locked in.
From then on, as long as Xia did not decline, Neon would never again have a chance to rise. Yamashita Yaro, the commander-in-chief of the Neon Maritime Self-Defense Force, could no longer bear the atmosphere.
Baka. I will go and fight Gao Yuan. A businessman waging war.
Even death is better than sitting here waiting to die.
Yamashita-kun, if there were even a 1% chance of victory, I would let you go. Do you think there is? Yamashita Yaro lowered his head. No. But. Since there isn't even that, then we wait. The speaker was the Neon Chancellor Sananura, his expression complex. Gao Yuan is truly terrifying. I suggest we learn from Gao Yuan.
This came from Sato Fukoku, the head of the ground self-defense force.
Is it too late now? Let us pray.
No sooner had he spoken than someone rushed in from outside.
Report. General Ino has led the fleet toward Yuan.
Yamashita Yaro was startled.
Ino was his trusted subordinate and he had taken the What was he planning?
Was he seeking death?
Recall them immediately. Wait, I'll do it myself. Get me Ino's flagship at once. Commander General Ino has cut communications. Baga.
The meeting room sank into an eternal silence once more. Then Sananura stood up and slowly walked toward the exit.
Sankuan. Where are you going?
To pay homage to His Majesty and then commit seppuku.
Gao Yuan had arrived at the Green Camp headquarters. Robots poured down from the warship like a tide.
A bold soldier opened fire, but in the next instant the warship's laser cannon locked onto him. With a sharp fizz, the world was rid of one foolhardy idiot.
Those robots scaled walls with ease, disarmed opponents barehanded, and could even fly firing lasers from their palms.
At that moment Gao Yuan was donning his personal combat mecha. Leaving the warship to the robots, Gao Yuan flew down from the mecha. He had seen many revolting faces in the news before. This time he would personally throw these people into prison and hand them over to the Supreme Court for a public trial. Some among them wished to return to their roots. Others, misled and misguided, attempted to attack Gao Yuan's Blackfish Legion. Gao Yuan showed no mercy to such stubborn elements, eradicating them with decisive force. Gao Yuan rushed straight to the Yuan Government Affairs Center. Not a single one of those who had been brainwashed and deceived could escape. Many of Kai Kai's subordinates had already fled. but Kai remained. She was now in a panic, uncertain where she could flee. Just moments ago she had witnessed a plane upon takeoff being seized by a mech and forcibly dragged back to the ground. Gao Yuan had descended from the sky and forcibly pulled down a passenger jet attempting to escape. He pierced the cabin door with a single finger, commanding his robots to take control of everyone inside. At this moment none who sought to flee were innocent. Yet Gao Yuan's robots were still too few. The areas he could not control had already descended into hell. Some looted amidst the chaos, others sought vengeance, and still others set fires to cover their tracks. In northern Yuan Bay a great conflagration began to spread. Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. His robots lacked professional firefighting equipment and the warship had no such gear either. In this future world no one had ever considered using a warship to fight fires. After a moment's hesitation Gao Yuan led his robots to the front of the blaze. He had to clear a firebreak or else the entire city of Yuan Bay would be consumed. Gao Yuan ordered the warship to take control of the entire city of Yuan Bay and broadcast a message: all personnel were to remain in their homes or they would be deemed insurgent. The robots rapidly converged on northern Yuan Bay. Gao Yuan had already begun demolishing the structures ahead of the flames, clearing a firebreak before the fire arrived. Just as his mech was frantically clearing the debris, several aircraft flew in, their red banners strikingly visible. These aircraft flew over the flames and began spraying dry ice. 2 hours later the fire was extinguished. The planes circled and then turned back. Gao Yuan opened his mech's communication channel and connected to his wrist device. He saw several missed calls. The mech's signal shielding had prevented him from hearing them earlier. Gao Yuan selected a number and called back. After a series of beeps, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Officer Zhou. Gao Yuan: hello. I am Zhou Zhenli. I saw what happened. The fleet is on its way. What assistance do you require? Zhou Zhenli inquired. I need some soldiers to maintain order, Gao Yuan replied. His robots were still far too few. Stationing a few at each location diluted their numbers significantly. And there were so many cities, each filled with scoundrels exploiting the chaos. All right, I will urge them to land as soon as possible. Gao Yuan acknowledged. He had come to vent and to drill his troops, but this expedition was deeply unsatisfying. These robots designed for arson were now being used for firefighting. He had come to make arrests, yet had spent his time saving a city from burning. Now that the official Xia forces had arrived, Gao Yuan headed straight for the government affairs center. Kai must be captured. Let's go quickly. Where can we go? To Neon by boat. There are so many fishing vessels they can't possibly check them all. Kai was filled with terror. Where can I go? To Sakura Island. It's so close and there are many Xia people in Neon. I'll be recognized there too. That's a concern for later. We must leave now. If we don't it will truly be too late. The car is waiting downstairs. We'll board a ship at Jilong Harbor. Kai sighed, looking around her office. Her premonition had been correct, there would be no future for her. In not going, Kai produced a delicate little pistol and aimed it at her own head. She closed her eyes. I cannot escape. I cannot escape. Her finger tensed, but she couldn't pull the trigger. In the next instant the gun was taken from her. 2 figures flanked her, pinning her arms behind her back and forcibly escorting her out. Who are you? I am the chief commander here. I demand to see your commander. This is inhumane. My arms hurt. But no one paid her any heed. The ones escorting her were of course Gao Yuan's robots. Seated in his mech, Gao Yuan watched as Kai was delivered into a flying vehicle where many familiar faces were already waiting. These people would all be taken to Xia for a public trial. Capturing a city while minimizing harm to civilians was proving more difficult than Gao Yuan had imagined. The main challenge was controlling the chaos. Some extremists were even launching suicide attacks. In this world even the most corrupt regimes had their martyrs. This baffled Gao Yuan. But then, considering that some people could kill their own children and others could eat feces, he supposed he shouldn't be surprised. In a vast forest all sorts of strange birds exist. Gao Yuan never showed mercy to those who sought death. Hours later, a large contingent of Xia Marine Corps landed, their mechanized troops advancing into Yuan Bay. After the handover, Gao Yuan began to withdraw his forces. His objectives had been achieved, what followed was none of his concern. It was better left to the professionals. All robots returned to the warship, which began to ascend. Gao Yuan saw the soldiers below saluting the vessel. His eyes grew a little moist. The climate of Dayuan was indeed humid. As he rose higher his view expanded. Suddenly he noticed a naval battle taking place in the nearby waters.
Gao Yuan was stunned. Who would dare to start a fight at a time like this? He immediately steered the space warship towards the battle. As he drew closer, he recognized the participants. The Xia North Sea Fleet was intercepting the Neon Maritime Self-Defense Force. Gao Yuan laughed in disbelief. He had long sought a pretext to destroy Neon, but to attack them outright seemed uncivilized. At the last distributor conference, when the Neon delegation arrived, Gao Yuan had not troubled them, as business was business. But now Neon had made a move against Xia. And they did so near Xia's territorial waters. This was a blatant provocation. Surely annihilating them now would be justifiable. Furthermore, his earlier destruction of the American aircraft carrier, though it had intimidated many of his countrymen, clearly lacked sufficient deterrent power, as the casualties had been few. Gao Yuan now felt it necessary to reinforce the memory that he was not to be trifled with. Before his warship even arrived, dozens of sea-based missiles streaked towards it. Their trajectories were cunning, capable of automatic course correction, and numerous. Yet none could approach the warship. The laser defense system activated and the missiles exploded in midair, one after another. Neon Maritime Self-Defense Force, for your unprovoked attack on Blackfish technology, I hereby declare that from this day forward Neon is considered an enemy state of Blackfish technology. This conflict will not cease until one side is utterly destroyed. This message was broadcast for all the world's netizens to see. In the waters of Xia Kingdom, missiles filled the sky. Jing Zhong stood at the bow of the ship wielding a command saber. Banzai for the glory of the Empire counterattack. General, the enemy's assault is too fierce, we cannot withstand it. There are missiles in the air, torpedoes in the sea, and submarines below. We have already lost 5 frigates. Baka. If we lose Daiyuan, Neon will be suppressed forever. For the sake of Neon we must hold Daiyuan. Immediately organize the kamikaze special attack unit. As he spoke, a soldier's gaze suddenly froze. General. Baka. Are you listening to me? General, the warship. I know there's a warship. It's flying in the sky. Gao Yuan arrived at the combat zone and all attacks from the Xia Kingdom fleet ceased automatically. Gao Yuan gazed down at the fleet below as hundreds of high-energy laser cannons auto-targeted. Open fire. After speaking, he silently counted 3 numbers. 3, 2, 1. Done. On to Neon. Manhwa, commander of the Xia Kingdom fleet, watched via satellite as dozens of Neon warships, large and small, began to sink. He was stunned. 3 seconds, it only took 3 seconds. The Neon Chancellor emerged trembling from the Neon Imperial Palace, his face aged several years. It was once again a moment of life and death. If Tanaka had not acted, Neon might have survived. But Tanaka had initiated the battle. Just moments ago, San Quanpu saw news from Blackfish Technology. A corporation declaring a nation an enemy was absurd worldwide, yet no one dared disbelieve it. Because Blackfish Technology was different. They truly possessed the capability. San Quanpu wished to commit seppuku, but His Majesty ordered him to confess his guilt before Gao Yuan upon his arrival, hoping this might allow Neon to escape calamity. But where was Gao Yuan? San Quanpu could only beg Meili Kingdom to locate Gao Yuan's warship via satellite, but Meili Kingdom refused to answer his calls. Even the authorities of Meili Kingdom, Xia Kingdom, Maoshan Kingdom and Olyuoba Kingdom had all disabled positioning systems in Neon's territory. Neon was now effectively blind. Gao Yuan had already arrived over Neon. He was deeply conflicted. Laser cannons were invincible against warships, but against a nation's homeland they were inadequate. Even against buildings their power was no greater than ordinary bombs. But deploying nuclear bombs risked radiation spreading to Xia Kingdom due to their proximity. Now Gao Yuan had only one choice left. The antimatter annihilation bomb. This was the ultimate strike of the lunar-class warship. After firing, the ship's power would be severely depleted. The antimatter engine would consume its stored antimatter, leaving only 3 hours of flight, insufficient for long-distance space travel. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuan deemed it necessary to strike. After all this, someone still dared to challenge him. The antimatter cannon produced no radiation, yet its power far surpassed nuclear bombs. He had to establish his authority. Only then could he become the undisputed ruler of this world, making future endeavors far smoother. With that thought, Gao Yuan made his decision. Fire the shot. He then contacted Zhou Jingli. Chief Zhou, I am going to bomb Neon. Immediately notify all Xia Kingdom citizens in Neon to evacuate. I will launch the attack in 3 hours. Zhou Jingli hesitated, wanting to advise but unsure how. All right, I'll notify them immediately. Soon the Xia Kingdom authorities sprang into action. Warships sailed directly to Neon to begin evacuating citizens. The embassy instructed all Xia Kingdom nationals in Neon to leave at once regardless of what they were doing.
The authorities mobilized all civilian airliners and transport planes to fly to Neon. The scale of Xia Kingdom's actions was so massive that other nations immediately sensed danger. They followed suit, beginning their own evacuations. The Neon authorities were bewildered as neighboring countries arrived. Nanchao reacted fastest, even deploying troops to its border to prevent a mass influx of Neon citizens. News of Jing Zhong's complete annihilation reached Neon. But everyone fell silent. The ground self-defense force dared not react. San Quanpo urgently contacted the Xia Kingdom authorities, hoping to reach Gao Yuan through them. But Zhou Zhengli refused. Gao Yuan's decisions were best carried out. At that moment Gao Yuan returned to Muza, loading oil tankers onto the warship. To prevent insufficient power after firing, he needed to transport gasoline to the future world first. This period would allow the Xia Kingdom to complete its evacuation. The warship appeared massive but was inadequate for transport. Flying to the designated location, Gao Yuan didn't even bother cloaking. The Dahu family was stunned by the sight of his colossal space warship. Representatives of the Dahu family even sent someone to inquire about the warship's price. Gao Yuan quoted 3 trillion Nili dollars, a sum that daunted even the Dahu family. Expensive, far too expensive. No matter how advanced the technology, they couldn't afford it. They could only watch enviously as Gao Yuan loaded the tankers. Fuel trucks drove directly onto the warship, 500 at a time, requiring 16 round trips. Fortunately, the distance was short. Upon reaching the predetermined coordinates, Gao Yuan opened a spacetime portal. The oil tankers drove straight into the future world while the warship remained in the real world. Robots followed into the future world, beginning to spill gasoline. Their efficiency was high. Yet after 3 hours Gao Yuan had only covered 4 of the future world's capitals, with half remaining. Gao Yuan contacted Zhou Zhengli, learning the evacuation was still ongoing. He decided to extend by another 3 hours. The people of the future world had no idea what awaited them. Wangchen Jiejia was a member of the Ecological Patrol Team belonging to the Dragon Capital Ecological Patrol Brigade 3rd Squadron 191st Squad. Each capital had 1,000 such squads. Wangchen Jiejia and her team had just flown back to Dragon Capital from the outskirts, having completed the month's workload. As they neared Dragon Capital, Wangchen Jiejia habitually glanced downward and suddenly froze. Someone. The outskirts of Dragon Capital were covered in primeval forests that had grown wild for at least 500 years. Did you see that? Captain, see what? There's someone down there. Impossible. Look at the radiation index, over 1,000. Even a robot would malfunction after a day below. A human without protection would be covered in sores within half a day. How could anyone be there? Wangchen Jiejia was also puzzled. Indeed, it seemed impossible. She looked down again but saw no movement. Was it just her imagination? How about we go down and check? What if there really is someone? Captain, it's unnecessary. Let's head back. Let's do a low-altitude patrol. Alright then. In real time, Gao Yuan finally finished dousing gasoline across the 8 capitals. Hundreds of millions of liters of gasoline had been poured. Each capital would be engulfed in flames beyond even the Sky Shield's protection. They would have no choice but to flee. He wondered how Huangfu Shan's supplies were coming along. Gao Yuan needed to return and check, but first he had to fire a shot to showcase his power to the world. The colossal warship arrived above Neon. Various missiles flew towards it but only added to the display of fireworks. Countless Neon citizens stood below, gazing up at the massive behemoth overhead, their hearts filled with despair. The last group of Xia Kingdom overseas Chinese had just boarded the evacuation warship. They now looked up at the vessel in the sky. Is this the space warship of Blackfish technology? How magnificent! Gao Yuan is a war criminal, he must pay the price. Some gnashed their teeth in bitter curses against him. But when the people around looked over, his heart faltered. He muttered, isn't peaceful coexistence better? War brings death and fuels hatred. No one can guarantee eternal strength. Gao Yuan paid no heed to others' judgments. The fundamental logic of any world was the rule of the strong. Prepare the main cannon. Prepare antimatter for loading. Set target coordinates. Gao Yuan directly aimed at Neon's sacred mountain, Mount Fuji. At that moment, all major nations were watching the space warship's attack on Neon via satellite in real time. Zhou Zhengli sat in his office, his expression grim. A technician beside him was explaining. Gao Yuan's space warship has appeared once before, but its attack method was limited to laser cannons, albeit with immense power, over 100 times greater than our current most powerful laser cannon. This is its second appearance. We speculate the warship possesses both optical and radar stealth capabilities, which is why we usually can't detect it.
But now Gao Yuan likely seeks to demonstrate his might, so he has disabled the stealth. The main cannon is moving. This is the first time he has deployed it. Zhou Jingli asked, what do you think the main cannon's destructive power is? It's unclear, it depends on the projectile's nature.
If it's a nuclear warhead given this size, the maximum yield could be 10 times that of the little boy bomb.
It might not even match the bear's Tsar Bomba. But we don't know if Gao Yuan has other methods.
What other methods could there be?
Zhou Zhengli inquired. It's still unknown.
Based on the main cannon's design, it likely has electromagnetic acceleration capabilities, enabling it to fire electromagnetic projectiles. As he spoke, on the screen the space warship's main cannon flashed with red light.
All of Neon's ground self-defense forces' attention was fixed on the warship.
Attacking it was futile, so they attempted to intercept the projectile. But the moment the projectile left the barrel, those professionals were filled with despair.
They couldn't track its trajectory, it was too fast.
The space warship's main cannon projectile had an initial velocity of 1, the speed of light, or 3,000 kilometers per second, and a terminal velocity exceeding Mach 100. From an altitude of 3,000 meters to the target, it took only 1,000th of a second. At such speed, how could it be intercepted?
It even surpassed the limits of human reaction time. Missiles couldn't be launched in time before the target was struck. After firing, Gao Yuan quickly ascended.
That projectile contained 1,000 grams of antimatter.
How much energy does the annihilation of 1,000 grams of antimatter produce?
It's equivalent to a 40 megaton hydrogen bomb explosion, or the power of 2,000 little boy atomic bombs. This was the first appearance of an antimatter annihilation bomb on Earth. It would surely be the last, as no one would ever wish to witness such a scene again.
Gao Yuan watched as below an eerie silence fell, as if a mute button had been pressed.
Then, with Mount Fuji as the epicenter, the ground began to collapse. Dozens of seconds later, a colossal column of smoke erupted from the mountain's center, reaching an altitude of 5,000 meters.
There was no deafening explosion. No mushroom cloud. No shockwave.
The smoke column was composed of dust and magma.
The entire landmass of Neon shattered like broken glass, riddled with dense cracks.
High-energy gamma rays escaped in all directions. Countless living beings perished silently in the radiation, their forms preserved exactly as they were in life. Soon the cracks grew denser and seawater began to surge up through them. Suddenly the center of Mount Fuji burst open. Then, as if in a movie special effect, the seawater that rushed in began to boil and evaporate.
This was the first time Gao Yuan had seen an ocean boil.
The steam grew thicker, transforming the entire region within 1,000 li into a fairyland.
Hours later, the seawater gradually cooled. A sea breeze blew, dispersing the steam. Below,
where Neon once stood, there was only a calm sea.
As if Neon had never existed.
All the leaders watching Gao Yuan's live broadcast of the attack were expressionless, yet a chill ran through their bodies.
Zhou Jingli stared blankly. What is this? Sir, it should be an antimatter annihilation bomb. Antimatter. Boiling the sea to destroy a nation. This.
The bear's supreme commander, after witnessing Neon's submergence, slumped slightly, his back appearing somewhat hunched.
Annie, the great leader of the Melee Kingdom, sat in her chair, filled with relief that she had surrendered early.
What kind of power was this? There was no massive mushroom cloud, no thunderous explosion, yet it was more terrifying than a hydrogen bomb. The leader of the Southern Dynasty also wiped his sweat. The neighboring nation
was gone. Completely gone, nothing remained. Truly annihilated in body and spirit. Some on the Great Yuan Island also witnessed it.
With the Green Camp authorities arrested, many institutions were semi-independent.
The island's aerospace department had seen Gao Yuan's sea-boiling nation-destroying feat via satellite.
They recorded it and posted it on Douyin. Soon the video went viral and the islanders below expressed their relief.
Thank goodness Gao Yuan didn't fire a shot at the Great Yuan Island, or we'd be gone by now. Gao Yuan was also stunned.
Was the antimatter annihilation bomb so ruthless? Fortunately, it was in his hands. But thinking that such weapons would be plentiful in the future world, Gao Yuan couldn't help worrying. Since he had burned the 8 great capitals, wouldn't the development directorate take a desperate risk and launch one at him?
Gao Yuan suspected that if 100 kilograms were used directly, the entire Earth might be destroyed. That was too much. 1 kilogram was excessive. For a long time, the coastal areas of the East Asian Sea would become scorching given the massive heat concentrated there.
If he had known, he would have used less. 100 grams should have been sufficient.
But now that it was done, there was no taking it back. So be it.
This scene would ensure no one dared to oppose him for at least 100 years.
Now Gao Yuan had to go to another world to attend to important matters.
He had been engaged in such deeds these past few days. The warship would remain in the real world for now. Without a spaceport, Gao Yuan had to temporarily park it on the Moza Great Green Mountain.
This area also fell under Blackfish Technologies' domain, though many parts remained undeveloped. Gao Yuan entered the future world from Muza.
He first needed to ensure Huang Fushan had prepared sufficient supplies and space flyers for the eventual evacuation. Entering the 2024 clubhouse, Gao Yuan summoned Huang Fushan. How are your procurement efforts?
As per your instructions, I procured as many supplies and flyers as possible.
There are 100000 flyers currently parked in the underground garages of Dragon Capital. We have some supplies in our warehouses. I asked Elder Qin to rent 1 million square meters of underground storage for us, and the supplies are all there.
Is there any money left? There's still 300 billion.
How could there be so much left?
Gao Yuan frowned.
There was no time. Just now a robot had contacted him via neural link. A patrol squad had discovered the outskirts of Dragon Capital. They had already subdued the squad, but it was uncertain whether the squad had sent a warning signal.
Therefore, to ensure success, Gao Yuan had to order ignition. As for those robots, he couldn't worry about them now, they could be produced later.
At the outskirts of Dragon Capital, Wanshan Jejia led her patrol squad as they lowered the altitude of their flying vehicle. She felt something was amiss below. As they descended, she was shocked to discover a narrow path hidden among the once dense vegetation, subtle yet discernible with careful observation. Why would there be traces of human activity in such a place?
Wanshan Jejia cast aside all hesitation. Keep descending. Captain, what have you found?
There are traces. Shall we deploy the reconnaissance drone and check below?
The drone flew out from the vehicle, diving beneath the towering canopy.
Through the virtual feed, Wanshan Jejia saw a clear path below. And there were figures moving.
People. We must descend and disperse them.
Wanshan Jejia made an instant decision. Though the others found her somewhat overzealous, the discovery of man-made traces left them no choice. If they didn't investigate and the higher-ups found out, dismissal was certain. Thus no one objected. The flying vehicle weaved through the treetops, finally landing with difficulty. The moment they landed, Wanshan Jejia saw several figures moving about. Without protective suits, she noticed collars around their necks. They were all robots.
Who sent you? What are you doing here? Wanshan Jejia demanded. The robots, following Gao Yuan's orders, immediately moved to control anyone who discovered their presence. All exposed robots emitted brainwaves, summoning over 1,000 units from the perimeter to surround Wanshan Jejia's squad. Receiving no answer, Wanshan Jejia prepared to scan the robot's serial numbers to identify their owner.
Before she could move, a cry from her team member revealed the robots had seized their flying vehicle.
Wanshan Jejia froze. What was happening?
How dare they take her vehicle?
What are you doing? We're the Ecological Patrol Squad from the Development Agency.
The robots remained silent. This was also Gao Yuan's command. Without his permission, no one was to disclose the mission's purpose.
Do not resist or you will die. A robot spoke.
Wanshan Jejia sensed something was wrong, but after so many years no one had ever dared to act against them. Thus, though worried, she wasn't overly alarmed, believing no one would dare harm them here. Yet the outcome defied her expectations.
The robots swiftly confiscated all their equipment.
Wanshan Jejia was at a loss on how to handle this situation. What were these robots doing here? With their thick protective suits, they couldn't smell the gasoline, only seeing puddles of unknown liquid on the ground.
Robot Hui contacted Gao Yuan. He gave the order ignite.
After issuing the command, Gao Yuan instructed Huang Fushan to initiate an emergency evacuation.
At the 2024 club, a broadcast rang out.
Dear members, please evacuate immediately.
Immediately.
Flying vehicles are at the entrance, all members board now.
Xingang, tending to his orchids on the 25th floor, was bewildered by the announcement. What was happening? Other members shared his confusion.
But everyone knew the club was Gao Yuan's property and he was a descendant of the Gao family. Despite their bewilderment, they followed the crowd outside.
Outside, the city was filled with alarms. Residents on the outskirts witnessed the most horrifying spectacle of their lives.
A flame like a fire dragon spread rapidly, encircling Dragon Capital.
Towering flames dozens of meters high turned everything into fuel.
The fire dragon advanced swiftly. At the Dragon Capital spaceport, workers saw dozens of ignition points around the city merging into one.
The city's dome faced its most severe test since construction.
Panic spread among those on the edges. Those with flying vehicles scrambled aboard, preparing to flee Dragon Capital. Those without rushed to public transit points. Some of the lower class had never moved so fast in their lives. The streets were clogged with flying vehicles.
No report was needed.
The director of Dragon Capital's administration was frantic.
What's happening?
How did such a massive fire start? Notify the Dragon Capital Sky Army Base immediately. The Sky Army Base, faced with the towering inferno, was at a loss. Open flames had been absent for years. Even if firefighting equipment existed, it was with the Ecological Patrol, which only handled lightning-induced fires. The blaze now stretched over 100 kilometers. How could it be extinguished? Even with preparation, such a fire couldn't be quelled quickly. The only hope was for the dome to hold long enough for residents to evacuate. All 8 major capitals of Earth's human settlements were in the same plight. In the capital, the development agency Su Mayan watched satellite images with a grim expression. He knew more than the average person that all 8 capitals were burning simultaneously with such infernos. He realized some secrets could no longer be hidden. Where could so many people evacuate to? Once they flew beyond the 8 capital zones, they would soon discover no nuclear radiation existed outside. Unlike fixed-route tourist shuttles, this was a mass exodus. Most flying vehicles lacked spacefaring capabilities, so Su Mayan couldn't possibly take everyone off Earth. At that moment, his secretary arrived. Secretary General, the vehicle is ready. Please leave quickly. According to the capital administration's estimate, extinguishing the fire will take at least 7 days, but the capital's dome can only hold for 3 hours. So, the flames will reach the city and then it will be uncontrollable. So all 8 capitals will be reduced to ashes. The secretary lowered his head, offering no answer, but the implication was clear. As they spoke, Su Qian entered. Father, we must leave now. Where can we go? Su Qian was also bewildered. Indeed, where could they go? After this great fire, many secrets would be exposed. Without cities to confine, the lower-class unrest would erupt. Worse, once secrets were revealed, even the Sky Army would become unstable. Particularly the mid- and low-ranking officers, their worldview would shatter, making orders difficult to enforce. Let's go to Mars. Mars is all our people. Su Qian said. Su Qian, if I order nuclear bombs to extinguish the fire now? Su Qian didn't answer, only looking at his father with sorrowful eyes. Su Mayan waved his hand. Enough, I can't very well bomb Earth again. Let's go to Mars. Where are old Zhou and the others? Uncles Zhou and Zhang are already at the spaceport. Su Mayan sighed. She lifted her head. Let's go. To Mars. Gao Yuan sat in the flying car, which carried dozens of people, most of them former high-ranking officials. The flying car burst through the sky dome and sped outward. Director Gao, where are we heading? First we leave Longjing. The Great Fire will soon engulf Longjing City. Among these people, some knew the inside story while others knew nothing. Zhou Wuguan, once one of the 3 titans and a cousin of Zhou Zhenyuan, was privy to many secrets. He now gazed out with a complicated expression. He then looked at Gao Yuan. The Gao family was ruthless. Years ago, to break the development directorate's monopoly, Gao Qiu had orchestrated the asteroid tragedy, the largest mining disaster in human history, and pinned the blame on the directorate. But Zhou Wuguang knew it was Gao Qiu's scheme aimed at striking the directorate and installing his own people in the asteroid belt to control the mines. That incident had forced Zhou Wuguang to step down as equipment division chief, allowing his cousin Zhou Zhenyuan to rise. Now Zhou Wuguang was a marginal figure in the Zhou family. In essence, his current plight was thanks to Gao Qiu. And now Gao Yuan, Gao Qiu's grandson, seemingly harmless, had pulled off such a colossal feat. Setting fire to Longjing. No, that wasn't it. He must have burned all 8 capital cities. Only then could the directorate's monopoly be utterly shattered. But how had he managed it? Such a massive operation, yet no one noticed. And with so much fuel needed, how did Gao Yuan acquire it? The Gaos were all ruthless. This fire would claim countless lives. But the blame would undoubtedly fall on the development directorate. Zhou Wuguang even felt a flicker of relief, glad he had stepped down. This affair couldn't touch him. But Zhou Zhenyuan. That was another matter. Qin Gang stared at the inferno outside the window, his face full of pity. After this fire, many will surely die. Gao Yuan fell silent. There were too many people, some would inevitably fail to escape. Gao Yuan hadn't intended to kill them. He had even prepared many flying cars, but it was a drop in the bucket. If anyone perished, it would be by his hand. He had started the fire. Just as he was wrestling with his thoughts, a new message arrived via his brain implant. With a thought, he read it in his mind. It was from Gao Gon. Gao Yuan, there are 6 settlements within 1,000 kilometers of Longjing. They are now fully open. Longjing residents can be temporarily housed in these 6 areas. Gao Yuan saw the 6 coordinates. His spirits lifted. Gao Gon had prepared. He had known that besides the 8 capitals, Earth had some small settlements, but he had never visited them or understood their nature or purpose.
Gao Yuan immediately went to the front of the flying car, entered the coordinates on the map and broadcast a message to the surroundings. The sky was filled with flying cars. Any vehicle within 10 kilometers of Gao Yuan's car would receive the broadcast. He also sent the coordinates and message to Huangfu Shan, instructing her to relay it to all the cars she had prepared. Gao Yuan wanted to settle these people in the settlements as quickly as possible, then return to Longjing to pick up more. He strove to save as many lives as he could. As the flying car exited the radiation belt surrounding Longjing, he deliberately had the windows opened. Those unaware of the truth looked terrified. But when Gao Yuan took out a radiation detector which showed the ambient radiation was nearly zero, Xin Gang and Zhou Wuguang sighed. Yet some still hadn't caught on. No radiation here. There never was any radiation, Gao Yuan stated flatly. The car fell into a hushed, eerie silence. Those aboard were all power players, though of different ranks. Their minds were far more complex than common folks. Soon everyone understood. The cabin was filled only with the sound of breathing, a chilling sound. Puff puff. Gao Yuan said nothing, and soon they arrived at the settlement. Robots were distributing compressed tents. These tents, when compressed, were only the size of a basketball, but once opened they expanded to over 30 square meters, enough to accommodate more than a dozen people in such dire times. Getting out of the car, Gao Yuan ordered the robots to drive the flying cars back to Longjing to fetch more people. Xin Gang pulled Gao Yuan into a tent. President Qin, you wanted to see me. You started the fire, didn't you? Why do you say that, President Qin? No one else has the audacity for such a grand move. Those people to make everything seem real, even controlled natural resources just to convince everyone that without their protection Earth was uninhabitable. Gao Yuan neither admitted nor denied it. What's the next move for your Gao family? What do you think I should do, President Qin? Build new cities, thoroughly cleanse the radiation belts, and prepare for war. Xin Gang said. Do you think there will be war, President Qin? Gao Yuan countered. Do you think there won't be? Xin Gang shot back. I don't know. I just wanted to be a businessman. I don't meddle in military or political affairs. Ha ha. Gao Yuan, you're just like your grandfather Gao Qiu. Do you know that? Gao Yuan wanted to say he had no grandfather. I'm not really sure about that. You're both the same kind. Actually. Sai, you have your reasons for doing this, and they aren't bad people. Well, since it's come to this, I have nothing more to say. Gao Yuan felt that the old fox Qin Gang must know more inside information. You don't think they're bad people? Everyone has their hardships. In fact, wouldn't it be a good thing for them if humanity grew stronger? Why did they choose this path? Gao Yuan had never considered it. When he had asked Gao Gon before, Gao Gon only said the development directorate wanted to control humanity forever. But what Qin Gang said made sense too. The sense of achievement from human expansion would have boosted the directorate's approval ratings, and it would never collapse. So why did they choose this way? It seemed unreasonable. Gao Gon still hadn't told him everything. Even Qin Gang knew some inside stories, so Gao Gon and Gao Qiu must know even more. At that moment, Gao Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to contact Gao Gon immediately, but after a moment's hesitation he gave up. President Qin, you mentioned war. Who do you think will win? Qin Gang paused. Before you had no chance. Now it's 50-50. It's just a difference in paths, there was no need to go this far. No matter what Gao Yuan asked afterward, the old fox answered with perfect evasion. Gao Yuan knew he wouldn't get any more information. He stepped out of the tent and began observing the settlement. This settlement was far more complex than he had imagined. Gao Yuan initially thought this place was merely akin to a village. Yet upon closer observation he discovered it was filled with various devices. He wandered around trying to see more clearly. At that moment a young man approached. Director Gao, greetings. I am a fellow of the Human Federation Academy of Sciences and a student of President Gao. My name is Lin Xiao. A student of Gao Gon. Gao Yuan extended his hand. Greetings, fellow Lin. Director Gao must have many questions. I have worked in this settlement for 20 years. I built it with my own hands. President Gao has established 100 such settlements across the globe. Why? Gao Yuan asked. Over 20 years ago Gao Qiu began orchestrating temporal nodes and Gao Gon started planning these settlements. Had they already conspired to burn the 8 great capitals back then? Why are you telling me this? Gao Yuan inquired. Lin Xiao pointed to a building ahead, the only structure in this settlement. This is Environmental Monitoring Station No. 021.
However, unlike the Ecological Patrol of the Development Agency, this station belongs to the Human Federation Parliament.
That is our monitoring station. Director Gao, please accompany me inside to have a look. Gao Yuan found it hard to comprehend.
If these stations were built 20 years ago, how could the Development Agency have agreed? And why had they never sabotaged them nor planted radiation belts around the area all these years? Filled with confusion, Gao Yuan nonetheless followed Lin Xiao toward the station. The station was immense and towering. Standing beneath it, Gao Yuan craned his neck until it ached.
It stands 512 meters tall.
In Dragon Capital this would be an ordinary building, but here it offers a view of the landscape for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. Lin Xiao spoke as he led Gao Yuan inside. Through the door, Gao Yuan saw a long corridor lined with virtual scenes on both sides playing something on a loop.
This recounts the founding of the Human Federation. Gao Yuan was now observing the scenes on the left.
In 2030 AD, the Third World War erupted. The Western Bloc relentlessly pressed toward the heart of Bear Country.
Mid-year Bear Country nuked England and France.
The nuclear war had begun. At that time, Huaxia adhered to peace and held the line, but was ambushed by an atomic bomb from the southern A3. Subsequently, Huaxia joined the fray and nuked A3. The nuclear war reached its peak. Global trade ceased, grain prices skyrocketed, and war, plague and famine swept the world. The conflict lasted 10 years. During the decade, over 3,000 nuclear warheads were detonated, shrouding most of the Earth in the gloom of nuclear radiation. After the war, the global population plummeted to just 2 billion, with 1 billion being Xia nationals. The Xia government stepped forward, calling for the establishment of a community with a shared future for mankind. The following year, the Earth Human Destiny Community Office was founded, the precursor to the Human Federation. As the Xia people held an absolute dominant position. Over 20 years, Chinese language and Xia culture became the absolute mainstream. Humanity was forced to huddle in a few areas untouched by nuclear fallout, eventually forming 8 metropolitan circles, the prototype of the 8 great capitals. Afterward, the Human Destiny Community was reorganized into the Human Federation. At this point, humanity truly cast aside prejudices, erasing distinctions of nation, ethnicity, and region.
Technology entered a fast lane. This ushered in an era known as the technological explosion, lasting 300 years.
During this period, fundamental physics and mathematics advanced significantly. Applied physics and applied chemistry evolved with each passing day. Due to the sharp decline in arable land caused by nuclear radiation, people tightened their belts and endured the most difficult times. Later, the advent of nutrient paste and thermostatic clothing sparked a population explosion. In 300 years, the population increased more than tenfold. Watching each historical event unfold before him, Gao Yuan finally understood why the future world held so many people and why all were Han Chinese.
So that was it.
Though significant, was any of this connected to the current incident?
Gao Yuan looked up.
Lin Xiao was still beside him.
Director Gao, what are your thoughts? The journey here was not easy.
Indeed, everything was beautiful until 200 years ago, when a rift emerged among humanity's high echelons.
What happened 200 years ago? Gao Yuan asked.
Lin Xiao shook his head.
I'm not certain of the specifics. Perhaps President Gao knows. Fellow Lin, did you bring me in just to show me this? Gao Yuan inquired. Of course not. Let's go further inside.
Before them lay a vast elliptical hall covering over 1,000 square meters with a ceiling height exceeding 20 meters. At the center of the hall stood a colossal needle. Its base diameter surpassed 20 meters.
What is this? A receiver. Receiving what? Cosmic signals from beyond the solar system.
Besides these receivers, we have tens of thousands of satellite detectors throughout the solar system.
All their findings converge on Earth for analysis. Gao Yuan was now thoroughly perplexed.
With such advanced technology, why would they need to build such a massive receiver to capture signals?
It defied logic. Unless they knew something.
For a future world with such cutting-edge technology to go to such lengths to monitor and receive signals, it had to be a matter of grave importance.
Could the rift 200 years ago have stemmed from this? Gao Yuan looked at Lin Xiao.
You've been here for 20 years.
Any findings?
Lin Xiao shook his head.
Nothing at all. Initially, after a year, I thought it was a waste of time and wanted to return. President Gao told me then that finding nothing was the best outcome.
If our work ever bore fruit, it might mean the end of the solar system.
Gao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. So that was it.
Why, with such advanced technology, had they never launched probes beyond the solar system?
If this concerned the entire civilization, it was no wonder the development agency hadn't interfered.
Fellow Lin, what is the maximum capacity of this place?
With thermostatic clothing, people can live directly in the forests. The only challenge is food. Over the years I've stockpiled enough nutrient paste here to feed 1 billion people for half a year. 1 billion people. That was substantial. According to Lin Xiao, there were 100 such settlements. If all were similarly equipped, that would be enough to feed 100 billion people for half a year. Earth currently held just over 40 billion people, with humanity totaling 50 billion, though many were scattered across planets in the solar system. Calculating this way, at least a year's worth of rations was secured. Given the efficiency of the future world, a year would be ample time to build new cities. This brought Gao Yuan some comfort. Director Gao, I may need your support. Me? Support for what? Robots. Ah. President Gao told me to seek you out if I need robots and raw materials. Are we still short of raw materials here? Yes. I've prepared all kinds of equipment in advance, but we lack the raw materials. Now that human minds are all beyond Earth, there's bound to be a long period of chaos after this happens. The mining industry has always been monopolized by the Development Directorate. We don't have large-scale equipment. Some minerals are byproducts of other industries. Producing robots requires hundreds of types of mineral raw materials. Even if we start searching for mines on Earth now, building a complete system will take 2 to 3 years. We can't wait that long. If we do, I'm afraid the Development Directorate will make a comeback. Gao Yuan knew he had always been a pawn in Gao Qiu's game, but now they wouldn't even consult him, they just placed the problem right before his eyes. This was coercion. Gao Yuan was furious. He wanted to see Gao Qiu. He even began to suspect that he might not be Gao Qiu's son at all, nor of the Gao bloodline, otherwise why would they care so little about his life or death? Seeing Gao Yuan's expression, Lin Xiao handed him a card. It was a message card. Gao Yuan folded it in his hand and a video projection appeared before him. In the video was Gao gone. Gao Yuan, my brother, a great mission now falls upon you. I know you have many doubts and I will give you an explanation later. But for now this world needs you. This is our home. No matter the path ahead, we must forge forward courageously. You accomplished the feat of burning the 8 capitals, which shows you've gained considerable influence in that world. Congratulations, but our work has only just begun. For this day our father waited 150 years and I waited 100 years. A new era has dawned. The future belongs to you, to me, to the Gao family. Humanity is destined to venture into deep space. Keep going, my brother. Gao Yuan finished watching. He tossed the card away. Such message cards were void after a single viewing. Where is Gao gone now? I don't know. Not long ago he came to me and gave me this, saying if you weren't satisfied after seeing the monitoring station I should give it to you. Gao Yuan grew even angrier. He suddenly remembered the brain message he had received from Gao Gon earlier. So he immediately accessed the brain message system and sent a message to Gao Gon. Gao Gon, you owe me an explanation now. Sorry, I'm not on Earth right now. I'll contact you as soon as I return. Gao Gon, stop pretending. I know you're there. Sorry, I'm not on Earth right now. I'll contact you as soon as I return. If you keep this up, I'll quit. I'll go back to that world and never come again. I can still live freely. Sorry. I am Dean Gao's robot. He is not here right now. Gao Yuan was speechless. A robot. Lin Xiao saw Gao Yuan's expression and silently left. Gao Yuan stood dazed in the settlement, watching flying vehicles zip back and forth in the sky as the settlement's boundaries continuously expanded outward. Gao Yuan saw people crying and laughing. Some were numb. But more stood blankly in the wilderness, staring at the surrounding grass and trees as if they had lost their minds. Some were even gnawing on tree trunks, their mouths full of debris. Others dug up handfuls of soil, laughing and crying at once. Gao Yuan saw Qin Magutan sitting under a large tree holding a lighter. He flicked it on, then pressed his finger against the flame to extinguish it. His face was expressionless, lost in thought. Gao Yuan recalled his first arrival in this world when he met Qin Magutan, who had guided him into his journey through the future world. Gao Yuan walked over brother Qin. Qin Magutan spun around, startled. Gao, Mr. Gao. Just call me Gao Yuan. Why are you sitting here alone? This tree, just one of them, would be priceless in Longjing. Even this blade of grass could be traded for a carload of thermostatic suits. Now, I can just grab a handful. Qin Magutan pulled up a clump of grass, its juices spreading through the air. Mr. Gao. Tell me. Why did you all do this? Qin Magutan's gaze was complex. Yet his heart still held deep reverence for Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan shook his head. Not us. Them. Qin Magutan shot to his feet. Who? You've spent so long at the 2024 club, don't you know who really rules on Earth? Qin Magutan's face twisted with confusion. The development directorate. But why? Qin Magutan couldn't understand. What benefit did caging them like this bring to the directorate? More importantly, if it was just confinement, why deceive them with the nuclear radiation story? Gao Yuan couldn't explain either. Is this just to showcase the privileges of the elite? Qin Magutan remained baffled. Brother Qin, I only learned the truth a few days before you. So I'm just as lost. Qin Magutan didn't believe it. After all, Gao Yuan was Gao Qiu's grandson. Just then Li Qingmei arrived. These were Gao Yuan's early partners. Gao Yuan really doesn't know. How do you know? Li Qingmei greedily took a deep breath. This fresh scent is intoxicating. Commander Gao Qiu once took action against the development directorate and even forced Zhou Wuguan, one of the three titans, to resign in disgrace. The Gao family is their sworn enemy. Commander Gao Qiu naturally knew the truth, but he understood that revealing this secret back then would likely lead to an accident. Gao Yuan was born too late. By then Commander Gao Qiu's glory had already faded considerably. Qin Magutan still couldn't grasp it. But where did Gao Yuan's supplies come from? Clearly those items only existed in the outside world. Li Qingmei glanced at Gao Yuan. Only Director Gao knows that. This wilderness hasn't seen humans for centuries. With towering trees everywhere, finding a small one isn't easy. And with animal resources so scarce, the plants have run wild. Finding a fruit tree is very hard. This woman Li Qingmei was no simple character. Perhaps she knew something. After all, she had once nearly entered the Qin family, marrying the man who became Secretary General of the Human Federation. Boss Li, you know quite a lot. So tell me, what was the deal with this great fire? Li Qingmei let out a charming laugh. Oh, I wouldn't dare say. Ha ha. Gao Yuan joined in the laughter. Is there anything Boss Li fears? Of course. The Gaos, all of you are heroes and schemers. Sigh. This woman couldn't be allowed to stay. Gao Yuan looked at Li Qingmei, but she seemed utterly unaware of his scrutiny, crouching on the ground to pluck a small flower. With her back to him, she revealed a perfect curve of waist and hips. Boss Qin, do you know what's most valuable now? Qin Magutan was taken aback. Why had the topic suddenly been tossed to him? What was most valuable? In this situation, food. Li Qingmei shook her head. It's water. Ask Director Gao if you don't believe me. Most of those who escaped were deeply shaken. It had been ages since they had witnessed such a scene. This lush verdant landscape was something one could only see in a game. Yet now they could sit under the great trees amidst the grass, and even the mosquitoes in the thicket seemed endearingly cute. Lin Xiao activated the backup generator and retrieved the construction bugs he had prepared earlier, beginning to build a new city according to the blueprint. But progress was slow due to a shortage of materials. This meant Gao Yuan needed to provide raw supplies. Lin Xiao stood before Gao Yuan. Director Gao, I'm counting on you. We need all kinds of materials. For a new city housing tens of billions, how much material would that require? Gao Yuan couldn't calculate it, but he knew that even if he shipped all the steel from the real world, it would be a drop in the bucket. So he had to ramp up mining in reality. The steel needed for building a new city, I can't provide it. The quantity is too vast. We don't need steel. I only require raw materials to construct 100 million robots. For steel, we can salvage it from the 8 capitals after the Great Fire dies down. Steel remains steel even after being burned. Lin Xiao stated. Gao Yuan was taken aback. Then chuckled to himself. He was right. What did burning matter? The steel was still usable. At the same time, we'll recruit a large number of workers to participate in building the new city. This is a dream job opportunity for many. Gao Yuan nodded. I understand. I'll send the raw materials as soon as possible. With that, Gao Yuan looked up at the sky. Gao Gon had left Earth, likely headed for the asteroid belt. He wondered what schemes Gao Gon and Gao Qiu, father and son, were plotting. What other cards did they have up their sleeves? By now the 3 leaders of the Development Administration should have fled to Mars, the organization's second stronghold. For now, Gao Yuan's only worry was one thing. The fire in the 8 capitals was growing fiercer. Would it burn for years? He even considered returning to the real world to fetch some firefighting equipment. Lin Xiao seemed to read Gao Yuan's concern. Thick smoke billowed in the distant sky, darkening the heavens even from here. The canopy over Dragon Capital had been burned through when the flames swept into the city. Unchecked, the fire not only ravaged Dragon Capital but also spread outward. Gao Yuan feared that if the blaze continued for a month it would surely reach their current settlement. Director Gao, are you worried about the fire? Gao Yuan was startled. Do you have a solution? Of course. Don't worry, Director Gao. The fire won't spread beyond its bounds. As he spoke, Gao Yuan noticed the sky above growing even darker. A wind blew from the east, picking up strength, and the temperature dropped. It'll be fine soon. Isn't that rain cloud heading to where it's needed? This is the intelligent weather control system. It was deployed about 500 years ago but abandoned after less than a century. 3 years ago, President Gao secretly sent people to repair these weather satellites in Earth's orbit. They were fixed but never activated until now. It seems activation was successful. Could humans really control the weather? Gao Yuan recalled several sci-fi movies that had envisioned such a thing. But in this future world the technology had already become obsolete. Perhaps because everyone had thermostatic suits and the 8 capitals were shielded by domes that kept people in the most comfortable temperatures. As for other areas, since no one lived there was no need to care. Gao Yuan marveled at the advanced technology of the future. In the real world, humans could at most influence the weather, but they were far from being able to control it. Director Gao, you're young so you probably haven't heard of it. It's essentially a network of high-frequency smart satellites that once in orbit can emit various wavelengths and frequencies to affect the gathering and dispersal of clouds and drive the exchange of hot and cold air. This achieves the goal of controlling the weather. Gao Yuan didn't understand the technology. All he wanted to know was whether he could bring such satellites back to the real world, making him a god of weather. At that moment, rain clouds swept overhead and began to gather around Dragon Capital. About half an hour later, raindrops started to fall, growing heavier. Eventually it formed an impenetrable curtain of rain. Gao Yuan could only see a blur of white mist thickening in the distance, likely a mix of smoke and steam. With this downpour, Gao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The fire was no longer a concern. This arson incident had unfolded entirely within Gao Gan's predictions. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly. He too was just a pawn in this game. Time to go, Gao Yuan said. Director Gao, where are you headed? To get you the raw materials. Gao Yuan boarded a flying vehicle with Yuan, his most loyal guard, by his side. The vehicle soared into the distance. Once they reached a secluded spot, Gao Yuan landed in a dense forest. He calculated the coordinates. This spot in the real world corresponded roughly to Linzhou. It was time to return. Stepping through the spacetime portal, Gao Yuan appeared in the woods of Linzhou People's Park. As soon as he emerged, a flash of white blinded him. Before he could react, a scream pierced the air. Ah, pervert! A woman scrambled to pull up her pants as she ran. Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. Damn, this is a huge misunderstanding. Man, you didn't even... As Gao Yuan stepped out of the woods, a crowd surrounded him. A woman pointed at him. It's him. He peeped at me while I was using the toilet. A group of men rushed forward pointing at Gao Yuan. You punk! Holy shit! Gee, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan quickly denied it. No, it's not me. I'm not Gao Yuan. Anjio, hold them off. This was way too embarrassing. If word got out that Gao Yuan, founder of Blackfish Technology, had been caught peeping at a woman in Linzhou Park, his reputation would be ruined. It is you. Same voice. And your bodyguard, we've seen him before. Gao Yuan, big shot, you're back in Linzhou. I'm really not Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan tried to leave, but a man shouted, Gao Yuan is here. Gao Yuan is back. In an instant, people seemed to pour out of nowhere, surrounding Gao Yuan in layers upon layers. Gao Yuan, you're a legend. You took down Neon. I drank half a kilo of liquor yesterday to celebrate. You're the pride of Linzhou. What do they call you online? God Gao. Stronger than a Gundam. Reclaiming Dayuan, sinking Neon, God Gao mighty. God Gao mighty. In such a situation, Gao Yuan had no choice but to admit it. Everyone listen to me. Don't crowd around. I'm just an ordinary businessman. Blackfish Technology has always been at your service. It really is Gao Yuan. Ah, Gao Yuan likes girls like me. He was peeping at me just now. Sis, Gao Yuan likes girls like me. Brother, did you know? Gao Yuan likes girls like me. The woman who had screamed earlier was now proudly boasting. But Gao Yuan wanted to die. Gao Yuan never expected such a commotion upon his return. In the end, even the mayor and television stations showed up. Escorted by a group of police officers, Gao Yuan left People's Park. It was also his first time riding in a police car. Even after they had traveled a great distance, he could still see that elder sister waving from behind. Gao Yuan, remember to find me. The corner of Gao Yuan's mouth twitched. "Officer, can we go any faster?" "Sure thing, boss Gao." "Are you heading back to Musa or somewhere else?" "Back to Musa." They sped all the way, arriving in Musa by afternoon.
Fortunately, the people of Musa had seen Gao Yuan many times and weren't too excited, so he made it back to his old residence without trouble. No sooner had he sat down than Zhang Bai arrived with Lin Mei and Bai Moyu. Zhang Bai was even carrying a bottle of liquor. "Old Gao, today we drink till we drop." "I don't drink." "How can you not drink? Do you have any idea how famous you are on the internet? The President of the United States himself praised you as the greatest scientist of the 21st century." "What? A scientist?" Gao Yuan himself had no idea. Zhang Bai poured himself a glass, filled Gao Yuan's glass, then pulled out a bottle of Bordeaux. "Ladies, have some red wine." Before Gao Yuan could speak, Zhang Bai downed his drink in one gulp. "Old Gao, I knew following you was the right call. Now a bunch of foreign dignitaries are scrambling to meet me and discuss cooperation with Blackfish technology. I never fucking imagined I'd see the day when I wouldn't even bother giving a second glance to prime ministers and premiers of small countries. Our Blackfish technology is truly badass." "Old Zhang, you're getting cocky." Zhang Bai's eyes widened. "Shouldn't I be? I'm your right-hand man. You have no idea how pumped I was watching you bomb Neon. Absolutely epic, really epic. Hundreds of kilometers of sea boiled over, steam everywhere. Those Neon islands crumbled like rice crackers soaked in water. It's a shame you struck too fast. I had so many teachers in Neon. If only I could have saved them. They were the ones who accompanied my youth. And your warship parked right on Dacheng Mountain. The country has dispatched a special unit to cordon it off. No one is allowed in, not even to fly over." Gao Yuan really didn't know any of this. He had been in a hurry to burn the 8 great capitals, and now that he was back, the situation was just beginning to unfold. Lin Mei looked at Gao Yuan with admiration. Bai Moyu was also a little excited. She poured herself a glass, raised it, and said, "Come, a toast to Blackfish technology, a toast to Gao Yuan." "Cheers." Lin Mei had never drunk alcohol before, but under the circumstances she poured half a glass and raised it. Their glasses clinked together. "Awesome." Zhang Bai downed his drink in one gulp, his face turning red. "Don't drink like that. He'll have Gigi and Shui prepare some dishes." Gao Yuan said. "Who needs food? Talking is enough to go with the drink. By the way, Su Ling should be back in a few days. Everything's going smoothly in the States. No one dares to cause us trouble now. She said she wants to come back and report to you. It's good that she's coming back." They chatted on. But the world outside was far from peaceful. The United States was in full retreat. In various hotspots previously suppressed by the US, the embers of war were beginning to ignite. Religious and territorial conflicts remain the primary contradictions on Earth. Unless there is only one ethnicity and one regime on the planet. In the United States, New York City, Su Lin looked over the reports. The past few days in the American market had been unexpectedly smooth. The major conglomerates seemed to have changed their tune, fully cooperating with Blackfish Technology's pace. The US president frequently praised Gao Yuan in televised addresses. Now many Chinese companies were beginning to enter the US market. Besides, TikTok's international version Little Green Book had also become popular in the States recently. WeChat, Didi and others were also conquering new territory. Everything seemed to be going well. But the US stock market was a sea of red. With the collapse of American hegemony, the capital markets had taken the hardest hit and the purchasing power of the US dollar was steadily declining. Inflation in the US market was beginning to surge sharply. In a red state, Donghuang was giving a speech. "America has now degenerated into a semi-colony of China. Our markets and industries are fully open to China. Look at the app stores now, 4 out of the top 5 apps are Chinese. Our president has become the spokesperson for Blackfish technology. America belongs to Americans, not to China. If I take office, I will abolish all agreements with China, revitalize American industry and vigorously develop American technology. Wake up. If this continues, America will become worse than India. Make America great again. Support me." The crowd below began to chant. "Support Donghuang, take back the presidency." Annie stepped down. Only Donghuang can save America. China's periphery was eerily quiet. The Southeast Asian nations were keeping their heads down, tacitly accepting the maritime demarcation lines announced by China. Gao Yuan was too ruthless. That space battleship was too devastating. One shot could annihilate a nation, not a single exception, and even the land itself would vanish. Who would dare to provoke him now? When Gao Yuan woke up in the morning, his head ached.
Zhang Bai had dragged him into drinking. Who knew how much the night before? Although some food had arrived later, he was already dizzy. He didn't even remember how he fell asleep. Gao Yuan raised his hand to check the time, but his hand touched someone's body. The owner of that body let out a soft, drowsy murmur. Instantly Gao Yuan was sober. How did Lin Mei end up sleeping next to him? He looked at himself, then at Lin Mei. Damn, what had happened last night? He slowly turned, trying to avoid this awkward moment, only to see Bai Moyu sleeping soundly on his left. Hiss. Gao Yuan wriggled out from under the covers, picked up his clothes from the floor, slowly put them on and walked out. The moment he stepped out the door, he felt something under his foot and immediately heard a cry of pain. Looking down, he saw Zhang Bai sleeping at the doorstep. He had just stepped on his hand. Why are you sleeping here? Gao Yuan asked. Zhang Bai rubbed his eyes, then grimaced. Why does my whole body hurt? No shit, who wouldn't hurt after sleeping on a stone floor all night? Makes sense. Where did you sleep? Where are Sister Lin and Sister Moyu? How should I know? Come on, let's grab a bite at Musa's morning market. I'm starving. Gao Yuan pulled Zhang Bai away. Inside the room, Lin Mei and Bai Moyu woke up. They tacitly said nothing, the atmosphere a little awkward. After breakfast, Zhang Bai finally remembered the important business. He directly called Qin Tiejuan. Director Qin, I need more raw materials. The same list as before. Unlimited quantities, the more the better. Qin Taijun had been waiting for Gao Yuan's call. The combat power displayed by the space battleship was too formidable. They had spent the entire day in meetings studying the weapons Gao Yuan had used. In the end, Zhong Guoqiang and his team examined every detail and concluded it was antimatter. Antimatter, even more astonishing than nuclear fusion, hailed as humanity's ultimate fuel. Qin Taijun didn't even dare to casually call Gao Yuan for fear of making a bad impression. But now that Gao Yuan had called, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Gao Yuan still needed something from the nation, it meant that he was at least still in a cooperative relationship with the Xia Kingdom authorities. Gao Yuan, I can try my best to provide you with the raw materials. And when will the space bus you promised be delivered? In a while. I'll notify you as soon as it's produced. Alright, I'll allocate the materials for you now. What else do you need? Qin Taijun proactively asked Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment. Over in the future world, it was a critical period. Producing robots was to expedite the resettlement of Earth's inhabitants and restore stability to their lives. Basic necessities were merely food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. For clothing, they had thermostatic suits. For food, there were nutrient pastes. For shelter, there were compressed tents. For transportation, there were flying cars. And since they were all refugees, now travel wasn't an urgent need. Calculating this way, he only needed to provide the raw materials. At most, he could produce the robots himself, which would be faster. I don't need anything for now. Alright, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Remember one thing, the nation will always stand by your side. Thank you. He hung up the phone. Gao Yuan felt that now was actually a good time to win people's hearts. Although everyone knew they had been deceived and corralled by the Development Directorate for so many years, many probably still thought that the Gao family or the Human Federation authorities were birds of a feather. There were even many who likely didn't care, because even the lowliest people could live carefree lives as long as they had no ambitions. At this moment, if Gao Yuan provided a batch of real-world food awakening their genetic craving for delicious cuisine, it might ignite some fighting spirit within them. Thinking this, Gao Yuan went to find Zhang Bai. The quantity of food had to be massive and the flavor had to be potent enough. At present, only instant noodles on the market could meet his needs. Old Gao, what's up? Zhang Bai asked. Contact all the major instant noodle manufacturers in the country immediately. We need to make a massive purchase in the hundreds of millions. That much? What for? Never mind that, just go buy them. Oh right, the Academy of Sciences has given us the list. Nuclear fusion is about to enter the practical stage. The authorities plan to build 50 large-scale nuclear fusion power plants nationwide to replace existing thermal power plants. They've also announced a plan to completely phase out fuel vehicles within 5 years, and even the military has started a fuel-to-electric conversion program. The entities currently adopting nuclear fusion are State Power, Southern Power, mostly state-owned enterprises. Nuclear fusion is temporarily not open to private enterprises. Director Qin specially informed me that on his authority we can hold a 5% stake in the state-owned enterprises using nuclear fusion technology as a technology contribution without actual capital injection. Also, for the new card-type batteries, 56 domestic battery and smart device manufacturers have announced the adoption of the new technology. I've calculated it, and we need about 2 3 trillion in funds. Do we have enough money? Gao Yuan asked.
Yes, we earned a lot from the last distributor conference. Recently thermostatic suits and wrist devices have been selling like hotcakes, bringing in a substantial amount of payment. The state-owned enterprises don't require capital, which saves a lot.
Our current account balance has already exceeded 1 trillion. 1 trillion. Gao Yuan fell into deep thought.
With so much money, he definitely had to spend it.
Don't keep the money idle.
Buy supplies, various minerals.
Also, we still have a large plot of land at Dakingshan.
Build a large warehouse and a distribution center.
Still using construction bugs? Zhang Bai asked. Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment. No, hire construction companies.
Urge them to improve worker welfare by at least 50.
Use the best materials for everything. And the construction period must be short. If one construction company isn't enough, hire several. Zhang Bai didn't understand why they couldn't use construction bugs.
Old Zhang, we've already taken too many people's jobs.
It's time to give back. Zhang Bai nodded.
He was about to go check on the production workshop for the life-sustaining liquid base when Zhou entered.
Boss, there are guests. Who?
Director of the National Foreign Affairs Office Liu Zhao with Senator Janiris from the Bear's Chief Executive's Office and the Director of the Shannon Foreign Affairs Department.
They're all outside. Gao Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Why were there so many people? Was something major about to happen? He checked his security measures. The protective sphere was securely on his wrist and the invisible armed self-defense scout was communicating normally.
There were also 4 security robots nearby.
Everything should be perfectly safe. Even if a nuclear bomb hit, Gao Yuan had a 90% chance of survival. Let them in. Outside, the convoy stopped at the entrance of Musa Technology Park.
Liu Zhao looked at the building ahead and asked, "Is this the building grown using construction bugs?" His secretary immediately replied, "Director Liu, all 3 main buildings here were built by construction bugs.
They were fast and very strong. I heard the space battleship is at Dakingshan."
"Yes, it's behind the tech park guarded by Commander Zhou's men."
Liu Zhao's expression was grave. This place might well become the center of the world one day.
In the car behind Liu Zhao was Zhou Wutai, director of the Shannon Foreign Affairs Department. He gazed at the Musa Industrial Park ahead, filled with infinite emotion. Who would have thought that a year ago this was a desolate mountain village with no birds in sight? He never dreamed in his wildest imagination that someone like him who handled foreign affairs would one day end up here. Soon the convoy entered the park. The park was very quiet.
An elderly local was the gatekeeper.
Only when they reached the main building did a woman stand there to greet them.
Zhou Wutai's assistant looked indignant. "Director, why isn't anyone coming to greet us? Even if Gao Yuan doesn't come, their vice president should at least show up." "Don't talk nonsense. Gao Yuan is now a hero of Xia Kingdom."
Despite saying this, Zhou Wutai was still a bit displeased.
He considered himself Gao Yuan's local magistrate.
If Gao Yuan had been savvy enough to come out and greet him, it would have made things easier in the future. Ahead, Liu Zhao was already walking inside.
"Is your President Gao in?" Liu Zhao asked Shui. "Yes, President Gao is waiting for you upstairs." "Thank you." Liu Zhao didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. Why was he here this time? Because someone from the Bear Kingdom had come specifically to see Gao Yuan. What did this mean? It meant that every move Gao Yuan made could now affect the entire world. After all, a single shot could destroy a nation far more powerful than a nuclear bomb. And in front of Gao Yuan, even nuclear bombs were useless. Japan and the Great Island had a considerable number of missiles, but not a single one was launched. They were all intercepted by Gao Yuan. If the missiles couldn't be launched, what was the point of the nuclear warheads? Were they supposed to blow themselves up? And asked Gao Yuan if he was convinced. Liu Zhao roughly knew generous intention. With America withdrawing, Europe was a piece of fat. Who wouldn't want a bite? The bear had been eyeing it for a long time. But they didn't dare make a move, now afraid of Gao Yuan's disapproval. They were here to sound out Gao Yuan's stance. Gao Yuan was in his office. Soon the guests arrived. Seeing so many people, Gao Yuan stood up, smiled and extended his hand. "So many leaders have come to my humble abode, what an honor. President Gao, if this place is humble, then the whole world is a hovel." Lu Ming stepped forward and shook Gao Yuan's hand. Dan served tea to the leaders. Gao Yuan called out. The robotic beauty immediately went to prepare. "Make yourselves at home." Lu Ming introduced himself first, then introduced Jinnis. Beside Jinnis stood a goose-tribe beauty translator. The moment she spoke, Gao Yuan wanted to laugh. Her accent was thick with rustic flavor. "Ms. Natalie, your Chinese is wonderful. Gao Yuan complimented. I studied Chinese in Xinjiang for 5 years. I may not speak it well, President Gao, please don't laugh at me. Excellent. Gao Yuan was still a bit puzzled about why these people had come. However, since Lu Ming and Zhou Wutai were from the Foreign Affairs Department, the main character must be Jinnis. Everyone, you are all busy people. Let's get straight to the point. Jinnis glanced at Natalia, listened to her translation, then nodded. He began to speak. As he spoke, Natalia translated simultaneously beside Gao Yuan. Mr. Gao Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you. On behalf of our leader Putin, I bring you the best of blessings. Please send my regards to President Putin as well. Gao Yuan took a sip of tea and said. This time we've come to present Mr. Gao Yuan with gifts from our bear country. Soon several boxes were placed before Gao Yuan. A crafted hunting rifle made of mammoth ivory. A rug made of polar bear skin and a large jar of Black Sea caviar. Gao Yuan looked at these gifts and smiled. President Putin is too kind. I have nothing to offer in return. Mr. Gao Yuan, we've come to discuss with you the international situation. Our President Putin is in awe of your formidable power, Mr. Gao. You are the stabilizing anchor of the world. International situation. Gao Yuan roughly understood. The Bear Country harbored ambitions. For so many years the Bear Country had been waiting for an opportunity. When America could no longer control Europa, the Bear Country would once again become Europa's gendarme, integrating Europa's technology and capital with its own resources and land. Then the Bear Europa Alliance would become the center of the world. But what did that have to do with Gao Yuan? With him around, even if the whole world united, it would only give him a reason to act. So Gao Yuan didn't care. Counselor, what's wrong with the international situation? I think everything is fine now. Xia Country and Bear Country are brothers standing back to back. Through years of anti-hegemony struggles we've built deep friendship. But there are still many regimes hostile to Xia Country. Gao Yuan nodded true. And then Jinnis continued, our leader believes there are too many regimes in the world, which is not conducive to governance. If only Bear Country and Xia Country remained, we could live in eternal harmony, which would surely be more peaceful. The intention was clear. Gao Yuan pretended to ponder for a moment. Counselor, you're right, there really are too many. Hearing this, Jinnis was overjoyed. In fact, two great powers only become friends under immense pressure. Without external factors, they are naturally adversarial. But Xia Country had Gao Yuan. Especially after the Xia Country Academy of Sciences recently announced the commercial application of controlled nuclear fusion, all power plants would switch to nuclear power in vehicles, even military equipment would shift from oil to electricity. Bear Country was a major oil and gas producer. If Xia Country did this and even exported electricity worldwide, Bear Country would have no future. So the Bear Country leadership was very anxious. They had to accelerate the annexation of Europa to preserve their strength and bide their time. Just like in the late stages of World War II, when America developed the atomic bomb, a superweapon, other nations could only lie low until they too developed atomic bombs to stand their ground. Now that Gao Yuan had space warships and antimatter, they had to stay low until they also possessed antimatter and space warships. Then they could contend. But relying solely on Bear Country was impossible. They could only watch themselves decline, even disintegrate in extreme cases. Europa, once the world's technological center, if annexed, could provide the technology and capital for a potential resurgence years later. Putin decided to annex Europa. But with Neon's precedent, they feared Gao Yuan's displeasure, so they came to sound him out first. Without America, a fragmented Europa couldn't stop Bear Country. So the only variable was Gao Yuan. The current American leadership and financial groups didn't even dare to speak ill of Gao Yuan. This worried Putin greatly. Sending a special envoy to visit Gao Yuan was a preliminary step. If possible, he would come in person to pay respects. Mr. Gao Yuan, our President Putin has a plan. Gao Yuan raised his hand to stop Jinnis from continuing. Counselor, what exactly are you trying to say? I'm just a businessman. Jinnis was taken aback. What Gao Yuan said was true, but this businessman could annihilate nations. And he was unique in the world. Then what do you mean? Do as you please. I'm just doing business right. I need markets. I never interfere in other countries' internal affairs. Jinnis thought to himself, indeed he doesn't interfere, he just destroys countries at the slightest disagreement. And America, though not as severely, was disarmed, which could be considered fortunate. Mr. Gao Yuan, our leader wishes to meet you and discuss matters concerning all humanity. No need. We're brothers, aren't we? Yes. Jinnis didn't know what Gao Yuan was up to. As brothers, let me give you a gift. I know your medical care isn't advanced. Have you heard of the Southern Dynasty? They recently launched a miracle drug. Jinnis looked at Natalia, who indeed knew about it.
Her eyes widened. Oh my, that miracle drug is also from your blackfish technology.
Yes, it's mine.
I'll supply it to Bear Country at cost. And I'll give you another big gift. I'll buy all kinds of metal minerals produced by Bear Country, no limit.
At that moment Jinnis felt like crying. Gao Yuan was truly a good man.
He had worried for nothing. Gao Yuan was so kind to Bear Country.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. If you ever visit Bear Country, our leader will ensure you experience our warmth. Haha, definitely. With that, Jinnis had a clear understanding. Soon the group left. Gao Yuan looked at the map and called Annie in America. Annie, Bear Country is about to make a move on Europa.
Support Europa.